The story takes place in the Great Qi dynasty. The emperor rules over a boundless territory. The territory is divided into 6 great kingdoms. Within these kingdoms, there are weaker sects and factions. These sects must pay a certain amount of resources to the kingdom every year. The sects depend on the kingdom. The kingdom depends on the dynasty. And the dynasty depends on even more powerful forces. The whole world is clearly stratified like a pyramid. Great Qi dynasty. The capital of the Lu kingdom is a vast economic and cultural center. Here, houses stand close together. Palaces are magnificent. Inside a tavern, a group of martial artists walked in and shouted, "Waiter, bring us 10 jars of your best 7 stars wine." The waiter hurriedly replied, "Yes, right away. Please come inside, esteemed guests." A young man wearing a conical hat, covering half his face, was sitting and drinking wine in a corner. He glanced outside to observe. Yang Jian sat down at the table and said anxiously, "I wonder when young Master Fong will return. When he does, it will be the day Lu Zhengheng dies, the king of the Lu kingdom. Once the king is dead, the Fong Manor has already made a deal with the Flying Serpent sect. We can share 1/10 of that old dog Lu's fortune. It'll be incredibly lucrative." He picked up his chopsticks, his mouth still running nonstop. "However, I heard the king has a descendant outside. What if that kid gets desperate and comes seeking revenge on people like us? By then," Zhou scoffed. "What is there to fear? 5 years ago, when Lu Chun was 18, he was a debauched hedonist. He only knew how to eat, drink, and play. He didn't cultivate it all. Even if he's 58, he'd still be a piece of trash, let alone seeking revenge." Yang Jian laughed and continued, "True. Who knows, while wandering outside, he might have met a demon beast or bandits. His white bones have probably turned to dust, and the grass on his grave is already tall." "Ha ha!" Hearing these words, Lu Chun put down his wine cup and said in a deep voice, "You too. Lu Zhengheng is, after all, the king of the Lu kingdom. You are in the capital of the Lu kingdom, right at the feet of the Son of Heaven. Yet you openly discuss the king like that. That's not very appropriate, is it?" Zhu Montauk shouted, "But, looking at your attire, are you from out of town? Let me tell you something everyone here knows. This Lu kingdom is currently named Lu, but in no more than 3 days, it will change masters. The future of this Lu kingdom belongs to General Fong." Lu Chen laughed coldly and asked, "Interesting. Are these your words? Or are they the words of that rebellious traitor, Fong Changlin?" His words shocked everyone present. Zhu Montauk shouted, "Impudent. How dare a nobody like you call General Fong by his name?" Lu Chun let out an "oh," pointed at them, and said, "That look of a loyal dog protecting its master. You look exactly like a watchdog for the Fong family." Zhou cursed angrily. "Damn it. This brat is truly arrogant." He threw a punch, attacking furiously while shouting, "You're courting death." Lu Chun immediately raised his hand to block. "Weak strength, yet so arrogant. Killing people just because you're displeased?" Suddenly, he grabbed Zhoumo's right arm and snapped it hard. Zhoumo's right arm flew into the air. Blood splattered everywhere. He said coldly, "I broke one of your arms. Consider it a lesson." Yang Jian rushed up to shield his companion, shouting angrily, "Insolent! How dare you injure a disciple of my Flying Serpent sect? Get him! Kill him! Avenge our fellow disciple." For people rushed up at the same time. Lu Chen said, "A bunch of jumping clowns." His sword unsheathed. He slashed several times in succession. The sword energy was incredibly sharp. In the blink of an eye, he knocked down his opponents. Then he quickly sheathed his sword. Lu Chun put his sword on his back, stood up, and walked out of the tavern. He pulled his hat low and sighed softly, "Sigh. Time to go back to the palace. Let's see how my old man is doing." However, the palace was dead silent, heavily guarded. The gatekeeper saw Lu Chun and asked, "Who goes there?" "This is the forbidden palace ground. If you don't have an invitation, step back immediately." He took off his conical hat, speaking with a hint of reproach. Hey, it hasn't come to this, has it? I've only been gone for 5 years, and no one recognizes me anymore." The soldiers were overjoyed and shouted, "Your Highness! You are His Highness Lu Chun. It really is His Highness. The prince has returned." He waved his hand. All right. Look at you all so happy, crying and making a racket in the middle of the night. You'll disturb the citizens." General Li hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed, reporting in a low voice, Your Highness. The situation in the capital is complicated right now. Perhaps you should leave first. Avoid the storm for now. Lu Chen chuckled. Ah. Leave? I traveled across a whole region, braving the wind and dust to return. And you're telling me to leave? Can't I even see my old man's face? General Li's expression changed. He said, Your Highness is right. Since you have returned, please come inside. He immediately led Lu Chen inside. Your Highness, please go this way. Lu Chen asked, Is my old man dead yet? He stammered, Your Highness, although the king has been poisoned with a potent toxin, drifting in and out of consciousness, it hasn't reached that point yet. Lu Chen blurted out, So he's not dead. That's good. He can still be saved. General Li broke out in a cold sweat. Ha! Your Highness is joking. We have arrived. He pushed open the door to a room, calling out loudly to the person inside, Lord Mo. Look who has returned. An old man with white hair stared at him and asked, You are Prince Lu Chun? This strange-looking old man was the rank 4 alchemist, Mo Xing. Lu Chen smiled and greeted him, Elder Mo. 5 years no see. Are you still in good health? He walked to the bedside, looked at his father for a long time, then said, The old man really capsized in a gutter this time. Mo Xing clasped his hands and said, Your Highness, forgive me. With my ability as a rank 4 alchemist, I am helpless against this poison. It is hard to cure. The strange poison His Majesty is afflicted with requires at least a rank 6 divine dew pill to cure. Lu Chun handed him a bottle of medicine and said, Is it this kind of divine dew pill? Elder Mo smiled. Yes, it is exactly this divine dew pill. 1 pill can make His Majesty. He suddenly stammered. This is, Your Highness. Where did you get so many rank 6 divine dew pills? Lu Chun said impatiently. Why do you ask so many questions? Just feed them all to the old man. Just then, a loud laughter rang out from outside the door. Ha ha! I heard Prince Lu Chun has returned. Let this old man come and see as well. The imperial preceptor of the Lu Kingdom, Zhuoyang, walked in. Above his head hovered a very strange formation. Zhuoyang laughed. Ha! Your Highness, 5 years no see. You still look like a young boy. Have you been living well outside these past few years? Lu Chen replied softly. So it's Elder Zhua. 5 years no see. I wonder if your array formation level has broken through to rank 6 yet? He said, Your Highness, stop teasing this old man. Reaching rank 5 in this life is already lucky enough for me. Rank 6 realm. I dare not even think about it. Elder Zhua suddenly sighed. However, Your Highness, you shouldn't have returned at this time. Currently, the king is critically ill. The whole city is in turmoil. Your identity puts you in great danger. Montak Singh shouted, You ignorant old man. His Highness returning at this time is exactly the right moment. He held up the medicine bottle and said, See this. The divine dew pill can detoxify His Majesty. His Highness brought back a whole large bottle as soon as he returned. It's wonderful, Elders was said in astonishment. This is the divine dew pill? With this thing, His Majesty's poison will surely be cured in a few days. He thought to himself, rank 6 pills. Even in the imperial dynasty, they are rare items. 1 rank 6 pill can be exchanged for millions of spirit stones. Prince Lu Chun has been outside for 5 years. What exactly has he experienced? Back then, he refused to cultivate. Now, he has such capability. Elder Mo immediately fed the medicine to the king. Watching the black aura on his face dissipate, he said, He has taken the divine dew pill. The poison is considered neutralized. He will likely wake up in no more than 3 days. Lu Chun breathed a sigh of relief. The old man finally survived this calamity. Elda Montak, Elda Tsul. Now that we have time, explain the whole situation clearly. I also want to see who dared to poison even the king. Meanwhile, at the Yin poison sect, after hearing the subordinate's report, Li He exclaimed in surprise, What? You say dozens of our disciples were all killed by a brat? The subordinate replied, Yes. Sect Master Li He. According to our investigation, it was Prince Lu Chun, the one who killed 31 of our disciples of the Tavern. Hearing this, Yin poison sect Master Zhang Kuei said, Lu Chun, the descendant of King Lu Zhengheng who disliked cultivation? He went missing 5 years ago. Why has he suddenly appeared now? Flying Serpent Sect, Master Li He said. Wasn't that kid a trash who didn't cultivate back then? A piece of trash didn't return for 5 years. And as soon as he returns, he kills 30 body-tempering realm experts? It seems that during the time he disappeared, he went to cultivate. To have such skill now, he can be considered a genius. General of the Lu Kingdom, Fong Chonglin, interrupted. Enough. Stop talking nonsense. So what if he's a genius? A genius who hasn't matured is the same as trash. It's just one human life. Li Hei chimed in. That's right. Moreover, General Fong has used the Fire Scorpion King poison on the king. That Lu Jingheng will definitely die within 3 days at most. What's the use of returning now? We just need to sit here and see what tricks they can play. Huh. General Fong looked at the map of the Lu Kingdom and said, the great success is imminent. Just wait for the king to die. This Lu Kingdom will be mine. Meanwhile, in the palace, Missouri Xing and Zhuo Qiuchan reported the current situation to Lu Chen. After listening, he affirmed, in other words, it's all the doing of those 5 primordial spirit realm experts. There's no other way. His Majesty is the only king realm expert in the Lu Kingdom. His Majesty is heavily injured. No one can suppress those 5 primordial spirits. At this moment, Lu Chen handed something to the Imperial Preceptor and said, Elders, this 7 Absolutes sword array is for you. Set it up all over the palace. Let those trash, primordial spirit experts come. One comes, one dies. What? Zhuo Qiuchan exclaimed. A rank 5 killing array? 7 Absolutes sword array? Even the Imperial Dynasty doesn't have this kind of high-level array. He then threw a large bottle of pills to General Li. I have over 1,000 marrow cleansing pills here. Distribute them to all the Imperial guards in the capital to use as they please. From now on, for guards under the King realm, I'll cover all the pills needed for breakthroughs. He was overjoyed and replied, Thank you, Your Highness. Long live Your Highness. Long live Your Highness. Mo Xing asked, Your Highness, what exactly have you experienced these past few years? How do you have so many rare treasures? Seeing him about to walk out the door, elders will hurriedly ask, Your Highness, where are you going now? Do not act impulsively. Lu Chen replied coldly, Now? To kill people. General Li shouted from behind, Your Highness, be careful. Lu Chen walked out of the Lu Kingdom's palace. He thought, it's not like it's purgatory outside. What is there to fear? In these 5 years, what danger haven't I seen? Thinking back to when I was chased by a human emperor for 10 days and 10 nights. Aren't I still alive and kicking now? Shadow guards on the roof signaled each other. It's Lu Chun. Follow him. Wait for him to leave the palace. Find a secluded corner and deal with him. But their actions didn't escape his eyes. These guys are following me. At this moment, Lu Chun immediately walked into a small alley. The shadow guards transmitted a message. The target has turned into the small alley. Speed up and follow. Eliminate him. Everyone immediately chased after him. But in the blink of an eye, Lu Chun was nowhere to be seen. Where is he? Where did he go? The shadow guards began to panic. Why isn't Lu Chun in this alley? The leader shouted, Damn it, we've been tricked. Everyone fly up. Search the surroundings thoroughly for me. They moved to the rooftops, spreading out in 4 directions to search. Lu Chun stood below, laughing inwardly. Following me? No chance. My disguise technique has been practiced to the peak. I can change unpredictably in an instant. Cultivators under the King realm can't see any flaws at all. He withdrew the disguise technique. I've shaken off these small fries. Time to do the main business. The palace has set up the 7 Absolutes killing array. Just waiting for those idiot primordial spirit experts to come and throw away their lives. I'll just kill all their descendants first. They'll surely go mad and immediately come to the palace to seek death, right? Liu, son of Flying Serpent Sect, Master Li Hei. He is a lecherous regular at the flower brothel. 9 out of 10 days, he loiters there. He is the weakest among the necessary targets. Only at the early stage of Qi condensation realm, probably because he's immersed in the brothel all year round. His martial arts are neglected, pathetically weak. Sure enough, Lu Chun acted swiftly and decisively. Just as he left, Xiaoyu pushed open the door, walked into the room, and called, Young Master Li. It's almost noon. Please have your meal. The girl was suddenly terrified to the extreme, falling to the ground. She screamed, Li, Young Master Li, murder. Someone committed murder. Li Hao lay in a pool of blood, without a trace of life left. Target 1. Eliminated. The dark arena. the most famous martial arts ring in the Lu Kingdom capital. A cage for beasts forged from white bones and rotten flesh. If Li Hei's son, Li Hao, likes viewing flowers and drinking wine, then the second target, In Poison Sect Master Zhang Kuei's son, Zhang Wei, is the complete opposite. Zhang Wei has practiced martial arts since childhood. He is not interested in women. He is a martial arts fanatic. At this moment, at the dark arena, Zhang Wei was on the ring, surrounded by cheering crowds. Go young Master Zhang! Go young Master Zhang! On another side, several big shots were watching the match. Xiao He said, I heard King Lu Zhengheng is about to die. The elder Wu Yin held a teacup. He replied slowly, the palace's rank 5 Earth Spirit Array hasn't been broken yet. The king's life or death is unknown. But the 4 great primordial spirits have attacked the Earth Spirit Array for months, yet the king has never appeared. Perhaps it is as the rumors say. He has been heavily injured, but this has nothing to do with me. As long as they don't interfere with my Dark Arena's business, it doesn't matter who is king. Lu Chun used the disguise technique, posing as a servant, observing the surroundings. Sure enough, Zhang Wei is still competing with others in the Dark Arena. Moreover, Manhwa is also here. Looks like I can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Save me from running back and forth. Manhwa, son of the primordial spirit realm expert Nia Wuming. Nia Wuming is also a traitor. Manhwa slowly stood up. He said, young Master Zhang, your physique has become stronger again. Congratulations, congratulations. Zhang Wei laughed loudly. You're too polite. Do you want to come down and spar a bit? He replied, I'll pass. I was planning to go to the flower brothel to find Li Hao for a meal. Just then, Lu Chun stepped forward. He said loudly, sorry, but you won't have the chance to find Li Hao for a meal anymore. Manhwa was a bit surprised. Aren't you a servant here? Dare to speak to us like that? Lu Chun didn't waste words. He channeled his energy and threw a punch, rushing to attack Manhwa. Sensing this aura, Manhwa was terrified in his heart. This is killing intent. What a terrifying killing intent. How can a kid have this? He immediately made a move to block. 2 forces collided, causing a huge shockwave. A miserable scream rang out. Manhwa's bones shattered in an instant. Lu Chun withdrew the disguise technique, revealing his true face. He said coldly, 5 years no see. You trash haven't made any progress at all. Zhang Wei was a bit surprised. So it's Lu Chun. The trash from back then dares to make a move on me now? He laughed loudly. You're dead meat. Zhang Wei immediately channeled his energy. He shouted loudly. Poison gas spread out, rushing straight towards the opponent. Lu Chun was not afraid at all. A cold light flashed. He rushed up to close in on his opponent, grabbing Zhang Wei by the neck. He couldn't believe it. How is this possible? My poison. Lu Chun smiled and said, you know nothing about strength. Just a self-righteous guy. He tightened his grip, snapping Zhang Wei's neck. A strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I will destroy them all. So don't worry. They will come down to join you soon. Everyone in the arena was terrified. What? Who is this person? So arrogant. Killing descendants of primordial spirits just like that? Is he not afraid of death? Lu Chun scoffed. He stood in front of another great noble house. He whispered, let's continue. Meanwhile, In Poison Sect Master Zhang Kuei was in a meeting. A subordinate ran in to report. Boom! Sect Master, something terrible has happened. Something terrible has happened. He shouted. What happened? Panicking like this. Where are your manners? The subordinate trembled and replied. Young Master is dead. Young Master Zhang Wei was beaten to death by Lu Chun at the Dark Arena. That's right. Not only did the young master die, young Master Manhwa was also beaten to death by Lu Chun. Countless people witnessed it with their own eyes. Zhang Kuei flew into a rage. Rebellion. That brat dares. Immediately after, countless bad news arrived. Report. Lord Li Hei. Bad news. The young master died at the flower brothel. Clan head Qing, please restrain your grief. 3 young masters were all murdered at the Qing manor. Everyone was extremely shocked. Anger rose to the sky. How can this be? Li Hei roared. Damn it. In just one day, he dared to kill all the descendants of the 4 of us. If this vengeance is not avenged, I am not a father. Clan head Qing said. I must find that brat Lu Chun to settle the score. The 4 of them immediately flew to the palace, preparing to join forces to break the array. Kill Lu Chun on sight. Very quickly, They arrived at the palace, standing outside the protective barrier. Sanguis hotet, Lu Chen. Come out and die. Lu Chen walked out with Elder Zhua and Elder Imo. He yawned and said, You arrived pretty fast. Zhang Kuei roared in anger. Little beast. Did you kill my son? Lu Chen replied, That's right. No me stuck. Your sons were too weak. Like trash. Couldn't even block one of my moves. Now I'm standing right here. If you have the ability, come and kill me. Huh. Veins popped out on Zhang Kuei's face. He was furious. Just you wait. Lu Chun. Once the formation is broken, I will definitely kill you. He signaled the other three. Attack. Use full power. Break this tattered turtle shell of his. The four joined forces for a total attack, constantly striking hard at the formation. A moment later, the barrier was breached. Huh, the turtle shell is broken. Let's see how arrogant you can be now. He immediately rushed straight towards Lu Chun. Lu Chen's eyes turned red. He clasped his hands and channeled energy. A cyan precious sword with unparalleled power appeared. In the blink of an eye, countless phantom swords dispersed in the air. Zhang Kuei exclaimed in horror, Sword array? Why is there a sword array here? Lu Chen didn't waste words, directly pointing his hand towards him, guiding the swords to strike. Before Zhang Kuei could react, he was pierced by countless sharp blades. Li He was terrified. What kind of sword array is this? It can kill a primordial spirit expert in an instant. At this moment, Lu Chun pointed his hand towards them again. Next, it's your turn. Li He and his accomplices shouted, Your Highness, spare our lives. We were wrong. We dare not collude with the general anymore. Your Highness, please spare us. Rows of sharp swords stabbed straight into their bodies. Lu Chen laughed coldly. You still want to beg for forgiveness now? In the air, their miserable screams rang out, then abruptly stopped. He said coldly, Too late. The next day, in the palace, King Lu woke up. He coughed lightly a few times. Cough, cough. Imo Xing exclaimed in joy, Your Majesty, you're awake. King Lu turned his head and asked, Elder Imo, how long have I been unconscious? The toxins in my body have been eliminated quite a bit. Elder Montak, what did you do? Montak Xing laughed, Huh. This old subject doesn't have the ability to cure this poison. It was His Highness who returned. He brought the divine dew pill to detoxify you. Lu Chen stood at the door. Acting nonchalant, he asked, Old man, you're awake? King Lu sat up. He huffed coldly. Stinkin' brat. Didn't you run away from home? You know the way back. He spread his hands and replied, No choice. If I didn't come back, someone was about to be hung up. Back then, you used every method to force me to practice martial arts, saying that cultivation can strengthen the body, protect the family and the country, prolong life, protect your subjects. You also said that for a useless talent like me, sooner or later, the Lu Kingdom would be doomed. Look at yourself. You practice martial arts every day. Didn't the Lu Kingdom almost get doomed anyway? Hearing these words, the king was choked with anger. Fury burned within him. He gritted his teeth and shouted, You. Before he could finish, Lu Chun interrupted him. You? I thought father worked so hard these past 5 years, thinking you had dealt with the general. I was prepared to come back and inherit the great legacy. The result was father being plotted against by others. If I hadn't returned just in time, the Lu Kingdom would have been snatched by the Fong family. If grandfather knew father was such a prodigal son, he would definitely pop the coffin lid to spank you. 18 years. King Lu suddenly turned from a victim into a prodigal son. He was so angry he jumped off the bed, wanted to give this godforsaken son a beating. Elder Imo hurriedly hugged him to stop him. Lu Chun thought to himself, The old man preached great principles to me every day. My ears were getting calluses. Now it's finally my turn to lecture him. Scene shifts to 18 years ago. On Earth, I died suddenly from overworking. Transmigrated to the Lu King's manor. After transmigrating, I didn't cultivate frantically like those long, out-yin types. Instead, I chose to live happy days. Even being scolded is trash. The main reason is that as soon as I transmigrated, I was the only son of the Lu Kingdom's king. I was born at the finish line. Why should I still try hard? Why should I still cultivate? Practicing kung fu will also lead to sudden death. The result was this old man forcing me to cultivate every day and preaching a bunch of principles. When I was 18, I finally couldn't take it anymore, so I escaped from the royal city. After escaping the royal city, I thought I finally didn't need to work hard, starting my life of leisure. But unexpectedly, 5 superb female masters fell from the sky, insisting that I was a rare genius seen once in 10,000 years, then dragged me off to cultivate. First Master Suingxia, Lord of the Azure Domain, strict and domineering, extremely high cultivation base, countless pursuers. She often cared for me. Disciple, take this. This little money and magical artifacts mean nothing to your first master. They're all just small toys. But more importantly, First Master is also the #1 rich woman in the Azure Domain. She also cared for me deeply. Second Master Yao Shi, Lord of the Jade Lake Holy Land in the Desolate Domain, cold and majestic. She often told me, cultivate the technique diligently. Protect your junior sister well. But junior sister greeted me obediently as soon as we met. Hello, senior brother. But I feel... Second Master is cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. Not only teaching me techniques, but also bestowing upon me a lovely junior sister. Third Master, Empress Row of the female Emperor Domain. A cold beauty, strict personality, cautious in speech, extremely serious. She often said, do not be lazy, practice diligently, and always use strange methods to force me to practice. A black-bellied person. Fourth Master Hua Dai, Lord of the Pill Alliance in the Mystic Domain. The #1 alchemist in the 10 domains. She often smiled and said, next time you have to come help me test medicine again. Fifth Master Jiang Qingyin, the #1 artificer in the 10 domains. She always asked, disciple, I made this magical artifact especially for you. Is it handy to use? Lu Chun looked at the resources before him, sighed deeply. I just want to be a simple second-generation king, living the life of an ordinary person. This is probably the pain that every rich person must go through. An angry shout came from the palace. This rebellious son. King Lu slammed his fist on the chair. Mo Xing clasped his hands and said, Your Majesty, calm your anger. You reap what you sow. In the beginning, you were too strict with His Highness. His Highness still holds a grudge in his heart. Lu Jingheng sighed. Forget it. Tell me, while I was unconscious, what did this rebellious son do? Elda Mo slowly recounted. It happened like this. After you fell unconscious, the story lasted until night fell. The teacup in King Lu's hand fell to the ground. He exclaimed in shock, What? Rank 6 Divine Dew Pill? Cultivated to the peak of marrow, cleansing realm in 5 years. At that time, he also took out 3,000 marrow cleansing pills, 500 Transcendent pills, 200 primordial spirit pills for the Imperial Guards. Elder Mo reported, Your Majesty. It is indeed so. Lu Jingheng said suspiciously, Why do I feel like he is even richer than me? A King Realm expert like this? He exclaimed in surprise. Unexpectedly, he also successively killed the descendants of those rebels, and even set up a rank 5 killing array, executing 4 primordial spirit realm experts. 5 years no see. What exactly has this rebellious son experienced? Suddenly, a violent tremor came from outside. A dazzling pillar of light suddenly rose up. Montak Shingest. This aura could be His Highness breaking through? The tremor came from the East Palace. Lu Chun was sitting cross-legged cultivating. His aura was extremely powerful. He suddenly stood up. Internal energy exploded violently. His physique was covered by a layer of pale, golden aura. Lu Chen exclaimed, This is already the 9th time experiencing the power and ability of transcendent life. Cultivation in the world is divided into body tempering, chi condensation, marrow cleansing, transcendent, primordial spirit, king realm, emperor realm, saint lord, saint king. A total of 10 realms. And I just went from the late stage of marrow cleansing realm perfection, breaking through to the transcendent realm. The 9 arts heavenly technique that first master passed on to me. What kind of ghostly technique is it exactly? Lu Chun released a stream of sword energy and suddenly stabbed it into his own chest. This technique requires one to, after constantly breaking through to the transcendent realm, self-sever one's cultivation base. Moreover, it must be done 9 times in a row. But this is already the 9th time. He popped a pill into his mouth, then sat down to concentrate on healing and refining energy, using the flawless pill to nurse the injury. 9 times of self-severing. Finally cultivated successfully. From now on, I don't need to self-sever my cultivation base anymore. 3 days later, Lu Chun just opened the door and saw Mo Xing and Zhuo Qiu Chan waiting outside. The two shouted in unison, "Congratulations, Your Highness, on breaking through to the Transcendent realm. Elder Zhuo, you are congratulating too early. I haven't broken through to the Transcendent realm. I'm still at the peak of marrow cleansing realm." Elder Zhuo said, "A few days ago, Your Highness broke through. The spiritual energy within a 10-mile radius was all absorbed clean. Such a big commotion. And you say you didn't break through?" He spoke half jokingly, half seriously. "At that time, I did indeed break through successfully. But afterwards, I self-severed my cultivation base, falling from a transcendent realm. Now I'm still at the peak of marrow cleansing realm. But each time I self-sever, the accumulated quality increases by a portion. It is precisely to infinitely approach transcendent life. In ancient times, transcendent life was not simply a realm, but a definition. Blood and chi at the temples, sea of chi, spirit palace, perineum, sea of blood, and stream divide are all brimming with vitality." Lu Chun spread his arms wide. Looking up at the sky, he said, "Vast blood and chi. Life physique constantly transforming. This is the definition of a transcendent life. Transcendent life is the definition of evolution, not just limited to a realm. Moreover, when I self-severed for the second time, I killed transcendent realm experts as easily as killing dogs." Hearing this, Lu Jingheng walked over, asking with a solemn face, "What? In the past 5 years, what have you experienced?" Lu Chun replied, "I just joined a sect." He suddenly remembered the appearance of First Master Su Yingxia. She took out array flags and said, "I'm a master of a domain. Under me are countless sane array masters. These paltry rank 5 arrays. I refine thousands of them a day. Easy as pie. Just take this little stuff." Lu Chun immediately accepted it, saying respectfully, "Worthy of being first master," casually taking out so many rank 5 array flags. "Master Suriplaith, does this trivial stuff satisfy you already?" She grabbed him by the collar and instructed, "Remember well, after self-severing the transcendent foundation 9 times, becoming a transcendent life, only then can you go to Yao Shi to get body tempering techniques to cultivate." Lu Chun hurriedly replied, "Yes, yes. First Master is right. I will definitely follow your teachings." He turned his head to look at King Lu and said, "That is an incredibly powerful sect. Any gatekeeper could defeat you, old man." This sentence made Lu Jingheng furious. Veins on his forehead throbbed. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. Just then, a pressure shaking the space arrived. King Lu was horrified. This oppressive aura was like an iceberg, weighing heavily on the entire royal city. This is the will of a king. A king realm expert has arrived at the Lu kingdom capital. In midair, a voice slowly rang out. "My king's will has covered the entire city." The opponent must have sensed it. Elder Xiatian of the Mystic Thunder sect said, "Regardless of whether Lu Jingheng is dead or not, from now on, this Lu kingdom belongs to your father. After all, this old man has some connections in the Qi Imperial City. After settling your father's affairs, you must cast aside distractions and concentrate on cultivation." Fong Tung replied, "Thank you, Master, for your utmost assistance. Disciple will remember your teachings." Fong Changlin, beside him, exclaimed in surprise, "In the future, my son must cultivate diligently under Elder Xiatian to repay this kindness." Xiatian shouted loudly, "Where's the Lu Kingdom's monarch, Lu Jingheng? Come out and meet me immediately." Lu Chun replied annoyedly, "Shout what shout? Noisy as hell. Early in the morning, are you annoying or what?" Xiatian was surprised. Where did this brat come from? Daring to interrupt? "Tell King Lu to come out and meet me." Elder Mo said, "His Majesty is busy with 1,000 tasks. He has no time to see you." The elder of the Mystic Thunder sect shouted, "A mere primordial spirit realm cultivator. Who gave you the guts to speak to me like that? Do you want to die?" 2 beams of light as thin as silk shot out from his eyes, stabbing into Elder Mo's eyes. Mo Xing immediately realized, this is soul-piercing, a mental attack. Seeing Elder Mo's pained expression, Lu Chun took out an iron knuckle duster, embedded with a small skull on it, slashing apart that mental power. He said loudly, "A dignified king realm expert bullying a primordial spirit realm cultivator? Bullying the small in front of everyone? You truly have no shame. Xiaotian was extremely surprised. The iron-knuckled duster in your hand. Unexpectedly is a magic treasure that can break my mental power? How can a brat like you possess such a treasure? Lu Chun turned his head and said to Elder Mo, "Don't be so cold. After all, they're distinguished guests visiting the palace. Prepare some tea and water. Invite our distinguished guests in." Mo Xing replied, "Yes, Your Highness." Subordinate will go prepare immediately. Xiaotian was a bit angry. He thought to himself, "These two bastards dare to ignore my words." He turned back and instructed the disciples, "You wait here. Let me go test that brat." Fang Chonglin thought to himself, "Just let him go probe the formation of this royal city." The elder of the Mystic Thunder sect stepped off the lotus platform. He replied loudly, "Since you have come out to welcome guests, how can I not come?" Lu Chun was just waiting for this. He waved his hand to activate the 7 Absolutes sword array. A rain of phantom swords roared and attacked towards Xiaotian. He felt a bit guilty. Sure enough, it's the 7 Absolutes sword array. How can a tiny kingdom possess such a killing array? Extremely powerful like the 7 Absolutes sword array? Xiaotian immediately activated a protective barrier. He said loudly, "The 7 Absolutes sword array is indeed powerful. But if this is what you use to confront me head-on, then you're truly naive." Xiaotian snapped his fingers. The barrier shattered. His face darkened. "You're a ridiculous illusion. Let me shatter it for you." Lu Chun laughed coldly. "A paltry rank 5-7 Absolutes array truly cannot trap you. I know this better than anyone. Although it cannot trap you, I can drive you crazy." Lu Chun channeled his energy, taking out countless array flags to set up formations. He shouted provocatively, "Breaking one formation is nothing. If you have the ability, break 10 and see. After breaking 10, then come 100. Break 100, and I'll throw 1,000 at you. 10,000. I'll play with you to the end." Hearing this, Xiaotian turned pale with fright. How is this possible? A set of 7 Absolutes killing array can sell for hundreds of millions of spirit stones outside. How can a tiny kingdom like yours have so many precious array flags? Lu Chun activated countless sword arrays. Array flags tightly surrounded him. Then he said in a sarcastic tone, "Look at the angry look of that poor guy. Isn't it just a few thousand rank 5 arrays? Perhaps this is the trouble of the rich? This little money is just pocket change." This sentence drove the elder of the Mystic Thunder sect crazy. He roared, "Bastard! I also want to see. Exactly how many arrays do you have?" The chaotic battle began and lasted for 2 hours. Xiaotian, struggling to withstand a continuous series of arrays, began to tire. He panted heavily. "Damn it. Huff huff. Exactly how many array flags does this brat have in his hand? Does he really have thousands or tens of thousands of sets?" At this moment, Lu Chun was lying on a chair, leisurely sunbathing. He said excitedly, "Continue. Why? Are you out of energy? Or are you about to collapse? If you can't hold on, tell me." Lu Chun, handsome enough to break the sky. Originally the #1 handsome man in the world. Sincerely apologize to me, and I will show mercy and spare you. Hearing this, Fang Tong shouted loudly, "Lu Chun, shut up. Do not insult my master. Do you want to die?" Lu Chun calmly said to Xiaotian, "Fang Tong is your disciple, right? You are suffering inside the array, while he is outside, just moving his lips. Watching you suffer. What's the use of accepting this kind of disciple?" Fang Tong roared, "Vile character, Lu Chun. Don't dream of using a sewing discord scheme. I respect my master immensely. Even if I have to climb a mountain of blades or go down into a sea of fire, I will not hesitate." Lu Chun replied, "Climb a mountain of blades, go down into a sea of fire? Then on behalf of your master, kneel down and kowtow 100 times shouting, 'Lord Lu Chun is the most handsome,' to beg me. That way, perhaps I will consider releasing your master. My request is not much. 100 times is enough." Fang Tong was furious. "Lu Chun, you vile character, you've gone too far." Lu Chun laughed coldly, saying one thing but thinking another. Mouth says willing to climb a mountain of blades and go down a sea of fire for master, but can't even do this small request. If I were your master, this kind of ungrateful disciple, I would definitely kick you out of the sect. Fang Tong immediately rushed into the middle of the courtyard. "Shut up. Stop talking. I agree. He knelt on the ground and said, 100 kowtows, right? For master, I am willing. I will kowtow to you right now. Lu Chan said to his subordinate, go tell the imperial kitchen to prepare some delicacies and bring them here. I must eat and drink my fill. While watching the son of a traitor kowtow to feel refreshed, Fong Tung began to shout loudly, Lord Lu Chun is the most handsome. Lord Lu Chun is the most handsome. Lord Lu Chun is the most handsome. Lu Chun counted slowly. 22, 23, 24. Suddenly he shouted, Fong Tung, why is your voice so small? Haven't eaten yet? Shout louder for me. Be serious. Fong Tung. I can't hear you. Fong Tung gritted his teeth. Bastard. Bullying people too much. Even so, he dared not resist. Using all his strength to shout, Lord Lu Chun is the most handsome. The people outside also heard it. One person wondered, which crazy person is shouting in the palace? The person next to him guessed. It seems to be Fong Tung. Did his head get caught in a door when he went out this morning? Fong Tung raised his head, his forehead swollen with huge bumps. He said, is this enough? I have kowtowed 100 times. Lu Chun, release my master immediately. Lu Chun sat on the chair, waved his hand lightly, and replied, your head hasn't broken yet, proving you aren't sincere enough. Do it again. He roared. Don't go back on your word. I have already kowtowed 100 times. Release my master immediately. Lu Chun smiled and said, to ordinary people, I keep my word, but for the kind who bite the hand that feeds them, especially the son of an ungrateful traitor, there is no need to comply. The elder of the Mystic Thunder sect shouted, enough. All of you shut up. I don't believe your array flags are endless. This old man will definitely chop you into 10,000 pieces today. Lu Chun said, oh, then please continue to work hard. I have too many of these trash arrays. Taking up space in my storage bag is a waste. Help me dispose of them quickly. Suddenly, King Lu's voice rang out from behind. Enough. Such waste. Where are your manners? You prodigal son. Are precious rank 5 arrays meant for you to use recklessly like this? Lu Chun replied calmly. Isn't it just rank 5 arrays? Worth a few pennies. He thought. Back then, First Master threw this pile to me like throwing toilet paper. This pile of trash isn't worth any money at all. Seeing his son disobeying him, Lu Zhengheng shouted angrily. You prodigal son, why haven't you withdrawn the array yet? Lu Chun gently rotated the jade pendant in his hand, muttering, withdraw then withdraw. Why be so fierce? The sword array was immediately withdrawn, quickly disappearing. King Lu stepped forward, speaking in a deep voice. Elder Xia came from afar. I wonder what business you have. The elder of the Mystic Thunder sect landed in the courtyard. Seeing Lu Zhengheng, he thought to himself, this bastard clearly wasn't dead. Just now he dawdled and refused to come out, causing me to be trapped in the array. Treated me like a joke. Xia Tian huffed coldly. I came here today to convey the imperial decree of His Majesty, the Qi Emperor. He thought, Lu Zhengheng, let's see how long you can be happy. Wait until I announce the Qi Emperor's decree. You won't escape death. The Lu Kingdom is about to change its surname. Xia Tian took out a scroll, shouting, Imperial Decree unsealed. A fierce pressure appeared, shaking the space. Brilliant light illuminated a vast area. The figure of the Qi Emperor appeared. Lu Zhengheng recognized it. This is the aura of His Majesty, the Qi Emperor. It is the Emperor's will entrusted in the Imperial Decree. He knelt down and clasped his hands in salute. Greetings, Qi Emperor. Xia Tian also knelt on the ground and shouted, Greetings, Qi Emperor. The deep voice of the Qi Emperor rang out. Lu Zhengheng, hear the decree. After careful consideration, we decide to abolish your throne. Pass the throne to. The decree had just been read to this point. Suddenly, Lu Chun interrupted. Not bad. Very smooth. Quite suitable for toilet paper. Lu Zhengheng, Xia Tian, and even the recorded image of the Qi Emperor were stunned. Lu Chun didn't care much about their attitude. He carried the iron knuckle duster, picking up the scroll to admire it. Especially this patterned fabric. I like it very much. Taking it to the latrine to use now. The recorded image of the Qi Emperor laughed loudly. Huh, a brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Insulting the imperial decree. A crime deserving 10,000 deaths. He launched a strike. King Lu shouted, Chun'er, be careful. Step back quickly. However, Lu Chun just said, oh. raising his blade and slashing once, facing the image of the Qi Emperor head-on. A paltry emperor is just SOSO. Seeing the image cut in half, the Qi Emperor shouted angrily, "Audacious! Daring to destroy my spiritual image. I will kill you." Lu Chun laughed loudly. "Huh, if you have the ability, come and kill me." At this moment, thunder and lightning flashed in the sky above the Qi Kingdom's palace. The Qi Emperor roared in anger. "Bastard! Who dares to use my decree as toilet paper? Guts as big as the sky." His rage was terrifying. Summoned the Martial King to see me. People outside felt that sky-piercing power, asking in horror, who has angered the Qi Emperor? A Grandmaster sensed this terrifying anger, exclaiming in panic, "Prince Lu Chun dared to. Something big is about to happen." The eunuch beside him asked, "Is it necessary to be so scared?" "Old monk, at worst our Lu Kingdom will rebel against the Qi Kingdom." The master trembled slightly. "Emperor happy. World at peace. Emperor angry. Corpses buried for miles. You don't understand the terror of an emperor." That year, thousands of years ago, the Qi Emperor fought the Yuan Emperor. Just the aftershocks shattered a land. Now the Qi Emperor is furious, personally taking action. In just one incense stick's time, he can sink the Lu Kingdom. By then, the Lu Kingdom will perish. Countless people will have their families broken and destroyed, wandering everywhere. At this moment in the Lu Kingdom's palace, seeing Lu Chun tear the decree, Xiao Tian said sternly, Little brat, because of a fool like you, the Lu Kingdom is about to be doomed. Insulting the Qi Emperor, a crime deserving 10,000 deaths. He rushed forward, launching an attack. Center Lu Chun, D. King Lu suddenly rushed out to block. His force knocked Xiao Tian away. With a bang, the wall shattered. Xiao Tian roared, "Lu Jingheng, are you crazy? Huh, protecting this lunatic who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You will have to pay with the entire Lu Kingdom." King Lu replied firmly, "So what? I want to see. Who dares to touch my son?" The elder of the Mystic Thunder sect roared. "If a son is lost, another can be born. But if the country is lost, you have nothing. Hand Lu Chun over to me. Let me take him to the great Qi Palace for the Qi Emperor to deal with. That way, perhaps the Qi Emperor will spare your life. The Lu Kingdom will also be preserved." Lu Jingheng spat. Abandoning even one's own son. What kind of father is that? Spare this dog life? Even if I die and the country falls, I will dye the human emperor's robe red with my hot blood, rather than be a dog like you. Licking his feet, Xiao Tian shouted loudly, "Ignorant and stubborn. Then you can just be the last king of the Lu Kingdom." Seeing his father so domineering, Lu Chun comforted him. "It's okay, father. It won't come to death and ruin. Just a paltry human emperor." Hearing this, Fong Tung shouted, "Lu Chun, don't speak arrogantly. You just got lucky, picking up a few treasures in some ancient ruin to become wealthy. You dare look down on the human emperor? Just one look from him is enough to turn you to ash." Lu Chun replied annoyedly, "Don't talk about the human emperor's look. You pig head, your eyes can barely see the road. You still have the face to shout here?" He was choked with anger. "Still stubborn when death is near. Wait until the human emperor comes here. Won't you also run away with your tail between your legs like a dog?" He calmly said, "Why should I run? A paltry emperor realm wants me to run. If this gets out, and my junior brothers find out, what face would I have left to live?" But Fong Tung still stubbornly cursed, daydreaming, "For everyone's sake, you'd better kill yourself." He scoffed, "Suicide isn't impossible. But I refuse to die that way. If I die, I must die like a warrior. Come here, Fong Tung. We won't use external forces, just relying on cultivation base. A fair fight. If you have the ability, beat me to death. Let me die like a warrior." Seeing his son want a duel, Lu Jingheng hurriedly stopped him. "You two are separated by a whole great realm. Although you once killed a Transcendent, Fong Tung is, after all, the #1 genius of the Lu Kingdom. He is not like other Transcendents." Lu Chun held up a finger and replied, "It's okay. Just give it a try." Lu Chun stepped forward and said confidently, "As for the #1 genius of the Lu Kingdom, after today, it won't be him anymore." Fong Tung cracked his knuckles, making cracking sounds. He laughed heartily. "All right, I'll fulfill your wish. Don't be grateful. I warn you, remember to use your full strength. Maybe you can live a moment longer." before his words finished. A cold streak of light flashed past Fong Tong's face. Blood splattered everywhere, staining Lu Chen's hand. He said coldly, "With just this little skill, you demand I use full strength?" Xiao Tian saw this scene, terrified to the extreme. What? Fong Tang's head was nearly severed by a single sword strike. He screamed in pain, No. Lu Jingheng was extremely astonished. This kid, so powerful. Why do I keep feeling he is the Transcendent, and Fong Tong is just marrow, cleansing realm? Fong Tong fell to the ground. Blood flowed freely. Lu Chun said, "From the moment you father and son plotted rebellion, you should have known this day would come. This is your end." Fong Changlin screamed in pain, My son. He went crazy. Killing intent filled his eyes. Rushing towards Lu Chun to avenge his son. "Ah, beast. I'll kill you." Lu Zhengheng stepped out and shouted, "With me here, who can you kill?" Force gathered in his palm, emitting an incredibly powerful aura. King Lu said, "Just a paltry primordial spirit realm. Don't overestimate yourself." The palm strike hit Fong Chonglin's chest, knocking him far away, smashing through a thick wall. He coughed painfully incessantly. Cough, 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 cough. Knowing he was no match for King Lu, Fong Changlin turned to beg Xia Tian for help. Elder Xia Tian, quickly kill Lu Chun. I beg you to avenge Tengar. The elder of the Mystic Thunder sect shouted coldly, "Shut up." Fong Changlin was a bit surprised. Elder, Xia Tian said to Lu Jingheng, "The human emperor cannot be insulted. Just wait to bear the wrath of the Qi emperor." Having said that, he immediately soared into the sky, quickly leaving. Lu Chen sneered. Old man at a dead end, face lost but still stubborn. Fong Changlin laughed madly. Get lost. You coward. You are not worthy of being my son's master. He knelt beside his son's corpse. Voice bitte, Tinga. His father's bad luck. It is father's poor planning. I have implicated you. Fong Changlin suddenly placed his hand on his chest, secretly channeling energy. Don't be afraid of loneliness. Father is coming with you right now. He suddenly struck his own chest with a palm, self-destructing his primordial spirit. Fong Changlin struggled to speak. Cough, cough. Lu Chun, Lu Zhengheng, you have angered the human emperor. He will definitely kill you, making you unable to live, unable to die. I will wait for you in hell. King Lu calmly stepped onto the platform, sighing, self-inflicted sins cannot live. Chenea, let's go back to the palace. Lu Chun looked at the corpses of the father and son, chuckled softly. Hell? I'm afraid of heat. You father and son, just enjoy yourselves down there. The rebellion in the Lu kingdom ended here. But the trouble Lu Chun caused was far from over. Lu Jingheng jumped up in anger, growling. Look at the good deed you've done. Planning to use the Qi Emperor's decree as toilet paper? Brilliant, huh? Your guts are bigger than your father's. The power of the Qi Emperor. You cannot imagine. After scolding for a while, he finally softened his tone. You rebellious son. Now follow me out of the Lu kingdom. Find a mountain village to hide in. That way we still have a way to live. Lu Chen argued cheekily. Father, isn't he just a human emperor? Is there a need to be so scared? Father is in his prime. Why do you have no ambition? Satisfied with just a paltry throne? King Lu was a bit confused. Asked back. What do you mean? He patted his father's shoulder, said excitedly, what is the Qi Emperor? We can just rebel against him. When the time comes, father will be the Lu Emperor. I will be the prince. Isn't that wonderful? Lu Jingheng sighed and said, easier said than done. Do you want to get us killed? I'm only at the king realm, and the emperor realm is a whole great realm higher than the king realm. With what do we rebel? Lu Chen replied confidently, I have a way. Father, don't think too much. Just declare war. Rebel against that dog. Just then, General Li walked in to report. Your Highness, all the imperial guards in the palace have used the marrow cleansing pills. Currently, the palace imperial guards have all broken through to the marrow cleansing realm. Most have broken through to the Transcendent realm. Among them, the most outstanding ones are ready to break through to the primordial spirit realm. Lu Chun was extremely excited, praising, not bad, although the pills have miraculous effects. It also requires the foundation you accumulated daily to have such a strong breakthrough today. General Li clasped his hands and said, Your Highness praises us too much. Without Your Highness's generous help, I'm afraid I would still be stuck at the bottleneck, unable to break through. King Lu counted on his fingers. Marrow, cleansing pills. The market price for one pill is at least 2 million spirit stones. If it's high quality and auctioned, it could even go up to 4 or 5 million. The palace imperial guards have 8,771 people. A total of 16 billion spent. Seeing Lu Chun laugh heartily. It's okay. Just pocket change. Improving your strength is the most important thing. Lu Jingheng immediately drew his sword and rushed over. Pocket change. 16 billion, you brat. Your 18 generations of ancestors combined haven't seen that much money. You just threw it out like that? You prodigal son. Let this old man chop off that hand of yours that doesn't know the value of money. Lu Chun was scared into a cold sweat, screaming, Father, old man, don't be impulsive. The situation is very tense. Suddenly, Lu Chun rummaged in his robe, muttering, Stop slashing. I forgot to tell Father the way to deal with the Qi Emperor. Then, he held the object in front of his father and said, Found it. It's this. At this moment, Lu Jingheng was no longer angry. Instead, he looked blankly at what Lu Chun held out. In Lu Chun's eyes, these two books seemed to be more than just inanimate objects. They contained other secrets. He held them up, saying with a proud face, 2 Saint-tier martial arts manuals. Learn this. Fighting above your level will be as easy as turning your hand. A small matter like a paltry Qi Emperor. Won't it be solved? Hearing his son's words, Lu Jingheng couldn't help but be amazed by their function. What? Saint-tier martial arts? He grabbed Lu Chun's shoulders and shook hard, tone full of disbelief. Kid, what did you say? Saint-tier martial arts? Facing his father's excitement, he could only smile bitterly in resignation. He immediately shouted to calm his father down. Hey, old man, don't be impulsive. Don't use such strength. My bones are about to be shaken apart by you. The two refused to yield to each other. Lu Jingheng also retorted, Lu Chun, don't speak such absurd words. Does a brat like you understand what the concept of Saint-tier is? Saint-tier is not a domain we can touch. Hearing this, Lu Chun immediately withdrew his playful look. He frowned, eyes firm, said decisively, Father, can't you give wings to your imagination a little? I'll demonstrate for you to see. Having said that, the two moved to an open clearing, standing on 2 sides, facing each other from a distance. Lu Jingheng huffed in dissatisfaction. The Qi Emperor is furious. He will surely send other kings to kill me. He might even send a second-stage king realm expert to deal with me. No matter how exquisite this martial art of yours is, can it help an injured person like me deal with a second-stage king realm expert? Learning this thing of yours is just a waste of time. Hearing his father's words, he just smiled faintly and said, Deal with a second-stage king realm? Learn this. Killing a second-stage king realm is more than enough. At the same time, he raised a finger, starting to absorb power. The sky suddenly darkened accordingly. Strong winds rose, blowing his long hair. The energy around his body grew stronger and stronger, swallowing all light. Lu Chun whispered, Saint-tier martial art, star-shattering finger. Activate. Having said that, he pointed his finger straight ahead. In an instant, a streak of light tore through the distant sky, rushing towards where his finger pointed, plucking the sun and moon, shattering the stars. Hands joined to open heaven and earth. Just one move, Lu Chun caused thousands of rays of light to descend like a meteor shower, slamming into the clearing, causing the ground to shake violently. Witnessing the scene before his eyes with his own eyes, Lu Jingheng couldn't help but be terrified. He could only exclaim, This martial skill. A loud explosion rang out. The light fell straight behind Lu Chun, with terrifying power shattering the ground. Yet he didn't move at all, completely having no intention of dodging. He smiled at his father. Ja, how is this move? Lu Jingheng witnessed the performance just now with his own eyes. Momentarily speechless, he asked in astonishment, You haven't even reached the Transcendent realm yet. How can you learn such profound martial arts? Which sect exactly did you join? Hearing this, Lu Chun proudly tilted his chin up and said, It's not that I'm amazing. It's that my 5 beautiful masters are amazing. He went to hug his father's neck and joked, All right, talking to father about these things is useless. Now I will pass this martial skill to father. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chun immediately started teaching his father the move. Star-shattering finger. Saint-tier finger technique. Unparalleled power. One finger unleashed. Heaven falls and earth rends. He reminded, although the star-shattering finger is strong. If your movement technique can't keep up, you can't kill anyone. Father and son continued to immerse themselves in practice. This moment was extremely quiet, like the calm before the storm, preparing for the brutal battle ahead. The practice finally ended. He turned his head to look at his father, eyes full of pride, as if wanting to say, Father will definitely win the upcoming battle. He waved goodbye to Lu Xingheng in the Qi Emperor's palace. A subordinate prostrated on the ground, mouth constantly apologizing. This guilty subject could not protect the imperial decree and let the Lu kingdom's monarch and his son insult the decree. He repeatedly kowtowed hard on the ground, to the point the ground cracked, even slashing the human emperor's will. Insulting your majesty's prestige. Qi Emperor. This guilty subject begs for punishment. The Qi Emperor didn't care about him at all, said coldly. A mere Lu kingdom. At this moment, the Qi Emperor was like a ticking time bomb. Anger had accumulated to the extreme, just waiting to explode. He ordered, the human emperor cannot be insulted. Transmit the order to the kings of Xiang Kingdom and Che Kingdom. Give them a deadline of 7 days to destroy the Lu Kingdom. The Qi Emperor's eyes were full of hatred. Continued, 7 days later, I want to see the Lu King father and son kneeling before my palace gate, committing suicide to apologize for their crimes. 3 days later, at the Lu Kingdom, 2 figures appeared in the sky, slowly descending. Lu Chun calmly pointed to the sky. Wow, arrived really fast. Just as father guessed, 2 King Realm experts. Contrary to his son's calmness, Lu Xingheng's face was heavy. Those 2 Saint-tier martial arts haven't been practiced proficiently yet. Using them for less than 2 minutes will deplete my stamina. I don't know. Lu Chun laughed coldly, answering mockingly, what's wrong? Afraid you can't deal with these 2 pieces of trash? He continued, it's okay. 2 minutes is enough to kill 10 like them. Seeming to have grasped victory, several figures flew straight to the Lu Kingdom capital. One of them spoke up. Bradarke. We've arrived at the Lu Kingdom capital. Xiang Zhe and Che Xian turned their heads to look at the 3 figures chasing from behind. Said, these 3 juniors can keep up with our speed. Not bad. Those 3 people were getting closer. Seeing this, Xiang Zhe laughed coldly and praised. Huh, not bad. All are young talents. The younger generation is formidable. Especialicemo. Young age and already at the early stage of primordial spirit realm. Worthy of being the leader of the Che Kingdom's younger generation. Hearing Xiang Zhe rate him highly, Che Mu smiled with satisfaction. Hearing these words, Che Xian laughed and said, Brother Xiang values this kid too highly. The younger generation of the Xiang Kingdom is truly powerful. Xiang Nan. Xiang Bei joined under Sword King Jianiqiu, learning the true transmission. In the future, the Xiang Kingdom will have 2 more Sword Kings. Xiang Bai. Xiang Man heard this and cupped his hands, nodding in thanks. Xiang Zhe turned to joke with Che Mu. Nephew, Kimu. This time you must let my brothers kill a few more to practice swordsmanship. Che Mu smiled and replied, it's all the same. Seeing the group in the sky refusing to come down, Lu Chun said impatiently, hey, you old men up there. He continued to mock. Planning to let hundreds of thousands of people in this city watch you brag? Do you have no shame? Hearing Lu Chun say this, Xiang Zhe glanced down contemptuously. Using a provocative tone, just a peak marrow cleansing realm cultivator dares to be impudent in front of me? Lu Xingheng, it seems your kingdom has run out of people. Tell Lu Xingheng to come out and talk to me. He's not lying on a sickbed detoxifying, is he? Ha! Responding to his mockery, Lu Xingheng calmly stepped out. He burst into laughter, responding loudly, ha ha, Xiangshi. Look how happy you are. His face was full of provocation, as if wanted to say Xiang Zhe's poison was nothing to him. Just useless fake goods. Miss me that much? Then I'll come out for you to see. Seeing Lu Xingheng walk out safe and sound, healthy as if never poisoned, Xiang Zhe realized his plan had failed. He gritted his teeth. Face gloomy, he roared, what? This guy's face is rosy. He really cured the poison? How is this possible? Having said that, he returned to his majestic and powerful appearance, believing that Lu Xingheng would lose no matter what. But it doesn't matter. Lu Xingheng, today you still have to die. Commis suicide. Otherwise, wait for us to act. You will die without an intact corpse. Hearing Xiang Zhe say this, Lu Jingheng's face darkened. Eyes firm, he said, Humph. What do we cultivate for? For immortality? For freedom? As he spoke, he emitted a powerful aura, showing he was not afraid of that threat. His eyes were arrogant. Looking straight at Xiang Zhe, he replied, An emperor says one sentence and wants me to commit suicide? Then what the hell are we cultivating for? Have you all gone to be dogs for others? Just like my son said, just a paltry emperor realm. What do I have to fear? Hearing the two converse, Kimustending azide observino laughed coldly. He said, Ridiculous. A paltry king dares to resist an emperor? Do you know what the end will be? Something worthless like you is also worthy of calling it cultivation? Cultivate your mother. At this moment, Lu Jingheng felt extremely ridiculous. Before that guy said those words, in his eyes, he wasn't worth a cent. Just a primordial spirit realm daring to bark in front of king. With a whoosh, Chemu was grabbed by Lu Jingheng in his palm. At this moment, he was like a giant beast, eyes burning with fire, as if he could crush the enemy in his hand at any time. Do you know what the end will be? Chemu was scared out of his wits by this scene. He still couldn't understand why he fell into the situation. Suddenly, an arm unexpectedly grabbed Chemu, pulling him out of that illusion. He was saved from the brink of death in an instant. Che Xian gritted his teeth and shouted, Mooer! Wake up, Lu Jingheng, you bastard! Daring to use mental attacks to bully a junior. Kimmel panicked, sweating profusely, speaking in terror to his father. Father, seeing his son bullied like this, Che Xian refused to let it go, immediately criticizing Lu Jingheng for acting dishonorably. Lu Jingheng, we haven't even fought yet, and you bully a junior. What kind of hero are you? Having said that, he called the others. Let's go somewhere else to fight to the death. As he spoke, they rushed towards where Lu Chan was standing. Che Mu immediately questioned him. Are you Lu Jingheng's son? This surprised Lu Chen quite a bit. In less than a few seconds, Lu Chen returned to his original expression. He replied calmly, What's wrong? Like father, like son? Not giving Lu Chan a chance to think, Che Mu took a step and rushed in front of him, swinging his fist hard, face full of provocation, saying, Without your father protecting you, you're just trash. Die for me. Seeing him rush over with provocative words, Lu Chen laughed heartily and teased, Hey, it hasn't come to this, has it? Just now your bastard old man said not to bully juniors. Why are you? Seeming not to care about Lu Chen's teasing, continuing to swing his fist with all his might, preparing to beat him to death immediately. I don't care. I just want you dead. Lu Chen was too lazy to dodge, continuing to tease. Oh my, this bastard who doesn't follow rules. So scary, so scary. But when he rushed close, his fist couldn't touch Lu Chen at all. A circle of swords surrounded Lu Chen, not letting anyone touch a single hair on his head. Realizing the situation was bad, Che Mu said solemnly, What? Sword array? Not letting him say much. Countless sword tips under Lu Chen's command pointed at Che Mu in unison, ready to destroy him on command. 7 absolutes, sword array. Seal. Lu Chen waved his hand. All sword tips immediately stabbed quickly towards Che Mu, so fast that the naked eye could hardly see, making him only able to stand frozen on the spot. Che Mu looked like a provoked beast at this moment, face pale, veins popping on his temples. He gritted his teeth, clenching tightly, eyes red, roaring with killing intent. 7 absolutes, sword array. How can a barren small kingdom like yours have this kind of array? Release me immediately. Otherwise, when my father returns, he will definitely kill you. Hearing him say this, Lu Chen just smiled faintly, showing no fear at all. He waved his hand to signal 2 subordinates to step down, then replied calmly, Whether your father can return is still a question. You two, go in and play with young Master Mu. Now, you act as a live wooden dummy for my subordinates to practice martial skills. Ha! Lu Chen's words were like adding fuel to the fire, making Che Mu even more furious. He gritted his teeth tightly, eyes full of malice, gritting his teeth and cursing incessantly. Beast! You dare! Suddenly, a cold voice rang out behind Lu Chen, arrogantly ordering, Enough! Release Brother Mu immediately. Dare to play tricks again. I will definitely chop your body into 10,000 pieces. Facing the appearance of this person, Lu Chen was too lazy to show vigilance. He replied calmly. You say release, and I release? Then where does my face go? Hearing Lu Chun say this, the person smiled contemptuously, ignorant and unawakened. Then go die. A huge power erupted from around him. He raised a long sword glittering with golden light high, momentum soaring to the sky, preparing to fight. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a disciple of Sword King Jianichio. Xiangnan. Learn the Sword King's unique skill, Thousand Autumn's sword art. The power erupting from him spread throughout the space. A mystérieux crimson aura surgi, as if wanting to burn everything. Countless swords appeared hovering around him, simultaneously pointing sword tips towards Lu Chun, just waiting for a command to rush up and pierce the opponent. He continued, Thousand Autumn's sword art. Cultivating to the highest realm can differentiate into 108 sword chi. Having said that, he rushed straight towards Lu Chun, eyes firm, not a bit of fear, as if considering the opponent as a shrimp not worth mentioning. Along with his action, countless long swords also roared and flew up, like red lightning tearing through space. Slashing at Lu Chun, he continued, dying under the 24 sword chi that I bitterly cultivated for 15 years to reach small success. Is your honor facing that violent move? Lu Chun was too lazy to dodge. Lu Chun stood quietly, eyes calm, the corner of his mouth lifted in a contemptuous curve. Slowly replied, cultivating for 15 years only to reach small success with 24 paths? Truly trash. Around Lu Chun, a power exploded, like a raging fire wrapping around his body. The scorching heat spread, preparing to burn all the incoming sword chi. Not to show weakness in front of a guy named Xiang, Lu Chun gently summoned his sword. These swords were completely different from Xiangnan's. They were wrapped in raging flames, glowing red as if wanting to burn the space. Lu Chun signaled. Those swords immediately roared and flew towards Xiangnan, preparing to fight for their master. He replied calmly, then let me give you a taste of the 108 sword chi that I only took 3.5 years to master. His face darkened, looking straight at the opponent. He didn't show off moves like the opponent, but continued, let you know what the real Thousand Autumn sword art is. Just by such an action, he showed him the true power. That Lu Chun only took 3.5 years of cultivation to create such a huge difference, proving that before Lu Chun's power, he was at most just a clown facing his moves. The opponent could only scream in surprise, unable to believe Lu Chun was so strong. This is the Thousand Autumn sword art. That guy named Xiang's face changed drastically, revealing clear anxiety, cold sweat pouring out endlessly, trembling and shouting, as if daring not to believe what he saw. Why do you know the Thousand Autumn sword art? And cultivated to great success. Seeing the terrified look of the guy named Xiang, Lu Chun just smiled lightly, then replied with a voice as cold as ice. What? Don't believe it? Then let this true disciple of yours taste my swordsmanship personally. See if it's real or fake. At the same time, he ordered. The surrounding swords immediately flew towards the person with unimaginable speed. He didn't give the opponent any chance to resist, wanting those guys to experience the true power he possessed. Countless sword chi flew towards him with astonishing speed. Without hesitation, they pierced through the air, mercilessly stabbing into his body one by one. Each stab brought heart-wrenching pain, making them unable to resist, only able to scream in pain. Miserable screams echoed through the sky. Seeing his brother suffering such a terrible attack, Xiangbei couldn't stand by and watch anymore. A feeling of helplessness rose in his heart, making him unable to sit still. Immediately, he rushed forward, using all his strength to block the attack, not letting Xiang Nan suffer alone. Brother Nan, I'm coming to help you. However, Xiang Nan did not agree, shouting loudly to tell his brother to turn back. No. Bazabai. This person is not someone we can deal with. Run quickly. Hearing Xiang Nan's words, although unwilling, he had to accept it. He knew clearly he absolutely couldn't resist Lu Chun's terrifying power. His face was pale, extremely unsightly, eyes full of resentment. Finally, he couldn't suppress it anymore, roaring once, Bastard, our master is the #1 sword king of Great Chi. You dare treat us like this? When the time comes, our master will definitely return it 100,000 times. Avenge us. Hearing that guy say this, Lu Chun just laughed coldly. throwing him a look as cold as ice. Then replied to him, "If these are your last words, then accept death." Having said that, thousands upon thousands of swords appeared. Sword tips pointed straight, preparing to send those two to hell. Having said that, Lu Chun coldly waved his hand, pointing towards the two. Those fire swords immediately swept away like a hurricane, tearing through space, sweeping away all obstacles on the path, completely destroying the enemy. Under the absolute command of the master, Thousand Autumn's sword art, / control, those fire swords quickly surrounded the two brothers, forming an inescapable death encirclement. They spun around, tightening the space, and suddenly plunged down like arrows of death. Without hesitation, each sword aimed at vital points, piercing through their bodies. Blood splattered in desperate screams, making it hard for those two to keep their lives. A vast land was now soaked in blood. The stench was pungent, so heavy that just one breath made one feel nauseous. That scene was like a painting dyed red by the Grim Reaper. No room for life. A soldier appeared, reporting to Lu Chun. "Reporting to Your Highness. Subordinate failed to do the job. Disappointing, Your Highness." The soldier continued to report the situation to him. "Although this Che Mu is trapped by Your Highness's array, our Imperial Guards were still beaten by him into disarray, unable to do anything to him." Lu Chun didn't blame him at all. Smiling, he replied, "It's okay. This guy is, after all, the son of a king. Letting you fight him is just to accumulate experience. I didn't expect you to win." Back in the sword array, Che Mu was still full of vitality like a wild beast, launching fierce and ruthless attacks, beating the soldiers back step by step until they collapsed. He swung his weapon to attack, while laughing arrogantly, tone full of provocation. "Huh, just a mob like you wants to defeat me? Even trapped in the array? I am not someone small fries like you can bully." His face was distorted with resentment, eyes red as if wanting to burn everything, frenziedly attacking the patterns of the sword array, trying to break the magic circle imprisoning him. He attacked while roaring like a trapped beast. "Lu Chun, just you wait. Wait until I break this array. I will definitely make you unable to live, unable to die, capture you back to the Che kingdom, throw you to the crowd in the arena, let you be his servant for life." As he spoke, he pointed at Lu Chun. "Relying on an array, what kind of hero are you? Lu Chun, if you have the ability, release me for a one-on-one duel." Lu Chun didn't care about his words at all, replying contemptuously, "What's wrong? Just now didn't you say you wanted to break the array and kill me? Why change to asking me to release you now?" Hearing Lu Chun reply, he became even more angry. Veins popped on his forehead. He frowned, scolding Lu Chun as a coward. Sure enough, a coward, only knowing how to hide behind an array, like a turtle shrinking its head. Lu Chun laughed contemptuously, eyes narrowed, tone calm as if teaching an ignorant person. "No way. A young master who doesn't keep his word? Using primordial spirit realm cultivation to bully a marrow, cleansing realm like me? Is that called ability?" Che Mu continued to utter vicious words. "Villain achieving success. Wait until Lu Zhengheng is killed by my father and the Xiang King. See if you can still laugh." At the same time, a figure appeared behind him, falling to the ground with astonishing speed. An earth-shattering boom rang out. A white figure fell from the sky like a meteorite, smashing hard onto the stone slab. The violent impact cracked the ground. Rubble flew everywhere. Dust filled the air. Both looked toward the object. That just fell. Che Mu was full of suspicion, waiting for the dust to clear a bit. He vaguely saw a human-shaped skeleton. He immediately shouted triumphantly. A skeleton fell from the sky? Ha! He laughed loudly, as if victory was firmly in his hands. Said Ha, your father is too weak, isn't he? In less than a quarter of an hour, he was killed by the Twin Kings. Hearing him so excited, Lu Chun just calmly teased. Don't claim a father randomly for me. Look at that rough skin. I think it looks more like your father. As soon as the words fell, the dust seemed to be swept away by the wind, gradually dissipating, revealing a bloody scene. In the middle of the ruined courtyard, a pool of dark red blood spread, seeping into every crack in the ground. Che Xian lay motionless there, whole body covered in blood. A huge wooden stake pierced through his chest, as if wanting to nail him to the cold ground. His eyes were glazed over, chest no longer heaving. Consciousness had probably long left that body. Mu saw this scene, screaming in extreme horror at Chun. What? Father. Seeing this appearance of his, Chun continued to tease. Good son, since you call me that, then I'll release you. Having said that, Chun immediately released him. Mu rushed like flying to his father. He couldn't believe what just happened, repeatedly punching everything blocking the way, mouth constantly screaming, Impossible. He knelt down on the blood-soaked ground, hugging his father's corpse tightly, hard as if being squeezed. Every beat brought a numbing pain. Tears silently fell, flowing endlessly, mixing with the fresh blood on his hands, washing his distraught face. His lips trembled, like a sleepwalker constantly calling his father's name. Father, father, father. After dealing with Che Xian, Lu Jingheng didn't hesitate. Body like lightning rushing straight towards the Xiang King. Palm strikes heavy as mountains successively rained down. Each blow carried destructive power. The Xiang King completely couldn't resist, continuously beaten back. The soldiers below witnessed this soul-stirring battle with their own eyes, scared out of their wits. In the sky, deafening explosions rang out successively. Light flashed like lightning. Two figures collided like tornadoes. Every move aimed straight at vital points. No one willing to retreat half a step, determined to fight to the death until the final victory was decided. They exclaimed, "The king has been fighting the Xiang King for a long time. The king just recovered from a serious illness." Although he killed the Che king, but Lu Chun immediately spoke up to reassure them. He said with a proud voice, "You guys, don't worry. Let me tell you, good people don't live long. Scourges live for 1,000 years. My old man lives like that. How can he easily go meet the ancestors?" Standing aside, General Li could only smile bitterly at his arrogant attitude. As soon as the words fell, the old man's figure also fell from the sky. Lu Chun joked, "Speak gulp gao gao, gao gao I thee. See? Didn't you finish fighting? Old man, why so slow? Over here, I've already dealt with 3 primordial spirit realm experts." Lu Jingheng didn't bother to care about his son's joke. He strode forward proudly, rough hand clutching the blood-stained hair of the trophy from the battle just now. The bloody corpse was dragged on the ground, leaving a terrifying trail of blood. That guy's face was pale, whole body soaked in blood, completely lost consciousness. The surrounding subordinates were amazed by the scene before them. The king actually managed to kill the twin kings. The king is mighty. Witnessing Lu Jingheng's glorious victory, soldiers burst into extreme joy. Cheers resounded throughout the battlefield. The king is mighty. Lu Chun smiled and waved his hand teasingly. "Old man, still okay? How is it? Martial arts achievements are formidable, right?" The old man also replied softly, But before dying, Xiang Zhe hit me with a palm. I'm afraid I have to rest for half a month." Having said that, Lu Chun turned to order General Li, "Right? You guys spread the news. Just say the Xiang brothers were killed by me using the 1,000 Autumn Sword Art. I also want to meet that Sword King Jianichio. See what kind of sacred being he is exactly." Hearing this, the general cupped his hands and bowed, cold sweat pouring on his face, asked cautiously, "Your Highness, please forgive this subject for speaking too much. Jianichio is a Peak King realm expert. I'm afraid we shouldn't provoke him right now." Lu Chun smiled and replied, "Who said I want to provoke him? Now the palace's power is weak. To deal with the Qi Emperor, we need to recruit a few King realm experts. That's it." Hearing Lu Chun say this, that general could only bitterly accept the truth, silently bowing his head. Yes, accepting the heavy responsibility in his hands. This matter, subordinate will go do immediately. However, contrary to his words, in his heart, the general was secretly crying. Your Highness just killed his disciples and wants to recruit him as a subordinate to deal with the Qi Emperor? What kind of logic is this? Hearing his son finish speaking, the old man was suspicious. You did that. Can you really recruit Jianichio? Hearing his father ask, he replied with a decisive voice. Of course. Just a paltry sword king. He smirked, continued, being my subordinate is his honor. That way I can leave this place with peace of mind. Having said that, Lu Chun turned around, continuing forward without hesitation. Watching his son just leave like that, Lu Jingheng could only sigh helplessly. Where do you want to go again? Preparing to disappear for another 3 or 5 years. There are no wolves or tigers at home. Why do you like running outside so much? Responding to his father, Lu Chun just said calmly, "It's okay. This time I'll be back quickly. I'm going to meet someone. I heard she is the saintess of the Jade Lake Holy Land, the #1 beauty of the desolate domain, a woman with a seductive figure, bearing a charming beauty that captivates people's hearts. Her ruby-red eyes sparkle with a deadly attraction, making countless men lose their minds. Her skin is white as snow, her rosy lips slightly pouted, like a blooming flower, exuding an irresistible sexiness." Lu Chun continued, "Only 20 years old this year. Graceful appearance, toppling cities and countries. A peerless beauty in the world. Just happened to be lacking a maid. Or maybe, speaking of this," he burst into loud laughter. Hearing his son's words, Lu Zhengheng scolded angrily. "Look at that playful appearance of yours. Don't say these words outside. Jade Lake Holy Land has eyes and ears everywhere. If they find out, I'm afraid they will skin you alive." Hearing this, he immediately frowned, looking like a bullied child, both angry and amused, muttering a reply. "Huh? I asked my junior sister to pour me a cup of tea. Is it also a crime? Jade Lake Holy Land, 3 independent islands connected by iron chains, suspended above a quiet village, creating an atmosphere both mysterious and magical." Lu Chun sat in a tavern at the Jade Lake Holy Land, eyes looking far out the window, whispered, "It's almost time for the Jade Lake Holy Land to recruit disciples. The city is truly crowded with people, extraordinarily lively." He rested his chin on his hand, eyes thoughtfully observing the surroundings, secretly evaluating in his heart. Looking around, no one decent. This batch of disciples is too inferior. He looked at the scene before him, sighed boredly. Then, looking at a fat guy holding out his hand for a maid to pour wine, face full of smugness, Lu Chun felt uncomfortable inside, thinking, there are even people bringing maids to participate in the selection? Are they here to learn or to enjoy? Lu Chun's face immediately darkened, taking a deep breath, clenching the wine cup tight. Looking at that fat guy, gritting his teeth, he said, "Bastard. Waiter, call a beauty out here to pour wine for me." Hearing this, the owner replied excitedly, "Haha, guest truly has elegant taste. This shop specially has low grade for 18 spirit stones, medium grade for 108 spirit stones, high grade." Seeing the owner list these things that had no appeal to him, Lu Chun immediately interrupted. "Stop it. I heard your Jade Lake Holy Land has a saintess." The owner replied even more excitedly, "I understand. Guest, you want to find a wine server who looks like the saintess. That will be a bit expensive. At least." Lu Chun heard that guy talking nonsense for a while, really couldn't stand it. Immediately interrupted. He put down the wine cup, speaking clearly word by word. "My meaning is, call your saintess over here now." He rested his chin on his hand, eyes focused straight on the person. Tone calm, but majestic. "Tell her to pour wine for me personally." Hearing this unreasonable request from Lu Chun, the owner's face darkened. He said angrily, "Guest, please don't make such unreasonable requests. I believe just now you only accidentally misspoke." Lu Chun wasn't joking at all. He smirked, correcting, face showing not a bit of joking. "No, I'm a very serious person. Never misspoke. I want to call this saintess." He hadn't finished his sentence yet, before the owner got angry. The customers behind had already emitted a murderous aura. They were like startled beasts, eyes burning with anger, seeming to just wait to rush up and give Lu Chun a beating. Hearing his excessive and unreasonable request, they roared in anger. "Don't waste time with this brat anymore. Asking the saintess to pour wine for you? How big is your face? Watch me smash your face in. If not for the Jade Lake Holy Land forbidding fighting. See if I don't break your 3 legs. Where's the Holy Land's guard team? Come here quickly and arrest this audacious guy." Lu Chun completely ignored these people, calmly replying, "Everyone calm down. Anger is bad for health. I just said one sentence, and you guys are already so angry?" Hearing him say this, they laughed triumphantly, thinking Lu Chun was scared and begging for mercy. They laughed loudly, faces full of mockery. Then one person said loudly, "Humph. Want to beg for mercy now? Too late." Facing the extreme rage of the crowd, Lu Chun didn't care about his life at all. He leisurely put his legs on the table, eyes still calm as if nothing happened, then used a mocking tone to say, "No, I'm not begging for mercy. My meaning is, just a small matter like this and a fan club like you can't take it anymore." Having said that, Lu Chun leaned back slightly, proudly raising his face, looking at them with eyes like looking at a bunch of people not worth bothering with, assuming an extremely exaggerated posture, speaking with a provocative tone. Later, when a saintess really comes over to pour wine for me, I'm afraid you guys will die of anger. Hearing these arrogant words from Lu Chen's mouth, the crowd of customers not only didn't calm down, but their anger flared up even more violently. Everyone's eyes were red. Mur de roue aura soiring. Some people cursed contemptuously in unison. Someone even spat towards him, gritting teeth and saying, I spit on you. Don't talk about later. Now I'm already angered to death by you. Because the commotion they caused was too big, it attracted the attention of the Holy Land Guard team. People in front move aside. Someone reported that there is a person insulting the saintess here. Who is it? Seeing the guard team appear, they immediately pointed angrily at Lu Chun, saying, the Holy Land Guard team is here. Great, sir. It's that bastard who insulted the saintess. Hearing that person report, a guard immediately questioned Lu Chun. Brat, is it really you who insulted the saintess? Hearing this, Lu Chen's face was extremely innocent. No way. I just called the saintess to come pour wine for me. Where's the insult? The guards heard this and flew into a rage, gritting teeth and shouting at Lu Chun. You beast! Sure enough, it's you. Still dare to insult the saintess right in front of us, truly having no regard for anyone. Don't talk much with him anymore. Use primordial spirit shock to directly turn him into an idiot, then send him to the mines to be a slave. Can't tolerate it anymore. They immediately summoned their primordial spirits. Streams of majestic spiritual power poured out, making the air in the tavern suffocating. Their eyes were red with anger, faces cold as carved knives, murderous aura soaring to the sky. Just because of a sentence touching the saintess they worshipped like a god, Lu Chun had now become an irreconcilable enemy. Primordial spirit appear. Soul move. Receiving the master's summon command. A fierce tiger emitting a ferocious aura and a giant python crawled out from the void. Their golden eyes flashed with cold light. Both had no good intentions. They roared and rushed straight towards Lu Chun, like angry gods of death, preparing to swallow him in an instant. Sharp claws and white fangs were already close. The aura, full of killing intent, made the whole room shake. Facing such a dangerous situation, Lu Chun was not afraid at all, even too lazy to move to dodge the attacks of the two beasts. Just calmly said, oh, using primordial spirit shock on me? Someone at the Transcendent realm? Having said that, Lu Chun slowly drew the sword at his waist. The cold blade flashed with icy light under the lamp. Different from the playful look just now, his eyes in an instant became deep as a bottomless abyss, and sharp as a knife. You guys want my life? In an instant, Lu Chen's body glided like a black wind, so fast that the naked eye could hardly catch up. The sword in his hand swung out. Cold light flashed like lightning in the dark night. In the blink of an eye, the blade had pierced through the bodies of the two guards. Two fierce beasts vanished without a trace, with just one sword strike. The two guards were terrified to the extreme by what they witnessed. Lu Chun just smiled and said, then, I slash your primordial spirits as punishment. Not too excessive, right? Holy Land, the saintess's palace. Amidst the quiet and solemn scenery, the figure of a graceful young girl was gently leaning on the eaves. She gently raised the jade mirror in her hand. Clear and deep eyes looked at the image in the mirror, seeming to be observing all changes in the world. Seeing the figure of the man in the mirror, she involuntarily fell into thought. She stared at that person, seeming to remember something, muttering, could it be the person Master once mentioned to me? Looking at Lu Chen's figure appearing in the mirror, she said, the mysterious senior brother? As if sensing someone watching him, Lu Chen raised his head, squinting towards her. This made Lu Qingcheng immediately realize it was Lu Chun. Recalling Master's words, when she read the name Lu Chun, Yao Shi had gently explained, he has been famous for a long time, is a prominent figure in the Azure domain. 5 years later, he will come to find you to cultivate a technique. At that time, you will meet him. Yao Shi's words made Lu Qingcheng feel an indescribable attraction. Her eyes were full of longing. Looking forward to meeting Lu Chun, she continued to stare at his figure reflected in the jade mirror. Every movement, every cold look of his was deeply imprinted in her mind. Her cheeks gradually turned pink, cheeks like dyed with peach blossom color. She thought, Really looking forward to it. The mysterious senior brother. I wonder how heroic he is. Filthy rich. And dashing? Suddenly, the man in the mirror spoke. I say, Lu Qingqing's beauty is not bad. Did I say wrong? Heroic? Dashing? Famous? Filthy rich like this only? Deceiving people? What the hell is this? She said resentfully, Stinking man. Just SOSO. I spit on you. Back to Lu Chen's side. He continued to speak arrogantly. My maids are all beauties capable of toppling cities and countries. Letting your saintess come to be a maid pouring wine for me. That is praising her beauty. This sentence once again angered everyone in the tavern. Their eyes were red, cursing Lu Chun incessantly. Insulting the saintess like that. Kill him. Someone go kill him. Amidst the chaotic cursing, a tall figure stepped out from the crowd. Huffing coldly. Frog in the well. You arrogant guy. Watch me finish you off here. He walked in front of Lu Chun, raising his fist. Face full of arrogant provocation. Look at your arrogant appearance. Truly a toad, wanting to eat swan meat. Truly disgusting. My fist is already itching uncontrollably. Time goes back to 4 years ago at the Jade Lake Holy Land. A breathtakingly beautiful figure gently said, That senior brother of yours, although causing trouble all day, but he has talent surpassing others, has cultivated more than 10 saint-tier martial arts to the perfection realm. With strategy at the same realm, he has defeated countless Holy Land successors, famous throughout the domains. He even once captured the saintess of the demon sect to be a maid. Lu Chen pondered. Also didn't understand what he did. Curiously said, Itchy hands, huh? Before the opponent could speak, Lu Chun threw a punch, smashing straight into the guy's face. This punch was neat and decisive. Full force. A dull thud rang out. The person's body was knocked flying like a sandbag. Blood immediately gushed out from his nose and mouth. Eyes rolled back, horrified to the extreme. Still hadn't understood what happened. You itchy guy, why don't you go get treated quickly? Get lost and find a vet. Seeing the tall guy knocked down with one punch. Everyone present was stunned. What? One punch. Seeing this, another person with hot blood rushing to his brain rushed over. Good. Men must fight men. Do you dare to sword fight with me? Without hesitation, another punch. Lu Chun instantly knocked that person down. Great might, heavenly dragon. Pushing back the sissies. One by one, Lu Chun just waved his hands and moved his feet, beating them all until they rolled on the ground. If you have the ability, fly in heaven sect. Idiot. No need to tell me. I understand it all. You are your father, Lu Chun replied while taking action. Just using a few basic moves to beat them all flat on the ground. Lu Chun said excitedly, What? A bunch of keyboard warriors. Only know how to shout. None of them can fight properly. After dealing with this group, he couldn't help but wonder. But why hasn't the saintess arrived yet? I came to Jade Lake to meet her as soon as I broke through to the Transcendent realm. As soon as the words fell, a graceful figure immediately appeared, seeming to step out from the void. Every step she took, space seemed to slow down, surrounded by fluttering, brilliant flower petals. Flying in the wind, gentle light wrapped around that holy figure, making the whole room exude a dreamlike beauty, making people unable to help but be dazed. She gently opened her cherry lips. You want to meet me very much? Lu Qingqing's figure floated in midair, like a fairy descending to the mortal world. 5 colored flower petals flew in the wind, twirling around her, highlighting even more the noble and otherworldly temperament. The tight clothes skillfully accentuated seductive curves without losing elegance. Her beautiful eyes shone like stars, attracting every gaze below. When the saintess appeared, everyone seemed to have forgotten the hostility just now. All attention poured onto her. They constantly praised her beauty. Wow, it's Saintess Sama. Wow, it's Nosebleed. I can't take it anymore. Ignoring the praises of those people, the saintess's attention at this moment was only focused on the man in front of her, Lu Chun. She smiled and greeted. Hello, I am Lu Qingqing. You want to meet me very much? Even someone like Lu Chun found it hard to resist this beauty. He replied with a gentle tone. You are the Jade Lake saintess coming to serve wine? I've never seen this before. Truly shocking news. Jade Lake has degenerated in a lust lake. The saintess became a wine-serving girl? The silence didn't last long. The men from just now rushed towards the tavern. They crowded in, running and shouting loudly. Everyone come here quickly. They're eating inside here. They rushed in with astonishing speed just to grab a table. Some of them even plotted when there were no tables. Go in quickly. If there are no tables, take them out from the storage ring. They cheered and shouted, singing, talking and laughing loudly, breaking the quiet atmosphere of the two. Lu Chen's face darkened, surrounded by loud booing noises. Brothers, let's make noise. Ruin the romantic atmosphere of that dog couple. He raised his voice to ask Lu Qingqing, are all these people your pursuers in the holy domain? She forced a smile. Her beautiful face now showed clear discomfort. She said sarcastically, Senior brother is joking. Our holy land doesn't raise watchdogs. I have no relationship with these people. Hearing her say this, he chuckled. Hand starting to shake something, then replied, so that's how it is. Then we definitely can't sit with them. Having said that, he threw the object in his hand to the ground. White feather maze array. Activate. Seeing Lu Chun set up a strange thing, they couldn't help but be surprised. What? He set up an array again? They immediately raised their vigilance. Looks like a defensive maze array. It can isolate vision and sound from the outside. A transparent spiritual energy bubble suddenly covered the table of the two, forming an independent space, becoming strangely quiet amidst the noisy sea of people. This scene was no different from a slap straight to everyone's face. They gritted their teeth in anger, eyes spitting fire. Someone couldn't hold back, immediately drew a weapon, throwing it straight at the barrier. In rage, the weapon flew and hit the barrier, only sparking a few weak sparks, then fell to the ground, not shaking it a bit. Bastard! What is he doing with the saintess inside? Everyone attack. Break the formation. Rescue the goddess. Lu Chun said seriously. All right, quiet now. Hearing this, Lu Qingcheng voiced her praise. Senior brother is truly generous, using a rank 6 array for just this small matter. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Chun waved his hand, showing off. Just a small matter. I don't know if Master told you. I have a kind heart, like helping others. These things are all thank you gift from people I've helped. What's the pity in taking them out to use? Hearing him finish, Lu Qingsheng was stunned. How can there be someone so narcissistic? Then, Lu Chun placed an item in front of her, saying to Lu Qingsheng, by the way, coming here this time, I also brought a gift for you. While taking the item out, Lu Chun proudly introduced, Heavenly Soul Nourishing Grass. People with injured souls can recover immediately after using it. Even if not injured, using it can also strengthen the soul. He continued, there is also Phoenix Essence Blood, from Phoenix Sword, also considered a saint weapon. Then he gave everything to Lu Qingcheng. These things are all for you. Hugging all the items, she happily asked him, really? Then she asked worriedly, Senior brother, this isn't very appropriate, is it? Lu Chen replied calmly, what's inappropriate? Senior brother loves junior sister. Isn't that very normal? Hearing this, Lu Qingcheng happily replied, then all right. Thank you, senior brother. Then junior sister invites senior brother to eat roasted black chilen, the most famous dish of the shop. At the same time, in another place, a man was panting while complaining. What kind of array is this? Hard as a turtle shell. An array of this level. Even the Holy Land might not have it. As soon as he finished speaking, the formation gradually faded. Someone suddenly shouted, look quickly. The formation is gone. Seeing the scene before them, a man spoke up, Sainte-sama. From within the mist, Lu Qingxin and Lu Chun appeared together. Lu Chun looked a bit dazed. She secretly exclaimed, why is it so spicy? Seeing Lu Qingxin and Lu Chun appear together, the crowd shouted indignantly, what's wrong with my goddess? Then they shouted in unison with resentful voices, the pure saintess in my heart is no more. Then she said to everyone with a pained voice, I want to bear the blame for him. Don't know if his child we are worthy to raise. So spicy. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd immediately went into an uproar. My goddess has been defiled. My first love. Hu Hai stood in the crowd watching the chaotic scene before him, then intently observed the two who just appeared. Then, he walked towards Lu Chun and said, so you're Lu Chun. Follow me. The Holy Lord has been waiting for you for a long time. Seeing a stranger approaching him, Lu Chun said uneasily, this oppressive feeling is an emperor. Seeing the scene, the crowd immediately mocked Lu Chun. Let you be arrogant. How can the Jade Lake Holy Land let you act recklessly? caught by an emperor expert to be brought to justice, right? Seeing this, Lu Qingchang thought to herself, arrest. But this is master calling senior brother over. Then, Lu Chun went with Hu Hai to the Jade Lake Holy Land. On the way, Hu Hai introduced himself to him. This old man is Hu Hai, une sect ildev. He continued, the Holy Lord told me to bring you to the Jade Lake Holy Land and familiarize you with this place. Lu Chun immediately asked, tell me about the situation of the Holy Land. For example, how many emperors, saints? Hu Hai deeply, our Jade Lake Holy Land. There are more than 5 saint-level experts. There are also more than 10 half-saints. He continued calmly. There are 108 emperors, more than 1,000 kings. Disciples under the king realm are countless. Hearing this, Lu Chun commented, passable. Compared to the top sects in other domains, it's not far behind. Hu Hai said with a helpless voice, no choice. In the 10 domains, the desolate domain is the weakest. After all, the spiritual energy is too thin. He continued with a sad voice. Remote mountains and deep valleys. Dangers layer upon layer. The land is barren and unsuitable for cultivation. He hadn't finished speaking yet. The brat Lu Chun suddenly interrupted. Out de Hu Hai. If I'm not mistaken, in the lake over there is a glowing fish scale. Hu Hai pointed ahead and said, it's the dragon scale fish. Definitely the dragon scale treasure fish. One of the 8 treasures. Following the direction he pointed, Hu Hai replied, that's right. It is indeed one of the 8 treasures. Over there is also the rouge rabbit raised by the Holy Lord. Lu Chun stared at the dragon scale fish, thinking to himself, unexpectedly there is such delicious food here. Wait until I finish reporting to master. I'll come back immediately. Little rabbit, wait for me. Lu Chun just arrived. Hu Hai said to him, all right. This old man's mission is complete. Trouble you to walk the rest yourself. Then, Lu Chun walked up the steps leading to the Holy Land alone. Looking at the scene ahead, he exclaimed, arrive. Then Lu Chun respectfully clasped his hands and knelt down, speaking with a respectful voice. Disciple Lu Chun, greetings to the 2 masters. Just seeing Lu Chun, Yao Shi immediately asked, Suing Xia said you departed 3 months ago. Why did you arrive at the Holy Domain so late? Then she continued with a reproachful voice. Where do you find my place inferior to Suing Xia's place? So you deliberately delayed? Hearing Yao Shi finish speaking, Lu Chun immediately explained in panic. Of course not. I went back to the Lu Kingdom for a trip to visit my father. He hurriedly continued. Right, master. This is the 1,000-year ice lotus. Disciples specially bought it to honor you. Wishing the 2 masters eternal youth. Hearing this, Yao Shi softened her voice. Consider you thoughtful. Previously causing trouble in the holy city. I feel the use of the desolate domain compared to the azure domain at your first master's place. How are they? As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Chun immediately answered, very weak. Extremely weak. Cannot compare with the crowd in the azure domain. Yao Shi replied, is that so? Then you cannot be negligent because of that. Stay at my place for this period. Cultivate the introductory thunder body tempering art. Lu Chun showed clear worry, thinking, is this the technique using lightning to temper the body? Too dangerous. Then he panicked and replied, Master, I think there's no need. I suddenly remembered I seem to have dropped something at the tavern down the mountain. I have to go for a trip now. Seeing this guy, named Lu, making excuses, Yao Shi immediately called him back. She leaned close to Lu Chun, speaking sharply in his ear. This doesn't look like you at all. When the Azure Domain, didn't you suppress Holy Land successors and capture the demon race Saintess as a maid? Such earth-shattering things and didn't see you scared. Why now asking you to practice the body tempering art makes you so scared? Look at your cowardly appearance. Then she asked Lu Chun, come on, good disciple. How many lightning control array flags are you carrying? Finally, Yao, she decided. Let me see your storage bag. We start bone tempering. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Chun immediately objected. Master, don't. Seeing him struggle, Yao, she said gently, be good. Show the storage bag to master. After carefully examining Lu Chun's belongings, Yao Shi praised. From rank 4 to rank 7 lightning control array flags, all are there. Very good. Proving that before coming, Suing Xiao prepared very thoroughly for you. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Chun immediately panicked. Could it be these array flags, first master, gave me weren't for dealing with enemies, but to torture me? Then he lamented silently. You seniors of 7 or 8,000 years old, deceiving a youth inexperienced in the world like me. Human hearts are too sinister. Yaoshi continued with a calm voice. No wonder Su Yingxia said everyone in the Azure domain wanted to beat you. Looking at this demon Saint Bone tempering token, you must have offended quite a few people, right? Then she comforted Lu Chun, but it's okay. In my desolate domain, you can continue to be lawless. Even if you kill all the holy sons of the Holy Lands, or capture a saintess to be a bandit wife, it doesn't matter. Having said that, Yaoshi was decisive. Whatever you like, just tell Master. If anything happens, Master has your back. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Chun immediately refused. Master is too good to disciple. Disciple doesn't want to cultivate this technique. As soon as he finished speaking, Yaoshi immediately objected. No way. I refuse. Seeing this, Lu Chun secretly exclaimed, turning face faster than turning a page. Master, you are unreasonable. Having said that, Yaoshi suddenly called out loudly. Chun Yu, come out. Chun Yu immediately responded. May I ask what instructions the Holy Lord has? She said to Yaoshi with a respectful voice. Subordinate Chun Yu, always ready to execute missions. Pointing at Lu Chun, Yaoshi said this kid. Arrange for him. 3 days later start thunder body tempering. Just mentioning this, Lu Chun showed a disappointed look. She continued. Start from rank 4 lightning control array first. Use lightning to strike all over his body, not missing any spot. Yes, Chun Yu immediately replied. Order received, Holy Lord. Having said that, Yaoshi turned back to instruct Lu Chun. Good disciple. Master has to go out for a trip. You must cultivate well. Otherwise, when Master returns, I will spank you. He immediately trembled and replied, Yes. Order received, Master. Then, Yaoshi suddenly disappeared. At this moment, Chun Yu said to him, All right, the Holy Lord is gone. She removed a talisman from Lu Chen's hair. Continuing with a cold voice, Young Master Lu, we should also go. At this moment, Lu Chun clasped his hands to greet the person in front. Laughing, ha ha ha. You must be Senior Chun Yu. Master's butler. Little brother has never met a sister as beautiful as you. Truly a peerless beauty seen once in 1,000 years. Sister's appearance. Truly eclipses the moon and shames flowers. Sinks fish and makes geese fall. Chun Yu is unmoved. Asked directly, Young Master Lu, if you have something, just say it straight. He cleared his throat and said, Sister Yu, let's negotiate a bit. I don't want to cultivate the thunder body tempering art. Can you pretend not to see me? She asked confusedly. Just that? Finish speaking. Lu Chun nodded innocently. Yes, finish speaking. She ignored him, grabbed his collar, and dragged him away. Then let's go. Time to cultivate. Lu Chun exclaimed in surprise, thinking, could it be no room for negotiation? Then I have to save myself. Then he handed her a set of extremely beautiful clothes. Said, Cloud Silk Treasure Robe. Top defensive magic treasure woven from heavenly silkworm silk. Can resist attacks from the Saint Realm. I give it to Sister Yu. Consider it a meeting gift. This is a little token of my sincerity. Chun Yu accepted it. Cheeks blushing, she smiled. The clothes are very beautiful. Thank you, Young Master Lu. I like it very much. Lu Chun laughed proudly. Huh, just a small token. Sister, so about our matter. He agreed with what Master once said. First Master spoke truly correctly. In this world, there is nothing money can't solve. But contrary to what he thought, she dragged Lu Chun away again. Then let's go. Time to cultivate. His face turned pale. No way. Chun Yu, didn't you accept my gift? Why still drag me to cultivate? She replied confusedly. Wasn't that a meeting gift Young Master Lu gave me? What does it have to do with supervising your cultivation? I naturally cannot accept for nothing without doing anything. I will supervise you more strictly, helping you become talented soon. He was helplessly dragged away by Chun Yu, secretly cursing her 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. This bastard, I gave you a gift for you to do this? Truly a bunch of people who eat meat without spitting bones. She cast a spell to open the array map, while saying, The Holy Lord already said, give you 3 days to comprehend the thunder body tempering art. 3 days later, I will officially activate the formation, using the lightning inside to temper your body. She suddenly remembered something. Said again, all right, the array flags you brought still have more than 400. So don't think about breaking the array flags to escape. Just focus on cultivating well. He carefully reached out to touch the light screen of the magic circle, secretly praying in his heart. Just hope the power of this formation isn't too great. But very quickly, a powerful electric current ran through his body, making him shout loudly, "Master, let me out!" Quickly end these hellish days. Finally came the time to officially cultivate after 3 days. Chun was still screaming in pain. "Sister, you, spare me. I'm about to die." Whole body tattered, weakly uttering a few words. "Stop quickly. Really can't take it anymore." Chun Yu reported to Yao Shi. "Holy Lord, young Master Lu cultivated very smoothly today." She looked at him, giggled. "Not bad. This hairstyle of disciple is truly unique." He didn't hide his anger at all, raising a middle finger. "Master, don't stand behind a mirror and mock me anymore. You should come here yourself to experience the feeling of being struck by lightning." But words hadn't finished. Another electric current ran through his body, painful enough to make him curse loudly. "Damn it." Yao Shi saw this and happily praised again. "Not bad. Very spirited. Chun Yu, continue training." Chun Yu clasped her hands to receive the order. Subordinate obeys. Then she turned to encourage him. "Do your best. First time tempering the body with lightning. 1 hour is enough." Chun heard this and shouted happily. "Enough 1 hour already? Can I rest yet?" But a bucket of cold water poured him awake. "You have only cultivated for 22 minutes and 37 seconds. Still early. Not even half the time yet." Chun was angry enough to vomit blood. "Still have to endure half the suffering? Bastard. Next time tell me when it's enough. 1 hour. 1 day later." At this moment, Chun had become crazy, running wildly everywhere to dodge lightning. "Bastard, don't hit me anymore." Another week passed. His mental state was even more unstable. He laughed loudly while running. "As long as I run fast enough, lightning won't catch up to me." Chun Yu praised. "Not bad. It seems young Master Lu has completely adapted to the rank 4 array." But a month later, he had become strong, body solid, demeanor also completely different. He said, "That is natural. 1 month of bitter training. Paltry lightning wants to hurt me?" Yao Shi was extremely proud. "Very good, disciple. Master thought you would take at least 3 months to withstand a rank 4 lightning array." Hearing this praise, his nostrils almost flared up to the sky. "That is natural. My Chun's talent. Overlord of this desolate domain. Who dares to doubt?" But he quickly couldn't laugh anymore. Yao Shi said, "Not bad. Then starting today, change to rank 5 lightning control array." He cried out, "Master, I am your biological disciple. Why do you keep wanting to take this small life of mine?" Yao Shi smiled, but didn't withdraw the order. "Just said a Chun Yu start." Chun Yu's sharp eyes swept over, making Chun's spine chill. She said, "Order received." "Holy Lord." He trembled and blinked, trying to curry favor with the senior. "You, sister you, our relationship is so good." Although possible, she had already started casting the spell, making him unable to say another word. His whole body felt extreme pain. He began to resist desperately. "Master, this time I really can't take it anymore." Chun Yu asked Yao Shi with some worry. "Holy Lord, is this really okay?" But Yao Shi ruthlessly said, "No need to pay attention to him. This brat won't die. He has a lot of good stuff on him." Chun thought to himself, "Small life is most important. Can only take out good stuff to save life." He drank a bottle of divine water in 1 gulp, feeling his body much better. Yao Shi commented, "Not bad. True dragon fluid. This is a divine medicine of Saint Realm experts. Even with only 1 breath left, it can save a life. Only this brat would bear to take out a whole bottle to drink like water." Chun Yu was surprised. There is even such treasure? Looks like I worried too much. This guy isn't worth sympathy. Saying that, she increased the power of the magic spell. Yao Shi watched this scene, nodded. "Chun Yu, it's good that you understand. No need to hold back. Just use lightning to strike this stinking brat to death for me." Chun begged tearfully. "Master, disciple is really suffering from this torture now. Please withdraw the divine power." But Yao Shi didn't care at all. Smiling replied, "It's okay. Heard you still hit a few hundred caddies of true dragon fluid. Just right to use it all here. This lightning will strike continuously for 7 days. Your true dragon fluid should be enough to last through those 7 days. Paying to increase cultivation base. Isn't it very good?" Hearing her speak, he couldn't help but suspect if he was about to be sold to a black hole mine to dig. "At least at the start, I still got 2 or 3 months' salary." here, is also getting electrocuted. But the feeling is truly strange. Yaoshi said, all right. Chinyu, don't listen to his nonsense. Continue cultivating. Chinyu received the order. Yes. Holy Lord. Lu Chun screamed in pain. My true dragon fluid is the treasure I saved for 3 years. Master, when will these painful days end? 1 week later, in the cave dwelling on the mountain peak, he lay amidst a wreath of flowers. On it was written a line. Lu Chun enjoyed a lifespan of 18 years and 5 months. Chinyu said, don't play dead anymore. Young Master Lu, you have completed the cultivation. You can go down the mountain. Or, you want to stay here for one more round? These words startled him into opening his eyes, running like flying, still constantly waving his hand at Chinyu. Sister Yu is joking. I'm going down a mountain right now. Yaoshi looked at his childish appearance, smiled. Suing Xia said, not bad. Teaching a disciple is indeed very interesting. Just a pity his realm is too low right now. Otherwise could strike a few more times. Chinyu said to Yaoshi, Holy Lord. Although Lu Chen's physique is extremely excellent, he also can't withstand many more lightning strikes. Yaoshi said, it's okay. Lu Chun is the disciple of all 5 of us. Even if struck by lightning into ash, we can also piece him back together. At this moment, Lu Chun, running for his life, suddenly sneezed. He felt like someone was bad-mouthing him behind his back. Whatever. Still better to leave this ghostly place quickly. Suddenly, a group of people pointed at him and mocked. Senior brother, look at you guys. That electrocuted hairstyle is terribly ugly. He was furious, questioning that woman. What did you say? Stinking hag. Say it again for me to hear. 2 senior brothers beside her stood out. You're the newly joined junior brother, right? Daring to speak to senior sister like that. We as senior brothers cannot sit idly by. Another person also chimed in. That's right, junior brother. Don't be so hot-tempered. Offending us is not good for you. With those 2 backing her, she became even more unscrupulous. Said, ugly junior brother, so what if I say you're ugly? Look at that bird's nest head of yours. Still running around everywhere. Shameless. Too poor to afford clothes to wear. Needs sister to lend you a set to go begging? At this moment, he was furious. Stinking hag. Saying I'm ugly is one thing. But daring to say I'm poor? He took out a bottle. Corner of his mouth lifted. Said, interesting. Such arrogant words. It's been 5 years since I heard them. They looked at the thing in his hand, exclaiming in surprise. I've seen this thing. Before, a king realm disciple begged bitterly to get 1 bottle. Wouldn't even let us look at it, he said. Now look clearly at this bottle of rank 7 primordial spirit pills of mine. Then speak properly to me. They still didn't believe the scene before them. Really primordial spirit pills? And rank 7? Impossible. This is a pill that only a rank 7 alchemist can refine. How does he have it? He raised an eyebrow. Don't believe it's real? Come here and look carefully, all right? They immediately crowded around. What? Let me see. That woman held the medicine bottle and admired it for a while. This color, this scent, and this bottle, it really is a high-grade primordial spirit pill. His whole body radiated the light of wealth. Smiling. Huh, that's right. This kind of pill. This rich man has as many as ox hairs. This senior sister. If you praise me as handsome now, this bottle of pills will be given to you. How about it? She heard this. Immediately changed her expression. What? If you say so. Oh my God. How can there be such a handsome person? This is truly the image of a male god, making sisters ovulate. Lu Chen laughed loudly. Just that? Not enough. Haven't heard enough yet. She continued, shining like the brilliant sun, the most dazzling flower among 10,000 flowers. The most handsome guy. The most handsome guy. Is that okay? Looking makes one's heart beat fast. This handsomeness. Even men seeing it would lay eggs. This beauty. How can a common word like handsome describe it? Handsome guy. Meow, 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 meow. This servant is his little kitty. He handed the medicine bottle to her with satisfaction. Haha, not bad. Your mouth is also quite glib. I am very satisfied. Reward for you. She hurriedly caught it. Thank you, most handsome junior brother in the world. At this moment, other female disciples also successively surrounded him to flatter. I see junior brother's appearance is truly outstanding and extraordinary, making this sister extremely moved. Want to ride a bicycle with sister? Another person flattered. Junior brother is heroic and extraordinary. dragon and phoenix among men. The number one handsome man in the desolate domain, generously giving gifts to them. Very good. The mouths of the senior sisters in the desolate holy domain are indeed extraordinary. These things are all rewards for you. Continue praising me. So they praised incessantly. Junior brother is too handsome. Sister looks once and wants to ovulate. May I ask if junior brother has a Tao companion yet? I want to dual cultivate with you. The two male disciples who mocked him just now were gritting their teeth in anger. Crazy. These senior sisters and junior sisters have all gone crazy. Hateful. Does having money really mean doing whatever one wants? Why am I not a rich person? A voice rang out. Enough. A bunch of trash corrupting the atmosphere. The person arriving was a core disciple. Tang Jing, primordial spirit realm. She said, because a little trash pill, you have no shame like this. One by one like prostitutes. Where are your manners? He looked at her, crossing his arms to evaluate. This senior sister has quite a national-style temperament. Huh? But primordial spirit realm. Indeed can look down on my primordial spirit pill. He took out an object, smirked and asked, however, do you dare look at this perfect grade king breaking pill of mine and repeat what you just said? That is the king breaking pill. Can help a primordial spirit realm person break through straight to the king realm. One step to the sky. Lu Chun shouted in front of her, provoking. This senior sister. Say a few nice words. I might consider giving you one. She stammered. You. Another voice interrupted. This chubby senior sister speaks truly too harsh. She continued. I think this junior brother is originally very handsome. The hairstyle is also very beautiful. She lifted Lu Chen's chin, seductively said, junior brother is so handsome. It seems the other junior sister's going crazy for you is not without reason. She whispered in his ear, tone full of temptation. Junior brother, you temporarily don't need the king breaking pill. How about giving it to senior sister? How about it? He smiled and said, so senior sister has her eye on this thing? But Lu Chun still agreed. Sure. As long as senior sister agrees to a small request of mine. She said, just need senior sister to kiss me once. This pill will be senior sister's. She stepped back a few steps in surprise. What? Kiss once? Lu Chun calmly nodded. That's right. I'm tired of hearing those flattering words. Let's do something practical. The male disciples immediately clamored. Bastard, relying on having a few dirty coins to be so shameless. Senior sister Tang Jing. Don't pay attention to this bastard. She was a bit troubled. Softly negotiating. Can we change to another condition? He immediately said, change to another condition? Then I kiss you once is also okay. But I am thin-skinned. Very rarely take the initiative. If senior sister agrees. I will also open my heart. Hearing this request, her whole body stiffened. This. Lu Chun also quickly turned away. Senior sister doesn't agree? Dislike me? It's okay. I think there will definitely be many people agreeing. I'll just go find them. She said softly again. No. Junior brother misunderstood. I'm not that kind of person. Although a bit against her heart. But she still said, I just think junior brother is too handsome. Momentarily shy. Now I'll come to kiss you. Those people panicked. Senior sister Tang Jing. Don't. Hateful. Senior sister is also blinded by money. Becoming his lackey. In her heart, she almost wanted to cry. Slowly approaching. Lu Chun said, that's right. Come a little closer. Just this one kiss. Lu Chun teased. All right. This isn't senior sister's first kiss, is it? Little brother here is pure as a sheet of paper. Senior sister's non-first kiss better not defile me. She said shyly, of course it's still the first kiss. Otherwise, what kind of person do you think senior sister is? A green tea bitch? He leaned close to her and said, then that's good. Senior sister's kiss. I accept. Those people immediately shouted indignantly. Bastard. Another senior sister defiled by money. Selling herself. Women are just like that. I also want to be a rich person. She asked. That. Junior brother. I have finished kissing. Is it okay? Lu Chun didn't make it difficult for her either. Rest assured, senior sister. I won't take advantage of you. You pay for what you get. Please hold this for me. I promised you a bottle of pills. Tang Jing couldn't help but be overjoyed. Not bad. These are top-grade pills. Thank you, junior brother. Lu Chun also said cheerfully, haha. Senior sister, you earned this with your own skills. Of course, I have to give you the best. Seeing this, the other female disciples all rushed over to their junior brother's side. I want to give you a kiss too, junior brother. I'm still a virgin. I definitely won't defile you. Junior brother, look at me. Lu Xun burst out laughing. Senior sisters, please, one at a time. The other men were green with envy. Damn it. The senior sisters have completely fallen for his money. Damn it. Why wasn't I born a woman? They surrounded their junior brother and sat down. Junior brother, are you comfortable? How do you feel, junior brother? Let me feed you some grapes. Here, taste how sweet they are. The male disciples were extremely indignant. Aren't they just a few pills? What's there to be so smug about? Lu Xun sneered at them. You're right, junior brother. These are just a few trashy pills. I usually just use them to feed the birds. Surely you're not planning to eat them, junior brother? One person stepped forward and said, this junior brother is mistaken. King-breaking pills can hardly be considered trash. They immediately recognized the voice as senior brother Du Yi's. He fanned himself and said, if you have so many king-breaking pills, junior brother, I'm willing to trade for them with something of equal value. Lu Xun was secretly grateful. Now this is a man who knows his stuff. Much better than that bunch of useless paupers. So, what price are you offering, senior brother? The man continued, how about this? I won't let you take a loss. 1 million spirit stones per pill. What do you think, junior brother? He pursed his lips, a look of contempt on his face. What a swindler. Offering 100,000 for something worth 10 million. This is just ridiculous. Senior brother, is there something wrong with your head? The man dropped the pleasantries. His true colors were revealed. What? Is this ugly fool saying it's not enough? Can't you see that all the senior brothers are very unhappy with you right now? I'm doing this for your own good. Take a small loss and sell them to me. It'll make your senior brothers happy. If it weren't for your stupid haircut, I wouldn't even offer you 100,000. Lu Xun hated people who were worthless themselves but still mocked others. He said, annoyed, you've got a lot of nerve, senior brother. Who are you calling ugly? Du Yi stepped forward. He sneered at Lu Xun. What? You want to fight, junior brother? He looked at Lu Xun and continued his insults. You've lost the argument, Lu Xun. So now you can only resort to violence to prove yourself? How crude. The surrounding junior disciples also sided with Du Yi. They mocked and insulted him relentlessly. That's right, a piece of trash with a bit of dirty money. With that ridiculous haircut. He's ugly as sin and doesn't even know it. If it were me, I would have smashed my head into a wall and died long ago. Hearing such outrageous words, Lu Xun finally couldn't take it anymore. He looked at them coldly and said, fine. It's been a while since anyone dared to bark like that in front of me. I'll remember your faces. That dude, he was still smug and arrogant. His words were merciless. He mocked Lu Xun with contempt. Little junior brother, you think you're so tough? Give it up. You're no match for me in a fight. Why don't you just hand over the pills? Save yourself the pain and humiliation. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Xun suddenly stomped his foot. The stone ground beneath his feet instantly shattered. Lu Xun shot out like an arrow from a bow, ready to teach him a lesson. Ridiculous. Whether I'm a match for you or not, we'll know after we try. In a flash, Lu Xun was already there. He threw a punch straight into Du Yi's stomach, giving him no time to dodge. He took the full force of Lu Xun's punch. He immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. The pain was excruciating. Lu Xun glared at him with murderous intent. He gloated. Do you still think I'm no match for you now? Before Du Yi could even counterattack, he was sent flying to the ground. The surrounding sect disciples watched, stunned. Senior brother Du Yi was sent flying with a single punch. He didn't even have time to use a martial skill. They all looked at Lu Xun in disbelief. This guy's cultivation level is so low. How can he be so strong? Lu Xun then walked towards them. The others broke out in a cold sweat from fear. They repeatedly begged for mercy. What do you want? Don't come over here. We surrender. We're sorry. Lu Xun couldn't be bothered with them. He walked straight towards Du Yi. Lu Xun looked at them with contempt and cursed. A bunch of useless trash. Fighting you would just dirty my hands. After that, Lu Xun grabbed Du Yi and flew off with him. Seeing this, the sect disciples cried out in alarm. He's taken senior brother away. We're doomed. Does he plan to kill Du Yi? Why is he flying towards Shunfeng Peak? Quick, go get our master. Lu Xun dragged him away, flying. In a moment, they reached the summit of Shunfeng Peak. Lu Xun looked around and exclaimed, not bad. We're here. After speaking, he mercilessly threw Du Yi down. He even mocked him. Get down there. You chicken. Du Yi looked at Lu Xun in pain and asked, confused, why did you bring me to the forests of Shunfeng Mountain? Lu Xun moved closer to him. He grabbed his hair and teased, "Take a guess." "Not bad. Nice hair." Seeing Lu Zhan's strange behavior, he broke out in a cold sweat from fear. He raised his hands and begged, "You bastard. I'm not interested in men. Please don't violate me." Unexpectedly, Lu Zhan revealed a perverted expression. He looked at him with a lecherous smile and said, "What a coincidence. I happen to have a special interest in men, especially men who've been struck by lightning." As he spoke, he pulled out a small iron box. He looked on in horror, not understanding what was happening. What does he mean by men struck by lightning? Lu Zhan immediately raised the iron box. He struck a provocative pose and didn't forget to shout, "Martial art. Electric light, solitary dragon annihilates the 9 dragons." He was struck by lightning. His entire body went numb and rigid. He was struck into a miserable state. His hair was a mess. Lu Zhan stood to the side, gloating. "Oh my, just a grade 4 formation and your primordial spirit can't take it. Senior brother?" Seeing how he had been tortured, he screamed in horror. "My beautiful hair. You madman." Lu Zhan looked at him with interest and sneered. "What? Didn't you say my haircut was ridiculous? So I specially made one for you, exactly the same. How does it feel?" But he turned to look at Lu Zhan and said helplessly, "No. What I mean is, did you get your hairstyle from being struck by lightning too? You were so bored you decided to strike yourself for fun? You really are a bloodthirsty madman." Hearing these words, Lu Zhan was furious. Looks like the voltage wasn't high enough. Let's continue. Lu Zhan immediately summoned more lightning. It struck repeatedly. He let out blood-curdling screams. Just as Lu Zhan was gleefully enjoying the pleasure of torturing he was completely unaware that Chun had appeared behind him. "Why are you back here again? Haven't you been struck by lightning enough?" Yi's current state was utterly miserable. Lu Zhan smiled smugly at Sister Yu. "It's like this. This senior brother saw my hairstyle and thought it was very fashionable. Super high class. So he insisted that I give him one too. I had no choice but to invite him up the mountain for a visit. Look at him now. He's so happy he's speechless." Chun said helplessly to Lu Zhan, "You little brat. The Saint Lord was right. You really are a world-shaking demon king." At that moment, a sect disciple was rushing to his master for help. "Save Yi. Are you sure? My disciple he was just taken away like that?" The disciple nodded. "Yes, Lord Emperor." He then described Lu Zhan's appearance in detail to his master. It was a guy with a mohawk who knocked out senior brother Yi. Then he carried him away. That madman took senior brother to the top of Shunfeng Peak. After that, I don't know what happened. His master listened and frowned unhappily. He glanced ahead and said, "He went to the top of Shunfeng Peak." He seemed to realize something. He pondered, could it be the martial saint domain of the mountain range? Yi's master stared intently in the direction of Shunfeng Peak. The disciple stepped forward to report, "Lord Emperor, that guy's come down from the mountain." He replied angrily, "I'll go take a look." He went to his disciples to check on them. The other sect disciples were still standing aside, mocking and teasing. "Is this senior brother He's so ugly. This is so embarrassing." He had been stripped of his clothes. His hair was scorched and standing on end. He shouted helplessly, "Damn it! Get lost, all of you! Stop looking! Look, he's getting shy." Yi criait helplessly. Suddenly, he saw his master standing behind the mocking disciples. "Master!" Seeing him, he was overjoyed and rushed to his master for help. "Master, you must seek justice for your disciple." He rushed over and hugged his master, sobbing miserably. "My handsome, dashing hair was ruined by someone into this ridiculous mess. Master, please teach him a lesson for me." However, his master looked at him coldly and said, "Disciple, even I dare not rashly help you get revenge." Then he turned to Lu Zhan and explained, "After all, that person came down from the top of Shunfeng Peak." Lu Zhan smugly approached the few people who had insulted him with earlier. He threatened, "This senior brother, I remember you also said my hairstyle was ugly. How about I give you the exact same one?" The person turned his head to look at Lu Zhan, breaking out in a cold sweat from fear. "What do you want to do?" Lu Qingsheng held a white rabbit, chatting with her sisters. "This rabbit is so round. It's not afraid it won't be able to run." "That's right." Then one person said, "Oh, right. Have you guys heard? It seems like a lot of male disciples have been getting mohawks lately." It's so ugly." Lu Qingsheng asked in surprise. "Mohawks? Their sense of style is just terrible. How did this trend even start? The senior sister just shook her head helplessly. I don't know. Maybe it's just a personal preference. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind them. Junior sister, you're wrong. The mohawk is the pinnacle of hairstyles. How can you say it's ugly? They turned around in surprise. Then they asked with a curious smile, is that senior brother Duel? Are you still rocking the hairstyle from 2 days ago? Seeing this, the senior sisters all teased him with a laugh. You love your hair as much as your life. I can't believe you'd be willing to wear this hairstyle. Unexpectedly, this fake Duel was actually Lu Zhan in disguise. Lu Zhan was startled. Is that so? So that's the kind of person he is. Lu Zhan felt a little guilty after hearing that. He had originally planned to impersonate Duel to cause some trouble. He didn't expect to run into someone he knew. He almost blew his cover. Lu Qingqing looked at this fake Duel. She felt a little suspicious. This Duel, why does he give me such a strange sense of familiarity? Unexpectedly, a disciple walked over and shouted, Duel, so you're here flirting with the junior sisters. I've been looking for you all over. The fake Duel turned around. He pretended to be calm and replied, is there something you need? But inside he was sighing. Who is this guy? He seems to be very close with this Duel fellow. The other guy also had the exact same hairstyle. He explained indignantly, brother, I'm just like you. I mocked that guy a few times and got struck by lightning into this state. Then he turned and gestured for the fake Duel to follow him. Oh right, come over here with me. I have something to tell you. He led Duel to a corner to pour his heart out. Brother Duel, you've really had it rough. You, who loves his hair as much as his life. Now your hair, more important than life itself, has been struck by lightning into this state. It must be really hard on you. No wonder when I saw you today, the smile you had yesterday was gone. The fake Duel listened impatiently. He urged him to get to the point. Unexpectedly, the man became extremely excited and said happily, the point is, we have a chance for revenge. The fake Duel's interest was piqued. He told him to continue. Oh really? How interesting. Tell me more. He aggressively planned his revenge on Lu Zhan. I've already contacted the 9 senior brothers who were humiliated by that bastard. There are also a few of Tang Jing's suitors. Tang Jing was bewitched by that brat and was forced into an engagement. Her suitors want to join us in teaching that kid a lesson. Hearing this, Lu Zhan excitedly played along. With so many people, are you planning to kill him? Hearing these words, he was startled. He broke out in a cold sweat and said, good heavens, senior brother Duel, I didn't realize your thoughts were so vicious. The other guy immediately explained, no way. The other party is from Shunfeng. He could be a disciple of the Saint Lord or a martial saint. We wouldn't dare kill him. He thought about the revenge plan. He described it in detail. But teaching him a lesson is still possible. For example, we could find a chance to strip him of all his clothes and throw him out in front of everyone. Let everyone get a good look. After saying that, he burst out laughing. What do you think of this idea? Thinking it over. Damn, it's a genius idea. But Lu Zhan was now glaring at him angrily. The fake Duel asked in surprise, not happy. Brother Duel, why aren't you laughing? Lu Zhan had to force a happy expression. I'm happy. I'm counting on all of you. How many people do you have in total? The guy replied, probably around 80 people. He's made us the laughingstock of the sacred land. No matter what, we must get revenge for this. Lu Zhan suppressed his anger and said to him, then you continue contacting people. I'll look for the people from Shunfeng. Once I find him, I'll inform you immediately. He listened and immediately left. He didn't forget to remind him. Then, brother Duel, you keep a close watch. As soon as you see any sign of him, come to my cave dwelling and inform me immediately. At that moment, Lu Zhan transformed back into himself and said smugly, don't worry, I'll inform you. But who's hunting whom is still up in the air. The next day, Lu Zhan was walking alone, looking around. Suddenly, he noticed something. Lu Zhan immediately started calculating. I was originally planning to see if I could steal a rabbit, but I didn't expect someone to be periodically scanning with their divine sense. Even with my domain-level speed technique, I don't want to be chased by 3 emperor-level experts. After that, he looked towards the wooden bridge, where a person was standing. These dragon-scale fish are unguarded. I can give it a try. Lu Zhan immediately changed his form. He thought smugly, I've thought of something fun. At that moment, on that wooden bridge, a person was leisurely feeding the fish. Raising these man-eating dragon-scale fish which devour the souls of other fish to reach this peak. St. Feng Xian actually gave me 100 spirit stones. It's practically a giveaway. However, a dragon scale fish was suddenly struck by a harpoon. The person immediately cried out in alarm. A dragon scale fish. Who is it? He watched helplessly as the speared dragon scale fish was dragged away. Damn it, get out here right now. How dare you touch the saint's fish? Lu Zhun, in his transformed state, revealed a smug expression. He provoked the other person. Not only that, he even deliberately announced his identity to create a misunderstanding. So what? Amdui. My master is an emperor-level expert, after all. It's just one fish. The saint won't mind. The person was furious. He roared in anger. An emperor-level expert dares to touch a saint's things? Even an emperor-level expert would be useless here. After that, the fake dude held the fish and ran away provocatively. He shouted as he ran, "I stole the fish. So what? Come and get me if you've got the guts." The man was so angry he cursed loudly. "Bastard! Men! Capture him!" The fake dude ran, laughing smugly. Should I stew it or grill it later? Unexpectedly, while he was contemplating how to prepare it, or maybe grilling it plain would be tastier. Talk about a small world. He ran headfirst into the approaching Dewey. The two passed each other, both startled. Huh? The real Dewey broke out in a cold sweat and demanded, "What kind of demon are you? How dare you take my form?" But the fake Dewey retorted sarcastically, "Demon? Ridiculous. I should be asking you that question. What's the point of impersonating me, Dew?" Seeing this, Dewey attacked. He chanted an incantation, wanting to teach this imposter a lesson he'd never forget. "Damn it. Watch me beat you back to your true form. You demon. Prepare to die." However, the fake Dewey gave him no chance to cast a spell, punching him square in the face. "You're the demon who should prepare to die." With just one punch, the real Dewey fell to the ground, knocked unconscious. The fake Dewey looked at him and sighed in disappointment. "Too weak. You can't even take one of my punches. With such pathetic skills, you dare call yourself the real Dewey?" Lu Zhun immediately transformed back to his original form. He pondered thoughtfully. Letting the real one wander around outside could easily ruin my plans. How about I seal him in a cave? With that said, Lu Zhen drague Dewey away. He threw him to another location. "First, I'll throw you into a cave and seal it with a formation." Once that was done, Lu Zhun continued to plan. Using Du Yi's name. This time, there are no loopholes. Time to go catch a few more dragon scale fish. In the Saintess's training room. At that moment, Chun was also meditating and cultivating alone. Suddenly, Jiaoshi approached and asked her, Chun, how is your cultivation today? Chun opened her eyes and said hesitantly, "Master, there are no problems today. It's just senior brother." However, Jiaoshi brought up Lu Zhun. What has that brat Lu Zhun been up to? Chun seemed to have realized something. She thought to herself, "The dude I met today seems to have been senior brother in disguise." And she shook her head, avoiding Jiaoshi's question. "It's nothing. I must be overthinking things." But Jiaoshi guessed everything with just a glance. She smiled and said, "You're not overthinking it. Your senior brother is a world-shaking demon king. He's bound to cause trouble here. Just you wait and see." Seeing this, Chun asked Jiaoshi in surprise, "Master, why do you seem so happy about what senior brother is doing?" Unexpectedly, Jiaoshi showed great interest, leaving Chun speechless. "Not at all. I just hope he gets into a few more fights. Steals a few treasures. This is all part of his training, you know?" Then, Jiaoshi's expression suddenly turned serious, yet she spoke with great pride to Chun. "After all, he is my disciple. If the sky falls, I'll be there to hold it up. What's there to be afraid of?" Lu Zhun sat cross-legged before a small table in the cave. He looked happily at the golden fish he had just caught. He thought, dragon scale fish, a rare delicacy in this world, and it's also a great tonic. With that said, he picked up a dagger. He skillfully made a light incision. He used a knife to gut the fish, removing the organs. He scaled it and deboned it. Next, he placed the fish in a pan. He pan-fried it slowly over low heat. Then he added various spices like rosemary, dill, and scallions. Lu Zhun thought happily to himself, "This fish is so big. After eating it, even though I need a huge amount of energy to break through, I'll definitely be able to do it." Just then, the young man with messy, golden brown hair, who was unconscious nearby, slowly woke up. Where is this? At that moment, Lu Zhen shot a cold glance at the man. When he saw that the person in front of him was Lu Zhen, he immediately raised his head and shouted angrily, "It's you, Lu Zhen. How dare you kidnap me?" With that said, his gaze shifted to the fish on the fire. He asked urgently, "And you're leisurely grilling fish? Is this a dragon scale fish?" Lu Zhen, sitting nearby, immediately scowled. Duyi was furious. The veins on his forehead bulged as he roared in anger. So is you damn bastard. Why did you impersonate me to steal a dragon scale fish? I have no grudge against you. Lu Zhen glared at him and replied irritably, "You're so noisy. Don't need a grudge to do things?" Then he pointed at Du Yi and ordered, "Now, shut your mouth for me, and watch me, the master of delicacies, grill this fish." Du Yi's mouth was immediately sealed. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't make a sound. Seeing this, Lu Zhen boasted smugly, "But this face of yours is really useful. While you were unconscious, I used your face to steal a few more fish. I'm really quite brilliant." Du Yi's face turned pale upon hearing this. He wished he could punch him to vent his anger, but Lu Zhen paid him no mind. He was too busy inhaling the fragrant aroma wafting from the grilled fish. The fish was golden and glistening with oil. No more talking. The aroma of the fish has already hit my nose. Just as he was about to spear a piece of fish and put it in his mouth, a clear female voice suddenly sounded from behind him, making Lu Zhen jump. "That smells amazing. What are you doing?" The person who arrived was a woman with a voluptuous figure. Her long black hair was half tied up. One of her eyes was covered by a silver lotus petal-shaped ornament. She lowered her eyes and asked, "What delicious thing are you secretly eating here?" Lu Zhen turned his head slightly. Seeing a familiar face, he breathed a sigh of relief. "You scared me. So it's you, sister you. I'm eating fish. Want to join me?" Chun Yu smiled. Without hesitation, she leaned down and ate a piece of fish from Lu Zhen's plate. "Well then, I won't be polite." Lu Zhen was surprised by Chun Yu's completely natural action. He exclaimed, "Good heavens, she's actually eating it. And she's even letting me feed her." The atmosphere between the two was filled with pink bubbles. After tasting just one bite of the fish, Chun Yu's eyes widened in surprise. She asked urgently, "This flavor, is this a dragon scale fish? Isn't this the fish raised by that stingy guy?" Lu Zhen raised an eyebrow and asked back, "Stingy Xian? What does that cheapskate have to do with my fish?" Chun Yu closed her eyes. Her hands formed a seal. A wisp of white smoke emanated from her body. "Let me see what exactly happened." A clone identical to Chun Yu appeared in the smoke. She commanded it, "Spiritual divine sense. Go." Her divine sense left the cave. She silently observed the noisy crowd below. "Have you heard? The dragon scale fish were stolen." "That's right. I heard it was Du Yi who stole them. Oh my god, he's got some nerve." Just then, a mocking voice came from behind her, making her jump slightly. "Chun Yu, your divine sense has too much free time. Help me find the fish thief." Chun Yu's divine sense clone turned around and sneered. "Oh, isn't this stingy Xian? I heard your fish were stolen. I told you long ago to share a few with me, but you refused. Now they've been stolen. Serves you right." Feng Xian's divine sense frowned and cursed angrily. "You bitch. If you're not going to help, fine. But you come here to mock me? In the cave?" Chun Yu, sitting next to Lu Zhen, slowly opened her eyes and murmured, "So that's how it is." She turned to look at Lu Zhen. Her eyes filled with admiration. "You little brat, you're really something. You even managed to steal stingy Xian's treasure." Lu Zhen smiled smugly. "Is that so? So that cheapskate is the owner of this fish. You flatter me, sister you. Forget about him. Let's eat." Chun Yu picked up a piece of fish. She explained with a smile. "That cheapskate. His title is Feng Xian. He's a Saint Realm expert who is particularly stingy. Because of his miserliness, we colleagues gave him the nickname Stingy Xian. Only when the Saint Lord himself asks, will he reluctantly part with two of them. Getting to eat dragon scale fish today is all thanks to you." As she spoke, two figures appeared in her mind. One was Feng Xian, giving her the middle finger. The other was a beautiful woman. She had long, sea blue hair and fiery red eyes. A blue four-leaf clover was painted at the corner of her eye. Hearing this, Lu Zhen became even more excited. He quickly moved his chopsticks toward the golden fish. "So that's how it is. Then what are we waiting for? Let's eat." Chun Yu also agreed. and quickly blocked Lu Zhen's chopsticks. Exactly. You might not even get to eat this once a year. Lu Zhen pulled his hand back. He sighed in frustration. Hey, sister, you. Have some decency. Even if you haven't eaten it in a year, don't be so aggressive. Chun Yu reached out with her chopsticks to grab more, while her other hand tried to stop Lu Zhen from touching the fish. That's because you don't know the exquisite taste of the dragon scale fish. Lu Zhen watched helplessly as the fish quickly disappeared. He said through gritted teeth, of course I don't know. I haven't even had a single bite yet. Chun Yu burst out laughing. She held a piece of fish in front of him as if teasing him. Look at you being so stingy. It's not like I'm not letting you eat. A moment later, she stood up with a radiant smile and waved goodbye. All right, I'm full. The rest is all yours, little stingy Chun. Lu Zhen was so angry he cursed loudly. Damn it, you ate so much. Serves you right for having big boobs. And another thing, call me handsome Chun. I'm not stingy at all. Then he turned to the fish, drooling, and said, now it's my turn to eat. Looking at the fish, which was now just a skeleton, Lu Zhen was stunned. He exclaimed in shock, my fish. So that woman left only after she finished eating. Even though he only ate a little, Lu Zhen was still amazed by the change in his body. He sat on the ground, his hands stacked on top of each other. A powerful energy spread out, helping him break through. Even so, I still broke through to the mid-stage of the Transcendent realm. He felt the powerful energy enveloping his body. He murmured in a daze. I didn't expect the energy of the dragon scale fish to be so immense. Even though I didn't get to eat the meat, just gnawing on the fish head was enough for me to break through. Lu Zhen looked down at the fish skeleton in his hand and said happily, the remaining bones can't be wasted either. As he said this, he turned to Duel, who was lying on the ground not far away. A cunning smile appeared on his face. How about? Duel was bewildered. He didn't understand what was happening. He ran over to Duel with the fish skeleton. He grinned, showing a set of white teeth, and said, old buddy, did you eat lunch today before I captured you? Then he held up the pile of fish bones. He said in a suggestive tone, how about? Duel gritted his teeth. He looked at him suspiciously. What are you trying to do now? He held the cleanly gnawed fish skeleton in front of Duel and said smugly, you take the fall for me. I'll reward you with this dragon scale fish skeleton. Duel's face darkened as he looked at the fish skeleton. He pushed it away with both hands. He pursed his lips and refused. Don't even think about it. Do you take me for a dog? I'd rather starve to death. I'd rather jump from here than eat a single bite. But less than a few seconds later, an image of a golden fish swimming in a vast, wave-tossed sea appeared in his mind. This was followed by the rumors he had heard about this rare fish, the dragon scale fish, hailed as one of the 8 great delicacies of the world. Even immortal ginseng and jade fruits can't compare to its flavor. I used to think it was just a legend, that the ancients were exaggerating, until he hastily stuffed the skeleton into his mouth, gnawing at it with all his might. His face was filled with craving and ecstasy. So fragrant, it truly lives up to its name as the dragon scale fish. Even the bones are this fragrant. After eating, Duel's attitude did a complete 180. Not only did he give Lu Zhen 2 thumbs up, but he also spoke in a fawning tone. His eyes were also full of expectation. Lu Zhen was left speechless. My good big brother, hurry up and catch another one. Let us brothers have a taste too. We should also get a taste of meat, right? Lu Zhen couldn't be bothered with him. He turned and walked out of the cave. At the same time, he waved his hand and said, we'll talk about this later, Duel. You just wait here. Big brother has things to do. Duel respectfully saw him off. Take care, big brother. Remember, bring back some fish. But in his heart, he thought, why did big brother call me Wang Jingzi? Is there some story behind that? On the other side, Lu Zhen walked out of the cave. He looked into the distance, calculating. Last time, someone said they had united over 80 disciples who were dissatisfied with me. They want to trip me up. I'm free today. I have to play a good prank on them, to avoid any trouble down the line. Thinking of this, he took out a silver command token. As he channeled his energy, he thought, to deal with them, I don't need a high-level transformation technique. It will be a waste of spiritual power. I'll use this bamboo leaf talisman. As long as they think I'm Duel, it'll be fine. A blue halo enveloped the floating command token and Lu Zhen's entire body. At that moment, his face had transformed into Duel's appearance. He casually raised his hand in greeting. Greetings, fellow senior and junior brothers. How are the preparations going? When the disciples saw him arrive, they quickly turned around and greeted him with a smile. It's senior brother Duel. Senior brother, you're here. Greetings, senior brother. Weren't you keeping an eye on that buzz-cut kid, senior brother? Why did you stop? A disciple stepped forward and asked him curiously, Senior brother Duel, has that buzz-cut kid come down the mountain? Lu Jun replied confidently, that guy has appeared. I've had someone follow him. Go and inform the others. I'll wait for you here. Once everyone is here, we'll go deal with him together. Hearing this, the two disciples happily agreed. Then they quickly turned and said, Senior brother Duel, please wait here for a moment. We'll go inform the others. We'll gather everyone right away. A short while later, the two of them returned with a large crowd, shouting loudly, Senior brother, sorry to keep you waiting. Everyone's here now. A noisy, dark mass of people swarmed over, startling him. They were all chattering excitedly. If I don't beat that bastard to a pulp today, I'll do a handstand and dance. When we catch him later, I'm going to stomp on him with both feet. The leader urged enthusiastically. Haha, senior brother, let's go. Let's go cause some trouble. He, in the guise of Duel, was speechless looking at the crowd before him. The smile on his face stiffened. His eyes darkened. Veins popped on his forehead. He thought irritably, for fuck's sake, didn't these bastards say there were only over 80 people? There are 200 or 300 people here. What the hell? Are you forcing me to be ruthless? But still, am I really that hated? Why are there so many people against me? But on the surface, he showed no sign of it. He quickly turned around and, at the same time, raised his hand to lead the way. All right, this way. Let me lead. The massive crowd followed him deep into the forest. The further they went, the stranger it felt. Someone couldn't help but ask, this is so remote. Why are we coming to a place like this? Another person said with disdain, that ugly bastard only likes places like this. He's clearly up to no good. The person behind him wondered. They said it was nearby, but we've been walking for over half an hour. Why aren't we there yet? At this moment, a disciple mustered his courage and stepped forward. He asked timidly, Senior brother Duel, are we there yet? That kid hasn't already left, has he? He turned his head slightly to glance at the person. Then, a mysterious smile played on his lips as his finger gently pressed a button. He said comfortingly, no rush, no rush. We're almost there. Suddenly, bolts of lightning rained down from the sky, striking the exact area where they were standing. At that moment, he pretended to shout, where did that lightning come from? The crowd behind him immediately descended into chaos. They screamed in terror. That's right. Which expert is undergoing their tribulation here? Quickly retract your divine ability. The entire group was paralyzed by the electric shocks. At this point, someone sharp had already noticed something was wrong. Wait a minute. This is a thunder control formation. Who's ambushing us? The sound of agonizing screams from being struck by lightning was endless. It hurt so much. In the midst of the chaos, he calmly stood up to reassure everyone. Though he was still holding a weapon. Everyone, don't panic. I'm familiar with this formation. With that said, he suddenly stomped his foot hard. He shot up into the sky. Seeing this, the others followed suit. The way to break the formation is in the sky. Let's fly up and break it. However, when he flew up, he was perfectly fine. But the others were struck by lightning until they were twisted and deformed, screaming miserably. Seeing this, a cunning smile appeared on his lips. His eyes narrowed with satisfaction. He gloated inwardly. No way. You dare to fly up during a thunderstorm? Was the lightning not striking accurately enough? I really overestimated your intelligence. You believe anything I say. What a bunch of brainless pigs. Screams of pain and cries for help echoed endlessly in the thunderstorm. Everyone ran in panic. It hurts so much. Someone save me. An hour later, the thunder control formation finally stopped. Everyone was lying scattered on the ground. Their hair stood on end. Their faces were ashen. Their clothes were covered in mud. They looked utterly miserable. Someone couldn't help but lament. I'm just an outer sect disciple who came to Shunfeng to watch the show. Why'd I end up with this hairstyle too? Another person praised him with admiration. Senior brother, you are truly a great power. You were struck by lightning for so long, just now, and came out completely unscathed. He sat on a large rock, looking at everyone smugly, and said, haha, it was nothing. Is everyone all right? Listen to me. His gaze suddenly became extremely serious. He raised his index finger. He reminded them mysteriously. Heaven knows, earth knows. You know and I know. Something like this happening is definitely not a coincidence. It seems we have a mole among us. Hearing this, everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They were utterly terrified. After a moment of silence, they all asked in astonishment, "What? Senior brother, are you saying there's a spy among us?" He immediately jumped up. He analyzed with great passion, "Look, we gathered too many people. The commotion was too big. It was easy for that Shanfeng disciple to find out. So he deliberately planted a spy among us, who then reported our route. He set up a formation on the road and advanced to ambush us." The disciples gritted their teeth in anger. Their hands clenched into fists, their killing intent soared. But he wasn't done yet. He continued to add fuel to the fire. "Among us, some people have no grudge against the Shanfeng disciple. They just came to watch the show. People like that could easily be bribed to report on us. After all, that Shanfeng disciple is very rich." Finally, he raised his eyebrows. A smug smile played on his lips. He wagged his finger. "From this, we can see that there might be many spies among us. You can all think carefully about it. Who is more suspicious? Who could be the mole?" Lu Zhan walked up the steps one by one and said majestically, "These guys have probably had enough. If there's a next time, I'll use a grade 5 thunder control formation." In the cave he usually stayed in, there was another person with their back to him. He wondered who it was. As he got closer, he discovered it was Lu Qingsheng playing the zither. "So it's you, junior sister. How did you find this place?" Her fingers danced across the strings, transforming into streams of sword chi that shot forward. The power was immense. He watched from behind, praising her in admiration. "I never thought my junior sister would be such a master zitherist." Hearing his voice, she turned around. "Senior brother, you're back." He approached with a mischievous smile and said, "Junior sister, Master has passed down the complete, true teachings of this divine melody of the vanished sword to you. The power you're displaying has reached the realm of sound and sword becoming one. An ordinary primordial spirit realm expert would be no match for you." Hearing this, she teased him. "Senior brother, you've also achieved great things in the sacred land recently. The buzz cut you created has become a trend." He chuckled. He replied evasively, "It's a small matter, not worth mentioning." She didn't dwell on his affairs either. She changed the subject. She recalled the scene of Duel being trapped. Crying miserably, she said to him, "Oh, right, senior brother. I saw Duel in the cave. He was trapped by a formation. He was even begging me to let him out. Do you know who trapped him there?" He felt annoyed as soon as he heard it. His eyes twitched. He frowned and said, "What? That little brat. Junior sister, you didn't let him out, did you?" Seeing him like this, she said frankly, "No, I didn't." Hearing that, he breathed a sigh of relief. He laughed and patted her head, praising her. "You truly are my good junior sister. Just don't let him out. I'm keeping him for something. And don't tell anyone else about this. In a few days, I'll treat you to a grand meal." She didn't understand. She looked a little dazed. She was about to raise her hand to refuse such a childish reward. His hand was still on her head, making her both embarrassed and annoyed. "You jerk, senior brother. Why are you suddenly patting my head? It'll stunt my growth." Seeing her embarrassment, he stopped. She, on the other hand, pouted. All right. I won't tease you anymore. The little girl is embarrassed. I have to go cultivate now." He quickly got into position and began to cultivate. Streams of light bound his body, showing his determination. I must quickly enter the next stage of cultivation. Veins spread from his face down to his muscles. His eyes were like a predator's, staring at its prey. He sneered. "Now, besides having money, I also have countless grade 5 thunder control formations." He felt his power was still insufficient. This rate of advancement is still not good enough. The drawback is that it's too painful. It's really not something an ordinary person can endure. He thought of another way. "This won't do. I need to distract myself. That's right. How about?" As he cultivated, he imagined his favorite delicacies. His mouth watered. Peacock spring rolls, phoenix sausages, rhinoceros jerky, grilled dragon meat, bear paw stewed with lemon leaves. But the best of all has to be this top grade 7 flavor dog meat. 3 days later, he was exhausted, as if he had been completely drained. One hand was on his chest, the other raised, as if he could pass away at any moment. "I finally made it through. Distracting myself really works." It's just that I'm so hungry now. He was like a dried-up corpse, his eyes vacant. A few seconds ago, he was like a dead man. Now he was full of determination, plotting to go steal something. That's right. With my current strength, I might be able to steal the ecchi rabbits. After all, I've already stolen once. But one more time, I'll change into Du Yi's form. Time to get to business. In the sacred domain, the sky was clear and the air was fresh. Lu Qingsheng was with her senior sister. Her senior sister twirled a lock of hair and said with a smile, "The profoundness of music is truly difficult to grasp. Your mastery of the way of music is already on par with my master's." Lu Qingsheng smiled and replied, "You flatter me, senior sister. I believe it won't be long before you can also reach this realm, senior sister." In a corner of the bushes, she saw a familiar figure. He was waving and smiling. That person was Du Yi. In the bushes was discovered and immediately hid. The senior sister was both puzzled and helpless at his audacity. "That's Du Yi, the romantic figure who stole the dragon scale fish. I heard that Saint Xian recently issued a warrant for his arrest throughout the realm, and this guy still dares to show up so brazenly." She didn't answer. Instead, she wondered to herself, her heart full of questions. Strange. Isn't Du Yi locked in the stone chamber? Could it be that senior brother let him out? Du Yi stole the dragon scale fish. Perhaps senior brother didn't want to be implicated by him either, so he let him go. In a deserted place, the fake Du Yi peeked out to see if anyone else was around. He hid in the bushes, frowning in annoyance. The security is too tight. It wasn't this strict last time. The delicacy is right in front of him, but he was very cautious, because he knew it was a trap. The ecchi rabbits were right in front of him, but he could feel it. It was as if he had a divine eye, able to see through everything ahead. If he stepped out, he would definitely be caught. There were at least 2 emperor-level divine senses scanning the area in shifts, and dozens of king-level divine senses were hidden as well. The more he thought about it, the harder it seemed. The dragon scale fish incident has led to upgraded security. I should head back to the mountain first. The ecchi rabbits aren't easy to steal. I need to think of another way. The real Du Yi was still locked up. As soon as he saw Lu Jin return, he banged on the barrier and asked, "Big brother, you're back early today. Did you manage to steal the fish?" He had a headache. He snapped at the other guy, "Don't talk about it. I was planning for a change of pace, but the ecchi rabbits are too heavily guarded. I can't steal them for now. I guess I'll have to settle for fish." Hearing this, Du Yi annoyedly gave him the middle finger and shouted, "Wait a minute. You still want to steal the ecchi rabbits? I've already offended one saint because of your face. Don't get me in trouble with anyone else," he said with a straight face, hitting his opponent where it hurt. "Cut the crap. Aren't you a glutton yourself? Lately, all you talk about is dragon scale fish. You have a nerve to lecture me?" Lu Jun sat in the cave, a knife in one hand, a book in the other. He smiled smugly. "Just in time. I'm preparing fish to eat. There's none for you this time." Du Yi stood by watching, drooling with desire. He pressed his index fingers together, his face fawning as he begged for food. "You're eating fish? Why didn't you say so earlier? Big brother, I was just kidding before. Even if you use my face to steal 100 times, it's no problem at all. So, can you share a little with me?" Not letting him fantasize about the delicious fish, Lu Jin cut off his expectations. He emphasized as if the guy was very annoying, "Shut up. Don't disturb my cooking." Hearing this, the guy fell silent. His mouth was sealed, forced into silence. He didn't dare say another word, afraid he wouldn't get a share. He obediently sat still. Lu Jin read the fish cooking guide. While practicing on the spot, boil for 30 minutes. Then add seasoning and clean water. The aroma traveled far. This caused Lu Qingsheng, who was outside the cave, to follow the scent like a cat. She ran over, her eyes excited, a radiant smile on her face. She was even drooling. "Senior brother, what are you making? It smells so good." This guy smiled mischievously. He flipped open a book. The book looked like a piece of erotica, but inside was a cooking manual. He probably bought it for its eye-catching cover. Who knew he could also cook her a delicious meal? "Didn't I promise you before that I would treat you to a grand meal? I'm making it now." Looking at the fragrant, steaming hot fish before her, Lu Qingqing's eyes seemed to have a special effect. They sparkled as if she had seen a treasure. She praised, "Amazing, senior brother. Just from the smell, I can tell this meal of yours is no ordinary fare." Her joy was short-lived. She realized what he was making. It was something she wouldn't touch even if he gave it to her. Her eyes held a hint of disdain. Her tone was flat. This is a dragon scale fish. He gave a thumbs up. His eyes and smile showed he didn't care about her disgusted expression. Instead, he praised her for guessing the dish correctly. Junior sister, you are truly knowledgeable. She wasn't happy with this compliment and asked directly, the person who stole the dragon scale fish. Could it be you, senior brother? Lu Zhan felt like his tail had been stepped on. He still stubbornly denied it, acting as if it had nothing to do with him. He held the book in one hand and waved the other in front of her, as if casting a spell to make her believe him. You can't just say things like that. The one who stole the fish was Duel. Qingqing knew he was lying, so she exposed him outright. Duel has been locked up this whole time. It was you disguised as him all along, wasn't it, senior brother? He couldn't deny it, so he playfully ruffled her hair. He gave her a thumbs up and a grin. As expected of my junior sister. So smart. She was speechless and exasperated. She crossed her arms in frustration. Her pouty expression showed her displeasure. I told you to stop ruffling my hair. I'm not a kid anymore. Her senior brother thought for a moment. She grew curious again. But, senior brother, why did you steal the dragon scale fish? He gave her a mischievous grin. Instead of answering right away, he picked up a piece of fish meat. Why did I steal it? He offered it to her. It caught her a bit off guard, but she reluctantly ate it. Here, just take a bite, and you'll understand. At first, she was a little hesitant, but as soon as she tasted it, she could feel the fresh, delicious flavor of the fish. Her eyes lit up. She gently touched her lips. She couldn't believe what she had just eaten tasted so divine. It's delicious. It's brimming with spiritual energy, and it's so tender and smooth. This was the exact reaction he was waiting for. He laughed heartily and gave a thumbs up in agreement. Exactly. It's because it's just that good. This is one of the rarest delicacies you can find. Since we're in the sacred land, why not catch a few to try? On the other side, Duyi's mouth was taped shut. He pointed at the tape over his mouth. He was crying and throwing a fit. I want some too. I want some too. Lu Chen glanced at him and then ignored him. Not only did he ignore him, he even gloated. What's wrong, little bro? Just now remember the dragon scale fish? There's none for you today. Seeing him point at the fragrant plate of fish, Lu Chen knew exactly what he wanted, but pretended not to understand. What are you pointing at? Over with Lu Qingsheng, because the fish was so delicious. It was as if she had grown 10 arms. She continuously shoveled fish into her mouth. She ate like a starving tiger, which made Du Yi's heart ache as he watched. He was afraid he wouldn't get a single bite. Even a finger he pointed at her was trembling. At this moment, she had eaten the entire fish. Only the head was left. Having eaten such a delicious meal, she was so happy her eyes narrowed into a thin line. I never knew dragon scale fish could be this good. Thank you for the treat, senior brother. I'm finished. At the same time, Du Yi, seeing that there was nothing left for him, was stunned. He was both shocked and angry as he questioned them. How could you eat so fast? Are all the women in the sacred domain like this? This is the second time. The fish I worked so hard to steal, and I didn't get a single piece of meat. She didn't care how angry he was. She was too busy savoring the taste. A glow emanated from her entire body. It seemed that after eating this fish, her life force had become incredibly abundant. The dragon scale fish is truly a delicacy of the mortal world. Lu Chun sat across from her. He hadn't expected her to like it so much. She giggled. I never knew your cooking skills were this good, senior brother. Thank you for the treat. He looked at her with a helpless expression. He let out a sigh. I really don't know what to do with you. As long as you're happy, junior sister, I'll take care of the rest. Behind them, Du Yi was begging for the leftover fish bones. It left him completely bewildered. What are you doing? All right, Fine. I get it. I give up. You win. You can deal with the fish bones yourself. And remember to wash the dishes. He left Du Yi to his own devices. He then turned to speak with Lu Qingsheng. Junior sister, let's go for a walk outside. She was already at the cave entrance. She smiled and said, Perfect. I have something I want to talk to you about, too. Under the shade of a tree, the two of them strolled along the stone steps. She said, Senior brother, today, I was chatting with a few friends about you. She was a little shy, but she continued anyway. One of them heard about your exploits and wants to have a match with you. He put his hands on his hips irritably and asked coldly, Who is it? Which blind fool dares to challenge me? As she spoke, she recalled the person who wanted to fight Lu Zhan. His name is Zhaoyang. He is the 38th direct disciple of Saint Xian. He has already reached the peak of the Transcendent realm. Among all those in the Transcendent realm in the Sacred Land, he is the strongest. She continued, I heard he even defeated a primordial spirit realm expert once. He is Saint Xian's most beloved direct disciple. Lu Zhan found this a bit interesting. His achievements sound quite impressive. But, junior sister, why does this Zhaoyang want to challenge me? She looked at his back and said, this Zhaoyang is very arrogant. He considers himself the #1 in the Transcendent realm. She had let it slip at the time. Now she could only close her eyes in fear. She trembled as she pressed her index fingers together. She continued shyly, I told him about your achievements, senior brother. He probably got interested and wants to have a match. He didn't take it seriously. Instead, he laughed loudly. Junior sister, I think this Zhaoyang is actually one of your suitors, isn't he? As soon as he finished speaking, she shook her head vigorously. She became even more flustered, waving her hands and saying, no, he's not. It's just that when we were talking, I mentioned you a little more often, senior brother. Lu Qingqing was 30% unhappy and 70% helpless. She said with some annoyance, who knew that Zhaoyang would want to challenge you, senior brother? You men are so strange. Lu Zhan sighed. So that's how it is. He patted Lu Qingqing's head, ignoring her pouting and frowning, and her sulky expression. Silly junior sister. When a woman he likes mentions another man, the suitor will naturally get jealous. She snorted unhappily. Senior brother, don't pay any attention to that Zhaoyang. He's just being delusional. He turned to look at her and laughed loudly. Wouldn't that make it seem like I'm afraid of him? Junior sister, are you looking down on me? When I was running rampant in the sacred domain, the number of demonic beasts I fought was not small. My opponents were all at the primordial spirit realm and king realm. As he spoke, he recalled the scene of himself high above, unleashing his techniques to defeat the small fries. Lu Zhan then spoke in an experienced tone. Now, a mere transcendent realm cultivator wants me to cower. If my old enemies found out, they would probably laugh their heads off. After posturing for a few seconds, he probed her about the other person. But, junior sister, let me ask you, how much do you know about him? Where is he? Does he have any powerful protectors? Seeing his strange questions, she rolled her eyes helplessly and asked, confused, why are you asking about this? You're acting so strange, junior sister. When Zhaoyang goes out to train, he naturally has a very strong protector. But now that he's in the Jade Pool sacred domain, of course he doesn't. Oh, right. I heard he's been sparring with other disciples at Xianqing Mountain recently. At the foot of Xianqing Mountain, Zhaoyang was walking up the mountain. He looked ahead, only to see Lu Zhan sitting on the steps, waiting for him. Lu Zhan sat opposite him, his legs spread wide, hands on his thighs, exuding an air of someone who ruled the world. He spoke with a roguish and unrestrained smile. Hey, handsome guy over there. You must be Zhaoyang, right? Over here. Zhaoyang didn't hide it. That's right. I'm Zhaoyang. What's the matter? When Lu Zhan got his answer, he burst out laughing. He smugly raised his fist. I just wanted to confirm. If it's you, then there's no problem. He jumped up and rushed towards Zhaoyang. His entire body erupted with a powerful aura. Zhaoyang was caught off guard by this sudden attack. Lu Zhan shouted loudly, while attacking head-on without hesitation. I came here today specifically to beat up Zhaoyang. Zhaoyang hurriedly raised his arms to block in front of him. He was somewhat surprised that he couldn't block this brutal punch with one hand. He was sent flying. Zhaoyang was extremely shocked at this moment. He thought, how is this possible? This person is clearly only at the mid-stage of the Transcendent realm, yet he can knock me back. But he thought again, what is the origin of this person? He opened his mouth and asked, who are you? Unlike Zhaoyang's shocked and questioning expression, Lu Zhan said with a smile. But it was actually a backhanded compliment. Not bad, kid. You took a punch from me and didn't even cough up blood. The #1 in the Transcendent realm of the Jade Pool sacred domain. You truly live up to your reputation. Zhaoyang gritted his teeth in anger. He snorted coldly. Shameless. It's fine if you don't want to say. Lu Zhan looked at this Zhaoyang acting all high and mighty, too lazy to talk. He just wanted to see what he would do. Zhaoyang felt as if his long-held pride had been provoked. With a surging aura, he took out the weapon he considered most powerful. You dare force me to use an Emperor-grade weapon? A dazzling green light flashed. It shot out from between his eyebrows. A treasure box containing immense magical power appeared before him. He declared coldly, "No matter who you are, you're dead for sure." The judge's brush of King Yama. The coffin-sealing seal of life and death. Zhaoyang roared. The light still enveloped him. His aura soared. D. Seal of life and death, activate. But Lu Zhan was completely calm as he watched him perform his tricks. Seeing those green lights attacking him, he frowned. Before it could touch him, he sneered. He took out his own weapon. "Come out. Seal of life and death. Shatter for me." Zhaoyang was repeatedly shocked. "What? You have a seal of life and death too? And it even nullified my attack? Only a higher grade seal of life and death can suppress my emperor grade weapon. Could it be that yours is a saint grade seal of life and death?" Lu Zhan smiled smugly. His tone was self-satisfied. "That's right. This is a saint grade seal of life and death." With that said, he smashed the saint grade seal of life and death towards Zhaoyang. "I'll smash you to death." Zhaoyang was smashed until he coughed up blood and fell to the ground. Lu Zhan looked at the unconscious Zhaoyang and laughed with delight. "Next time, just follow the procedure. Wouldn't it be better to just pass out right away? You dare to cheat against me? Don't you know my cheating is even more outrageous?" He sighed. "Luckily, I used just the right amount of force. I didn't trigger the saint's protective will on him. Otherwise, Saint Xian would definitely come knocking." He didn't waste any more time. He took out his storage bag and sucked Zhaoyang inside. "All right, the hostage is in hand. I'll put him in the storage bag. Now, let's go up the mountain to the competition square and see what's going on." On the arena in the sacred domain square, many people were whispering, "Where's Zhaoyang? Why hasn't Zhaoyang arrived yet? Could he be scared? Did he run away before the fight?" Feng Xian looked down at the arena from above. He was getting a little impatient. What kind of trick is he playing? His opponent has been waiting for him for a whole hour. He ordered his subordinate, Amo, go to Zhaoyang's residence and see what that brat is up to. Amo, behind him, accepted the order. "Yes, sir." Lu Zhan appeared before him out of nowhere, smiling mischievously. He held a letter in his right hand. "No need to look for him. I have news of Zhaoyang right here." He handed the letter to Feng Xian, which left Feng Xian a bit bewildered. "A stranger asked me to deliver this letter to you. It contains news about Zhaoyang." He opened the envelope and read, "Mr. Feng Xian, your beloved disciple has been kidnapped by me. Please bring 10 dragon scale fish and 2 yinchi rabbits as ransom." "Damn it, how dare you extort me?" Feng Xian angrily crumpled the letter. "If I don't kill you, it will be hard to quell the hatred in my heart." He faced Lu Zhan and said through gritted teeth, "Kid, did someone offer you some benefit to come here? Tell me who's behind this, and I'll spare your life." Lu Zhan sneered and said leisurely, "Hey, don't talk nonsense. I was just being kind and brought you a letter I found. Don't frame me." Feng Xian was truly enraged. His aura exploded. Lightning and green light shot out from him. "Still want to act? Your acting is so bad. Looks like I'll have to force you to talk." Lu Zhan still stood tall, his arms crossed over his chest. Completely unfazed, Chun appeared and patted his shoulder. She said something that left him a bit confused. "Feng Xian, you've got some nerve." She continued, "He is the direct disciple of the Saint Lord. You want to touch him? Aren't you afraid the Saint Lord will skin you alive?" He was even more confused and asked Chun, "What did you say? This brat is the Saint Lord's disciple?" He looked at Lu Zhan. He really did see the dazzling halo of the Saint Lord behind him. But he still asked, "Kid, is your master really Saint Lord Jiaoshi?" Lu Zhan smirked confidently. 100% genuine. "My master is indeed the Saint Lord." Feng Xian didn't understand. His eyes were full of suspicion and contempt. He thought, what's this all about? Why is Jiaoshi's judgment so poor? To accept such a useless disciple. He pointed at Lu Zhan and asked, "Then how did you happen to receive this letter?" At this moment, Amo also returned. He reported to Saint Xian, "I have a letter related to Zhaoyang." Someone nearby also saw a letter and said, "Saint Xian, I also have a letter." Feng Xian became more and more confused, and Lu Zhan was secretly laughing coldly. Feng Xian was fuming with anger. A contemptuous sneer played on his lips. He cursed the stranger's despicable tactics. "He's really well prepared. I have a total of 42 fish left. This time, he's taking 10 of them, and I have to add 2 yinchi rabbits." Amo crossed his arms over his chest. He made a suggestion. "Saint Xian, I think we should just pretend to agree for now. Then we'll see how that thief deals with it." If he shows up, we'll capture him. Feng Xian sighed and agreed. Let's do that. Amo, go prepare the items. On the outskirts of the sacred domain, Amo placed a money bag on a chopped tree stump, pretending to lure out the greedy stranger. Feng Xian hovered in a nearby corner, looking down from above. After Amo finished, he raised his head and signaled to Saint Xian that it was done, then left. I'll hide in the spatial rift in the sky, unless it's someone at the Saint Realm or above. It's impossible for them to discover me. He stared at the bag below with a determined gaze. Let's see if I can catch you, you robber. Let's see how you'll deny it then. The first day, he was still hovering in that corner, waiting. He wondered, confused. The sun is about to set. Why hasn't that guy come yet? The second day, he cultivated while observing. He thought, could it be that it's not here? But the letter clearly said it was the tree stump he chopped down. On the third day, he lay bored on a cloud. This is so boring. After I catch him, I'm definitely going to find the East Saint for some flower wine. The fourth day, and then a week later, just as he was dozing off, Amo came to report. Because Amo was using an invisibility technique, he couldn't see his Saint Xian. He could only call out while searching. Master, another letter has arrived. But he was snoring. Hearing a voice, he unconsciously responded, startling himself awake. He was extremely annoyed. He opened a small section of the barrier. He reached out and snatched the letter from Amo's hand. Another letter? What kind of trick is he playing this time? The tone of the letter was full of mockery. He was so angry his head was about to explode. My apologies. I knew you were ambushing me in the dark, so I deliberately made you wait for a week. Just keep leaving the ransom at the old location. I'm warning you, don't play any tricks. The flames of hatred burned fiercely. His eyes were bloodshot. His anger soared. He clenched his fists and roared, Damn it, you shameless bastard. I will not rest until one of us is dead. On the other side, Lu Zhan was eating an apple and laughing smugly to himself. I made Feng Xian wait for another week. He must be furious right now. He sat with his legs crossed, continuing to munch on his apple. He looked at her. He looked as if he already knew. He thought, I knew with my toes she would come all the way to the sect to find me. I have a jade pendant. He muttered to himself in confusion. I wonder where Master went. I was planning to say goodbye to her before I left. Lu Qingchang brought a plate of apples and asked, Senior brother, what are you mumbling about? Afraid he was up to something again, she casually asked, Senior brother, what's the matter with Zhaoyang you're doing? He was hit where it hurt, but he still denied it. Don't talk nonsense, junior sister. How could I be that kind of person? She knew the character of the person before her all too well. She couldn't be bothered to argue with him. What kind of person you are? Don't I know you well enough? Just then, a ball of light shot towards them. It scared him so much he spat out a mouthful of water. Both he and she were extremely surprised. Such a powerful aura. Is it a saint? Lu Zhan was still holding the apple. He said with a smile, So, it is Senior Saint Xian gracing Shanfeng with his presence. May I ask what brings you here? He approached Lu Zhan. Feng Xian spoke as he threw him a letter. Little friend, I received a letter. You should take a look too. Lu Zhan pinched the letter with 2 fingers. He smiled with delight. He read it while sneering, his expression strange. Listen up, Feng Xian. Your Saint Lord has just taken a male disciple. Hand the ransom over to him. I will come and get it from him. You'd better not set up an ambush around him. Otherwise, I will kill him. If the Saint Lord's disciple dies because of you, the Saint Lord will surely blame you. We don't need to waste any more time. You won't be able to find me. But what you do, I know like the back of my hand. He hadn't read much before he complained that the letter was too long. In short, it means to give the ransom to me. That hero will come and get it when he's free. Feng Xian hovered in midair. He controlled the money bag to fly towards Lu Zhan and said, So be it. Take the things inside. He immediately refused. No way. Senior Saint Xian, I still want to live a few more years. If you give the things to me, what if the person in the dark kills me? Feng Xian rubbed his head wearily. His anger still hadn't subsided. Don't worry, little friend. I have sworn to the heavens. I will absolutely not set up an ambush in the bag again. This round I lose. I accept it. I just want to pay to get this over with. I won't play any more tricks. At the same time, the thoughts in his head were racing at lightning speed. You despicable bastard. I'm a saint. In this sacred domain, besides the Saint Lord, who else can escape my eyes and ears? Who on earth is this robber? Don't you know who you are? You bastard, relying on the Saint Lord's backing. You're really pushing it, Feng Xian said as he flew away. Besides, you are the Saint Lord's disciple. How could I not worry about your safety? Well, I'm leaving now. Lu Zhen watched him leave without saying a word. He covered his mouth with his hand, watching in the direction Feng Xian left. A cunning smile appeared on his face. You're leaving just like that? Well then, I'll have to do you a favor. With that said, he opened the bag and released Zhaoyang. So he really did give up. I thought this would drag on longer. As soon as he was released, he threw Zhaoyang away and sneered. Since your master has paid the ransom, you're useless now. Get lost. Get lost. Lu Zhen turned around, his hand on his forehead, looking up at the sky as if searching for something in the distance. Lu Qingchang stood behind him. She looked at him, confused, and called out, Senior brother. Didn't you say the matter with Zhaoyang? He turned his head, put a finger to his lips to signal shoo, and smiled mischievously. Junior sister, you must remember, I am not the mastermind behind this farce. She widened her eyes, her expression dazed. She twirled a lock of hair with her finger, full of doubt. Yes, senior brother. Why did you take so many dragon scale fish? He smiled brightly. As he thought of his father's figure, he said, I plan to bring this back for my father. Let it try something new. He tossed the dragon scale fish aside and approached her. He was still smiling brightly. He took out a precious-looking silver object. Oh, right. Junior sister. This. You take this. I'm preparing to go home now. Lu Qingsheng was a little flustered. She leaned back slightly, holding her hand in front of her chest, as if she didn't want to accept it. This is a formation used to trap Duel. He sneered with a cunning expression. Later, after I leave, release the Duel fellow. I'm in a hurry. See you next time. She stood beside him, both helpless and a little scared of his attitude. The sky was a clear blue. Lu Qingsheng was secretly calculating in her heart. I wonder where senior brother's home is. Next time, I'll have to go to his house to settle the score. Inside the imperial palace of the Lu Kingdom, two people sat opposite each other at a chessboard. Lu Zhengheng crossed his arms and said with admiration, Sword King, your chess skills are superb. I am truly impressed. Fang Changlin remained silent, only muttering to himself with clear displeasure. Why isn't this rebellious son back yet? If he doesn't come back soon, I won't be able to hold on much longer. He didn't concede defeat. A cunning smile appeared on his face. He pinched a chess piece and said, For the past month, I haven't won a single game. He really says one thing and means another. This Sword King's temperament is truly cautious and steady. To think he'd wait for that brat for 3 whole months. Fang Changlin sneered. He tossed the chess piece up and said, There's no need to play chess anymore. The main character is back. A thick fog covered the entire sky. Lu Zhengheng had a look of surprise on his face. That rebellious son still knows the way home. Lu Zhen appeared amidst the dense fog. He rushed forward quickly. I'm finally home. I wonder if the old man missed me. Stepping into the house, he saw the two playing chess but paid them no mind. He also pretended not to see Lu Zhengheng's sullen expression. Old man, I'm back. He looked at Lu Zhen, his eyes murderous. He frowned. He couldn't help but scold and sigh. Rebellious son. You know the way back. Didn't you say you'd be gone for a few days? It's been months. He sighed helplessly. Don't mention it. Actually, I wanted to come back even more than you did. Ignoring his father's annoyed expression, Fang Changlin looked at Lu Zhen and asked, You are Lu Zhen? Who taught you the myriad ages sword art? He didn't want to answer. He asked back in a not-so-serious tone. You're that so-called Sword King, huh? Why should I tell you? He didn't want to waste words. If that's the case, I'll have to verify it myself. In an instant, his entire body was enveloped in light. A thick fog filled the space, making it impossible for Lu Zhen to see clearly. He immediately raised his hand to cover his face, but he stood his ground firmly, showing no intention of backing down. He was a little surprised, but also full of interest. Sword intent. No wonder he's known as the #1 expert in the Emperor Realm. This sword intent, not many in the Emperor Realm have mastered it, he thought, then spoke with a voice full of admiration. At the same time, he crossed his hands in front of his chest and condensed a weapon. Not only does he know the myriad ages sword art, but he can also use sword intent. His identity is just as I suspected. Only sword intent can nullify sword intent. I have sword intent too, you know. With an identity like this, how could he be in a backwater place like the Qi Kingdom? Could it be? In a flash, He had condensed an invisible sword that contained his own immense power. Amidst the faint pink smoke, he had an arrogant expression. His arms were spread wide towards the sky. A cold smile played on his lips. Sword intent, like water, only annihilates the forbidden wind. Fang Changlin looked up at Lu Zhan in the air. Extremely shocked, he exclaimed, "What? You've mastered sword intent at the mere Transcendent realm?" He was surprised, but also extremely excited. Moreover, how old are you this year? A genius. As he spoke, he thought to himself, I can't believe I actually found a treasure here. My 3 months of waiting were not in vain. After witnessing his power, he decided to let go of the old grudge. He said with a smile, "The matter of you killing my disciple, let's just forget about it." Lu Zhan was confused and mentally raised a question mark. Fang Changlin smiled cunningly. His intentions clear. "Come, be my disciple." He answered without thinking, "I refuse." Fang Changlin really didn't understand. What? Such a good offer. Why refuse? Won't you reconsider? I can teach you to raise your sword intent to the king level. By then, killing kings will be as easy as killing dogs. He said bluntly with some helplessness. I have enough masters already. Besides, with your meager skills, you're far from qualified to teach me. He spoke bluntly. Moreover, you are a person of the Sword Emperor Palace. A dignified Sword King of the Sword Emperor Palace, sitting on a wealth of cultivation resources you don't enjoy. Instead, you run to a small imperial dynasty in this desolate region to live in seclusion. You must have made some mistake, and were exiled here by the Sword Emperor Palace. He was even more surprised. You know of the Sword Emperor Palace. That's right. Why didn't I think of it? You know the myriad ages sword art, and you've even cultivated sword intent. Of course, you're also from that place. In the high sky, white clouds crisscrossed. Fang Changlin is from that place. He reminisced as he spoke. That's right. I am an outcast of the Sword Emperor Palace. For offending the higher-ups, I have been banished from the Sword Emperor Palace for life. I'm never to set foot in the Azure Domain again. Lu Zhan's face was emotionless, as if he was all too familiar with being exiled to the mortal world like this. He spoke again. Now I can only stay in this small Qi kingdom. If you're also from the Sword Emperor Palace, I will not interfere in this matter anymore. After hearing this, Lu Zhan replied leisurely, no rush. Let's make a deal. He looked straight at Fang Changlin with determination. The Qi Emperor, help my father ascend to the throne of the Qi Imperial Palace. After it's done, I will let you return to the Sword Emperor Palace. How about it? Faced with this offer, Fang Changlin hesitated a little, but still said, Kid, you speak with such arrogance. I admit your talent. Even in the palace, you are a peerless genius. But you can't do it. It was the 4 Peak Lords who jointly signed the proposal to punish me. Even the palace lord was helpless. He snorted coldly. In the Sword Emperor Palace, there is currently no one I can't afford to offend. If I say you can go back, you can go back. Seeing that he still didn't believe him, Lu Zhan materialized a sword even more powerful than the previous one. If you don't believe me, then do you believe this sword? Fang Changlin was stunned and shouted. The Silver Moon Sword Body. You are the sword master. Impossible. You're only at the Transcendent realm. Then he thought doubtfully. How can this be? Even the Sword Saint of the Sword Emperor Palace couldn't get close to the Silver Moon. Yet Lu Zhan managed to obtain it. Lu Zhan controlled the weapon to fly towards him, as if sweetly coaxing him. So what if I'm at the Transcendent realm? His eyes and smile were full of confidence. I have someone backing me. A mere sword master position is as easy as flipping my hand. Fang Changlin didn't know how to respond. This. He sighed, clasped his hands, and closed his eyes. He indicated his agreement. In that case, everything will be as the sword master wishes. At this moment, Lu Jingheng finally spoke up. What are you two plotting? You even set up a soundproof barrier. Is there something I'm not allowed to know? Both he and Lu Zhan acted as if it was no big deal. They burst out laughing. It's nothing serious, old man. You don't need to know. Just get ready to sit on the throne of the Qi Emperor. As soon as Lu Zhan finished speaking, Fang Changlin said, That's right, old Lu. I will definitely help you ascend to the throne of the Qi Emperor. He was both confused and surprised by the somewhat suspicious closeness between the two. He gave a thumbs up to show his agreement. He didn't care what the two of them said or did. But he still muttered to himself, What's the situation? Since when did these two get so close? Even so, he still said curiously, No. I think I still need to know a few things. For example, when did you two start colluding? Lu Zhongheng frowned and said worriedly, moreover, you want to overthrow the Qi Emperor. Isn't this decision a bit too hasty? Lu Zhang gave a thumbs up to reassure him. It's fine. We'll help you. We guarantee we'll send the Qi Emperor to the afterlife. Hearing this, he asked back, no, I just think, isn't this a bit too fast? Lu Jingheng stroked his beard and said, right now we are weak and alone. Are we really going to destroy an emperor with just the three of us? Lu Jin listened and said calmly, it's fine. The Qi Emperor sees you as a thorn in his side, father. Last time, he sent 2 King Realm experts to kill you. He really underestimated you. This time, we'll take the initiative. Hearing this, the Sword King continued. But what Brother Lu said is not without reason. We are few in number. I'll go find one more person. His strength is no weaker than mine. His name is Lin Yu. Lu Jin looked at him doubtfully and asked, who is that? Lu Jingheng recalled the rumor and asked, Lin Yu, wasn't he killed by the Qi Emperor? The Sword King smiled and replied, he cultivates a secret soul technique. Even if his physical body was destroyed back then, he has a way to revive. After hearing this, Lu Jingheng clasped his hands and said, so that's how it is. Then I'll have to trouble you, Brother Sword, to invite him out of seclusion. We'll wait here for your good news. The Sword King waved goodbye, jumped out, and shouted, then I'll be on my way. Lu Jingheng watched his departing figure and said, take care, Brother Sword. He crossed his arms and asked probingly, you rotten kid, now tell me, what kind of fortuitous encounter did you have that even the Sword King listens to you? Hearing this, Lu Jin laughed loudly and replied, didn't I tell you already? I found an incredibly powerful master. At my master's place, even a gatekeeper could beat you to a pulp. Lu Jingheng's face was full of anger. He gritted his teeth and said, so powerful. Why didn't you bring a few gatekeepers back to help us? Or is it that your status in the sect is even lower than a handyman's? Lu Jin's jaw dropped in surprise. He shouted this, but a realization suddenly dawned on him. That's right. My background is so powerful. Why? Am I still playing childish games with this trashy emperor-level expert? In the imperial palace of the Qi Kingdom, the Qi Emperor sat on his throne. He shouted angrily, even the Sword King has rebelled. You little brat, what kind of trick did you use? Hearing this, the eunuch beside him immediately announced in a loud voice, announcing Martial King and Demon King Chun. The 2 kings have come to the palace for an audience with your majesty. The Martial King, a peak King Realm expert, walked in from outside and said with a smile, this subject greets your majesty. Demon King Chun, a peak King Realm expert, also walked in from outside. He looked at the Qi Emperor and announced, this subject greets your majesty. He looked down from above and ordered, you two, make a trip to the 6 kingdoms. Tell the Sword King, if he wants to live, he must accept my son, Qi Han, as his disciple. Anyone who refuses will be killed without mercy. After that, bring me the heads of the entire Lu clan. Hearing this, Demon King Chun spoke up first. Your Majesty, I alone am sufficient for this task. I have long wanted to test the skills of that Sword King. The Qi Emperor gritted his teeth in anger and said, the abilities of a sword cultivator far exceed those of an ordinary king. You two go together. This battle must be won quickly. Don't bring shame upon me. Hearing this, Demon King Chun and the Martial King cupped their hands and shouted in unison, as you command. The 6 Kingdoms Imperial Palace. Lu Zhan sat before a table with 7 fish dishes. A rich aroma filled the air. Lu Jingheng walked in from outside. Seeing him, he shouted, you rotten kid. What are you doing? It smells so good. Lu Zhan turned his head, revealing the fish on the table. He said loudly, this is dragon scale fish. I brought it back from my master's place for you to try. Hearing this, he snorted coldly and said, you still know how to show some filial piety to your father. I didn't raise you for nothing. Lu Jingheng looked at the 2 figures outside the door. He suggested, just in time, Brother Sword has also brought Lin Yu. Come in and try this dragon scale fish together. Lin Yu, sitting on the Sword King's shoulder, entered. He reached out to support him and asked with a smile, dragon scale fish? One of the 8 treasures. Brother Lu, you even have something like this? Lu Jingheng stroked his beard with his hand and asked, this must be Brother Lin Yu, right? The secret soul technique is truly miraculous. To be able to reverse aging like this. Lin Yu looked straight at him and asked back, "Where's the person who invited me out of seclusion? I heard he has a way to kill the Qi Emperor." The Sword King pointed his hand towards Lu Xun and said in a loud voice, "The one who has a way to kill the Qi Emperor is this little brother here, Lu Xun." Hearing this, he frowned and asked in disbelief, "Him? A mere transcendent realm cultivator?" Hearing this, he shouted, "A transcendent realm cultivator is indeed not enough." Lu Xun raised his hand and summoned a bolt of lightning, asking with a smile, "But I, a transcendent realm cultivator, have a grade 7 thunder control formation. Is it that difficult to kill an emperor-level expert?" Both the Sword King and Lin Yu were astonished. They exclaimed in disbelief, "What? A grade 7 thunder control formation?" Lu Xun looked at their shocked faces and said loudly, all right. Don't be so surprised. Come over and eat some fish together." In the sky above that building, the Martial King looked down and asked the Demon King, "Do you smell that fragrance?" Hearing this, the Demon King asked back, "Very fragrant. What is this smell?" He frowned. He answered uncertainly, "This smell seems to be grilled dragon scale fish." The Demon King and the Martial King looked down from above. They snorted coldly and shouted, "Humph. We, under the command of the Qi Emperor, have come to the Six Kingdoms specifically to eliminate the rebels." The Martial King frowned. He still had enough strength to shout, "Sword King, Lu Xun, the three of you, Lu Xun, get out here for me." The Sword King and the others walked out of the courtyard. They looked up at the two of them. He heard them and asked mockingly, "I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's the Martial King and the Demon King. What a grand display." The Demon King looked down from above and shouted coldly, "Sword King, the Qi Emperor usually treats you like a brother. Now you betray him. Your crime is worthy of 10,000 deaths." "Humph." The Sword King heard this and sneered sarcastically, "Humph. Don't try to scare me. Betraying the Qi Emperor is a crime worthy of 10,000 deaths." The Demon King's entire body glowed with a blue light. He shouted, "Yes. A treacherous subject like you should be executed. But the Qi Emperor is merciful and magnanimous. He has agreed to spare you from the death penalty, as long as you accept His Highness the Crown Prince as your disciple, and pass on your entire lifetime of swordsmanship to the Crown Prince. The Qi Emperor can pretend nothing ever happened." The Sword King frowned impatiently. "Is that all? If you're done talking, then get lost. You're disturbing my meal." The Demon King raised his hand and sent a green palm strike towards him, shouting, "Arrogant. Just because I call you Sword King, you think you're some big shot?" He began to gather energy in his palm. He swooped down from above, shouting, "Today let me see just how much you, the Sword King, are worth." The Demon King launched a palm strike, sending the Sword King flying backward. He watched as the Sword King flew a great distance. The Demon King laughed loudly and said, "Ha! Is this the strength of the #1 Sword King in the Emperor realm? That's all there is to it. How ridiculous." Suddenly, from a distance, a chopstick carrying a powerful force flew towards him. Seeing this, the Demon King was terrified and shouted, "What?" That chopstick flew gently and pierced through his palm. The Demon King looked at his hand, which had been pierced by the chopstick. He cried out in disbelief, "What? A chopstick?" He looked towards the Sword King in the distance and shouted, "Could this be your magic weapon? Its piercing power is so strong." He raised the other chopstick in his hand and cursed loudly, "Fool! This is just the chopstick I use to eat fish. With my sword intent, even a chopstick can become a peerless treasured sword." The Sword King looked in that direction and sneered, "You fool! You can't even judge your opponent's strength. Are you worthy of me using a magic weapon?" Hearing him mock him, the Demon King roared in anger, "Damn it! How dare you look down on me? I will definitely kill you." The Martial King landed in front of Lu Xun and his father. He ignored the ongoing battle behind him and threatened, "Your support has been cut off. You should just kill yourselves. If I have to do it, you won't even have a complete corpse left." He chuckled and asked, "I think I've met you before, little Jean." The third senior brother's guard in the Azure domain. Lu Xun asked with a smile, "Is my third senior brother's salary not enough? You even ran here to moonlight for the Qi Emperor." The Martial King's expression changed. He pointed at him in panic and shouted, "It's you, the great Demon King of the Azure domain. Why are you here?" The Martial King's face was grim. He thought, why is it him? He bullies men and women alike, relying on his powerful background in the Azure domain. My young master can't stand him, but there's nothing he can do about him. In his mind, a scene of Lu Zhan looking at him grimly and saying, "You're finished, kid," appeared. Thinking of this, the Martial King sighed inwardly. This person is extremely petty. In the Azure domain, he has framed my young master time and time again. Now I've offended him. I'm dead for sure. The Martial King clasped his hands and said with a smile, "So, what is young Master Lu here? I am Chi Meng. Greetings, young Master Lu." But in his heart he cursed, "That bastard Chi Emperor. You could have provoked anyone, but you had to provoke this living king of hell." Lu Jingheng turned his head to look at Lu Zhan and shouted, "Rebellious son. How do you know this person?" Hearing this, he replied in confusion, "Experts from the great imperial dynasties? Yes, I know almost half of them. I didn't want to either. I just got home and ran into an acquaintance." The demon king in the sky transformed into a blurry streak of light and rushed over, shouting, "Martial King, save me. This guy is too strong. Let's team up to deal with the Sword King." He looked at the Martial King below and shouted, "Why haven't you finished off those two useless guys yet? Forget it. Help me deal with the Sword King first." Lu Zhan looked at the Demon King in the sky and shouted loudly, "Hey, fatty up there, you've miscalculated. Because now, the Martial King is one of us." He frowned and shouted in disbelief, "Huh? You rotten kid. What nonsense are you spouting?" The Martial King walked up behind him with a grim face and said, "Oh, Demon King Chun, young Master Lu is right. From today onwards, I betray the Chi Emperor. I pledge my allegiance to young Master Lu." The Demon King raised his hands high and roared, "Impossible! Why are you all, one after another? Did I miss some part of the plot?" Suddenly, a ball of fire appeared and pierced through his chest. A stream of light on Lin Yu's hand gradually dissipated. Seeing this, he said, "You missed your chance to live." Lin Yu looked at the dead Demon King and said, "So weak. You can't even block a casual blow from my secret soul technique." In the Imperial Palace, a soldier rushed in from outside. He cupped his hands and shouted, "Reporting! Your Majesty, the Chi Emperor, a spy in the Six Kingdoms, has just sent back the latest news." The Chi Emperor exuded a low pressure. He listened to the person's report. The Martial King suddenly rebelled, leaving the Demon King surrounded on all sides. He was killed in the Six Kingdoms. He laughed loudly and shouted, "Haha, they've all rebelled. Have I truly become a lone wolf? Sword King, Martial King, the Lu father and son, you're all good." The Chi Emperor gritted his teeth and shouted, "I haven't made a move in 300 years. It seems the world has forgotten how terrifying I, the Chi Emperor, am. This time, I will personally take action. None of you will escape alive." The Six Kingdoms Imperial Palace. At the Chi Punitive Conference, Lu Zhan calmly recounted, "After that, we'll do this and that." The Sword King opposite him listened and continued, "Understood. So it's like this and like that." Lu Jingheng stroked his beard with his hand and exclaimed, "This rebellious son of mine. I think you're about to be able to walk sideways in the Chi Kingdom. What's the point of discussing strategy now? Just charge over and kill them." Hearing this, he said awkwardly, Father, your thinking is too dangerous. It's better for people to use their brains a little more." Lu Zhan frowned and thought to himself, "If my protector were still here, I wouldn't even need to use my brain. I can only say that life is unpredictable." A Peak Saint Realm protector. He looked at Lu Zhan with two fingers and said, "Boo-hoo. Little Chun is about to go home. Take me with you." Lu Zhan immediately refused. "I refuse. If I take you home and my father sees you, he'll probably laugh me to death." He waved his hand with a disgusted expression and shouted, "You just stay in the Azure domain. Anyway, there are no experts on my side. I don't need your protection." He cried and cursed, "Boo-hoo. You heartless, faithless scoundrel." Lu Zhan turned his head, waved his hand, and said with a laugh, "Ha! I am indeed a scoundrel. I am indeed heartless and faithless. And I also like to cause trouble for no reason." Lu Zhan held his forehead and thought, "As a result, I didn't expect to provoke an emperor-level expert as soon as I got home. Sigh. If I had known, I would have brought him with me." He sighed and shouted, "No more thinking." He asked, "Do you all know the specific realm of the Chi Emperor? Has he reached the peak yet?" He said calmly, "Not yet. He has never made a move. But according to my judgment, he's probably only at the mid or late stage of the Emperor realm." Lu Zhan touched his chin with his hand and said, "Then it's easy. I will set up 2 layers of formations. Consider it a welcoming gift for him. Lu Xun and the others appeared on the martial arts training ground. He looked at everyone and said in a loud voice, "Let's set up the formation on this martial arts training ground." The Sword King looked at Lu Xun and said, "A grade 7 formation. The last time I saw one was when I was still in the sect." Lin Yu's eyes widened as he continued. "I wonder what kind of miraculous points it has." Lu Xingheng snorted coldly from the side and thought, "Humph. How much money did this formation cost? It feels so wasteful." Lu Xun waved his hand. A phantom of a white tiger stepped out from the golden light. His voice rang out at the right moment. "Qian, Kun, Ke, Dui." Li, Zhun, Jin, Sun suppressed the wind and sealed the white tiger. Then Lu Xun raised his hand and pressed down hard on his palm, shouting, "Qian, Jin, Li, Dui, Kun. Cross the blue and let the green dragon trap the enemy." Immediately, a green dragon appeared from the green light. He spread his arms wide, gathering a golden whirlwind that shot straight into the sky. He shouted, "Ride the wind and wield the sword into the vast sea. Move heaven and earth, annihilate the emperor with can." The 49 steps of the god-slaying art, the emperor-burying formation. At this moment, Lu Xun raised 2 fingers. He looked at the formation before him and declared with a smile, "The formation is complete. All that's left is to offer the fresh blood of that emperor as a sacrifice." A day later, a vortex appeared in the sky above the 6 Kingdoms' imperial palace. The Qi Emperor emerged from it. He glared down and shouted, "6 Kingdoms, I have arrived." The Qi Emperor gathered his spiritual energy. He shouted towards the 6 Kingdoms' imperial palace. "Traitorous subject, Sword King. Traitorous subject, Martial King." He roared with a ferocious expression. "All of you in this country, prepare to die for this emperor." Lu Xingheng stepped out. He frowned and replied, "Your Majesty, the Qi Emperor. You're late. We've been waiting for a long time." The Qi Emperor looked at Lu Xun and the others below and said coldly, "Humph. As expected, you've all gathered in one place. You damn Lu father and son. What kind of trick did you use to make them betray me?" He looked towards the Sword King and questioned, "Sword King, for hundreds of years, I have treated you as a confidant. Why did you betray the Qi Kingdom?" The Sword King heard this and raised his head, asking with a smile, "You said yourself. I'm a friend, not a subject. How can there be a matter of betraying the country?" The Qi Emperor raised his hand and gathered 5-colored energy, saying, "You old man, you're quite sharp-tongued. And what about you, Martial King? Back then, I saved you in your time of need. You swore to be loyal to me for life. Why did you betray me?" The Martial King spread his hands and replied with a smile, "Back then, if I hadn't pretended to be seriously injured, how could I have gotten close to you?" He lowered his hands and clasped them together. "There is a divine temple on Zishan Mountain. The god of wealth travels among men." The Martial King raised his palm, which had a red mark on it, and said in a loud voice, "I am a member of the god of wealth clan in the Azure Domain. If it weren't for my clan's mission, do you think someone like you is worthy of my loyalty?" The Qi Emperor landed on the ground and asked doubtfully, "The god of wealth clan? I've never heard of it. Why were you hiding by my side?" Hearing this, the Martial King replied, "With your realm, you are naturally not qualified to know about the god of wealth clan, and you're even less qualified to possess Lu Qing's map." The Qi Emperor's face darkened as he looked at the Martial King. "So that's it. You came here for Lu Qing's treasure map." As he finished speaking, he raised his fist. He gathered blue spiritual power and rushed towards the Martial King, shouting, "In your dreams." Lu Xun, standing nearby, frowned and muttered, "Lu Qing, that name sounds familiar. Could it be the supreme overlord of the desolate domain from 8,000 years ago?" The Qi Emperor immediately raised his fist. He struck towards him. But right after, an energy shield appeared in front of Lu Xun, protecting him. Then, under the Qi Emperor's fist, the shield shattered into countless pieces. He smiled smugly. He raised his fist and said, "Humph. The formation? You must be that Lu Xun who has many formations." The Qi Emperor leaned in close. Lu Xun immediately mocked him loudly. "It's just a mere grade 5 formation. It might be able to trap a king-level expert, but if you think you can use it to trap an emperor-level expert, you're too arrogant." His expression darkened. He said, "I only need a light punch to break your formation." Lu Xun immediately replied, "That's a matter of course. The might of an emperor-level expert. A mere grade 5 formation of mine naturally can't withstand it. Lu Zhan raised a formation plate and retorted, however, for me to be able to activate a grade 7 formation at such a close distance, it's because you're too arrogant. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light quickly appeared and surrounded him. The grade 7 formation, the Emperor Burying Formation, activated instantly. The Qi Emperor was struck by the golden light. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He shouted in pain, "What? How can this be?" Lu Zhan stood within the formation, his body enveloped in a brilliant red light. Seeing this, the Qi Emperor thought, a grade 7 formation, only a sect of a great saint-level power could possibly possess such a formation. How could he have one? A small vassal kingdom having a grade 7 formation? It's absolutely impossible. I can't let him scare me. Countless massive rocks surrounded the Qi Emperor. He heard Lu Zhan's voice ring out. "You country bumpkin from a small nation. Don't be so arrogant here." He gritted his teeth in anger, almost going mad. The Qi Emperor raised his hand and gathered blue energy, shouting, "How can you possibly have a grade 7 formation? I almost fell for your trick." He created a massive whirlwind and sent it towards Lu Zhan, roaring die. In an instant, a golden light appeared before him, blocking the attack. Seeing this, the Qi Emperor shouted in disbelief, "It really is a grade 7 formation? Humph, but it's only for defense." Hearing his contemptuous voice, Lu Zhan sneered. The Qi Emperor's contemptuous voice rang out again. "A grade 7 defensive formation consumes hundreds of millions of spirit stones every minute. Once your spirit stones run out, I will break the formation and chop off your turtle head." Lu Zhan looked up and said with a smile, "Although I'm quite poor, you can rest assured, the spirit stones I brought are enough to maintain this formation for a year or two." He raised a wooden command token and shouted, "However, thanks for the reminder. Wasting spirit stones on you is indeed not worth it. This defensive formation has been beaten by you for so long. It's about time." Lu Zhan raised the command token high. He shouted, "Activate the killing formation." As soon as he finished speaking, countless massive rocks shot up from the ground into the sky. The Qi Emperor was terrified. He shouted in panic, "What? There's a killing formation too?" He was locked in place by those golden streams of energy. He exclaimed in shock, "A grade 7 formation. For a mortal to obtain one is a blessing from the heavens. How can he have another one?" Right after, the Qi Emperor was enveloped by a golden light carrying karmic fire. He gritted his teeth. He watched as his arm gradually disintegrated and cursed loudly, "Damn it." The Qi Emperor's arm quickly detached. It began to reveal its mechanism. The Qi Emperor's voice rang out, "Saintly weapon, Thousand Hands defense. Activate." Immediately, from the severed arm, a blue light shot straight towards the formation. Seeing this, Lin Yu asked in surprise, "What? He still had a trick up his sleeve? He even has a saintly weapon that can resist a grade 7 formation?" Seeing this scene, the martial king thought, "This feeling, I'm afraid it's just a pseudo-saintly weapon. Only a fool would mistake it for a saintly weapon. It seems he has benefited from Lu Qing's map." He stroked his chin. He sneered, "Is this your trump card? This thing of yours is just a pseudo-saintly weapon. It was just casually infused with a stream of law power by a saint realm expert." He raised his hand. Dozens of golden lights immediately shot towards the Qi Emperor. He shouted, "You ignorant country bumpkin. You think you can block my killing formation with this piece of trash?" The Qi Emperor raised his hand. He used that saintly weapon to strike at him, shouting, "You arrogant and ignorant brat. This is a real saintly weapon. Your killing formation has been blocked by me. Killing you is only a matter of time." At this moment, Lu Zhan raised his hand and controlled those streams of light to shine on him, cursing, "Fool! You think this is the limit of a grade 7 formation? That was just a warm-up. Grade 7 killing formation. Full power operation. Attack." The Qi Emperor watched in horror as the golden lights quickly surrounded him. He asked in terror, "What?" He shouted in disbelief, "Impossible." Streams of black smoke rose from the Qi Emperor's body. He screamed in agony, "Ah!" His face gradually twisted, then disappeared. The Qi Emperor roared unwillingly, "Lu Zhan." A purple light swept past. His body was reduced to a skeleton, but he continued to scream, "I curse you. I curse you to die without a complete corpse." A black arrow shot out from his remains. and flew towards Lu Zhan. Lu Zhan said in terror, "This is an emperor's curse, formed from his final life force." Within the enveloping black smoke, his ferocious face appeared. He shouted, "Lu Zhan, die!" The arrow gradually swelled and rushed towards Lu Zhan. Within the black smoke, the Qi Emperor's twisted face appeared. He roared, "Lu Zhan, I'll be waiting for you in hell." Lu Zhan gritted his teeth and looked at the arrow angrily. He raised a large square seal and snorted coldly, "Humph. You can't even rest in peace after death." He forcefully pressed the great seal towards the black smoke and shouted, "Saintly weapon, seal of life and death. Suppress it for me." In an instant, the black smoke was dispersed by Lu Zhan. A golden light shot straight into the sky, dispelling the black qi in all directions. Lu Zhan lay amidst the rubble. He stretched. He sighed with contempt. "Luckily, I have a saintly weapon to protect me, master." Lu Jingheng ran over worriedly and asked with concern, "Chinner, how are you? Are you okay?" Lu Zhan turned his head to look at him. "Father, don't worry. I'm Phoenix." The Sword King above raised his hand and said, "The power of an Emperor Realm curse is indeed terrifying." Luckily, the formation weakened its energy. Otherwise, Lu Zhan struggled to raise his head. He looked at the Qi Emperor's remains with contempt and shouted, and yet he still managed to unleash a saint-level attack. The Qi Emperor's remnant soul fell into Lin Yu's palm. He shouted, "Lin Yu, how dare you imprison my remnant soul? You treacherous villain. What do you want to do?" Lin Yu forcefully crushed the remnant soul in his hand and shouted, "You killed my entire family and destroyed my physical body. Of course, I have to make your soul scatter to appease my anger. Today, I will make sure not even a remnant of your soul remains." A long while later, Lu Zhan sat up. He let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, that scared me to death. You all go and see if there are any remnants of the enemy in the city. I'll rest here for a bit." The Martial King appeared with a storage bag. "Young Master Lu, this is the storage bag the Qi Emperor dropped." Lu Zhan took out a secret manual from inside and laughed loudly. "Let's see what treasures this Qi Emperor has." Lu Zhan threw the cultivation manual to General Li and said, "A useless Emperor-grade method. Let the Imperial Guards practice with it for fun." General Li hurriedly reached out to catch it. He shouted with joy, "Thank you, Your Highness." Right after, he pulled out something else and exclaimed, "Is there anything else? Damn it, there's nothing at all. What a poor ghost. This damn Qi Emperor deserved it." Lu Zhan had a mischievous smile on his face. He gave a thumbs up and said loudly, "It's all right." Although the Qi Emperor was both poor and weak, from today onwards, you are the new Qi Emperor. Tomorrow, we will move into the Qi Emperor's hall. Lu Jingheng heard this. He exclaimed excitedly, "We're becoming emperor so quickly, and we have to move into the Qi Imperial Palace? Isn't this a bit too fast?" Hearing this, the Martial King behind him said, "Having killed the Qi Emperor, King Lu is naturally the new emperor of the Qi Kingdom. There's no need to overthink it. However, young Master Lu, the map of Lu Qing." Lu Zhan heard this and said calmly, "I have carefully checked the storage bag of the Qi Emperor. I didn't find anything that looks like a map." The Martial King frowned. "Is that so? Then we can only go to the Qi Imperial Palace tomorrow and see if we find anything." Lu Qing was once a Saint Realm overlord. The Qi Emperor must have known how precious his map was. He must have hidden it somewhere. In the Martial King's mind, a scene of Lu Qing throwing out 8 map fragments appeared. His voice continued to echo. Before Lu Qing passed away, he left behind a tomb map divided into 8 pieces. The Martial King frowned. Besides the God of Wealth clan, there are several other families also searching for the map. Young Master Lu is the junior brother of my young master. We can cooperate when the time comes. Lu Zhan propped himself up on his knees. So that's how it is. No wonder the Qi Emperor could obtain a pseudo-saintly weapon in this backwater place. It must be thanks to Lu Qing's map. He said calmly, "That place must have a real saintly weapon. By then, countless clans will be fighting over it. Hee hee. I love fishing in troubled waters the most." Hearing this, the Martial King thought, "I don't care which turtle you fish out of the troubled waters. Just don't set up my young master when the time comes." Outside the imperial palace of the Lu Kingdom, Fang Changlin said to a purple-haired man, "There's no more movement. His Majesty the Qi Emperor has finished dealing with the rebels." The purple-haired man looked into the palace and asked worriedly, Strange. His Majesty's aura has disappeared. What on earth happened? He exclaimed in a low voice. Could it be that His Majesty has fallen? Hearing this, Fong Changlin, who was behind him, immediately retorted, how is that possible? His Majesty the Qi Emperor is a true Emperor realm expert. How could he die in this Lu kingdom? He guessed softly. His Majesty must have used a technique to conceal his aura, to prevent outsiders from discovering him. In the palace, a brocade-robed guard came out carrying a bucket. The purple-haired man immediately raised his hand and shouted, Hey, brother over there with the bucket. May I ask how things are inside? Has the great His Highness the Qi Emperor finished killing the rebels? The brocade-robed guard was startled and shouted, Huh? What nonsense are you talking about? Our Lu kingdom is invincible. Isn't dealing with a mere emperor as easy as flipping a hand? As for the great Qi Emperor you mentioned, he was turned to dust by formation. He's in this pile of trash. You try to find him. As soon as he finished speaking, a pile of ash mixed with dirt was dumped on the ground. Fong Changlin broke out in a cold sweat. He cried out in horror, What? The purple-haired man shouted in disbelief, No, Your Majesty the Qi Emperor. The next day, Lu Zhen and the others were enveloped in a brilliant light. His voice rang out, The teleportation formation is ready. We can now go to the imperial city of the Qi Kingdom. Fifth-grade alchemists Mo Shinkong and Pu Xingji raised their hands to stop him. Wait, while I was in seclusion, so many things happened. Zhuiqiu Tian looked at Lu Zhan's back in front of him and continued, That's right. We've only been away for half a year, and the Qi Kingdom has already changed rulers. As expected of His Highness Lu Zhan, the imperial palace of the Qi Kingdom, a flash of light appeared. The crowd there cried out in alarm. They're here. They're here. Right after, when Lu Zhen led everyone forward, the crowd immediately knelt down and shouted in unison, Greetings, Your Majesty, the new emperor. Long live, long live, long live. Ma Laobai immediately clasped his hands and announced, This humble one is Ma Laobai. Greetings, everyone. Greetings, new emperor. Greetings, young Master Lu. Lu Zhen looked at him with a smile and asked, Are you the one in charge here? You look a bit familiar. Have we met somewhere before? In Ma Laobai's mind, an image of the person from before appeared. Last month, young master, you killed the rebel at my humble establishment's arena. I had the good fortune to meet you once. Lu Zhen stood with his hands on his hips, chest puffed out, and said loudly, So it was then. Your influence is quite significant. Then tell me about the current situation in the imperial city. Ma Laobai looked at him and said with a smile, Currently, after learning of your great deeds, the people of the Qi Kingdom are all extremely terrified. They have no objections to you taking over the Qi Kingdom. His voice continued to introduce, however, only the Qi Emperor's younger brother, Qi Jing, disappeared after learning of the Qi Emperor's death. He has a Peak King realm cultivation. He probably won't be willing to give up. Lu Zhen rubbed his chin and replied, Peak King realm, just a minor character. No need to pay him any mind. Take me to the Qi Emperor's treasury. Ma Laobai led the way and introduced, Everyone, this is the imperial palace of the Qi Kingdom. The treasury is probably hidden inside. Lu Zhen looked around and exclaimed, The Qi Kingdom's imperial palace is quite grand. But this formation, Ma Laobai looked at the formation before him and said, As you can see, young Master Lu, the entire imperial palace has been protected by a defensive formation set up by the remnants in the palace. It's very difficult to enter. Hearing this, the martial king behind him said, This is a grade 6 formation. We're in trouble. The sword king poked it with a finger and replied with a smile, It's fine. It's just a grade 6 sword intent. I can break it with a casual move. It's as easy as flipping my hand. With that said, he pierced the formation with one finger. He sent out a palm strike and shouted, Sword intent, go! As soon as the sound faded, a hole appeared before them. The sword king shouted smugly, See? Too easy. Right after, he saw the formation quickly close up. He couldn't help but be shocked. What's going on? It recovered so quickly. No, this is wrong. This is made of multiple grade 6 defensive formations stacked on top of each other. I underestimated the Qi Emperor. I didn't expect him to have something like this. The eunuch holding the command token stepped out and shouted, Humph. You rebels are out of options now, aren't you? Lu Zhen, that useless third-rate cultivator, only knows how to rely on formations to act tough. Now, my family will let you taste the power of this formation. Lu Xun looked at the formation before him and pondered. He raised his hand and pointed at the eunuch, shouting, "Old eunuch, are you cheating? I'm going to break this turtle shell of yours right now." Lu Xingheng stepped up from behind and advised, "Kid, don't be rash. This is a grade 6 formation." Hearing this, Lu Xun replied with a smile. "It's fine, old man. This grade 6 composite formation is an earth spirit formation." He raised his hand and laughed loudly. "At my master's place, this kind of formation is as common as toilet paper. It's no different from trash. Today, I'll break it for you to see." At this moment, Lu Xun raised his hand, carrying a golden true chi. He struck towards the formation, shouting, "1 is Kan, 2 is Kun, 3 is Zhan, for his son in the middle. 5 is the central palace, 6 is Qian, 7 is Dui, 8 is Zhen, 9 is Li." A red light flashed in his eyes. He said, "The formation's I found it." A fire ignited in Lu Xun's palm. He shouted, "Since I found the formations, I..." He gathered his strength and slammed his palm into the formation, shouting, "Then break for me." The eunuch watched as the formation shattered before him. He exclaimed in shock, "What? How could he find the formation's eye?" Lu Xun smiled calmly and said, "At my master's place. I often get constipated, so I go to the bathroom a lot. Of course, I'm familiar with this kind of toilet paper formation. I can see the formations I hear even with my eyes closed." Suddenly, his gaze became sharp. He looked in that direction with suspicion. The moment the formation shattered, karmic fire erupted from within. Seeing this, Lu Xun was terrified. "What?" A voice rang out near the formation's eye. "It's a trap, an explosion technique." Right after, a loud explosion was heard. The explosion engulfed him. Seeing this, Lu Xingheng shouted in shock, "What? What happened?" He raised his hand and cried out in pain, "Chun, no!" The Sword King and the Martial King were also stunned and shouted, "Young Master Lu, who could be so treacherous?" Seeing this, the eunuch burst out laughing. "Ha! You fool! You deserve to die." This was the brilliant plan of His Highness Prince Chi Han. He sat in the hall and snorted coldly, "Umph! Lu Xun, so what if you found the formation's eye of the grade 6 Earth Spirit formation? You're just a brute." The son of the Qi Emperor, Chi Han, said with a grim face, "How strong can the body of a mere transcendent realm cultivator be? The fate of a fool is death." Lu Xingheng quickly rushed into the dust cloud. He shouted in pain, "Chun'er, where are you?" His eyes widened in a crazed frenzy. "If anything happens to my son, I will have the entire Qi Imperial Palace buried with him. Damn it, if you dare to harm the Sword Master of my Sword Emperor Palace. The Sword Emperor Palace will definitely send its top experts. We will have you buried with him, your bones scattered, and 1,000 miles turned into a land of death." The Sword King looked at the billowing dust cloud before him and stopped. The Martial King's face was grim. Sweat poured down like rain. He thought, "It's over. Something big has happened. If Lu Xun dies here, the Azure Domain's Lord will turn this entire small world upside down." Not far away, Lu Xun raised his hand. He called out while coughing, "Cough, cough. Old man, don't worry." He propped himself up and shouted, "I'm fine. A grade 6 formations explosion technique is useless against me." He thought to himself, "That was close. Luckily, I've mastered the thunderclap body tempering art. Formations below grade 7 can't hurt me." At this moment, Lu Xingheng ran up to him and roared, "You rotten kid. Do you know how dangerous that was? Why did you get so close to the formation?" Lu Xun raised his hand and said with a smile, "Haha, it's fine, it's fine. Aren't I still all right?" Seeing Lu Xun stand up from the dust, Chi Han gritted his teeth and shouted, "Damn it, this guy is really not easy to deal with." Chi Han raised his hand and created a cloud of smoke around himself, shouting, "Just you wait, Lu Xun. The next time we meet, I will make sure you die without a burial place." Lu Xun turned his head to look at Chi Han's disappearing figure and asked, "A teleportation formation? He runs fast. Who is this treacherous villain?" Lu Xingheng introduced from behind. "That is the son of the Qi Emperor, Chi Han. I didn't expect him to have this trick up his sleeve. He cannot be underestimated." Lu Xun smiled brightly. "It's fine. He's just a dog without a master. Nothing to worry about." As soon as Lu Xun stepped in, the palace workers immediately knelt down and shouted, "Greetings, Emperor Lu. Long live your majesty. Long live, long live." The eunuch from before, with a head full of cold sweat, shouted loudly, "Ha! His Highness Lu Xun is divinely brave and unmatched." This servant was blind and failed to recognize Mount Tai. "I have offended your majesty." Seeing this, Lu Xun said, "Begging for mercy now? You've run out of options, old eunuch." The eunuch was terrified. He quickly begged, "Your Highness, spare me. This servant knows his mistake." Lu Xun held up a finger and said, "However, I'm a rather kind person. I'll give you a chance to start over. Find the Qi Emperor's treasury, and I will spare your life." The eunuch immediately laughed loudly and beat his chest, shouting, "Ha ha! Your Highness has found the right person. This servant has served the Qi Emperor for 35 years. I know his treasury like the back of my hand. Let this servant lead you there." The eunuch led him to a building and introduced, "Your Highness, this is the Qi Emperor's treasury. His entire fortune is here." Lu Xun picked up a sparkling spirit stone to examine it and said, It's all spirit stones. The quantity is only a few 100 million. He frowned and cursed. What a piece of trash. What a poor bastard. The beggars in the sacred domain are richer than him." The eunuch, sweating profusely, said, "Your Highness, this is half a year's tax revenue for the Qi Kingdom." Lu Xun smiled and crushed the spirit stone in his hand, saying, That's true. In this backwater place, the only thing of value is that tattered pseudo-saintly weapon." The Sword King looked at Lu Xun. "Is that so? So the map isn't in the Imperial Palace either?" Hearing this, Lu Xun said, "I guess that bastard Qi Han stole it. After all, he was in the Imperial Palace before this." Hearing this, the other person said, "Is that so? Qi Han's method of movement is very simple. I've already had someone reconfigure the formation. The destination of the teleportation should be the Peacock Kingdom." Lu Xun looked at the Sword King and said, "The Peacock Kingdom. I heard their relationship with the Qi Emperor isn't bad. Then let's go there and meet them." He looked at Lu Zhengheng, who had his arms crossed, and said, "Old man, you change the name of the kingdom now. Send out invitations to the various kingdoms, inviting them to attend the founding ceremony in a month. I'm going to the Peacock Kingdom now to settle the score." He snorted coldly and instructed, "Humph. I know. You be careful too. Don't let others ambush you again." Hearing this, Lu Xun laughed loudly. "Haha, no way. You dare to play a trick on me, Qi Han? I'll remember your face." The Peacock Kingdom. The peacock's entire body glowed with a blue light. He hovered in midair. He looked at the flashing teleportation formation and said, "Teleporting from the Qi Kingdom." Qi Han stepped out from the teleportation formation and announced loudly, "This junior is the son of the Qi Emperor, Qi Han. Greetings, senior." Kong Yan's voice echoed in his ear. "Old Qin, tell him I'm in seclusion. I'm too busy to see him." The peacock said with a solemn face, "The Emperor has long been in a life or death seclusion. He is not seeing anyone. You should leave." Hearing this, Qi Han gritted his teeth and roared, "What? My father and the Emperor have a deep friendship. Now that my father needs help, you refuse like this?" He frowned and looked at Qi Han. "The relationship between your father and the Emperor is their own business. What right do you, a junior, have to comment on it? Leave now. Otherwise, I will throw you out." Qi Han turned to leave, thinking to himself, "You're bullying a junior like me just because you have a king realm cultivation? You damn old man." He glanced back and cursed through gritted teeth. "Damn Lu Xun. Damn Lu Xingheng. Damn Peacock Kingdom. You all just wait for me." A flash of light appeared. He stepped into the teleportation formation and left. The peacock looked ahead and said, "The Qi Emperor is dead. What happened? Why is there no movement? Who did it?" He saw a purple light flare up and said doubtfully, "The teleportation formation is opening again. Still coming from the Qi Kingdom. If he's still coming to ask for help, I must teach him a lesson." At this moment, Lu Xun looked around from within the teleportation formation and exclaimed in surprise, "We're here. This is the Peacock Kingdom? It looks like a rundown place." Hearing this, the peacock shouted angrily, "Who dares to speak so arrogantly? You have no manners." Lu Xun chuckled and shouted, "Ha, old man, I've already killed the Qi Emperor. Now I'm here to find Qi Han and pull out the roots." A voice echoed in his ear, "Old Qin, let them in." The peacock was startled and said, "It's the Emperor's command. He wants to meet this madman." Lu Xun looked straight at him and shouted, "Hand over Qi Han now, or else I'll get angry." The peacock said angrily, Junior, Shihan has already left this place. His whereabouts are unknown. You're too late. Hearing this, he replied, however, our emperor wants to see you. Follow me for an audience. Emperor Kong, Yin is waiting for you in the reception hall. Emperor Kong, Yin quietly looked at him. He saw Lu Zhan. He muttered doubtfully, interesting. A mere transcendent realm cultivator. What virtue and ability does he have to be able to kill an emperor-level expert? A person behind Kong, Yin, clasped his hands and said, Emperor, if you have doubts, how about letting this subordinate test him? First-class guard Kong Xian said, let's see what's so extraordinary about him. Then the emperor can decide how to receive him. Kong Yin turned his head and ordered, very well. Kong Xian, I'll leave this matter to you. Kong Xian stepped out. He blocked Lu Zhan and the Sword King. Stop. Lu Zhan tilted his head and said, what are you doing? Your emperor invited us in. Seeing him block the way, Lu Zhan asked doubtfully, and yet you dare to stop us? Do you want to defy your emperor? Kong Xian looked down from above and said coldly, sharp-toned, a mere transcendent realm cultivator. What right do you have to meet the emperor? Don't even think about entering without showing some real skill. Lu Zhan frowned and asked back, are you trash here to die? Aren't you tired of this? He raised his hand. A peacock tail appeared on his body. He shouted, arrogant. Let me show you the power of the peacock saintly garment. Lu Zhan covered his mouth and sneered. I thought it was some ultimate move. Isn't it just a wild chicken's saintly garment? A peacock tail appeared behind Kong Xian. He sneered. Anyone can talk big. The peacock saintly garment is perfect for both offense and defense. No one in the same realm can break it. If you have the ability, try to break it. Lu Zhan looked at the phantom of the peacock on him and laughed loudly. Then that's a real shame, because I happen to have that exact ability. A feather appeared in Lu Zhan's palm. His voice rang out. The peacock's saintly garment technique is the innate ultimate skill of the peacock demon saint. But if I have this feather of the peacock demon saint in my hand, Lu Zhan raised his hand and threw the peacock demon saint's feather hard at Kong Xian, shouting, since they share the same origin. The saintly garment technique simply cannot resist the feather of the demon saint. Kong Xian watched in terror as the feather flew towards him, gritting his teeth. He only heard Lu Zhan's voice ring out. Wild chicken, die. Suddenly, a hand appeared and snatched the feather. Kong Yin held the peacock demon saint's feather and said, the peacock divine feather. It can indeed break the saintly garment. Kong Xian, you lose. Kong Xian stammered, implore. Kong Yin turned to Lu Zhan and said, if I remember correctly, there's only one peacock divine feather left in this world. Xiao Yaojun appeared behind him and said, and this one should be in the hands of my disciple, Kong Shuai. Emperor Realm, Xiao Yaojun frowned. He stepped forward and questioned, this peacock divine feather, where did you get it from? He thought to himself, the attack with the peacock divine feather, just now, could not be blocked by anyone below the Emperor Realm. This person is only at the Transcendent Realm, yet his strength is so terrifying. Hearing this, Lu Zhan said, Kong Shuai is one of your Peacock Kingdom's people. It seems we really are fated to meet. He pointed at himself and laughed loudly. That Kong Shuai fellow especially admires me. In the Wind Thunder Pavilion, our relationship is extremely close. This peacock divine feather can prove it. Right after, he began to recall the scene with Kong Shuai and the Wind Thunder Pavilion. He raised his hand. He began to make up a story. When Kong Shuai first arrived at the Wind Thunder Pavilion, he was in a miserable state. Because of his rustic appearance, he was bullied by the disciple of an old man. Then his voice rang out, shouting, I happened to see it. Seeing the injustice, I stepped in and saved him from his predicament. I beat his bully until he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Then he changed his tone and summarized. After that, Kong Shuai admired me to the point of prostrating himself. Not only did he give me his family heirloom, but he also told me the weakness of the peacock's saintly garment. Lu Zhan frowned and laughed loudly. But how could I, Lu Zhan, be the kind of person who accepts rewards for helping others? Today, I will return this feather to you. Consider it as returning to its original owner. He thought, this tattered feather can't be refined, and I can't get it back if I throw it away. Well, to show my sincerity, I'll just give it to them. Hearing this, Xiao Yaojun clasped his hands and shouted, if that's the case, then I have misunderstood you. young master. My disciple, Kong Shuai, is indebted to you. I am extremely grateful. Kong Yin looked at him, calculating in his mind. To have such outstanding strength at such a young age, even in the Wind Thunder Pavilion, this person must have an extraordinary background. I cannot create a conflict with him. Then he approached Lu Zhen and said loudly, "It seems this was all a misunderstanding. On behalf of the Peacock Kingdom, I apologize to you, young Master Lu. But Shihan did indeed come to the Imperial Palace not long ago, but I have already driven him away. His whereabouts are currently unknown, but I will send people to help you search for him." Hearing this, he replied with a laugh, "Haha, then I will take my leave, Emperor." He thought to himself, "This Emperor is quite smart. Just in time, it saves me the trouble of searching." Kong Yin looked at the glowing teleportation formation and said, "The teleportation formation has arrived. Take care, young Master Lu." He looked at the flashing light, startled and surprised. He shouted, "Someone else is teleporting in? Your Peacock Kingdom is really lively today." Emperor Realm Lu Ling poked his head out and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, old brother Kong Yin, I'm here to freeload again today. Hurry up and come meet me." He looked at Kong Yin before him. He exclaimed in surprise, "Ew, you're putting on a long face to greet me today? What are you planning to treat me to?" Hearing this, he cursed angrily, "You pig-headed fool. All you know is how to eat. Get out of the way. You're blocking young Master Lu's teleportation formation." Lu looked at Lu Zhen and shouted, Lu Zhen, this name really annoys me. Let me think. Where have I heard this name before? It makes me feel uncomfortable all over." Lu Zhen raised his hand and said, "Old man, are you looking for trouble?" He was so angry he clenched his fists and shouted through gritted teeth. "I remember now. When Qin Sheng came home this time, she kept muttering, 'Lu Zhen, senior brother Lu,' all day long. Something about a handsome man rarely seen in 1,000 years. You ugly brat. It must just be a coincidence of names. I'll let you off the hook." Lu Zhen held up a finger and said with a frown, "This senior, hello. I do indeed have a junior sister named Lu Qinsheng." Lu Ling rushed forward. He pointed at his face and shouted, "What? It really is you. How dare you bully my daughter?" Lu Zhen was so scared he forced a laugh. "Ah, so you're my junior sister's father. Bully, could there be some misunderstanding between us?" He put his hands on his hips and questioned, "Misunderstanding? I heard you invited my daughter to a meal in the Holy City, and you even used a formation to cover it up. Tell me, what did you two do in there?" Lu Zhen's face stiffened. He cried out, Uncle, please listen to my explanation." Lu Qinsheng appeared from behind. "Father, you're doing it again. Hurry up and let senior brother Lu go." She jumped up and down and said, "I already told you, father. Senior brother only treated me to a meal. He even gave me a lot of things." Lu Qinsheng frowned and retorted, "Besides, senior brother didn't bully me. We are innocent." Lu turned to her. He questioned angrily, "Silly girl. He gave you so many good things for no reason. He even gave you a saintly weapon. Don't be blinded by money. My dear daughter." Lu Zhen held up a dragon scale fish and said with a forced smile, "Uncle, you've misunderstood. This junior came in a hurry and didn't bring anything with him. I can only offer you this dragon scale fish as a sign of my respect." He was extremely surprised and exclaimed, "What? A dragon scale fish? One of the 8 treasures?" Lu was even drooling. He shouted, "No, it smells so good." "You brat. No, my virtuous son-in-law. From now on, I'm entrusting my daughter to you." He waved his hand and laughed. As long as you're happy, uncle. In a month, my father will be holding his coronation ceremony in the Qi Kingdom. I hope you will also attend then. I hope you won't refuse, uncle." Lu Zhen ran into the teleportation formation. He turned his head and waved with a smile at the two of them. "Junior sister, uncle, I have other matters to attend to. See you in a month." He waved and called out, "Take care, virtuous son-in-law. In a month, I will definitely come to your house to freeload." Kong Yin stood on the roof and muttered, "Qingqing's senior brother. Doesn't that make him the disciple of Saint Lord Jiaoshi?" He muttered to himself, "Luckily, I didn't offend him. No wonder the Qi Emperor died at his hands. Serves him right. In a month, his father will hold his coronation ceremony. I have to prepare a big gift." 1 month later, the imperial capital. The streets were bustling with people. A loud announcement rang out. "The head of the Bai family has arrived. The head of the Wang family has arrived." Lu Xingheng raised his hand and shouted, "Welcome, everyone, for giving me face and attending my coronation ceremony. Lu Chun stood behind him, looking at the old man with admiration. The old man actually looks pretty decent in that outfit. Behind them, a soldier rushed in, shouting, "Your Highness! Scouts have discovered traces of the rebel Chi Han near Ming Lake." He turned his head to the soldier and ordered, "You guys go keep watch over there. Wait until I'm done here. I'll go deal with it personally." Lu Chun rubbed his chin and thought, how does that coward Chi Han have the guts to come here? If he wants to cause trouble, it just so happens I have a few emperors here to play with him. Lu Jingheng stroked his beard and said, "Brat, come here quickly. Emperor Chi's friend, Kong Yin, has brought several emperors with him. I'm afraid they're here to cause trouble." Lu Chun laughed out loud. "Huh, old man, you're overthinking it. They are the emperors I invited to back you up." Lu Chun gave a thumbs up and said, "Who dares to cause trouble today? Just let those emperors play with them." Lu Jingheng sighed in relief. Phew, so they aren't here to cause trouble. At this moment, Kong Yin appeared. Hearing this, he spoke up. "Emperor Lu, you must be joking. We all accepted young Master Lu's invitation to come and congratulate you. Why will we cause trouble?" Lu Qing beside him raised a finger and laughed. But if the food isn't served soon, this great master really will cause trouble." Lu Chun cupped his hands and replied, "Uncle Lu really has high spirits. Just in time for everyone to taste the fine wine I've been saving." He drank a cup of wine. He exclaimed in surprise, good wine. Refreshing. I feel like my cultivation bottleneck has loosened." Kong Yin took off his mask and said, "Idiot. This wine is Immortal Drunk, ranked 9th on the true wine list. It's known as a supreme brew. Even an emperor would get dead drunk drinking it. It is said that if an emperor takes a sip, they can comprehend the laws of heaven and earth while intoxicated, and their cultivation will increase greatly." Lu Qingsheng looked at the wine cup in her hand and thought, "Is it that good? I'll try some too." Lu Chen immediately reached out to stop her. "Junior sister, don't drink it. This wine doesn't suit you." But then, her cheeks flushed pink. "Glug glug. It's really good." Lu Qingsheng, her face bright red, said, "Senior brother, you're so mean. Such good wine, and you never let me drink it before." Lu Chen's face darkened. He said, "Junior sister, this immortal drunk, even an emperor gets drunk from it. You're just a cultivator. One sip and you'll be unconscious. How could I let you drink it?" Lu Qing beside them saw this and scolded angrily. "You're a girl, getting drunk like this. Where are your manners?" Lu Qingsheng blushed and replied with a pout. Father only knows how to scold me. At home, you listen to mother's every word. But outside, you scold me. It's not fair." Lu Qing sweated and retorted, "What nonsense is this brat spouting while drunk? What do I listen to every word? I just don't bother arguing with her." Lu Jingheng thought in surprise. "I didn't expect Emperor Lu to be afraid of his wife." Lu Qing turned to Lu Chun and called out, "Virtuous nephew, hurry up and take this brat to the room to rest. Don't let her lose face here anymore." Lu Chun quickly replied, Yes. Lu Chun kicked the door open with force. Lu Qingsheng was held in his arms. She rubbed her face against his and said, Senior brother, this wine is really good. I want more. Why did you bring me here? What are you planning?" Lu Chun looked at her. He made up his mind and said, "Next time, I absolutely won't let you drink wine again. You turn into a different person after drinking." He placed Lu Qingsheng on the bed and said, "Silly girl, you go to sleep first. It's time to go deal with that trash Chi-Han." Every move he made was reflected in a mirror. A hand tightly gripped the hilt of his sword. She saw the scene and snorted coldly. Lu Chun, you seem to be having fun." Then, she swung her whip and smashed the mirror. Tang Tianyu, saintess of the demonic sect, held a long whip and cursed angrily. "You still have the mood to play around with this little slut." She frowned and shouted, "Tang Tiani! I'm coming to settle the score with you." Lu Chun looked at the martial king's back and asked. The Golden Dragon guards said they found traces of Chi-Han here. He asked suspiciously, "Well, what's the specific situation?" He turned back to report. "We did find some traces of Chi-Han living here. Perhaps he stayed here for a while." The martial king cupped his hands and said, "We haven't found the person yet." Lu Chun looked at the flickering light in the middle of the lake. Suspicious. Someone lit a candle in the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Let's go check it out. He walked into the pavilion. Looking at the burning candle, he wondered, no one is here. Can a candle light itself? The martial king beside him spoke up to advise. "Young Master Lu, maybe we should retreat first. I feel something is strange." Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. Martial King, since you're already here, why the rush to leave? The Martial King turned around in horror. This feeling, it's an emperor. Lu Chun beside him asked suspiciously. I didn't detect anyone before. Must have used a secret technique, right? The man in black heard this and replied. This old man stayed behind originally to clean up Chi Han's traces. I didn't expect to catch a big fish like you, Lu Chun. Having said that, he raised his hand and shouted. Immediately, a talisman was pasted on both of their heads. Lu Chun cursed angrily. He frowned and thought, careless. This is a top-tier sealing technique. Only an emperor can cast it. Looks like this time, we can only wait to be slaughtered. Right at this moment, Chi Han appeared from behind and said, Lu Chun, we meet again. He smiled and said, let's see how arrogant you can be this time. Chi Han stared at Lu Chun and sneered. No matter how big your backing is, what use is finding 3 emperors to protect your father and you? Didn't you still fall into my hands now? He let out a gloomy laugh. Tell me, if I chop off your head and boil it for your father to eat with wine, what expression will your father have? Will he go crazy with rage? The man in black up high called out. Kui Han. My underworld hall still has use for this person. It's not your turn yet. Chi Han immediately cupped his hands and shouted. Subordinate obeys. The Martial King beside him gritted his teeth and said, You're people from the underworld hall. It seems Chi Han used Uncle Lu's map to exchange for you guys dealing with us. Lu Chun heard this and asked, Underworld hall? He thought to himself, this name sounds so familiar. Could it be? A hand appeared, reaching towards him, shouting, All right, let's go. Sleeve Cosmos, activate. Lu Chun sat leaning against an old tree and said, Bringing me here, sealing my spiritual power. My whole body can't move, and saying someone wants to meet me. Underworld hall, could it be? A hand reached out, pushing the door open and walking in. Lu Chun saw Tang Tianyu walk in. He immediately called out, It really is you, Tang Tianyu. She laughed loudly. Haha, Lu Chun. Long time no see. How have you been? Unexpected, isn't it? You fell into my hands too. Chi Han behind her heard this. He laughed along. Unexpected, isn't it, Lu Chun? I have joined Lady Tang. Next, I will make your life a living hell. Skin you alive and pull out your tendons. She turned her head angrily and looked at Chi Han, shouting loudly. You unruly thing. Your master hasn't finished speaking. Is it your turn to interrupt? He was startled hearing this. He immediately cupped his hands and shouted. Lady Tang, you misunderstand. This subordinate is loyal and devoted. I absolutely didn't mean that. Chi Han's uncle, Chi Jing, immediately turned around. He slapped Chi Han hard. Shut up. Don't make excuses. He immediately cupped his hands to apologize. Lady Tang, it is my family's lack of discipline. My nephew was rude to your ladyship. This subordinate has already taught him a lesson. Tang Tianyu didn't turn her head back. She snorted coldly. You and your nephew, get the hell out. Don't disturb my mood. She looked at Lu Chun and asked, Well, are you very curious? Why I appeared here? Tang Tianyu smiled and said, The things you did to me in the Azure region back then, I will settle them with you one by one. Lu Chun broke out in a cold sweat. He said, Only women and villains are hard to deal with. You held a grudge over such small matters until now. She angrily brought her face close to his. Gritting her teeth, she shouted, You bastard! You did so many excessive things to me, and you still blame me for being petty. Her eyes flashed. She demanded, Bastard, look into my eyes. You're a dog of mine. You're a dog of mine. Woof. Heart shapes appeared in his eyes. He barked. Woof. Lu Chun stuck out his tongue. He looked up at her and said, Master, woof. I am your most loyal dog. Yes. Tang Tianyu opened her fan, laughing loudly. That's more like it. Then she sat down on the cushion, speaking in a seductive voice. Stupid dog. Come here and lick my feet. His eyes lit up. He shouted, Woof woof. Really woof woof, damn it. Lu Chun looked at her raised foot. He shouted, Your loyal dog Lu Chun has received master's order. I will lick these jade feet of master's very clean. Tang Tianyu reached out and stroked her waist. Her hand slowly slid down to her knee. She extended her hand towards Lu Chun. Lu Chun. Good dog, Lu Chun. Tang Tianyu used her foot to lift his chin. Her cheeks were flushed. Looking at him, she said, Hurry over here to master. If you are obedient, there will be a reward. Tang Tianyu licked her lips, chuckling softly. She lifted her leg high. Lu Chun, don't keep me waiting. Tang Tianyu put a finger to her lips, saying, Lick for this young lady. Lu Chun stuck out his tongue, looking at her foot. Yes, master. Just as his tongue was about to touch her foot, he stopped, sneering softly. Huh. Tang Tianyu recalled the past, snorting coldly in her heart. Back then, in the Azure region, you destroyed my cave abode, robbed my treasures, and relied on your higher cultivation to bully me. Stuff me into a sack and carry me around to show off. Now the wind has changed direction. It's your turn to lick this young lady's feet. Lu Qin looked at her, thinking to himself, stupid woman, did you really think I was stupefied by your nonsense charm technique? I thought someone sent her to harm me. Turns out it's just this brat coming for revenge herself. You want to cause trouble for me with these petty tricks? Immediately after, he stuck out his tongue, putting it right up against Tang Tianyu's face. She was terrified, screaming, You. Then Lu Chun vigorously licked Tang Tianyu's face. Seeing this, she scolded angrily. Stop, you stupid dog. I told you to lick my feet, not lick my face. He looked at her. That's right. Feet aren't smelly places. I licked Master's face because Master's face stinks so much. Tang Tianyu angrily pointed at his face and scolded. You bastard. Wait, weren't you charmed? Why are you talking so much? Lu Chun leaned close to her face and said, Just realized it now? Did you really think your three-legged cat tricks could subdue this great master? You woman, you are hopelessly stupid. She furiously raised her leather whip, shouting, Lu Chun, I must kill you, you bastard. Lu Chun jumped up to dodge the whip, shouting, Oops, this woman is vicious. Scare me to death. He covered his face with one hand, beckoning provocatively with the other. I'm standing right here. No one could do anything to me. Are you mad? I'm asking if you're mad. Right at that moment, the group of men in black ran in from outside, crying out in panic. Eldest young miss. What happened? It sounds like two people are fighting. Tang Tianyu turned around and shouted, We'll let you in. Get out. The men in black saw the situation, advising, Young Mississippi, this person is so insolent. His crime deserves death. We don't have much time left. Let this subordinate kill him. Qi Jing, standing behind, also chimed in. That's right. Miss Tang, Lu Chun humiliated you like that. Even I can't bear to watch. If you have any weakness held by Lu Chun, killing him now means no one will know. He smiled slightly, thinking to himself, This Lu Chun angered the eldest young miss earlier. My underworld hall will add fuel to the fire. No fear of not killing him. Qi Jing tilted his head and suggested, Lu Chun, he underestimated the eldest young miss too much. If anyone humiliated me like that, I would definitely gouge out his eyes. Po! Tang Tianyu stroked her chin. Turning back to look at Qi Jing, she laughed. Ha! Your idea isn't bad. She pointed at Qi Jing, saying, Then gouge out your dog eyes. Qi Jing turned pale with horror upon hearing this, screaming, What? Lady Tang. The black-clothed woman poked two fingers straight into his eyes. Shut up. Eldest young Mrs. Order. Cannot be disobeyed. Qi Jing screamed miserably in pain. My eyes. Tantiani lauet laoli. Ha! If you can be a dog, you must have the enlightenment of a dog. You dare to watch Master's fun too? And dare to think yourself smart enough to instruct me? You and your stupid nephew. Now you don't even have the qualification to be dogs. Lu Chun looked at her back, thinking to himself, Of all people to join, why follow this demoness Tang Tianyu? He stroked his chin in thought. This girl is the princess of the demonic sect. Her methods are cruel. Her temperament is unpredictable. The Qi uncle and nephew are truly hopelessly stupid. Tang Tianyu turned to look at Lu Chun, demanding, That's right, Lu Chun, where did you take my purple phoenix sword? If you know what's good for you, hand it over quickly. He raised a finger, smiling in reply. I say, you are the dignified saintess of the demonic sect. Why do you keep thinking about a trashy saint weapon? I gave it to my junior sister to play with. Hearing this, she roared in anger. You animal. It's not your stuff. Of course you don't feel the loss. Tang Tianyu put a hand to her lips and said, But that junior sister of yours, today you secretly hugged a woman into a room. Stayed for more than half an hour. Don't know what you did in there. She's your junior sister, Lu Qingqing, currently sleeping soundly on the bed. Lu Chun asked angrily, You follow me? What do you want? He looked straight at Tang Tianyu, speaking sternly. I'm warning you. My junior sister is a disciple of a saint, not someone you can touch. The man in black looked at his punchable face, cursing loudly. Captured, but still daring to be arrogant? I'll kill you. Tang Tianyu's voice rang out to stop him. Wait. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. The man in black heard this, asking suspiciously, "My lady, what do you mean?" Tang Tianyu turned her head and said, "His master is a saint. If you want to kill him and draw out the saint's will, then go ahead and kill him." The man in black looked at Lu Chun in disbelief, shouting, "What? Saint's will? He is valued by a saint to that extent." A phantom image of a saint appeared. Her voice rang out, explaining, "A saint's will is a strand of soul separated by a saint, sealed within the body of a true disciple. If the sealed person encounters life-threatening danger, the saints will be activated, drawing upon the soul power of the master. Transforming into a saint's will clone. Below the saint realm, all become dust." Qi Jing behind held his eyes, thinking angrily, "Hateful. Lu Chen's backing is actually a saint. How can I take revenge? Heavens have no eyes. Why is it so unfair?" Tang Tianyu turned back and ordered, "All right, you guys get out. I will handle him myself." She looked down at Lu Chun, saying, "Now it's just the two of us." Tang Tianyu's voice rang out, "You have the saints will protecting your body. Touching you, I still have to weigh the consequences. But acting against someone you care about, I don't need to worry about anything." She leaned in close, pressing her finger on Lu Chen's lips. She said, "For example, your beloved little junior sister, Lu Qingqing." Lu Chen heard this and shouted angrily, "What do you want to do? Dang Tiani Dawen? Serious now? Care about her that much? Looks like the relationship between you two is indeed extraordinary." Lu Chen heard this and asked back, "Did you not hear clearly just now? She is a disciple of the Saint Lord of the Desolate Region. Can you afford to offend her?" She frowned, gritting her teeth in anger. "You say I can't afford to offend her? Then I just love to try and see." Lu Chun raised his hand to advise, "Don't be impulsive. I'm just advising you not to act recklessly, lest our relationship completely breaks down, turning into sworn enemies." Tang Tianyu pursed her lips, thinking to herself, "Our relationship? Oomph. Consider yourself to still have some conscience. So what if you have a few women in your heart?" But her mouth asked, "Are you caring about our relationship?" He looked at her silently, nodding in admission. Seeing this, she said, "As long as you agree to one thing for me, I won't lay a hand on her." Lu Chen looked at Tang Tianyu, saying, "One condition. Simple. Say it." Tang Tianyu heard this. "Quite confident, aren't you? But my request isn't simple." She raised a finger, demanding, "You go steal the true Phoenix sword and give it to me. Consider this matter written off." Lu Chen immediately raised his hands and shouted, "You're talking about the clan treasure of the Southern Phoenix clan? The true Phoenix sword? I'm not going." Sweat poured down like rain. He said, "The Southern Phoenix clan is one of the top 3 great demon clans. Basically, no one dares to provoke them. Are you telling me to go throw my life away?" Tang Tianyu heard this and asked angrily, "Is there anything in this world you don't dare to do? Could it be that there's a lover of yours in the Southern Phoenix clan too? Can't bear to do it?" Lu Chun frowned. "I agree to your terms, but you must also promise. In the future, you are not allowed to lay a hand on Qingqing again." No, I only heard half of this sentence. "From now on, don't let me hear her name from your mouth again." He looked at her. Smiling, he asked, Why do you hate my junior sister so much? Could it be?" Tang Tianyu swung her whip at him, shouting, "Don't ask so many questions." Lu Chun jumped up to dodge the attack. Okay. Mississippi, I won't ask any more. But Lu Qing's map that was in Chi Han's hands must be with you now, right? It's useless for you to keep it. Why not give it to me?" She frowned and shouted, "Who the hell are you? On what basis should I give it to you?" Lu Chen rubbed his hands and sighed. "Your family has a big business. How could items in a Saint Realm tomb catch your eye? As for me, I'm just a poor, ordinary rogue cultivator, currently lacking resources, opportunities, and such." Tang Tianyu stroked her hair and said, "Stop it. Why pretend to be poor and miserable? You can casually give away saint weapons to others. Don't insult the words poor rogue cultivator." Her voice rang out. "And to tell you the truth, I came to the Desolate Region this time, mainly for Lu Qing's map. Besides, it's not just me. Experts from other regions have also arrived." Lu Chun frowned and stroked his chin, asking, "Just for a Lu Qing's tomb? Could it be that his tomb contains some earth-shattering saint object?" Tang Tianyu leaned into his ear and whispered, "That's right. It is said that in the tomb, due to a coincidental opportunity, a peerless treasure was born, a divine fire seed." Lu Chun was shocked to the extreme, shouting, "What did you say? There's a divine fire seed in the tomb?" His voice rang out, recounting, divine fire. It is a divine flame born when heaven and earth mutated, through devouring each other to constantly evolve, finally becoming a monstrous entity, terrifying enough to burn the sky and boil the sea. Legend has it that a divine fire once descended upon the heavenly region. At that time, the sky shattered. Black flames fell along with it. When it landed on the ground, everything it touched turned into nothingness. Even space was incinerated. The ground was melted into 10,000 miles of magma, creating a vast land of fire. That world-destroying fire calamity was finally quelled at the cost of countless saints' lives. Bones piled up like mountains. Then, Lu Qin's voice rang out again. After the divine flame fell, the remaining essence is the divine fire seed. The divine fire seed can be refined by people, using essence, energy, and spirit to nourish it to sprout. One can obtain the power of the divine fire. His voice lowered slightly as he spoke. Divine fire is not only terrifying in power, but also greatly coveted by alchemists and weapon refiners. For them, divine fire can greatly increase the success rate and quality of refinement. Tang Tianyu held up 4 fingers. Laughing, she said, "Moreover, it is said that there are 4 divine fire seeds in Lu Qing's tomb." Lu Chun exclaimed in surprise. "Is that so? No wonder you rushed here like a shark smelling blood." Lu Qin heard this and laughed loudly. "All right then, how about I help you handle the matter of Lu Qing's tomb? As for stealing the true Phoenix Sword, we could discuss it further. It can't be solved immediately anyway." Tang Tianyu heard this and agreed. "I'm all right. You better not dare to play tricks. Set off with me tomorrow to find the remaining map pieces." Night fell. Lights in the city twinkled. Shihan reached out his hand, shouting, "Uncle, what is going on?" He looked at Qi Jing on the bed, asking urgently, "Who did this to Uncle's eyes?" Hearing this, he gritted his teeth and replied, "Who else could it be? Of course it was that demoness." Shihan stabbed a dagger through a drawing of Lu Chun on the wall, hearing Qi Jing's angry voice. "We were tricked by her. Initially, she said she would help us kill Lu Chun. Now look, she met Lu Chun like a dog seeing its master, clinging to him inseparable, just wishing she could do dirty things with him right there." Qi Jing sat up. Gripping Shihan's shoulder, he said, "Nephew, we can't let them have their way. Tomorrow, you follow them to Lu Qing's Lu clan sacred dynasty. If they really gather enough map pieces and open the tomb," Shihan revealed a cold smile, saying, "This nephew will act according to the situation and sabotage their plot." At Black Armor City, next to the Lu clan sacred dynasty, commoners were lining up to enter the city. Tang Tianyu looked at the man in black and said, "You guys continue to investigate the remaining map pieces. Also, pay attention to the forces coming here from other regions. See who wants to obtain it." The person replied. Subordinate obeys. Lu Chun stood behind, looking at her back, thinking to himself, "This girl is the eldest young miss of the Underworld Hall. Looks like she has some capability." Tang Tianyu stood on the city wall, looking into the distance, saying, "The Lu clan's sacred dynasty was built by Lu Qing single-handedly. To find clues related to him, many factions will come here. With so many factions pouring in, perhaps enough map pieces will be gathered soon. Finding the whereabouts of Lu Qing's tomb. To be safe, I will go meet the other factions. When the time is right, I will call you." She waved her hand. Smiling mischievously, he looked at her and said, "Then I won't disturb you anymore. Don't miss me too much." Tantianis glet angli. Lu Chun jumped down from the city wall. Looking at the city gate in front of him, he said, "I can't fall behind either. Must go scout for some news." He poked a dozing storyteller, saying, "Find a storyteller to ask around." Lu Chun approached, throwing out a gold ingot, shouting, "Sir, wake up. You have a customer. Let me ask about something." The person grinned and caught it with both hands, asking, "What does this lord want to know?" "This humble one will tell you everything I know." He raised a finger, speaking loudly. "I'm new here. I want to know about the history of this place, as well as things related to Saint Lord Lu Qing." The storyteller heard this, replying in a high voice, "Lord, you found the right person. Let this humble one tell you." His voice rang out, starting from ancient times. The desolate region, Saint Lord was ignorant and incompetent, causing the territory of the desolate region to be invaded by neighboring regions. The people suffered. Then, he changed his tone, saying, "But ever since the genius of the Lu family, Lu Qing, became a saint, He shouldered the entire desolate region alone. Therefore, Lu Qing was hailed by the desolate region as Saint Lord Lu. He Gemin Lu. Next, an image of Lu Qing appeared in the storyteller's mind. His voice lowered, speaking loudly. However, Saint Lord Lu suddenly fell. The desolate region no longer had a Saint Realm powerhouse to suppress the forces of the four directions. The Lu clan's sacred dynasty also fell apart because of this. He thought of the three people currently in power, saying, because Saint Lord Lu had no descendants. The throne was chosen from the clans of the three Emperor Realm powerhouses who once fought alongside Lu Qing, taking turns to govern. Lu Qin heard this, asking hesitantly, why did Saint Lord Lu fall back then? The storyteller frowned. This matter is also strange to speak of. Rumor has it that Saint Lord Lu seemed to have foreseen his own death. Then his voice rang out, recounting everything he knew. He left the desolate region, disappeared, for 100 years. Immediately after, he shouted loudly. After returning, he had already chosen his grave, then drew a map, divided into 8 pieces, handed them to the Black Armor Army. After that, there was no news. Lu Qin heard this, stroking his chin in contemplation. Something is wrong. Clearly, he had 3 elders fighting alongside him. Why hand the map to the Black Armor Army? The Black Armor Army has at least 200,000 people. Whose hands did the map fall into? Trying to find out is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Clearly, he didn't want to be found by others. But if he didn't want anyone to find him, why draw a map at all? The figure of Lu Qing appeared in his mind. Could it be that he still had a wish? Wanting the whole world to play a treasure hunt game with him? Suddenly, a person behind holding a scroll shouted. Everyone look quickly. There's news. Immediately notify the authorities. The surrounding crowd immediately gathered around, asking loudly, what does it say? The golden statues of the 4 Saint Lords were stolen. Anyone with information, immediately report to the authorities. There will be a huge reward. Who is so immoral? Stealing the statues of the Saint Lords. The person holding the notice shouted, anyone with clues. Reward of 1 king-breaking pill. 1 million spirit stones. Lu Qin looked up at the sky, thinking to himself, interesting. Why is this so familiar? Could it be that senior brother of mine has arrived? Thinking about it, in this whole world, the only one who could do such an immoral thing is that guy. Since he's here, then I won't be polite either. Years ago in the Azure region, he set me up once. So don't blame me for setting him up back. He pointed his thumb at himself, laughing loudly. Officer Big Brother. I have a clue. The person holding the notice looked at him with a fierce face, asking sharply, really, don't you try to fool me. The city lord takes this matter very seriously. If you dare to claim the reward falsely, you know the consequences. Lu Qin heard this and snorted coldly. Oomph. This humble one not only knows who stole it, but can also draw his portrait right now. The person's voice rang out. Interesting. Give his kid paper and brush. Let's see what he can draw. Immediately, the crowd gathered around, watching him intently. On the paper, the figure of Lu Qin's senior brother, Jin Ingjun, gradually appeared. Lu Qin held up the drawing for the person holding the notice to see. That person frowned and cursed loudly. It's this guy. Human face, beast heart. Unexpectedly, a thief. He pointed at the portrait and started talking nonsense. That's right. Officer, let me tell you, this person thinks himself romantic and unrestrained, going everywhere boasting and swindling, also stealing chickens and dogs. There is no evil deed he won't do. Jin Ingjun on the high platform saw this scene, clenching his fists, cursing silently. Lu Chun, you bastard. Jin Ingjun stood on the high platform, pointing down, shouting loudly. I discovered you as soon as you entered the city. You only arrived here today. How can you prove that I stole 4 statues last night? Lu Qin glanced at the person above, shouting, oh my, oh my. The criminal jumped out himself and even admitted the crime of theft last night. The person holding the notice frowned and shouted, hey, you up there. If you want to prove your innocence, come down here and let me check your storage bag. Jin Ingjun broke out in a cold sweat, crying out, this. The crowd below immediately rushed up, shouting, is it this brat? If it's him, catching him means 1 million. Sweat poured down, lips pressed tight, hearing the crowd screaming. Surround him quickly. Don't let him escape. Jin Ingjun quickly rushed forward, shouting, move. Don't block my way. The crowd behind chased with all their might, shouting, charge, for the spirit stones. That brat worth 1,000,000 spirit stones. Stand still. Lu Chen's face appeared in his mind, cursing silently. Sure enough, meeting that bastard Lu Chun brings nothing good. Ji Ningjun looked at the relentless crowd behind, thinking to himself, these guys are too persistent. You force me. He reached into his storage bag, then shouted, storage bag, release the 4 statues. Immediately after, 4 statues flew out of the bag. He laughed loudly. Huh, want to find evidence of crime in my storage bag? Dream on. I already refined the golden statues into liquid gold. The crowd behind saw Ji Ningjun openly melting statues in the street. They shouted. Then he used the liquid gold to cast gold ingots. Unexpected, right? Well, you're looking for golden statues. What does that have to do with my gold ingots? The crowd behind was stunned on the spot, saying, I've seen shameless people, but this is the first time I've seen someone this shameless. Lu Chun behind them twitched his mouth, face darkening, thinking to himself, Senior brother, how can a person be so shameless? Learn from me. At least find a scapegoat. At this moment, a man in black appeared, laughing loudly. Huh, I didn't expect young Master Jean of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion in the Azure region to grace us with his presence. You guys back off quickly. Don't make things difficult for the young master. City Lord of Black Armor City, Han Yi, cupped his hands and shouted, It was my negligence not to welcome you from afar, letting these lowly commoners offend the young master. I am truly sorry. Ji Ningjun turned back and ran over. He hugged the man, saying, Huh, so it's Brother Hanyu. You're still the sensible one. My family isn't poor. How could I do something like stealing? He turned back to the crowd, shouting, Did you hear that? Your city lord said I didn't steal it. You servants still dare to be insolent. Lu Chen looked at Ji Ningjun, laughing loudly in praise. Huh, as expected of senior brother. This trick of swapping concepts, using power to bully people. Senior brother uses it as smoothly as ever. Junior brother admires you. Ji Ningjun frowned at Lu Chun, saying, Oh, I was wondering why I smelled a stench from afar. So junior brother is still here? Lu Chun was angry inside, but still smiled and replied, Huh, senior brother flatters me. How can I compare to senior brother? Wearing brocade and silk can't hide the stench of copper coins. Stealing someone's golden statues. Ji Ningjun heard this and mocked back. TCH, what can I do? Who told me to support a huge family? Unlike junior brother who specializes in mooching off women, how could you understand the value of money? Anyway, junior brother's acting skills are enough for that rich master to spoil you endlessly, raising you to be white and chubby. So you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I can understand. Lu Chen heard this, calmly counterattacking. Oh my, is senior brother blaming master for being biased? After all, senior brother dresses both ugly and tacky. It's understandable not to be liked by master. The two leaned their heads together, angrily cursing. Ji Ningjun gritted his teeth and replied, That's right. Your despicable appearance is even more liked by master. Unexpectedly, junior brother, you are despicable all over. Truly a bastard. It's a pity you haven't been beaten to death yet. Lu Chen heard this and asked back, Senior brother really knows how to joke. I love you so much. How could I bear to leave you alone in this world? The two put their arms around each other's shoulders, mocking each other. Ji Ningjun, I didn't expect junior brother to want to be a shit stirrer. So smelly. Lu Chun, senior brother, I don't allow you to lower yourself like that. Don't insult shit, okay? You're also worthy of being shit. You are clearly worse than shit. Hanyu looked at the backs of the two leaving, thinking to himself, are they really senior brothers? This sect is too scary. Brothers directly harming each other. It's no different from raising goo poison, he said with a pained face. Fine. These two are big shots I dare not offend. Can't provoke either of them. A long while later, he walked ahead, pointing to a place to introduce. This is our best cultivation place. Two young masters, please stay here for now. Lu Chen heard this, asking suspiciously, Right, about Lu Qing's map. How much do your 3 families hold? Hanyu held up 4 fingers and said, Our 3 big families originally had 4 fragments. Besides, Pill Emperor Hall has 1 piece. Yaoqi's Sacred Land has 2 pieces. Now 7 pieces have been gathered. As for the intricacies within, it's inconvenient for me to say more. He looked at Lu Chen, starting to recount. Currently, only the last piece's whereabouts are unknown. But I have sent people to spread the word everywhere, letting the force possessing the last map fragment come to Giant Sword City. Lu Chun heard this and thought to himself, to be able to gather 7 map pieces. The force behind this city lord of Black Armor City is probably not simple. Lu Chun touched his chin, snorting coldly. Oomph. No need to look for the last piece. It is in the hands of the Saintess of the Underworld Hall. Hearing the news, she will arrive at Giant Sword City soon. Jun turned his head back, raising a finger, mocking. Oh, what am I hearing? Jun, your brother, climbed into the enemy's bed so quickly, indeed proficient in the way of mooching off women. Lu Chun heard this and snorted coldly, cursing. Oomph, bastard. Don't think I don't know. Crossing his arms over his chest, face full of anger, he roared. Last time I was discovered by that demonic sect Saintess and chased for half a month. It was because you coveted the statue of the 3rd patriarch of the ancient desolate sacred land and sold me out. Jun heard this and laughed. Ha ha ha. So Jun, your brother, knew everything. Lu Chun turned to Jun and asked, also, how many factions are outside the city this time? I'm talking about those who are coming or have already arrived. Jun took out a scroll. Smiling, he introduced. Jun, your brother, asked the right person about this. Let Senior Brother tell you. Hall Master of Black Dragon Hall, Ming Shang. It is said they come from the 9 heavens and 10 domains. Extremely mysterious. Lu Chun's face darkened, crying out, who is this guy? Don't know him. Next person. Next is the portrait of Jiang Tairan. Jun's voice rang out. There is also the Saintess of the demonic sect. The Gu Refining Saints sect also sent a group of people. Lu Chun broke out in a cold sweat, thinking of Tang Tianyu, thinking to himself, great, I offended both of these people. That Tang woman wishes she could kill me. And so does the other one. Next, Jun giggled and introduced each one. Finally, Yaoqi Sacred Land, Ancient Desolate Sacred Land, Heavenly Secret Pavilion, Junior Brother. You know most of them, right? Lu Chun's face turned black, shouting, that's right. They're all my enemies. Are you sure they're only here for the Saint Tomb? I think they united to deal with me. Looking down from high above at the capital of the Lu clan sacred dynasty, Giant Sword City, in a cultivation villa, Jun looked at Lu Chun beside him, probing. Junior Brother, coming here to cultivate in seclusion, what are you planning? Jun laughed and asked, could it be that you're scared? Waiting until the water reaches your feet to jump? Lu Chun's face turned black, cursing loudly. You dog, standing there talking without back pain. Lu Chun, sweating profusely, shouted, too many enemies this time. Can't handle it a bit. I must cultivate for a while. Prepare a few trump cards to deal with them. Giant Sword City Inn, crowds from all directions, dressed differently, gathered here. A young man knelt on the ground shouting, what other orders does young Master Ming have? Subordinate will die without hesitation, young master. Ming Shang of the Black Dragon Hall sat on a chair. Nodding, he ordered, help me find an interesting person. I heard he also arrived at Giant Sword City. He rested his chin on his hand and said, his name is Lu Chun. Demonic sect stronghold in Giant Sword City. A group of demonic sect cultists knelt before the main hall door. A maid walked in. Smiling, she asked, may I ask Her Highness the Saintess? Who do you want us to find? Demonic sect Saintess Jiang Tairan put a hand to her forehead and said, find me that bastard Lu Chun. She stroked her hair, saying, this young lady came here this time, not just for the Saint Tomb, but also to find that bastard to stretch my muscles. A group of male disciples from Yaoqi Palace looked at the city in front of them, shouting, is this Giant Sword City? I heard that bastard has also arrived. He gritted his teeth and shouted, Giant Sword City, Lu Chun, we male disciples of Yaoqi are here to settle the score with you. The remaining disciples shouted in unison, that's right. If we don't burn all his hair off, it will be hard to quell the hatred in our hearts. Han Yu hid behind a tree, watching the Yaoqi Palace disciples enter the city. He giggled and said, getting more and more interesting. So Yaoqi's sacred land also has a grudge against him. A few days later, Yaoqi stronghold in Giant Sword City. People coming and going. Tang Tianyu led Lu Qingxin in, instructing, we have followed the Saint Lord's orders. Handed over the 2 map fragments of the Yaoqi sacred domain to the city lord here. Nothing else to do. Today we rest here. Tomorrow we will discuss future matters with your other senior brothers. Lu Qingcheng pursed her lips and said, Senior Brother Lu Chun, Since leaving that day, there's been no news. If he could come, that would be great. She covered her face, happily thinking to herself, I was so drunk that day. I heard senior brother took me back to rest. He didn't do anything shameful to me, did he? The two stopped walking, listening to the crowd behind them discussing. Hey, did you hear? This time, the factions coming here are all looking for that one person. I heard his name is Liu. Another person raised a hand to introduce. Liu Chun. I heard he is the Chaos Demon King of the Azure region. The other person heard this and replied. So that's how it is. Chun Yu saw this and said, serves him right. I think you don't need to miss him anymore. Your senior brother has caused trouble all the way to Giant Sword City. Liu Chun placed a map missing a corner on the table, shouting, this is the map fragment. Currently only missing one more piece. Jin Jun beside him laughed and said, silly junior brother, you stole all my thunder today. Still missing Tang Tianyu's piece from the Underworld Hall. Junior brother, hurry up and call your female owner out. Liu Chun heard this and laughed loudly once, replying, I will call my little lover out right away. My charm has never been resisted by anyone. He conjured a small cluster of fire with his hand, lit the signal firework, and shouted, now I will let you broaden your horizons. Liu Chun watched the firework fly away, shouting in a high voice, Liu Ge's cloud-piercing signal is here. Young miss of the Tang family, hurry up and show yourself. He looked up at the sky, sneering. What kind of stupid method is this? If this can call people over, I will on the spot. Jin Jun hadn't finished speaking yet. Tang Tianyu had appeared. His face darkened, thinking in disbelief. Damn it, really used such a stupid contact method? Tang Tianyu held a long whip, turning her head to look at him, questioning. Liu Chun, you called me here. Is the matter I entrusted to you done? Liu Chun heard this and replied, done. Only missing your last piece. He stroked his chin. Smiling, he said, don't fly so high in the sky anymore. Come down quickly. People can see your panties. Tantiani Lindet. Snorting coldly. Pervert. Whoever dares to look, I'll gouge out their eyes. Jin Jun looked at her, cursing silently in his heart. Bastard. Your panties are as thick as Liu Chen's face. Hard to see a damn thing. Tang Tianyu's self-righteous look really resembles Liu Chen exactly. He turned to look at everyone, urging, all right, gathered enough map fragments. Let's set off quickly. Tang Tianyu threw the last fragment towards everyone, saying, this is the last piece of Liu Qing's map. Hanyu looked at the complete map, shouting excitedly, finally complete. Liu Qing's treasure is about to appear today. Liu Chun frowned, looking at the black dragon phantom on the map, saying, this place is at the Demon Dragon Abyss. Jin Jun heard this and turned pale with horror, blurting out, Demon Dragon Abyss? The forbidden ground that caused several Saint Realm mighty figures to fall. Unexpectedly, it's here. Hanyu was sweating profusely, crying out anxiously, it's the forbidden ground Demon Dragon Abyss again. What should we do? Our three big families don't even have a single Saint Realm. How can we explore this place where saints have fallen? He frowned. Cupping his hands, he said, forget it. Looks like we don't have the fortune to enjoy it. This tomb map and the exploration, please leave it entirely to the two young masters to handle. Our three big families will not participate. Liu Chun turned to look at Hanyu, praising, you are indeed a smart person, knowing when to retreat. This tomb exploration is indeed very dangerous. Liu Chun raised a finger, recounting, I once read in ancient records. The Demon Dragon Abyss appeared in ancient times. There was a peerless demon dragon causing trouble for all living beings here. At that time, 5 Saint Realm mighty figures joined forces to suppress it. Only after 2 fell did they barely manage to defeat the demon dragon, sealing the dragon's soul. The image of the dragon's soul appeared in everyone's mind at this moment. Liu Chen's voice rang out. The dragon's soul is sealed within the dragon locking pillar. Every 100 years, it has to endure a tempering by thunder and lightning. Perhaps the dragon's soul has long ceased to exist. Jin Jun beside him continued. Although the version this young master heard is completely different from what you said, but one thing is certain. The Demon Dragon Abyss is not a place we can set foot in. Liu Qing chose this place as his tomb, proving that the danger within still remains. It might have even been reinforced by him. Liu Chun started mocking, making Jin Jun blush with anger. What? Senior brother is scared? It's okay. I understand. Timid as a mouse. Even if you don't participate, it doesn't matter. Just leave it all to junior brother. Jin Ingjun scolded loudly in anger. Bastard. No matter how timid I am, I'm still braver than your brain is big. A person walked in from outside announcing. Silence. St. Lord Jiao, she has arrived. Han Yu heard this and smiled in response. St. Lord Jiao, she is here. Invite her in quickly. He was startled, turning back to ask suspiciously. Even if Lu Qing came back to life, he might not be stronger than her. Why did she come to join the fun too? Jiao Shi led Lu Qingsheng in from outside, causing a stir among everyone. It really is the Saint Lord. She actually came. Han Yu and Jin Ingjun simultaneously cupped their hands and shouted. Respectful greetings to Saint Lord Jiao Shi. Lu Chen bowed. Thud. Disciple Lu Chun pays respects to Master. Jin Ingjun and Tang Tianyu had cold sweat all over their faces, thinking in shock. What? I thought Lu Chun only had Sword Emperor Palace and Wind and Thunder Pavilion behind him, worthy of being the king of gigolos. Really knows how to cling to a rich woman's thigh. So his master, besides the Azure region Lord Su Yi, is also Saint Lord Jiao Shi. Tang Tianyu looked at him, thinking to herself, his junior sister is actually a disciple of the ancient desolate Saint Lord. No wonder he stopped me from finding trouble with that woman before. Tang Tianyu held her chest, thinking excitedly, is he caring about me? This enemy unexpectedly loves me this much. Jiao Shi walked in. Looking at everyone, she said, no need for formalities. I came here not to fight for benefits with you juniors. She looked at everyone, saying, just here to back up my disciple. To avoid anyone bullying the weak with power. Jiao Shi turned to look at Jin Ingjun, questioning, that kid surnamed Jin from Wind and Thunder Pavilion. I heard that at Wind and Thunder Pavilion. You often bully my Chunner? Jin Ingjun was sweating profusely, pale with horror, denying repeatedly. Rumors. Saint Lord. This is absolutely a rumor. Jin Ingjun's face was dark. Panicking, he cried out. Brother Lu and I hit it off as soon as we met. Our relationship is as good as brothers from the same father but different grandfathers. Jiao Shi pointed a finger at him, snorting coldly to threaten. Next time I hear news of you bullying him, I will go find your father for tea. Jin Ingjun spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, face darkening, sighing in his heart. Bastard, this is clearly a threat. Moreover, it's clearly Lu Chun bullying me all the time, okay? Can a gigolo do whatever he wants? Damn it, I want to be a gigolo too. Jiao Shi glanced at him, saying, all right, forget it. The demon dragon isn't completely dead yet. Moreover, this demon dragon abyss is bottomless. You guys might fall to your deaths before seeing the demon dragon's primordial spirit go crazy. She looked at everyone, saying, wait for the saints behind you to arrive. Only then will you be qualified to be taken into the demon dragon abyss safely. Jiao Shi smiled. Lu Chun, don't stand there dazed. Follow me. Lu Chun sweated profusely, exclaiming, yes, master. Tang Tianyu heard this and pursed her lips, thinking to herself, must have a saint accompanying to enter. Looks like it's not as simple as I thought this time. Deep in the demon dragon abyss, Jiao Shi led Lu Qingsheng and Lu Chun in. At this moment, Lu Chun made a throat-slitting gesture with his hand, asking suspiciously, master, what exactly is going on? If the demon dragon isn't dead, with Lu Qing's cultivation, how to get in? Jiao Shi heard this and replied calmly, don't worry about him. You just focus on finding the treasure. There is a world-destroying black flame at the bottom of the abyss. Lu Chun frowned, asking in disbelief, master, stop joking. The demon dragon under the demon dragon abyss isn't dead yet. Telling me to go down there, isn't that telling me to throw my life away? He said hurriedly, besides, master has heavenly cultivation. If you need this flame, do you still need your disciple to act for you? She angrily kicked Lu Chun down, saying, get down there for me. This is a trial for you. He screamed miserably. Don't. Jiao Shi smiled and said, this useless guy who likes taking shortcuts. Giving him an opportunity and he doesn't cherish it. Must train him well this time. Lu Qingsheng behind her watched with cold sweat pouring down. On the other side, Lu Chun was falling and screaming nonstop. Damn it, too deep, he thought tearfully. This demon dragon abyss is too deep. I've been falling for nearly 10 minutes and still haven't seen the bottom. Jiao Shi's voice came to his ears. Lu Chun, can you still hear clearly? Lu Chun's heart moved. The voice transmitted to his ear is Master's 1,000-mile voice transmission technique. Her voice rang out, explaining. First, the demon dragon's primordial spirit actually hasn't gone crazy, but is sleeping. To it, you're too weak. So weak that it completely cannot sense you. So no need to worry. But if a strong person goes down, they will be greatly suppressed. Next, Jiaoshi began to explain the second point. The world-destroying black flame does indeed exist, but it has only turned into a seed. So I hope you go down to the demon dragon abyss. After obtaining the seed, refine it. Lu Chun was startled hearing this, asking back, Master, are you really at ease letting your most talented, handsome, and beloved disciple enter the demon dragon abyss alone? Jiaoshi heard this and covered her mouth laughing. Rest assured, what is there to worry about? Master is leaving. Come find me after you find it. He landed on the ground, shouting loudly. Cruel master harming her disciple. Finally arrived. The feeling of feet touching the ground is really refreshing. Lu Chun reached out and touched the surroundings, saying, Everywhere is broken bones and bloody mud. Looking at a pile of skeletons nearby, sighing, White bones, countless resentful souls. This place is indeed a Shura field. Lu Chun stood up and walked forward, saying, Book's record. This demon dragon abyss is over 60,000 kilometers wide, 150,000 kilometers long. Even if I fly at full speed, it would take a month to fly all over the demon dragon abyss. He lowered his head and thought, in this forbidden ground full of dangers, how exactly am I supposed to find the divine fire seed? Lu Chun stood on a cloud, looking at the complex of buildings below, asking suspiciously, Oh, why are there buildings at the bottom of the demon dragon abyss? He guessed, could it be that an imperial dynasty built a capital here before? Lu Chun looked at the dilapidated ancient city in front of him, saying, In this ancient city, is it what I need? His gaze swept across the grass, seeing a dazzling light. Suspicious. What is this? Lu Chun reached out and picked it up, wondering. A finger bone. Has not decayed after so many years, still emitting divine charm. He looked at the bone in his hand, exclaiming, Rules incarnate. Infusing the power of rules into flesh and blood. Immortal for 10,000 years. This is at least in existence at the second level of the Saint Realm. Why would an expert of this level die here? Suddenly, there was a noise behind him, startling him into turning around to ask, Who? Lu Chun saw it was Tang Tianyu, asking suspiciously, Tang Tiani, why did you come down here too? She heard this and snorted coldly. Only allowed for people with deep backgrounds? Of course the saint behind me sent me down. He raised his hands and said, Okay. Tianyu is the most amazing. So big already, but still like a child. Let's go together. This place is so big. Finding that divine fire seed really isn't a one-person job. Suddenly, in the sky, a gust of sand and dust hit, swirling wildly. Lu Chun covered his eyes with his hand. Suspicious. Oh, what the hell is that? Sand and dust hit. The two were surrounded by pitch-black mist. His voice rang out, both black and smelly. The air pollution here seriously exceeds the standard. Tang Tianyu looked at the spiritual shield in her hand, shouting loudly, Bat! This black mist is unusual. It is devouring my spiritual power. Lu Chun was covered by the black mist, shouting loudly, What a strange power. It could devour both spiritual power and life force. She angrily raised her leg, shouting, This disgusting thing, get away from me. He saw her appearance. Smiling, he said, really like a child. Lu Chun approached, hugging Tang Tianyu with one arm, shouting, Come to me, I'll help you block it. She saw him approaching, crying out in panic. What do you want to do? Scene shifted to the outside. Hanyu stood behind Jiaoshi, asking loudly, Saint Lord Jiaoshi, the demon dragon has been sealed for tens of thousands of years, and there is a divine object like the dragon-locking pillar suppressing it. Why is the primordial spirit still not destroyed? He closed his eyes, asking, could it be that it has reached that level? Can the primordial spirit be eternal and indestructible? Jiaoshi heard this and explained calmly. The demon dragon has thoroughly understood the power of rules, fusing the rules of darkness with the primordial spirit and physical body, belonging to the rule Tao body. So as long as the rules of darkness are not destroyed, its primordial spirit will be eternal and indestructible. Hanyu cupped his hands and asked, This humble one once read in ancient records, if there is a saint holding divine fire, they can also burn its primordial spirit. Don't know if it's true or false. She raised her hand, shouting loudly, "Quiet! I have to deal with a few rats first." She snorted coldly. "Umph." Sneaky, hiding in the void. Zhaoshi looked at that force swirling and kicking up rocks, shouting angrily, "Those who hide their heads and show their tails. Get out here for me." Fragments of the illusion flew everywhere. Two masked men saw this, shouting in disbelief. "Discovered? How is that possible?" They shouted in panic. "How is that possible?" "This is the invisibility talisman granted by the venerable lord." Two masked men looked down at Zhaoshi, shouting loudly, "Didn't they say those above the second level of Saint Realm cannot appear? This invisibility talisman cannot be broken by anyone." One masked man decided to rush towards Zhaoshi. "Could it be that there's a special barrier set up here? Kill all these people." The masked man raised two fingers to the sky, executing dark sun heaven. He created a dazzling purple-black sky. Looking at Zhaoshi, he shouted, "You lowly commoners of the lower realm, die under my black sun." Seeing this, she snorted coldly. TCH. The feeling of this kind of cultivation method. Zhaoshi raised her hand and shot a beam of white light, shouting, "Turns out to be trash from the Black Dragon Hall." The masked man saw this, shouting in disbelief, "What? Casually breaking my second level Saint Realm skill with one strike. What cultivation is this? Who exactly are you?" Immediately after, the beam of light pierced through. The masked man only had time to let out a miserable scream before turning into a dry skeleton. "Ah!" Hanyu, standing beside, raised his hand, shouting in surprise. Unexpectedly, it's the Black Dragon Hall. They have come out of the mountains. Zhaoshi's whole body radiated red light. Speaking, "Umph. A bunch of rats hiding here and there. So what if it's the Black Dragon Hall? Daring to act recklessly in front of me." The remaining masked man was sweating profusely, looking at Zhaoshi, who was looking up at him, shouting in panic. One move killed Big Brother in an instant. Then he turned his head and shouted to Ming Shang above the crack, "Young master, run quickly. This person is not someone we can deal with." Zhaoshi looked towards a crack, speaking, "Still one fish that slipped through the net." She approached him, smiling. She said, "Let me see. Turns out to be Transcendent Realm. So weak. No wonder I overlooked your aura." Ming Shang cupped his hands. Coughing, he said, "Cough, cough. Senior, I am a descendant of Ancestor Ming Yan. Hope you can spare my life for the sake of the ancestor." Zhaoshi smiled, speaking softly, "Of course. Descendant of Ming Yan, I will not only spare you." She grabbed his collar and lifted him up, shouting, "But also grant you an opportunity." Ming Shang screamed in horror. Zhaoshi threw him down with force, shouting, "Want to go to the Demon Dragon Abyss, right? I'll send you down." Hanyu behind cupped his hands and said, "Saint Lord, you killed their people. Why release the remaining one into the Demon Dragon Abyss? What if they want to wake up the Demon Dragon?" Zhaoshi heard this and smiled in reply. "It's okay. How can one become talented without pressure? It's also time to find a decent opponent for training." She turned her head and shouted, "Moreover, just a tiny demon dragon. Even if it comes out, I can beat it back down, deep in the Demon Dragon Abyss, desolate with not a soul in sight." Tantiani Huget Luchen. With tears in her eyes, she shouted, "Boo-hoo, what did you do to me?" She questioned with red eyes. "Why do I feel that all the spiritual energy in my body polluted by the dark laws has been sucked away by you?" He heard this and asked back, "If not, then what? Watch you be burned to ashes by the dark laws?" Tang Tianyu glanced to the side, snorting coldly, "Umph. Consider yourself to still have some conscience." Lu Chen frowned and looked ahead, saying, "All right, the black mist has dispersed. Let's go quickly. I feel this place is unsafe." The two walked forward, crossing a land full of dry bones. Lu Chun stepped on a patch of rather soft ground. He stopped. A purple light flashed. Frowning, he muttered, This feeling. Something is buried underneath." Tang Tianyu behind looked at the purple light in his hand, shouting, "This light and shape. Could it be?" Lu Chun frowned at the purple stone in his hand, shouting, "Inside this are at least the souls of 1,000,000 people who died unjustly." Tang Tianyu heard this and replied, "Then it's correct. This must be a soul stone containing millions of souls, often used to resurrect extremely evil people." He turned to look at Tang Tianyu and shouted, "That's right. When I came down, I also picked up a piece of an expert's arm bone. Maybe the person they want to resurrect is this one? She heard this and asked suspiciously. So that means the resurrection item and the person to be resurrected were both found by you? What do you plan to do next? He turned to look at Tang Tianyu and said, Need you ask? No matter who it is, he is not worth using millions of human lives in exchange for his resurrection. Lu Chen gave a thumbs up, laughing loudly. This young master will definitely take charge of it. At the bottom of the demon dragon abyss, white bones piled up like mountains. Ming Shang frowned and snorted coldly. That arrogant woman actually threw us down here. We came here not for the divine fire. Wait until we resurrect General Wu. Must teach that woman a lesson. He looked at the small pit dug up in front of him, asking, Is it near here? Why can't I sense the soul stone? You useless trash. Didn't remember the wrong place, did you? The masked man beside him broke out in a cold sweat, shouting, This, young master. It should be here. This is the eye of the formation. But the soul stone is nowhere to be seen. Could it be? Chihan hiding behind heard this and said, Someone beat us to it. The masked man heard this and turned to question. What? Who did it? Who are you, brat? Chihan heard this and revealed a ferocious smile, shouting, Haha, in this matter, we have a common enemy. Listen to me clearly. On the other side, Tang Tianyu rode her sword, rushing in one direction with Lu Chen riding a gourd. Ming Shang saw a purple light rising from a rocky crevice in the distance. He shouted, It's right there. Let's go check it out. Lu Chen landed on the ground, asking suspiciously, This black flame, could it be the divine fire? Tang Tianyu walked up behind Lu Chen and said, Divine fire is indeed black. Moreover, the power of the flame is enough to swallow a Saint Realm expert. She frowned. But the flame here, although the temperature is very high, compared to the divine fire, it is still worlds apart. Probably a strange fire from the same source as the divine fire. Lu Chen stood up, replying listlessly, Rejoice for nothing. Turns out to be a trashy knockoff. Hearing this, Tianyu reached out to take it. If the wealthy young master, Lu, looks down on it, then I'll take this flame. Then she cast a spell to subdue the strange fire. Lu Chen asked in surprise, Tang Tianyi, what method did you use to subdue the strange fire? Teach me. However, Tianyu raised her middle finger, signaling, Hey, this kind of low-level technique, like the fire control art. Does young master Lu not have it? Lu Chen also replied, I really don't know. Sister, teach me. No matter how he begged, she only replied with one sentence. Go play somewhere else. I won't teach you. Lu Chen was boiling with anger, thinking to himself, Truly, only villains and women are hard to deal with. Tang Tianyi, this hateful woman. Sooner or later I'll teach you a lesson. Another place. A group of people was moving at extremely fast speed. Ming Shang thought anxiously while moving. Great Demon King, and also a disciple of the Yaoqi Saint Lord. Lu Chen. Makes me want to meet him more and more. Suddenly, Chihan laughed and stepped forward. Have you met the Yaoqi Saint Lord? Her disciple is also down here. I saw him break this formation with my own eyes. Then he said seriously, His name is Lu Chen. He killed my whole family and robbed my family property. I have a deep hatred for him, like the sea. He has hidden his strength. Temporarily haven't heard of him failing. How about we cooperate? Kill Lu Chen. A general stepped forward and hurriedly suggested, Young master, according to what Chi Han said, let's go catch Lu Chen now, daring to destroy our formation, truly living without knowing his place. But Ming Shang replied warily, This informant acts insidiously. Talking about cooperation, I'm afraid it's for private revenge. I have no interest in being a pawn for others. Stepping into his conspiracy, then he ordered, The formation has been broken. The resurrection matter is temporarily put aside. The urgent matter is to absorb the divine essence, improve strength, find a divine fire. The general immediately replied, Young master is wise. Subordinate admires you. While flying in the air, the general suddenly discovered, Young master, is that Lu Chen over there? Soon, they landed behind Lu Chen. Ming Shang opened the conversation with interest. Let me go probe him. Hey, young man over there, how much divine essence have you absorbed? Lu Chen slowly turned his head and glanced. What is divine essence? Is it that strange fire from the same source as the divine fire? So that is divine essence. Hearing this, Ming Shang was a bit stunned and asked, You don't even know divine essence? Then what are you doing down here? Looking for death? So he replied calmly, That's wrong. Knowing what it is isn't important. Knowing it's useful, and how to use it is what's important. Seeing him like this, the subordinate turned back and whispered to the young master. Young master, don't waste words with him anymore. He's just an idiot talking nonsense. So the two of them prepared to leave. But Lu Chun called them back and asked, right, that big brother over there, please stop. Do you have a fire control art? Can you sell me a copy? Hearing this, Ming Shang couldn't hold back anymore, angrily pointing at him and scolding. What? Haven't even practiced a low-level technique like the fire control art? What are you doing down here? Didn't you study before coming down to the Demon Dragon Abyss? Then he explained to Lu Chun, you can be considered an opponent. I'll only say it once. This divine essence is a flame left by a drop of essence from the divine fire. After being released, it forms divine essence. Although it takes 10,000 years to become divine fire, its power is enough to burn an unprepared king realm to death. An idiot like you prepared nothing. Don't even know the fire control art. Don't come here looking for death. Hurry back and cultivate for a few more years. Hearing a lecture, Lu Chun suggested excitedly, let me try. What if I could do it? At this moment, the subordinate urged Ming Shang, young master, let's go. Don't waste time with this idiot. But he didn't leave. Instead, he accepted Lu Chun's request. This is the fire control art. For you. Ming Shang's eyes were full of determination and seriousness. He probed and said, I also want to see what ability you have. Hope you don't disappoint me. Then they moved together. Ming Shang said, there is divine essence on the cliff ahead. Try with that one first. The subordinate turned to Lu Chun again and mocked. Haha, kid, how is your learning going? If you're scared, you don't have to go down. Lu Chun replied confidently, no problem. The method is indeed simple. I figured it out. Just a tiny bit of divine essence. Not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Hearing this, Ming Shang sneered with disdain. Idiot, truly doesn't know life from death. Then he reached out towards the divine essence, thinking, this temperature, even my divine body, finds it hard to endure. Just learn the fire control art and dares to risk his life. I'll just absorb divine essence up here. See how you make a fool of yourself. Oomph. The brat who destroyed my formation deserves to be burned to death by divine essence. Suddenly, Lu Chun jumped straight down, shouting excitedly, it's my turn. Watch me go down and fight 300 rounds with that divine essence. Watching him fall into the divine essence, Ming Shang thought speechlessly. What? Jumped straight into the fire pit? Is this brat tired of living? Sure enough, soon Lu Chun cried out, too hot, about to burn. Ming Shang saw this and gloated. Oomph. Now you know it's hot? Serves you right. At this moment, Lu Chun was fighting tenaciously. Damn it. This little bit of divine essence wants to stop me? Not unexpectedly. He immediately subdued all the divine essence. Fire control art. Collect for me. At this moment, Ming Shang lost his voice in surprise. What? Controlled the divine essence using the fire control art? He was stunned. Speaking with some admiration. You just learned it. This brat is indeed extraordinary. How long can you hold on? Below, Lu Chun was still continuing. He exclaimed, underestimated the divine essence. This terrifying temperature can burn an ordinary king realm to death. But, after swallowing it, spiritual energy became pure. Physical body also improved a lot. Luckily, I practiced the spirit cauldron body forging. Otherwise, I'd be done for. Finishing up, he looked up at Ming Shang, who was taking medicine, saying, let's see how that guy's doing. Already started taking medicine? He became more confident in absorbing divine essence. Knew you weren't as good as me. Still need to take medicine to endure it. What man takes medicine? Suddenly, while he was rambling on, a large burn mark appeared. He stopped mid-sentence. With a body that has experienced 100 battles like mine, no need to worry about your trivial problems. Hiss. He looked at his severely burned hand, face twisting. He decided, not good. Underestimated the temperature of the strange fire too much. Still better use medicine. Then Lu Chun poured herbs into his mouth. Recovery treasure. True dragon fluid. Ming Shang saw this and felt smug again. Your ability isn't that great either. He thought to himself. Next is the time to show whose family is wealthier. I don't believe you can beat me. Seeming to understand Ming Shang's intention, Lu Chun looked up at him and said, what? Comparing money with me? I have 5 rich masters. An hour later, the two finally sat side by side. Ming Shang, sweating profusely, turned his head and sighed. Phew. Finally finished absorbing the divine essence here. You're not bad. Lu Chun. I'll remember you. Yeah. Lu Chun also praised him. You're not bad either. In terms of financial power, you're on par with me. Saying that, Ming Shang stood up preparing to leave, not forgetting to issue a challenge. I'm leaving. There's still a lot of divine essence in the Demon Dragon Abyss. Let's see who can get more. Then he turned back to remind, but there's a city in the distance. Before absorbing enough divine essence, best not to go there. Hearing this, Lu Chun asked suspiciously, such important news. Why did you tell me? That guy replied while turning away, because since birth, I have never failed. Whatever heavenly treasures I want, I get. Now meeting an opponent, you make me feel that this boring life finally has some interest. Then, he bid farewell to Lu Chun. Goodbye, Lu Chun. Hope next time we meet, you are strong enough. Only then will you be worth defeating. As soon as he left, Lu Chun spat on the ground, cursing silently. This bastard. Why act like a supporting villain in front of the protagonist? Then he made up his mind. Next time we meet, I must beat the shit out of you. Daring to show off more than me. Jin Ingjun. Jin Ingjun stood on the cliff, looking down. Couldn't help shivering. Mommy, so damn deep. Falling down would probably take days to hit the ground. Immediately after, he laughed gloatingly again. I heard that guy named Lu Chun fell down. Ha ha, so satisfying. Ha, thud. A voice rang out from behind him, making him jump. Isn't this young Master Jin? What are you mumbling about here? He hurriedly turned around to explain. Saint Lord Jiaoshi. Didn't know Senior was here too. This humble one just missed little Chinner a bit, so came to check. Jiaoshi asked strangely. I didn't expect the relationship between you two to be so close. Having said that, she immediately cut off the cliff under Jin Ingjun's feet, saying, then how could I bear to separate you two? You go down and keep him company too. Jin Ingjun was horrified. What? Immediately after he fell, begging. Don't. He desperately begged and admitted his mistake. I was wrong. Saint Lord, save me. I don't want to go down and keep that Lu Chun company. Deep in the Demon Dragon Abyss, Lu Chun was sitting cross-legged, concentrating on cultivation. He spoke up. Phew, it's been half a month. Absorbed 60 or 70% of the divine essence. Feeling like I'm about to break through. Suddenly, a light flashed in front of him. He was surprised. What is that oppressive feeling from afar? A towering ancient city appeared. Lu Chun pondered warily, guessing. It's a city, over 10 miles away, and it can cause me to feel oppression. Could there be a Saint Realm expert inside? Immediately, he stood up decisively, heading towards that city. If there really was a Saint Realm expert inside, Master wouldn't have let me come down here. After all, a Saint Realm expert wouldn't necessarily activate the Saints will to kill me. He also said, optimistically, maybe it's a Saint-level treasure. Just go check the specific situation and then decide. A moment later, Lu Chun arrived at the city gate. Surprised. Finally arrived. Black Tiger City. Looking at the skull in front of the city gate, he thought, this is a Saint-level skeleton. No wonder I felt the pressure, right? This is Black Tiger City. Before it was a tiger head. Next, he thought of a strong body. With this Saint-level tiger bone, I can ask Master to help brew fierce tiger rising wine. If my little brother drinks it, he will definitely be unparalleled in bravery. Then, Lu Chun took out a bag, continuing, using Saint-level tiger bone for aphrodisiac. By then I can pierce through a tank. Just as he was about to put it in the bag, a sharp claw appeared from behind. Become an item in my bag. Nameless Tiger Saint. A fierce black cat pounced on his head. However, it was immediately grabbed by Lu Chun. Lu Chun asked loudly, what is this? He held the cat in his hand, questioning nonstop. Transcendent realm cat. Whose cat was thrown here? Roasted to eat later. Suddenly, the cat grinned at him. Meow. Lu Chun's face changed drastically, screaming in horror. Holy shit, this cat became gigantic in an instant. He exclaimed, attacking with Soul's secret technique. How can a food item like you know this move? Lu Chun thought seriously. Done for. Am I going to fall into the hands of cat? Immediately after, he rushed straight at the cat, threatening. Looking down on me? This young master also knows soul attack methods. Soul expansion great art. Next, Lu Chun punched in the face. Steam key cut. Eat my 18 cat-killing palms. A while later, they returned to reality. Lu Chun breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that was dangerous. He carried the cat that had fainted. speaking disdainfully. Umph. Stunned by my powerful soul. Stupid cat. Serves you right. Next, he quickly subdued the cat, saying, there are tiger bones here, and a strange cat like this. Could this cat be the reincarnation of that tiger demon? Just catch it first and decide later. A huge pressure weighed on him, making him unable to breathe. This is... Lu Chun gritted his teeth and endured, thinking to himself, the further inside, the stronger the oppressive feeling. He felt grateful, but I also have to thank this pressure. Without destruction, there can be no construction. I suddenly feel like I'm about to break through. After breaking through, in just an instant, he regained his freedom of movement, broke through to the peak of Transcendent realm, have a completely new perception of this pressure. Then, Lu Chun walked into the city. This pressure feels more like a natural existence. Perhaps because this ancient city was once the residence of a Saint Realm expert. Maybe there are treasures of the old owner inside. I must search carefully. Walking into the city was a chilling scene. He looked around and said, this is the place. The wind is so cold. This is the ice law wreaking havoc. Looking at the weapon in the ice block, he exclaimed, wow, this frozen weapon looks like a big treasure. Next, he used the divine essence. Just right, absorbed quite a lot of divine essence before. Use it to try melting this ice law. While he was melting the ice, a person standing high above was watching. Oh, another vessel has arrived. A while later, he finally melted the ice block. He sighed in relief. Phew, finally melted. My big precious sword. However, the divine sword glared at him, unconvinced. Lu Chun was suspicious. Still dare to bare your teeth at me? This is a divine sword with spirituality. Doesn't want to submit to me. Next, he violently punched and shattered the divine sword, not forgetting to curse. Animal, take this. Your master has gone to heaven. What are you pretending for? Then, he didn't forget to tease. Of course, if you're not convinced, just burn paper for your master in heaven. Tell him if he has the ability, come find me, Jun, to settle the score. Suddenly, a person approached him saying, hey, that kid, you are too arrogant. Lu Chun immediately turned around warily to question. Who is behind me playing tricks? Want to get stabbed? He froze, saying, this aura is so familiar. It's Saint Realm. He thought, there is actually a Saint Realm expert in this demon dragon abyss. Master actually didn't know. The demon dragon also didn't sense an expert arriving. So he changed his tone and asked, oh my, does this senior have any business with a Transcendent Realm junior like me? He Gemin Lu leaned in and replied, brat, you used the strange fire divine essence recklessly. Burn my roast chicken to a crisp. Hearing this, he cursed in his heart. What kind of trick is this? This guy is probably here to cause trouble. What does your burnt chicken have to do with me? He asked. If senior wants to do something, just say it straight. Making things difficult for a junior. Isn't that losing the demeanor of an expert? Seeing this, He Gemin Lu immediately criticized angrily. You dress so ugly and dare to question my taste. Take off the leather cloak. Now you are my prisoner. Go back and roast chicken for me. That's right. A while later, He Gemin Lu carried Lu Chun back. He asked, this old man is back. How is your chicken roasting going? Tang Tianyu saw him, asking in surprise. It's you, Lu Chun. Why were you also? Lu Chun, not wanting to be outdone, asked Tang Tianyu back. Didn't you leave me to find the divine essence? Why were you also caught by this old man? Just as he finished speaking, he was thrown heavily to the ground. He cursed once. Then, He Gemin Lu ordered, all right, you three roast a chicken for me. If you ruin it, none of you can leave. Ming Shang hurriedly refused. Senior, I don't know how to roast. How much money do you want? I'll call my family to compensate you. Conversely, Lu Chun was very happy, taking out a sexy cookbook, saying, ha ha, I know, your brother Lu is a god of cooking. He confidently followed the book. First step of an excellent chef. Use a saint weapon lighter to start the fire. However, he was immediately kicked. He Gemin Lu cursed. Bastard, who told you to use ordinary fire to roast? The old man demanded. The turkey that I as saint eat, of course, must be roasted with the king of fires. Use the strange fire divine essence you obtained to roast it. Lu Chun reluctantly agreed. Okay. I'll listen to you. I'll use divine essence to roast it, all right? Seeing this, Ming Shang seized the opportunity, raising his middle finger in disdain. So humiliating. Lu Chun, are you really willing to be a chef? He Gemin Lu heard this, then turned back and said, "Right, I know your purpose for coming here. Whichever of you roasts a complete chicken first, I will prioritize giving the chance to obtain the divine fire. In the name of Lu Qing." Hearing He Jimin Lu say this, Ming Shang was stunned, digesting the information. Roasting chicken can get the divine fire? Then what are we waiting for? Tang Tianyu was also stunned. The divine fire is on him? Isn't Lu Qing already dead? So, the two rushed towards Lu Qin together, shouting, "Haha, whatever. Roast the chicken first. Lu Qin, hurry up and teach me how to roast chicken." The four of them roasted chicken together. He Jimin Lu reminded, "This is the chicken I risked my life to get. You guys be careful." Suddenly a chicken caught fire and exploded. A pop sound startled them. Holy shit. He Jimin Lu looked at them, giving advice. Wanting to use divine essence to roast chicken is not simply releasing divine essence. Can't even master divine essence. Don't know how to control the temperature. Then how can you talk about controlling divine fire? Hearing this, Lu Chun thought to himself, this He Jimin Lu, although dressed in rags and acting eccentrically, but these words are guiding us. Indeed, although the divine essence has been absorbed by me, the release temperature is completely uncontrollable. Ming Shang asked first, "Senior Lu, how can we control the temperature of the divine essence?" But the old man just pointed to his head. "Use your brain." Lu Qin pondered, thinking to himself, the divine essence in the body is an independent existence. Although it can be released using the fire control art, but the temperature cannot be controlled. He immediately entered a state of high concentration, thinking to himself, wonder if divine essence can be fused into the Dantian, harmonizing with my own spiritual power, then control the temperature of the divine essence by releasing the amount of spiritual power? He Jimin Lu watched them while eating chicken. He thought to himself, this technique is the 9 absolutes heavenly art. This brat is not simple. At the same time, Tang Tianyu and Ming Shang were also fully focused. He Jimin Lu saw this, then happily gnawed on a roast chicken. Half a month later, looking at the pile of bones, He Jimin Lu praised, "Not bad. Starting to look decent." Next, the old man pretended to hesitate and said, all 3 of you are not bad. All passed. But there's only one divine fire. And there are 3 of you. Who should I give it to?" Lu Qin spoke first. "Of course, give it to whoever is strongest." The other 2 glared at him. "Want to fight? If you have the ability, bring it on." Right at this moment, He Jimin Lu said something that shocked them. "Who allowed you to fight? Your trial is not over yet. Go get me some dragon meat." Tang Tianyu asked timidly, "Senior, where do we find dragon meat now?" The old man replied, "Near the dragon locking pillar. The dragon corpse of the black demon venerable is right there. You guys go chop a few pieces for me to taste, and we'll see. Although that guy's primordial spirit is sealed by the dragon locking pillar, it can also seriously injure me. Your realms are low. It won't discover you." Hearing this, Lu Qin grinned, suggesting to Lu Qing, "Senior wants to eat dragon meat? I have a faster, better way." Ming Shang was suspicious. "What way?" Lu Qin pointed at him and said, "Senior, even if we go steal meat from that dragon demon venerable, we might not be able to bring it back. But there's a dragon right here, and it comes from the Black Dragon Hall." Ming Shang angrily put a knife to his back, asking, "Try saying that again?" Lu Qin immediately replied, "No, I was just joking." Tang Tianyu set off immediately, saying, "Let's go quickly. Stop standing there talking." After leaving the old place, Lu Qin asked, "Tell me, this Lu Qing, what exactly does he want to do? Having divine fire, but not keeping it for himself. Instead, wanting to give it to us." Ming Shang replied, "The thoughts of the strong are very strange, being able to hand over the divine fire. Naturally, he has his own plans." Tang Tianyu also chimed in, "That's right." Arriving at the place, they exclaimed, "Here it is. This is the dragon locking pillar." Looking at the black dragon corpse in front of them, they sighed. This is the dragon corpse of the black dragon demon venerable, unexpectedly immortal for 10,000 years. Lu Qin ran forward and said, "Hurry up and act, while its primordial spirit hasn't discovered us." He immediately started cutting the dragon corpse. This guy is really tough, but how can it trouble this young master? At the same time, he also thought to himself, dragon meat is good stuff. Giving it to that bastard Lu Qing is too wasteful. Must keep some for myself. Fierce tiger rising wine paired with roasted dragon meat. enhancing male physiological functions, even more powerful than a 1-hour rocket. However, he didn't notice. The soul of the black dragon had come out and was targeting him. This brat's bones are really exquisite. Become a vessel for this venerable. Hee. Lu Chun seemed to sense something, turning back suspiciously. Strange. I clearly felt something behind me. He didn't think much of it, continuing to turn around and leave. Must hurry. Still have to go back and hand it over. At this moment, the soul of the black dragon was thinking in horror. I thought this transcendent realm brat could see this king. Next, it thought in disbelief. Just a transcendent realm, daring to come steal my meat. At the same time, Lu Chun was still happily stealing dragon meat. Almost enough. After storing it, I'll slip away first, seizing the initiative from those two. Seeing this, its soul couldn't bear it anymore, angrily launching an attack. Stealing so happily, pissing me off. You brat. If I don't possess you now, then when? It immediately burrowed into his body, making him cry out. In Lu Chen's soul sea, the soul of the black dragon exclaimed. Abundant essence. This brat indeed has not bad talent. Being possessed by someone like me, who once stepped into the peak of Saint Realm, can be considered your blessing. Suddenly, a hand grabbed it, asking, Little Blackie, what are you doing? It thought in panic. Who is it? In this brat's soul sea, there's another primordial spirit. Next it trembled, speechless. You are. It was Jiaoshi. She asked, meeting again. Little Blackie, did you come here to possess my disciple? It froze, thinking to itself, why is it this woman? It recalled the past. It used the fresh blood of 10 million living beings to open a passage between the two realms, commanding its most outstanding subordinates. From the dark heaven, one of the 9 heavens and 10 domains, descending upon the desolate region, preparing to seek opportunities to break through to the heavenly venerable realm. Result, it was slashed to death by a single sword strike, falling into the abyss. How illustrious was my reputation in the dark heaven, relying on power, nearly reaching the heavenly venerable level, daring to say I could fight a heavenly venerable without defeat. Yet I died at the hands of this woman. This woman is absolutely the most terrifying expert I have ever met. The train of thought ended. It turned around, speaking sweetly. Is Little Blackie calling me? That's right. I'm Little Blackie. I was just passing by. Just saw this young hero radiating brilliance. A dragon and phoenix among men. So I came into the soul sea to take a look. Absolutely no intention of possessing. Suddenly, Huadi appeared. She's sister. It's the 4th Master Huadi. The black dragon was immediately scared, thinking to itself, why another character? Another terrifying one. Who exactly are hidden in this brat's soul sea? Huadi stepped forward and suggested, she's sister. This little black dragon hasn't even broken through to the heavenly venerable realm. Too useless. How about giving it to me for alchemy? Keeping it as useless anyway. Next, 5th Master Jian Qingyin also appeared. It thought to itself. Another one. Huadi exclaimed in surprise. Qingyin's sister. Jian Qingyin then said, the level is indeed a bit low, but don't rush. Wait until I catch the remaining part of the primordial spirit on its body over here first. The black dragon was scared out of its wits. It thought in horror. What identity does that transcendent realm brat have? In the soul sea exist 3 unparalleled, powerful primordial spirits. These 3 primordial spirits, one stronger than the other, peerless through the ages, and all are peerless beauties. Suddenly, Jian Qingyin unleashed the soul seizing move, then used the second move, primordial spirit return. Seeing the black dragon's primordial spirit become larger, Jian Qingyin said with satisfaction, passable. Looking at the 3 people in front of it, its inner heart wavered. Why do I have the illusion that they are not enemies? It's Huadi's turn. She said gently, Gulme, Little Blackie, open your mouth. Sister will give you something good to eat. It obediently followed. Yes, chewing the glowing pill in its mouth. It thought to itself, this is heavenly soul pill. Suddenly, its eyes widened, then transformed into a giant black dragon. Heavenly venerable realm. Seeing this, Huadi turned and said, reached heavenly venerable realm. If not for this guy wasting one of my heavenly soul pills, I would definitely take it for alchemy. Jiaoshi replied, not bad. with a heavenly venerable level primordial spirit here. Perhaps it's enough to withstand the power of the divine fire. If Lu Chun can obtain the divine fire right from the Transcendent realm, his future path will be extremely brilliant, even far surpassing us. Then, all three looked at the black dragon who was still dazed, looking at the formation surrounding it. The black dragon said, "What? This is..." It screamed in panic. "Mortal top formation." It looked at the three women in extreme horror. "This brat wants to absorb the divine fire and force me to endure the backlash of the divine fire for him. Why did I fall into this situation?" These women casually took out a heavenly soul pill to help me reach heavenly venerable realm. With a wave of a hand, trapped my heavenly venerable primordial spirit. Women are so scary. Huada said happily to it. "Remember to help little Lu Chan find and control the divine fire later. If you satisfy us, I can consider releasing you back to the dark heaven. After all, Fairy Huada, always keep my word." The black dragon obediently replied, "Fairy, no, sister, I will definitely listen." Saying that, the three disappeared. The black dragon could only think. "Have to do as they say first." Back to reality. Lu Chen's body was controlled by the black dragon. It sighed and said enviously, "Damn it, brat. Your luck is too good." Meeting three rich ladies. After possessing the body, the black dragon quickly started the mission. The aura of the divine fire is right here. Remembering back then, this old man at the peak of Saint Realm didn't have the chance to see it. But this brat, only a Transcendent Realm, gets to see it, and can even possess it. It quickly moved in front of Lu Qing, who was devouring dragon meat. Lu Qing still didn't know what happened, saying, "Where's the dragon meat I told you to get? Those two have already returned once." Hearing this, the black dragon was furious. "So you were the one who ordered this brat to steal my meat?" Lu Qing immediately recognized it, then laughed with interest. "You are the black dragon demon venerable. So it's you. Huh. Why are you trapped in this brat's soul sea? And even entered the mortal trap formation?" The black dragon replied rudely, "What does it have to do with you? Wait until I get out of the mortal trap formation. I'll settle the score with you." Lu Qing continued, "Looks like the person chosen to inherit the divine fire on me has appeared." The old man said seriously, "Since you're here, get ready to start." Saying that, he took out the divine fire. Shouting loudly, the black dragon exclaimed in surprise, "Why shout so loud?" Then it looked at the divine fire, praising. "Sure enough, it's the divine fire. So the divine fire I have to subdue is on you. Even I, someone who just entered the heavenly venerable realm, feel that the temperature of this divine fire is terrifying. You still dare to absorb the divine fire? Why didn't it burn you, old man, to death?" Hearing this, Lu Qing replied calmly, "You still have the mind to mock me? Swallowing the divine fire, but unable to control it. Have to endure the suffering of backlash. And you, trapped in a mortal trap formation by others, coming here to subdue the divine fire for this brat." The black dragon was stunned. "Why do you seem to know everything?" Next, Lu Qing threw it a piece of dragon meat, saying, "Here, give you a piece. Eat it and do your job well. I hope to escape the trouble from this divine fire. Also hope you can survive." The black dragon asked strangely while eating, "What meat is this? The energy essence is so concentrated. Wait, could it be?" Lu Qing asked with a smile. "Guess. Could it be you don't sense the familiar aura?" The black dragon immediately revealed a disgusted expression, throwing the meat down, cursing loudly. "You shameless bastard. Despicable person. You dare to feed me my own meat." Lu Qing still said happily, "Didn't your mother teach you? Don't eat other people's food casually. Stupid yourself and blaming me?" The black dragon hatefully raised its middle finger. "Despicable human. Never seen a saint king so shameless. So thick-skinned." A while later, Lu Qing stood up. He took out the divine fire, urging, "All right, stop talking nonsense. I must completely escape this divine fire." Sensing the divine fire, the black dragon thought in panic. This temperature. No wonder he stayed around here. If this place wasn't the extreme cold netherworld, he would have been burned to death long ago. Don't know if this brat's body can withstand it. Looks like I still have to borrow the water of the extreme cold river to suppress it. Saying that, it jumped straight into the river. Then, it absorbed the divine fire. Immediately, it screamed in pain. The power of the divine fire is too strong. Can I survive this? Done. Lu Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Finally escaped the backlash of the divine fire. Oomph. Originally, I divided the map into 8 parts so that someone with the aptitude to absorb the divine fire could come here to replace me. The final person to get this opportunity, unexpectedly, is you, brat. The old man thought to himself, cultivating the 9 absolutes heavenly art, and having the power to trap the primordial spirit of the black dragon demon venerable. Next, he opened a spatial rift. Lu Qing said as he stepped in, "All right, black dragon demon venerable, pray for yourself. Hope I can see you again in the future." The black dragon was still in Lu Qing's body, focusing on refining the divine fire. Dang, my realm fell from heavenly venerable. Saint King, it continued to refine. Saint Lord, Saint Realm, Emperor Realm, no good. About to fall to Transcendent Realm. Suddenly, Jiaoxi appeared. It cried for help. Fairy sister, save me quickly. She immediately used the move, Word is Law. Then quickly took the divine fire out of the black dragon's body to suppress it. The divine fire was immediately forcibly compressed. Then she said, inconvenient. Later, when Lu Chun cultivates to the primordial spirit realm, using essence, energy, and spirit to supply the divine fire seed to sprout, he can activate the divine fire. Seeing this, the black dragon hurriedly asked, wait, you said after subduing the divine fire, you would let me go. However, Huadai stuck out her tongue and said, little Blackie, you are too naive. Bleh. The black dragon couldn't react in time, stood frozen, then gritted its teeth and roared. I was tricked. My freedom, my heavenly venerable realm. Half an hour later, Lu Chun was lying prone on the ground. He suddenly moved, then woke up groggily, holding his head. Why am I here? Just now I don't know why I suddenly fainted. Lu Chun looked around. Suspicious. Isn't this the place Lu Qing mentioned? Where are the people? Strange. I'm not missing anything. Next, he sensed his body, exclaiming in surprise. My realm has reached transcendent realm perfection, only one step away from primordial spirit realm. Moreover, why did my physique become so strong? So weird. The black dragon was fuming, saying, damn it, you ate a few pieces of meat containing my life essence. Breaking through a small realm is normal. However, Lu Qin hadn't reached the primordial spirit realm yet, so he couldn't hear the primordial spirit speaking. Next, he looked at the dragon, regretfully said, sigh, such a big dragon. Pity I can't take it away. Otherwise could eat for a long time. The black dragon wished it could kill him, resentfully muttering, this old man's body has been hollowed out by people. You still want to take it all away? This transcendent realm bastard is too greedy. He wondered curiously, where did Senior Lu Qing go? Could it be one of those two obtain the divine fire? The black dragon explained in despair again. Stop guessing blindly. The divine fire has turned into a seed in your soul sea. Wait until you break through to primordial spirit realm to discover and use it. Then, he flew back. Whatever. I'll know when I ask, Master. Even if I didn't get the divine fire, getting some divine essence isn't bad. The black dragon thought speechlessly. Calling that not bad? Pissing me off. He crossed several mountains. At this moment, Lu Chun heard a commotion. Curious. Fighting. Who is fighting over there? It's Tang Tianyu and Jiang Tairan fighting. Oh, Tang Tianyu is here. Could it be she didn't get the divine fire either? Qing Chang called out enthusiastically. Senior brother. Lu Chun asked, are you guys fighting over divine essence? She asked him, Senior brother, I heard you and the others met Senior Lu Qing. So, did you get the divine fire? Lu Qin pouted, answering frankly, got my ass. Don't know which bastard ambushed me, causing me to faint for half a day. When I arrived at the Netherworld pool, Lu Qing was already gone. Hearing this, Tang Tianyu and Jiang Tairan said in unison, really, great ambush. Why didn't they beat you up too? The black dragon inside silently evaluated. A person like you is truly shameless. Everywhere you go, people want to beat you. Lu Chun complained aggrievedly. What do you mean by that? Could it be you want me to be beaten that much? Right? Weren't you carving dragon meat? Why did you run here to fight people? Where's Lu Qing? That old Lu Qing left after getting the dragon meat and teleported me here too. That Ming Shang was also teleported away. Don't know what he wants to do. Hearing this, he laughed heartily. Strange, but with Lu Qing's eccentric personality, Even if he ran away after eating dragon meat, it's not strange. The divine fire is on him. He is a Saint Realm expert. Running away means Master won't blame me. Luckily, I didn't lose out. Still have a chunk of dragon meat in the ring. The black dragon was furious. Who are you scolding? Ha! Got a bargain and still showing off. If we can't find Lu Qing, there's no hope for the divine fire. Only can go collect divine essence. Divine essence belongs to the strong, so can only strike first. Hearing this, Zhaoyang Tyran pointed her blade at her, questioning. Strike first? I think you were snatching it from my hands. This girl has also become much stronger. I can't quite beat her, but can let Lu Qing go first. I'll be the fisherman who benefits. Tang Tianyu turned to call Lu Chun. Lu Chun, don't forget. However, he had already quickly pulled Qing Sheng and ran ahead. Fine, you guys keep busy. I won't disturb you anymore. Running for a while, the two stopped. Qing Sheng panted and said, Senior brother, before I knew you, I thought you were loved by everyone. Didn't expect you to have enemies everywhere you go. Lu Chen replied, didn't I just cheat the demonic sex Saintess out of 100 jars of immortal drunk? And added 20 jars of true dragon fluid? Is there need to be so hostile towards me? Then she asked, then what grudge does the Saintess of the Underworld Hall have with Senior Brother? He deliberately avoided the topic, thinking of Tang Tianyu being infatuated with him. He replied, cough, cough. Nothing. Just that this little girl saw I was handsome. So she wanted. Saying that, he changed the subject. Right. Lu Qing disappeared. Divine essence is almost all collected. Let's hurry to find Master. Report the situation in the Demon Dragon Abyss. Having said that, the two set off together again. At this moment, Shihan had discovered him. He angrily crushed the stone in his hand, saying, finally found you. Lu Chun, prepare to die in this Demon Dragon Abyss. The others hurriedly asked, did you discover Lu Chen's traces? Tell us quickly. We absorbed a few divine essences here. Feel like we can already defeat that brat. So Shihan pointed north, saying, he and that junior sister went north. Chasing now is still timely. They immediately flew fast in that direction, shouting loudly, the grudge of Yaoqi sacred domain must be avenged. Charge. Defeat the great demon king Lu Chun. Suddenly, Shihan blocked them, saying, everyone wait. Lu Chun is full of tricks. I'm afraid, even with many people, we might not be his match. They immediately lost their cool, asking, then what should we do? We chased here just for revenge. Shihan quickly took out a map to discuss countermeasures with them. Don't rush, everyone. I have allied with you to help find Lu Chun, so I definitely have a way to help you kill him. The Demon Dragon Abyss is so big. Even if they want to fly up, it will take several days. On the way, they will definitely find a place to rest. We just need to wait for them to rest. Set up trap formation flags around. Then launch a surprise attack. There will definitely be a chance of victory. Night fell. In a dilapidated thatched cottage, Lu Chun stretched wearily, sighing, so sleepy. Don't know why since that coma, I became particularly sleepy. After entering the Transcendent realm, spirit should be very abundant. Just as he finished speaking, he fell onto Qing Qing's shoulder and fell asleep, making her blush. Could it be cursed? She didn't resist, just said worriedly, Senior brother, making people worry. But they didn't know. Shihan's gang had caught up and was ambushing. Caught up. Just right, that guy is sleeping. If we don't act now, then when? However, Lu Chun seemed to sense something. Eyes wide open, full of threat. Then, Shihan took out a formation and said, this is the spirit-disturbing formation, specially used to deal with transcendent martial artists. Specializes in attacking the mind. No matter how powerful the great demon king is, he can't withstand it. There's also this cloud mist formation. Suddenly, a mist covered them. One person cried out, what are you doing? Didn't we say the cloud mist formation is set up last? Why use it now? The other replied, what happened? I haven't activated it yet. Turns out the black dragon was glaring at them. Shihan's gang was stunned, crying out, it's the black dragon. Why did it appear here? Not giving them a chance to escape. The black dragon immediately attacked. Done. It blamed Lu Chun. Oomph. Lu Chun is truly a troublesome thing. Sleeping and still getting ambushed. And I have to act. A while later, Lu Chun woke up with a start. Phew. How long did I sleep? Qing Sheng replied shyly. Senior brother. You slept for half a day. Looks like you were really tired. Sleeping even at a time like this. Moreover, I even heard you snoring. Hearing this, he replied in surprise. Snoring? This state is a bit abnormal. Could it be related to that coma? Anyway, going up later. Just ask Master then. Saying that, he picked up a handkerchief and sniffed. Why does it smell burnt? Ching Chung immediately pushed Lu Chen away, snatching the handkerchief to stop him. Don't smell it. Not far away. Chi Han was observing the situation, thinking angrily. What happened? Why did those guys suddenly disappear? Lu Chun must have discovered and killed them. Truly a bunch of idiots. Wasted my money buying formation flags. In the end, still failed. Chi Han looked to the side. Discovered. That is Ming Shang. He quickly stepped forward to strike up a conversation, thinking to himself, Ming Shang, Saint Son from the Nine Heavens Black Dragon Hall. I once did him a favor. Maybe he can help me. So he greeted politely. Young Master Ming. We meet again. Ming Shang only replied coldly. What do you want? Chi Han immediately got to the point. Young Master Ming. Do you remember Lu Chun? The one who ruined your resurrection ritual last time. He continued to make up stories. I guess. Lu Chun probably obtained the divine fire. Recently his strength increased greatly, and his whole person fell into a chaotic state. Ming Shang only ordered indifferently. Get to the point. Chi Han thought smugly. Sowing discord is my specialty. Then he suggested, Young Master Ming, to prevent him from growing into your opponent. Why don't we take advantage of him being off guard? However, just as he finished speaking, he was immediately killed by Ming Shang with one blow. Ming Shang said angrily, I hate people who sow discord the most. Moreover, do you think lacking a divine fire, I will definitely lose to him in the future? After dealing with him, Ming Shang said calmly, Let's go. The attendant asked, Young Master, is that divine fire really on Lu Chun? What this person said also makes sense. Killing him now? He just replied, I have recognized Lu Chun as my opponent. Killing him now would be too pitiful. It's just a divine fire opportunity. Black Dragon Hall doesn't lack this kind of opportunity. A cold light flashed in his eyes, saying, Let him win one round this time. There will surely be a chance to meet again. On the other side, Lu Chun and Qing Chung had flown up the cliff. Jiaoshi stood there welcoming happily. You guys are back. Lu Chun reported hesitantly. Master, I didn't get the divine fire. Hearing this, Jiaoshi pretended not to hear. Asking again, What did you say? Master didn't hear clearly. So he questioned her angrily. Master, you are a liar. Didn't you say there was a divine fire seed? Result was nothing. The divine fire was on Lu Qing, and Lu Qing also disappeared for no reason. Jiaoshi replied calmly. How could Master lie to you? Wait until you break through to primordial spirit realm and you will understand. He asked confusedly. Break through to primordial spirit realm? Then she changed the subject. Down in the demon dragon abyss. Did you meet a young man with dragon horns on his head? Lu Chun immediately remembered Ming Shang, asking, Master, how do you know him? What is his background? She replied, He is someone from the upper realm heaven coming down to the lower realm to train. Probably not long from now. The desolate region and even the 10 domains will circulate his name. Note, upper realm heaven 9 heavens. He will be your strong opponent. Master hopes you can defeat him fair and square. Confident? Lu Chun replied confidently. Master, are you looking down on me? Although that kid is formidable, compared to me, he's still far behind. Hearing this, Jiaoshi seriously assigned the task. This person is a descendant of a heavenly venerable, possessing many secret techniques, proficient in martial arts. Cannot be underestimated. You two follow me back to the Yaoqi sacred domain this time. Cultivate to the primordial spirit realm before setting off. Seeing this, Lu Chun took out a bone, suggesting, Cultivating is fine, but I want to beg Master for one thing. This is a tiger thigh bone I picked up in the demon dragon abyss. Hope Master helped me brew fierce tiger rising wine. But Jiao, she didn't pay attention. She quickly took the bone away and instructed, You want to brew wine? I'll take this tiger clan demon saint bone away. You focus on cultivation. Do not be distracted. Then she took out her flying carpet, grabbed both Qing Sheng and Lu Chun, saying, Cannot delay. Little Chun, follow me. He protested. Master, I can really go by myself. But he was helpless. Tied up tightly with Qing Sheng and dragged away. He shouted, Master, too tight. She shouted coldly. Stop talking nonsense. Follow me obediently. A few days later, at Yaoqi's sacred land, Xiao si asket landan. Sister Lan Yin, coming to find me today? Probably not just to catch up on old times, right? That woman was the saintess of the Ice Snow Palace. Landan, she replied. Many years ago, I once met with disaster in the Demon Dragon Abyss. Although luckily survived, my life-bound Emerald Shadow Sword was missing. Recently, I sensed its traces, so I followed the aura here. Just at this moment, Lu Chun staggered over like an addict, muttering, this dragon meat is so delicious. Just too nourishing. Head is dizzy. Must take a walk. He roared wildly. So hot. At this moment, Lan Yin sensed the sword, thinking to herself, why is the aura of the Emerald Shadow Sword on this brat? Jiaoshi immediately recognized and stopped her. Sister Lan Yin, don't rush. I roughly know where your sword is. Lu Chun, come here. Lu Chun turned around, curious about this strange young sister. As soon as he saw her, his eyes lit up, leaning close to ask Master. Master, who is this beautiful sister? Jiaoshi stood watching the show, asking, answer me first. Did you pick up a good sword in the Demon Dragon Abyss? Lu Chun replied, while leaning close to Lan Yin. That's right. How did Master know? Lan Yin pushed him away with difficulty, saying, Saint Lord, your disciple has returned. Shouldn't you tell him to return the Emerald Shadow Sword to me? Hearing this, Jiaoshi stepped forward to suggest, you picked up the sword. Its owner is also here. Then return the item to its original owner. Hearing Jiaoshi say this, Lu Chun quickly took out the sword, shoving it into Lan Yin's arms, saying, Sister is talking about this sword. I picked up this sword in the Demon Dragon Abyss. Turns out it belongs to Sister. Returning it to you, she immediately took back the sword, angrily slapped him. Then, Lu Chun immediately sobered up. He thought, nose is bleeding, but much more awake. Jiaoshi looked at Lan Yin storming off, praising in her thoughts, this brat has good taste, even daring to tease the saintess of the Ice Snow Palace, worthy of being a disciple taught by me. Lu Chun replied shyly, Master, don't laugh at me anymore. It's all because eating dragon meat made me a bit dizzy. Ching Chung in the bushes witnessed the whole process, saying angrily, seeing your brother is truly a big pervert. Back, Jiaoshi said, luckily I know Lan Yin. Otherwise you would have lost your life. Recently you ate quite a lot of dragon meat. If you don't refine the energy in your body in time, it will run wild. You could explode and die at any time. Hearing this, Lu Chun asked worriedly, explode and die? Not that serious, right? Just a few pieces of meat. Seeing this, Jiaoshi approached him, threatening, that is the meat of the black dragon, heavenly venerable. Abundant energy. If you don't want to turn into a pool of blood, refine it quickly. Break through to the primordial spirit realm today. I'll guard you. No discussion. Then, the two began to cultivate together. Lu Chun thought, while cultivating, finally reached the primordial spirit realm. The energy of this dragon meat is too strong. I must take advantage of my low realm, not being discovered by the black dragon, heavenly venerable. Find a chance to steal a few more pieces. Next, his soul left his body, flying freely. Is this the primordial spirit realm? Through meditation, can also sense the surrounding grass and trees. He sensed the girl's skirts being blown up by the wind. The wind is so strong. Lu Chun thought with satisfaction. Not bad. The primordial spirit can probe the sea of consciousness. Let me go in and take a look. At this moment, the black dragon was waiting for him, opening its mouth to speak. Stinky brat. Finally reached the primordial spirit realm. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Seeing it, he asked warily, who are you? It replied, kid, listen clearly. I am the black dragon, heavenly venerable. Seeing this venerable, why don't you kneel? It smiled smugly, thinking to itself, he, meeting a legendary character for the first time, must be scared to fainting. However, Lu Chun impersonated, if you're the black dragon, heavenly venerable, then I am the black dragon, heavenly venerable. It was immediately stunned, saying, this venerable doesn't change name when walking or sitting. I sit without changing my surname. No need to impersonate. Then, Lu Chun continued to bully the black dragon. You came to possess? Primordial spirit transforming into a dragon shape, and you think you are the black dragon, heavenly venerable? What realm are you at to demand possession? Still want to possess this old master? Next, he transformed into a giant black dragon 100 times larger than the black dragon. threatening. Isn't it just primordial spirit transforming into a dragon? I know it too. If you're the black dragon, heavenly venerable, I am your father. Seeing this, the black dragon was both aggrieved and helpless. Stinky brat. I must kill you. You master and disciple are not good things. Seeing this, Chun turned back into human form. The black dragon, heavenly venerable, is a famous great dragon of the desolate region, after all. Although sealed, the prestige remains. And what realm are you at? If not a fake, then what? The black dragon was so aggrieved it was about to cry, roaring, "You guys bully dragons in real life too." Chun secretly felt his soul power decreasing, as if sucked away by something. Looking at the divine fire seed, he thought, "What is this? Why is it in the center of my sea of consciousness? And absorbing my soul power?" The black dragon suggested, Kid, let's make a deal. As long as you agree to my request, I will tell you a few secrets. How about it?" But he replied disdainfully, "Only children make deals with you. Wait until I devour your primordial spirit. I will naturally know all your secrets." The black dragon roared angrily, "How can you devour me? How much of my meat have you stolen and eaten? You master and disciple are too rascally." Hearing this, Chun pondered, digesting the information. Stealing meat? Master and disciple. Could it be that it really is the black dragon, heavenly venerable? If it is the black dragon, heavenly venerable, then Master said the divine fire seed is real. Wait until I reach the primordial spirit realm to know. Could it be? He immediately asked in surprise. This is the divine fire seed? But why is it here? Isn't it on Lu Qing? The black dragon thought to itself. Guessed correctly by this brat again. But sooner or later he will know anyway. It raised its eyebrows, saying, That's right. Want to know how to nourish it? You can ask me." However, Chun interrupted it, pushing the little black dragon away. "Wait until I get back to deal with you." He turned to ask Master. The black dragon had been gagged, lying obediently in Zhaoxi's hand. Chun asked, "Master, is this really the primordial spirit of the black dragon, heavenly venerable? Why is it in my soul's sea without any strength? And that seed in my soul, sea too." Zhaoxi just gently stuffed the black dragon back into him, saying, "No need to panic. You will know naturally in the future. For you, only benefits, no harm." He replied, "Master still likes to speak like that." "Right, Master. There's also a weapon. Need you to help me refine the evil aura on it." Chun took out a black spear and said, "I also found this in the demon dragon abyss." So the long spear flew towards Zhaoxi. Zhaoxi said, "This spear still has spirituality." Chun pouted. It actively flew into Master's hand. Unexpectedly, a flatterer. "Following me won't let you suffer either." After examining it once, Zhaoxi said, "All right, this weapon is not bad. Good for you to play with." Then Chun dragged out the cat guarding the city gate. And this cat too. Clearly only a transcendent realm, but can use primordial spirit attacks. "What cat is this?" Zhaoxi picked up the cat, smiling meaningfully. "Silly boy, it is not entirely a cat. There's a trace of a black tiger Saint King realm primordial spirit on it." Chun pointed at it disdainfully. "Is a Saint King?" He concluded. "Right. This is probably the Saint King guarding Black Tiger City. Primordial spirit indestructible. Turning into a cat remaining." She threw the cat back to him, saying, "All right. You have also broken through to the primordial spirit realm. There's a task for you. Qingcheng, you come here too." Qingcheng blushed and came out from the bushes. "Yes, Master." Zhaoxi asked, "Do you know Four Saints Mountain?" Chun quickly replied, "I know. Four Saints Mountain is a force that has existed in the Azure region since ancient times. Very strong. The founders were divided into the Four Saints of Zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting." She praised. "Very good. This Four Saints secret realm of Four Saints Mountain will open in 3 months. Inside the secret realm are the inheritances of the supreme Four Saints. I hope you take your junior sister into the secret realm. Seize the inheritance of the Zither Saint." Hearing this, Chun asked confusedly, "Master, you are proficient in Zither music. Didn't you already teach the god-slaying sword melody to junior sister? Moreover, with junior sister's realm, does she still need to inherit the Zither Saint's inheritance?" Hearing these words, Qingcheng blushed and avoided his gaze. Zhaoxi continued, "Everyone has their own Tao. The Zither Saint has always been in an undefeated position on this path. How can Master compare to the Zither Saint? Lu Chun stared at Qing thinking, Master praising this zither saint like this clearly has other intentions. But if junior sister can receive the inheritance, the zither saint's inheritance will definitely bring great benefits. Jiaoshi continued, although your aptitude is extraordinary. Pity you have never left the sect. Simple nature. Don't understand the sinister human heart. And the Azure region is your territory. So as a senior brother, you must take good care of your junior sister. Lu Chun heard this, enthusiastically putting his arm around Qing, intimately guaranteeing, that is natural. This time I will definitely not leave junior sister a single step, right? Brother has a pretty good defensive saint weapon. You take it. Brother remembers a sect has a set of treasure clothes, specially for women. When the time comes, brother will go steal. I know. Go borrow it for you. Jiaoshi asked back, unwilling to be outdone. Are you looking down on the treasure master gave your junior sister? He smiled mischievously. The more the better. Saying that, she took out her flying carpet. The journey is long. I'll use this to send you a part of the way. She tied the two up tightly and threw them. Lu Chun shouted loudly again. Master ties so tight every time. Jiaoshi thought for a moment and said, maybe I should still send a clone. What if something really happens and my disciple doesn't get the inheritance? Forget it. With that brat Lu Chun there, what could possibly happen? Near Luo Huang City in the Azure region, Lu Chun asked, before when going to the Demon Dragon Abyss, did you meet anyone? Qing replied, I met a few saint sons. Those saint sons were all very hostile towards senior brother. I was so angry I scolded them. Hearing this, he sweated coldly and asked, then what? She answered honestly, those I could beat, I beat. Those I couldn't beat, I ran away. Yes. He praised. Not bad. Although you have little experience, you already understand the 3 words to remember when walking in the Jianghu. Run fast. Training outside. Must be wary of everything, especially friends made during training. Even if they are very sincere to you, you must keep your guard up, knowing the person, knowing the face, but not the heart. Understand? She obediently listened. Yes, I know. Next, Lu Chun reminded. The Azure region is not like the Desolate region. In the Desolate region, you have a background. Many people will fear your background and dare not act. But in the Azure region, no one knows you, so be careful in everything. She replied, I know. Then he coughed twice and said, cough. Most importantly, don't believe other people's words. You know, senior brother is too outstanding in the Azure region, and outstanding people are easily envied. So in the Azure region, many people are jealous of senior brother, going everywhere slandering. You must not believe these words. This time Qing just smiled and didn't answer. He wondered, what's wrong? Qing guaranteed, senior brother, rest assured. No matter what people in the Azure region say about you, junior sister won't believe it's true. Lu Chun said happily, oh my, truly a good junior sister. Feels so good to have a cute junior sister. Saying that, he stood up and said, we've rested enough. Brother sees a town not far away. Could be Luo Huang City. We have to go. Using a scroll to enter the city is too conspicuous. Later we'll use the teleportation formation nearby to enter the city. The two arrived at the teleportation formation of Luo Huang City. Lu Chun quickly turned his hair silver, explaining, junior sister also knows senior brother is outstanding. To avoid those jealous of senior brother coming to cause trouble, must disguise. But Qing just laughed secretly in her heart. Senior brother definitely offended too many people, so he has to disguise. The two walked into the town. He said, let's go. Go out and scout for news. He saw her staring at a stick of candied hawthorn. Lu Chun generously bought it and guaranteed, whatever you want to eat, brother will buy for you. We are immortal cultivators, not afraid of getting fat. She pouted and replied, humph. Even if not cultivating immortality, I won't get fat. But she still took it, saying happily, but, thank you, senior brother. A passerby saw her, immediately stunned, thinking to himself, this girl is so beautiful. Why haven't I met her before? He confidently stepped out to strike up a conversation. This young lady. Hello. Lu Chun stepped out and asked, what is it? He said honestly. This humble one was rude. Seeing the young lady is beautiful, I was moved. May I ask the young lady's name? However, Lu Chun immediately glared and refused for her. Move my ass. Don't know you. Won't have a chance to meet in the future either. You don't need to know. Junior sister. Let's go. When they left, the guy was still staring at them thinking, In this Luo Huang city, there's no one I don't know. This pair of senior brother and junior sister must be from elsewhere. All teleportation formations in Luo Huang city are managed by my Wang family. I must check who you are. He thought maliciously. Little sister, wait for brother to find you. On the street. Ching Chung pouted and questioned. Stinky senior brother. I'm so beautiful. Aren't you happy? Lu Chun confidently guaranteed. Whatever. Anyway, with brother here, no one dares to do anything to you. She followed shyly, attracting countless glances. Senior brother, wait for me. Seeing everyone like this, he complained. You tell me. It's all because you are too beautiful. There will be plenty of trouble in the future. Brother would rather you be a bit uglier. Best if you had a donkey face and horse mouth full of pimples. They arrived in front of a notice board. He said, there's news of Four Saints Mountain here. Four Saints Mountain announces to the world. Anyone in the primordial spirit realm carrying an invitation letter can go to the Four Saints secret realm to seek opportunities. Those lucky enough to obtain opportunities can take away half. Half belongs to Four Saints Mountain. Those without an invitation letter need to pay 1 million spirit stones. Are the people of Four Saints Mountain stupid? If it were me, I would definitely only let my own disciples go for the trial. Why look for outsiders? There must be a problem. Ching Chung pondered and said, one invitation letter is already nearly 1 million spirit stones. People in the world who want to enter the secret realm are countless. This Four Saints Mountain really knows how to do business. Lu Chun tore down the notice and said, junior sister, your chance for a trial has come. He threw the invitation letter onto her head. Since we came out to train you, then senior brother will test you. See how you get 2 invitation letters. She asked suspiciously. I go get them. Is senior brother setting me up? Lu Chun looked at her with a cunning face. How could that be? Let senior brother remind you a bit. In the future, if you want something, if you have money, go to the auction. If you don't have money, go to the arena to see. To increase the difficulty. Let's go straight to the arena. She reacted and replied. Senior brother, I feel like you're setting me up. A while later, they arrived at the arena, but were blocked by guards. Do you have the Azure Region Pass? The arena is only open to distinguished guests. Ching Chung turned to Lu Chun. Senior brother, we don't have a pass. Suddenly, that rich playboy from before appeared again, intimately putting his arm around her shoulder, saying, does the young lady want to enter? How about giving Wang Mao a little face and letting me take you two in? Lu Chun quickly squeezed between the two to warn. It's you again. Warning you for the last time. Stay away from my junior sister. He said hypocritically, I just want to make friends with you too. Could it be that you two won't even give this little face? But in his heart, he thought, damn it, daring to be so arrogant on my territory. Lu Chun remained arrogant, asking aggressively, so what if I don't give it? Ching Chong hid behind him in fear. Senior brother. Seeing her like this, Wang Chung became even more interested, thinking to himself, only found out they used the teleportation formation near the Imperial City. Must be people from some small sect. Country bumpkins who haven't seen the world. Scare now, huh? He then put on airs to lecture. You guys don't give me face. Believe it or not, I can make it so you can't enter. Can't use the teleportation formation. My Wang family has a say in this Imperial City. If you want to use the teleportation formation to enter here, be sensible. Don't waste time. Lu Chun threw a punch at his face, asking coldly, so what if I don't believe it? Wang Cheng's facial bones were shattered by a punch. His mouth was still tough. You dare to hit me? Saying that, he rushed forward angrily. Damn it, I've been annoyed with you for a long time. I must kill you. 2 fists collided. Lu Chun remained calm. Just you. Also worthy of being arrogant with me? In an instant, his entire arm was shattered. He held his smashed arm and threatened. You dare to injure me. You're done for. Let me tell you. I will make it so you can't leave this Luo Huang city. He turned around, calmly provoking. Is that so? Wang Chung shouted orders loudly. Where are the guards? Hurry. Stop him. Didn't you see him injure me? But the 2 guards were also too scared to obey. Silver hair, green clothes. So he has returned to the Azure region. Wang Chung provoked someone he shouldn't have. He said disdainfully. Just 2 country bumpkins. Wait until I go back and tell my father. When he left, the other 2 discussed again. The captain said, this Wang Chung, if he continues to be stupid like this, I'm afraid he won't live past 2 months. The other asked, Captain, who exactly is this silver-haired, green-clothed guy, even daring to offend Wang Cheng. Not afraid of Wang Cheng's revenge? Looking at Lu Chen's back, walking away calmly. He replied, "Of course not afraid. That young man just now, do you know who he is? That is sword cultivator Jian San." The guard was immediately stunned, exclaiming in surprise, "What? Jian San? Is it the guy who challenged numerous imperial crown princes and heirs of first-rate sex? I heard no one has ever lasted more than 3 moves against him." The two of them continued to think about Lu Chen's majestic and awe-inspiring presence. They discussed, "I heard Jian San is a straightforward person. He's a righteous hero who sometimes even helps the weak. Although they're both disciples of the Sword Emperor Palace. He's much better than that Lu Chen guy. I think Jian San is more suited to be the Sword Child." At that moment, Lu Chun overheard their entire conversation. The corner of his mouth lifted as he thought to himself, "You never would have guessed, would you? I, the great chaotic demon king of the Azure Domain, actually have another identity. The great benefactor of the Azure Domain, Jian San." Qin Sheng found it strange. She asked curiously, "Senior brother, did those guards just now know you? Why were they so respectful to you? Aren't you in disguise?" Lu Chan placed a finger on her lips to silence her. "When your senior brother roams the martial world, of course he has a few identities. In short, just keep calling me senior brother." Suddenly, a fat martial artist stepped forward. He shouted lewdly, "This little sister is quite a looker. I wonder what it would feel like to play with her." Lu Chun immediately attacked his eyes. Blood instantly gushed from the man's eyes. He screamed in pain, "My eyes! My eyes!" Immediately after, everyone pointed their swords at Lu Chun and said, "How audacious! This is the fighting arena. How dare you assault someone here?" Lu Chun, seething with killing intent, threatened them. "If you dare say another lewd word, I'll kill every last one of you." He ordered, "Call Qi Xian out to greet his guests." As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Xian appeared, clapping enthusiastically. "Huh, so it's the third young master who has graced us with his presence. This is truly an honor for my arena. Butler, you may all withdraw." He was Qi Xian, the master of the fighting arena. He quickly pointed at the martial artist from before and ordered, "He dared to speak disrespectfully to the third young master. Drag him down and kill him." Lu Chun requested a match be arranged. "I'll use an Emperor-grade weapon in exchange for 2 invitation cards to the Four Saints Mountain." Qi Xian replied generously, "I thought it was something serious. It's just a couple of invitation cards. With the third young master's status, why would you need to fight this low-class rabble? I'll just give you 2 cards." But Lu Chun pointed towards Qin Sheng and said, "The challenger isn't me. It's my junior sister. Spread the word. Anyone who wants to win an Emperor-grade weapon can put up 2 invitation cards as a wager." Qi Xian replied, "I'll get on it right away." He thought to himself, "It seems this lady is young Master Jian San's junior sister. He must have brought her here for training." Soon after, a playboy from the Wang family proposed a challenge. No need to look any further. "I'll take this match." Qi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked, "Young master, you're interested in this as well? With your strength, bullying a weak woman? I'm afraid that's not very appropriate." He laughed and said, "You opened an arena for business. Are you planning to go back on your word?" Lu Chun pointed at him and said confidently, "Of course we'll keep our word. Junior sister, go up and take care of him. The more miserable, the better." The playboy declared with utmost confidence, "Ha ha, that Emperor-grade weapon is as good as mine." But just half a minute later, he was defeated by Qin Sheng in a single move. Trembling on the ground, he held up the invitation cards and said, "My apologies. These 2 invitation cards. Please accept them." After watching the match, Lu Chun patted her head and praised her. "Not bad. You were ruthless. You showed no mercy to the enemy. This time, when we enter the mystic realm, our chances have increased." She pouted and replied, "Senior brother, can you use a different word? Also, don't pat my head." Lu Chun snatched the 2 invitation cards and said cheerfully, "All right, we've got the invitations. Let's head up the mountain." As they left, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but whisper in admiration. So that's the famous young master Jian San. Seeing him today, his aura is truly extraordinary. If I'd known earlier, I would have asked for his autograph. A few days later, at the foot of the Four Saints Mountain, they met a woman playing the zither. She said, "You two must pass the trial of the Zither Saint Palace's disciples to proceed." The Four Saints' mystic realm is fraught with danger. That is why this checkpoint was established. Defeating a disciple of the Zither Saint Palace proves you have the ability to defend yourself. You can protect yourself and your fellow sect members. At this moment, Lu Chun waved towards Qing Chung and said, "Junior sister, go on." She asked angrily. Junior sister got the invitation cards. This time, it's junior sister again. "Why don't you go, senior brother?" He gave her a thumbs up to encourage her. "You're my junior sister. If you don't go, are you expecting your senior brother to do it himself? Don't you think that's too much effort?" A moment later, she had defeated the female disciple. Qing Chung shouted, "Humph, you rotten senior brother." Lu Chun put his arm around her shoulder to console her. "It's so nice to have a junior sister. The Four Saints' mystic realm is open. Let's hurry to the Chess Saint Palace." Here, Jin Ingjun and Ming Shang were also present. Lu Chun and Qing Chung wore straw hats to avoid being recognized. He sighed. "The circle of geniuses is so small. Why do I run into familiar faces everywhere I go? Good thing I used a disguise technique. Otherwise, I'd definitely be in for a grand reception." Jin Ingjun actually sensed him. He turned his head and thought, "Why is there such a mediocre aura? Could it be that bastard Lu Chun? Doesn't really look like him." Lu Chun glanced to the side, calculating. "The Southern Emperor clan? That's right. Tang Tianyu told me to go steal the true Emperor sword. I wonder if they brought it with them." Hearing this, Qing Chung immediately became jealous. She said angrily, "Rotten senior brother. What true Emperor sword? What kind of romantic debt did you get yourself into again? What exactly is your relationship with her?" Lu Chun hurriedly explained, "Your senior brother is such an upstanding person. How could I possibly be a womanizer? If your senior brother steals, obtains it, I will definitely give it to you, junior sister. I really have no relationship with her." She pressed on, "Really no relationship at all?" But in his mind, the scene of him forcing himself on Tang Tianyu appeared. He let out an inhuman laugh. His nose immediately started bleeding, but he still stubbornly denied it. "None. Absolutely none." Suddenly, a person descended from the sky. "Greetings, everyone." It was the master of the Chess Saint Palace on the Four Saints Mountain, the Chess Saint. He said, "All of you are talented individuals at the nascent soul realm from the major imperial dynasties. You have gathered here today to enter the mystic realm and compete for opportunities. Fortune and disaster go hand in hand. There are countless ferocious beasts inside. I hope you all understand this clearly." Everyone looked at each other excitedly and replied, "Let's get started. We naturally understand this." Hearing that, he reminded them, "If you understand, then you must think carefully. Once inside, you could die at any moment. If you die in there, no one can save you. Don't let the elders of your clans take their anger out on the Four Saints Mountain." Lu Chun thought with suspicion, "This old man can't stop talking about death. He's trying to absolve himself of blame. It seems he's afraid of taking responsibility. He's emphasized it so many times. How suspicious." In the sky, the master of the Calligraphy Saint Palace on the Four Saints Mountain, the Calligraphy Saint, appeared with a loud laugh. "Huh. Since fortune and disaster go hand in hand, whether these young ones live or die inside, how can the Four Saints Mountain be blamed? Let's begin." The Chess Saint began to speak. "In that case, I will open the formation." A giant portal appeared. "This is the Four Saints' mystic realm. All right, the gate is open. Everyone, please enter. The mystic realm will be open for 5 years. After 5 years, I will close the spatial gate. You must exit before then." As soon as he finished, everyone rushed in like arrows. Lu Chun nodded as a signal. "Let's go in too." He took Qing Qing's hand and stepped inside. At the same time, in another place, someone was secretly observing the two of them with a divine mirror. Who else could it be but Jiao Shi, leisurely, eating from a golden bowl? She smiled as she enjoyed her meal. "They're finally in." Chun Yu asked, puzzled, "Azure Lord, I heard that there's a 10th grade holy medicine in the Four Saints Mountain's mystic realm. Is that true? Isn't that a treasure that can only be found in the heavenly realm?" She shook the mirror and explained, "The Four Saints Mountain was originally a corner of the upper realm. Tens of thousands of years ago, the two realms fought. A great power sealed this place within a jade mansion. It was just coincidentally picked up by the founder of the Four Saints Mountain." Chun Yu was even more confused. The Four Saints mystic realm has so many treasures. Why don't the people of the Four Saints Mountain enter and monopolize it themselves? Why do they have to share it with outsiders? The mirror reflected a bloody scene. Body parts were being sliced apart by a blade. It turned out to be Lu Chun dealing with a demonic beast. He collected the beast's head, drenched in sweat. He let out a sigh of relief. That was close. This demonic beast actually knew how to attack with its divine sense. I almost died. Chun excitedly showed offer find. Senior brother, look. This is a 10th grade spirit herb. Jiaoshi glanced at it and immediately recognized the trap. Yu asked worriedly. Then Lu Chun and Jiaoshi immediately covered her mouth. Shoo, let them train a little. Isn't that a good thing? The scene shifts to inside the Four Saints Mountain Mystic Realm. Lu Chun was using his spiritual power to scout from distance. Suddenly, his expression tensed. Not good. I've detected an old monster nearby. Just its aura alone can form a special domain, suppressing my nascent soul. Chun frowned worriedly. I can feel it too. It might be a demon emperor. She moved forward and suggested, I'll go ahead and take a look. She hadn't gone far when she was startled. She discovered dragon crocodiles. Where did so many of them come from? They were swimming and roaring in the water. Lu Chun happened to notice that they had many wounds on their bodies, deep gashes. The skin of these dragon crocodiles is extremely tough. Even divine weapons would have a hard time breaking through. Why do they have so many wounds on their backs? After scouting for a while, he quickly returned to report. There's a pack of dragon crocodiles over there. I'm afraid their parents are with them. Maybe even their grandparents are nearby. It's best not to provoke them. Chun also hurriedly reminded him, Senior brother, I found some injured disciples. I'll take you there. A moment later, as soon as they arrived, a disciple rushed out and asked, Fellow cultivator, do you have a bone-setting pill? My friend's leg is broken. He needs a bone-setting pill. We will definitely repay you in the future. A disciple was sitting on the ground, crying out in pain. As if afraid they wouldn't believe him, he quickly recounted. We were passing by when we encountered Dragon Crow. We barely escaped after a huge battle. Lu Chun noticed the token on his body and reminded him, You are disciples of the Sword Emperor Palace. Why isn't Senior Brother Wan Lu with you? The Mystic Realm is very dangerous. It's best not to mess with the dragon crocodiles. You should go find Wan Lu quickly. You'll only survive if you follow him. Hearing someone recognize them, the disciples asked in a daze. Thank you, sir. May I ask for your esteemed name? He smirked and introduced himself confidently. I am Jian-san. The brown-haired disciple was astonished. So it's young Master Jian-san. We are new members of the Sword Emperor Palace. We've only heard of your legendary deeds. We were greedy for a moment. We wanted to capture a dragon crocodile as a pet. We didn't expect the result to be... Suddenly, a mocking voice came from behind them. They're just a bunch of trash. I don't know why you're saving them. Lu Chun and Qin turned around warily. A thick, dark spiritual energy gradually coalesced into a human form. Bei appeared with a smirk. Lu Chun sized him up in surprise. An ancient remnant species. He gritted his teeth, his face filled with disgust. Don't lump us in with them. Lu Chun analyzed thoughtfully. The way this person appeared is too bizarre. His strength is at least above the king realm. He can't be someone from the outside. Could he be a native of this mystic realm? Daibai spoke with anticipation. So you're Jian-san. You have some skill. You killed the Black Cloud giant ape at the quasi-king realm. I think highly of you. Come with me. Let me see what else you're capable of. He was utterly shocked. You know I killed that Black Cloud giant ape? Could it be that you've been following me since I entered? Bei smiled and reminded him, Don't be so tense. I won't attack you. After all, you're a guest. All right, Jian-san. You come with me. The others are not needed. Lu Chun put his hands on his hips and said firmly, Why should I go with you? He frowned and sneered, unleashing his magic. Watch this, kid. You want to resist? This isn't up to you to decide. Dark spiritual energy immediately surged forward, as fierce as a storm. Lu Chun quickly conjured a shield. Qin reminded him, Senior brother, he's very strong. Be careful. Bei pointed at the disciples and laughed. Not bad. You can withstand my killing aura. If you don't come with me, I will kill them. Lu Chun didn't waste words. With a grim face, he summoned his long spear. He said coldly, and thrust it straight through Bei's body. You think I'd give you that chance? Bei's face darkened. He pointed at the long spear and retorted, "You think you can kill me like this?" Lu Chun pushed the spear deeper with force. Daibai warned irritably, "Kid, I advise you not to provoke me." Lu Chun was too lazy to reply. He spun the long spear in his hand and suddenly slashed it across his body. His body immediately lost its shape, turning into a viscous puddle. He looked at Dibei and snorted coldly. No matter what his background is, he must be killed. How dare he follow me? Ching Chang shouted in astonishment. "Senior brother, look at that black mist." The two were utterly shocked. The viscous, dark killing aura was gathering again, gradually taking the form of Dibei. He said darkly, "I'm angry now." But before he could finish his sentence, Lu Chan coldly thrust his spear through his face. He said calmly, "A miraculous régénération technique." But when he regenerates, he's completely defenseless, and he can't inflict any damage either. His body twisted madly. "You're pissing me off." Lu Chun was startled. Even destroying his physical body can't kill him. He gritted his teeth and growled, "You're courting death. Do you know who I am?" Lu Chun paid him no mind and stabbed him with the spear again. He quickly discussed with Qing Sheng, "Whether he's dead or not, we can't stay here any longer. Let's go." The disciples understood and hurriedly helped each other leave. A few minutes later, in a remote, dense forest, Daibai appeared, rolling. "Damn it, they're finally gone. If I don't avenge this, I won't rest in peace. If he stabs me one more time, my cultivation will drop to the nascent soul realm." Suddenly, a cold, long spear descended from the sky, piercing through his body, shocking him to the core. "What?" Lu Chun stood below, smiling coldly. He gave him a little surprise. "Didn't expect that, did you? I was waiting for you." This time, Dibei quickly retreated. Lu Chun hurriedly said to the others, "He's turned into smoke and escaped." After being severely injured several times, his cultivation has dropped to the nascent soul realm. He's no longer a major threat to us. But to avoid his companions who might be nearby, we should still leave quickly. A wisp of his killing aura was hiding underground. A moment later, he safely returned to his lair. His companion was shocked to see him. "Hey, Daibai, the Lord told you to follow a guy named Jian-san. Not only did you fail to bring him back, but your cultivation has dropped so much." Someone sneered mockingly. "Did you secretly go fight a king again?" "Ha, serves you right." Dibei was sullen and too lazy to bother. He walked straight into the main hall. "I was actually killed 3 times by a kid in the early nascent soul realm. My cultivation dropped to the nascent soul realm. I must report to the demon lord immediately." Entering the hall, Dibei walked to the empty throne in the center of the hall. He knelt respectfully. "Your subordinate, Daibai, requests an audience with demon Lord Li Hua." Suddenly, a whip shot out from the void, sending him flying. Demon Lord Li Hua emerged from the black mist. He waved his hand coldly. "No need for words. I already know everything." He looked at his subordinate, writhing in pain on the ground, and smiled. "An interesting martial artist at the nascent soul realm. Perhaps this person is the key for us to escape this mystic realm." Black mist gradually enveloped his body. "Not bad. He's worth meeting in person." Dibei struggled to sit up from below, cackling. "Lord Demon Lord has made his move. Let's see what you can do now." On the other side, Lu Chun, Qing Cheng, and the other disciples were rushing on their way. "Senior brother, that demon's constitution is too strange. Without more information, it's better for us to leave first." She nodded. Suddenly, a dark black mist surrounded them. The killing intent was much stronger than before, startling her. "Senior brother, what is this?" Watching the killing intent gradually condense into a human form, Lu Chun had a bad feeling. "This is bad." Li Hua slowly materialized and commented, "You're quite impressive, kid. To be able to injure a peak king realm expert so badly that his cultivation dropped to the nascent soul realm." Xiaolong roared angrily. "Who is it? Who's causing trouble for this kid again?" He glanced at the situation through the mirror and was immediately stunned. "Kid, what unforgivable thing did you do to provoke this faction?" "This demonic path faction is extremely difficult to deal with. This is big trouble." Lu Chun politely probed. "I wonder how this junior has offended you, senior. For you to trouble yourself with me? A dignified Saint Realm figure, coming to find trouble with a junior at the nascent soul realm like me. Or perhaps you have another purpose?" He licked his lips, speaking with great interest. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Hua, a member of the Four Saints Mystic Realm. You don't need to be afraid. I'm not here to harm you this time. I'm here to offer you a great benefit. Lu Chun waved his hand dismissively, completely unconcerned. No need. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Senior must need my help with something. But if even a senior like you can't solve it, a junior like me can't help at all. Li Hua let out a sneer. You're a smart kid. But my problem requires someone with a low cultivation level like you to help, especially a guest from the outside like you. Lu Chun fell silent, a doubt rising in his heart. A guest from the outside? So it's not just me. The Four Saints really had no good intentions. They pretended to let us in to receive an inheritance. But in reality, they called us in to be laborers for these monsters inside. Liwasmilat ankodajingli. Don't overthink it. Those I've taken an interest in are all prodigies. Once you help us, the reward will certainly be generous. Lu Chun probed. Why don't you tell me what the reward is first? He calculated in his mind. Even if I help them and get the reward, most of these people will likely betray me afterward. Li Hua's face turned cold as he offered. The reward is the Four Saints' inheritance. To be honest with you, the inheritance of those four old men has already been taken by us. If you do as I ask, I can consider giving it to you. But before that, I need your absolute loyalty. Work for me. Otherwise, you won't willingly risk your life for me, kid. Lu Chun frowned. Loyalty? What do you want me to do? Li Hua gritted his teeth, making a throat-slitting gesture threateningly. They say fear can control a person. Only by making you fear me more. Will you be more obedient? Only then will you submit to me. Lu Chun said indifferently, completely unconcerned. You think I'm that brave? Li Hua immediately waved his hand, letting the killing intent tightly wrap around two other disciples. Then I'll have to test it. He clenched his fist, and the two disciples were instantly crushed, turning into a mess of flesh and bone. He smiled cruelly. Are you scared now? Lu Chun gritted his teeth. Liwakakalad mukingli. I only see a trace of anger and doubt in your eyes. You still haven't submitted. Have I not killed enough? Or perhaps, I haven't found your weakness yet. He shifted his gaze to Qing Sheng. The next one to die is her. Lu Chun pointed at Li Hua angrily. You dare. Li Hua became excited. He immediately made his move, extending his claws. Seeing his reaction, it seems I found it. But unexpectedly, Qing Qing's entire body was enveloped in a crimson spiritual energy, making it impossible for him to touch her. Li Hua was surprised. A Saint-grade battle armor. If that's the case. A Supreme-grade, Saint-grade battle armor. If that's the case. His claws enveloped Qing Sheng, lifting her up. Li Hua waved his hand, muttering a teleportation spell. Suddenly, a pitch-black hole appeared. He threw her inside. Lu Chun was horrified. Qing Sheng. Li Hua burst out laughing, both triumphant and satisfied. Yes, that's the expression. As long as you obey me, I'll give you both the inheritance and your junior sister. Lu Chun was boiling with rage. He summoned his long spear, preparing to attack. You bastard playing tricks. He clenched his teeth tightly. My heart is as taut as a bowstring. Luckily, she has the Saint-grade battle armor protecting her, so her life isn't in danger. But my junior sister has been captured, and I'm powerless. He glanced at the two disciples who had been brutally murdered, leaving only white bones. He gritted his teeth. Strength. It's all because of strength. Lu Chun closed his eyes tightly, telling himself, if I were in the Saint realm, would he still dare to take my junior sister? I must become stronger. In his consciousness, Xiaolong reminded him grimly, Kid, you're in big trouble. Why did you have to provoke them? Lu Chun was surprised. You know their background? Xiaolong nodded. He began to explain. Of course. The Immortal Demon Clan, a powerful branch of the Demon Clan. Their bodies are nearly immortal. Moreover, the old monsters in the Immortal Demon Clan are as numerous as dragon pearls. Even experts at the Heavenly Venerate level don't want to provoke them. Wherever they go, a bloody storm is sure to follow. He interrupted coldly. Nearly impossible to kill doesn't mean truly immortal. At least every time they die, their strength will decrease. Xiaolong jumped in surprise. While I was sleeping, you already fought with them? Lu Chun flexed his wrist, smirking boastfully. Just now, I killed a Peak King Realm guy 3 or 4 times. Beat him all the way down to the nascent Soul Realm. Xiaolong was speechless, breaking out in a cold sweat. No wonder their demon lord came to capture you. It would be strange if he didn't. Lu Chun rubbed his chin, thinking with suspicion. How do you know they are the immortal demon clan? So you really are the Black Dragon? He was so angry he could flip a table. I've already told you I'm the Black Dragon Heavenly Venerate. Remember when I dominated the Dark Heaven? He pouted. If you're so powerful, why don't you go defeat him? How could this little trick fool the Black Dragon? He rolled his eyes, immediately seeing through it. Are you trying to provoke me? He angrily kicked Lu Chun out of his consciousness. That guy is asking you a question. You go deal with it first. It's not convenient for me to act. Back in the present, he was startled. He was facing Li Hua. Lu Chun angrily held out his hand, demanding her back. Where's my junior sister? Give her back to me. Li Hua spoke up to reassure him. Your junior sister is in a safe place for the time being. Once you complete the mission, I will naturally return her to you. Lu Chun looked at him warily. You're a mighty Saint Realm expert, yet you need help from someone in the primordial spirit realm? And you won't even say what it is you need help with. Li Hua simply took his silence as agreement. He turned to lead the way. Just follow me. Half an hour later, they arrived back at the Dragon Crocodile Lake. Lu Chun was extremely surprised. Isn't this the habitat of the dragon crocodiles? Does he want me to kill a dragon crocodile? The dragon crocodiles sensed danger. They immediately dove into the water to hide. Suddenly, the temperature of the water skyrocketed. Bubbles churned and rose everywhere. A loud explosion erupted from the middle of the lake. A giant dragon crocodile appeared in a rage. It questioned Li Hua. Are you looking to die? Lu Chun was astonished. A Saint King. A creature like this would be an overlord in any of the 10 domains, yet trapped here. Li Hua teasingly introduced him. Senior Han Mo. Don't be so agitated. I came to find you today with good news. Something that can help us regain our freedom. The giant dragon crocodile quickly transformed into a tall, muscular man. He impatiently pointed at Li Hua's face, speaking angrily. Say what you have to say and get out. Li Wasmilat. He reminded him slowly, Senior, we have reached an agreement with the powers outside. Many primordial spirit realm experts have entered this place. Among them are many top-tier martial prodigies. As long as they can break the seal, we'll be able to get out. But the prerequisite is, we must gauge the strength of our guests from the outside. If their strength is insufficient, rushing into the sealed area would just be suicide. The Dragon Crocodile clan has the strongest defense. That's why I brought this young man here. To challenge one of your princes, Senior. Lu Chun thought silently. Regain their freedom? So they're trapped in this Four Saints mystic realm. What secret is this Four Saints mystic realm hiding? Regain their freedom. That means they are trapped in this Four Saints mystic realm. What secret is this Four Saints mystic realm hiding? Han Mo was furious. He questioned him. You want to use my descendants as a whetstone for someone else? Li Washuja nonchalantly. He said lightly. Senior Han Mo, don't be angry. This matter concerns the freedom of all of us and everyone else in the Four Saints mystic realm. Once we succeed, the Dragon Crocodile clan will naturally be well rewarded. This is for your benefit as well. Besides, the Dragon Crocodile clan is born with powerful defenses. Surely you have some confidence in your own descendants, Senior? He was rendered speechless. He couldn't refute it. Li Hua even laughed threateningly. Ha! Furthermore, this matter. The Arbiter has been watching all along. Han Mo said through gritted teeth. You think you can scare me with those words? Li Hua didn't waste any more words. He directly pulled him into it. If Senior Han Mo still doesn't believe me, then let the Arbiter speak for herself. He raised his head. Li Hua respectfully requests the presence of the Arbiter. A powerful and majestic voice echoed down. Chun. Lu Chin's mind trembled. He circulated his power to resist it. This woman's voice has merged with the great Tao of heaven and earth. And seeing how that dragon crocodile fears her, it seems her cultivation has definitely surpassed the Saint King realm. Li Wasmilatsmuli. Senior Han Mo. Surely you know what to do now, right? Han Mo said resolutely. I will not send my son into battle. But as soon as he finished speaking, a heaven-defying power struck him from above. Lu Chun was secretly startled. It seems this Arbiter's cultivation is even more terrifying than I imagined. The voice commanded again. Carried out immediately, Han Mo. Do not defy my order. If the Dragon Crocodile clan succeeds, you may enter the sealed area. If you fail, it's no great loss. The dragon crocodiles hiding underwater were all restrained and pulled into midair. Their expressions could only be described with one word: terrified. Li was mo twista. Into a malicious smile. Senior Han Mo. Choose one of your descendants to fight. Han Mo had just struggled to his feet. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and choose from among his descendants. All right, finally, he chose the one with the largest body. Lu Chun observed, assessing. This dragon crocodile has the highest cultivation among them. It seems this dragon crocodile has great confidence in it. Li Hua excitedly waited for the show to start. Go on, let's see if you can break its defense, or if it will bite you to death first. But I must remind you, your junior sister is still waiting for you. Lu Chun snorted coldly, cursing under his breath. You are truly despicable. At this moment, Lu Chun stepped onto the stage. He solemnly issued the challenge. Come on. The dragon crocodile let out an angry roar. Its tail, filled with spiritual power, swept towards him. Fortunately, Lu Chun was agile and dodged it. I didn't expect this dragon crocodile to be so agile despite its heavy appearance. But he glared. A dragon crocodile, still a bit slower than me. Then he summoned his sword intent. Han Mo was horrified. He shouted loudly, My son, get out of the way. Liwa praja sword inten. But it's a pity. His dragon crocodile dodged clumsily. It couldn't avoid the sharp sword beam that Lu Chun shot out. It took the full force of the blow. Looking at the still warm corpse of the dragon crocodile on the ground, he was filled with grief and indignation. You dare kill my son? Even if the adjudicator lord wants to kill me, I must have my revenge. Lu Chun was startled. He hurriedly explained, Senior, my junior sister was captured by him. He forced me to do this. I had no other choice. Han Mo was in a frenzy, unable to listen to reason. He just waved his hand and vented his anger. D. In that critical moment, Lu Chun timely threw out a glimmer of hope. Senior, calm down. This can still be saved. Senior, try this bottle of true dragon liquid. Han Mo paused, calming down. He anxiously stood by, waiting for Lu Chun to act. Little friend, is there any reaction from my son yet? Lu Chun focused on giving the dragon crocodile the medicine. Just a few seconds later, its entire body was enveloped in pure, blue spiritual energy. The external wounds began to heal. Han Mo was utterly astonished. True dragon liquid. Lu Chun let out a sigh of relief. He's saved. After it was done, Lu Chun immediately clasped his hands in apology. I almost killed your son. I am truly sorry. But I was forced by the situation. I hope you can forgive me, Senior. Han Mo didn't hold a grudge. He thanked him graciously. You were able to save my son with true dragon liquid. I should be the one thanking you. He then inquired, May I ask, Senior, what exactly is this Four Saints mystic realm? What secrets does it hide? Han Mo was silent for a moment, then sighed and began to tell the story. It's a long story. This Four Saints mystic realm was originally a place of exile. Trapped here together are mainly Li Hua's immortal demon clan, the Realm King faction, and our demonic beast clan. Xiaolong frowned leisurely. These are all races that are not to be trifled with. But this land of exile, I've really never heard of it. Han Mo continued with difficulty. We have been trapped here for 350,000 years. Because we were cursed before being imprisoned, our strength cannot advance. Tens of thousands of years ago, this land of exile was once the divine Wind Nation, under the rule of one of the 9 heavens, the Brahma Pure Heaven. The ruler of the divine Wind Nation allied with the immortal demon clan and annihilated the neighboring countries. But among the neighboring countries, there was a space formation godly master who offered his aid. After learning that the countries had been destroyed, the space godly master was furious. He gathered countless experts for revenge, igniting an unprecedented war in history. The divine Wind Nation and the immortal demon clan were, of course, no pushovers. They also allied with the great shamans of the shaman realm to deal with the godly master. As for the godly master's side, they sought help from the top power of the curse realm. More and more forces from both sides joined in. Eventually, a battle of heavenly venerates broke out. The casualties were countless. In the end, the ruler of the divine Wind Nation was destroyed. The strength of the immortal demon clan was also severely weakened. The space godly master seized this opportunity, carving spatial imprints and deploying a formation. sealing the territory of the Divine Wind Nation within a jade tablet. And our demonic beast clan, along with some other weaker races that originally lived in the Divine Wind Nation, were also trapped inside. After that, the great power of the Curse Realm cast a curse on those inside the Jade Tablet. All who are sealed in this land of exile will never be able to increase their strength. It's unknown how long this Jade Tablet drifted, but it eventually fell into the hands of the people from the Four Saints Mountain. The Chess Saint, who was proficient in formations, broke the formation to enter. Although an entrance was open from the outside, the people inside could not get out. The moment they stepped out, they would die instantly. The root cause is that they were cursed by the great power of the Curse Realm. Unless the dozens of cursed altars sealed within the spatial formation are broken, our curse will not disappear. Lu Chun asked with doubt. With your strength as a Saint King, Senior, and those even stronger than a Saint King, you can't break the altars? Han Mo shook his head. The altars are protected by countless layers of seals. The stronger you are, the harder it is to enter. Only those of the nascent soul realm can enter. But when we were sealed, the weakest person here was already a peak king. He asked in surprise, aren't there any newly born nascent soul realm cultivators here to help break the formation? The old man replied bitterly, we've tried, but not a single one survived. Han Mo's eyes turned cold as he recalled. Finally, some of those undying old geezers couldn't take it anymore. They used the Four Saints' inheritance to make a deal with the outside world. Lu Chen's heart stirred. He guessed. So, the people inside made a pact with the Four Saints Mountain, wanted to bring some nascent soul realm geniuses in here to break the formation. Han Munu did. That's right. Lu Chun had a sudden realization. My God, I can't believe we were tricked by the Four Saints Mountain. He gritted his teeth anxiously. Sigh, I thought it was just a normal trial in a mystic realm. If I had known this earlier, I would never have brought my junior sister here. Lu Chun turned and bowed. Senior, please show me to a cultivation cave. I must save my junior sister. Han Mo quickly controlled the lake water, parting a path to lead the way. Before Li Hua summons you, you can cultivate in my cave. Besides me, there are 2 other Saint Kings in this Dragon Ridge mountain range. If you wander around, you could be in mortal danger. Lu Chun said excitedly, yes. Thank you, Senior. Arriving at the bottom of the river, Han Mo pointed to a small pool at the riverbed and instructed, you can cultivate here. The spiritual energy around this spring is very abundant. Cultivating here will yield twice the result with half the effort. He replied gratefully, yes. Lu Chun immediately sat down and began to enter a meditative state. His body froze, his eyes wide. A sharp pain shot through his soul sea. He suddenly looked up in shock. A purple flower was gradually forming, draining his spiritual energy. It's devouring my spiritual power. Xiaolong's eyes widened in amazement. This divine fire seed sprouted so quickly. This kid's talent is truly extraordinary. The flower grew larger and larger, and the spiritual energy gathering around it became denser. Lu Chun clutched his head and screamed in pain. Finally, after a long while, he collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Han Mo stood by, shocked and uneasy. Could it be that his cultivation went in a chi deviation? He quickly circulated his spiritual energy to investigate, using his divine sense to transfer spiritual power. While he's unconscious, let's see if he can still be saved. Inside Lu Chen's soul sea, Han Mo looked around, observing the Death Pledge formation. This kid's background is indeed not simple. But to find a scapegoat, they didn't even find someone with a high cultivation level. What used is a mere nascent soul realm cultivator. Xiaolong was stunned, stamping his foot in anger. What? You lecherous old man. How dare you look down on this heavenly venerate? He looked up at the space above and was suddenly shaken. This is divine fire. But for this kid to have such an opportunity is too heaven-defying. Someone actually compressed divine fire into a seed and planted it in his soul sea, using his essence, spirit, and chi as nutrients to nurture it. Now it has reached the germination stage. A thought suddenly occurred to Han Mo. If I take it now, perhaps I can leave this land of exile. The old man was about to make a move, but then he thought better of it. Forget it. At my age, robbing a junior, it's too shameful. But this kid's methods and intellect are both top-notch. He will surely be extraordinary in the future. It's better to just help him out and form a good bond. An incense sticks time later. Lu Chun slowly woke up. Why did I pass out? He held his head in confusion. My head hurts so much. Why is my spiritual power completely drained? Han Mo, who was waiting by his side, asked, You're awake? Lu Chun asked with doubt. Senior Han Mo, what happened to me? Why did I pass out? Han Mo examined him seriously and explained, You don't know what happened to you. Someone planted a divine fire seed in your soul sea. It just sprouted, blooming into a lotus flower. Now, this divine fire has merged with your nascent soul. It completely belongs to you now. He was both surprised and skeptical. What? The thing in my soul sea is really divine fire? Han Mo was speechless. Are you playing dumb? Lu Chun tried to circulate the spiritual energy in his body, summoning the flower. So this is the form of the divine fire. His face revealed boundless joy. Back then in the demon dragon abyss, I suddenly fainted. When I woke up, Senior was gone. So it was all because of this. The divine fire was compressed into a seed and planted in my head. This must be Master's masterpiece. Lu Chun sighed and chuckled. Oh, Master, wouldn't it have been better if you had told me earlier? Why play games with your disciple? Han Mo educated him. You must know, this divine fire will continuously upgrade. Even heavenly venerates yearn for it. Moreover, divine fire is the bane of the immortal demon clan. It can also dissolve the power of curses, just like the cultivators of the upper heaven. Before your strength is sufficient, don't easily reveal that you possess divine fire. Lu Chun exclaimed in surprise. It's that powerful? Looks like I have a way to deal with Li Hua now. Lu Chun nodded in gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Senior, how strong is the strongest person in this realm? Who is the adjudicator who severely injured you? At the mention of this, Han Mo's veins bulged with anger. The strongest is that adjudicator. She was one of the decision-makers who participated in the war back then. A great heavenly venerate. He was stunned. A great heavenly venerate. I've heard from my master that the venerables above Saint King are divided into Supreme Realm and Heavenly Venerate. Only the most outstanding among the Heavenly Venerates are called Great Heavenly Venerates. Lu Chun broke out in a cold sweat. If the cursed altars are broken and someone like that comes to the 10 domains, it would be an unimaginable disaster for the 10 domains. Han Mo rested his hand on his chin and said leisurely, Your worries will indeed come to pass. If we get out, it will be a calamity for the 10 domains, especially the people of the immortal demon clan, who are inherently bloodthirsty. They will cause immense suffering. But you don't need to worry too much. Although the highest cultivation level in the 10 domains is only Saint King, I've heard there are still a few hidden great terrors. Rumor has it that several heavenly venerates from the upper heaven have died in the 10 domains. Xiaolong's face twisted upon hearing this. Back then, I had such a hard time getting from the dark heaven to the lower heaven. And as a result, Lu Chun pondered deeply. The 10 domains have such figures? I wonder if my masters can invite those great terrors to intervene and stop this calamity when the time comes. Jiaoshi watched everything with interest through her divine mirror. She snorted huffily. Great terror? What great terror? Where am I terrifying? Han Mo carefully reminded him. Whether we can get out is a matter for the future. On the contrary, it's you. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. A man's talent is his crime. If others find out about this divine fire, someone will surely come to seize it. They might even try to possess your body. He bowed respectfully. Thank you, Senior. This junior understands. The man helped him up, smiling. No need to be so formal. Inside, Xiaolong picked his nose and sneered. Possession. Possess this kid? Whoever tries to possess him is asking for trouble. Aya, being close to a heavenly venerate, was trapped in a death pledge formation just for trying to possess this kid. This kid has a powerful figure backing him. Even a heavenly venerate wouldn't dare to provoke him. A token floated in midair. Lu Chun was stunned. The jade talisman vibrated. Han Mo reminded him. The immortal demon clan is summoning you. Be careful. He quickly crushed the token and took his leave. Senior, I'll see you later. As soon as the token shattered, he was instantly teleported to the square of the demon palace. At this moment, Lu Chun looked down from the sky at this area shrouded in dark, gloomy energy. This land of exile actually has such a magnificent complex of buildings. As soon as he landed, Lu Chun looked around. He found that they had indeed gathered quite a few nascent soul realm experts to break through the stages. A cry of surprise rang out from the crowd. Look, it's young Master Jian-san of the Sword Emperor Palace. Even he is here. It seems the Four Saints' inheritance is not fated for us. Jin stood lazily to the side, saying irritably, Are these gloomy people sick? I already said I don't need the inheritance, but they insisted on bringing me here. Lu Chun was silent. Senior brother was also captured and brought here. So he still doesn't know the inside story. He suddenly raised his head and happened to see a familiar corner of a robe. This guy is here too. He stepped forward and called out, Young master, please wait. I am Jian-san. I would like to have a word with you. Ming Shang frowned and said coldly, Jian-san, stop pretending, Lu Chun. Your disguise technique can't fool me. I didn't expect you to be here too. Lu Chun said quietly, Keep your voice down. I'm Jian-san now. You can recognize me even with my disguise? Let's get to the point. This Four Saints mystic realm is actually, he kindly reminded him, a rich person like you should leave quickly. Don't risk your life here. Ming Shang sneered provocatively. It's fine. Since we're here, let's have a competition. Let's see who can break more altars. How about it? He sneered inwardly, unconcerned. This young master possesses divine fire. My strength is obvious. What do you have to compete with me? In the distance, an army of bald men with characters carved on their foreheads strode forward aggressively. Leading them was the young master of the shaman clan from the shaman realm, Wu Zhan, at the nascent soul realm. The two of them simultaneously recognized them as people from the shaman clan. Wu Zhan stood with his hands on his hips, acting superior. Are these the kids from the outside? Come here. Let me test your strength. He clenched his fist, gathering power. Whoever can take one punch from me is worthy of our recognition. He suddenly threw a punch towards Jin, frightening him into quickly deploying his defenses. He cursed in anger. He frowned. Why start with me? You brute. You're going to bother me. Wu Zhan refused to give up. He deliberately rolled his wrist and sneered. Don't be nervous. I'm only hitting you because you're standing closest to me. If you want to fight, I can accommodate you. The others all quietly stepped back. I don't want to fight that guy. I haven't even gotten the inheritance yet, and I might lose my life. Wu Zhan pointed at the other experts and provoked them. Who among you wants to try first? If you can't even take one punch from me, then get lost while you still can. You can still keep your life. They were provoked and charged forward angrily. I'll go, but unfortunately for them, he only needed to flick a finger to send them flying. This level, you can't even withstand the power of one of my fingers. Truly trash. The others were scared to the point of trembling, whispering among themselves. So strong. It's fine if we don't get the inheritance. But we can't die here. Lu Chun shook his head, thinking to himself, the shaman clan? This is a powerful race. Even in the upper heaven, their name is enough to make people's expressions change. They have a secret art that is not passed down to outsiders, allowing them to cultivate their physical bodies to the extreme. They primarily cultivate strength, advocating the use of force to break all techniques. It's not surprising that ordinary cultivators from the outside would lose. He was just spotted. The man roared. Kid over there, what are you shaking your head for? Do you dare take a move from me? Lu Chun shot him a cold glance, meeting the challenge without a trace of fear. So what if I take a move from you? On the contrary, do you dare to exchange a punch with me? He assumed a stance, smiling with interest. Your disciple is quite arrogant, isn't he? His disciple arrogantly stepped forward and shouted, fighting the shaman clan head-on, you're courting death. Throughout the world, while there may be body cultivators with physiques comparable to our shaman realm, that absolutely does not include the 10 domains. The people around began to whisper. Even we don't dare to confront the shaman clan directly. We have to grit our teeth and look for an opening. Is this guy from the outside an idiot? That arm is as good as gone. Wu Zhan laughed arrogantly. You still dare to act tough in front of me? The two rushed toward each other. Their powerful fists clashed in midair. Unexpectedly, they were evenly matched. The onlookers were all stunned. Am I seeing things? Impossible. My eyes must be playing tricks on me. Wu Zhan was actually pushed back. His face was full of astonishment. I lost in a contest of strength? How is that possible? Meanwhile, Lu Chun was screaming internally. Damn it, he's so tough. This guy's fist is like immortal gold. My hand is going numb. Wu Zhan shouted in a deep voice. Your strength is quite good. You are a worthy opponent. You and I are the same. We still haven't used our full strength, right? Come on. Let's have a decisive battle. Lu Chun smiled. You're the one who said it. Wu Zhan circulated his spiritual power. The aura around his body surged, fluctuating violently. He unleashed his secret technique, the giantification art. He said excitedly, Come on. It's been a long time since I've met an opponent as worthy as you. The disciples with him cheered. It's the great shaman battle body secret technique. It looks like Wu Zhan is about to get serious. Wu Zhan shot forward like lightning, reaching out to grab him. Get ready to take this. Lu Chun quickly jumped up to dodge, smiling slyly. I don't have time to fight a mad bull like you head on. Unbeknownst to him, he had silently appeared behind Wu Zhan. Your weakness is too obvious. Wu Zhan hurriedly turned around, thinking he had caught him. Unfortunately, how could Lu Chun let himself be at a disadvantage? He raised his hand and shouted, Word-breaking sword intent. A power that could pierce through all things shot out, piercing through Wu Zhan's shoulder. Wu Zhan screamed in pain and fell backward, but he quickly stabilized himself, recovering as if nothing had happened. Lu Chun moved with demonic speed, circling around him, so fast that it made him dizzy. He could only see a black shadow flash by and disappear. I underestimated this guy. I thought he was a cultivator who specialized in body cultivation. I didn't expect his speed and swordsmanship to be so strong as well. Wu Zhan roared angrily. Where are you? Where are you? Lu Chun suddenly appeared in front of him, summoning his sword intent. His hands formed a seal. I'm here. Wu Zhan's expression changed drastically. He realized something was wrong, but it was too late. The sharp sword whistled through the air, stabbing straight into his body, sending him flying. He crashed heavily into a pillar. Ming Shang watched from the side, commenting with a smirk. He's improved a lot, as expected of a body tempered by divine fire. Wu Zhan staggered up from the rubble. He asked, completely convinced of his defeat. How are you so strong? Lu Chun grinned. Probably because I'm more handsome than you. He walked closer, his playful expression gone. He said seriously, Your strength is already comparable to the young supremes of the upper realm. Suddenly, a piercing voice rang out. Wu Zhan, you're overestimating him. Him, worthy of being called a young supreme. The speaker was Li Hong of the Immortal Demon Clan. Li Feng. I'm just telling the truth. How is that overestimating? You think everyone is like you? Clearly inferior to others, but unwilling to admit it. All you know is how to talk smack from the sidelines. Li Hong gritted his teeth in anger. Wu Zhan postured as if to attack, warning, What you? Say one more word, and I'll knock all your teeth out. Suddenly, Li Hua appeared out of nowhere, interjecting. That's enough. He hovered in midair, reminding them gently, The sparring ends here. It's time to go to the altar. Don't delay the main business. Seeing his backer, Li Hong called out happily, Father. Lu Chun was stunned, then sneered. Oh, this old guy has a son? Doesn't that mean I've found his weakness? Li Hong, is it? You'd better not fall into my hands. Otherwise, Li Hong felt a chill run down his spine from his malicious smile. Strange. Why does my back suddenly feel so cold? Next, another big shot appeared. It was Wu Zhe, the Saint Lord of the Shaman realm. He waved his hand. Everything is ready. Li Wanudda. Then let the younger generation begin. The two of them simultaneously released a powerful and mysterious demonic energy. They solemnly announced, The path is open. This journey must succeed. Failure is not an option. The disciples below immediately rushed in, looking at the towering pagoda standing alone in the dense forest. Lu Chun asked with doubt, This is the sealed place. He was a bit confused. Other than the gloomy forest, there seemed to be nothing special. Wu Zhan explained seriously, That's not right. This is just the outermost circle of the sealed area. That gray palace is an altar. Only by breaking all the altars can we reach the center of the sealed place. Only those at the king realm and below can enter this place. That's why they sought you all out. Wu Zhan took a step forward, his expression grave as he instructed. Everyone, pay attention. The surrounding mist is all curse power. Our two clans have spent hundreds of thousands of years trying to break these palaces. We've sacrificed tens of thousands of elites, and have only managed to break 22 of the 72. Therefore, this place is extremely dangerous. Everyone must be careful. Lu Chun thought silently. Wu Zhan is considered an elite among them. It seems breaking this palace is indeed very difficult. Very quickly, they arrived in front of the palace. Wisps of black smoke drifted out from within. Wu Zhan led the way. Attention! The cursed power in the passage will be even denser. There are many traps and alchemical puppets, as strong as King Realm experts in the palace. We'll go in first. If things go south, retreat immediately. Li Hong said impatiently, Wu Zhan, why are you explaining so much to them? He shrugged nonchalantly, his expression as if it were a matter of course. We're teammates. Providing some information beforehand will increase the success rate. Li Hong said no more, but in his heart, he looked down on them. What's with the act? You people are nothing more than stepping stones for me. Inside the palace, Lu Chun had to circulate his spiritual power to protect his entire body. Wu Zhan reminded him with concern, brother, don't waste your spiritual power resisting the curse power. The curse power here is endless. He nodded. Thanks for the reminder. This curse power is indeed formidable. They arrived at an area with a flag planted. On both sides were two kneeling skeleton statues guarding it. Wu Zhan reminded them loudly again. Pulling out the black formation flag at the very back will break the altar, but the flagstones on the ground are full of traps. Everyone must be careful. Jin Ingjun sneered and calculated. Such a short distance. Should be easy enough. Li Hong instructa. You must be careful. Don't step on any traps. As soon as he finished speaking, he himself unluckily stepped on a trap. The mechanism was activated. Flames shot out, burning him to a crisp. He screamed miserably. Jin Ingjun was startled. Holy crap. These flames are too weird. He nervously swallowed. I just came here for the fun of it, and to maybe get some benefits. I didn't expect it to be this terrifying. I don't want to die here. Click. Over here, Wu Zhan also carelessly stepped on a trap. He was sucked into a vortex, shouting no. Lu Chun and Jin Ingjun let out a sigh of relief. Good thing we didn't step on those two tiles just now. Several of Wu Zhan's disciples curiously approached. On these stone statues, could there be a key to disarm the traps? Jin Ingjun was horrified and reminded them, hey, don't touch anything randomly. Are you trying to get everyone killed? The other person reassured him confidently, don't worry. I've read some ancient texts about Qi Min Dan Jia. Sure enough, as soon as he turned the stone, the skeleton statue immediately moved, revealing a tunnel. The guy laughed excitedly. Let me see. What exactly is in here? Lu Chun was startled. He sensed something flying out. That fearless guy was still poking at some bugs with his hand. What is this? Suddenly, the bug spat a large glob of acid onto his hand. It burned so much that he screamed miserably. These are alchemical puppet insects. They will increase the corrosion of the curse. Everyone, defend yourselves. But it was too late. The bugs swarmed out like a tide. The scene was chaotic. Everyone hurriedly defended themselves. Kill these things. They're too tough. They're even harder than weapons. How are we supposed to fight this? It's over. We're all going to die here. Lu Chun thought as he fought. I have to turn that stone statue back to its original position. He channeled his spiritual power into his sword energy, forcefully pushing the statue back, blocking the tunnel. Only then was the situation brought under control. Even a King Realm expert wouldn't be able to withstand it. He would definitely be frozen into an ice statue. Ming Shang frowned. You've never experienced the power of Supreme Yin. You don't understand him. I'm afraid the formation flag in this palace has already been pulled out by him. Li Fun, this frog in a well, still didn't believe it. He sneered contemptuously. You people from the 10 domains only know how to boast. You're truly frogs in a well. I bet you don't even know what the power of Supreme Yin is, do you? Lu Chun couldn't be bothered with him. He thought, divine fire is the strongest flame. Dealing with the power of Supreme Yin is a piece of cake. Wu Zhan's face was filled with sorrow. He sincerely offered his condolences to Ming Shang. Brother, although I really don't want to admit it, Brother Jian San is probably really gone for good. Suddenly, the entire city shook violently. This is... Li Hong's eyes widened in shock. It's collapsing. It's a success. What on earth is happening? Amidst the rubble, Lu Chun stood tall and proud like a god. He contemptuously raised his pinky finger. as if to say this victory was as easy as flipping his hand. Wu Zhan was ecstatic. "Brother, you're alive." Lu Chen nodded. The corner of his mouth curled up. Of course. Li Hong still couldn't believe his eyes. How is this possible? An outsider. Wu Zhan asked curiously, "Brother, how did you destroy the palace? Did the power of Supreme not affect you?" Lu Chen silently turned around, walking away as he spoke. A moment later, outside the square of the demon palace, the people of the demon sect were lined up, waiting excitedly. "They're here! They're here!" That person seems to be young Master Li Hong. They cheered as if celebrating a bountiful harvest. "The young master is back. Young Master Li Hong. You're amazing. You destroyed a palace on your first try. Young Master Li Hong, I love you." He walked through leisurely, calmly enjoying it all. He reminded his subordinate, "Be humble, be humble." Wu Zhan curled his lip in disdain. Were these people from the immortal demon clan screaming about? It was clearly you who destroyed the palace. The adjudicator's envoy, the first Saint King of the immortal demon clan, pointed at Li Hong and asked, "Was it you who broke the palace?" Li Hong stammered, Yes. Yes, it was." He felt guilty, but still shamelessly took the credit. "The first Saint King himself came to greet me. He is a role model for the immortal demon clan. I must make a good impression." The first Saint King had no doubts. He gave him a fine item. "Not bad. Our immortal demon clan has another outstanding junior like you. You've worked hard. This is a reward from the Adjudicator Lord. It can partially dissolve the curse. If you can break another palace within half a year, the Adjudicator Lord will accept you as her disciple. Keep up the good work." Li Feng bua respectfully. Thank you, Adjudicator Lord." Wu Zhan couldn't hold it in any longer. He stood up and criticized Li Hong. "You're really shameless. You weren't the one who broke the palace. Do you have any face left?" Li Hong was so guilty he broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't dare to refute loudly. Li Hua observed everything from above. "This kid, I knew it would come to this, but I didn't expect that kid from the outside to be so formidable." He secretly weighed the pros and cons, however. If Hong-er is accepted as the Adjudicator's disciple, my Li family's status in the immortal demon clan will be even more secure. Below, Wu Zhan was questioning him aggressively. It was clearly Brother Jian San who pulled out the formation flag. Li Hua sent a voice transmission to Li Hong. "Stay calm. Don't panic." Hearing this, Li Hong let out a sigh of relief. His heart settled a bit. "Phew, it's a voice transmission from my father. That damn Wu Zhan. He almost ruined my good fortune." On the other hand, the cunning and experienced Li Hua sent a voice transmission to Lu Chun, proposing, "It seems the credit for this time belongs to you, little friend. Please do my son this favor. I will definitely reward you handsomely. Your junior sister, I've been taking good care of her. If you can break one more palace, I will release your junior sister." Lu Chen's face darkened, a feeling of disgust rising in his heart. This old man is truly sinister. I'll just play along with his act for now. After I rescue my junior sister, I'll settle the score with you. Li Hua appeared below, calming Wu Zhan down. "Little friend Wu Zhan, don't be angry. Those who participated and completed the mission all have merit. Since the first Saint King has rewarded the immortal demon clan, he will surely reward your shaman realm as well." Wu Zhan couldn't help but say, "That may be so, but Li Hong took all the credit for himself. Could you be any more shameless?" The more Li Hong spoke, the more guilty he felt. He strained his neck to argue. "Mind your own business. Breaking the palace this time was thanks to my own ability." Lu Chun curiously stepped forward and asked, "Senior, if I may be so bold as to ask, what is your relationship with Li Hua?" The person laughed heartily, with the intention of winning him over. "We are adversaries. I can see that you, little brother, also dislike Li Hua and his son. Why don't you come to my great shaman city?" Lu Chun tactfully refused. "Thank you, senior. I've already found a place to cultivate. See you in 3 months. Then he turned to Li Hong, sneering and confirming. "Young Master Li Hong is right. The credit for breaking the palace is yours." He then lowered his voice to comfort Wu Zhan. "Brother Wu Zhan, don't be upset. We'll definitely find a way to deal with him later." Receiving this promise, the anger in Wu Zhan's heart subsided somewhat. He decided not to pursue the matter further. "I'll listen to Brother Jian San. I can't be bothered to argue with him." A moment later, near the square of the Demon Palace, Wu Zhan enthusiastically introduced Brother Lu Chun. This is the Saint Lord of my clan, Saint Lord Wu Zhe. Lu Chun bowed respectfully. Greetings, Saint Lord. Saint Lord Wu Zhe was an upright person. He pointed at him and said loudly, Lu Chun kid. Not bad. Wu Zhan has told me about what happened in the palace. I admire you greatly. If that bastard Li Hong causes you any trouble, just come find me. On Li Hong's side, he sneered triumphantly. Ha! This Jian San fellow knows his place. So what if he's powerful? No matter how arrogant he is, isn't he still under my control? The first Saint King announced, rest for 3 months. Prepare to break the second gray palace. I'll be leaving first. Li Feng bua respectfully. Farewell, first Saint King. Wei Yu nodded. All right. Wu Zhan waved goodbye excitedly. Then we'll be going. See you then. Lu Chun also rode his gourd and left. He gritted his teeth and sneered. The Li family. You've made too many enemies. It's time to prepare a counterattack against you and your son. The scene changes. The territory of Saint King Han Mo. Green mountains and clear waters. A beautiful landscape. Han Mo rested his chin on his hand and observed, commenting, Little friend Jian San, your body is not affected by the curse power. It seems the divine fire is indeed the bane of the curse. In the palace, Lu Chun was sitting cross-legged cultivating. He replied, That's right. I came to find you this time for 2 things. First, I want to borrow your spirit spring to cultivate. I'll try to break through within 3 months. Second, when the time is right, I will find a way to lure Li Huawei. I hope you can help me rescue my junior sister, Senior. Can you agree to this, Senior? Hamonu de Yentli. If you can break the palaces and restore our freedom. What's a small matter like this? Lu Chun asked seriously. There's one more small matter. Saint King Han Mo, do you still have any memory crystals? He readily took out a memory crystal. These things are useless to me. You take them. 3 months later, at the square of the Demon Palace, Li Hua and Wu Zhe once again opened the spatial gate together. The 72 palaces. Each time, there will be different dangers. Everyone, be careful. This time, the scene was like a pyramid in the desert. Li Hong was extremely despicable this time, threatening. When we enter the palace later, you must cooperate with me. If anyone from the Immortal Demon Clan is in danger, you must come to the rescue. Don't forget, your junior sister is still in our hands. Lu Chun sneered without replying. We'll talk once we're inside. As soon as they entered, what greeted them were cactus plants winding like octopus tentacles, and a flag planted in the center. The other disciples carefully scouted the path, reminding each other, there are flowers here. Don't touch them. There's definitely something wrong. Be careful. At this moment, Lu Chun excitedly used his spiritual power to control a pile of memory crystals. It's time to show my true skills. The memory crystals immediately scattered everywhere. Wu Zhan's sharp eye spotted it. Just now Lu Chun smiled and whispered, just wait for a good show. Li Hong arrogantly ordered Lu Chun, go scout the path ahead. Lu Chun reluctantly walked ahead, letting the idiot follow behind. Li Hong looked around. They had gone halfway without encountering any danger. Suddenly, the long cactus plants started to move. A disciple discovered in horror. I think I heard a strange sound. As soon as he finished speaking, a vine suddenly shot out, piercing straight through his body, horrifying everyone. Lu Chun was busy chopping at the vines, while reminding everyone, be careful of these vines. They're sentient. They will hunt their prey. Wu Zhan and several other disciples were caught by them. Help! Lu Chun casually swung out his sword energy. The sword energy gently swept past. Wherever it went, the vines were severed. Wu Zhan laughed and nodded. Thank you, Brother Lu. Lu Chun quickly reminded him. Get out of here quickly. That Li Hong guy ran away long ago. Wu Zhan understood. He immediately left. Brother Lu, be careful. He also cursed inwardly. That bastard Li Hong. Truly cunning. Lu Chun stayed behind alone, unleashing his full power. Full firepower. It's finally over. This is my fire. I'll burn you all to ashes. A moment later, a deafening explosion came from within the tower again. The tower swayed on the verge of collapse, completely disfigured. Wu Zhan said excitedly, another one collapsed. Brother Jian is truly amazing. With him here, I'm afraid it won't take many years for us to get out. Li Hong gritted his teeth and snorted. This kid does have some skill. but he was secretly pleased. So what if he's powerful? Isn't he still under my father's control? Thanks to him, this palace has collapsed. I can become a disciple of the adjudicator. Lu Chun held the flag and walked out leisurely. Let's go. Time to go report our success. Outside the square of the demon palace, the people of the demon sect were already waiting. The first Saint King and the other big shots were all there. They're back. Li Hong excitedly rushed to the front. Father, I'm back. The first Saint King stood up. Uppili pricing Li Hua. You've raised a good son. This is also the glory of our immortal demon clan. Li Hua laughed heartily, accepting the praise. Hong is indeed outstanding. Li Hong smilat, and began to fabricate a story to take the credit. Father Saint King, your son exhausted all his efforts, sacrificing several companions, and finally broke the Gray Palace. The crowd below, unaware of the truth, still cheered and praised him. Li Hong is so amazing, breaking 2 palaces in 3 months. He's truly a god, so outstanding. The first Saint King smiled and sent a voice transmission to Li Hong. The adjudicator has spoken. She will accept you as her disciple. Are you willing? Li Hong nodded excitedly and repeatedly. I'm willing. I'm willing. The first Saint King opened a spatial gate. Then follow me to pay respects to the adjudicator Lord first. We will conduct the initiation ceremony. Li Hong hurriedly followed. Yes, Saint King. His heart was blooming with joy. I made it. Becoming a disciple of the adjudicator Lord. A single step to heaven. Li Hua satisfyingly threw him a token. Lu Chun, well done. Go back and wait for news. Wu Zhan was furious. That Li Hong is truly shameless to the extreme. Brother Jian, why don't you release the contents of the memory crystal? Teach that kid a lesson. Lu Chun shook his head leisurely. No ruse. Let him be smug for a little longer. Brother Wu Zhan, help me make a few more copies. Also, can I come to your place? Wu Zhan was excited. Huh. It's my honor to have Brother Lu as a guest. Let's go. A moment later, at Great Shaman City, in a private courtyard, the two sat before a lavish banquet. Wu Zhan raised his cup and said, Brother Lu, you've saved my life twice. Great kindness needs no words of thanks. I won't hide it from you anymore. Today, let's drink some fine wine. Lu Chen asked curiously, fine wine? To be honest, brother, I've had my fair share of fine wine before. Is there anything special about this wine? Wu Zhan explained as he poured the wine. This wine is called Thunder Tribulation Liquid. It's a specialty of our mystic realm. After all these years, plus the rewards from breaking the 2 palaces, I only have 5 cups. Lu Chun brought the cup to his nose and praised. This lightning attribute is so rich and pure. It's truly good stuff. He happily downed it in 1 gulp. Good wine. The taste and effect are both not bad. But compared to my master's lightning tempering, I still prefer that. Is that it? You don't feel any other discomfort in your body? Wu Zhan thought to himself. Thunder Tribulation Liquid contains the essence of lightning. Its power is heaven-shaking. He drank a whole cup and was fine. It's too strange. Hearing his question, Lu Chun seemed to understand. He asked curiously, drinking this Thunder Tribulation Liquid, will it cause discomfort? Wu Zhan chuckled, and also drank a cup. No. As soon as he finished drinking, his body suddenly changed. Well, since I've already drunk it, he convulsed all over. Foaming at the mouth, Lu Chun was startled, his face blank. Brother, are you okay? Wu Zhan gave him a thumbs up to reassure him. I'm fine. I'll be fine in a moment. Lu Chun laughed heartily. That's good. I'll have another cup. By the way, have you informed Saint Lord Wu Zhe about that matter? Wu Zhan said, trembling, don't worry. I've already informed him. Someone entered from the door to report. Young Master Jian, Saint Lord Wu Zhe asked me to inform you that Li Hua has already been invited to Great Shaman City. Lu Chun jumped up in delight. Excellent. Thank you, Saint Lord Wu Zhe. I can finally save my junior sister. Night fell. Miserable screams came from Li Hua's demon Lord Manor. Someone has broken in. Lu Chun sat hovering on his gourd, guessing. Han Mo must have rescued my junior sister. Han Mo gave a thumbs up to report. Little friend Jian-san. I rescued her. As soon as Qing Qing saw him, she excitedly rushed over. Senior brother. Lu Chun thanked him excitedly. Excellent. Let's go back to Great Shaman City. Next. It's time for Li Hua and his son to be utterly disgraced. Lu Chun and the other two immediately left. Suddenly, a plume of black smoke rose from nowhere, enveloping the entire space. Qingsheng was alarmed. Oh no, Demon Lord Li Hua has returned. He was furious. Han Mu, who goes there? How dare you break into my manor and kidnap someone? He was also a notorious demon lord. He quickly realized, wait a minute. Your aura is very familiar. You are Jian San and Han Mo, damn it. No one that Wu Xin Baitive. So you were all in it together, using the trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain. Han Mo waved his hand, dispersing the black energy. His eyes widened in anger. Leave her with me. I can't believe you found out. But a mere saint lord like you can't stop us. He immediately summoned his spirit soul. A dragon crocodile roared in the air, charging fiercely towards Li Hua. Seizing this opportunity, the three of them quickly fled. He clutched his injured arm, gritting his teeth. Han Mu, you bastard, this isn't over between us. After that, the three of them landed safely in Great Shaman City. Seeing Wu Zhan sitting cross-legged and cultivating, Lu Chen hurriedly went up and asked, Wu Zhan, are you okay? As soon as he opened his eyes, he was overjoyed. I'm fine now. The curse in the palace has also been lifted. Huh? Who is this beautiful lady? Can we be friends? Lu Chen pouted and shook his head. My junior sister doesn't make friends with ugly people. Wu Zhan confidently flexed his muscles. Where am I ugly? I'm just a little dark. Lu Chen refused decisively. Then she doesn't make friends with dark people. Looking at Wu Zhan's aggrieved expression, which was darker than the bottom of a pot, he laughed and changed the subject. All right. Are the memory crystals copied? We can release them now. Wu Zhan grinned slyly. Hee, don't worry. I had someone make over 100,000 copies long ago. I'll have them distribute them right now. Lu Chen looked forward to it with excitement. There's going to be a good show to watch soon. In another place, the various forces of the demon sect came one after another to congratulate Li Hua. Congratulations, Demon Lord Li Hua. With Li Hong becoming a disciple of the Adjudicator Lord this time, his future is limitless. Indeed, this is truly worth celebrating. He waved his hand and said modestly, You're all too kind. Don't worry, I, Li Hua, will definitely not forget you all. He was happy in his heart, although that girl was rescued. And I can no longer use that Jian San guy for free, as long as Hong is accepted as a disciple by the Adjudicator Lord. My Li family's position in this land will still be secure. Suddenly, an announcement came from outside. The first Saint King has arrived. He hurriedly stood up and said respectfully, Welcome, Saint King. He felt a little uneasy. Why is he back so soon? Honger's matter should be settled by now, right? The first Saint King questioned Li Hua furiously. You and your son are truly audacious. You even dare to deceive the Adjudicator Lord. He still thought he could cover it up, stubbornly denying it. Saint King, please see clearly. Li Hua does not have such courage. He was so angry that he directly took out the memory crystal. See for yourself. Inside, the entire process of how pathetically Hong was being replayed. Only then was he horrified. How could this be? The first Saint King snorted coldly. He waved his hand, sending him flying. He opened a spatial rift and said coldly, You shameless thing. You still want to be a disciple of the Adjudicator Lord? Just wait to face the Adjudicator Lord's wrath. At this moment, a subordinate rushed in to report. My lord, it's bad. The young master's Dan Tian was crippled by the Adjudicator Lord. He's been sent back. Li Hong also cried and wailed, Father, it's all that bastard Jian San's fault. Father, you must avenge me. Li Hua was so angry, he cursed loudly. Useless. Use your brain. Jian San is a peerless genius that appears once every 300,000 years. His junior sister has also been rescued. I have nothing left to control him with. I can't even hide in time. And you still want revenge? He was worried in his heart. The Li family is finished this time. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. On the square of the first demon palace, Wu Zhe said enthusiastically, I often hear my son, Wu Zhan, mention little friend Jian San. You are truly a dragon among men. He clasped his hands in thanks. I must also thank little friend Jian San for saving my son twice. If you need any help, just say the word. Lu Chen also said, Saint King Wu Zhe, it's quite a coincidence. I happen to need your help right now. I hope you can cooperate, Saint King. At this moment, the first Saint King also came forward to chat. Saint King Wu Zhe. Long time no see. Wu Zhe said to the first Saint King. I didn't expect you to lead the team personally this time. It seems your immortal demon clan has finally taken this matter seriously. The first Saint King replied. Leaving this place is the dream of all of us. Naturally, we must take it seriously. Enough nonsense. Veiyusha. Let's open the passage together. At this moment, Liu Chun hurriedly reminded them. Wait a moment. Senior First Saint King, you also know that breaking the Grey Palace is almost a life or death matter. And I'm just an outsider. I have no obligation to do this. Therefore, there must still be payment. The first Saint King asked, what do you want? He thought to himself. I heard from Li Hong that it was this kid who, with his own strength, consecutively, broke 2 palaces. He cannot be offended. Liu Chun pointed straight at Li Hua and proposed, I want all the resources in his ring. He of course refused. No. Liu Chun tossed a coin and said, the shaman realm has already given me Saint King Wu Zhe's ring. Could it be that your immortal demon clan can't do the same? Then please forgive this incompetent Jian-san. I can't break this palace. The first Saint King immediately interjected. Wait a moment. Then he ordered. For the past 300,000 years, we have only broken 22 palaces. Now that we finally have a glimmer of hope, how can we give up? Li Hua. Give me the ring. Li Hua immediately complied. Yes, Saint King. The first Saint King instructed Jian-san. I hope that after you receive the ring, you can continue to break the palaces. Liu Chun shook the ring and assured him, haha, no need to worry about that. I will definitely do what I say. The first Saint King and Wu Zhe were both chanting, preparing to teleport. In an instant, the two of them were swept into the chaotic flow of space. The first Saint King asked for Wu Zhe's opinion. Do you think they can succeed? He replied, it's hard to say. After all, the situation in each palace is different. I hope everything goes smoothly. A moment later, Liu Chun and his group arrived before the palace they needed to attack. He pushed open the door and said, let's go. Let's see what it is this time. Liu Chun saw the scene before him and let out an "oh." In front of him were many beautiful women playing in a pool of water. Among them was the most charming beauty, who seemed to be the leader. This was the territory of the Flower Queen. As soon as she saw Liu Chun, she spoke. After so many tens of thousands of years, a man has finally entered. When the women saw them, they all screamed with excitement. Wow, so many men. They're all so strong. Don't fight me for them. They're all mine. Although his companions were all enchanted by those women, Liu Chun appeared indifferent. Interesting, but it's a pity. This bunch of common cosmetics can't enchant this young master. A woman stepped forward to chat. Young master, why are you standing alone? Come and play with us. Liu Chun roughly pushed her away and said, with just your looks, you're not worthy. He quickly flew down to the Flower Queen below. The other women had successfully seduced his companions. Come play. It feels so good. The Flower Queen looked at Liu Chun's attitude and said, kid, you seem to have some skill. She created a vortex with her finger and said, but you still can't escape from my palm. As soon as she finished speaking, a streak of red liquid shot out. At this moment, Liu Chun had already passed by the Flower Queen, leaving a fatal wound on her neck. Your beauty is far inferior to my master's. Stop playing these enchanting tricks. The Flower Queen's head rolled off, reverting to its ugly monster form. Liu Chun couldn't help but admire, using a bunch of illusion demons transformed into beauties to guard the palace. The person who set up this altar had a truly unique idea. At this moment, Liu Chun raised the spoils of war and shouted, done. At this moment, the cave door was kicked open. The first Saint King and Wu Zhe were both extremely tense. Success. So fast. At this moment, Liu Chun and his two companions were running out. He turned to the first Saint King and said, how about it, Senior Saint King? Was this money well spent? He replied, since this palace has been successfully broken, we will take our leave. Wu Zhe gave a thumbs up in praise. Liu Chun, young master Jian-san. Impressive. Today, I have truly broadened my horizons. Currently, only the team led by young master Jian-san has extremely few casualties and an extremely high success rate. Truly impressive. Liu Chun checked the ring and said, it's just one gray palace. Easy as pie. Li Hua's ring still has a restriction on it. The scene shifts to a private courtyard in Great Shaman City. Lu Chun was still fiddling with the ring. Wu Zhan. Good thing your father helped me break the restriction on Li Hua's ring. Let me see what good stuff is inside. He thought. This Li Hua's fortune is quite substantial. Just the spirit stones alone are over 50 billion. Wu Zhan said excitedly. Brother, no need to be so polite. You returned Saint King Wu Zai's belongings and didn't take a single coin of payment from us. You only took from the immortal demon clan. My clan will naturally cooperate fully. Lu Chun asked, we're friends, aren't we? Of course it should be this way. Wu Zhan, what is this? Wu Zhan pointed to the teapot and explained, this is a spirit crystal. It's normal for you not to know, Brother Lu. This is the common currency in the upper realm. It's also a very good item for assisting in cultivation. One of these is equal to 100,000 spirit stones. Lu Chun muttered with satisfaction. There are 100,000 spirit crystals in a ring. Doesn't that mean it's equivalent to over 100 billion spirit stones? Not bad. He took out a pile of weapons and said, there are also 3 saint-grade artifacts here. I'll leave the sword for my father. This bracelet is for my junior sister. And this saber is for you. Wu Zhan and Qing Chung hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, senior brother. Thank you, brother. Qing Chung thought to herself. Following senior brother is so blissful. He gives out saint-grade artifacts at the drop of a hat. Lu Chun stood up and instructed, all right, with so many spirit crystals, I'll cultivate for 2 months, and then go break the palaces again. 2 months later, at the square of the Demon Palace, Lu Chun had gathered enough people. He said to the first Saint King, regarding the payment, the shaman realm has already paid this time. I don't think the immortal demon clan will be outdone, right? The first Saint King appeared very generous. Whatever the shaman realm gave you, we will give the same. Lu Chun replied casually. It's nothing much. Just 200 cups of thunder tribulation liquid. The first Saint King was immediately stunned. What? They took out so much good stuff? I don't believe it, he said. Then please use your divine sense to see for yourself, senior. See if I'm telling the truth. Seeing Lu Chun's collection of treasures, the first Saint King was utterly shocked. It's true. He turned to leave and said, the shaman realm is truly generous. But our immortal demon clan can't keep up. Lu Chun hurriedly stopped him. Senior, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I haven't finished speaking. This is a package price. The first Saint King was puzzled. A package price? Lu Chun explained. There are 3 more palaces near Great Shaman City and Demon City. What I just said is the total payment for all 3. How about it? Isn't it very reasonable? He was still suspicious. Why do I feel like you're setting me up? Lu Chun explained. How could I? I guarantee it with my character. You just need to spend a little money, and you don't need to send anyone. I'll go break them by myself. What could be more conscientious than that? Only then did the first Saint King say, I can't decide this. I must report to the Adjudicator Lord. Wait a moment. At this moment, at the Adjudicator's Demon Palace, the Adjudicator was sitting there, pondering. Interesting. A little brat from the outside has repeatedly played tricks on my clan. She then called out someone. A palace maid clasped her hands respectfully. Respected Adjudicator Lord, what are your orders? The Adjudicator ordered. Give this ring to the first Saint King. She took the ring. Yes, Adjudicator Lord. The scene shifts back to the square of the Demon Palace. The first Saint King had made his decision. I agree to your terms. Lu Chun admired the ring and said, not bad. Since everyone is so generous, I'll start working. Then he quickly left, not forgetting to promise, you too. Just wait for my good news. After Lu Chun left, the first Saint King said, this kid Jian-san is our greatest hope for leaving this place. I just hope he's not just putting on a brave face and courting death. Wu Zai said, I don't think he's the type of person who acts without thinking. He will definitely succeed. Half an incense sticks time later. A palace was seen being pushed over and collapsing by Lu Chun. The first Saint King and Wu Zai were both extremely shocked. That was too fast. At this moment, Lu Chun casually said to the two of them, let's go to the next palace. The first Saint King asked, puzzled, aren't you going to rest for a bit? He thought to himself, entering the palace will cause one to be eroded by the curse power. Even the peerless geniuses of our 2 clans would need several months to readjust. But Lu Chun replied, no need. The first Saint King had no choice but to say, in that case, let's begin. Another half an incensed sticks time passed. Lu Chun raised the flag and said, "Next." To the third one. The first Saint King's face was full of doubt. Could it be that the gray palaces are that easy to break? At this rate of Jian Sands, it won't even take 2 days, and we'll be able to get out. Veyusha explained. If the palaces were really that easy to break, our juniors wouldn't have spent so much time. It's because this kid is too monstrous. He was worried again. But he's been in for so long this time and still hasn't come out. Could he have run into some trouble? At this moment, inside the third palace, Lu Chun was still fighting with the giant puppet inside. He lost his balance and was pushed back a long distance on ground. At this moment, Lu Chun felt extremely uneasy in his heart. There are no fluctuations of spiritual power and no signs of life. Could this be that alchemical puppet? He observed the 2 iron puppets, and there are 2 of them. Although their strength is comparable to the king realm, they have no life, no consciousness. Perhaps I can risk it. The puppet immediately swung its giant axe, bringing it down on where Lu Chun was standing. He managed to fly into the air in time, and then swung a sword towards its shoulder. Seeing that its armor was unscathed, Lu Chun couldn't help but be disappointed. This puppet is too tough. At this moment, another axe came chopping down. Lu Chun hurriedly used his hands to block, but he looked extremely strained. Immediately after, he was mercilessly slammed back to the ground. Lu Chun struggled to get up, deciding not to play around anymore. If I keep playing, it'll be a miracle if I don't die at their hands. At this moment, he immediately unleashed the Mystic Ice sword art. In an instant, the giant puppets behind him were frozen solid. A few seconds later, they shattered into countless pieces. The first Saint King outside began to worry. Still not out. Could something have happened? Veyusha replied. I hope not. At this moment, Lu Chun finally walked out, saying, Sorry to keep you two waiting. Wu Zhe asked curiously, Little friend Jian-san, are you alright? What did you encounter? He recounted the story of encountering 2 King Realm alchemical puppets. Veyusha verstund. What? You killed the alchemical puppets. And 2 of them. Lu Chun stretched and sighed. Well, my work is done. Time to collect my payment. Let's go back to Great Shaman City. Veyusha hurriedly replied. At this moment, the scene shifts to a private courtyard in Great Shaman City. Lu Chun was admiring a bottle, his expression, one of extreme satisfaction. This harvest is truly bountiful. With so much thunder tribulation liquid, it should be enough for me to advance a minor realm. He immediately sat cross-legged, focusing on his cultivation. In a flash, 2 months had passed. Lu Chun finally finished his cultivation. He cheered joyfully. I've finally broken through to the late stage of the nascent soul realm. At this moment, Wu Zhan came to invite him. Brother, you're finally out of seclusion. Business has come knocking. The eldest young miss of Peerless City from the Immortal Demon Clan is waiting for you in the guest hall. There are 4 palaces around their city that need to be broken. Lu Chun was immediately interested. For palaces? This is big business. Let's go take a look. He calculated. Senior Hanemo said there are 72 altars. As long as we destroy 48, they can attack on their own. I have to seize the time and earn as much money as possible. At this moment, the scene shifts to the main hall of Great Shaman City. Ziling was questioning him. You are young Master Jian-san. Come with me to Peerless City to break 4 palaces. For each one you break, I'll give you a saint-grade artifact. Is that enough? Lu Chun picked his ear and replied arrogantly. With just that little payment, you want to hire this young master to act? Are you an idiot? Ziling immediately retorted. What kind of look is that? Are you not satisfied? He was blunt and merciless. What other look could it be? The look you give an idiot, of course. Lu Chun turned around and said bluntly, 4 palaces, and you're only offering 1 saint-grade artifact for each. I really don't understand if you think I'm a beggar, or if you two from Peerless City are the beggars. Who doesn't need money these days? Young miss, you should just go back. Ziling angrily raised her hand to cast a spell, shouting, How insolent! She rushed towards Lu Chun and said, Kid, you will regret this. He quickly dodged a fatal sword strike from Ziling. She said, This sword strike is a secret technique of the Z family of our Peerless City. Ziling held her sword to Lu Chun's neck and said, Kid, are you scared now? Apologize to me respectfully, and I can let bygones be bygones. How dare you look down on me? But he just said calmly, good sword. Ziling's face turned red with anger. She roared, what did you say? D. Lu Chun calmly caught her blade between two fingers. He commented, oh. Momentum, 5 points. Accuracy, 10 points. Power, 0 points. Total score, 6. You barely pass. However, regarding this sword, I have some opinions. Lu Chun said, clamping the blade tightly between his two fingers. Let me see. Lu Chun looked at the hilt and said, as I expected, ancient inscriptions. Lu Chun continued to explain, according to my grandmaster, this is a long-lost ancient secret technique. Carving it on a weapon can enhance various abilities. Seeing it today, it truly lives up to its reputation. Ziling angrily raised her fist. How outrageous! Let me go. Lu Chun spun her around, hugging her from behind. Stop struggling, being controlled like this. Ziling felt extremely ashamed. This was the first time she had been humiliated like this by someone. And the other party was a man. She felt aggrieved. What angered her the most was that he was only interested in the sword in her hand. Ziling puffed out her cheeks and cursed angrily. Oomph. Let go. Lu Chun suddenly let her go and exclaimed, done. I've seen enough, he said, to have such a personal sword. I believe you're not a poor person. Now let's talk about the payment. Ziling said angrily, you still have the face to talk about payment with me? What about you touching me just now? Lu Chun covered his mouth and giggled slyly. You offered yourself up. You can only blame yourself. Ziling glared at him angrily. You. Then she had no choice but to turn and leave, saying how outrageous. I'm not playing anymore. You could go to hell. Wu Zhe asked, are you just going to let her go like that? Lu Chun said calmly, no rush. She'll be back. At this moment, the scene shifts to the adjudicator's demon palace. The adjudicator was plotting. I originally intended to take this opportunity to cultivate Li Hong's son into an elite. I would push him to the front lines. After the seal is broken, he would have the power to rally support, coordinating with the royal city from the inside to seize the setting sun imperial dynasty. She asked, how is the situation? It's a pity you are not good enough to succeed, but more than enough to fail. But considering you righteously disowned your kin, I'll spare you. How is the map of the setting sun imperial dynasty coming along? Wang Chung reported, trembling, reporting to the adjudicator lord. It is complete. It's just. Li Hua also continued his report. That kid Jian-san. We believe keeping him alive will be a great disaster. Should we pull him out by the roots? To eliminate future trouble? The adjudicator glared. Are you teaching me how to do things? Li Hua explained, trembling. This servant wouldn't dare. The adjudicator lay down lazily, showing a hint of interest. This guy's strength is not bad. I like him. Qing Ling was outside, eavesdropping on their conversation. After the seal is broken, I will go meet him personally. The adjudicator continued, and teach him a good lesson. She continued speaking to Li Hua. Now that your son is dead, you are the most suitable person to bear the title of hero. If that kid agrees to help us attack the setting sun imperial dynasty, that would be for the best. The adjudicator continued to plot. If he doesn't agree, I will make him wish he were dead. By the way, if Han Mo of the Dragon Crocodile Beast clan still doesn't cooperate, it's time to deal with him. Qing Ling covered her mouth and gasped. The adjudicator immediately sensed something. Who is it? In an instant, Li Hua appeared behind Qing Ling and said stop. She was so scared her soul almost left her body on the spot. This is bad. He immediately cast a spell, knocking her to the ground. Only then did the adjudicator speak. So it's you, she said, the sinner's wife, Qing Ling. The adjudicator stepped down from the platform and began to speak. Back then, I shattered your physical body and imprisoned your soul here as a warning to all who intend to oppose the immortal demon clan. She lifted Qing Ling's chin, her tone gentle but full of threat. But after all these years, it seems you still haven't learned your lesson. In an instant, a stream of demonic power shot out from the adjudicator's hand. Qing Ling convulsed all over, lying on the ground, writhing in pain amidst the electric currents. The adjudicator then ordered her subordinate, lock her in the soul-annihilating tower. Let her soul scatter. Keeping her was merely to warn the world and that old man. Now that the seal is about to be opened, she has no more use. At this moment, Qing Ling called out weakly, Hanmu. She weakly cried for help. A wisp of Qing Ling's soul flew to Han Mo's residence. At this moment, Wu Zhe rushed over to report. Something terrible has happened. He recounted, just now, Senior Han Mo and I were drinking. Suddenly, a wisp of green smoke flew over. He went crazy, flailing about. After a while, he stopped moving, standing still like a rock. He wouldn't answer when I asked him. I was so scared I rushed over to find you all. Han Mo looked toward Qing Ling, sobbing in pain. Lingea. The other three looked at him, their faces blank. All three were stunned. Lu Qin was shocked. Senor Han Mu cried out dolefully, Lingea. He quickly helped the old man up. Senior, please get up. If you do this, you'll shorten this junior's life. Qing Qing also chimed in, that's right. If you need any help, just say so. Han Mo's eyes were filled with tears. Lingea. The three were once again stunned. Han Mo continued. Little friend Jian-san. I, Han Mo, have an unreasonable request. I hope you can agree to it. Qing Chung asked with doubt. Lu Qin spoke up. We've been preparing all afternoon. Let's move. The other two replied in unison. Understood. Just then, two subordinates had just stepped out, when Han Mo swooped down like a storm. The two were caught off guard by the sudden attack, crying out in alarm. At this moment, only the miserable screams of the enemy could be heard in the street. Help! Help me! Is anyone there? Li Hua also sensed that aura at this moment. As expected, he has come. He immediately reported to the adjudicator. Adjudicator Lord. Just as you predicted, that person has indeed come. She calmly rested her chin on her hand and said, Still so naive, my friend. The adjudicator reached out her hand, speaking towards the front. My future pet. This won't do. She immediately slit her subordinate's belly and ordered, Go. The power I have bestowed upon you is enough to deal with that old scoundrel. Li Hua, hold him back. Wang Cheng returned to provide support. Seeing black smoke billowing from Wang Cheng's body, Wu Zhe felt uneasy. Damn it, what's wrong with this guy? He observed, and in a flash, he sensed that the opponent's strength far surpassed what it was before. Wu Zhe thought irritably, damn it, that old ghost Hanemo was discovered so quickly. No, I can't let this kid go back. At this moment, Wei shouted, engaging Wang Cheng in conversation. Hey, Peerless City went to great lengths to invite us to break the formation. You don't even bother to glance at us. Isn't that a bit too disrespectful? He turned his head and saw Wu Zhe, saying, There's one here too. Fine, I'll kill you first. Then go kill that old ghost. Wang Cheng immediately rushed straight towards him and attacked. Wu Zhe was not afraid and also charged forward. If you have the guts, come and try. At the same time, somewhere in the forest, a voice rang out. Senior brother, this place doesn't seem like the other seals. Qing Cheng said, The trees here are all incredibly large. Lu Qin also pondered. I'm afraid it's related to these 4 seals. He looked at the entire forest and explained. These 4 formations seem to correspond to the 4 basic elements, fire, water, plus the earth element in the center. Wood feeds fire, fire creates earth, earth bears metal, metal collects water, and water nourishes wood. This cycle causes the place where spiritual energy gathers to produce unusually rich nutrients, creating such a strange scene. Lu Qin explained, this strange structure is what makes the formation difficult to break. The people before, I'm afraid, they fell into a cycle of reincarnation, constantly destroying and then restoring, until they were exhausted to death. Qing Cheng asked with doubt, Then aren't these 4 formations impossible to break? He replied, Not necessarily. I have a way. Just then, Lu Chan felt a figure flash past behind him and shouted loudly. His hands touched Zi Ling's upper body, making him wonder, Wait a minute, this feeling, could it be her? She shrieked, Pervert! You're touching me again. Let go. Lu Qin was surprised. Princess. Zi Ling hugged herself and scolded him. You stinking pervert! You're touching me all over again. Lu Qin asked curiously, What are you doing here? She crossed her arms and pouted in reply. As the future city lord of Peerless City, if I'm not proactive in breaking the formation, there's a problem with my thinking. Lu Chan put his arm around Qing Cheng and said, Let's go. Zi Ling immediately shouted, Wait. She angrily questioned him. What do you mean by that? Lu Qin sighed. Oh, you 2 big sisters. You can't even beat me. And you want to break the seal? Are you looking to die? Ziling turned her face away sulkily. Oof. I don't care. I can't get out anyway. I'm sticking with you. If you don't let me go out with you, I won't let you get the reward either. Luchin had no choice but to set a condition. Fine. But let me say this first. First, don't cause me any more trouble. Second, no matter what trouble you get into, I won't save you. You're on your own. Ziling replied unhappily. What? She reluctantly agreed. Hey, she walked quickly ahead. We shouldn't delay. Let's set off. Luchin hurriedly called out. Hey, slow down. Only a short sigh could be heard. What bad karma did I create in my past life? At this moment, a plume of smoke rose from the forest. Luchin gnawed on a pork leg with satisfaction, as expected of a place where the elements converge. Even the animals are unusually fat. It turned out the three of them were roasting a giant wild boar. Luchin tore off a piece of meat and gave it to Qingcheng. Junior's sister. Here, open your mouth. She quickly gobbled it down, praising it. It's fatty but not greasy. It's really delicious. Ziling angrily swung her sword, knocking the piece of meat away. Enough. She grabbed Luchin by the collar. Getting straight to the point, she said, Are we breaking the formation or not? If you're not napping, you're eating. You're so slow. I don't think you want to break the formation at all. He grabbed Ziling's hand and asked, Are you teaching me how to do things? Luchin sat leisurely under a tree and said, If you find it an eyesore, go break it yourself. I've already said, no matter what danger you encounter, I won't save you. You're on your own. Ziling turned away sulkily. Hateful. I'll go by myself then. Am I afraid of you? Qingcheng asked worriedly. Senior brother, will she really be okay on her own? Luchin said calmly. Don't worry. With her cultivation, she won't have any problems in the short term, he said. But if it turns into a prolonged battle, it's hard to say. Luchin explained. As I said before, the key to breaking the formation is to continuously break the 4 formations before the elements in the formation recover. Being reckless, like her, will obviously not work. Qingcheng asked curiously, So, you already have a plan to break the formation, senior brother? He replied, That's right. Luchin began to analyze the formation. The 4 formations correspond to fire, metal, and water respectively, plus the earth beneath our feet. They are mutually generating and coexisting, forming the situation of wood feeding fire, fire creating earth, earth bearing metal, metal collecting water, and water nourishing wood. He continued, But if you just think about it differently, it will become wood overcoming earth, earth overcoming water, water overcoming fire, fire overcoming metal, and metal overcoming wood. Master once said that in a single day, the state of the 5 elements will constantly change. When one wanes, the other waxes. Never ending. What we need to do is just find a moment when yin and yang reverse, set up a formation at the earth position, and sever the connection of the 5 elements. Then we can break the formation. Qingcheng happily hugged him, praising. As expected of senior brother, I knew you had a way. Luchin rested his head on her hand and said wearily, But there's another reason why I'm not acting. The adjudicator is no fool. She has probably already guessed our intentions. Senior and Wu Zhe are definitely in a tough fight. But as long as the adjudicator is still in Peerless City, nothing will happen. At this moment, the scene shifts to the gate of Peerless City. When Wang Cheng charged over, Veuillez calculate it. His aura looks like it's only at the Saint Lord level. If he can push me to this extent. He stomped his foot and thought, I'm afraid I'll be at a disadvantage in a direct confrontation. In that case, I'll compete with you in speed. At this moment, Wang Cheng descended from the sky. A single slash aimed straight at Wu Zhe, startling him. What? He struck Wu Zhe, slamming him to the ground. Wu Zhe sat on the ground and said, I didn't expect the adjudicator to give you so much power. I was too careless. Looking at the crazed Wang Cheng and that power, this guy's strategy is currently not just at the Saint Lord level, but at the peak of the Saint King realm. Suddenly, a scene from the past appeared. Wu Zhe's father was scolding him. You made progress, huh? You're just a kid who just entered the King realm, and you dare to challenge a peak Saint King alone. I, a late-stage Saint King, don't even dare to cause trouble. The young Wu Zhe retorted. He clearly provoked me first. So what if he's a peak Saint King? Sooner or later, I'll make them kneel and kowtow to me. Wu Zei's father kicked him into the sky, scolding, "You bastard." Wu Zei's father continued to lecture him. "Stop daydreaming. Cultivate to the Saint King realm before you talk." The Saint King realm is already extremely difficult to advance, Indiana. The difference of a single minor realm is like the difference between life and death. And you still dare to speak so arrogantly. Don't blame me for not being polite. Wu Zei gritted his teeth and suppressed his anger. A peak Saint King. He became furious. His power erupted. He said resolutely, "I don't believe it. Today, I will definitely kill you for all to see." At this moment, the scene shifts to near the palace of the immortal demon clan. Han Mo had run to the soul-annihilating tower, panting. Finally made it. Suddenly, Li Hua slowly appeared in front of him. He kicked Han Mo far away. Li Hua licked his lips and said, "The grudge of you injuring me last time, I still haven't forgotten. Now, I will repay it tenfold." Han Mo didn't hold back, scolding back, "You fool. You think you're worthy?" Li Hua was shocked. "What?" He immediately swung his hand down for a strike. Han Mo quickly used his hand to block. He flew up high, looking down at Li Hua, and said, "I see the demonic energy on you has increased greatly. The adjudicator must have given you some power, but an ant will always be an ant. A mere demon lord like you is worthy of boasting in front of me." Han Mo became angry and said, "Prepare to die." Li Hua also got ready to fight, replying, "Is that so?" Suddenly, he grabbed Qingling by the neck, pulling her out to shield himself. "Horifing Honmu, Lingar?" He provoked, "Old ghost. If you have the guts, come and hit me. Your wife is not only in the soul-annihilating tower now, but even the consciousness in her 3 souls and 7 spirits is in my hands." A small formation appeared on Qingling's neck. Li Hua said, "If I just move my hand a little, even if you manage to save her soul, she will only turn into an idiot." Han Mo was furious. "You despicable person. What do you want?" Only then did Li Hua say, "I want you to obey me." He said, word by word, "Kill yourself." Li Hua tightened his grip on Qingling's neck and said, "Do it now." Han Mo asked calmly, "Is it that simple?" He said, "I thought you'd have some clever trick now that you have my weakness. Turns out it's just forcing me to kill myself. An ant is indeed an ant. Your mind is only capable of so much. Liu aror dinanger, ate ful. You still dare to provoke me?" He sneered, "Old ghost. You're about to die. Don't even think about angering me." Li Hua continued, "I'm not stupid enough to fall for your taunts." He continued to tighten his grip on Qingling's neck, roaring, "Do it now, or I'll destroy her soul." Han Mo said calmly, "Who's taunting you? I'm just giving you a heads up." He continued, "A heads up about what I'm about to do." He immediately grabbed a clump of dirt and flipped it over. Han Mo said, "I originally thought that if I just buried it for a while, your son's soul would naturally disappear. But little friend Jian San predicted that you would use Linger to force my hand. He told me to use your son's soul to turn the tables on you. And he was right." Han Mo exposed Li Hua on the spot. "You really did it. Not only that, when you attacked just now, I understood. You killed your own son too." Han Mo said to Li Hua, "Look, who is this?" Li Hua was stunned, blurting out, "Hunger." Han Mo recalled the scene at the back gate of the immortal royal city and said, "That day when I was scouting, I happened to see a group of people taking your son out of the palace." Han Mo continued to twist the knife in Li Hua's wound. "Even a vicious tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. Yet you were willing to do it. You're truly trash." Li Hua was furious upon hearing this, charging straight up and roaring, "Enough! How could you understand my suffering? Old scoundrel Han Mo. I'll fight you to the death today." But Han Mo quickly jumped up. "Du Jing Li Wa." He looked at Li Hong's head in shock. Qingling's illusion then said, "It's true that I found your son's body, but what you just saw was just a shadow I created with an illusion." Han Mo also revealed, "Li Feng's soul. I've already helped it pass on." Han Mo said, "I'm not you. I wouldn't do something like using someone else's loved one to threaten them." Han Mo immediately spoke to end this battle. "Now that Linger is no longer in your hands. You have lost." He cast a spell, summoning countless dark shadows that surrounded Li Hua. He said, "Open the soul-annihilating tower, or don't blame me for being impolite." A moment later, Li Hua was seen to have accepted reality. "You're right. I'm not human. I killed my own son just to survive. I lost. He was puzzled. But I've already done it. What's done cannot be undone. Liwa skramad madli. I can't let hunger die in vain. I absolutely cannot just admit defeat. He released a large amount of dark, ghostly energy, roaring, I will absolutely not let you go. Hanemo was horrified. What? Li Hua's eyes were bloodshot. Die, old scoundrel. He had transformed into an ugly monster. Old scoundrel. Today, even if I have to devour the entire world, I must kill you. Li Hua spat out more and more black energy, threatening. You have no way out. At this moment, the scene shifts to the outskirts of Peerless City. Wu Zhe was beating Wang Chung to a pulp, shouting die. Wang Chung immediately stood up to counterattack. Wu Zhe was no pushover either. He punched Wang Chung hard to the ground. He counterattacked again, a knee strike to Wu Zhe's stomach. Relentlessly, Wu Zhe was knocked backward, coughing up blood. Only then did Wang Chung speak, asking, You are Wu Zhe, right? His face was like a demon's. He said, I've heard of your great name long ago. The most useless Saint King of a shaman clan. Barely became the clan leader. Also the weakest clan leader in history. Wu Zhe struggled to his feet at this moment. Stop, Wang Chung said in shock. Impossible. Your meridians should have been severed. Why can you still stand up? Wu Zhe remained calm, provoking. Less talk, more action. Let's continue. Wang Chung angrily threw a punch, sending him flying, roaring. Wang Chung cursed in frustration. Slow circulation of energy, sluggish limbs, slow movements. Useless. Fighting you is a waste of time. Useless. Fighting you is a waste of time. The image of Wu Zhe undergoing strict training in the past flashback. Wu Zhe is getting private lessons again. Why does he get special attention? And we don't. Keep your voice down. That's the privilege of the clan leader's son. At that time, Wu Zhe endured both his father's beatings and the gossip from outside. So what if he's the clan leader's son? That's right. His talent is also the worst among us. He was once again knocked down by his father. Wu Zhe's father finally let his son go. Today's lesson ends here. The mocking words of the world echoed in Wu Zhe's ears. The clan leader only used 1/10 of his power, and he couldn't take it. And he still wants to be the clan leader. How ridiculous. Hearing those heart-piercing words, he endured. I really don't know where he gets his confidence from. If my father were the clan leader, maybe I would be that confident too. Forget it. For his father's sake. Let's say a few less words. Wu Zhe struggled to his feet and asked with doubt. You know my past? Wang Chung laughed loudly. Useless. Wu Zhe also began to gather magic in his hand, saying, But it seems you don't know how I managed to do it. The powerful aura emanating from him horrified Wang Chung. This power, impossible. You useless thing. How could you unleash strength that surpasses even mine? Wu Zhe rushed towards him at the speed of light, saying, When I was young, I was indeed called useless. Compared to the geniuses in the clan, I was indeed like an ant since I was young. He recalled his childhood. Even when he was beaten black and blue, he still said to his father, Father, I can still take it. Wu Zhe continued, But I have never admitted defeat. No matter who it is, no matter which person, I will never submit. He raised his fist, clearly declaring, Even if you knock me down countless times, I will stand up again. That is who I am. Wu Zhe threw a punch straight into Wang Cheng's stomach, saying resolutely, So what if I'm useless? Today is the same. If there must be a winner, then why can't it be me? In the distance, only an explosion that sent dust flying could be seen, accompanied by Wang Cheng's angry roar. I'm not convinced. In a vast forest, a violent explosion like fireworks punctuated the scene. Wang Chung was beaten back to his original form. He opened his eyes, only to see Wu Zhe standing before him. Wang Chung stammered, You? He was again controlled by demonic power and fell to the ground. Impossible. Wu Zhe also couldn't believe it. Impossible. He fell to the ground, calmly letting out a breath. Phew, I can finally rest. At this moment, Lu Qin contacted him from afar, asking, How is it? Can you stand up? Wu Zhe immediately jumped up and said, I'm still fine. Just some superficial wounds and some damage to my muscles and bones. As long as my internal energy is fine. Give me a tease time and I can recover. Lu Qin gnawed on a pork leg and said leisurely, That's good. Later, I'll have to trouble you to go save Senior Hanemo. Wu Zhe didn't understand. His strength is greater than mine. Why would he need me to save him? He replied, Senior Hanmo's strength is indeed extraordinary. But he's facing Li Hua. I'm afraid he'll be at a disadvantage in terms of character. Wu Zhe asked curiously, You mean Li Hua will play tricks? That's right. Lu Chen's voice became serious. That day, if he hadn't insidiously captured my junior sister, I wouldn't have been controlled by him. We must be on guard. Wu Zhe forced himself to take a step, saying, In that case, I won't rest anymore. I'll recover as I go. By the time I reach the immortal demon city, I should be almost fully recovered. Lu Chen had no choice but to agree. Then I'll have to trouble you, Senior. Ching Chung asked worriedly, Senior brother, will Senior Han Mo be alright? Lu Chun said helplessly, A plan is a plan. I've done my best. From luring the tiger away from the mountain to giving Senior a plan. But Senior is an upright person. He refused to use the soul of Li Hua's son to protect himself. At this moment, at the immortal royal city, the palace was gradually collapsing. Li Hua continued, If that's the case, the outcome of Senior's battle is hard to predict. The monster transformed from Li Hua roared, Old man, give up. The flame of hope has been extinguished. It suddenly opened its giant, vortex-like mouth, intending to swallow Qingling, saying, Look who it is. Han Montauk shouted in alarm, King Ya. He quickly rushed over to catch Qingling. At this moment, both of them fell into Li Hua's mouth. He said darkly, Naive, you really went to save her. If you want to die, then let's have you go to the underworld together. Li Hua immediately closed his mouth, swallowing Han Mo and Qingling whole. He thought the two were dead, but Wu Zhe had saved them in time. He asked worriedly, Are you okay? Han Mo was puzzled. Why are you here? Veiyusha explained. Little friend Lu Chan guessed that you wouldn't use his method to deal with this villain, so he asked me to come save you. Han Mo was surprised. Little friend Lu Chan, he said with regret, It's my fault. If I had used his method and killed him just now, it wouldn't have come to this. At this moment, Wu Zhe soared up, landing a kick on Li Hua's face. Meanwhile, Han Mo heard at this sight, King Ah. Quickly hide in my ring. He looked up, only to see rocks falling from above. Veiyusha roared angrily, Beast. Shut your mouth for me. Then he said, Let's not talk about this anymore. First, let's kill this guy. Next, Wu Zhe pointed at the monster and said, He's about to be finished. Let's go together. The monster said, Who did you say is finished? It opened its mouth, spitting out a pile of dark spirits. The monster transformed back into Li Hua's original form. Wu Zhe just calmly mocked him. Still talking tough when you're about to die. Li Walauga sinisterly. Is that so? Then look around you. Souls full of dark energy surrounded Han Mo and Wu Zhe, constantly wailing. The smell of the living, save me, save me. Li Hua explaineth. These souls in the soul-annihilating tower have all endured all kinds of torture. Their 3 souls and 7 spirits are mostly incomplete. When they encounter complete people like you, they're extremely eager to devour you to supplement themselves. He laughed darkly. In the end, I am still the winner. The scene shifts to Lu Chen's side. As soon as he landed, he said, It's time. He said to Qing Chung, Follow my instructions and cast the spell. She replied, Yes. Qing Chung immediately closed her eyes and chanted. The vast heaven and earth, yin and yang never cease. 2 giant bone spurs immediately grew from the bushes. Qing Chung continued to chant. Within the image, there is number. Within the number, there is reason. Observe the image with the Tao. Speak of matters with reason. Lu Chan was sitting cross-legged on the Bagua diagram she created. Endless growth is beneficial. Moving in the opposite direction is also viable. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The 5 elements receive the command. She continued to chant. The 5 elements, Qian and Kun, with heaven as the example, with earth as the destiny. Qing Chung chanted in a loud voice. The 5 elements, Qian and Kun, with heaven as the command, with earth as the destiny. Ziling suddenly turned her head to look in another direction. A giant vortex appeared. She was puzzled. What's going on? Everyone looked up at the sky curiously. Look, in that formation over there. What kind of trick is that kid playing? The adjudicator thought to herself. As expected of the person I have my eye on. to be able to discover the mystery within. She immediately ordered her subordinate, "Act according to the plan." He replied, "Yes." The adjudicator looked at the pitch-black vortex in the sky, thinking with satisfaction, "Good thing I have you. My clan's plan is about to be completed. When we regain our freedom, I will definitely dote on you." Chun clapped his hands, chanting the incantation for the Qian Kuan formation. He shouted loudly, "Arise!" In an instant, all the pavilions were affected by the magic. The smoke and the vortex in the sky all converged towards the pavilions. Ling stood in the flames, puzzled. The power of the fire is dissipating. Could it be that kid's doing? She pouted and said, "Oomph." Finally, not only will the setting sun Imperial City fall into my hands, but all the races here will also kneel at my feet to be freed. The guy with the cool hairstyle asked curiously, "Is the final seal in our clan's territory?" The adjudicator replied, "It's not just you who doesn't know. I'm afraid many people don't know either." Within the Immortal Demon clan, only a loud, triumphant laugh could be heard. Who in the world would have thought that our clan would build our palace right on top of the seal? In another place, Han Mo and Wu Zhe were still struggling against those dark spiritual bodies. Just how many souls are there? We can't kill them all. Wu Zhe felt more and more uneasy. Unconsciously, too many people from the Immortal Demon clan had appeared around them. Something feels wrong. At this moment, a beam of light tore through the sky. Han Mo pulled Wu Zhe to carefully dodge the attack. That attack struck a dark energy monster directly. Wu Zhe still hadn't recovered from a shock. Stammering his thanks, Han Mo pointed forward. "Don't be so quick to thank me. Look who that is." Vaishya was shocked. The adjudicator of the Immortal Demon clan. He was puzzled. Where are they going? Han Mo guessed. It's not clear. But we've caused such a big commotion, and she's not even paying attention. There's definitely something wrong. Vaishya probed. Could it be related to our little brother over there? Han Mo replied, "Perhaps. If that's the case, we absolutely cannot let them leave." He said excitedly, "Are you ready for a big fight?" Wu Zhe was also ready, replying, What should I say? I've been ready for a long time." Wu Zhe immediately channeled his magic power, blowing away the dark energy monsters. The two of them charged forward to attack at the same time. On Lu Chen's side, he was still struggling against the vine monster. It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and lunged at him. Lu Chen used his hands to block its vine attack. Another vine whipped at him. Ling said urgently, "What are you waiting for? Why don't you just deal with it?" Lu Chen impatiently shouted, "Shut up." The girl replied shyly. He then explained, "Haven't you figured it out yet? Earth is the formation's eye, not the formation itself. The spell I cast earlier merely reversed the flow of power among the 5 elements. Although it weakened the other 4 elements, that weakened power didn't disappear. It will flow into the formations eye along with the collapse of the other elemental formations." Only then did Lu Chen reveal, "The water formation has not been broken yet. If I kill it, the elemental power will flow back again." He assumed an attack stance and said, "I have to hold it off. Otherwise, it will all be for nothing." At the same time, the scene shifts to the Immortal Demon clan. The subordinate with the cool hairstyle was puzzled. "This is the seal." He was extremely excited. "I never thought there would be another world beneath our clan's palace." Li Hua interrupted him. "There are still many things you don't know. Back then, the Adjudicator Lord was wise and powerful, single-handedly suppressing the guardian of the seal here." The 3 of them walked together to the iron cage holding the beast. Li Hua continued, "Then, she built the clan's palace on the seal. The main purpose was, at the critical moment, to kill the guardian of the seal. He was sealing the clan's command token." The adjudicator advanced with her sword. "The time is almost here." She looked at the beast and said, "After all these years, you've suffered. You will soon be free." The beast angrily slammed the ground, roaring, "Don't even think about it." At this moment, in the thick smoke, Han Mo's figure gradually appeared. "That's right." He pointed at her and shouted angrily, "Adjudicator, you are a villain." Wu Zhe was right beside him. "Today, I will represent the clans in this illusionary realm and carry out justice on behalf of heaven." The adjudicator turned to leave, ordering Li Hua, "Deal with them." He immediately replied, "Yes." Seeing her trying to flee, Han Mo and Wu Zhe immediately shouted, "Trying to leave? Don't even think about it." Han Mu and Wu Zhe immediately fell at Li Hua's feet. What is happening? Han Mo was equally confused. I'm not sure. There was a massive suction force just now. Could it be that brat playing tricks? The two continued to rush forward to stop the fake judge. You want to leave? No way. Li Hua spread his arms to block them. Hold on. Don't be in such a hurry to fight. That was just the appetizer. Now comes the main course. The two rushed forward in anger. You think you alone can stop us? Li Hua pointed around. It seems you two are truly ignorant. Take a good look around you. He pointed at the walls covered in strange symbols. Li Hua finally revealed the truth. This is the Ashen Altar, a place of sealing. The guardian of the seal was imprisoned by my master. But that doesn't mean the power of the seal itself is restricted. What a pity. Inside this seal, anyone below the great heavenly venerable realm cannot use their power. In other words, as long as you're inside this seal, you two are nothing but useless trash. Han Mo punched the ground in anger. That damn judge. He became anxious. Hey, if we can't use our power, then what should we do? Wu Yi was more optimistic. What are you afraid of? If we can't use it, neither can he. So the two rushed forward to besiege Li Hua. He quickly jumped up and unleashed his aura, knocking both of them to the ground. Idiots! Li Hua walked over. He grabbed them by the hair and lifted them up. He said smugly, I was granted power by the master, power that shares the same origin as hers. The two cursed angrily. Ha! You running dog of the judge. Li Hua snut up. Say whatever you want. He threw the two of them flying, threateningly. Today, both of you must die. Li Hua struck Han Mo hard with one hand, and easily launched a palm strike at Wu Yi with the other. The two were thrashed around by Li Hua like ragdolls. The scene shifts to another battlefield. Giant vines were flailing about. At this moment, Lu Chun quickly used a sword formation to block them. He hurriedly asked, Junior sister Ching Chung, are you done yet? She replied with effort. Almost there. At this moment, Ching Chung swung her long sword, throwing her sword forward. The sword pointed straight at the mass of slime. Done. Ching Chung immediately reported to Lu Chun. The water element power has begun to gather at the formation eye. Senior brother. Hearing this, he smiled with satisfaction. The mass of slime immediately entangled the vines. The monster writhed in pain. Lu Chun smiled. Now is the time. Evil sword strike. When the elements gather, it is the day of your destruction. Lu Chun shouted loudly. You ugly thing. I've tolerated you for a long time. The judge asked, Is it time? Are you done? She saw Lu Chun jumping up and said, Wait. He threw a punch downward, splitting the monster in two. The subordinate beside her spoke up. Success. Master, it is time. At this moment, the judge finally drew her sword and stepped forward. Finally, her blade emitted a terrifying black aura. Today is the day my clan restores its glory. The judge stabbed her sword into the monster's body. Use your fresh blood to pave the way for the future of our undead demon clan. The crowd below cheered joyfully. Long live Lord Judge. Long live the undead demon clan. Suddenly, strange magic appeared all around, causing everyone to panic. What is happening? A phenomenon in the sky. Suddenly, the guy with the cool hairstyle spoke up. You really are stupid. Who told you this was the final seal? The judge asked in astonishment. Who are you? How dare you deceive me? The guy with the cool hairstyle immediately tore off his disguise, saying, See who your lord is. Turns out that handsome guy is Wu Zhan. He shouted loudly, I am your grandfather, Wu Zhan. The judge was bewildered. That's not right. She looked at the chained beast, thinking in confusion. Why hasn't the seal opened yet? The seal should only be left in this place. What went wrong? Where's the mistake? Wu Zhan shouted. Brother Lu, you can make your move now. Lu Chun said smugly. I've been waiting for you to say that. He shouted. Seal. The judge panicked. Don't. Lu Chun slashed down with his sword, piercing through the monster's entire body, shouting loudly. Open for me. A beam of power shot straight into the sky, shattering the barrier above. The sky shattered, revealing the bright space outside. Everyone pointed at the sky and cheered. Look, it's the outside world. The seal is open. Great. We can finally go outside. Ziling was also stunned. How is this possible? Could it be that the other seals opened simultaneously? She turned to Lu Chun. thinking with a face full of suspicion. Looking at his expression, did he calculate this from the beginning? Looking at his aura, Ziling was extremely curious. What exactly is this man's background? At this moment, the judge slowly walked towards the beast. Wu Zhan was hiding behind a wall watching her. Then he turned to the two seniors. Senor, when I sneaked out, I saw Li Hua just entering. Before he can react, let's go. The two were surprised. Wu Zhan, Wu Yi asked suspiciously. Why are you here? Han Mo also didn't understand. The seal, just now, was. Wu Zhan hurriedly urged. Let's talk on the way. Wait until they react. We won't be able to leave even if we want to. On the way, Wu Zhan began to explain. Actually, initially I asked Brother Jian whether I should tell you too, but his meaning was, a strategy only works if it deceives one's own people, before it can deceive the enemy. When we broke the first seal, he told me, when the seal is broken, a stream of sealing power will be released. At this moment, on Lu Chen's side, the flag in his hand was gradually fading. Lu Chen stood on the top of the hill, looking down at the whole land, saying, months later, after breaking the seals and observing these seals, the conclusion he reached was, although ordinary people cannot detect that stream of power, this type of energy is the key to opening the illusionary realm, separating it from the real world. He hypothesized the mechanism of that power flow. Every time a seal is broken, it will be released, and those energies will attach to the other seals. Until the final seal is broken, all the energy is released, thereby opening the gate leading to the real world. On the night, we decided to act. He told me. Lu Chun continued to present the plan. If the undead demon clan wants to rush out first to attack the Luo Huang capital, then their speed must be fast enough. But the seals around the undead demon clan have been broken. If the gate opens in the territory of another faction, then the flaw in their plan is too obvious. From this, it can be deduced. The undead demon clan must be hiding a seal that no one knows about. They just need to break all the other seals, then activate that seal, thereby continuing to control the other races in this sealed land. And this time, breaking the four directions formation of Peerless City is the perfect opportunity to quickly execute the plan. Wu Zhan said. That's why we decided to beat them at their own game. Wu Yi was suspicious. Young friend Jian-san, he even thought of this level? Han Mo also chimed in. So that means from the very beginning, he knew the judge was plotting to use him. So he played along, to use her instead. Wu Zhan replied. That's right. That's why he arranged it. To ambush the judge. To let the judge break the seal she was hiding herself. Then he would open the seal on his side. That way, the undead demon clan's plan would collapse on its own. Han Mo and Wu Yi were stunned after hearing this. Then both of them burst into laughter. Wu Zhan was confused. Two seniors. What are you laughing at? Lu Yi Yokit. It seems we really are old. Truly, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. Han Mo agreed. That's right. Once I get out, maybe I'll retire. Finding a place to live in seclusion with Linger doesn't sound too bad. Just then, a loud explosion rang out. All three of them turned to look. Wu Zhan said in a panic. The seal near Wushuang City is starting to collapse. Senior, we need to go now. In an instant, that stronghold was blown to pieces. The Arbiter had noticed the commotion outside. Li Hua reported nervously. My lady, the seal has collapsed. Should we? He saw her let out a sneer, and then the Arbiter burst into triumphant laughter. Seeing her attitude, Li Hua was stunned. My lady, what's wrong? The Arbiter said, still laughing. It's been tens of thousands of years. You're the first person who has ever dared to plot against me. Her eyes were sharp, as expected of the one I've taken a liking to. You are worthy of being my puppet. The Arbiter immediately gave an order. Li Hua, led your clansmen and split up to hide. Wait for the opportunity to seize control of the gate. He immediately said, My lady, a matter of such importance. Aren't you going to command it personally? The Arbiter raised a hand shrouded in dark energy and said, I have something more important to do. She stated decisively, I must go and subdue that brat. This time, I will make him submit to me. Outside the main hall, tiles began to fall from the roof. Then, the entire palace collapsed with a deafening roar. All the palaces in that area suffered the same fate. Wu Zhan stood on high ground, laughing smugly. Good thing we ran fast. If we were any slower, I'm afraid. Suddenly, he noticed a streak of purple light shooting into the sky in the distance. He saw the Arbiter flying away at the speed of light. Everyone was shocked. The Arbiter. She's heading towards Wushuang City. Wu Zhan panicked. Oh no, she must be going after Jian-san. This is bad. What do we do now? The Arbiter has made her move personally. We're in big trouble this time. He urged everyone to set off. We have to get there as fast as we can. The three of us. Plus their 2 senior and junior siblings. We might barely be able to handle her. However, Wu King stopped him. No, we're not going, he explained. Facing the Arbiter, even if all 5 of us team up, we're no match for her. Han Mo had a plan. To defeat her, we can only split up. We must report her conspiracy to the higher-ups of the Wu clan and the other races. Wu King immediately agreed with the proposal. That's right. Only by uniting all the races in this land can we defeat her. Leave the Wu clan to me. Hearing this, Wu Zhan cupped his fists and accepted the order. Then I will go to Wushuang City. There are many high-level members of other races there. I will go and persuade them. Han Mo also eagerly volunteered. Then I will go to the Beast clan. Ling is the daughter of their clan chief. They want to sit by and watch. Wu King stroked his beard and bid them farewell. This is the best solution. Everything is ready. We can only hope that young friend Jian-san can hold out until we arrive. After discussing, the 3 of them went their separate ways. There's no time to delay. Let's move immediately. Everyone shouted in unison. Elsewhere, Lu Chun and Guy Zhaoyang were under constant attack. They struggled to fight off the surrounding tornadoes. Finally, Lu Chun collapsed to the ground, exhausted. He panted and said, I'm dead. The backlash from activating the seal's power was as intense as a full day of Grandmaster's hellish training. Suddenly, the dragon inside him gave a startled warning. Kid, something's coming. Based on its observation, it told Lu Chun, the one who's coming is no simple foe, at least a heavenly venerate. He widened his eyes in fear. A heavenly venerate? Could it be? The light grew closer. The figure became clearer. Lu Chun shouted in shock. The Arbiter! She shot downwards and slammed into the ground. Instantly, the earth shook. Rocks and pebbles shattered. Lu Chun was momentarily overwhelmed by the aura. He cried out, Damn it, I used too much power just now. I'm out of energy. Luckily, Ziling pushed him away in time. Careful! The aftershock from the judge's power hadn't dissipated yet. All the trees in the forest were snapped. The place where she landed turned into a bottomless pit. It shows how terrifying the destruction is. Lu Chun was unfortunately affected. He groaned and held his head. Ugh! But when he looked at his hand, he cried out in panic. Blood! However, this blood wasn't his. Lu Chun looked down at the unconscious Ziling. Princess! Fresh blood gushed from her mouth. But she still used her last bit of strength to comfort him. It's good that you're okay. Her voice grew quieter, urging him to run quickly. Lu Chun panicked and called out ceaselessly. Princess! Princess! Emotions rose to a peak. He screamed in despair. Princess! From within the thick dust. A mocking voice rang out. Fisk, I didn't expect my little slave to be so sentimental. How long have you been here? And you've already hooked up with the princess of Peerless City. Lu Chun glared at the judge with hatred. It's you. She laughed coldly. For so many years, no one has ever dared to scheme against me. You were the first. Having said that, she asked Lu Chun back. Brat, tell me, how should Big Sister punish you? In the following moments, the whole forest echoed with the sounds of fighting and loud collisions. But the one being crushed was Lu Chun. His whole body was knocked flying. Before he could regain his composure, the judge's hand reached out from the dust, tightly gripping Lu Chun's neck. She casually threw him hard onto the ground. His whole body slammed into a rock slab. Just then, Lu Chun ran over, seeing Ziling lying dying on the ground. Princess! She turned her head and saw Lu Chun defeated. Senior brother. She ran to shake him, encouraging him. Senior brother, hang in there. The judge stepped forward, her voice sharp and threatening. Get lost. However, Lu Chun replied sternly. No way. She didn't say much, directly using magic to lift Lu Chun into the air. She stroked her face strangely. Truly a beautiful face. It would be a pity to kill you. The judge threatened sinisterly. How about I turn you into a puppet? That way, you can stay by your senior brother's side forever. Suddenly, Lu Chun threw his sword straight at her hand. Let go of my junior sister, you old hag. He stood up proudly and declared, we're not done fighting yet. What's wrong? Looking down on me? The judge looked contemptuous. I advise you to obediently lie still. She displayed dark power in front of him as a warning. I don't want my favorite slave to turn into a cripple. Just as she finished speaking, she launched a heavy palm strike at Lu Chen's chest. The air instantly swirled into a tornado. She just waved her hand once. Lu Chun flew into a corner. He screamed in pain. Lu Chen closed his eyes helplessly, preparing to accept his fate. Is this the existence of a heavenly venerable? Completely impossible to resist. However, Israel had not given up yet. I must think of a way. At this rate, Junior's sister and the princess will both be in trouble. But the judge didn't give him time. She teleported behind him, whispering, where are you looking? Immediately after, a kick to his back, stomping him face down into the ground. Not done yet. She added another kick, kicking him flying to the side. The judge pinned Lu Chun to the ground, using her arm to lock his neck tight. Blood started spurting from his mouth. She asked him, how is it? Do you know the gap between us now? Beg me. I might consider keeping a bit of your consciousness when I turn you into a puppet. Lu Qingsheng rushed up to resist. Let go of my senior brother, old hag. The judge glared angrily, slapped her hard. Lu Qingsheng was instantly slapped, flying 100 meters. Her weak body hit a tree trunk, and she fainted. Lu Chan was paralyzed on the ground, shouting loudly, Junior's sister. The judge continued to mock him. I ask you one more time, will you submit to me now? Or should I teach you until you submit? However, he still had the guts to spit in her face. Just like that. The judge had her face covered in Lu Chen's contemptuous spit. He sneered. I have no interest in an old hag with flabby flesh like you. Don't make people nauseous. His arrogant action terrified the black dragon. We're done for. You really angered her. Big time. This time it's really big. That the judge's pride was hurt. Since you looked down on me so much, then talking is useless. Whether I am flabby or not, you can slowly experience it with your own body. Saying that, she gently pressed on his chest. A stream of demonic energy flooded into his body. Consider this a farewell gift. The terrifying power seemed to drain Lu Chen's life force. The judge bid an intimate farewell. He groaned in pain. The black dragon panicked. We're done for. This brat's consciousness is fading. This time even I am done for. What should we do? Just at this moment, a halo appeared before its eyes, while the judge was still smugly torturing Lu Chen's body. Ha ha! She laughed excitedly. This brat is mine now. Ha ha! Power erupted into the sky, echoing throughout the forest. The judge licked her lips. It's been a long time since I felt this satisfied. This brat is considered dealt with. Done. She prepared to deal with the rest. Next is to turn these two into puppets, especially that princess. Using her to threaten the people of Peerless City couldn't be more appropriate. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang in her ear. Hey, a great heavenly venerable. Bullying juniors and then planning to leave just like that? The judge turned around in astonishment. She couldn't believe what was before her eyes. Impossible. How can you still stand up? No. This aura, you are not him. Who exactly are you? A blinding halo appeared. Who I am is not important. Lu Chun, now seemingly energized with new power, spoke arrogantly. What's important is, you bullied my grand disciple. So I must use the exact way you treated him to bully you back properly. Just then, Wu Zhan flew over. From afar, he saw this dazzling scene. This is Lu Chun casting a spell to gather light. The whole space instantly transformed with his magnificent colors. Everyone shouted in surprise. The crack in the sky has been sealed again. Even Lu Qingsheng, who was holding Zi Ling and hiding aside, was astonished. Oh, what is going on? A giant tree fell down, almost hitting the two of them. Lu Qingsheng looked nervously at Lu Chun. Is this really senior brother? She was truly shaken. This domineering feeling, it's as if he turned into a different person. Clean up complete. Lu Chun breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that's done. The judge was furious, glaring at him. What did you do? In her eyes now, there was only killing intent. I spent so much effort to break the seal. What magic tool did you use to seal that crack again? Her eyes pinned on Lu Chun. I was just one step away from freedom. I absolutely will not let anyone stand in my way. The judge rushed forward. wanting to tear him apart. Even if it's you, I will definitely not spare you. Even if I have to kill you. A sharp aura like a sword rushed forward. But upon hitting Lu Chun, it shattered into pieces. He sneered. This, unknown when he had teleported in front of the judge. Truly a frog in the well. She widened her eyes. What? Lu Chun raised his finger, preparing to attack. I will show you what the world outside the well looks like. Just as he finished speaking, she immediately attacked. The judge was distracted. Glancing behind, he seized the opening, kicking her flying with one kick. Then he fired a blast of spiritual power. The judge cried out weakly twice. Watching the judge's figure fly far away, he exclaimed, Ooh, flew quite far, huh? At this moment, Lu Qingcheng walked up from behind, hesitantly asked, Senior brother, are you okay? Lu Chun was busy looking for the enemy's figure. Hearing this, he turned around, pointed at her, frowned. Oh, it's you. Then, as if remembering something, she excitedly grabbed Lu Qingcheng's soft hand, exclaiming, You must be the junior sister that brat always mentions. Jiaoxi's disciple? That brat isn't bad, huh? He has a unique eye for things. Su Yuanxia didn't hesitate to reach out, eyes shining. Not bad, but is perky too. My grand disciple has someone to rely on. Lu Qingcheng was a bit embarrassed, trying to push him away. Senior brother, why you? What's wrong? Be normal again. In his consciousness, Lu Chen watched this scene through his own eyes. Couldn't help but complain. Master, can you be a bit decent? At this rate, how can I face junior sister in the future? Su Yuanxia was possessing and controlling his body, smirked meaningfully. I'm picking a wife for my grand disciple. Do I need you to teach me? Causing such a big mess. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Stay put obediently for me. Hearing this, Lu Chun obediently turned away. Yes, master. The black dragon beside him heard this, surprised until his eyes widened. Master, how many heaven-defying existences are hidden in this brat's soul sea, and each one is stronger than the last. Su Yuanxia reached out to stroke Lu Qingcheng's face. Lu Qingcheng was struggling to stop her rude behavior. Senior brother, no. Su Yuanxia smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. I like this reaction. On the other side, the judge, having been knocked away, crashed through several mountains. Her clothes were tattered, struggling to hold her wounded body. Panting. She frowned with just a slight movement, forehead dripping with sweat. Ugh. The judge finally exploded in rage at this moment, roaring, I don't care who you are. Stealing my people, sealing the teleportation gate, and injuring this beautiful body of mine. Instantly, a stream of evil energy enveloped her. A new set of battle armor appeared on her body. Her whole body's power also became stronger. I absolutely will not spare you. Su Yuanxia used a perverted gaze, staring at Lu Qingcheng teasingly. Tell me, how did you meet my grand disciple? Lu Qingcheng blushed, voice as small as a mosquito's buzz. Senior brother, what's wrong with you? Lu Chun on this side saw that scene, threw a look of contempt. Truly worthy of being master. The black dragon was silent for a moment. The next second, it alertly reported, I sense an extremely powerful aura. It's that woman, the judge. In another place, people looked up at the phenomenon appearing in the sky, faces full of horror. Look quickly. What is that in the sky over there? What now? Wu Zhan heard everyone's shouts, immediately observed. Then he held his head and shouted, This aura is the judge. I must go there quickly. Meanwhile, on this side, Su Yuanxia was still smiling, pinching Lu Qingcheng's cheek. She blushed, frowning slightly. Senior brother. Oh no. Suddenly, an overwhelming power appeared. Lu Qingcheng looked up. The judge was hovering in midair. Looking at their intimacy, she spoke. You guys are really leisurely, huh? Although I don't know who you are, but since you dared to ruin my plans, don't blame me for being cruel. Finished speaking, she created countless sharp spears. She pouted disdainfully. Is this all the skill you have? I thought you would know your place and give up. The judge narrowed her eyes. You were the first to dare look down on me. But you will also be the last. Just as she finished speaking, countless sharp spears attacked brutally in succession. Lu Qingcheng suddenly turned her head and shouted, Senior brother, over here. The black dragon gritted its teeth, glaring. We're in trouble. Lu Chen also pursed his lips, silently observing his master. That man's figure still didn't move at all. She let those sharp spears fall, piercing through the ground. The surrounding civilians were also affected. Their houses and trees were destroyed. They cried for help helplessly. Help! Help! The judge laughed triumphantly, screaming, all of you die. Every living being. Everything. I will use your fresh blood to pave the way for the resurgence of my undead demon clan. She threw another giant sharp spear to the ground. A black hole formed from it. Countless roots extended from within, tightly wrapping and burning the surrounding trees. She pouted. Burnt to ashes already? This is the consequence of opposing me. She triumphantly declared loudly. All living beings in this sealed land, listen up. I am the judge of the undead demon clan. Below, innocent people fell to the ground. Corpses piled up in the fields. Wu Zhan held the man in his arms, gritting his teeth and glaring at the judge. Her excited voice rang out again. Now that the seal has been lifted, Peerless City also belongs to me. I don't need to pretend anymore. Just one word. Either submit to my clan. From the forest, her subordinates rushed out as if granted amnesty. Li Hua led the way shouting, Master has succeeded. Everyone prepare. Brothers, kill all these foreign races for me. Those demons rushed out, killing all the civilians who intended to resist. The judge glanced with interest, smiling and continuing, or die. But no matter what you choose, you must all submit to me. All of you will submit to me. Ha ha ha. The judge looked at the chaotic scene and pouted. That brat has turned to dust. The seal will naturally break. Next, she looked up at the sky. Her whole body shook. Unbelievable. Why is it like this? The seal is still there. Could it be that Brad isn't dead yet? While thinking, she looked down at the place burning fiercely below. Searching. Where is he? Where exactly is he? She gritted her teeth. Just as the judge lost patience, Lu Chen appeared. The judge swung her sword as soon as she sensed his existence. The blade touched his body. Unexpectedly, it shattered into 1,000 pieces. The judge was stunned. A cold voice rang out again. How many times do I have to say it for you to understand? Raising his hand, majestic spiritual power poured out, hanging the judge straight up on an execution formation. The judge was unreconciled. She gritted her teeth and said, Impossible. Just now I failed because I didn't use my full strength. Now I have used my full strength. Why? Why did I still fail? Who exactly are you? Why protect this brat? Lu Chen approached, reaching out to stroke the judge's hair, pouting and saying, Want to know my name? You are not worthy. Gently touching the judge's chest. Then pulling hard, the thin outer garment was torn apart. The judge gritted her teeth. You! How dare you? Before she could finish speaking, he continued to act, causing the judge to cry out weakly. You! Lu Chen glanced sideways. His hand touched the judge's slender waist. Voice low. You? I gave you a chance to get lost. Didn't expect you to come back to throw your life away. While speaking, he used spiritual power to tear every piece of cloth on the judge's body. The judge turned her face away, pursing her lips, cheeks flushed. He looked straight at the judge, asking with a face full of doubt, What is this expression of yours? Could it be you like being abused? This expression of yours. Did I hit the mark? Immediately after, he squeezed the judge's chin, forcing her to turn back and look at him, until he choked the judge. She finally screamed, Bastard! Bastard! The judge flapped her wings to escape the control. Her whole body only had a few pieces of cloth left, barely covering the important parts. Lu Chun looked at the judge with interest. The judge clenched her fists in anger, but she knew her body had limits, so she cursed loudly. Don't think just because you're stronger than me, you can order me around. Brat, next time we meet, you won't be so lucky. After speaking, she immediately left. Seeing this, Lu Chen hurriedly said, Master. She ran away. Aren't we going to chase her? Master crossed her arms, looking in the direction the judge left. Spoke. Chase what chase? If she runs, let her run. She can't cause any waves anymore anyway. There are many things to do next. Why waste time on her? Lu Chen didn't quite understand. Master, what do you mean? That undead demon clan. I think they don't need to exist anymore. Time for genocide. And the guy who dared to threaten you. He deserves to die the most. In another place, the remaining demons still didn't know what had happened. They questioned a group of fishmen. You guys, where are the remaining elders? Liwashuka a fishman. Threatening. Speak. Otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. The fishman snorted coldly, determined not to say a word. Scum! I won't betray my compatriots, even if I die. Li Waruarat decisively stabbed down with his sword. The fisherman collapsed, stroking the sword blade, looking at the people of the other clans, threatening. I won't ask a second time. People of other clans, see clearly. This is the end for those who dare to oppose our undead demon clan. An elder kneeling on the ground glared and shouted, "You undead demon clan are so brutal. Sooner or later you will face retribution." Li Hua glanced at the old man, raising his eyebrows. Retribution? If there really is retribution, you won't live to see that day either. He immediately raised his sword, preparing to chop down. A cold voice came from behind. "Umph. So you're Li Hua." Li Hua turned to look at him. Suspicious. Jian San, stunned for a moment. Li Hua raised his sword and questioned. "Lord Judge succeeded." "No. Even if you turned into a puppet." "No. Master should be here." "What do you want to do?" "Where is Lord Judge?" Su Yuanxia's eyes, who was inside Lu Chen's body and called Jian San, flashed with a hint of killing intent. "Umph. She abandoned you and ran away. Now no one can save you. Next, it's your turn. Deceiving my disciple into the sealed land and threatening him to work for you. This debt, pay it with your life." Li Hua touched his chin, pondered for a moment, then laughed coldly. "Brat, you act really well. Almost scared me. If I didn't know you were full of tricks, I would have almost taken a bait. You think you can fight Lord Judge with just your ability? I don't know what good points a brat like you has that makes Lord Judge so lenient with you." As Li Hua spoke, evil energy enveloped his whole body. The people of other clans in the room were blown away by that powerful aura. Li Hua snurta coldly. "Umph. Good. Although I don't know what trick you used to escape Master's hands, it just gives me a chance for revenge. Onwere revenge. Today I will settle it with you." Lu Chun still leaned casually against the pillar, pouting. "You really aren't afraid of death. Trying to provoke me with his cat scratch kung fu? Watch closely." Master and Lu Chen's body immediately reached out. A burst of power exploded, collapsing the entire room. This is true strength. "You insect." Li Hua was pinned tight, gritting his teeth and roaring. "What?" Su Yuanxiao walked over slowly, tone full of mockery. "You undead demon clan are truly weak, yet confident. What do you have to provoke me?" She emphasized each word. "What do you have to fight me?" Li Hua comforted himself. "Impossible. How can this brat be so fierce?" He turned his head to order. "Guards, where are the guards? Come here quickly. All of you come here and stop him for me." Su Yuanxia's mouth curled into a smile, squinting at the spiritual power in her hand, laughing coldly. "Your strength is mediocre, yet you act so confident. You get into character fast, too. Use your stupid brain. If you can't figure it out, I can give you a hint. I walked in openly through the front door. Think about it. Think about those subordinates of yours." Li Hua was stunned. "What?" he thought. "Impossible. Impossible." Such tall and big guards were dealt with by him silently. Li Hua suddenly turned around, screaming, "Can't beat him. I absolutely can't beat him. I can't die. I definitely cannot die." Seeing the people of other clans blocking his way, Li Waruarat. "What do you want to do? Get out of my way. Don't think I'm afraid of you." Su Yuanxia finally couldn't hold back anymore. Rushed up. "Still playing dumb at this point? You really don't know your place." Li Hua took a full palm strike, falling flat on the ground. Eyes rolled back. Su Yuanxia walked over and sat down. Spoke calmly. "I originally intended to kill you to avenge my disciple, but you acted like a fox borrowing the tiger's might. Borrowing until your mind isn't clear. Can't even see the situation. Since that's the case, let me mercifully teach you a lesson before you die. What is humility and the correct way to apologize?" Li Hua saw that look on his face, immediately panicked, stammering. "You, what do you want to do?" Su Yuanxia turned to the elder from before with interest, asked, "Hey, old man over there, I ask you, what cultivation do you have?" That elder respectfully cupped his hands and replied, "This humble one is untalented, not equal to the young hero. My cultivation is lowly, not worth mentioning." Su Wanya glanced at Li Hua, reached out and lifted him up, placed a large seal on him, then said, "Saint King realm is indeed a bit low, but kicking him once should be enough." Li Hua looked confused. "One kick," a calm voice slowly rang out. "Just now he wanted to kill you, but didn't succeed. I'll set a basic rule. It's not your turn to kill him, but you can rush up and kick him once. Don't worry, I calculated it. With this kick, Only his lungs will be pierced by bone spurs. He won't die in a short time. The elder hesitated a bit. Young hero, doing this. Su Yuanxia glanced at him matter-of-factly. Said, don't be so formal. Just asking you. Are you going to avenge this grudge or not? If not, let me know. I'll find someone else. He still stood stunned. This? Li Hua jumped up in fear. Threatening. You dare. If you dare to touch me. Lord Judge will definitely not spare you. The elder didn't say much more. Directly kicked, right in the middle of the seal. Don't mention Lord Judge anymore. Still running your mouth when death is near. If I don't kick this kick today, how can I be worthy of the clan members who died at your hands? How can I avenge the grudge? Li Hua was kicked weak and lay flat on the ground. Su Yuanxia threw her head back and laughed loudly. Good kick. Huh. Old man, you are straightforward. Must have such momentum. The black dragon crossed its arms. Glanced at Lu Chun. Brat. Is your master usually this shocking? Pouted and denied. What? I don't know either. Don't ask me. Li Hua weakly propped himself up, coughing so much he couldn't speak. You? Cough cough. Brat. Consider this your win. Kill me. Kill me. Su Yuanxia smiled happily. Approached and grabbed his hair. Attitude is much better. But unfortunately, it's still not enough. Your debt hasn't been fully paid yet. You still owe me a lot. Pay slowly. No ruse. Su Yuanxia dragged Li Hua in front of the clans that were just threatened to offer him. Come here. Come here. Fellow compatriots. Those of the Fishman clan who were just killed. All come here for me. One stab each person. Stab into the spot I drew. Don't miss. Liwa panika. Don't. The fishmen took the opportunity to raise their swords and rush forward. Skum Liwa. You also have this day. Killing my patriarch. Today I will make you die without a whole corpse. Li Hua looked at them trembling, begging. I was wrong. Great lords, please be magnanimous. Spare me. In the main hall, his screams were ceaseless. A full hour later, Li Hua, covered in wounds, begged. Kill me. I beg you to kill me. Su Yuanxia pretended to look at him with regret. Seems like the revenge was successful. Seems like you also learned what humility is. Very good. Li Hua was like a soulless corpse, constantly begging. Kill me, please, I beg you. Su Yuanxia stopped smiling, gritted her teeth, and said, this time, it's my turn. Everyone looked at the power Lu Chen's master used. Eyes full of horror. Divine fire. Su Yuanxia pondered for a moment, eyes thoughtful. Don't worry, I will control it delicately. The divine fire will suppress your bloodline first, then slowly erode your remaining spirit, finally taking over your will. Moreover, you won't go to hell with the divine fire. Even your soul won't be burned away. While there is still time, turn to ashes. Repent quickly. Li Hua was trampled under her foot. Speechless. She immediately kicked hard. Die for me. Amid those things. He got his wish. Divine fire flared up, swallowing him completely. Li Hua struggled painfully in the divine fire. Su Yuanxia watched him gradually fade away. Only a hat remained. Su Yuanxia Drulit Hadips said to the elders behind, the undead demon clan is dead. The seal is also lifted immediately. You should seize the moment of freedom quickly. It is waving at you. The clan leaders were stunned for a moment, then immediately knelt respectfully, saying in unison, thank you, hero, for saving us. Su Yuanxia calmly walked out of the main hall, then ran for her life, shouting, we're done for. Just busy playing. Forgot the time. Lu Chen squinted at her. Master, where are you rushing to? Su Yuanxia raised her eyebrows, calmly replied, I'm not rushing anywhere. I'm rushing to save you. He widened his eyes. Save me. Su Yuanxia lay flat on a patch of grass. Continued. I occupied your body. The power used exceeded its tolerance limit. If not released, I'm afraid your meridians and cultivation will be crippled. Lu Chun was horrified hearing this. What? Then blamed her again. Master, why didn't you say so earlier? Su Yuanxia saw his appearance. Smirked smugly. Be content. If I hadn't saved you, you would have died 10,000 times. No more talking. Brat, come visit us when you have time. Saying that, she gently patted his head. Lu Chen pouted. I know, master. She sighed. Step back a few steps. That's all for today. Goodbye. Lu Chun saw she was about to fade. Hurriedly reached out to stop. Master, wait. Before he could finish speaking, Su Yuanxia's soul body had left. Lu Chen woke up in his own body. Just opened his eyes. A severe pain hit him, causing him to let out a miserable scream. Ah! He gritted his teeth, holding his head, enduring. Sure enough, it's this painful feeling. Body feels like it's being torn apart. Master! In the dense forest, his ear-piercing scream echoed. Master! Next time remember to give a heads up. In another place, the seal was broken. The blue sky appeared. Everyone fell freely from the sky. Lu Qingsheng held Zi Ling in her arms, looking up at the sky worriedly. Senior brother, where are you? I didn't expect breaking the seal to be such a great calamity. I don't know where senior brother is. If something happens to him, what should I do? Zi Ling in her arms suddenly woke up, took out an object. Use this to find him. This is the secret treasure of our peerless city. The necklace and ring are originally a set, divided into 2 parts. I used this before to follow you two into the seal. Lu Qingsheng heard this, took the object with determined eyes. So that's it. Cannot delay. Senior brother, wait for me. She immediately rushed out of that chaotic land. In the forest, Lu Chun was paralyzed on the ground, gritting his teeth and cursing. Master, you didn't say breaking the seal would cause such a big commotion. Looking at the loose soil beneath him, signs of collapse, but his whole body was powerless, lamenting silently. I'm done for. This time I'm definitely dead. He gritted his teeth, widened his eyes. Done for. The ground immediately collapsed, gathering his last bit of strength to jump up. Rolled over. Lu Chen looked down, exclaimed in surprise. 4 sacred mountains. So this sealed land is right above the 4 sacred mountains. Wait, now is not the time to think about these things. About to crash, just as he was hovering in midair. Lu Qingsheng and Zi Ling appeared in time. Qingsheng reached out to him. Senior brother, quickly grab my hand. Just then, a fragment hit her hand, causing her to cry out in pain. Lu Chen looked at her, thinking, done for, about to crash into them. Just as he closed his eyes, waiting for death, Zi Ling rushed over and hugged him tight. Her face flushed red, avoiding his gaze. You saved me. I return it to you. There are words, cannot be spoken. I hope you don't ask either. Just treat it all as a dream. Lu Chen was a bit stunned, but before he could react, Zi Ling hugged him tightly, turned around. You saved me. Now I save you. He looked at her and shouted, Hey, you will die if you do that. Let me go. Zi Ling kissed him without hesitation. Shut up. Forget me. And live on. Goodbye. She interlaced her 10 fingers tightly. Below the seal, the 4 sacred mountains were gradually destroyed by countless fragments. Everyone exclaimed, Look quickly. Something is flying towards us. They started running in panic. Help! Run quickly. The saint looked up at the fragments destroying this place, whole body trembling. Oh God, does heaven want to destroy my 4 sacred mountains? Impossible. This land, after going through the calamity, in the 364th year of the imperial calendar, the conspiracy of the 4 sacred mountains was broken by Jian San. The sealed land, sealed for 10,000 years, was also released. Although the seal was broken, it fell onto the 4 sacred mountains, taking the Yin Huang dynasty as the center. Dozens of forces around the 4 sacred mountains suffered a devastating blow. Countless lives were crushed by giant meteorites. And the place that bore the brunt first was the 4 sacred mountains located right below the seal. Just like that, the 4 sacred mountains, the peak power glorious for 1,000 years in the green domain, disappeared into the river of history. A man sighed and walked to the cliff, picked up a book, looking into the distance. Sigh, reap what you sow. Scene shifts to 100 Flowers sect. Disciples in the sect started buzzing with discussion. Heard anything yet? Recently, in the areas hit by meteorites, people found a lot of treasures. 2 female disciples here were also discussing the found magical treasures. Definitely true. Magical treasures. Countless pills. Someone even found emperor-level martial arts. Emperor level. But no matter how good the treasure is, with our strength, I'm afraid we won't get anything. What you said is true. After all, our 100 Flower sect is just a small sect. Wait until those big sects finish looting. I'm afraid only leftovers will be left for us. Just then, a girl walked over and spoke. What are you two talking about? All day long, apart from gossiping, what else do you know? Is today's homework done? The two girls whispered. Not yet. She raised her eyebrows. Then why don't you hurry and do it? This girl is Han Jing. She raised her eyebrows. Said coldly. Then why don't you hurry and do it? The two girls replied weakly. Yes. She is Han Jing. Han Jing tilted her head and asked the maid Xiaoyu beside her about the medicine bath. Xiaoyu heard this and was a bit troubled. Stammered to speak. It's ready. It's just. Han Ying waved her sleeve, cutting her off. Things have come to this point. No buts. If it's ready, bring the medicine to my room quickly. Xiaoyu looked at her back. Could only reply. Yes. In Han Jing's room, Xiaoyu sat aside, pursed her lips and asked, Senior sister, does doing this really work? Han Jing replied directly. I don't know. This matter is defying heaven to change fate. Whether it succeeds or not, I'm not sure either. We just need to do our best. The rest depends on this brat's luck. The person saved by the girls, unexpectedly, was Lu Chun, whole body covered in wounds, sitting in the middle of the room, receiving Han Jing's treatment. That night, 100 Flowers sect finished the treatment. Han Jing breathed a sigh of relief. Let's leave it like this for now. We've done what we can. Next, it depends on him. Xiaoyu put a pill into his mouth. She looked at Lu Chun with scrutiny. Asked senior sister, I don't understand. Why must we give our all for a stranger we don't know? Even the precious nirvana pill. Han Ying used to repeat calmly. Cultivating immortality is cultivating the body and mind. Have you forgotten? Master often said, saving a life is better than 1,000 years of cultivation. Xiaoyu was still unreconciled, but Han Jing had turned away, sighed, and changed the subject. Xiaoyu, you're still young. You work hard today too. Let's go see if there's anything to eat. Xiaoyu pouted, frowned, looked at Lu Chun with dissatisfaction. Stinky man. Senior sister spent so many resources and effort to save you. If you dare to die, I won't spare you. Han Jing hadn't gone far. Vaguely heard it. Spoke up. Xiaoyu, what are you saying? Xiaoyu weakly chased after. Nothing. I'm coming. In the room. His finger moved slightly. Han Jing covered her mouth. Whispered to her. Xiaoyu, don't frown anymore. Be good. There will be flour cakes to eat later. Xiaoyu instantly got excited. Really? Senior sister is the best. Finished speaking, she rushed to hug Han Jing. She scolded. Let go quickly. What kind of behavior is this? Xiaoyu hugged even tighter. Not letting go. I want to hug senior sister forever. 100 Flowers sect. Two disciples guarding the gate suddenly heard noise. Alertly looked at the main gate. The next second, a powerful force hit. The main gate burst open. The two female disciples were knocked away by the pressure. A group of people swaggered and shouting. Get lost. You two sluts dare to block the way? I, Xiong Kuan, am here. Call the manager of your sect out here, quickly. Coincidentally, Xiaoyu and Han Jing were just passing by. A rude voice rang out. Well, don't want to go? Not going is fine too. I am Xiong Kuan. He pointed at the brothers behind him. Eyes malicious. Stay and play with these brothers of mine for a bit. That's not impossible either. How about it? The two female disciples trembled looking at the men ogling them. I'll take these two. Senior brother Xiong is mighty. A toad wanted to eat swan meat. These two ladies naturally must be enjoyed by senior brother Xiong first. Not your turn. Xiong Kuan heard them arguing. Spittle flying everywhere, shouting, What's the rush? 100 Flowers sect is full of women. No need to fight over these two brats. Wait until we occupy their sect. These women will all be in our pockets. At that time, play however you want. I guarantee it's better than ascending to heaven. So, brothers, everyone must work hard for me today. Establish merit. We'll have priority in choosing women. Understood. Everyone heard this. Moral y sword. Answered in unison. Understood. Han Jing stepped forward. Shouted coldly. Who dares to barge into my 100 Flowers sect? Xiaoyu immediately attacked first, kicking Xiong Kuan flying with one kick. Han Jing coordinated to land a few more critical hits, leaving him no strength to resist. She looked at this pig with contempt. Spoke. I thought it was some big shot. Turns out it's you. Xiong Kuan of the Ghost Wolf sect. She looked at him, struggling on the ground, eyes full of disdain, looking down from above, truly refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Warned you last time. Still dare to come. Your Ghost Wolf sect is a righteous sect after all, yet doing such shameful things. I advise you to lead these bastards out of 100 Flowers sect. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The other two female disciples also gathered their courage, stood up to shield behind Han Jing. So cool. Get out of 100 Flowers sect. Xiong Kun propped himself up, wiped the blood from his mouth, sneered. Not bad. Spicy enough. I like women like you. Today I must have you. Han Ying gritted hartit. Looking at him like looking at a pile of trash. Scum, you asked for this. Let me clean up the sect for the Ghost Wolf sect. D. Just as she prepared to finish them off, Xiong Kun was not afraid at all. Quickly pulled out an object. Want to kill me? See what this is? Han Jing recognized the object. Frowned. What is this? The official seal of the Ghost Wolf sect. Xiong Kun looked at her lustfully, laughed coldly. Oomph. Did you think I was stupid enough to come find you without preparation? Oomph. I'll be straight. This time I came under master's orders. If you don't comply, another day my sect will flatten your mountain gate. Han Jing heard this, pursed her lips in thought. Xiong Kun's smug voice rang out again. Oomph. Now I ask one last time. Surrender and serve us brothers. Or let us hunt you down and kill you all. Spare no one. Xiao Yu beside couldn't help speaking up. Fox borrowing tiger's might. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Then she whispered in Han Jing's ear. Senior sister, this guy is very cunning. I think he's just bluffing. Ignore whatever Ghost Wolf sect. Kill him, then figure it out. Han Jing said helplessly. No, this is likely true. Cannot kill him. I heard early on. Ghost Wolf sect wants to take advantage of the recent collapse of the imperial dynasties. Chaotic order. To establish new rules and found a sect. Now they are at their peak. Even if not thinking for ourselves. Must think for the junior sisters. Not to mention what kind of people Ghost Wolf sect recruits. Just their strength alone. We're no match. As far as I know, Ghost Wolf sect has 1 Emperor Realm expert. Besides that, there are 9 King Realm experts. Below King Realm, countless. Once conflict arises, I'm afraid we will be razed to the ground immediately. If that really happens, causing countless casualties to junior sisters. How can we face Master? Xiao Yu understood the situation. Also deflated. This matter. Xiong Kun stepped forward. Reached out his pig hand to grab her chin. Seems you are very sensible. Speak. I see your expression. Must have made up your mind. Tonight, are you on top? Or am I on top? Han Jing widened her eyes. Silent. A long while later, she looked at the junior sisters behind her again. Silent. Xiong Kun urged. Speak quickly. I'm running out of patience. She finally made up her mind. Trembling said, Today I will go with you. Just then, an arrogant voice rang out. Who is that? Where is this? What era is it to still have such stupid things? Everyone's attention was immediately attracted. Simultaneously turned their eyes to Lu Chun. Han Jing was stunned. He's awake. A henchman of Xiong Kun leaned in, pointing. Senior brother. This guy looks so dazed. Does 100 Flowers sect have such a person? Xiong Kun looked at him alertly. No, 100 Flowers sect only accepts female disciples. This brat is not one of them. Lu Chun frowned, veins popping on his broad forehead. Who caused me to bleed so much from my nose? Step out. Xiong Kun stood in the corner, pursing his lips thinking. Look at his appearance. Doesn't seem to have good intentions. Just stay put and see first. Next, Lu Chun pointed at Han Ying. Rolled his eyes. Could be you guys? Did you give me the Nirvana pill? Lu Chun approached, making Han Jing a bit confused. Stammering. Yes. So what? Hearing the answer, he was furious. Clenched his fist and scolded. You are too stupid. What use is a rank 4 pill to me? The medicinal power of a rank 4 pill cannot penetrate my protective spiritual energy. Not only did it not save me, but it also caused medicinal power to accumulate in my body, causing me to overheat. Look, my nosebleed is all your fault. Hurts like hell. Han Jing was scolded by him torrentially. Hurriedly waved her hands. Tears welling up. Speechless. Xiong Kun and the others looked at each other. Silent. Xiao Yu saw her senior sister being wronged. Couldn't take it anymore. Jumped out to block in front of her. Enough. Ungrateful bastard. Saved you and you still pick and choose. If I knew earlier I wouldn't have saved you. Let you die in this godforsaken place. For 4 months. Senior sister took care of you with all her heart. If you're not grateful, fine. Yet you still scold senior sister. Lu Chun was horrified. For months. Damn it. I slept for 4 months. Where are junior sister and the princess? He hurriedly grabbed her shoulder and asked. Hey, I ask you, when saving me. Did you see anyone else? 2 ladies? One taller, one shorter. As for appearance, before he could finish speaking, Kun, standing aside, burst out laughing. Where did this rude guy come from? Get lost to the side. Don't delay my business. Warning. This matter has nothing to do with him. Kun, I warn you. Don't be too arrogant. Kun's greedy eyes swept back and forth over her body. So what if I'm arrogant? Don't want to be a member of 100 Flowers sect anymore, right? Lu Chun looked at her expression. Calculated. Lu Chun thought to himself. This girl seems to be in trouble. Although finding junior sister and the princess is urgent now. But she was kind enough to save me. I must repay her a bit anyway. Lu Chun stepped forward. Asked softly. Is your name Kun? Seems like you and this lady here have a conflict. But consider yourself unlucky. She saved me. I have to repay her somehow. But I have urgent business. No time to argue with you. Saying that, Lu Chun took a sword from his storage space. A cold light flashed in his eyes. How about this? You kill yourself. Choose a quick death. Consider my exception for mercy. How about it? The minions behind were terrified. Kun Froneth. Anger burning. Raised his fist and rushed up. Motherfucker. Brat. Say that again if you have the guts. Lu Chun on this side was still rummaging through items in his storage space, completely ignoring him. Where did I put it? Kun couldn't stand this humiliation. Roared. Brat looking down on everyone. Wanna die. Han Ying Lukevorted. Oh no. Xiao Yu's pupils shrank. Done for. What is he rummaging for? Lu Chun sighed helplessly, truly refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Fellow cultivator, yet ambition is so heavy. Lu Chun drew his sword and swung it, resolving the opponent neatly. If you don't die, who will? Han Jing widened her eyes in surprise. Kun's strength should be only slightly inferior to mine. Is he? Xiao Yu stammered in fear. One move. The minions following Kun saw their boss dead. Everyone was horrified. Senior brother Kun. Senior brother. How is it possible? Senior brother was only one step away from the essence spirit realm, yet killed by him with one sword strike. What exactly is this brat's background? He? Who exactly is he? Lu Chun walked over slowly, sword pointing at them. Who am I? You don't need to know. Also don't need to care. Listen up. According to my rules, you all must die. But I have things to do, so I spare your lives. Give you a chance to choose. Be buried with him, or get lost. They chose the latter without hesitation, running around like headless chickens. We're getting lost. Too scary. Lu Chun immediately went to find Ziling and Lu Qingcheng after repaying the favor. He arrived at the ruins of the 4 sacred mountains. Looking at the rubble, eyes trembling. Is this the scene after the sealed land fell? If so, people of the sealed land, junior sister, princess, oh my god. He clenched his fist tight, forcing himself to find the 2 of them. On this side, Han Jing looked up at his departing back, a bit wistful and lost. Xiao Yu held a pile of things. Panting said, Senior sister, things are packed. Senior sister, the junior sisters have all packed up, preparing to leave here. Let's go quickly too. Go find master. Then see what to do next. Xiao Yu saw her dazed and unresponsive, so she shouted angrily. Senior sister. Xiao Yu frowned and shouted. Han Jing heard the voice, turned her head suspiciously. Senior sister? Xiao Yu carried the things, ran over breathlessly and asked. Senior sister. What? Han Jing saw Xiao Yu worrying about her, so she replied softly. Nothing. Probably too many things happened today. Just a bit tired. Xiao Yu heard this, immediately jumped up suspiciously and questioned. Senior sister. You aren't thinking about that ungrateful guy, are you? Han Jing was hit on the mark, immediately panicked and replied. Nonsense. Then, Han Jing turned into a cold girl, looking into the distance, heart heavy with thoughts. Just a chance meeting. I saved his life. He repaid me, that's all. What is there to think about? Finished confessing. She felt she said too much, so she turned and walked away. Let's go. Must leave here as soon as possible before Ghost Wolf sect finds out. But Xiao Yu knew the inside story and was excited as if she found a treasure. Said, I knew it, but Xiao Yu still didn't let go. Pursuing. Did he say he would come back later? Han Jing tried to avoid it. I don't know. Why do you ask so much? Suddenly, a suspicious figure appeared behind the 2. 5 days later, the market was a bustling scene. In a tavern, 2 people were chatting about something. One said excitedly, "Ah, you haven't been back for a few years. This time I must tell you." The other person also hurriedly replied, "Tell me quickly, what exactly happened to the 4 sacred mountains?" In another corner of the tavern, 2 people were also chatting. Speaking of this matter, cannot fail to mention that character. The person stroked his chin with a serious face and replied, "That brat is the mastermind behind the destruction of the 4 sacred mountains." Chun sat aside, hearing everyone praising him. Couldn't help but be smug. Heard that young Master Jian-san of the Sealed Land is a hero. Not only broke the seal, but also forcibly destroyed the undead demon clan. Extremely majestic. Before he could be happy for 3 seconds, he was slapped by reality. But it is also because of that the Sealed Land crushed the Green Domain. Now, the Sinner Jian-san has become the public enemy of the Green Domain. Moreover, heard that, because their style of action is too similar, that brat and Chun might be the same person. At this moment, Chun thought worriedly, "Damn it, trouble is coming. Junior's sister and the princess are missing, and my background is known by everyone." He sighed. Next, it's inevitable to get entangled with other forces. Can't they let me have some peace? Chun looked at the pill in his hand thoughtfully. But it's not entirely a bad thing. Cheering up, comforting himself. These days of recuperation, strength has also recovered more than half. Not only that, thanks to Master possessing me, I also vaguely show signs of breakthrough. Then, looking at the distant sky, said, sigh, blessing in disguise. Disaster and blessing. Just hope next I can find Junior's sister and the princess. Suddenly, a loud shouting came from outside. "Make way! Everyone make way for me! Don't you see the Lord escorting prisoners?" Chun poked his head out to look, shocked, speechless. "Isn't this?" He rushed out with all his might. At this moment, Chun looked at Han Jing being tied up. Vaguely recognized. "Isn't this the lady from before?" "This is..." Chun patted a person's shoulder asking, "Brother, who are these people? So majestic." That person replied calmly, "Young master isn't from here, right? Don't even know Ghost Wolf Sect." Chun was stunned. "Ghost Wolf Sect?" A fierce purple-haired guy shouted. "Move faster, you demonesses." The person revealed more to Chun. Ghost Wolf Sect is the largest sect on this land. Ever since the Sealed Land fell from the sky, destroying our dynasty, they have been ruling here. Recently, these people are recruiting soldiers and buying horses, intending to build a new dynasty. These people being escorted by them seem to be immortal cultivators too. Looking at those people, the person sighed heavily again. Truly a difficult world. Cultivating immortality is so majestic. Back then, if I wasn't delayed by love, maybe I would be a hero of a region now. What a pity. Recalling the previous matter, Chun sighed. Surely the guy killed that day was also from Ghost Wolf Sect. Then the situation is probably that the other party wanted to force them to join. Plus the fact that I killed someone led to them being arrested. He felt a bit guilty. Seems like I harmed them instead. Suddenly, a thought flashed. Wait, maybe this is a good thing. Now everyone suspects I am Jian-san. If I show up in my own name now, maybe I can dispel some people's suspicions. Then, Chun drew his sword. The sword blade flashed a blinding light. Stepped forward. Successfully attracted the attention of a Ghost Wolf Sect member. That guy stared blankly at Chun. He pointed the sword tip at the opponent, full of provocation. Took off the conical hat, revealing his face. Chun glanced at him coldly. Said, "I'll take your dog life later. It won't be too late to hold a grudge then." Suddenly, the surroundings became strangely quiet. A guy dazedly discovered the hat on his head was gone. Said, my hat. Quick as lightning, Chun appeared in the crowd, swung his sword several times in succession. The sword blade was stained with blood, drop by drop falling to the ground, from a person whose head was chopped off by him. The surrounding civilians witnessed this scene, screamed in fear. "Murder! Run quickly!" Xiaoyu, standing aside, was also astonished. "Seeing your sister. What happened just now? Why, in just a blink of an eye, those people were already..." Han Jing also couldn't explain. This. Han Jing's face darkened, revealing wariness. This person is not simple. Why would such an expert save us? Then, Chun spoke up. "What are you still standing there for? Don't want me to save you?" As soon as he opened his mouth, both were extremely surprised. "This voice. It's you." Then, Chun changed his hair back to normal, making Xiaoyu angry for being tricked. "You ungrateful bastard. Seeing this, Han Jing immediately tapped her nose lightly, reminding, Xiaoyu, don't be rude. Xiaoyu felt wronged. Said, Senior sister, even you. Han Jing stepped out to thank. If not for young master's action, I'm afraid we would be in grave danger. Come on, thank him quickly. Lu Chun replied politely. No need to be polite, just a convenient act. Also repaying the life-saving grace from before. Then he turned around, flicked Xiaoyu's forehead, scolding. Idiot, who calls her savior like that? Even if you don't call me benefactor, you should say thank you. Xiaoyu felt wronged, ran to complain to Han Jing. Senior sister, he hit me. Han Jing pointed at her junior sisters and said, this is what should be done. They too are all junior sisters in my 100 Flowers sect. The ladies said in unison, thank you, benefactor. Han Ying Uriedvoridli. I don't know young master's name. Anyway, now is not the time to talk about these things. Let's leave quickly. People from Ghost Wolf sect are probably about to. At this moment, Lu Chun faced her worry, but remained extremely calm. Surname Lu. Also, no need to worry. He pulled a chair over, said confidently, this green domain is my backyard. Then he sat down smugly, said, I go where I want. A mere Emperor Dynasty level sect is nothing. Xiaoyu couldn't stand the sight, so she mocked. Big talk. Is the green domain your territory? Even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe this. Han Jing turned her head, scolded. Xiaoyu, don't be rude. A person hiding behind a tree was discovered by him. If you don't believe, I'll tell you slowly. Waiter, he replied respectfully. Coming right up. Soon that guy brought the teapot up. Lu Chun also instructed. Make tea for these ladies, and bring 2 more caddies of donkey meat. All right, there's a child here. No need to bring wine. Is there anything children can drink? But Xiaoyu was provoked. Face flushed red, immediately argued back. You are the child. I'm not small. Lu Chun pushed his luck. Continued to tease her. Really? But I see it's quite flat. At this moment, Xiaoyu realized something was wrong. Scolded. Flat. Wait, where are you looking? Pervert. This is Ghost Wolf sect. A panicked voice rang out. Master Toahai. Master Toahai. A survivor returned to report. Senior brothers. The senior brothers escorting the 100 Flowers sect disciples were killed by someone of unknown origin. Master Toahai. Master Toahai. Trembling and begging. The boss told me to find you. Please take charge of the situation. Xiong Toahai's eyes were red. Looking at him with killing intent. Said, impudent, with just a look. He lifted the person into the air, then said angrily, dare to make noise in front of my son's spirit tablet? Speak. What happened to the disciples escorting those sluts? That person revealed a shocking truth to Lu Chun. Just now after entering the city, a brat suddenly appeared and robbed the prison cart. Moreover, according to the disciples, that guy looks extremely similar to the one who murdered senior brother Xiong last time. Hearing this, Xiong Toahai couldn't control himself anymore. Crushed the cup in his hand. What? He flew into a rage. Kill my son and still dare to come to my Ghost Wolf sect's territory to rob prisoners. That person didn't expect to fall into this fate, hurriedly crying and begging. Master, spare me. I just came to report. Please spare me. He clenched his fist and said, today I must make you pay blood for blood. Saying that, Xiong Toahai kicked open the main gate and rushed out for revenge. Pay with your life. On Lu Chen's side, it was extremely lively. Someone spoke up asking, brother, then what? What happened after you left the Golden Medicine Saint Dynasty? Lu Chun was bragging to the beauties. After that, too bored, so I went to the Sword Emperor Palace to play for 2 days. Bullied the disciples there. Conveniently looted all kinds of saint-grade pills. He just picked up the wine gourd, spoke half a sentence, then seemed to discover something. But playing for 2 days got boring. After that at this moment, Lu Chun reached out to pour more wine, while continuing to speak. But playing for a few days got boring too. After that but when he tipped the wine gourd upside down, only saw a few drops of wine falling, making him wonder. Lu Chun immediately turned his head to call the waiter. Waiter, out of wine. What are you dazing for? Bring wine. But the waiter looked hesitant. Said, customer, truly sorry. I really don't dare. Lu Chun couldn't help but ask curiously. Don't dare. Only saw the waiter trembling, pointing at the figure outside the door reporting. Because it seems someone is looking for you. Please resolve the matter over there first, then drink. As soon as the waiter finished speaking, a tall man, with red hair, tied, Hai immediately walked into the tavern. Outside, rain poured down. Occasionally thunder rumbled. Lightning seemed to increase the majestic appearance around that man, making Han Jing and the others step back a few steps. Han Jing stared at the opponent, but didn't forget to pull Xiaoyu behind her for protection. Xiaoyu, come here. The little girl called out worriedly. Senior's sister. Xiaoyu couldn't help asking. Senior's sister. Who is this person? Han Ying replied softly. Not sure. Xiaoyu could clearly feel the body of the person protecting her trembling. But Han Jing still calmly answered the little girl's question. But this pressure cannot be mistaken. This person is a King Realm expert. At the same time, in the building opposite, someone was looking at the back of that tall man and discussing. True King Realm indeed. Just a King Realm, that's all. Shang Xiaotian held the railing with one hand, enjoying the good show before his eyes. Turned to ask the person behind. Act yet. Shui Donghai enjoyed the tea in his hand and replied. No need. Just watch that brat's performance first. In the eatery below, although tense, Han Jing shouted loudly. Disciples of Hundred Flowers Sect, listen to the order. Protect young Master Lu. As soon as she finished speaking, the disciples behind immediately took defensive stances. Yes, 3 females from Hundred Flowers Sect combined forces. They launched a move towards the tall man. Hundred Flowers Sword Formation. Activate. But in his eyes, there was not only no fear, but instead flashed a strange red light. He sneered, uttered 2 words, seeking death. Just as he finished speaking, under his glare, the 3 females seemed to be lifted into the air by an invisible force. Han Jing turned her stiff neck with difficulty. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Why can't my body move? The red-haired old man looked at them floating in the air for a while, then warned. A bunch of insects dare to attack a King Realm expert? I'll deal with you later. Then, he turned his head and saw Lu Chun sitting leisurely on a chair. Couldn't help but fly into a rage again. You're the one who killed my son. Lu Chun heard the noise and groggily opened his eyes, asking. So, seeing the person in front, Lu Chun reacted. Seems like you were his father. That's right. I did it. So what? Hearing these words, the red-haired old man's hand couldn't help but clench tight, even trembling with anger. He hissed a few words through his teeth. What a so what? He was mad with rage, roaring. Today I will let you know, what is living is worse than dying. I will make your soul scatter. Finished speaking, a red lightning bolt immediately shot out from his forehead. Next, that lightning bolt rushed straight between Lu Chen's eyebrows. At the same time, Han Jing floating in the air witnessed everything. She couldn't help but exclaim in horror. What? This is... In another place, Shui Donghai was deliciously gnawing on a chicken leg, commenting, "Oomph. A King Realm using divine sense to invade a junior. That's all he amounts to." Shang Xiaotian glanced over, asked, "But, even this move is used. That brat must be dead, right?" They looked over at Lu Chun. He was attacked to the point of looking dazed. Can't help but say, divine sense invaded. Lightly, cultivation crippled. Heavily, soul scattered. Even after death, cannot enter reincarnation. Shang Xiaotian, standing aside, watching the battle, couldn't help sighing. Sigh? What a pity. But Shui Donghai beside him didn't care much. He turned his head outside and called. No need to watch anymore. Shopkeeper, Bill. Back to this side. Han Jing couldn't help but be anxious, constantly calling Lu Chun. Young Master Lu. Han Jing kept calling young Master Lu, worried to the point of tears falling. Suddenly, a teasing voice rang out, asking, Miss Hen, why are you shouting so loud? Worried about me that much? Han Jing, who was crying, couldn't help but look up. Even the 2 watching the excitement in the opposite building didn't expect it. Exclaimed in surprise. What? Lu Chun sat back at the dining table, unknown when. He said calmly, Don't worry, I'm Fina. Have time to worry about me. Might as well pity this guy. Then, the girls of Hundred Flowers Sect slowly landed on the ground. Lu Chun just snapped his fingers. The teacup in his hand immediately flew out, smashing straight into the red-haired man's head, looking smugly at the person falling to the ground, while pouring wine into his mouth, saying, Within a month, son died suddenly, old man came to give his life. I killed another family of idiots. Amipa, sinful, sinful. Not only that, he also glanced at the old and young in the opposite building, reminding, also, 2 gentlemen in the opposite building. Watched for so long, planning to leave without inviting me for a drink. Being named, they could only awkwardly cover their faces. But when no one noticed, Shang Xiaotian grabbed the person next to him in horror, screaming in his heart, "Old Dong!" This guy was invaded by King Realm's divine sense and could still counterkill. Could it be? Shui Donghai beside could only cover his face and reply, "Can't be wrong. Hit the jackpot." Could be he already noticed us? The two involuntarily stepped forward together. It was I who had eyes but no pupils. So it is young hero Lu. Meeting. Indeed worthy of the reputation. I know. Hearing 100 times is not as good as seeing once. This humble one is human emperor Shui Donghai. Not long after, the two of them appeared in front of Lu Chun, respectfully bowed and said, "This humble one is human emperor Shang Xiaotian. Young hero Lu, hope you consider that we were just passing by and spare us." Xiao Yu beside saw the two of them. Couldn't help but ask curiously, "Human emperor? And two of them?" Han Jing was also stunned. She thought to herself, what exactly is this young Master Lu's background? Han Jing still stared at the guy in front of her, coldly uttered a sentence. "Want me to spare you?" Unless not long later, at Ghost Wolf Sect, bursts of miserable screams rang out again. "Coming! They're coming!" The minions ran desperately into the sect. They ordered each other, "Quick! Go call the sect master quickly." But just as he finished speaking, someone interrupted. "No need to call anymore." Shang Xiaotian raised the head of the red-haired old man in his hand, said fiercely, "Your sect master is dead." Shui Donghai continued from behind, under the orders of young master Lu Chun. Today, everyone in Ghost Wolf Sect only has one path to death. Hearing that, the minions couldn't help looking at each other, asking, "Lu Chun? Who is that?" Shui Donghai immediately looked stern, criticizing them. "Don't even know young master Lu Chun? Deserve to be wiped out." Next, Shang Xiaotian decisively put a knife to each of their necks, threatening, "Doesn't matter if you don't know. Dead people don't need to know so much." Shui Donghai beside didn't say 2 words. Shouted, "D." Soon, bursts of miserable screams rang out in Ghost Wolf Sect. After dealing with the people below, 2 blue lightning bolts shot towards the roof where Lu Chan was. The 2 landed hard on the ground, startling the small bird perched on Lu Chen's hand. Shui Donghai called out happily, "Young Master Lu." Then Shang Xiaotian spoke up to report, "We have completed the mission." Lu Chan was just playing with the small bird on his hand. Said lightly, "Not bad. I'm very satisfied." Hearing that, the 2 couldn't help but reply happily, "Thank you, young Master Lu." Suddenly, Lu Chan added, "All right, I have one more thing for you to do." This made the 2 immediately stunned. Lu Chan smiled cunningly, ordered, "Pass this sentence out for me. The more people know, the better." In the night, Shang Xiaotian and Shui Donghai both exclaimed in surprise. "What?" In the tavern, men gathered in groups of 3 or 5, discussing something again. Someone asked curiously, "Tyrant Lu Chun appeared again?" Someone immediately answered eloquently, "Not only that, he is also extremely angry about the meteorite fall. Heard that he swore to fight to the death with the culprit Jian-san. This matter won't end until one dies." Hearing that, someone didn't dare to believe, asked, "True or false?" The person beside stroked his chin thinking, while answering, "Of course it's true." Heard that to spread this news, he deliberately wiped out a sect, just to make the news spread fast enough. Hearing this, that person couldn't help blurting out, which sect was so unlucky. Time passed. The men's discussion still didn't stop. Why care which sect? Provoking the demon king, Lu Chun. Is there still a way to live? Someone immediately chimed in. That's right. And just at this moment, a guest was gently raising a teacup, preparing to take a sip. Then heard the friend beside say, "Seems like this time, that brat named Jian-san won't live for many more days." Ziling was hiding her identity, so she just silently listened on. She lowered her head slightly, murmuring the 2 words, "Jian-san." Suddenly, a guy got angry, slammed hard on the table, shattering the cup beside, said, "I don't accept it. Who does Lu Chun think he is?" Hearing that, someone immediately rushed up to warn him. "You dare to call young Master Lu's name directly? So bold." That man was already angry, continued cursing without politeness. "So what if I call it? Young Master Jian-san is the great benefactor of our sealed land. Whoever dares to touch him, I am the first to disagree." At this moment, the opponent also got angry, grabbed the collar of the shouting guy, Motherfucker. Opposing young Master Lu? Wanna die? That guy got even madder. I think the one seeking death is you. Then the scene in the tavern became chaotic like never before. They frantically rushed at each other, punching and kicking wildly. Just because of one sentence from Lu Chun, the entire green domain fell into a dispute lasting 3 months. In this chaos, countless forces took sides, slaughtering each other. Desolate scenes increased day by day. In this great calamity, Bai Zhe of the Tiger Clan, due to holding an old grudge between the younger generations of the clan and Lu Chun, actively caused trouble, resulting in being punished by the Sword Emperor Palace. The Tiger Clan lost 8 Saint Realm experts because of this. Vitality greatly damaged, including Bai Zhe's father. This crazy demon who had taken human form gritted his teeth and roared, "Hateful Lu Chun, I absolutely will not spare you." But who knew? This great calamity was just because Lu Chun casually said a sentence to prove his innocence. Even the bird following Lu Chun kept mocking. Idiot! Idiot! 2 months later, in a cave dwelling at the foot of the Sword Emperor Palace Mountain, a noise suddenly came out. Turns out Lu Chun was sitting cross-legged cultivating inside. Streams of purple power hovered around him. A moment later, Lu Chun smiled and opened his eyes, exclaiming, "Success!" Lu Chun looked at the power appearing in his hand with satisfaction. Said, "Finally reached the perfection of the essence spirit realm. With a divine fire, cultivation speed and purity have both increased a lot." He was still immersed in his own world. Didn't notice footsteps approaching at all. Clenched his fist. Illusion. Less than half a year. I will be able to break through to the king realm. The person appearing was Gu Tianya, Peak Master of Sword Emperor Peak belonging to Sword Emperor Palace. He revealed a mysterious smile. Praised. Brat. Not bad. Cultivation is getting higher and higher. Lu Chun jumped, blurted out asking, "Old man Gu, when did you arrive?" Gu Tianya was so angry he had to correct. "It's master." He couldn't help asking angrily. "I taught you so many things. Did you call me that?" Lu Chun replied calmly. "I didn't bow to you as master. You wanted to teach yourself. I didn't force you either." Gu Tianya choked, speechless. Could only utter one word. "You." The old man was boiling with rage. He pointed at Lu Chun and said, "You ungrateful brat. I must have been blind back then." Lu Chun was all too familiar with this scene. He waved his hand dismissively. All right. Let's get to the point. What are you doing here?" Gu Tianya couldn't help but feel a little dejected. He glared and sighed. "How'd I end up with such an unfilial disciple like you?" Fine, forget it." After that, Gu Tianya spoke to him seriously. "Seeing that you have now mastered your cultivation and reached the peak of the primordial spirit realm, I suppose I should tell you a few things." Lu Chun couldn't help but be curious. "What things?" Gu Tianya chuckled. He took a sip of tea from his cup and then asked, "Don't you want to know what earth-shattering secret the silver moon sword you carry holds?" Unexpectedly, Lu Chun deliberately replied in a lazy tone, "Not interested. The design is too flashy. I don't usually like using it." Gu Tianya was so angry he spat out the tea he was drinking. He could only wipe his mouth and grumble. "You brat, you just won't be happy until you've angered me to death, will you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chun quickly pushed him outside. He said, All right. I have important things to do. My junior sister has gone missing. I've turned the entire Qing domain upside down and still can't find her. I don't even know how I'm going to face Second Master. If you have nothing better to do, don't bother me. Go on, get out of here." Gu Tianya couldn't help but asked him curiously, "Junior sister?" Lu Chun immediately took out a portrait of Lu Qingsheng and explained. "Long story short, my junior sister is missing. I'm very busy right now. I don't have time to play games with you. If you're so bored, why don't you help me look for her?" Unexpectedly, Gu Tianya stared intently at the portrait. He said softly, "This girl looks familiar. I think I've seen her somewhere before." This sentence immediately caught Lu Chun's attention. He grabbed Gu Tianya by the collar and demanded, "Where did you see her?" Gu Tianya replied, "At the place where the other half of the silver moon sword is. I just thought she was a passerby." Lu Chun couldn't help but shout angrily, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Gu Tianya could only reply, "You didn't ask me." Lu Chun seemed unable to wait any longer. He immediately ordered, "All right, stop with the nonsense. Take me to find her right now." Immediately, as soon as he finished speaking, his shout echoed throughout the cave dwelling. "Hurry up!" With that, the two of them immediately flew off. At the same time, 1 month ago, a blood-red full moon illuminated the quiet forest below, as if heralding something to come. Then, a clear, melodious sound echoed. It came from a figure standing by a cliff, holding a giant horn. A clear call was heard. "Young master." Baize was seen rushing forward. The soldiers behind him were surprised and tried to stop him. "Young master, wait." But Baize wasn't listening anymore. He hurriedly pushed open the door in front of him. Now, a frail figure appeared before his eyes. Baize thought to himself with admiration. The situation is progressing quite smoothly. I didn't expect to find a way to suppress that brat so quickly. Hatred was unconcealed in Baize's eyes. He thought to himself, that brat Lu Chun, today I will make you pay the price. Just then, the old woman slowly turned her head and reminded him, "Young Master Bai, although there is a method, even the most perfect plan can be ruined by arrogance." Baize couldn't help but be startled. He felt as if his thoughts had been seen through. "What's going on? How does she know what I'm thinking? Impossible. It must be a lucky guess." After that, the old woman was seen pushing herself up with her hands and asking, "Young Master Bai, the things I just instructed you on, each and every one of them, have you forgotten so quickly?" Only then did Baize exclaim in shock. "It's not a coincidence. You can really—" The old woman had a mysterious smile on her lips. She continued, "Let's pause this topic here. The method you seek, he has already told me. 100 kilometers north of here, there's a place called the Desert of Annihilation." She seemed to recall the blood-colored sword hidden in that mysterious land. She said, "A piece of a divine weapon that has never appeared in the world is hidden there. And the young master you mentioned possesses the other part of that divine weapon." After hearing this, Baize asked the piece. She instructed him sternly, "You just need to seize this weapon, then find a way to get the other half from the opponent. Combine the swords. At that time, no matter how strong the opponent is, he is nothing but a mortal." Baize listened very attentively. The old woman couldn't help laughing as she spoke. "At that time, I probably don't need to say much more, right?" Baize seemed energized, arrogantly said, "So that's it. This is indeed a good way to defeat Lu Chun." Finished speaking, Baize immediately turned to leave. Before leaving, didn't forget to turn back and thank Junior, thanks Lord Blood Devourer for the guidance. Later a servant will bring the agreed remuneration. This humble one takes leave first. But before running far, the old woman behind suddenly reached out to stop him. "Wait, young Master Bai." Bai stopped. She slowly asked a strange question. "The Desert of Extinction is not a place ordinary people can go. Don't you find it strange? A divine sword, hidden in a desolate desert, never discovered by anyone, and no one searched for it." Baize didn't understand, so asked, "You mean?" Her wrinkled face twisted. "Let me describe. The Desert of Extinction is a special area, formed by the killing intent of the divine weapon projecting into reality. Any intruder will be swallowed by the killing intent of the divine weapon, becoming a dried corpse in the Desert of Extinction." In Baize's mind, the desolate scene with white bones piled up in that desert immediately appeared, then heard the old woman continue, "Unless you have power of the same origin as the divine weapon. Otherwise, you basically cannot get close." Baize vaguely understood. "This sentence of yours, doesn't it mean besides Lu Chun, no one can get close?" She replied, "Correct." Then shook her hand saying, "But also incorrect." Only saw her step forward, pressed a hidden button on the wall, said, "If it was a few months ago, this sentence would be correct. But a few days ago, a coincidence made this sentence wrong again." Just as she finished speaking, the stone door beside lifted. A figure appeared from within. She shouted loudly, "Come out." Saw the blurry figure just now? Was Lu Qingsheng stepping out? The old woman looked at her with satisfaction, while clapping her hands, ordered, "From now on, you will assist this young master. Help him search." Lu Qingsheng was like her soul was taken. Emotionlessly replied, "Yes, Grandma." Baize saw the beauty. Couldn't help being stunned. Immediately asked, "This is—" The old woman pinched Lu Qingsheng's chin to admire, then answered Baize. "A few days before the great calamity happened, I accidentally saved a young girl. I saw her aptitude wasn't bad, so used the soul control technique. Made her my maid. But just now a tiger god told me, this girl is the key to this trip, although I don't know the reason within. But fate has arranged it so. Accepting it, isn't it also a good thing?" Baize stared blankly at Lu Qingsheng walking towards him. while softly repeating her words. Key to this trip, Baizé let out a few chuckles. But the very next second, Baizé was no longer reserved. Laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. Truly heaven helping me. Heaven helping me. Under the snowy sky, Baizé's arrogant laughter still echoed. This trip I will definitely win. You just wait. Hateful Lu Chun. The more he spoke, the more his voice seemed to echo between the mountains. Wait until I have the divine weapon in hand. I will definitely settle all grudges with you at once. In another place, Lu Chun and Gu Tianya, one riding a sword, one riding a gourd, flying in the air. Lu Chun was still angrily scolding the person in front. Motherfucker, you met my junior sister. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Gu Tianya glanced at him and replied, This time I came. Originally thought you knew about the divine weapon, conveniently giving you a hint. Who expected? Lu Chun suddenly shouted. Forget about that. He suspiciously asked Gu Tianya, Are you sure she told you she wanted to go to the desert of extinction? Gu Tianya was too lazy to explain, glanced at him and replied, Why would I lie to you? Lu Chun couldn't help voicing his doubt. Strange. If junior sister is fine, why didn't she come back to find me first? But went to find some bullshit divine weapon? Gu Tianya heard him say that. Also stroked his beard thinking, Now that you say it, thinking carefully, it is indeed a bit strange. Gu Tianya recalled the scene that day he accidentally saw Lu Qingsheng through the window. Said, At that time, that girl's expression was very strange, like a wooden puppet. Thinking back now, could it be her mind was taken by someone? Lu Chun heard this and also rested his chin in thought. Mind taken. At the same time, around the desert of extinction, sandstorms began to sweep through residential areas. Wave after wave violently hitting a nearby inn. The shopkeeper was startled, turned his head to look at the situation outside. Couldn't help cursing silently. This sandstorm is huge as hell. Where's the waiter? But just as he turned around, immediately saw Baizé's group. Baizé shouted loudly, Give us 8 superior rooms. The best kind. The shopkeeper immediately bowed to welcome. Understood. Young master, please go to the 3rd floor. The shopkeeper invited them upstairs, while constantly shouting, Guests arrive. 8 superior rooms. Waiter upstairs received guests. When Lu Qingsheng passed by the shopkeeper, she noticed his meaningful expression. His expression immediately made Lu Qingsheng look a few more times. But then Lu Qingsheng ignored him. Coldly walked upstairs. Different from the quietness inside the inn, the desert of extinction outside was still endless sandstorms. At this moment, Lu Chun and Gu Tianya were still stuck in the eye of the storm. Lu Chun shielded the sand hitting his face, while asking, Old man, is the desert of extinction here? Gu Tianya beside replied confidently, Correct. Where else could it be? Lu Chun couldn't help asking him angrily. Tell me, what exactly is the background of that broken sword? Why is it in this godforsaken place? Gu Tianya suddenly corrected seriously. It's not a broken sword. Its name is Six God's Sword. Gu Tianya recounted. This sword has existed since the green domain was born. Heaven and earth just opened. Clear chi rose to become heaven. Turbid chi settled to become earth. In the primordial era, the human race was weak compared to the original power of gods and demons. The disparity was immense. Humans could only be dogs for those 2 forces, or live lingeringly, praying to see the sun the next day, under the constant suppression of both sides. But in that era, a peerless genius was born. That person relied on natural talent. Alone forged this divine sword, named it 6 gods, implying my fate is up to me, not up to heaven. After that, that person used this sword to heavily injure both the god race and demon race, forcing both sides to cease fire. Only then did we have the scene of all living beings coexisting in the green domain today. But good times don't last long. Killing gods is ultimately an act against heaven. That genius also fell 10,000 years ago. But before dying, to prevent anyone from using the sword spirit for evil purposes, that person split it in 2. The main part's whereabouts were unknown. Until 1,000 years ago, I found it. Turns out it is right in this desert of extinction. Gu Tianya glanced at Lu Chun, said, And the remaining part is your current sword. Silver Moon. Lu Chun was a bit stunned, replied, So that's it. But the very next second, Lu Chun turned his face away and cursed. Motherfucker. The sandstorm is too strong. It can actually penetrate my protective true chi. Gu Tianya was so angry he could only scream at him. Idiot! This is not ordinary sandstorm. This is resentment born from the six gods missing its deceased master. It has been 10,000 years. Lu Chun struggled to cover his face while saying, whatever resentment or grudge it is, just jump down first. If we keep getting blown like this, we'll fall. Gu Tianya immediately agreed. Hearing him agree, Lu Chun jumped down from the gourd onto the sand below with a whoosh. Who expected him to jump too hard? Sprained his ankle. Fell flat on his back. Lu Chun's appearance was extremely pathetic. Legs higher than head. Lu Chun clumsily sat up, rubbing his head, whispered, the wind and sand are really strong. At this moment, Lu Chun remembered someone. He asked, hey, old man, are you down yet? But when he turned his head, opposite was just a silent empty space. Lu Chun was stunned, shouted loudly, old man, old man. Lu Chun could only sigh helplessly. Done for. Lost each other? Then, Lu Chun walked tiredly on the endless sand, lamenting, old man, you just left like that. Which way should I go now? Just as he kept complaining, where the hell did you die? Unknown since when, a figure appeared behind him, observing him from afar. That person spoke smugly behind Lu Chun. Found you. Lu Chun, startled, turned around. Wanted to see clearly who arrived, but just turned his head. In sight appeared a sword flashing with lightning rushing towards him. Then, he saw a woman in purple rushing towards him. She shouted loudly, D. In a silent space, a soft shout rang out, shaking everything around. D. A figure glided as fast as lightning. Sword light flashed in the air. When the opponent saw clearly the appearance of the person who just appeared, squinted, assassin, step back. No. Lu Chun flew up, staring at the person below. Wait until she exerted strength to jump after. He realized, wait, this person, could it be? When the light illuminated the face of the person opposite, exclaimed in surprise, Princess! A familiar voice rang in the wind. Hey, it's me. What are you doing? The person in front shook all over. This voice is too familiar. Reason returned. The girl thought to herself, cannot be deceived by him. I must be calm. Vigilance turned into anger. She recalled all kinds of deception. This guy Lu Chun, the most despicable thing is his trickery. A person beside him interjected bitterly. Isn't that right? If you believe his mouth, afraid you'll die without knowing when. Anger flared up. Ziling gritted her teeth. Motherfucker. Don't dream of using sweet words to deceive me. She swung her sword, as if wanting to cut off all doubts. Pay with your life. Want to kill Jian San, step over my dead body first. Lu Chun was extremely conflicted inside. Does this woman really want to attack? Memories flooded back like a choking stream. She clearly saved me. Attacking this time is also with good intentions. His hand, blocking the sword, trembled slightly. Lowered his head, telling himself, how can I fight her like this? Just in that moment of hesitation, a thought flashed in Lu Chun's mind. Is there any way to let her know I am Jian San? Thinking of the only way to make her remember. His eyes suddenly changed. Ancient inscriptions. Gripped the sword hilt tight. Pushed the opponent away. Stepped forward to face her. Princess. Offended. Lu Chun's eyes stopped on the sword in her hand. Smiled faintly. This sword is not bad. Ziling stepped back, wanting to widen the distance. Defensive stance. What do you want to do? Her voice icy. Don't think I'm afraid of you. He sighed, eyes full of disappointment and helplessness. Sigh. Still haven't remembered like this? Truly an idiot. He lowered his voice, as if having made a final decision. Since that's the case, then give you a strong dose of medicine. Ziling struigled, face showing panic. You let me go. You want me to treat all previous encounters as a dream. He lowered his head and whispered, but this dream, I still want to dream on. Her voice trembled. Why do you know? She stepped back, eyes confused. Could it be you are Jian San? He nodded, eyes both firm and gentle. But the corner of his mouth bloomed into a smile. I am Lu Chun, also Jian San. Just a name, not important. As long as you understand. Don't cause trouble anymore. Ziling frowned, both angry and bewildered, glaring at Lu Chun. What do you mean cause trouble? What do you mean understand? I tell you, her cheeks flushed red. I don't understand anything. His voice deepened, eyes avoiding. Just now I was just forced to. He put his hand on her shoulder, stopping her from moving around. Don't move anymore. At this rate, I will. Ziling choked up. Eyes red. Tears slowly rolled down. I really thought I couldn't see you again. Luckily. Lu Chen's breathing gradually stabilized. Voice gentle. All right. It's okay now. Someone was observing them through a mirror. Truly a touching reunion. Haha. He tilted his head. A cunning glint flashed in his eyes. How about I add some spice to this sweet scene? A stone sword rumbled and collapsed, causing a violent tremor, shaking everything around. Ziling and Lu Chun didn't understand what happened yet. She hurriedly ran to him, shouted. What happened? The ground beneath their feet suddenly cracked, forming a bottomless abyss. Ziling slipped and fell, mouth constantly calling. Jian-san. Lu Chen couldn't leave her alone, jumping after. Hold on to me, Ziling. In another place, a group of people had eaten and drunk their fill, happily chatting. Brothers, wish everyone smooth sailing today. Kulme. Cheers. One of them stood up, left hand holding a big chicken leg, right hand raising a wine cup to toast. You are all outstanding talents of my tiger clan, today willing to step into this adventure with me. This cup I toast to you all. In the future, if I, can seize the divine weapon, decidedly won't let you down. To the young master. Lu Qingqing just sat silently aside watching them. Brothers, don't say more. Eat and drink quickly. Today we won't return until drunk. That guy surnamed Bai saw her preparing to leave, so spoke up asking, This lady, want to drink a cup together? Lu Qingqing just replied, Not interested. I'm not like you guys. Still have work to do. Finished speaking, she walked straight out of that group's place. You guys just enjoy. After walking a bit far, her eyes became cold. Finished the last few words. This final beautiful dream. On this side, Lu Chan held Ziling, constantly shaking. Princess, wake up. Can you hear me? Wake up quickly. A while later, Ziling slowly opened her eyes. She asked softly, Did I oversleep? Realizing the person in front was neither father nor mother. She sat up with a start, retreated to the side. Jian-san, hee. Finally you woke up. She looked around, asked again, Where are we? He immediately answered, Probably under some nameless cave in the desert. Just now, when you were unconscious, I checked around. This place seems to have been an underground river. Waterways are intricate. Ziling was determined. Then what about rushing up? Lu Chen shook his head. Cannot rush blindly. Once causing a collapse, I'm afraid thousands of tons of sand will bury us alive. She patted her face helplessly. Then aren't we stuck here? Big rocks fell continuously from above. Lu Chun rushed over, once again pressing her down to protect, even more violent than before. At this rate, the cave will collapse. A long while later, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally stopped. Lu Chen didn't know how long this place could hold. Before being buried alive, must think of a way to get out. Ziling, lying underneath, was enjoying it very much. Cheeks flushed. This feeling isn't bad either. Even if we can't get out, it's fine. She suddenly sat up, pushing Lu Chen away. Ugh, too hot. He crawled up and walked over. What's wrong with you? Ziling raised her sword, shook her head. I don't know. Songhai suddenly keeps vibrating. Lu Chen was confused. Songhai. She raised the sword. It's this. You've seen it before. My sword. Lu Chen rubbed his chin, guessing. So it's in heat? Ziling denied immediately. How is that possible? Ziling pointed the sword tip forward, explained. Songhai is my family's heirloom sword. Legend has it my ancestor once relied on it. One person, one sword defeated the undead demon army attacking the city, thus earning the title Peerless. This situation has never happened at Songhai. Strange, but if you look closely, the inscriptions carved on the sword blade seem to be glowing. Don't you know these characters? Lu Chen pondered, reached out to rub his chin. You mean ancient inscriptions? I only heard Great Master mention it briefly. The so-called ancient inscriptions are a type of script used by gods and demons in ancient times. Can be understood as the secret incantations of creation. Ancient blacksmiths used these inscriptions to forge sword souls when forging weapons. And these inscriptions also represent a certain characteristic of the weapon. Ziling had heard of it. Some sword souls are warlike. Once sensing a stronger sword soul nearby, will uncontrollably emit intent. Could it be? If it's true, maybe we can rely on it to escape this place. Princess, you let go of Songhai. See where it wants to go. Ziling listened to him. Just let go. It flew away and disappeared. Looking at Songhai, she couldn't help being suspicious. What's wrong with Songhai? Lu Chun beside was extremely excited. Sure enough, my great master once said, ancients like to use ancient inscriptions to forge warlike sword souls. Your sword probably sensed the existence of a divine weapon here, so it triggered its fighting will. Moreover, that sword is very likely right nearby. If we find it, maybe we will rely on it to escape this place. Ziling immediately looked happy. So that's it. She looked up at Songhai, exclaiming, seems like you were right. Songhai seems to want to tell us something. Songhai, what do you want to tell us? Only a few short words. Follow me. Finished speaking. The sword flew away, leaving her behind calling after. Songhai. At this moment, Lu Chan walked to Ziling guessed. Probably 80 or 90% correct. She nodded. Let's follow it. Said and done. The two hurriedly chased after the sword. Ziling was dragged by it until dizzy. Where exactly does Songhai want to take us? Lu Chen didn't know either. Not sure. But the vibration of the ancient inscriptions is stronger than before. I'm afraid the existence making it excited is ahead. She followed behind, suspiciously asked him, did you notice? The surrounding walls seem to suddenly become neater. It looks like frozen blood bricks. Looking at it makes my hair stand on end. Lu Chun shouted loudly. Wait, Songhai. Ziling stepped forward worriedly. What did you do? What's wrong with Songhai? He reassured. Don't worry. I just used a small trick to make it stop. After all, this place is very strange. If we just rush blindly, if something happens, it will be very troublesome. Ziling momentarily seemed unable to think of anything else. Didn't expect him to be able to subdue Songhai. This is my family's heirloom sword. A divine weapon extremely spiritual. Moreover, this serious face is too handsome. Lu Chun caught a glimpse of her expression. Head full of question marks. You, what's wrong with you? Fever? Ziling hurriedly waved her hand. No. I just have something to ask you. Before in the desert. You. The one who kissed me was you. On this side, words were not finished yet. Above, Lu Qingcheng continued to act. Seal. Open. Her action simultaneously shook the cave below. Lu Chun and Ziling screamed in horror. Here it comes again. This time seems very violent. Looking at the cave, shaking violently. Lu Chun couldn't help clicking his tongue. Here it comes again. Ziling Kimedin. This time seems very intense. Above, a sandstorm surrounded a young girl. A mysterious force pulled her towards the formation eye. Suddenly, that force erupted from the ground. The ground cracked. Big rocks shattered in all directions. Columns of fire or red energy like rolling waves of fire shot straight into the sky. After an earth-shattering explosion, finally everything returned to quiet. Ziling murmured. It's over. Voice hadn't faded yet. The seemingly quiet atmosphere was broken. The stone wall behind the two suddenly cracked. Blinding light pierced through. Ziling said worriedly. This time was longer than last time. What happened up there? Lu Chan widened his eyes in surprise, stammering. This is... Behind him was a wall carved with strange patterns, making Lu Chan astonished. What? He reached out to touch those strange patterns, exclaiming. Strange mural. Clearly wasn't there before. Moreover, can't sense any aura. In other words, no one is playing tricks. He looked at the Songhai sword, also vibrating violently. Worriedly said, Songhai's reaction is also getting more intense. What exactly is going on? Suddenly, Ziling panicked and shouted, Sword, Jian-san, come here quickly. She pointed down in fear, stammering. Look down quickly. There seems to be something looking at us down there. Something. I don't sense the aura of any creature. Is it you? Before he could finish speaking, Lu Chen was also stunned. Looking at the scene below, a blood red, I was staring at them. No, it's a whole field of blood red eyes staring at them, making one's hair stand on end. Lu Chen uttered two words with difficulty. What? Ziling covered her face and threw herself into his arms. She was terrified to the extreme. Pointing down said, Look, I told you, there really is something. Let's go back quickly. Finding another way out is fine too. Lu Chen instead threw out a talisman, unusually calm. Let me see what exactly is playing tricks. The talisman flew towards the field of blood-red eyes, then exploded. Countless fragments of human memory immediately appeared. Here, what is the name? Ziling covered her mouth in fear. I don't know. Lu Chun turned to look at the patterns on the stone wall. Couldn't help frowning. The situation here is too strange. I'm afraid the so-called divine weapon hides more secrets than we thought. Let's leave here first. In another place, in the gloomy cave and under the blood moon, misty smoke covered all the passages. An old hand gently dipped a brush into a skull filled with bright red liquid, then drew strange patterns on the wall. Suddenly a report came. Master, preparatory work is complete. Hearing that, the movement of the person's hand paused. Eyes narrowed, revealing a cunning smile. Then, she walked on the red carpet, while sighing. 1,000 years. Or 10,000 years. Truly a long and unforgettable time. Opening the door, looking at the brilliant moonlight shining, she said fiercely, "Today, I can finally take back everything." Crazy laughter echoed in the air. "I will definitely make everyone pay the blood debt." Huh. The patterns just now connected to a formation eye, emitting a strange red light. On a small path in the cave, Lu Chun and Zi Ling rushed out. Sanhai's sword immediately flew ahead to lead the way for them. Seeing that, Zi Ling reminded, "Look quickly." Sanhai's reaction is getting more intense. Lu Chun replied, "Seems like it wants to get close to the target." Suddenly, Zi Ling pointed ahead, reminding, "Look, there's a door." In front of them was a stone wall. On it was a blood-red eye. Zi Ling couldn't help exclaiming in surprise. "The eye on the wall is exactly the same as in the mural." Lu Chun whispered, Seems like we arrived." Then, he turned to ask his sword, "Sanhai, is there something inside that thing?" Sanhai's sword went forward to probe. Lu Chun added, "If it really is so, then break open a door quickly. Let you freely exert your power." Hearing him say that sword was not polite at all. It immediately flew forward with a whoosh. Soon, Sanhai's sword had rushed over, smashing the stone wall. Zi Ling was also stunned on the spot. Destructive power is really strong. Then, she secretly glanced at Lu Chun, thinking, didn't expect him to be able to order Sanhai unconsciously. But why didn't it have such great destructive power when I used it? Thinking of this, Zi Ling couldn't help thinking angrily. Hateful sword, actually choosing people, angering me to death. Her strong reaction immediately made Lu Chun curious. Seeing Lu Chun look over, Zi Ling immediately changed her attitude. Shyly turned and ran away, but thinking in her heart, "But if it's him, it's okay." Lu Chun stood stunned on the spot. Then they continued to follow the direction Sanhai sword pointed. Lu Chun looked at the scene here, couldn't help exclaiming, "This place is..." Zi Ling also looked around curiously. Continued, "This place is truly a mess. Does a place like this really have the so-called divine weapon?" Sanhai's sword suddenly flew in a direction with a whoosh, as if urging them to follow. Looking in the direction Sanhai pointed, in front of the two of them, a bright red sword appeared towering. Zi Ling shouted in surprise while running after. "Over there!" Lu Chun just whispered. Sure enough, at this moment, Zi Ling stood in front of that red sword admiring. She couldn't help exclaiming, "It's real! Didn't expect there really is a divine weapon in such a desolate place." The more she looked, the more she praised. "The light is so blinding. Seems like not an ordinary weapon." At this moment, in Zi Ling's eyes, there was only that divine weapon. She secretly fantasized, "If I can have this weapon, I can. Zi Ling immediately imagined herself holding the divine weapon for revenge. "I can avenge the clan members who died. No, not only that, as long as I have this weapon, unifying the whole world is not a big deal." The more she thought, the more she desired, reaching out to touch the divine weapon in front. "I want it. I must have it. It is mine. Mine. Zi Ling's hand reached towards the divine weapon without hesitation. Just then, Lu Chun held her shoulder asking, "Hey, what are you doing?" Only then did Zi Ling stop. Lu Chun couldn't help asking worriedly, "What's wrong? Why trying to draw the sword before we agreed?" Zi Ling stammered, "Is that so? I seem to have a dream just now." She pointed at the divine weapon, explaining, "In the dream, I held this sword, killed all those in the demon clan who hadn't died yet, avenged my clan members, and became the empress of the world." Hearing that, Lu Chun also looked up at the sword, thinking, "This sword, could it be it can affect human minds?" Then, he instructed her, "Be careful. We need to be more vigilant. The corpses and murals just now were all illusions. This sword definitely has a problem. Just as Lu Chan finished speaking, a powerful energy suddenly radiated, along with a fierce voice ringing out. Oomph. Seeing through the intentions of this sword doesn't mean you can get it. The two immediately looked at it alertly. From within the divine weapon, a powerful energy radiated, gradually forming a fierce red figure glaring at them. That hand slowly pulled the sword planted deep in the ground up. That person also said, Kulme, let's start sword practice. The red shadow angrily swung the divine weapon forward, loudly ordered, come try to defeat me. At this moment, Lu Chun and Zi Ling on this side could only look at each other. Then, their hands held each other tightly. Lu Chun raised the sword in his other hand high, shouted loudly, make your move. On the other side, Zi Ling also reached out shouting, Songhai, help me. That red shadow became even more bloodthirsty, very ambitious. Since that's the case, let me see how strong you are. He held the divine weapon tightly with both hands, raised high above head. Kulme, accept this glorious challenge. And somewhere, there was an idiot raising a piece of wood in his hand shouting, drink more. Looking down, that person was none other than Bai Zhe. He and a group of accomplices were passed out on the ground. They didn't know that. Red tentacles were quietly crawling towards them. Those tentacles took advantage of them lying there, quietly dragging them away. A fat guy among them was still groggily talking in his sleep. Won't return until drunk. Tentacles had crawled onto his face. Suddenly, the bald guy felt something wrong. Opened his eyes, moaning. Then, there were also quite a few others who couldn't help crying out in pain. But those tentacles didn't care. They were engrossed in gnawing. Then, under the blood-red moonlight, those tentacles spread even wider, searching for the next prey. Very few people knew. Those tentacles all originated from that petite woman. Ah, it is Lord Blood Devourer. She looked at the tentacles wriggling in her hand. Couldn't help smiling with satisfaction. Not bad. Cultivation has good aptitude. Just absorbing half is enough to use. Lord Blood Devourer hovered amidst the tentacles, laughing loudly, started to quietly recall that day. Her conversation with that girl. Tiger Clan has quite a few talents, huh? So that day, Lord Blood Devourer turned to look at Lu Qingqing. Praised. You did well. Lu Qingqing was still like a person who lost her soul. Heard her continue. Next, I must accept these cultivations to break the seal. And you, Lord Blood Devourer, waved her hand toward her. Go down and find the location of the sword seed. Kill that undying old man for me. Lu Qingqing obediently bowed and replied, yes. Before leaving, Lu Qingqing also said, subordinate will definitely complete the mission. Then jumped into the deep pit made way by those tentacles. Lord Blood Devourer couldn't help chuckling. Tisk, truly an easy-to-use puppet, looking up at the blood moon overhead, exclaiming, truly a quiet night. Then, I revealed her terrifying face, saying, enjoy this last quiet night. This world, and those ignorant humans, along with the Buddhas filling the sky, Azura, hungry ghosts. Lord Blood Devourer seemed to go crazy. Ashute de Ludli. I have returned. Huh. At the same time, the tentacles below seemed to also sense the master's joy. Also went crazy. At this moment somewhere, the terrifying power of the divine weapon suddenly shot out. Lu Chen opened his eyes wide, shouting, careful. Zi Ling couldn't withstand that power. Was knocked away. Groaned. Luckily, Lu Chen was behind to catch her. At this moment, Lu Chen looked at the person in his arms, asking, can you continue? Zi Ling replied weakly, I'm fine. She glanced at her sword, which had cracked, stammering, it's just Songhai. Lu Chen glanced at Songhai, then murmured, miscalculated. Just one blow heavily injured a divine weapon with a sword soul. He couldn't help thinking, is this the legendary six-god sword that can kill gods and slaughter demons? The red shadow heard this and couldn't help replying arrogantly, that's right. This is the power of the divine weapon, six gods. In front of the divine weapon, even stronger weapons are just weeds by the roadside. He pointed the divine weapon straight at them, threatening, how about it? Leave now. I can still spare your lives. Is it choosing to die under the six-god sword? Or be a bit smart? Leave? Lu Chen suddenly replied sensibly, I understand. Anyway, I have no intentions towards the divine weapon. Just a passerby accidentally lost in here. Zi Ling behind heard this and couldn't help being suspicious, but then heard Lu Chen continue. As long as I can get out. I'm fine with anything. The Red Shadow heard this. Couldn't help smiling with satisfaction. Consider you have some intelligence. But before the opponent finished speaking, Lu Chun spoke up again. Originally intended to say that, but seeing your face, a fire ignited in my heart. This sentence made that guy's face stiffen in an instant. Lu Chun said angrily, "Motherfucker," originally tricked into the illusion. Causing natural and man-made disasters was annoying enough. Now Junior Sister is missing, and I fell into this ghostly place. Fine. He drew his sword to fight the fireman. Then the two rushed into a fierce fight, and finally Lu Chun won. Obtained the sword spirit. The fireman said, "Lu Chun, you must be very careful, that guy is probably..." Suddenly, a beam of light pierced through the red shadow. Lu Chun and Ziling were both stunned. Lu Qingxiang said calmly, "So the... disturbed your conversation. But this sword, I'm taking it for sure." He recalled the matter 14 years ago. "Please wait a moment. I will go in to announce to the master immediately." Lu Jingheng instructed. "Chenia, I'm going to Master Lu's house for a bit, then coming back. There are many rules there. You just wait here. Don't run around." Lu Chun obediently replied, "I know." As soon as Lu Jingheng turned to leave, Lu Chun immediately changed his expression. "Tisk, I don't care. As the saying goes, when the general is outside, military orders can be ignored." He happily ran away. Ignore whatever Master Lu. Just play to satisfaction first. While happily sneaking away, Lu Chun was slightly startled. It's the sound of a zither. He followed the sound of the zither to the lake. The person playing the zither was a little girl in a pink dress. Ching Chung sensed a stranger, so she stopped. The little girl stood up and asked, "You are?" Lu Chun stammered, reaching out. I am." The little girl lively jumped closer. Said, "You must be the little young master that father mentioned today would come to visit. Nice to meet you. My name is Lu Qingxiang." Lu Chun was surprised. "You know me?" The lovely little girl nodded, smiling. Back to reality. That lovely mouth of 14 years ago, at this moment, was shouting, "So the... disturbed your conversation. But this sword, I'm taking it for sure." The red shadow turned around suspiciously. "This aura, you are?" Lu Chun shouted loudly. "Junior Sister." Ching Chung glanced at him alertly. "You know me?" Lu Chun heard this, stood on the spot, face confused. Ziling hurriedly said, "Did you forget? He is your senior brother, Jian-san. I am the princess of Peerless City." Ziling, before we even broke the seal together. Ching Chung looked confused. "Jian-san, Ziling. Sounds so familiar. I seem to remember something." Ziling asked happily. "Really? I told you. You definitely wouldn't forget. Try to think carefully." Ching Chung suddenly burst out laughing. "All right, stupid woman. Don't waste saliva anymore." Ziling didn't understand. Asked, "What did you say?" Ching Chung still smirked mockingly. "You are too naive. Don't you realize I'm playing with you? What senior brother? What princess? Look at the current atmosphere." Saying that, Lu Qingxiang stepped on a red shadow. "I came here to seize the sword." She mocked arrogantly. Being naive must have a limit too. Stupid woman. Lu Qingxiang looked at her with eyes full of contempt. Said, "Idiot." Ziling asked in panic, "What are you saying? Could it be you forgot us?" Lu Chun immediately stopped her. "Enough." He asked her, "You still haven't realized?" Ziling replied naively. "Realized what?" Looking at Qingqing's appearance right now, Lu Chun thought to himself, "Seems like Junior Sister completely doesn't recognize us anymore. This matter probably has other hidden reasons. What exactly is going on?" Little Dragon whispered to Lu Chun. "Brat. That is soul manipulation technique." Lu Chun was startled. "Soul manipulation technique." Xiaolong explained further. "I'm not wrong. Someone controlled by the soul manipulation technique has their original personality sealed away. This girl is no longer her former self. The caster has created a completely new personality for her." Ziling heard Xiaolong's voice and asked curiously, "Huh? Whose voice is that?" Lu Chun answered vaguely, "A friend. Don't worry about it. Just listen." She didn't overthink it. "All right. If this friend of yours is telling the truth, then what should we do?" Xiaolong continued, "Woman, I have never lied. This is the soul manipulation technique. Kid, you have to be careful. Soul manipulation isn't an ordinary technique. If you act recklessly, you could very well damage the girl's original psyche." Lu Chun looked at Qingxiang with a worried expression and asked, "Then I ask you, How can I break this spell? Xiao Long hesitated. Well, I don't know either, it said. The soul manipulation technique is a spell from ancient times. It's been lost for many years. Forget me. Even the elders of my clan might not know how to break it. When Ziling heard this, she was stunned. Xiao Long added, however, with this kind of mental technique, if you can awaken the girl's original personality, you should be able to break about 80 or 90% of it. Lu Chun mumbled to himself, his eyes deep in thought. Make Junior's sister awaken. He looked at Qingqing's crazed state. Xiao Long warned, that's right, and you have to be fast and precise. It's best to wake her up with a single strike, because if the caster finds out, I'm afraid you won't get another chance. After hearing this, Lu Chun immediately walked towards Qingqing. I understand. Ziling called out worriedly, Jin-san. He shouted, hey, you woman over there. Lu Chun began to criticize Qingqing. You want to take my sword? I have no problem with that. But you're being far too arrogant. You want to take the sword without even asking? Qingqing's tone was haughty. Ask you, are you even qualified? Lu Chun activated a spell. His voice turned angry. Qualified or not, can't you see for yourself? Xiao Long asked worriedly, kid, what are you trying to do? Ziling yelled, Jin-san. Xiao Long quickly warned, this is bad. Don't tell me you're going to use force. I already told you. Using force will damage the girl's psyche. Ziling was confused. What? She panicked and tried to stop him. Jin-san, calm down. Your friend just said, don't. Before she could finish, Lu Chun cut her off. Silence. I know what I'm doing. Frightened, Ziling immediately fell silent. Yes. Qingqing frowned, thinking, damn it. Looks like this guy is a tough nut to crack. Lu Chun looked at her, provoking her. What now? Do you still think I'm just some nobody? Not even worth mentioning. He stepped forward, overwhelming Qingqing with his presence. She was forced to step back. I wasn't using my full strength just now. I was just showing respect to the Guardian. After all, he did pass the divine weapon to me. I couldn't bear to kill him with a single strike. He stated with conviction. But don't think I'm easy to bully. If I wanted to, crushing you would be as easy as flipping my hand. Qingqing was a bit wary. She brandished her sword as a warning. Kid, what do you want? If you want a direct confrontation, I'm definitely not afraid of you. Lu Chun looked up and said, a direct confrontation? Don't get me wrong. I have no intention of fighting you. He made a proposal. Just agree to one thing. Shake my hand, and this sword is yours. How about it? Qingqing was stunned. Xiao Long and Ziling were both shocked. What? Ziling was frantic. Jin-san, I told you to be gentle, but that doesn't mean you should just let her go. Lord Long also chimed in. That's right. If you miss this chance, I'm afraid later on. He turned around and gave Ziling a reassuring smile. She immediately understood Lu Chen's intention. I see. He extended his hand again, urging Qingqing. Well, I've given you a chance. What's your choice? Lu Chen repeated himself. Well, I've given you a chance. What's your choice? Qingqing was a bit wary. She thought to herself, what is this kid up to? A handshake? He probably wants to cast some kind of curse on me. But if I don't cooperate with him, I'm afraid I'll have a hard time dealing with him. Seeing Lu Chen's smug look, Qingqing calculated, in that case, I might as well take this opportunity to plant a goo worm in his body. And while I'm at it, I can drain his cultivation for my master. Isn't this the best solution? She secretly cast a spell, then extended her hand. I understand. I agree to your terms. Lu Chun didn't hesitate either. He immediately reached out his hand. To be certain, Qingqing said again, let's be clear. After we shake hands, the sword is mine, and you have to let me go. Lu Chun casually repeated, no problem. Their hands were about to touch. Qingqing smiled smugly. All right. He's just a country bumpkin. So naive. Lu Chun suddenly dodged Qingqing's hand and spoke. All right. Qingqing was shocked. What? He sneered. You foolish woman. Did you really think I would just simply shake your hand? My target is this. Lu Chun decisively thrust his hand forward. This charade should end now. He touched her chest. Then he shouted loudly, you idiot, wake up for me. This action immediately triggered her past memories. It was the first time she and Lu Chun had met. Back then, they were both still children. Lu Chun happily ran over to greet her. I'm so happy to meet you too. But he wasn't careful and tripped, falling on top of Qingsheng. Ouch! Unconsciously, his hand accidentally touched her chest. This feeling, could it be? Seeing Qingsheng's embarrassed expression, Lu Chun was flustered. I'm so sorry, Qingsheng replied. Are you okay? But this is a bit awkward. Hurry and get up, right? The little girl back then wasn't angry at all. Instead, she said, that was just an accident. I hope you'll forget about it, young master. Let's start over. I am Lu Qingsheng. It's a pleasure to meet you. Lu Chun stammered in response. My name is Lu Chun. Please take care of me, remembering these past events. Qingsheng unconsciously, she shyly called out, Senior brother. Then she shouted, Senior brother. She ran and threw herself into his arms, sobbing his name. Senior brother. High in the sky, a giant cocoon floated. It split in two. From within, a woman emerged. The cocoon was torn apart. The woman floated in midair. In the cave, Qingsheng kept calling for her senior brother. Lu Chun comforted her. You're finally awake. You scared me to death. I was so worried when I used that move. I'd long forgotten that memory. If it weren't for the previous trial attack that reminded me of so many old things, I'm afraid Ziling was a little jealous, but she didn't know what to do. She could only let out a humph. Lu Chun gently pushed Qingsheng away and said, Now that you're awake, can we? Qingsheng shyly whispered in his ear. She looked up and said softly, Senior brother, if we could we wait a little longer? Ziling immediately interrupted their intimate conversation. I object. Qingsheng looked surprised. Princess, why are you here too? And also, this is Ziling Bruched Hrustered. Never mind. Considering you just woke up, I won't argue with you. But, just this once. Qingsheng didn't understand. Senior brother, what does the princess mean? Lu Chun gave a forced smile and brushed it off. It's nothing. She's just joking. Don't mind her. The space around them suddenly began to shake violently. Rocks and debris rained down from above. After a moment, the earthquake stopped. It's over. Qingsheng said worriedly. Why does it feel like the earthquakes are getting stronger? When will they finally stop? A weak voice echoed. This is probably the last one. Don't worry. It won't shake again. It was the remnant soul. He slowly walked over. His voice was heavy. It's just that. I'm afraid you'll have to face something even more terrifying next. The two girls were alarmed. A more terrifying existence. The remnant's soul gritted his teeth. That's right. That person is also the mastermind who is controlling this young lady. If I'm not mistaken, my awakening and this earthquake are likely all her doing. Her goal is probably the Lu Chun sword. After hearing this, Lu Chun calmly replied, So that's how it is. The remnant soul was surprised by Lu Chun's attitude. You're quite calm, kid. I admit you're very strong. But compared to her, you're still too weak. He tossed the sword to Lu Chun. Take it. Go now. Take the sword spirit and Inu and get out of here. If you go now, you might still be able to escape. Lu Chun caught the sword. He refused firmly. No, I'm not leaving. The remnant soul didn't understand. He declared loudly, I don't care who's pulling the strings. Using my junior sister to do evil. Even if she's a god, I will kill her. A slow voice drifted down from above. What an ambitious young man. The wall above them rumbled. As if something was about to break through, it exploded from the outside. A stream of energy shaped like an eye shot in. Ziling was terrified. It's that eye again, Lu Chun said, as expected. This person is the mastermind. A woman slowly materialized from within the eye. She replied in a gentle voice, That's right. The woman added another compliment. Young man, you are very clever. It was the woman who had emerged from the cocoon. She raised her hand high, her posture incredibly arrogant. As a reward, when I kill you later, I'll be a little gentle. The three of them glared at the woman. She glanced at Qingsheng. Qingsheng hid behind Lu Chun in fear. He asked her, Is it her? Qingsheng confirmed with certainty, This aura, I could never mistake it. The woman sneered. To think you could break my soul controlling art. In thousands of years, you're the first. Lu Chun didn't show any weakness. He immediately retorted, Same to you. A woman who's lived for tens of thousands of years. And you're a sword spirit whose chest still hasn't sagged. You're pretty impressive too. The two girls on our side seem to have figured something out. Thousands of years. Ziling blurted out, Sword spirit? The woman looked surprised. You actually know I'm a sword spirit? How did you know? Lu Chun pointed at the remnant soul. Well, thanks to that guard and that talkative old man. If it weren't for them, I'm afraid, even now, I'd still be in the dark. He looked directly at the sword spirit. His voice was clear and strong. From the very beginning, an old senior told me the legend of Yin Yu and Lu Chun. He said that this sword was a divine weapon forged by a hero to save the world. But during the trial just now, I accidentally saw their memories. His gaze was unwavering as he continued. At that moment, I was certain this old man was very likely that hero. And though the memories I saw were only fragments, the person in those memories was not the hero the old man described. Lu Chun glanced at the remnant soul and said, I saw a pitiful man, living a tragic life in a chaotic world. Moreover, during his life, there was a period when he completely fell to the demonic path. So I guessed that the sword this man forged was not a world-saving divine weapon at all. His words hit a nerve. The remnant soul looked a bit guilty. I also knew it was nothing more than a demonic sword. Furthermore, in the end, this sword possessed and killed him. The memory ends there. But in the story the old man told me, the ending was that the wielder split the divine sword in two and buried it here. I thought about it for a moment and felt that this part was probably half true. After all, there are indeed two swords now. So I figured that perhaps after he was killed, he turned himself into a sword soul, forcibly split the sword in two, and sealed it here. Is that right? Was my analysis correct? His words were spot on. The sword spirit was momentarily surprised. Then she burst out laughing. Brilliant. Truly impressive. She praised him. Kid, I didn't expect you to figure out so much from just that little bit of information. So clever and sharp. You're the most perceptive person I've ever met. The sword spirit's eyes turned vicious. But, she said bluntly, the smarter you are, the more I can't let you live. With that, she lunged forward to attack the boy. Lu Chun used the sword in his hand to block her attack. The sword spirit attacked relentlessly, giving him no chance to counter. She lifted her leg and kicked. This surprise attack caught Lu Chun off guard. He was immediately kicked into the wall. Ziling and Qin Chang cried out in alarm. Senior brother. Lu Chun was pinned under the sword spirit's foot. He gritted his teeth. You damn woman. You fight dirty. She laughed slyly. Oh, who told you a sword soul can only use a sword? Then she gave him a provocative look. Why so cold? Don't you like me like this? Her foot slid over Lu Chun's body. Are you not interested in me? Ziling and Qin Chang couldn't hold back and charged forward together. Qin Chang shouted an order. You ugly hag. Let go of my senior brother. Ziling was not to be outdone. You dare bully my man? Are you tired of living? The sword spirit's expression didn't change. This is a game for adults. What are children interfering for? Just then, she drew a sword from her hand. Decisively. The game ends here. Consider this a warm-up after my recovery. You've completed your task quite well. The sword spirit raised her longsword. Dozens of smaller swords converged in one spot. She slashed horizontally, instantly sending the two girls flying. But now your task is over. Go and die. She gave her prey no chance to breathe, lunging forward. She clawed relentlessly at Ziling. Ziling struggled to defend herself. The three of them were cornered by her. The sword spirit launched her final blow. Dozens of swords shot straight toward the three of them. This is bad. In that critical moment, Lu Chun rushed forward, grabbed the two girls, and ran. He shouted, Danger! The sword spirit glared. Try to run? She gave chase, attacking frantically. It's not that easy. A continuous barrage of attacks was unleashed. You have nowhere to run. The sword spirit cursed as she attacked. Keat. The three of them were in a life-or-death situation. The two girls could only call out Lu Chun's name. Third senior brother. The final blow was almost impossible to dodge. A flash of red light, and Lu Chun fell. Red fragments scattered across his body. He turned without hesitation, intending to shield the two girls with his own body. No. However, nothing happened. Lu Chun turned his head to look. It turned out the old man had taken the blows for him. He smiled. Lu Chun frantically supported him. Hold on. Wait for me to deal with her. The old man spoke with a weak breath. It's too late. Knowing he didn't have long to live, he left his last words. Your analysis was very accurate. It was indeed because of my personal grudge that the world was brought to the brink of destruction by her. But you are only half right. I forged this sword for my family. My village was caught in the war between gods and demons and was tragically wiped out. The old man gave a bitter smile. I desperately wanted to take revenge on all the gods and demons. Hatred blinded me. I deceived myself, telling myself it was single-minded focus. Because of that, I even forgot the most important person by my side. That period of forging the sword drove me mad. Countless swords were forged, but not a single one was usable. It made me break down, driving me insane. Chun was shocked by this information. He blurted out, "What?" The old man continued. "In the end, I lost all reason. I did something that I can never redeem myself for. I fused my wife, Inu, into the sword. By the time I came to my senses, the gods and demons were already annihilated. But humanity was also driven to the brink of extinction by her. This is my punishment. It's fate's punishment for my obsession." The old man instructed him, "Kid, you must remember, a man who doesn't avenge his grievances is no hero. But losing your reason will only lead you to make even greater mistakes." The remnant soul gripped Chun's hand tightly. He repeated his warning. "Remember, don't be like me, filled with regret even in death." He pulled Chun closer, whispered something, and then vanished. The swords fell to the ground. Chun watched with regret as the old man's remnant soul faded away. The sword spirit sneered. "Oh, he's finally dead? Still so stubborn after tens of thousands of years. The death of a useless man. Probably didn't hit you too hard, did it? It seems I had too high expectations for you. I didn't expect you to be so weak." How disappointing. She launched a fatal blow. "Kid, it's over." Chun turned around. His eyes were wide open, glowing with a red light. He blocked the attack with a shield in one hand. The sword spirit was stunned. "What? How is that possible? How did you do that?" Chun held a sword in each hand, his aura soaring. "How I did it is none of your business. All you need to know is that you're about to die." He crossed the two swords, activating a spell. The sword spirit's face turned pale. She finally showed a hint of worry. "Wait, what are you trying to do?" Seeing Chun preparing to merge the two swords, she rushed forward, shouting, "Don't." The two swords had already merged into one. The sword spirit only managed to utter two words. Don't." Her eyes widened. Her face showed extreme anxiety. "This is bad." The sword spirit's face was ashen. This kid actually completed the sword fusion. She couldn't believe her eyes. Could it be that the Chun sword has chosen him? Impossible. Impossible. I am the sword spirit of the Chun sword. Without my acknowledgement, how could it? Chun's eyes were icy. He stated firmly, "What's so impossible? I have the acknowledgement of the sword master in my hand. You are merely a sword spirit separated from the sword body. In the end, you are nothing." The two young women admired his powerful presence, cheering, "Third senior brother." He gave him a cold glance and asked, "Well, cool, right?" They both couldn't help but shout, "So cool." Meanwhile, the sword spirit gritted her teeth. "You damn kid. You ruined my plans, and you dare to steal my sword." She charged forward like a wild beast. "Kid, how could I possibly spare you? I will definitely kill you." Chun sneered. "With just you," he commanded loudly. "Insolence. Kneel before me." The sword spirit immediately fell to the ground. He commanded, "You audacious sword slave. How dare you defy the will of the sword master? Kneel." Her body automatically obeyed his command and knelt. The sword spirit trembled. "How is this possible? My body, why?" Chun stepped on her head. He looked down at her with contempt. "In the end, you are just a sword soul. Now that I am the master of this sword, how can you possibly defy my will?" The sword spirit gritted her teeth and growled. "You damn kid, don't get cocky." She suddenly stood up, her eyes glowing. "I could betray that guy, and I can do the same to you." Thinking she had turned the tables, the sword spirit declared confidently, "Kid, you miscalculated one final step. I win." It seemed the sword spirit had invaded Chun's spiritual world. She moved about freely, muttering, "I'm in." The sword spirit laughed excitedly. "So this is all you've got? Your spiritual shield is even weaker than that guy's. This is great. At this rate, I can even take over Mount Shu with ease. This time, I will definitely burn this world to ashes." Chun appeared, letting out a cold laugh. Is that so? Weren't you just wondering how I block your attack? Hearing his voice, she looked around in a panic. He said, turn around and look. The answer is right behind you. The sword spirit turned. Her face turned pale. This is... Behind her were Lu Chen's masters. Who are you people? Master Jiao, she looked at the sword spirit with contempt and said, we had to be mobilized for a useless thing like this. Hiru spoke up. Well, with our disciple's current strength, dealing with her is a bit of a stretch. Cut him some slack. Master Su asked in a stern voice, Little Chun, is she the one who bullied you? Lu Chen quickly replied, yes. It's her. The sword spirit cowered. Her face filled with fear. She thought, what's with these women? Why am I afraid of them? She tried to straighten up, to regain her composure, comforting herself. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I am an existence that slays gods and annihilates demons. How could I be afraid of a few women? Not wanting to waste time. The masters immediately took action. All right, let's deal with her. I don't have time to play around. Looks like everyone is busy. Now let's just take care of this together. They all attacked the sword spirit at once. She could only stand there and take the beating. Impossible. Even in pain, she stubbornly thought, I am an ancient divine artifact, a weapon that slays gods and annihilates demons. How can I end up like this? Knowing she had no chance, she immediately knelt and begged, I was wrong. Please, divine ladies, spare my life. I surrender. I won't dare to do it again. Outside, the desert was a swirl of dust. Smoke and sand filled the sky. Amidst the smoke were countless skeletons. In withered red, thorny cacti, a hand reached out from a pile of bones. A young man with a tuft of red hair emerged, panting. He looked around blankly, thinking, where am I? Back inside, the sword spirit was crying and begging Lu Chun. Lord Lu Chun, I surrender. Please spare my life. I am willing to be your beast of burden. As long as you can spare my life. The masters looked at her, finding it amusing. They chuckled softly. Master Su responded to her plea. You're the one who said this. She chanted an incantation for a seal. A mark was branded onto the sword spirit. She said, remember your words. We don't need you to do anything. After all, you're pathetically weak. Master Su gave her a choice. However, I do have a rather good job for you. Well, will you take it? From now on, you will be my disciple's handmaiden and servant. Serve and protect him well. If he loses even a single strand of hair due to your negligence or carelessness, or your irresponsibility, I will hold you solely responsible. Lu Chen didn't understand and asked Su Yuanxia, wait a minute. First master, what's a handmaiden for? Master Jiao, she replied nonchalantly. You have the nerve to ask? Tell me yourself, how much trouble have you caused recently? Right now, in any territory of the Qing domain, there are at least 10 factions that want your head. I'd say this is a blessing you've earned from a past life. Lu Chen scratched his head in embarrassment. Well, that does seem to be the case. Hiru scolded him sternly. You're laughing. You're all grown up now. Have you ever thought about what would happen if one day we couldn't save you in time and you ran into a situation like today's again? What would you do then? He immediately nodded. Third master is right. I know I was wrong. Master Su waved her hand. She glanced at the sword spirit. All right. Enough said. This handmaiden may be dull-witted, but her strength is passable. Having her by your side to serve you will do. The sword spirit blushed as she looked at him. She was still hesitating, but then she caught Su Yuanxia's threatening gaze. She immediately knelt and cried out, Ma master. The sword spirit took Lu Chen's hand, bowing her head in submission. Please, master, do not disdain me. Graciously accept this humble servant. He quickly pulled his hand back and looked at Master Su. Master Su gestured to him, understanding his master's intent. Lu Chen had no choice. He had to accept. Well then, it would be rude to refuse. Then he bowed to thank his masters. First master, second master, third master, fourth master. It would be rude of me to refuse. A series of memories flashed by. It was the sword spirit's past. In a room displaying countless swords and blades, a man's voice rang out. This one is no good. This one isn't either. He frantically rummaged through the swords. None of them are good enough. He slammed his fist on the table, muttering, Why? I've sought out thousands of master smiths, yet I still can't forge a single decent sword. Is heaven truly determined to destroy me? The woman beside him, perhaps the sword spirit of the past, came closer to comfort him. Let it go. Let's not seek revenge anymore. At this rate, your body won't be able to take it. She embraced the man, her voice pleading. Let's find a place where no one knows us and live a peaceful life. Let go of the hatred. Forget about those damn gods and demons. Let's just care about each other. Can we do that? The man angrily pushed her away, roaring, Shut up. You want me to give up on revenge? To forget the blood feud of my fellow villagers? You've truly disappointed me. He looked at her with disgust. If that's what you think, then there's nothing more to say between us. Get out. Her face was filled with grievance. The man threw himself back into forging, crazed. I must complete my life's work as soon as possible, starting over from scratch. First, add the black iron powder. The woman looked at the sword placed next to the forge. She seemed to have thought of something. Back in the present, amidst the desolate desert, sand and dust swirled everywhere. Below the cliff was a bottomless sand pit. The sword spirit stood there silently, as if lost in memories of the past. Chun turned back and asked the sword spirit, I guess everything's settled now, right? Let's go. By the way, what should I call you from now on? The sword spirit was startled. Seeing her reaction, he asked, What are you spacing out for? The sword spirit quickly replied, My deepest apologies, master. I was just recalling some old memories. You could just call me sword spirit. Chun casually replied with a sound of agreement. He seemed curious about her story and asked, All right, but the old memories you mentioned are... The sword spirit quickly changed the subject. It's nothing. Just some trivial matters not worth mentioning. Somewhere outside the town, Chun's group was sitting in a restaurant, discussing their plans. Ching Chung asked Ling with concern, So what are your plans next? Does that mean you're not coming with us? Ling's face darkened. Father can't bear to abandon the 1,000-year legacy of our ancestors. He wants to reopen the sect in the desolate lands outside Wushuang City. But the surrounding powers don't seem to think the same way. Ever since the city was captured, conflicts have been arising one after another. As the eldest daughter, I must return to protect my family's interests. Ching Chung suggested, Then we'll go with you. Ling immediately stopped her. No, this is a family matter. Besides, father, she trailed off, looking dejected. There's no point in talking about it. It's useless to say more. What about you? What are you planning to do next? He took a sip of water and replied, Me? I've been in the Qing domain long enough. Next, I plan to go to the Xian domain. Hearing this name, both girls were surprised. The Xian domain? He explained his plans further. Originally, the plan my masters set for me was to stay in each of their territories for 5 years, to temper my will through that. But with what I've accumulated these past few days, I'm about to break through to the King realm. Chun looked at the sword in his hand and added, Moreover, although I have the divine sword, if I want to unleash its full power, I'm afraid I'll need to ascend another level. So I've decided to leave the Qing domain for now. I'll go to Xian City and challenge the myriad peaks. By then, perhaps my strength will also advance another step. Ching Ching asked, puzzled, Myriad peaks? Chun explained, The so-called myriad peaks is the third of the 10 wonders of Xian City. No one knows the specific reason for its formation, but it's said that as long as you can climb it, both your realm and cultivation will see a huge improvement. Ling's expression turned serious. She said, But from what I know, although the myriad peaks can bring great advancement, with your and your junior sister's cultivation, I'm afraid if you two go there, you'll be overwhelmed by the myriad peaks backlash instead. The losses would outweigh the gains. Ching Chung looked at Chun with concern. How could that be? He sighed. This time, it's better if I go alone. I promise you, after this is done, I will definitely come back quickly to travel the world with you. Wouldn't that be a wonderful thing? Ching Chung clenched her fists, her face full of dissatisfaction. She suddenly stood up and said loudly, Then you have to promise me. Once you get to Xian City, you're not allowed to fool around. Chun was startled. Junior sister. Where did that come from? Ching Chun glanced sideways at Ling, as if implying something. You still dare to ask? You know what I mean? In short, you have to promise me. No fooling around. You already have a soulmate. Basically, you're not allowed to have any more. He was flustered. Wait a minute. Why are you suddenly so agitated? Let's talk about this calmly. She pressed on relentlessly. So you're not agreeing, are you, senior brother? You liar. Wait. Don't attack, junior sister. Senior brother, don't you dare run. Princess, save me. Outside, the remnant's soul had not yet vanished. He was standing next to another old man, speaking casually. This matter has finally been resolved satisfactorily. It's truly worth celebrating. The remnant soul replied, I figured out long ago that you were pulling the strings behind all this. The other old man answered, Don't say that. Now you've been liberated, and the sword spirit has a reliable master. Isn't this a double blessing? With this resolution, you should be able to enter reincarnation with peace of mind, right? The remnant's soul pondered. That's true. But before I go, I have one more thing to ask you. From the very beginning, was everything part of your plan? The old man stroked his beard and chuckled. You could say that. It's just that with my disciple's temperament. If I told him the truth, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to invite this great Buddha. But if I tricked him a little first, and then told him the whereabouts of his little junior sister, then things would be different. The remnant soul sighed in admiration. You truly are an old man with interesting and peculiar tastes. A beam of light shone down from above, intending to pull the remnant's soul away. Looks like it's time. Those people up there are really impatient. The remnant's soul asked the master beside him, What are you planning to do next? The old man said, Next, I want to try my luck on the Nine Heavens Ancient Road. The remnant's soul was worried. The Nine Heavens Ancient Road? That's a path of nothingness that only Saint King level experts can enter. And even for a Saint King, it's a life or death gamble. And yet you, seeing the old man's determined look, the remnant's soul could only offer encouragement. As expected of you, old man. In that case, I wish you success, so you don't have to come up here and bother me. The other master squinted at him and said slowly, Farewell, my friend. The scene shifts to Xian City, the Blood Flame Dynasty. In the Imperial Palace, music and dance filled the air. An obese emperor sat enjoying the beautiful women. He was completely captivated by a beautiful dancer with a seductive figure. She approached him, then swayed her body, pretending to fall into his lap. The emperor excitedly embraced her. As he puckered his lips to kiss her, the dancer pulled a dagger from her clothes, making his eyes bulge. The entire imperial palace immediately fell into chaos. Screams echoed endlessly. Assassin! An assassin has attacked His Majesty. Guards, get over here. Don't let her escape. The soldiers were in disarray. They lit the signal fires. Lock down the city. We must capture her. Seeing the fireworks, Chun, who was in the city, showed some interest. Oh, I didn't expect the people of Xian City to be so interesting. It's been a while since I've seen such a lively and beautiful fireworks display. I've been so busy traveling lately. I've really missed out on a lot of fun. He looked around and sighed. Such a beautiful night scene, yet there's no one to enjoy it with. This contrast, the people of Xian City are truly hard to figure out. But it's already dark. If I can't find an inn today, I'll just have to stay here for now. Chun casually walked into a nearby inn. The attendant enthusiastically introduced it to him. Rest assured, esteemed guest. All the rooms here are of the highest quality. He was somewhat interested. Is that so? Then take me to see one. The attendant smiled brightly. Please feel free to choose. All the rooms are the same. It just depends on which location you prefer. A soldier burst into the inn, shouting loudly, Where's your boss? Get out here. The manager hurried out to greet him. Officer, why have you come again? The soldier said impatiently, Cut the crap. We're here looking for someone. The manager said fearfully, Sir, I really don't know anything. You've already come 3 times in the last hour. How am I supposed to do business? The soldier threatened. What? Are you trying to define imperial order? The manager quickly shook his head. No. The soldier threw a large wanted poster in the manager's face, ordering, Then post this for me. At this moment, Chun curiously asked the attendant, What's going on? What happened? Chun turned and asked, What's going on? What happened? The other person replied, It's nothing. Mainly, there's been some unrest in the palace recently. I heard an assassin try to kill the emperor. Hearing this, Chun asked, An assassination? It seems this place of yours isn't very peaceful. It won't affect my rest, will it? The other person quickly replied, No. Rest assured, sir. if you wish to rest. I will arrange a quiet room for you. Lu Chun said with satisfaction. That's not bad then. If there's nothing else, you can leave. Don't let those soldiers bother me. Just looking at them annoys me. After that, the other person quickly opened the door for Lu Chun, smiling. Please, rest well. Absolutely no one will disturb your rest. Please, this way. Lu Chun looked around the room. He said to the other person, not bad. It's indeed a clean and quiet room. I'll take this one. The other person smiled at Lu Chun. I'm glad you like it, sir. Lu Chun seemed to see someone hiding under the bed. He said, but, the other person asked, what is it, esteemed guest? Lu Chun decided not to mention the person under the bed. He said, it's nothing. You may leave now. Here's a tip for you. If there's nothing important, don't come and bother me. The other person said happily to Lu Chun, yes, sir. Thank you, esteemed guest. He entered the room and closed the door. Lu Chun said with a smile, not a bad room. Compared to this, the inns in the Qing domain are all garbage. After I'm done here, I'll bring my junior sister and the princess over. Let them enjoy it a little too. Suddenly, a girl with a sword crawled out from under the bed. Lu Chun said with a smile, I'm telling you, did you really think I wouldn't notice you? Child's play. After that, Lu Chun reached out and grabbed the girl's throat, causing the sword in her hand to fall to the ground. Lu Chun said with a smile, I just arrived, and I didn't want to get into any trouble with those soldiers. Did you really think I was a pushover? The girl was being choked by Lu Chun and couldn't breathe, struggling to speak. You. The girl soon passed out. Lu Chun sized up the girl. Passed out already? But she's actually quite cute up close. Why would you become an assassin of all things? At this moment, Lu Chun stroked the girl's hair and said, if you had just stayed quietly under the bed and waited for a chance to leave, everything would have been fine. But you had to try and ambush me to silence me. Since you were ruthless, don't blame me for being heartless, he said. Lu Chun then took off his outer coat. The next morning, the girl woke up. She found her hands and feet tightly bound. At this moment, Lu Chun saw that the girl was awake. He turned around and asked with a smile, you're awake. Seeing this, the girl said angrily to Lu Chun, don't think you could tie me up. Lu Chun then said, don't bother struggling. This is a divine artifact from the Qing domain. It's from the divine sword palace. Without Peking realm cultivation, don't even think about breaking free. The more the girl heard, the angrier she got. She shouted, this is outrageous. Outrageous. I will never forgive you. You scoundrel. Suddenly, a foot stepped on the girl's neck. It was the sword spirit. The sword spirit asked, little girl, who are you calling a scoundrel? Someone as disrespectful to my master as you. Truly breaks my heart. The other girl turned her head to look. She immediately recognized who it was. She thought to herself, this is the sword spirit. The sword spirit smiled at the other girl. I advise you to behave yourself. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Lu Chun smiled at the sword spirit. Sword spirit, don't scare her. I never thought such a weak assassin would be worth a set of saintly artifacts. You people from the Xian domain are truly foolish and rich. Hearing Lu Chun's words, Ling Long burst out laughing. She said, a set of saintly artifacts? Do you really believe the people of the Blood Flame dynasty will keep their promise? You're too naive. Let me tell you, the Blood Flame dynasty has had 18 emperors in 3 years. All of them rose to power through betrayal, conspiracies, and schemes. The only thing they know how to do is plunder the hard-earned wealth of the people. These kinds of animals, I'll kill every single one I see. Ling Long shouted at Lu Chun. You're an outsider. You don't understand the situation here. I don't blame you. But if you still naively trust the people of the Blood Flame dynasty after hearing what I've said, then you're either a fool or a villain. Hearing this, Lu Chun understood the situation. He said to Ling Long, so that's how it is. That's why you wanted to assassinate them. Ling Long then replied, now that you know the whole story, hurry up and release me. If you want saintly artifacts, I have them too. Just let me go. Once I return to my sect, I'll give you 2 sets. No, 3 sets. Lu Chun asked, 3 sets? Ling Long said decisively, I keep my word. Lu Chun turned his head away, looking straight ahead. Forget it. Compared to your empty promises, I'd rather trust that reliable wanted poster. Seeing this, Zi Ling shouted at Lu Chun. Lu Chun then replied, that's the kind of person I am. The more people tell me I can't do something, the more I want to do it. If they dare to go back on their word, I will drown the blood-flame dynasty in a sea of blood and a mountain of fire. Enough talk. I didn't expect to hit such a big jackpot on my first day in Xian City. Old ox, let's go. Time to trade for some saintly artifacts. Ling Long shouted loudly at Lu Chun. You scoundrel. You will definitely regret this. The scene shifts to another location. A person rushed over to report to an official, saying frantically, My lord, something terrible has happened. The official said impatiently, Don't bother me. Today, the entire court is in an uproar over the emperor's assassination. If you have nothing important, then quickly. The person quickly said, My lord, I'm here precisely because of this matter. In front of the imperial palace, there's a kid who says he's captured the culprit. He's preparing to claim the reward. After hearing this, the official asked in great surprise, What? Outside the city gate, the official asked Lu Chun, You're the one who claims to have captured the culprit? Lu Chun said, That's right. It is I. But before Lu Chun could finish, the official walked past him. He went towards Ling Long and asked, You have some nerve. How dare you assassinate my emperor? Do you know this is a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations of your family? Before Lu Chun could finish speaking, he heard the official give Ling Long a sinister smile. You treacherous villain. I really have to thank you. Thanks to you getting rid of that waste, who was always oppressing my father. Now that he's dead, my old man can finally ascend the throne in peace. Don't you worry. In light of your contribution, when we execute you, we'll give you a quick and painless death. But to eliminate any future trouble, your sect, I am afraid. Hearing this, Ling Long said with extreme anger, What did you say? You shameless, treacherous villain. Let me go. Lu Chun placed a hand on the official's shoulder. He asked impatiently, Hey, where are the saintly artifacts I deserve? The official brushed Lu Chun's hand away and said loudly, Such a big mouth. The official looked at Lu Chun, thinking, Who is this kid? His clothes are ordinary. His ride is just a normal ox cart. He's just a country bumpkin. In that case, after that, the official threw Lu Chun a gold coin and said, Take it. This is enough for you to buy a big house back in your village. The official poked Lu Chun's cheek with his finger and said, You're just a dirt-poor farmer. You just got lucky and accomplished something minor. And you want saintly artifacts? Take the money and get lost. The farther, the better. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lu Chun couldn't take it anymore and grabbed the official's finger. Is that so? I think you're the one who doesn't know your place. You look down on others with your dog eyes. With that, he broke the man's finger. The man immediately screamed in pain, clutching the finger Lu Chun had broken. Seeing this, Zi Ling said in great surprise, What? Suddenly, a powerful voice boomed. Who is causing trouble here? Zi Ling immediately recognized this aura. A King Realm expert. A King Realm expert from the Blood Flame dynasty. Could it be? Ling Long recognized him. That's the city lord of the Blood Flame dynasty's capital. The official was being pinned to the ground by the sword spirit's foot. Seeing the Blood Flame King, he shouted for help. Father, save me. Then, the Blood Flame King saw his son and said, Langer. Then he roared at Lu Chun in a rage. Kid, you dare. The Blood Flame King drew his saber and charged at Lu Chun, saying, Damn you. It seems you don't know how the word death is written. Release him now, and I might give you a quick death. Otherwise. Hearing this, Lu Chun asked very calmly, Otherwise what? Lu Chun drew his sword and said to the Blood Flame King, If you hadn't said anything, it would have been fine. But now that you have, I'd like to see what you can do to me. After that, Lu Chun, right in front of the Blood Flame King, killed his son. Seeing this, the Blood Flame King couldn't contain his anger and roared, What? Lu Chun turned back and asked Zi Ling, The 3 sets of saintly artifacts you promised earlier. Do you still remember? Ling Long replied, Yes. After hearing that, Lu Chun smiled. Good. I've changed my mind. What happens next? I hope you watch closely. This isn't just a lesson for them, but also a warning for you. Anyone who dares to mess with me will die. The Blood Flame King was burning with rage. He charged towards Lu Chun, shouting, You damn kid, how dare you kill my son? Today, I will make you pay with your blood. Lu Chun was extremely calm. He defeated him with a single strike. Ling Long witnessed this scene. Utterly shocked, she thought, What is happening? This kid all by himself. took the enemy general's head amidst an army of thousands. And his opponent was a king realm expert. What is his background? After finishing, Lu Chun said with a smile, I thought you were some big shot to talk so big to me. Turns out you're just this and nothing more. After that, Lu Chun asked the remaining soldiers, what about you all? Surrender or die? Give me a straight answer. The other soldiers, having witnessed the previous scene, were scared out of their wits. They cried and fled in all directions. Monster! Help! I don't want to die. Lu Chun said with a smile. Is this all you've got? It seems the Blood Flame dynasty is nothing special after all. At this moment, the sword spirit said to Lu Chun, Master, leaving survivors isn't a good thing. It's fine. They're just a bunch of ants. Lu Chun replied with a smile. Compared to this, I have more important things to do. Lu Chun turned back and called out to Linglong. Mississippi. Then Lu Chun pushed Linglong down with his hand and asked, let me ask you, do you know about the Myriad Peaks? Linglong stammered, my Myriad Peaks? Lu Chun brought his face close. He asked Linglong what? You don't know. Linglong quickly said, of course I know. Recently, the Zhaoyang family, the ones who manage the Myriad Peaks, are preparing to hold the Grand Assembly that happens once every 15 years. Everyone in Xian City knows about this. Hearing this, Lu Chun smiled and asked, that's great then. I was just planning to go there. Can you lead the way? Linglong asked in surprise, lead the way? You don't have to. I believe after this display, the people of the Blood Flame dynasty probably won't dare to refuse my request to trade you for the saintly artifacts anymore. What do you think? Hearing Lu Chun's words, Linglong sighed and said, I agree to your terms. Lu Chun smiled and helped Linglong up. Well, you said it yourself. 2 sets of saintly artifacts plus leading the way. I'm not forcing you. Don't go back on your word later. Linglong then said, in that case, let's get ready to leave. After I guide you, I still have to return to my sect to report. Lu Chun replied, no ruse. There's one more condition before we go. Yes. Lu Chun said to the sword spirit, leave an IOU for the Blood Flame dynasty. Make sure they remember it well. They still owe me a set of saintly artifacts. The sword spirit knelt and said to Lu Chun, yes, master. I've been waiting for you to say that for a long time. The sword spirit shouted loudly, people of the Blood Flame imperial family, listen up. Standing before you are the sword spirit and her master, young Master Lu. Today, you broke your promise. You should have been exterminated to follow the way of heaven. But young Master Lu is merciful. He will spare your lives today. But remember this well. Your Blood Flame dynasty still owes young Master Lu a set of saintly artifacts. One day, you must present it with your own hands. The Myriad Peaks symbolizes the might of 10,000 mountains. There are 81 levels in total. Linglong began to guide Lu Chun. Linglong explained to Lu Chun. 81 levels. 81 levels of mountain pressure. But the Myriad Peaks is not a mountain. Myriad Peaks is just a way of describing the might of 10,000 mountains. In reality, the Myriad Peaks is a void space. No one knows how it was formed. And no one knows how this place came to be. Ever since the Zhaoyang family discovered this place 1,000 years ago, the Myriad Peaks has always been guarded by this family. The strangest thing here is the unique spiritual pressure of the Myriad Peaks. If you go from top to bottom, you won't encounter any difficulties. But once you try to climb from the bottom up, you will immediately feel an endless pressure. With each level you ascend, the pressure becomes stronger. It's like a bottomless pit is pulling you back. Without the Zhaoyang family's secret medicine to protect your body, enduring this pulling force, at best, you'll be crippled for life. At worst, you'll turn into a deformed monster, neither living nor dead, forever remaining in the Myriad Peaks, never to be reincarnated. That is the Myriad Peaks. Of course, every time you manage to climb a level, you will receive a portion of spiritual pressure enhancement. Usually, the 30th level can help one obtain the renowned king's aura. As long as you obtain this aura, even if you've just entered the king realm, you can become an outstanding figure among those in the same realm. But in history, let alone 30 levels, those who could climb 10 levels were already considered powerful experts. As for the others, it goes without saying. They either ended up crippled at home, wasting their God-given talent, or they remained forever in the Myriad Peaks, becoming wandering ghosts. So, Do you still want to continue the challenge? Thus, Ling Long advised Lu Chun, I think you should just give up. Take me back to my sect. By then, but when Ling Long turned her head, Lu Chun was nowhere to be seen. Ling Long said in great surprise, where did he go? Looking to the other side, Ling Long saw Lu Chun standing in front of a street stall, buying food. Lu Chun asked the stall owner, Owner, how much for a portion of this squid? Seeing this, Ling Long was furious. She shouted at Lu Chun, Are you really an idiot or just pretending to be one? I went to all the trouble of explaining things to you. And you ran off to buy dried squid? Lu Chun held a bag of fragrant dried squid, eating as he spoke to Ling Long. What are you so angry about? I'm the one taking the challenge, not you. Talk about the emperor not being worried, but the eunuch is... Suddenly, young Master Mei Xiao appeared, chuckling at Lu Chun. Brother, your mindset is truly admirable. With such a mindset, Mei, I'm truly impressed. Not only are you handsome, but your physique and aura are also like a dragon or phoenix among men. You must be 90% certain of success in this challenge. May I ask how I should address you? Lu Chun hesitated for a moment. Well, Ling Long looked at the person before them. She quickly recognized him. You are young Master Mei Xiao of the Mei family. Young Master Mei Xiao turned to Ling Long and asked, And how should I address you, miss? Ling Long immediately curtsied and said respectfully to young Master Mei Xiao, Dangshin sect, Bai Ling Long. It is an honor, Ling Long. Lu Chun looked at the person before him and asked Ling Long, Who is Mei Xiao? Ling Long leaned in and whispered in Lu Chun's ear, You probably don't know, but he's a big deal. In Xian City, the Li family, Qin family, Li family, and Mei family, along with the Ouyang family, are considered the 5 great families. Among the 5 great families, Li Daozi of the Li family is the founder of the #1 sect in Xian City. Qin Yuning of the Qin family is a genius of his generation. It's said that at the age of 50, he slew demons and dragons. The Ouyang family is also one of them. The young lady of the family, Ouyang Yui, and her older brother, Ouyang Chong, are both exceptionally talented. Coupled with their ownership of the myriad peaks, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them the #1 family in Xian City. Then Ling Long turned to young Master Mei Xiao and said, And this Mei Xiao is also one of the most outstanding figures of the younger generation of the 5 great families. Now do you know who he is? Young Master Mei Xiao replied, You flatter me, miss. I am not worthy of such praise. Today I am just like the two of you. Just an ordinary person here to test my strength against the myriad peaks. Before the might of the myriad peaks, we are all incredibly small, let alone such empty titles. Hearing this, Ling Long replied, You're too modest. Lu Chun continued, Well said, kid, you're very humble. Hearing what Lu Chun said to young Master Mei Xiao, Ling Long immediately panicked. Hey, what are you saying? If we offend the Mei family, neither of us will have a good end. Quickly, apologize now while you still can. Lu Chun then asked, Why should I apologize? Such a talented person. I was even planning to take him as my direct disciple. This honor, I wouldn't normally offer it. Hearing this, Ling Long placed her hand on Lu Chun's forehead and said, Are you sick? This Mei Xiao is not comparable to the Blood Flame dynasty. He's the real deal. Young Master Mei Xiao said to Ling Long, Miss, what you're saying is wrong. For this brother to dare speak like this, he must be an extraordinary person himself. What I have achieved today is thanks to the efforts of countless renowned masters. Having one more master to guide me wouldn't hurt, but wanting to take me as a disciple is not an easy matter. Brother, you must have real skills. After that, he turned to Lu Chun and asked, I wonder if you would be willing to show a hand to broaden my horizons? Hearing this, Lu Chun said to young Master Mei Xiao, You have a point. If I don't show a hand, how would you be convinced? But you asked for this. With that, Lu Chun made his move. His movements were as fast as lightning. Young Master Mei Xiao stood stunned for a few seconds, then collapsed to his knees, panting. His whole body trembled as he said, I'm still alive. Just now, I was clearly cut down by a blade. What's going on? Lu Chun then said, That was an illusion technique just now, since you wanted to see me demonstrate my skills. As your master, I will naturally satisfy you. But if I were to actually harm my disciple, that wouldn't be something a master should do. After hearing this, young Master Mei Xiao said. And an illusion technique? You even know illusion techniques? Ling Long, having witnessed the scene, said worriedly to Lu Chun, "Hey, what kind of crazy things are you saying? So many people are watching. If you offend the Mei family, we'll..." But before Ling Long could finish, young Master Mei Xiao knelt before Lu Chun, saying earnestly, "Master, please accept this bow from your disciple. Please accept this bow from your disciple." Seeing this, Ling Long was utterly astonished, exclaiming, "What?" Young Master Mei Xiao said to Lu Chun, "Master, it was my fault just now for not recognizing your greatness. I have offended you." Lu Chun sighed. He said to young Master Mei Xiao, "There's no crime in ignorance. Disciple, please rise." Ling Long couldn't believe the scene before her. She was completely shocked. What on earth is happening? Ling Long thought to herself, "Am I dreaming?" Young Master Mei Xiao said earnestly to Lu Chun, "Master, please accept this bow from your disciple. Please accept this bow from your disciple." Ling Long couldn't believe it. She thought, what kind of trick are these two playing? Am I crazy, or are they? Or has the whole world gone mad? The Zhaoyang residence. The old master spoke up, asking, "Has everyone arrived?" Someone replied, reporting to the old master, "Among the 4 great families, only young Master Mei has arrived." The old master laughed and said, "It seems they're all scared. After all, losing an outstanding family member every 15 years is a deal that I wouldn't be happy with either. At this rate, when will we have enough?" The old master recalled the past. King E, take my hand. It's useless. Run, run." It's unclear what happened, but the bracelet on the old master's wrist shattered. Suddenly, a voice of concern was heard. "Father, can we begin now?" Ouyang Yui spoke up, asking, "Old man, are you all right, father?" The old master looked at Ouyang Yui, utterly surprised. He heard her say, "Ching." Seeing this, Ouyang Yui asked the old master, "Father, are you thinking about mother again?" Hearing this, the old master sighed and replied, "I was just lost in thought again. I'm sorry." Ouyang Yui then offered a cup of tea to the old master, saying, "It's all right. Have some tea to calm your mind." The old master pushed away the cup of tea his daughter offered, saying, "No need. I still have to preside over the peak climbing ceremony first. Tea can wait." Ouyang Yi said respectfully to the old master, "Father, for this peak climbing ceremony, how about you let me preside over it?" Hearing this, the old master was very surprised. "You?" Ouyang Yui then said, "Brother is not here, and your state of mind is not good today, father. I'm already 18 years old. It's time for me to shoulder the responsibilities for the family." The old master saw that his daughter had a point. He sighed and agreed. "Very well. Then I'll leave it to you." "Yes." Ouyang Yui replied, "Epili." She bowed respectfully. "Yes, father." After that, Ouyang Yui turned and said to everyone, "Everyone listen to my command. The myriad peaks climbing ceremony this time begins now." Everyone shouted in unison, "Yes." Ouyang Yui began assigning tasks one by one. "You few, prepare to open the peaks. The rest of you, prepare the necessary secret medicines for the guests. Regardless of the guest status, whether noble or humble, there must be no delay." Those people accepted the tasks Ouyang Yui assigned one by one. "Yes." The old master looked at Ouyang Yui's demeanor and work ethic and was reminded of his wife. He praised her admiringly. So similar to Ching. Suddenly, the old master revealed a sinister smile. "That's right, more and more similar." Then Ouyang Yui went to the second floor of the pavilion. She spoke in a loud voice to the guests below. "Distinguished guests, welcome to the Zhaoyang residence." Next, she began to introduce herself. "Greetings, everyone. I'm Ouyang Yu." Lu Chun looked at Ouyang Yui, saying in surprise, "This beauty is truly stunning. Is she Ouyang Chong?" Hearing this, young Master Mei Xiao said, "No, she is brother Ouyang Chong's younger sister, Ouyang Yui." Ling Long spoke up. "It is said that the Zhaoyang family has 2 great treasures. One is the myriad peaks. The other is the young lady of the Zhaoyang family. Seeing her today, her reputation is indeed well-deserved." Then Ouyang Yui turned around. She said sternly to the person behind her, "It's about to begin. You all get on the boat." That person quickly obeyed. "Yes." Next, Ouyang Yui continued to speak to the waiting guests below. The purpose of your trip here needs no further explanation. It is to challenge the myriad peaks. You must all be aware of how great the benefits of the myriad peaks are, and how painful it will be after failure. Therefore, I advise you all to turn back, to avoid your life ending just as it has begun, and falling into a tragic end. The people below heard Zhaoyang Yui's words, and were all very surprised, saying in astonishment, "What is this woman talking about?" A person quickly ran in to report the current situation to the old master. This person stammered, "Old master." The old master immediately raised his hand to signal. There was no need to stop Zhaoyang Yui's actions. He said, "Don't mind her." Zhaoyang Yui continued, "The myriad peaks does not welcome the weak, nor does it sell medicine for regret. Since you are all so stubborn, then don't blame me for not warning you." The guests below heard Zhaoyang Yui's words and felt extremely indignant. They shouted loudly, "What did you say? Do you really think I'm a good-for-nothing? The Zhaoyang family is so arrogant. They're looking down on everyone." "That's right. Damn it. Are they looking down on us? Be careful, or we'll turn your Zhaoyang family upside down." At this moment, Chun suddenly realized something was wrong. The guests below all started coughing violently. "That's right. That's right. Today, I'm definitely going." The old master observed the situation. Then he spoke up, praising Zhaoyang Yui. "As expected of my daughter. Well done. Zhaoyang Yui stammered. Fa father." Seeing the attitude and spirit of the guests below, Zhaoyang Yui said, "Since you are all so insistent, the Zhaoyang family will not stop you." From this moment on, suddenly, the ground cracked open. It split to both sides. Those who couldn't get out of the way in time, who were right in the middle of the crack, fell in. Everyone saw this, and were terrified, asking each other, "What's happening?" "The ground has cracked open," Zhaoyang Yui officially announced. "The Myriad Peaks trial officially begins." At this moment, Chun said to young Master Mei Xiao, "Has it started?" Mei Xiao then explained to Chun, "The opening ceremony just ended. It's to push all the participants on the square into the Myriad Peaks. This is a long-standing tradition." Hearing this, Chun asked in surprise, "A long-standing tradition? Wait a minute, everyone on the square?" Suddenly, Chun heard Linglong's loud shout, "Hey, I'm not here to participate in the trial. I'm just a guide. What the hell is going on?" The shout made Chun turn his head abruptly. He only saw Linglong in danger of falling into the crack in the ground. At this moment, Chun was extremely worried. "This is bad." He then quickly rushed towards Linglong, reaching out his hand, wanting to grab hers. Chun shouted loudly, "By Linglong, give me your hand." But Chun couldn't grab Linglong's hand in time. She continued to fall. Chun could only watch helplessly, continuing to shout, "By Linglong." Zhaoyang Yui witnessed everything from outside. She collapsed to the ground in distress, saying to the old master, "Father, I'm afraid Mother won't forgive us for doing this." Seeing his daughter like this, the old master stammered, "Yui." Suddenly, a voice from someone else appeared in the old master's mind. "Husband, husband, save me. Didn't we say we would live and die together, sharing fortune and misfortune?" After that, the old master turned and shouted at someone behind him. "I remember this time. The Mei family sent a once-in-a-thousand-years genius. Give me his name." The person behind him replied in fear, "Yes." The old master opened a piece of paper. On the paper was a portrait of young Master Mei Xiao. The old master looked at the portrait of young Master Mei Xiao and laughed loudly. "Indeed, a fine seedling. If I can get his help at the bottom of the myriad peaks." Bai Linglong fell to the ground. The distance was quite far. Bai Linglong held her head, saying in pain, "So painful. It hurts so much." Bai Linglong said angrily, "This Zhaoyang family is too domineering. They didn't even bother to ask if I was here for the trial before pushing me down. Great, now look at this. What bad luck. I wonder if there's a way to cancel the trial." Bai Ling said worriedly, "I wonder if there's a way out of here." Suddenly, a brown creature with 4 eyes, its mouth full of tiny sharp teeth, appeared behind Bai Ling. It reached its sharp-clawed hand towards Bai Linglong, saying tremblingly, Save me." Hearing this, Bai Linglong said, "Save what? I'm the one who needs saving." "What?" The creature relentlessly attacked Bai Linglong, while its mouth kept saying, "Let me out, let me out, let me out." Bai Ling nimbly dodged the creature's attack and said, "You want to kill me? It's not that easy." Bai Linglong immediately gave the creature a taste of a powerful kick. The creature fell flat on the ground. Seeing this, Bai Linglong breathed a sigh of relief and said casually, "Done. You want to kill me? You're 100 years too early. Goodbye." Bai Ling turned to walk towards the stairs. Suddenly, her whole body went numb, as if an electric current was running through it. Bai Ling collapsed to the ground, her whole body trembling. She said in pain, "My chest hurts so much it feels like it's going to explode." Bai Linglong looked at the towering stairs, unable to see the end. She said in fear, This time I'm in deep trouble. The pressure is this strong on the very first level. I'm afraid I can't make it up. That kid, you've really gotten me into trouble this time." After saying that, Bai Linglong fainted. Another creature appeared, but luckily, a single attack destroyed it. It was young Master Mei Xiao. After dealing with the creature, young Master Mei Xiao panted, saying tiredly, "I can't believe I've only climbed 18 levels, and my stamina is already so depleted." Young Master Mei Xiao immediately sat down, trying to calm himself. He focused intently, thinking, "Calm down. As long as I stabilize, completely absorb the pressure of this level, and then continue climbing, it should be fine." But strangely, the creature whose body had just been sliced apart by young Master Mei Xiao, its wound began to heal. The severed parts started to reconnect. It opened its eyes and woke up, as if it had never been injured at all. Witnessing this scene, young Master Mei Xiao's eyes widened in shock. "What? How is this happening?" Outside, Lu Chun was still casually whistling. Suddenly, a group of creatures surrounded Lu Chun. They began to attack him all at once. Lu Chun observed the situation, completely unafraid. He said calmly, "Now, this is more like it. Even as a monster, you should have some discernment." The sword spirit, after investigating the situation, returned at this moment and said to Lu Chun, "Master, I found out." Hearing this, Lu Chun quickly asked, "What is it?" The sword spirit then said to Lu Chun, "This place doesn't seem to be as simple as other cave dwellings. I flew a great distance, but I didn't see a single person." After hearing this, Lu Chun asked nervously, "You didn't detect the auras of Bai Linglong and Mei Xiao either?" The sword spirit immediately replied, "No, I searched every nook and cranny, but I couldn't detect their auras." Lu Chun pondered for a moment, looking at the long stairs before him, and said, "That's strange. Mei Xiao is highly talented, so it's understandable if he climbed high and I can't find him. But Bai Ling, even if she tried her best, could at most only climb 5 levels. How could I not find her?" Hearing this, the sword spirit offered her hypothesis to Lu Chun. "This servant believes that this place is likely not a physical space. The reason I can meet you without restriction is because the soul contract has bound us together." At this moment, Lu Chun asked doubtfully, "What you mean is, this place is a multi-dimensional space. Any others have been separated?" The sword spirit immediately replied, "Yes." Lu Chun then cracked his knuckles, preparing to act. "In that case, waiting any longer is pointless. If Bai Ling can't withstand the pressure and faints, I'm afraid it will be very dangerous. I remember that in the Myriad Peaks trial, unless the person involved actively gives up, no one will come to their aid, whether they live or die. In that case," Lu Chun drew his longsword, then ordered the sword spirit, "Take me up. First, let's go to the 30th level and see. If it's not a big problem, we'll just go straight to the top." The sword spirit quickly accepted the order. "Yes." Lu Chun flew forward on his sword, continuing to speak to the sword spirit. "Let's go up and check the situation first. Then find someone from the Zhaoyang family and tell them to come down and help." The sword spirit immediately followed closely behind. Yes, on this level, Bai Ling was unconscious. Seeing this, the creatures thought she was about to become their delicious meal. Just as they were about to strike, a masked person appeared and attacked them. This person said happily, "Great." This person was Ouyang Yui. After dealing with the creatures, Yui breathed a sigh of relief. She took off her mask. Ouyang Yui looked at Bai Linglong, who was unconscious on the ground. A story about the little girl and Bai Linglong's childhood unfolded. When they were young, the little girl offered a flower wreath to Bai Linglong, saying happily, big sister, look at the flower wreath I made." Seeing the little girl's flower wreath, Bai Linglong praised her joyfully. You made it with such care. It's so beautiful. The little girl smiled brightly. If you like it, big sister, I'll put it on for you. Bai Ling bowed her head, letting the little girl place the flower wreath on her head. She agreed happily. All right. Suddenly, the image of the little girl became dark. She said sinisterly, You're the one who said it. Once you put it on, you have to come down here with us. Standing before Bai Linglong was no longer the adorable and lively little sister Yui, but a skeleton. Seeing this, Bai Linglong was terrified and screamed loudly. Bai Linglong woke up from the nightmare, panting. She found herself lying on a bed. The scene in the room was very unfamiliar. She wondered to herself, Where am I? I clearly remember falling to the lowest level of the myriad peaks. No matter where this is, I have to find that kid first. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't last much longer. With that, Bai Linglong struggled to sit up from the bed, but her whole body was still aching. Her legs were unsteady. She fell heavily to the ground, crying out in pain. Ouch! Bai Linglong held her head, confused. What's going on? Hasn't the pressure from before dissipated yet? Suddenly, Ouyang Yui walked into the room, carrying a cup of tea. Seeing Bai Linglong on the floor, she said, You should just lie down. The pressure of the myriad peaks won't dissipate in a moment. If you keep forcing yourself to channel your energy, I'm afraid you'll be crippled in less than 45 minutes. Bai Linglong looked at Ouyang Yui, her eyes wide. She quickly recognized her. It's you. I remember you, the young lady of the Ouyang family. Ouyang Yui. Hearing this, Ouyang Yui didn't deny it. That's right. Realizing she was right, Bai Linglong suddenly understood. So, this is... Before Bai Linglong could finish, Ouyang Yui said, This is the Ouyang residence. I just gave you the Ouyang family's secret medicine and brought you back here. After hearing this, Bai Linglong smiled. She sincerely thanked Yui. So, you're the one who saved me. Thank you so much. It's thanks to you that I survived. Although you people are a bit rough, you rescued me very quickly. That proves you're not bad people. Seeing Bai Linglong chattering on, Ouyang Yui reminded her, Are you done? If there's nothing else, lie down. Talk less. You'll recover faster that way. After saying that, Yui turned to leave. Seeing Ouyang Yui's actions and attitude, Bai Linglong thought to herself, What's with her? What a strange girl. But as Ouyang Yui left, Bai Linglong's headache returned. She clutched her head and cried out in pain. It hurts so much. Ouyang Yui went outside, her spirit in turmoil. She slumped to the ground, saying sadly, Forgive me, Yue. I really can't watch anymore. Suddenly, the old master appeared, asking his daughter, Can't watch what? Ouyang Yui heard her father's voice and looked up. He had been standing there all along. She was startled, saying in fear, Father, why are you here? The old master replied coldly, This is my home. Am I not allowed to be here? But more importantly, are you hiding something from me? Ouyang Yui was too scared to look her father in the eye. She stammered, No, nothing. The old master leaned in close to Ouyang Yui's face, pressing her. Really nothing? Ouyang Yui immediately affirmed, Nothing. The old master looked into his daughter's eyes, not entirely believing her, but he didn't press further. He turned to leave, admonishing Ouyang Yui as he did. That's good then. I hope you're not like your older brother. Before, your brother led his subordinates into the mountains to save people. He was young, and with the time approaching, he used the excuse that anyone who called for help would be rescued to gloss things over with the 4 great families. Now, time is of the essence. Something like that must absolutely not happen again. If you do the same thing as your brother, don't even think about me. Even your mother won't forgive you. Understand? After hearing this, Ouyang Yui replied, Yes, father. After that, the old master threw Ouyang Yui a sharp dagger, saying decisively, Deal with the young lady in your room. Seeing this, Yui asked in shock, What? Then she said, trembling, Yes, I understand, father. Meanwhile, Lu Chun was still searching for Bai Linglong and young Master Mei Shao. Suddenly, Lu Chun noticed a crack appearing on the sword's body. Lu Chun was puzzled. Have I reached the limit? It's getting a bit unbearable. It seems even the sword spirit isn't completely unaffected here. I need to find a place to rest. The sword spirit then replied, Yes. The sword spirit finally caught up to Lu Chun. Seeing Lu Chun, she asked, What level is this? The sword spirit panted, saying tiredly, reporting to Master, "If I'm not mistaken, this should be the 30th level. This sword spirit is useless. The spiritual pressure is only at the 30th level, and I can't take it anymore. Please, Master." Chun immediately stepped forward to support the sword spirit, saying firmly, "Don't say such things now. I'll transfer some true chi to you. You focus on circulating your energy." Hearing this, the sword spirit was very surprised. She said, "Master," Chun then said, "my personality may be a bit whimsical, but I cherish what belongs to me." After that, Chun immediately transferred true chi to the sword spirit, receiving Chun's spiritual energy. The sword spirit smiled and said, "Thank you, Master." Chun instructed, "Don't move. Focus on circulating your energy." The sword spirit then replied, "Yes." Young Master Mei Xiao ran while counting 20. After a long run, young Master Mei Xiao's stamina was also partially depleted. He panted heavily, roaring in anger, "Damn it, this thing is unkillable. And along the way, it keeps absorbing the corpses of the monsters I've killed. Now I'm at the 23rd level. At this rate, if I climb higher, I'll be crushed to death by the pressure of the myriad peaks. If I don't climb, I'll be worn down to death. Is there any way out of this?" Behind young Master Mei Xiao, the monster was still in hot pursuit. Suddenly, young Master Mei Xiao saw a long green vine hanging from a large rock. He happily thought of a plan. "I've got it. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for seeking death." Northern Chi folding fan. Mei Xiao extended his sword, throwing it toward the green vine. Then he swung himself onto it. Young Master Mei Xiao loudly provoked the monster. "Come on, if you've got the guts, then chase me." Mei Xiao looked at the monster and said with a smile, "So simple-minded." After that, he used his sword to control the green vine, wrapping it tightly around the monster's body. Mei Xiao roared at the monster, "Go to hell. I can't kill you, but can I at least shake you off? Get lost, you ugly thing." With that, Mei Xiao shot an arrow, hitting the monster right in the head. The monster was hit by Mei Xiao's arrow and roared in pain. After dealing with the monster, Mei Xiao sat down, sighing in relief. It's finally over. Suddenly, the monster woke up. It continued to attack Mei Xiao. Mei Xiao couldn't believe the scene before him. He shouted in shock, "Impossible! What on earth is this thing? Are you kidding me?" On the Ouyang family's side, Ouyang Yui returned to Bai Linglong's room. She pushed the door open forcefully. Seeing Ouyang Yui, Bai Ling asked in surprise, "Why are you back?" Ouyang Yui, he said to Bai Linglong while crying, "I'm sorry. Please forgive me." With that, Ouyang Yui quickly rushed towards Bai Linglong, stabbing the dagger deep into her abdomen. Bai Linglong was utterly terrified. She asked Ouyang Yui, "Why did you do that?" Beneath the myriad peaks, Chun and the sword spirit were still diligently searching for Bai Linglong and young Master Mei Xiao. After a long search, the sword spirit voiced her speculation to Chun. "Master, this place is indeed problematic. From start to finish, we haven't encountered a single participant." Hearing this, Chun asked, "What level are we at now?" The sword spirit replied, "Judging by the spiritual pressure we're enduring, we should be at the 50th level by now." Chun said, "We've reached the 50th level already. Let's stop for a bit." With that, Chun got off the sword and stepped onto the stairs to rest. Chun looked down from his current level to the lower ones. Then he said to the sword spirit, "When we were at the lowest level, I thought it was just because this place was too vast that I couldn't see anyone. But looking down from up here, the terrain of this place gets narrower the higher you go. So it's not right that we still can't see anyone." Hearing this, the sword spirit asked Chun, "Could it be that the others have all turned into monsters?" Chun replied, "No, it's impossible for all of them to have failed. Especially that kid Mei Xiao. Climbing 20 or 30 levels should be no problem for him. Our previous speculation." But before Chun could finish, the sword spirit pointed into the distance, saying in alarm, "Master, look at that sword mark." Chun followed the direction the sword spirit was pointing. He only saw a sword mark on the rock and asked, "Was that there when we came up?" Suddenly, a rock split in two. The sword spirit noticed and said to Chun, "Master, there's something invisible down there. Is it a monster?" Chun replied, "No. If my previous thoughts were correct, then..." After that, Lu Chan shouted at the sword spirit. Sword spirit. The sword spirit immediately responded, yes. The secret of myriad peaks is right here. Suddenly, after that sword strike from Lu Chun, young master Mei Xiao appeared. Seeing Lu Chun, Mei Xiao immediately called out, "My master." Lu Chun looked at Mei Xiao and said, as expected. Mei Xiao said happily to Lu Chun, "Master, you're finally here." Lu Chun asked his disciple with concern, "Are you all right?" Mei Xiao replied, "Yes. It's nothing serious." "What's going on?" Lu Chun smiled and praised Mei Xiao. "Thanks to your battle just now, I was able to confirm the anomaly here." Lu Chun continued to explain. The myriad peaks itself is a special area enveloped by a spatial spell. I searched the entire bottom of the chasm before and couldn't find anyone. But the power of your attack just now was too great, and it vaguely broke through the space. I happened to see it, and that's how I confirmed it. Mei Xiao listened to Lu Chen's words, pondered for a moment, and then said, "A spatial spell? I've never heard of that before." The seniors who challenged the myriad peaks in the past never mentioned this. Lu Chun suddenly understood. It seems there are more secrets here than we imagined. Suddenly, Lu Chun turned to ask Mei Xiao, "But let's talk about this later. What about the wound on you?" Mei Xiao asked in surprise, "Wound?" Suddenly, a monster's roar came from below. As it crawled up, Mei Xiao immediately recognized it as the monster that had been relentlessly attacking him. Mei Xiao looked at the monster and said in a panic, "This is bad. It's like a lingering ghost. Where on earth did it follow me from?" Lu Chun asked in surprise, "A monster?" Lu Chun looked at the monster, then asked Mei Xiao, "You were beaten this badly by it?" Mei Xiao replied in great fear, "Yes." "Master, be careful. It can regenerate infinitely. It's extremely difficult to deal with. This thing seems to be able to absorb the energy of the surrounding monsters. The more you fight it, the stronger it gets. We should still find a way to shake it off, if we confront it head-on." But before Mei Xiao could finish, Lu Chun had already acted. Lu Chun jumped down directly to face the monster. Lu Chun immediately ordered the sword spirit, "Sword spirit, drain it for me." Mei Xiao saw the scene before him and couldn't believe his eyes. His eyes widened. He said in great surprise, What's happening?" Lu Chun then explained, "It's just a type of monster that only knows how to absorb energy. As long as the speed of destruction is faster than its absorption speed, it's fine." After that, Lu Chun turned his head back and asked Mei Xiao with a smile, "Was that so hard?" At night, at Bai Linglong's place, Bai Ling suddenly opened her eyes and woke up. Her breathing was ragged. She quickly touched her chest and said loudly, "I'm still alive." Seeing that Bai Linglong was awake, Ouyang Yui said, "Now that you're awake, come over here." Seeing Ouyang Yui, Bai Linglong immediately flew into a rage, roaring, "One moment you save me, the next you want to kill me. What on earth are you trying to do? What's with your attitude? Where are you going now?" Ouyang Yui opened the door, turned her head back, and said softly to Bai Linglong, "The truth, if you want to know, then follow me." Yui and Bai Linglong walked into the forest together. As Ouyang Yui walked, she recounted the events of 15 years ago. The myriad peaks opened as scheduled. This time, just like countless other trials, the myriad peaks has been this way for thousands of years. Everyone challenged it as usual. They rescued those who couldn't continue as usual and distributed medicinal herbs as usual. However, the appearance of a woman changed everything. She was, as always, finding a participant who was very seriously injured. Just as she was about to rescue him, she was unexpectedly ambushed and severely wounded by him. Hearing Yui's words, Bai Linglong asked in surprise, "An ambush? Wasn't that person already seriously injured? Why would he attack someone who wanted to save him?" Yui continued, "He thought that by taking our family's secret medicine and climbing from the bottom up, he could suppress the pressure of the myriad peaks and thus achieve a breakthrough." Bai Ling then asked, "So did he succeed in the end?" Ouyang Yui continued her story. "In the end, we found his body around the 10th level. Our family's secret medicine actually only prevents the pressure from entering the body. If you still want to absorb the pressure after taking the medicine, it will only cause the medicinal power and the pressure to conflict within you, resulting in a death with no place for burial." Hearing this, Bai Linglong said, "This guy was truly a fool. It's one thing to seek death on your own, but he wanted to drag someone else down with him. The two of them had now arrived in front of a giant stone tablet. Ouyang Yue spoke up. The woman who was ambushed was my mother. Hearing this, Bai Linglong asked in surprise, "Your mother?" Then she realized this tombstone was... Ouyang Yue knelt down, clasped her hands, and bowed, saying at the same time, "It's my mother's grave." At this moment, Bai Linglong still didn't understand why Yue had brought her here. She asked, "Did you bring me here to pay respects at her grave? What does this have to do with the truth?" At this moment, Ouyang Yi drew her sword, replying coldly, "You'll know soon enough. Not just you, but I too am searching for an answer. And that answer lies right here." With that, Ouyang Yue used her sword to split her mother's tombstone in two. Bai Linglong was utterly shocked by Yue's action. After shattering the tombstone, Yue said, "Just as I suspected, come and see for yourself. You'll know what the truth is." Bai Ling asked doubtfully, "The truth is in the grave? What are you trying to say?" After that, Bai Linglong's expression changed drastically. Her eyes widened. She couldn't believe her eyes, shouting, This is... Lu Chun handed Mei Xiao a mysterious vial of medicine. "Drink this." Mei Xiao took the vial, not knowing what kind of medicine it was. At this moment, Lu Chun reassured him, "Don't worry, drink it. This is called Thunder Breath Liquid. It's a specialty of the Qing domain. Drink it, and you'll fully recover within half an hour." After hearing this, Mei Xiao drank the vial of medicine Lu Chun gave him. He said, "Thank you, master." Lu Chun just grunted in acknowledgement. Seeing Lu Chun in deep thought, Mei Xiao asked, "Master, what are you thinking about?" Lu Chun rubbed his chin and replied, "I was thinking." Then Lu Chun turned to ask Mei Xiao, "Let me ask you, as a native of the Xian domain, what are your thoughts on the Myriad Peaks Challenge?" Mag Xiao answered honestly, "The Myriad Peaks Challenge, in my impression, as long as you know your own strength and act within your limits, nothing will happen. Because if you can't hold on any longer, someone will come to rescue you. So, to me, this challenge is less a test of one's strength and more a test of one's ambition." Hearing this, Lu Chun smiled and said, "You're absolutely right. But the problem lies right there. You said if you can't hold on, someone will come to rescue you. Let me ask you, if it wasn't me just now, do you think anyone would have come to save you?" Mei Xiao still didn't fully understand Lu Chun's meaning. He asked, "What do you mean, master?" Lu Chun quickly explained, "There are two suspicious points. 1, you said you've never heard a spatial barrier within the Myriad Peaks. 2, until now, even though you were in trouble, no one came to rescue you. Therefore, I have reason to suspect, for this trial, the Ouyang family never intended for US to make it up alive in the forest." After Ouyang Yue shattered the tombstone, Bai Ling could see clearly inside, but strangely, there were no remains of Yue's mother in the grave at all. Bai Linglong shouted in great surprise, "What the hell? Where are your mother's remains?" Ouyang Yue thought for a moment and then said, "I don't know. Perhaps they were moved by someone else. But it's more likely that my mother was never buried in the first place. In another place, Lu Chun, Mei Xiao, and the Sword Spirit were still fighting the monsters." Lu Chun shouted loudly, "Sword Spirit! Sword Spirit!" The Sword Spirit immediately appeared to receive her orders. Yes, the Sword Spirit then immediately ordered the monsters, "All of you kneel before me. These demonic creatures." The Sword Spirit licked her lips, saying happily, "The taste of life is so delicious." Mei Xiao watched the scene of the Sword Spirit tasting the monster's blood, completely mesmerized. He stood stunned for a moment. Seeing this, the Sword Spirit smiled and asked, "What's wrong, little brother? Do you want to have a taste too?" Hearing this, Mei Xiao quickly waved his hands in refusal. No, I won't try it." After that, Mei Xiao leaned close to Lu Chen's ear and whispered, "Master, this Sword Spirit of yours is a bit off. Is she really okay?" Hearing this, Lu Chen asked, "Is there a problem?" Seeing Mei Xiao's worried expression, Lu Chun reassured him, "Don't worry. Although the Sword Spirit used to be a psychopath who killed indiscriminately, not distinguishing between humans, demons, or gods, and she tends to go berserk if she doesn't get to kill and drink blood regularly. She's generally very useful. She won't harm you." Mag Xiao was stunned. Psychopath? Berserk? Seeing Mei Xiao's reaction, Lu Chen asked, "What's wrong?" Mei Xiao covered his face with his hand, trembling as he said, and nothing. After that, Mei Xiao composed himself and asked Lu Chun, Master, if the Zhaoyang family doesn't want us to leave, then what's our plan? We keep going down. Are we planning to go to the very bottom? Lu Chun replied, That's right. We have to go all the way down. To be precise, we need to find a secret passage leading outside that the Zhaoyang family left at the lowest level. Hearing Lu Chun's words, Mei Xiao was very surprised and asked, A secret passage? How does Master know there's a secret passage of the Zhaoyang family at the lowest level? Lu Chun pointed at Mei Xiao and asked, I ask you, since you knew the Zhaoyang family used to rescue participants, if you were a rescuer from the Zhaoyang family, where would be the safest place to evacuate the participants from? Mag Xiao was stunned. He said, What you mean is, Lu Chun continued, think about it. The characteristic of the myriad peaks is that it gets more dangerous the higher you go. If the passage was opened at a high level, the rescue team would need to be at least at the Peak King realm to withstand the spiritual pressure there. If they had so many powerful experts, the Zhaoyang family would have unified the Xian domain long ago. Why would they need to hide here as mountain keepers? Moreover, even with the secret medicine to resist the pressure, the rescue team would need time, and they would be scattered everywhere. Once the medicine wears off, are they supposed to let the rescuers die here? After hearing Lu Chun's words, Mei Xiao had a sudden realization. So that's how it is. Thinking like that, to facilitate the rescue, while also ensuring the safety of the rescuers, building the passage at the lowest level with the least pressure, is indeed the best choice. After that, Mei Xiao looked at Lu Chun with an expression full of admiration. He said, As expected of Master, to have thought of so much in such a short time. Lu Chun replied with a smile, It's a small matter. There's no point in talking about these things now. It's all just speculation. Only by going down to the foot of the mountain and searching can we confirm it. Mei Xiao replied with a smile, Yes. Suddenly, a monster's roar came from below. As soon as he heard this sound, Lu Chun immediately shouted at the sword spirit and Mei Xiao, The monsters are here again. The sword spirit and Mei Xiao both shouted in unison, Understood. Lu Chun ordered, Let's go. With that, the three of them charged forward to eliminate the monsters. The scene shifts to a boat. A person rushed in, reporting the situation to the Zhaoyang family head. Master, that kid from a Mei family has escaped. At that moment, a strange power pulled him out of the space. The mutated beast that was following him was also destroyed by that strange power. It seems someone has rescued him. Hearing this, the Zhaoyang family head asked, It's fine. How was the absorption of spiritual energy from the others going? The other person's face turned pale with fear. He stammered, The spiritual energy of the others, the spiritual energy of the others, the spiritual energy of the others combined is not even 2/3 of the plan. Master, we subordinates have tried our best to kill all the participants we could. Please wait a little longer. Hearing this, the Zhaoyang family head became extremely angry. He grabbed the person's face with one hand and roared, I told you before, didn't I? We must collect enough spiritual energy within one day. Otherwise, what will happen? The other person quickly said to the family head, I'm sorry, Master. Please spare me. Spare me. The Zhaoyang family head couldn't contain his anger. He squeezed the other person's face so hard that fresh blood flowed freely, splattering everywhere. The family head roared in anger, Spare you? Then who will spare Qing? The other person quickly begged, Master, Master, Master. After that, the Zhaoyang family head quickly gave an order, while also warning the others who had just witnessed the scene. You all, follow me down the mountain. Today, if we don't collect enough spiritual energy, this will be your fate. The others replied in unison. Suddenly, the Zhaoyang family head felt a strange sensation, as if an electric current was running through his body. He quickly grabbed onto the mast of the boat. The others were very worried seeing the family head like this. Master! The family head raised his hand to stop them. Don't come over here. The Zhaoyang family head panted tiredly. King Ea, must you have the spiritual energy of that kid from the Mei family? Why? As long as the total amount is enough. Someone else's will do. After that, the family head smiled and said, So that's how it is. I understand. The scene shifts to Ouyang Yue and Bai Ling. The two of them were on their way down to the bottom of the chasm. Bai Ling Long spoke up, asking, Are you sure this is the right way? Ouyang Yue quickly confirmed, that's right. There are a total of 3 paths leading down to the bottom of the chasm. 2 of them are commonly used by the family, and 1 path is only known to us of the Ouyang family. After what happened to Mother, he sealed off this path, but he sent many family members to guard it. It's very unusual. So, Mother's remains are very likely hidden at the location corresponding to the bottom of the Myriad Peaks chasm on this path. Hearing Ouyang Yue's words, Bai Linglong asked in great surprise. That being said, but this whole resurrection thing, does it really exist? Ouyang Yue replied, I don't know. A hint of sadness crossed Ouyang Yue's face. When my mother had her accident, only my father was there. From then on, my father became very strange. Then Yue recalled her painful past. After my mother was buried, he always said that Mother was with him. She often spoke through his mouth to relay messages. Her voice held a hint of pain. The key is, the things he said were all secrets, either only known to me and Mother, or only known to Mother and my older brother. My older brother really couldn't stand it and ran away from home. He never came back after that. Hearing this, Bai Linglong shuddered slightly. The way you say it, it's as if your father was possessed by your mother. How have you managed to endure it until now? Yue immediately became agitated and said loudly, That's my father. Besides, if you could resurrect your most important person, who wouldn't want to try? Let alone my father. Even I have thought before, if it were really possible to bring Mother back to life, how wonderful that would be. A thought flashed through Bai Linglong's mind. Resurrecting the most important person? If it were me, I would probably try to. Next, Yue spoke up. Before this trial began, Father sent some family members into the bottom of the chasm, saying it was to test for the opening of the mountain. As a result, not a single family member who went down came back alive. They were all killed by Father. By the time they were found, their spiritual energy had been completely drained. They had turned into dried corpses. Bai Linglong was startled. Dried corpses? He closed her eyes in pain, admitting, That's right. But Father said it was a necessary ritual to resurrect Mother. Moreover, this trial is the same. That's why I've been so tormented. I can't achieve my goals by killing others. Do you understand? Seeing this, Bai Linglong comforted her. I understand. No wonder you saved me. In the long run, isn't your current choice the right one? She gave a gentle smile to comfort her. Besides, let me tell you, absolutely do not let someone who shouldn't get in. Ouyang Yue let out a surprised ah. Bai Linglong's eyes were very gentle. Although I don't know what the plan is, she affirmed, but there's a living king of hell there. Your father's plan will definitely fail. That's how much I trust him. At this moment, the 2 of them were carefully walking along a steep cliff. Ouyang Yue went ahead to scout the path. Seeing 2 soldiers below, she immediately stopped her. Wait, Bai Linglong asked in surprise. Over there, Ouyang Yue replied softly. Next, Ouyang Yue drew her sword and said, There are only 2 family members. We should be able to get past them without any problem. However, Bai Linglong stopped her. No, wait. With that, she took out a small vial. Then she blew some white powder from the vial. The powder drifted towards the 2 family members. They immediately rubbed their eyes, saying in surprise, Why are my eyes so blurry? I'm so sleepy. Very quickly, the 2 family members fell asleep on the ground. Bai Linglong said happily, Done. Let's go. Ouyang Yue praised her. Looking at your technique, you're truly a seasoned expert. Why did you become so skilled? Bai Linglong then asked, Do you want to know? Without waiting for Ouyang Yue's reply, Bai Linglong playfully stuck out her tongue. I'm not telling you. In another place, Mei Xiao's voice rang out. We've reached the last level. The feeling is completely different. There's no more pressure from the mountain's might. My body feels so much lighter. Suddenly, Lu Chun stopped, which confused Mei Xiao. Master, what's wrong? Lu Chun was suspicious. Strange. He said, It's too quiet. Since the last attack on the 8th level, we haven't seen any more of those deformed monsters. Mei Xiao didn't think much of it. Isn't that a good thing? Moreover, Mei Xiao was very excited. This way, we won't have any obstacles in finding the passage. But Lu Chun immediately interrupted. No, the quieter it is, the more likely something is wrong. He turned around and explained, Besides, since we came down here, I haven't sensed the aura of any other participant. I'm afraid the others are almost all dead. In this situation, for the creatures at the bottom of the valley to all disappear. Just as Chun was speaking, someone suddenly jumped out to ambush him. Unexpectedly, the sword spirit appeared out of nowhere behind the ambusher, threatening, eavesdropping, and trying to kill someone. You little rat are not well behaved at all. The ambusher's face immediately turned pale with fear. Mei Xiao and Chun turned their heads in surprise, astonished. What? At this moment, the ambusher had been killed. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. He muttered in disbelief. "Ma master." Mei Xiao looked at this person in shock. "When did you get here? I didn't notice at all." After that, Mei Xiao clasped his hands and thanked the sword spirit. "Thank you, miss, for saving my life. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would be dead by now." The sword spirit said generously. "If you want to thank someone, thank the master. It was the master who told me to look out for your safety, pretty boy." Chun spoke up, praising her. "You did well, sword spirit, just as I thought." The sword spirit replied happily. It was all the master's arrangement. The sword spirit was just following orders. Hearing this, Mag Xiao was stunned. "Pretty boy." After that, Chun walked over to the ambusher and said, "This person is not a mutated monster, but he can move freely in the myriad peaks. I'm afraid he's one of the Zhaoyang family's people. Moreover, an assassin didn't attack me, the one who poses the greatest threat, but attacked Mei Xiao instead. Then there's only one possibility. Mag Xiao, you've been targeted by the Zhaoyang family." Mei Xiao cried out in disbelief. Next, he threw a diamond-shaped object to Mei Xiao. "This is what fell from the monster that was chasing you earlier. Because the other monsters didn't drop this, I kept it," he said thoughtfully. "From my observation, this should be an energy amplification device, although I'm not sure of its specific workings. From the monster's behavior earlier, we can deduce that its specific function is likely to absorb the surrounding mountain's might, enhancing the monster's strength. At the same time, it allows the monster to be controlled by this core, to carry out the commands given by the user." Mag Xiao frowned in confusion. "But what is their motive for targeting me? Aren't they afraid that if something happens, our family will pursue the matter to the end?" Chun replied, "I'm not sure, but it seems now their hostility towards you is very deep." Mei Xiao said in surprise, "So deep that it's this exaggerated? If I hadn't been with you today, I would have thought you had cheated on some girl from their family." At this moment, they were surrounded by ferocious evil spirits. Mei Xiao shouted anxiously, "Master!" Chun didn't turn his head, his voice low and stern. "Don't talk. Don't move. Stand next to the sword spirit." Chun immediately took action. "Leave this to me." He focused his internal energy and let out a loud shout. "Let's end this quickly. Come at me all at once." A sharp glint flashed in Chun's eyes. In an instant, he kicked several evil spirits until they smoked. With his other hand, he struck another group, leaving them with twisted mouths and crooked eyes. But this was nothing compared to his terrifying strength. Next, Chun punched the ground, preventing other enemies from getting close. They were even sent flying by his powerful force. Knocked unconscious, Mei Xiao watched with great excitement and admiration. As expected of Master, he's even proficient in water techniques. The evil spirits, unable to defeat him, shouted in anger, "Die! Damn you!" And one of them had a rather tragic end, with Chun's foot on its head. Chun asked angrily, "Speak. Why did you attack Mei Xiao? Although you will surely die, if you speak up, I can give you a quick death." After saying that, he made an example of another, making him suffer a fate worse than death. Not like this one, who died such a painful death. However, that one was quite tight-lipped. That one laughed coldly. "You want to get information from me? Why don't you think about where all the mutated monsters have gone recently?" As soon as he finished speaking, he used his blade to commit suicide, loyal to his master. "Even if I become an Azura," Chun said contemptuously. "What?" Mei Xiao covered his face, unable to watch. Too cruel. But the sword spirit was quite excited. "Fresh blood. Pain. I can feel the power. Something is coming." At the same time, the remaining ones also committed suicide. Their mouths kept muttering, "Sacrificing our lives for our master. The master's plan will surely succeed." A thick, fresh red aura rose from the corpses of those subordinates. Next, those auras were all absorbed into the leader's body. Seeing the scene, Mag Xiao was terrified. What's happening? The sword spirit on this side was overjoyed at the sight. This feeling of fear, there's no mistaking it. Lu Chen's eyes immediately became vigilant. Sword spirit, what are you talking about? Is something coming? The sword spirit didn't hide anything, replying. One of the 24 demon lords from the past. The demon who governs flesh and blood. After absorbing the red auras, the leader's body became twisted and deformed. A moment later, he transformed into a demon. The blood demon lord, Yiksha. Hearing this, Lu Chun gritted his teeth, quite uneasy. Yiksha, at this moment by the cliffside, Ouyang Yui and Bai Linglong were hiding behind a rock. Ouyang Yui suggested, someone is coming. We should strike first. But Bai Linglong disagreed. Let's not talk yet. She didn't want to act rashly. They are heading in this direction. In any case, protecting your mother's coffin is the most important thing first. After that, Bai Linglong turned and said, if we just let them pass like this, wouldn't we have an extra guide? You see, we'd even save the effort of finding a way. Ouyang Yi immediately understood her meaning. Then Ouyang Yui felt a wave of frustration. Father, you're so strange. How many secrets have you been hiding from me? A moment later, 3 guards arrived at the door. It seems the underground palace is still intact. Those 2 little thieves haven't arrived yet. A guard quickly entered the password. We must quickly go in and inform our brothers inside. Suddenly, Ouyang Yui appeared. She struck the family member hard on the back of the neck, knocking him out. Bai Ling looked at the huge door in surprise. Your mother must be inside. Ouyang Yui thought so too. Speaking of which, a hint of sadness crossed Ouyang Yui's face. No matter what you're planning, father, whether it's to resurrect mother, or using this as an excuse to do something else, I must stop you. Next, the door slowly opened. The 2 of them walked while observing their surroundings. Bai Linglong said worriedly, this place seems a bit off. Bai Linglong explained with narrowed eyes. When we entered, the walls on both sides were uneven rock. Now, not only are the walls smooth, but there are also strange patterns on the ground. Ouyang, you can understand. But what does that prove? Bai Ling immediately pointed out the anomaly. We've been walking in here for half an hour already. A crypt this deep, with both walls and floor artificially constructed. The scale of this project could not have been completed even in 15 years. She continued. Plus, you didn't even know this place existed. In other words, this place was built in secret. It had to be hidden from you. And yet such a large underground palace had to be built. Even if construction started the day your mother passed away, it couldn't have been completed. Ouyang Yui was quite surprised. What you mean is, Bai Linglong affirmed, this place very likely existed long ago. Ouyang Yui vaguely guessed her meaning. Either my father stumbled upon this place by chance and used it to store my mother's remains, or, she stammered, behind this matter, there might be another mastermind, and this place could be his coffin. Bai Linglong reached out and touched the wall, saying, there's one more possibility. It could also be a combination of all the situations you mentioned. That is, this whole affair was orchestrated by one person from beginning to end, from your mother's death to your father discovering this place and hiding the remains. Ouyang Yui's eyes widened in shock. This, then she said loudly in surprise, you mean everything was arranged by someone else? Then who is that person? Bai Ling calmly replied, I think you've already met him. Or, you've heard of this person. Bai Linglong's gaze became serious. Do you remember saying that your father heard the words of your mother's spirit? If that was a lie, then everything might just fall into place. Hearing this, Ouyang Yui was too shocked to speak. The scene shifts back to Lu Chun. He was sent flying by a blow from the Yiksha. But this small attack was nothing to him. Next, Lu Chun contemptuously spat on the ground. I didn't expect you to have some skill. A demon god, are you? Interesting. Lu Chun faced one of the 24 demon gods, but he wasn't worried at all. On the contrary, he was extremely arrogant and taunting. I didn't expect you to have some skill. A demon god, are you? Interesting. Mei Xiao watched from a distance. Unable to hold back his anxiety, he prepared to charge forward, shouting, Master, let your disciple come and help you. The sword spirit panicked and quickly stopped him. Are you crazy? Ma Xiao was endlessly frustrated. He kept complaining, "Damn it, Master is suffering, and I can only stand here and watch. I can't do anything. This is so frustrating." The sword spirit looked at this fool and couldn't help but chuckle. This made Ma Xiao freeze, at a loss for words. "Kid, you're overthinking it," the sword spirit explained. "Do you really think the blood of these few people can summon the real 24 demon gods? I'm afraid you're underestimating the one who sealed them back then." She was extremely confident and decisive. "Don't worry. The one the master is facing now is just an imposter, with the master's strength. Dealing with him is as easy as flipping a hand, isn't it?" Mei Xiao still had doubts in his heart. He asked again, but the master's previous battle was so difficult. The sword spirit simply replied with one sentence. It was an act. That old man was waiting. As she spoke, she watched Lu Chun charge towards the demon god, waiting for the real mastermind to show himself. Lu Chun attacked fiercely with his fists, but unfortunately, the demon god blocked the attack with its weapon. The two of them fought relentlessly. Lu Chun gave his opponent no chance to strike. His attacks were like a storm. The demon god was also startled. It angrily swung its arm to counterattack, roaring, "Enough, mortal!" Just then, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared on the demon god's shoulder. The sword spirit had sharp eyes. She immediately shouted, "Master, right shoulder!" Lu Chun seized the opportunity, ordering, "Sword spirit." The sword spirit heard the command. She began to transform. "Master!" Lu Chun held the divine sword and leaped high into the air. "You thing that pretends to be a god and a ghost," he shouted loudly, and without mercy, he brought down a fatal blow towards the demon god. "Get out here for me." The demon god was hit. Its body was severely injured. The wound looked extremely serious. Its body underwent a bizarre transformation, letting out a painful scream. Mei Xiao clenched his fists, thinking happily, "Is it coming out?" But Lu Chun just sneered. "Still too early." Lu Chun pointed his sword at the writhing thing on the ground, threatening, "Hey, I know you're fine. Get out here for me. Otherwise, don't blame me for beating this entire body of yours to a pulp." As expected, from within the pile of slime, a human voice emerged. It laughed cruelly. "It seems that in this trial, a formidable character has snuck in." Suddenly, the thing opened a pair of terrifying, blood-red eyes. "Kid, I've decided. Your body, I want it." Mag Xiao was stunned. "What?" The disgusting green thing began to transform. From within the pile of slime, a giant leg with sharp claws began to grow. Its body became enormous, but it still resembled a thick, viscous liquid. It spoke with a mouthful of sharp teeth and an ugly smile. "Kid, you're not simple." At this moment, the sword spirit transformed back into her human form. Frowning, "This is own." Hearing this, Lu Chun asked, "You recognize it?" The sword spirit shook her head. "Not exactly recognize. I just know its origins." She explained, "Back when I was slaughtering gods and demons, this own was one of them. However, it's not a single entity. To be precise, it's a collection of resentful spirits." The disgusting thing laughed and said, "Your sword spirit is quite clever. She figured out my identity with just one glance." It let out a roar, speaking loudly. "That's right. I was born from the resentment of tens of thousands of wronged souls beneath this myriad peaks." Lu Chun just shrugged contemptuously, seemingly unconcerned. "I thought it was something impressive. Turns out it's just a bunch of wandering ghosts." The wandering ghost pride was probably hurt. They cursed angrily, "Shut up. What do you know about our pain?" Lu Chun just shrugged contemptuously, seemingly unconcerned. "I thought it was something impressive. Turns out it's just a bunch of wandering ghosts." The wandering ghost pride was probably hurt. They cursed angrily, "Shut up. What do you know about our pain?" The demon was enraged, its mouth endlessly spewing resentful words, being suppressed by this endless mountain's might. Unable to live, unable to die. Even our bodies are twisted, our souls ground into fine powder. This pain, how much of it do you understand? It roared with resentment. This pain, I will inflict it all upon you. And that damn Zhaoyang family too. And everyone in this world. Let them also feel my pain. Feel our pain. A fierce glint flashed in its eyes. It glanced sharply at Lu Chun. "Starting with you." After that, the demon raised its hands high, and several strange auras rose into the air. it said. The time of awakening is near. Lu Chun and the others watched in a daze. What? The ground began to shake at the demon's words. Countless streams of resentful energy erupted from beneath the ground. Mag Xiao was stunned. Master, these souls are... Lu Chun tried to stay calm. Don't panic. Sword Spirit, wait for me to find. The demon suddenly let out a terrifying laugh. Crush them. Lu Chun was slammed to the ground by a strange aura. He had a bad feeling. This feeling, it's spiritual pressure. Mei Xiao didn't understand, crying out. We're clearly at the lowest level. Why is there such strong spiritual pressure? Lu Qian shouted in alarm. Mag Xiao, hold your breath and circulate your energy. Absolutely do not let the spiritual pressure consume you. Mei Xiao said, trembling, Master, I have to. Before he could finish his sentence, they both fell into the deep abyss created by the cracking ground. In another place, two women were walking. Ling Long discovered a passage and exclaimed, Look, we can get out. She didn't notice Ouyang Yui panting as she followed behind. She just went ahead on her own. That's right. There must be something there. Ouyang Ye's heart was filled with anxiety as she thought, Father, what secret are you hiding? Is what Miss Bai said true? As they both ran. Her heart was in turmoil. I beg you, don't make one mistake after another. Suddenly, Ling Long cried out in surprise. What is this? Before them was the tomb of a young woman. She had an exquisite beauty, but she vaguely resembled Ouyang Yui. It seemed she also realized something, stammering that is... Ouyang Yui ran forward, shouting. You couldn't hold back her tears. Seeing her mother lying here, a series of questions swirled in her mind. Why? Why did father leave mother here? What on earth is going on? Ling Long suddenly called out from behind. Yui, look over here. Ling Long had discovered something very interesting. Look, these pipes seem to be transferring spiritual energy to that coffin. Yui looked over in confusion. SPI spiritual energy? Ling Long observed the pipes and couldn't help but rub her chin in speculation. Could it be that your father really intends to use this spiritual energy to resurrect your mother? But simply transferring spiritual energy won't change anything. Your father can't possibly not know this. Ouyang Yui looked at her ill-fated mother, her heart aching. To desecrate her remains like this. This is truly not love. It's more like... She bit her lower lip, saying in pain, like he's torturing her. Then she suddenly made up her mind. Ouyang Yui stood up abruptly, saying loudly, I will help you find release. She unleashed her move. Tens of thousands of swords materialized from the void, flying into the sky. Myriad sword art. After that, Yui directed the sword formation towards the pipes. Go! But unexpectedly, countless sword images also appeared out of nowhere, blocking Yui's swords. Ling Long looked at this scene. This is... Yui, guessed, myriad sword art. Could it be? She cried out in alarm. Father! Father! Ouyang Yui was stunned by the scene before her. Her father, along with countless sword images, came screaming towards her, his entire body glowing with a gloomy green light. Her father gritted his teeth in anger. Shut up, you unfilial child. Do you still have the face to call me father? Yui explained in a panic. No, father. Please listen to me. Her father's face was dark, his eyes filled with disgust. The countless sword images behind him were ready. Say no more. You too, and your older brother too, are all a bunch of ungrateful wretches. You don't understand my heart. I won't allow anyone to take her away from me. Not you. Not even the heavens. Ling Long said worriedly. The situation is not good. Maybe we should retreat first. At this moment, Ouyang Yui's spirit had collapsed. She became reckless. Run. She suddenly raised her head with determination. Her sword flew up with her. I've been running for 15 years. I don't want to run anymore. Even if I have to die here today. Yui was resolute. The sword formation spun so fast, it created a vortex. I must fight this final battle. Both father and daughter shouted, Myriad sword art. Yui's sword charged forward crazily, forming a giant purple beam of light. The green and purple sword lights of the father and daughter clashed relentlessly. The mother, resting in peace, was surrounded by countless sword fragments in the space. Perhaps this scene caused her unbearable pain, making her shed tears even after death. At this moment, Yui's father was focused on the fight, shouting, Die for me! He paid no attention to Ling Long behind him. She suddenly leaped up, shouting, "The one who deserves to die is you." He quickly realized, and immediately turned to grab her by the throat, roaring, "With just you?" He angrily squeezed Ling Long's throat. "My daughter is so rebellious. It must be your doing, right? Ever since she met you, everything has changed. You bitch. I must kill you." In that critical moment, Ling Long instinctively shouted, "Help! Help me! Lu Chun!" Ling Long squeezed her eyes shut, her voice weak. "I'm going to die." Suddenly, a loud shout came from above. "We're falling." Ling Long felt a glimmer of hope. This voice is... Two people suddenly fell from above, landing right on top of Yue's father. Beside Ling Long was Lu Chun, who had just fallen. She was ecstatic. You really came. Did you hear my call and come to save me?" She was so happy she forgot about the reality of the situation. Stepping forward to hug Lu Chun. "This is great." The person who fell with him was Mei Xiao. He still didn't understand what was happening. "Ling Long, why are you here?" Ling Long thought her guess was correct and asked back, "Didn't you guys come to save me?" Mei Xiao looked up and recounted. "Just now, Master was fighting a resentful spirit. It was targeting me. We were pulled into this space and somehow fell down here. What about you? What happened?" Ling Long was a little disappointed, letting out a sound of acknowledgement. Mei Xiao turned his head and saw that Lu Chun was motionless. She panicked. "Master!" Ling Long was no exception. "Lu Chun, what's wrong with you?" Mag Xiao was heartbroken, his heart filled with guilt. "I don't know. Perhaps it's because we were crushed by the mountain's might summoned by that resentful spirit. Master took the brunt of the mountain's might to protect me. And that's why he's like this." A voice suddenly came from behind. "That kid is definitely dead." This made both of them freeze. It was a giant green slime monster, floating in midair. The mountain's might of all 91 levels of the myriad peaks was pressed onto him. Even a reincarnated immortal would have to die. Once his spirit collapses, and his soul dissipates, this body will be mine. But Ouyang Yui suddenly interjected with a hint of fear. "You? What are you?" The green monster with blood-red eyes and white teeth spoke contemptuously. "Oh, isn't this the little girl from the Ouyang family? No wonder you don't recognize me. This is the first time we've met like this, isn't it?" The strange thing began to transform, flying towards Yue's father, causing him to clutch his head in pain. "But what about like this?" The green thing had attached itself to the Ouyang family head. He became crazed, his eyes changing color. The Ouyang family head writhed in pain within the green slime. The monster seemed to have completely taken over his body. Even the color of his eyes changed. He reached out his hand, his demonic face breaking into a strange smile. "Well, do you recognize me now, my dear daughter?" The monster's words left Ouyang Yue in shock. She said, trembling, "So it was you." Ouyang Yue's expression turned to rage. She shouted, "From beginning to end, it was you pulling the strings. You tricked me. And you tricked my father too." Ling Long had witnessed the entire process. "So that's how it is." Only Mei Xiao still didn't understand. He looked at Ling Long, asking in confusion, "What's going on?" Ouyang Yue was furious, her eyes sharp. "For my mother, he would do anything, even if it meant going against the entire world. And yet you used him. I will never forgive you." With that, she immediately activated a spell. Dozens of purple swords flew up from behind her. "Get out of my father's body, you parasite." The swords shot towards the monster clinging to her father. He let out a strange laugh. "Parasite." The monster quickly spread its arms, forming a protective shield. It deflected all the swords. "The real parasites. Are you people of the Ouyang family?" Yui was shocked by the monster's defensive ability. "What?" The monster flicked its finger, and countless liquid threads flew up. He said, "4 generations, your family has used this myriad peaks, attracting countless admirers. And how many of them have remained forever at the foot of this mountain? In the end, your family gained fame, praised by the people of the Qing domain, while we could only endure the torment of the mountain's might day after day. In the end, the Ouyang family is nothing more than a bunch of parasites, living off of those who have died like us." Amidst Ouyang Ye's shock, he continued, "So, I must have my revenge. I want your entire family to become my slaves." The first one was your mother. She was completely unguarded. and even trusted the participant I was controlling. So naive. She cried out with a hint of fear. What? The monster continued to provoke Yui with taunts. But thanks to her, I was able to control your father, and from there control the entire Zhaoyang family. I really should thank her. Huh? Yui was so angry her whole body trembled. She glared and said, You are truly an animal. With that, she charged towards the monster. Her speed was so fast it created sparks and dust. I'll kill you. But the monster quickly leaned to the side, dodging Yui's attack. Yui's attack hit empty air. But with this opportunity, the monster quickly drew its sword to counterattack. With just you. The sword was right in front of Yui's eyes. She didn't know what to do. He roared, die. Suddenly, an arrow flew from nowhere, knocking the long sword away. It was Mei Xiao, quickly rushing over, holding a bow and arrow. Miss Zhaoyang, I'm here to help you. Mei Xiao shouted, and with a transformation, a trident suddenly appeared in his hand. He got into a ready stance, his eyes determined. Although I don't know what happened, a monster like you, scheming against others, and knocking out my master, is absolutely unforgivable. In the distance, Linglong also had a short blade in her hand. Yui, I'm here to help you too. The monster let out a contemptuous smile. With just you lot, he raised his hand, and the spiritual energy of the surrounding creatures was being sucked into his body. Why do you think I spent so many years and so much effort building this place? Suddenly, his muscles bulged, growing so large that his outer clothes couldn't withstand it and tore apart. To obtain this body, plus the countless amounts of spiritual energy I've collected, Yui's father's body became gigantic, 100 times larger than normal. Behind that body was the support of the green monster. You are not yet qualified. Zhaoyang Yui began to rub her palms together, gathering power. The sword formation rose once more. Even if I die, I will never let you get your way. She flew up with the sword formation. Yui's eyes determined. Give me back my father. From behind the monster, Linglong and Mei Xiao also charged forward. And us too, attacked from both front and back. The monster staggered slightly. Yui put all her strength into it. Give him back to me. The three of them, Linglong and Mei Xiao, were overjoyed, but also a little doubtful about the attack they had just launched. Did it hit? Yui, Linglong, and Mei Xiao were still waiting for the result of their combined attack. Had they succeeded? The three of them seemed to feel that something was wrong. Suddenly, the monster stood up. A huge burst of power sparked, sending the three of them flying. It opened its mouth wide and laughed loudly. Its dark green eyes flashed with blue lightning. Such a weak amount of spiritual energy. It wasn't a waste for me to bewitch this old man for so many years, to have him drain every single person who entered the myriad peaks for me. This monster spread its palm, its expression greedy, as if wanting to absorb even more souls. But this old man's body is still too poor. Such immense spiritual energy paired with this body is truly a waste. It extended its pale hand towards Lu Chun, who was lying motionless on the ground. As expected, this one's physical body is the most suitable. Mei Xiao couldn't just stand by and watch. He flew up, attacking the monster from behind. Don't you dare touch my master. The monster easily caught Mei Xiao's weapon with just 2 fingers. He was lifted up, terrified. What? It brought Mei Xiao up to its giant, sinister face. Below, sharp claws hovered nearby. Humans are truly strange. Before I discovered that brat, why did I ever set my sights on you? Now I have a much better option. The more I look at you, the more disgusted I feel. Mei Xiao struggled with all his might. You bastard. The monster flicked its giant finger against Mei Xiao's chest, as if flicking away an ant. Linglong was horrified by the sudden turn of events. Mag Xiao. Zhaoyang Yui couldn't help but worry. Young Master Mei. Due to the immense physical impact, Mei Xiao coughed up a mouthful of blood. The monster flicked its finger lightly. Get lost. Mei Xiao was sent flying into the distance, tumbling several times before hitting the ground. Linglong rushed over to support Mei Xiao. She was extremely worried. Mag Xiao. She saw Mei Xiao's injury and panicked. The wound is too large. What should I do? Mei Xiao was still coughing up blood, but he didn't care. Don't worry about me. Hurry and take Master away. Get him out of here. Just then, Zhaoyang Yui reached out to check on Lu Chun. She stammered in fear. Miss Bai, young Master Mei. This gentleman. Linglong and Mei Xiao didn't understand what she was trying to say. Yue delivered the shocking news. He's not breathing anymore. Linglong and Mei Xiao were shaken to the core. What? How can that be? Mei Xiao struggled in pain, trying to get closer to the motionless Lu Chun. Master! Linglong turned to Yue and whispered, Miss Ouyang, please take Mei Xiao and leave this place immediately. Yue asked in confusion, Miss Bai, what are you planning to do? Linglong immediately drew her daggers. You two go, hurry. I'll hold it off. Her eyes were filled with determination, tears welling up in them. She held a dagger in each hand, preparing for a fight to the death with the monster. Both he and Lu Chun saved my life. Today, I can only repay a life with a life. The monster spoke with a scornful tone. Just you. The green liquid mass began to separate from Yue's father's body. That brat has already been eliminated by me. Do you still not understand what despair is? Phoenix. The liquid mass roared as it flew toward Lu Chen's body, terrifying both Linglong and Yue. Let me use this brat's body to teach you all what true despair really looks like. Its speed was so fast that it knocked both Yue and Linglong to the ground. Get out of the way. Its ugly face with sharp fangs was closing in on Lu Chen's body. It was incredibly excited. Wonderful. From now on, this body is mine. Suddenly, Lu Chen spoke up. Oh, is that so? He launched a kick straight into the monster's face. Before the monster could comprehend what happened, Lu Chun sat up and spoke coldly. Just a hideous thing like you. Lu Chun decisively kicked the liquid mass away. Looking at you makes me want to puke. Get the hell away from me. Everyone was astonished. Mag Xiao shouted loudly. Master. Yue still didn't understand the situation. What's going on? Linglong seemed to realize something. She looked at Lu Chun in amazement. Lu Chun. Linglong rushed over and hugged Lu Chun tightly. She wept with joy. He's not dead. Thank goodness. Lu Chun replied confidently. What are you saying? I am Lu Chun. Don't underestimate me. The green liquid mass was shocked by this turn of events. How is this possible? It pointed at the standing Lu Chun and roared. You brat. What kind of trick did you pull under the 81 layers of mountain aura? Why are you still alive? Lu Chen's eyes were full of confidence. He spoke in a clear, resonant voice. You villains. Why are you always frogs in a well? I originally intended to absorb all the mountain aura anyway. I never said I couldn't handle this stuff. The green monster panicked. Absorbed all the mountain aura. Mag Xiao was overjoyed. So that was Master's plan all along. Yue was still bewildered by what was happening. No. Ouyang Yue was shaken. She thought to herself, this gentleman wanted to absorb all 81 layers of mountain aura. Is he bluffing to scare the monster? No, that's not right. Lu Chun turned around, a blazing red life force emanating from his back. That spiritual energy reaction just now. Isn't that it? Ouyang Yue suddenly suspected something. Sir, did you really absorb all 81 layers of mountain aura? In such a short time. How did you do it? Mei Xiao said admiringly. As expected of Master, the monster still couldn't accept the truth. Impossible. Linglong's eyes widened in surprise. What? Lu Chun kept a straight face. Oh, you don't believe me? He looked down and asked Linglong, by the way, setting that aside, how long do you plan on hugging me? Is lying in my arms that comfortable? Lu Chen's words made her blush crimson. Linglong snapped out of it. She jumped back, face red, and shouted, Hooligan. Lu Chen immediately defended himself. You're the hooligan. You threw yourself into my arms without a word, and you have the nerve to call me that? Linglong continued to make excuses. You bastard. You're going to be the death of me. I'm ignoring you from now on. Ouyang Yue watched this cute argument from a distance, secretly admiring them. This gentleman's talent is incredible. He actually absorbed layer after layer of mountain aura. With such talent, no wonder Miss Bai is. She also felt a wave of shyness. Even I. Lu Chen turned to the despicable green monster and spoke confidently. Back to business. I actually have to thank you. As he spoke, Lu Chen began to display his power, holding a sword in one hand, with raging flames behind him. If you hadn't dumped all 81 layers on me at once, I'm afraid absorbing them one by one would have taken forever. The light from his power and the flames was so bright, Linglong couldn't open her eyes. She shielded her eyes with her hand. King Realm, Mei Xiao was also utterly astonished. He was blinded by the dazzling light. Did Master break through to the king realm? Master's strength when he accepted me as a disciple, plus absorbing all 81 layers of mountain aura in one breath. Logically speaking, he can't just stop at the king realm. Mei Xiao's eyes widened, anticipating what would happen next. If that's truly the case, wait until Master breaks through to the next realm. How glorious will that scene be? Meanwhile, Ouyang Yue stood to the side, secretly rejoicing. We're saved. If this gentleman can deal with that monster, Father can also escape the demonic path. This is great. This is truly great. She looked at the majestic Lu Chun before her, speaking to her late mother. Mother, do you see? The Ouyang family hasn't reached a dead end yet. The monster began to panic. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But quickly adjusted its mood. It burrowed back into Ouyang Yue's father's body, absorbing the mountain aura, breaking through to the king realm. Very well. It continued. The monster inside the body gritted its teeth, so angry that spittle flew everywhere. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being ruthless. It hovered in midair. Threatening Yue. Woman, you don't want your father to die, do you? Kill that brat for me. Otherwise, prepare to be an orphan with no father or mother. Yue didn't expect it to pull this trick. Despicable scum. How dare you? Lu Chun walked over from a distance. You are the eldest daughter of the Ouyang family, right? Yue was stunned. He coldly comforted her. Don't worry. Against trash like this. Lu Chun decisively raised his hand and said confidently, it's not worthy of threatening me. The green liquid mass was forced out of the body by Lu Chun's technique. It panicked. What? Lu Chun stood calmly in place. But the monster had been completely expelled and deformed. I placed a protective spell on him. You won't be able to possess him again in this lifetime. Ouyang Yue rushed over, catching her father as he was about to fall. Father, he asked Yue weakly. What happened? Yue cried as she scolded him. Father, you're so stupid. So stupid. Yue's father hadn't fully recovered yet. Yue, I am. Lu Chun stood before the paralyzed green liquid on the ground. All right. Do you want a quick death? His gaze became sharp. This farce should end now. Lu Chun made up his mind. Sword in hand, he charged forward. Sparks of electricity flying around him. Die Monster! He swung his sword, slashing the monster into multiple strands of liquid. I don't want to die. Lu Chun smiled triumphantly. Now you know how to beg for mercy? He looked confident. Too late. Lu Chun rushed forward with the speed of a rocket, thrusting toward the monster. Today, this young lord will definitely take your dog life. Lu Chun's sword dance tore the monster apart. For the sins you've committed, you must pay blood with blood. At this moment, it was no longer intact, letting out miserable screams. No, don't. The strands of liquid poured toward Yue's mother's body lying nearby. You brat. Even if I die, I'll drag you down to hell with me. The liquid was gradually invading the mother's body. Damn it. Ouyang Yue stood in the distance, watching in horror as her mother's body was taken over by the monster. Oh no. At this moment, it became vicious and cunning. Let's die together. Ouyang Yue was so terrified by this sudden change that she couldn't move. Lu Chun realized the situation was bad and quickly rushed over. Crap. Lu Chun raised his hand, and a beam of light shot out from it. The light shot straight toward the monster, but was deflected by its defensive layer. Yue looked at Lu Chun in despair. It's too late. Brute force alone cannot break the eternal gold lock. Lu Chun was puzzled. Eternal gold lock. The monster's sudden action caused Yue to panic. It's an emergency. Sir, can you stop her movements first, so we can get out? Lu Chun fired 2 swords from his hands, immobilizing her. The 2 swords stabbed straight into the ground, forming a red sealing magic circle. This greatly shocked the monster possessing Yue's mother. What? It closed its eyes, raised both hands, and began channeling internal energy. Lu Chun hurriedly told everyone, retreat first. Mei Xiao quickly responded, yes. Lu Chun's group fled in a hurry. The monster grew stronger and stronger. It spread its arms wide, smiling wickedly. Run, hide, you little brats. Because they ran for their lives. Everyone was now exhausted. Ling Long collapsed on the ground, supporting herself with her hands. panting as she asked, "Wait, why do we have to run?" Mei Xiao added, "That's right. Clearly, it wasn't a match for Master. Yet we were the ones running away. I really can't understand it." Lu Chun was deep in thought, looking at the dejected Ouyang Yue. He suddenly stood up. "What exactly is going on? Miss Ouyang, speak up." Ouyang Yue lowered her head and said sadly, "Dragging everyone so deep into this matter is the fault of my Ouyang family. But you must believe me, if we had retreated even a little slower just now, we would all be dead." Mei Xiao and Ling Long were astonished by her words. Ouyang Yue opened her hand. In her palm was a golden object. "The cause of everything is this." Everyone was curious about the object. "This is a lock." Ling Long was suddenly stunned. "This shape, could it be the eternal gold lock of the Li family, one of the 5 great families?" "Why do you have this?" Yue continued to explain, but dare not look anyone in the eye. "You all don't know. My mother's main family is the Li family, although she isn't a descendant of the main branch. The technique of crafting the eternal gold lock was what my mother was best at. Since my brother and I were born, this lock has always been with us, never leaving our bodies. And on my mother, there's an identical one." Lu Chun raised his head and asked coldly, "You've said so much, but what exactly is this eternal gold lock that scares you so much?" Mei Xiao immediately spoke up to explain. "Master is not from the mystic realm, so naturally you don't know that this eternal gold lock is a secret treasure of the Leaf family. The crafting method is simple, but its power is terrifying. However, it isn't a divine weapon that helps the user dominate the world. Quite the opposite." He saw Lu Chen's surprised expression and continued. "Its function is that when the host is attacked, it accumulates all that attack force, bearing the damage for the owner. Once the owner dies, it breaks the seal, releasing all the accumulated power." Lu Chen was stunned, a bit confused. "Wait a minute. What you're saying is making me a bit dizzy." He paused. "You mean this thing is used to trade one life for another with the enemy in a desperate situation?" In Ouyang Yue's hand, the eternal gold lock was glowing with golden light. She gripped the lock tightly, looking at it with determination. "That's right. One end of the eternal gold lock is connected to the host. The other end is like a storage space, connected to another dimension to accumulate energy. As soon as the host dies, it will release all the energy. That is absolutely a level you cannot withstand." Mei Xiao said with a grave expression, "The eternal gold lock. Giving someone a taste of their own medicine. I've only heard of it before. Seeing it today, and on an enemy no less, is truly ironic." Lu Chen's face darkened. He said, "If that's really the case, then it is indeed troublesome. But Miss Yue, you just said that brute force alone cannot solve the eternal gold lock. In other words, there's actually a way to break this lock, right?" Yue looked up, her expression serious. "That's right. To break it, the only way is to use another eternal gold lock. As you know, the characteristic of the eternal gold lock is reflecting damage. But if 2 locks oppose each other, restraining each other, then what happens?" Lu Chun and the others were surprised to hear this. Ling Long blurted out, "2 locks opposing each other? Wouldn't that be a self-contradiction, falling into an endless loop of death?" Lu Chun felt like he was struck by lightning upon hearing this. Dead end. Wait. You mean? Suddenly, a puff of pink smoke drifted in from nowhere. Mei Xiao's body began to lose control. Strange. Why can't I open my eyes? Ling Long also fell to the ground. Weird, my head is spinning. Lu Chun frowned in pain, sweating profusely. This is the pollen of the soul-bewildering grass from the 100 Flowers Valley. The source of the smoke was Ouyang Yue. In her hand, she held a bottle emitting pink smoke. As expected of the King realm, I increased the dosage, yet you still maintain consciousness. Yue closed her eyes in pain. I'm truly sorry, everyone. You had nothing to do with my Ouyang family, yet you were willing to help in our time of danger. This kindness, I cannot repay even if I work like a horse or ox. Hearing Yue's words, Lu Chun roared. Cut the flowery speech. Don't think I don't know. You want to go in alone and perish together with that thing inside. Yue looked at Lu Chun with surprise and suspicion. How did you know? Lu Chun looked weary due to the drug's effect. Listen to me. In this world, there is nothing that cannot be solved. My 5th master once said. The scene changed. Lu Chun recalled a place on a cliff. facing a sea of clouds and ethereal mountains. Lu Chen's master, Yan Qingyin, spoke. Listen carefully, Chen E. So-called contradictions represent void, meaning non-existence. But people always like to use the word contradiction for worldly matters. Little do they know, anything that exists in this world must have a solution. The contradiction they speak of is nothing more than self-deception by the incompetent. Yue closed her eyes painfully. Your fifth master makes a lot of sense. Everything has a solution. It's just, she suddenly knelt on the ground. After all, this is still my family's affair. Time is pressing. Where would I find the time to look for a way to break it? Asking you all to risk your lives with me. I can't do it. Lu Chen looked at Yue with determined eyes. You're a good girl. If the situation weren't critical, and if I didn't already have someone in my heart, I might actually court you. Yue didn't understand. Court, Lu Chen said bluntly. I mean, you are my type. This sentence made Yue blush crimson. Like, sir, he suddenly shouted. Those are side issues. Don't mind them. Compared to this, you think going to your death alone, in exchange for a so-called good reputation is fine? I don't care, but we'll buy Ling Long and Mei Shao be happy. This made Yue hesitate. Lu Chun struggled to stand up, but his body was limp, and he was unsteady on his feet. I told you those things just now, not to make you wallow in self-pity, just like my fifth master said. Absolute contradictions do not exist. There must be a way to break the eternal gold lock. Exhausted, he reached out to Yue. Trust me, don't do anything foolish. Yue was startled, and also reached out to Lu Chen. But she suddenly drank the bottle of medicine. I am sorry. Immediately after, she suddenly leaned in close to Lu Chen, their lips touching. Sir, Ouyang Yue and Lu Chen kissed. This sudden action by Yue made Lu Chen's eyes widen in shock. She whispered, the Ouyang family has harmed too many innocent lives. Yue stood before Lu Chen, who was slowly falling. Regarding today, how can I let you all risk your lives for my family again? Thinking it over, it's better for me and that monster to disappear together. Consider it an end. Returning justice to the souls who died at the hands of the Ouyang family. Lu Chen was controlled by the drug's power. Unable to speak, she left her final words and turned to leave. He is a good man. Like he said, if it weren't a time of danger, if I didn't carry the fate of the family. Yue turned around, but seemed reluctant to leave. She looked back. Maybe. Yue ran far away, shouting, I would willingly be with him. The scene shifted to the monster occupying Yue's mother's body. Green flames burned fiercely. It went mad. Ha ha ha. What a farce. I must find that brat to settle the score. In the distance, Ouyang Yue approached with a sword in hand, walking boldly. You won't be seeing them. Yue's eyes were full of hatred. Today, I will deal with you. The monster with the grotesque face pointed at Yue and laughed. It spoke arrogantly, seeking death. The monster began to gather power in its hand, rushing toward Yue. Little girl, your whole family is destined to serve me one by one. You're no exception. Accept your fate. It attacked Yue, but she dodged nimbly. The monster quickly circled behind her, attacking from the rear. Yue was unfortunately hit by the monster's attack. So that's it. Yue was luring the monster into her trap. It took the bait. I just need to keep accumulating injuries. Even if I'm killed by it, it doesn't matter. I have the eternal gold lock anyway. She began to swing her sword to counterattack. Is this all the skill you have? Several beams of sword light shot toward the monster in succession, catching it off guard. The monster was finally hit. The blade grazed it, drawing a stream of green liquid. What? Yue swung her sword, quietly waiting for the monster's reaction. It extended its tongue to lick the wound, thinking sinisterly. She's accumulating energy for the eternal gold lock. Perfect. It seems she still doesn't know the secret of this body. Later, when the eternal gold lock activates, I will take the opportunity to shed this shell. Then I'll just find a new body, with the eternal gold lock in my hand. Once I get out, ambushing and taking revenge on that brat will be as easy as turning my hand. Ha! In this way, the final victory still belongs to me. It smiled wickedly, condensing a long sword in its hand, and suddenly rushed straight at Yue. Countless green liquids turned into sharp spikes, roaring as they approached. "Give me your life." With a ferocious face, it launched a storm-like attack on Yue. Ouyang Yue was carelessly slashed on the arm by its sword. Another sword strike passed by, tearing her clothes. Yue quickly blocked the next blow. Their swords clashed. Yue raised her hand to gather power, a pink-purple energy wrapping around her arm. The monster didn't back down either, pushing green power into its hand. Both exploded with attacks simultaneously. The two forces collided, causant a massive explosion, engulfing both Yue and the monster. Both were determined to put the other to death. "Now!" Ouyang Yue shouted loudly. The eternal gold locks on her hand and the monster's hand shone brilliantly at the same time. Eternal gold lock, open. The eternal gold locks turned into giant golden spheres of light, enveloping Yue and the monster. The two spheres contained earth-shattering power, erupting with massive bolts of lightning, shattering the surrounding rocks. The two controlled the spheres of light, rushing straight toward each other. At the moment her soul was about to scatter, Yue thought to herself, "Success." In her hazy consciousness, Yue remembered Lu Chen. If I could have met him sooner, perhaps this story would have had a different ending. She thought desperately, "I'm about to die too." As a result, the person I think of before dying is someone I've known for less than an hour. Yue closed her eyes, tears rolling down her cheeks. She mocked herself in her heart. Truly ironic. Just then, Lu Chen's angry voice rang out. "Ironic my ass." Yue, teary-eyed, didn't know where the sound came from. She only saw Lu Chen struggling to resist the collision of the two light spheres. He scolded furiously, "Stop being a tragic heroine for me. In this life, only I force kisses on others. No one has ever dared to force a kiss on me. Regarding today, you must take responsibility to the end." Lu Chen's words moved Yue to burst into tears. Lu Chen continued, "Want to kiss and run? No way." In the other sphere of light, the monster still didn't understand what was happening. "What?" Yue shouted worriedly at Lu Chen. "Stop it. You'll die." Lu Chen's eyes sharpened. He was still struggling to block the energy collision. He smiled confidently. "Want Lu Chen to die? Wait another 800 years. Eternal gold lock, right? It's just a bit of scrap metal spiritual energy. Can't handle it? Damn it. I'll just suck it all dry." The monster watched in stunned silence. Impossible. The energy shockwave of the eternal gold lock. Yue was also stunned. Can actually be absorbed? Lu Chen was giving his all. He roared, and a blue dragon appeared behind him. The blue dragon looked terrified. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and suck." The dragon began to puff out its cheeks, sucking in the stream of energy. "Wait, don't channel the energy into me." The massive stream of energy was continuously sucked in by Lu Chen, creating a huge vortex. After draining all the energy of the eternal gold lock, Lu Chen was exhausted, his body swaying. Yue and the monster still hadn't recovered from Lu Chen's shocking action. The scene was left with a pile of rubble. The monster's face was gloomy as it thought. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How massive was the energy just released by the eternal gold lock? Even if he is in the king realm, he absolutely cannot withstand it, let alone absorb it. And it was double the amount. How is this possible? Yue also stood frozen in place, her mind in turmoil. How exactly did he do it? No wonder his strength. I'm afraid it far exceeds the king realm. The blue dragon, having sucked its fill of energy, became round as a ball. "You stinking brat. You tricked me again." Lu Chen looked up at Yue, making a victory sign. He forced a smile. "See, I told you there would be a way. Don't you even believe your own man?" Yue was stunned by his words, then blushed and said, "Who's your own man? What do you mean your own man? What are you implying?" Lu Chen couldn't hold on any longer. His words were broken. He fell headfirst. "Don't mind those details. Young Master Lu." Yue turned pale with fright, rushing to catch him and holding him in her arms. She shook him anxiously. What's wrong with him? Absorbing that massive energy just now. Was it too much after all? Wake up. Hey, wake up. Yue shook the unconscious Lu Chen in her arms. Was it too much after all? Wake up. Hey, wake up. She cradled Lu Chen's head, her face full of worry. If anything happens to him, Suddenly, Lu Chen reached up and stroked her cheek. He spoke gently. "In your heart, you care about me quite a bit, don't you?" I want to retract what I said earlier. You were very nice. It's just, Lu Chun smiled with a hint of mischievousness. You're a bit stubborn. Yue was flustered for a moment. You dare trick me? Making me worry about you like that. Lu Chun quickly comforted her. All right. Don't sweat the small stuff. Yue pushed Lu Chun away forcefully. I don't believe you anymore. The monster watched this scene from a distance, trembling with rage. Is there such a thing? You ruin my plans time and again. And dare to look down on me like this? Daring to flirt with another woman as if I don't exist? Lu Chun didn't forget to retort. Stubborn again, I see. The monster's purple lips curled into a sinister smile. Isn't this a perfect opportunity for a sneak attack? The monster flew up with a sword, its heart full of venomous intent. Little brat, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too arrogant, daring to cast aside your opponent to make eyes at someone else. If you don't die, who will? Lu Chun raised his hand to block the monster, speaking in a domineering tone. Ugly monster, can't you see I'm talking to a beautiful lady? The monster was choked off, stunned. What? Lu Chun suddenly turned his head, eyes flashing cold. Why do you have no sense of timing? You've really angered me now. Lu Chun raised his hand, releasing a powerful burst of energy. It shot straight at the monster. The force was so great, it forced it out of Yue's mother's corpse. What? Lu Chun summoned a long sword in his hand. Then don't expect a good ending. The long sword was wrapped in blinding golden light. Lu Chun decisively slashed down with great force, creating a massive streak of light. The streak of light sliced through the monster's body. No, don't. I don't want to die. I absolutely cannot die. It began to regret, tears welling up. I don't want to die. Lu Chun looked triumphant. The monster's body was chopped into thousands of pieces. Die for me. He smiled victoriously. Done. Lu Chun turned to Yue. Give me your hand. Let's keep going. Yue coldly turned and walked away, ignoring Lu Chun's outstretched hand. Who has time to joke with you? There's still a lot to do. I don't have time to play games with you. She suddenly stopped walking. Hesitantly, she said, But wait until everything is over. Yue turned back shyly. I might reluctantly consider it. The scene shifted to a majestic mountain range. Before them was a magnificent fortress. The Saint Demon sect welcomes the return of the Saintess. Jiang Kairan raised her hand. She asked coldly, Where's Master? Why don't I see her? Her subordinate replied, reporting to the Saintess. The sect leader is conducting a blood sacrifice ritual in the Heavenly Hall. She continued, It seems Master's old habit has relapsed. As soon as she finished speaking, Kairan immediately leaped up and flew away. I have matters to discuss with Master. You all go back to your posts. Her subordinates responded in unison. Yes. A member of the Saint Demon sect came out with a whip and shouted, You animals! You are all prisoners of the Great Han. You should have been executed. He pointed at the people tied to the pillars. You treasonous animals. Patricide, abusing women and children, slaughtering innocent civilians. He singled out a gaunt, haggard woman. Even if I kill you, I think no one in this world will mourn for you. Suddenly, the chains broke to the woman's surprise. But today, you are free, he continued. But freedom comes at a price. He pointed at a white-haired old woman with a hunchback. Today, you just need to kill her, and you can go wherever you want. Furthermore, our Saint Demon sect promises, no matter what you do in the future, we will have your backs. The people who were tied up just now revealed confident looks. I wonder what you wanted. Turns out you want us to earn another merit, They rushed toward the old woman as they spoke. It's just an old hag. Crushing her is as easy as crushing an ant. Old hag, sorry, The old woman's hand was still resting on her chin. Her terrifying eyes looked up. Is that so? Her expression changed. She spread her arms wide. Countless green lights appeared. Thanks for your blood. Suddenly, the old woman fell backward. What? The atmosphere became gloomy. Green veins began to bulge on her hands, on her face, and neck as well. The Saint Demon sect leader, Rin Xiao, appeared out of nowhere, even for prisoners with heinous crimes. Fresh blood is still so sweet. She spoke with an emotionless face. Who is next? This terrified everyone around to the extreme. Rin Xiao reached out her hand. Countless rings of green light appeared, scaring everyone into scattering. Run, let me go. Chiron stood high above, hearing those screams. Help! Kill him! Don't kill me! Ren Xiao reached out to strangle the old woman from before. Suddenly, she glanced at something, her eyes flickering. Ren Xiao instantly appeared beside Chiron, speed fast as lightning. Chiron, you're back. Seeing Ren Xiao, Chiron immediately bowed in greeting. Master! Chiron pays respects to Master. She said worriedly. As soon as I returned, I heard Master was conducting a blood sacrifice. Ren Xiao heard this and turned her face away to avoid it. Just an old habit. You don't need to worry. She mused in recollection. Back then, I also eagerly entered Pill City, wanting to build a glorious career in alchemy. Who knew I would encounter an exploding furnace accident? The fire from the furnace invaded my bloodline, causing me to age faster than normal people. I have to drink fresh blood once a month to maintain my appearance. Master Ren Xiao suddenly became serious. If not for that accident, perhaps I wouldn't have gone astray, nor achieved the status I have today. It's all just fate playing tricks. Chiron quickly suggested, Master, now you are below one person but above 10,000. Why don't you let us blood wash Pill City? To avenge you? Her gaze becoming sharp. If you dare touch a single hair on the people of Pill City, I will behead you immediately. Hearing this, Chiron was so scared she knelt on the ground, even sending gravel flying. Master Ren Xiao explained, back then, Pill City treated me well. My master and grandmaster were kind to me, as heavy as a mountain. Remember this well. No one is allowed to touch the people of Pill City. Otherwise, kill without mercy. Chiron replied in fear. Yes. But if you want to practice, it's not like there aren't people to practice on. Ren Xiao looked down and asked the Zhaoyang family. Have you heard of them? Chiron wanted to confirm. Master refers to the Zhaoyang family, one of the 5 great families of the Green Realm, who govern the myriad heavy peaks. Ren Xiao replied coldly, correct. She reached out her hand, recounting, recently, the Zhaoyang family has been doing ridiculous things. They use the name of myriad heavy peaks to forcibly collect the spiritual power of participants. This matter has been exposed. Various forces intend to destroy them, but fear that a strong attack on the Zhaoyang family will cause heavy losses to themselves. So they came to us. Ren Xiao coldly ordered. They want us to secretly kill the current head of the Zhaoyang family and his daughter. You should know what to do, right? Chiron quickly accepted the order. Yes. Disciple understands. Under a sky filled with thunder and lightning and raging storms, Ren Xiao continued, go. Carve fear into the hearts of the Zhaoyang family. Let the reputation of my saint demon sect resound throughout the mystic realm. Chiron solemnly accepted the order. Yes. The scene shifted to 3 days later. A night with a clear moon and cool breeze. Musical notes drifted from somewhere. It was Linglong leisurely playing the flute. While playing, suddenly a noise made her stop. Linglong looked out with some fear. Who's there? Yue couldn't help but feel scared too. Linglong turned to Yue. You startled me. Yue asked in confusion, what's wrong? Linglong quickly reassured her. No, nothing. Yue raised her head, speaking expressionlessly. You really are jumpy. But I didn't expect you to know how to play the flute. You play Grass Grows, Warbler Flies so well that I was entranced. Suddenly, Linglong's expression changed, becoming somewhat fierce. Is that so? Then keep listening. I don't just play Grass Grows, Warbler Flies well. Suddenly, an object like a bullet shot out from the flute. This killing tune is also the one I know best. The object pierced straight into Yue's chest, causing her to turn pale with horror. What? Ouyang, Yue shouted in panic. What? Linglong gritted her teeth, looking at her, eyes full of killing intent, asking, who exactly are you? Why disguise yourself as Yue? Exposed. She immediately revealed her true form. I didn't expect that you could see through my disguise. By Linglong, you are much smarter than what is recorded in the files. How exactly did you figure out? Linglong pointed her blade forward, frowning warily. As a comrade for many years, your files surely don't mention that I was also a petty assassin. Moreover, your biggest flaw was the song Grass Grows, Warbler Flies. That is a tune unique to the Desolate Realm. Yue has never left the Mystic Realm. How could she understand this tune? Hearing this, she smirked. So that's it. It was my oversight. But if you think I'm the only assassin, then you are sorely mistaken. Then she rushed forward, hugging Linglong tightly. She shouted, "Master, now!" Linglong shouted in panic. "What?" Zhang Kairan seized the opportunity to attack from behind with a blade. Linglong was terrified seeing this, frowning and narrowing her eyes. Just then, a sword suddenly appeared, blocking Zhang Karen's blade. This is... Ouyang Yue looked at Linglong and shouted, "Linglong, are you okay?" Linglong shouted a warning to Ouyang anxiously. Yue. Her strength is no joke. Yue frowned, replying with determined eyes. "I understand. Young Master Lu is helping young Master Mei absorb the mountain aura. Now is the critical moment. We must hold on." Jiang Kairan heard this and asked, "Young Master Lu? Are you referring to the tyrant of the Green Realm, Lu Chun?" Yue immediately asked back, "You know him?" She licked her lips, her voice raspy. "Not only do I know him, but our enmity is as deep as the ocean." Having said that, she swung a powerful blade at Yue. Linglong hurriedly blocked a blow for her. She sneered and said, "Coming early isn't as good as coming at the right time." Jiang Kairan continued to slash, gritting her teeth in hatred. "Wait until I finish you off. I'll go kill him." Yue parried the attack. "So arrogant. Just want to harm young Master Lu? Keep dreaming." Jiang Kairan smirked. She asked sarcastically, "Is that so?" Yue felt something was wrong. She blurted out, "What?" Jiang Kairan erupted with astonishing power. Her voice was full of arrogance. "If it were before, that would be true. But for me, who has undergone countless hardships and entered the King Realm," she swung that power out, shouting, "Crushing you is as easy as crushing an ant." Linglong and Yue couldn't withstand this blow, and were knocked flying far away. The sword in Yue's hand was also chipped by the heavy blow. "Oh no!" She looked worriedly at the sword in her hand, thinking, "Lu Chun, young Master Lu, don't come here. Run away. Run away. Elsewhere." Lu Chun was in the process of recovering his strength. He heard Yue's call, "Run away." He suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, on this side, Yue and Linglong were about to collapse. Yue was kicked away by Jiang Kairan. Immediately after, Jiang Kairan rushed over, grabbing her by the neck. Kairan razor blade high, preparing to finish off Yue. Kairan laughed triumphantly. "Kill you first, then settle the score with Lu Chun later." Ha ha ha. Just then, Lu Chun appeared. With one move, he knocked the blade out of Jiang Karen's hand. "What?" He stood on the roof and shouted, "Let her go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Yue and Linglong saw Lu Chun and shouted joyfully, "Young Master Lu, Lu Chun." Jiang Kairan immediately glanced at him, sneering, "Here comes the prey." Then she pointed at Yue and Linglong, speaking with a mocking tone. "They kept calling your name just now. I thought you were something special, but your aura right now is merely that of someone who barely broke through to the King Realm." Then, she radiated boundless power, shouting, "Kid, there's a gap even between King Realms. Don't think a rookie King Realm like you can stand against me." Yue and Linglong were affected by this power, frowning worriedly. Her power increased again. Could she have reached the peak of the King Realm? At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out behind her. "Well said, my good sister. You've said so many words, but only this sentence sounds the most human." At this moment, Lu Chun was sitting there gnawing on some buns in his hand, eating voraciously while speaking. "You are right. Between King Realm and King Realm, the gap is huge." Yue and Linglong saw him eating, asked curiously, "Lu Chun? Another one? So if this is young Master Lu, was the person just now Mei Xiao?" Mei Xiao appeared from behind at this moment, cheeks flushed, whispering, "Just now, when leaving Seclusion, Master kept saying he was hungry. I had no choice, so I had to disguise as him and come out first." Finished eating, Lu Chun stood up, holding a long sword, looking at her coldly. "All right, had enough to eat and drink. Next, I should stretch my muscles a bit." Raising his sword, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a cold smile. "Gome, let me experience 3 of your moves." Another scene, in Rin Zhao's fortress. Someone reported hurriedly, "My lord, people from the Blood Flame Empire request an audience." She raised her wine glass, said calmly, "Bring them in." A woman walked in, glanced at her, and laughed out loud. Haha, I didn't expect the legendary bloodthirsty Saint Demon sect leader to be a woman. Could it be that your sect couldn't withstand the ravages of time and declined? Rin Xiao snorted softly in response. Time is indeed ruthless. Even the great blood flame empire finds it hard to resist the years, falling to become a third-rate empire. Isn't that right? The woman heard this and hissed. Then she stepped forward and knocked over the wine glass in Rin Xiao's hand. Cut the crap. My emperor has high expectations for this operation. No matter what, we must be one step ahead and trample the myriad heavy peaks before the four great families. Destroying the Zhaoyang family. Rin Xiao looked at her coldly. If you're so impatient, follow me. I'll handle it personally. Satisfied? Having said that, she opened a teleportation gate right in front of her. The scene shifted to Lu Chen's side. Jiang Kairan was still attacking frantically. She leaped high, charging toward Lu Chun with momentum, unleashing a strike with all her might. Lu Chun looked at the attack. Corners of his mouth raised in a faint smile. He blocked it effortlessly, then knocked the weapon out of her hand. Ling Long saw this from a distance, exclaiming in surprise. Facing a peak King Realm opponent, yet still so relaxed. Could he have broken through the King Realm? Mei Xiao beside her chuckled softly, said slowly, no. If we talk about Master's current strength, it's merely early King Realm fused with Mountain Aura. But looking at Master's performance, I'm afraid he has long surpassed the King Realm, vaguely touching the Saint Realm. Hearing this, Yue and Ling Long exclaimed in unison. Saint Realm. Ling Long continued in shock. The Saint Realm is an existence rarely seen in 1,000 years. Mei Xiao replied, that's right. Open your eyes and watch. What we are witnessing here might very well be a piece of history recorded in the annals later. Yue heard this, cheeks flushing, thinking Saint Realm. Perhaps he really can help the Zhaoyang family survive this calamity. If so, I would be willing to. On this side, Lu Chun still completely dominated Jiang Kairan. At this moment, Lu Chun swung his sword, sending another slash toward her. Kairan quickly leaped up to dodge. She channeled power into the saber in her hand. Then, she focused all her power. She gritted her teeth and shouted, you bastard! How dare you toy with me? Then she charged down with all her might. The powerful attack cracked the ground. Dust flew everywhere. Mei Xiao immediately reached out her hand. She said urgently, quick, grab onto me, both of you. Ling Long saw that terrifying power. She spoke with worry. I never expected her to be this strong. With this kind of power, I'm afraid destroying a nation would be as easy as flipping a hand. Hearing this, Mei Xiao immediately turned her head back. She spoke in a reassuring tone. Don't worry. Master will be fine. If you don't believe me, just watch. Kairan saw Lu Chun still standing in the same spot. She screamed in disbelief. Why? Why? She questioned him loudly. Why aren't you dead? Why? Lu Chun casually brushed the dust off his clothes. He replied nonchalantly. Is there a need to be so devastated? You did a good job. Look at my clothes. You almost tore a seam. You've already surpassed 99% of the idiots out there. You should be happy. Hearing these words, Kairan could only stare at him, dumbfounded. She was speechless. After that, Kairan collapsed to her knees. She let out a scream. Mei Xiao saw this. She pointed at Kairan and asked, Master, what's wrong with her? Lu Chun turned his head. A mocking smile played on his lips. I don't know. Maybe she's hungry. Just then, a voice echoed from the sky. To think someone could make Kairan suffer a loss. Hearing this voice, everyone looked up in unison. Rin Xiao slowly appeared in midair. She looked down below. She said coldly, Brat, you are worthy of me taking action. Kairan saw her master arrive. She laughed like a madwoman. My master is here. Let's see how long you can keep up your arrogance. Today, the Zhaoyang family and you, that bastard Lu Chun, you will all die. Mei Xiao heard this. She clicked her tongue and said, Mississippi, my master is about to enter the Saint Realm. I'd advise you to stop while you're ahead. Ling Long beside her also chimed in. That's right. You should all surrender now. At this moment, Lu Chun frowned and looked behind him. His tone was serious. You all need to leave. Get away from here. This person's consciousness is unstable. Even for me, this will likely be a fierce battle. Try to get as far away as possible. Hiding down on Wanzhong Peak below would be good. Hearing these words, the three of them immediately broke out in a cold sweat. They replied in unison, "Understood. We're leaving now." At this moment, the pink-haired girl pointed down and said, "No wonder he looks familiar. Isn't this the brat who was so arrogant on my turf before?" Rin Xiao heard this. She turned back and asked, "You know him?" She replied, "Not exactly, but what a coincidence. This Lu Chun is an enemy of our Blood Flame Empire. Our former emperor and grand general were both killed by him. Talk about a fortunate encounter. Kill him quickly. I'll double the reward. I'll put in a good word for you. The Holy Demon Sect will become the state religion of the Blood Flame Empire, and you will be the state preceptor." Rin Xiao heard the familiar name. She immediately looked down. Her expression was full of doubt. Lu Chun, could it be? After that, she suddenly knelt in the air. She bowed her head respectfully. This humble one, Rin Xiao, pays her respects to Martial Uncle. The people around them heard this. They all exclaimed in shock. Martial Uncle? What's going on?" She called young Master Lu Martial Uncle. "Doesn't that mean this sect leader and I are of the same generation?" Lu Chun stood there, looking bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Rin Xiao bowed respectfully and said, "Apologies. This junior has disturbed you. Years ago, I was also a member of Pill City. Unfortunately, I was infected by the poison of fire and smoke. Fortunately, thanks to City Lord Master and Fairy Huadai Grandmaster saving me, I was able to live to this day. Over the years, Master and Grandmaster have always cared about me, often mentioning you. Only then did I know your identity." Hearing this, Lu Chun understood. So that's it. It seems she's someone who used to follow my master. The pink-haired girl couldn't suppress her anger, pointing at her and shouting, "You useless thing! What are you doing? I want you to kill him. Do you intend to oppose the Blood Flame Empire? Oppose the entire Green Realm?" Rin Xiao heard this, laughed coldly. "Oppose? I'm afraid you misunderstood. It is opposing you. Opposing Pill City and Grandmaster. That makes you the one who deserves to die." Saying that, she turned to attack her. Rin Xiao drained her energy, cursing casually, "Useless trash." After dealing with that woman, Rin Xiao raised her head, loudly declaring, "Everyone in the Green Realm, listen up. I'm the Saint Demon Sect leader, Rin Xiao. Regarding the events of the past few days, between the Zhaoyang family and everyone in the Green Realm, I believe this matter can end here, because from now on, my sect will become the protector of the Zhaoyang family." Everyone heard this voice, discussing animatedly. This voice, no mistake. It's that female devil Rin Xiao. Why did this demon sect leader suddenly appear with such fanfare? Rin Xiao then continued to shout, "From today onwards, anyone who brings up old matters, anyone who takes the opportunity to seek revenge, anyone with ill intentions towards young Master Lu Chun, kill." Fairy Huadai in the city heard this voice, pouted, and said, "No wonder the Green Realm has been so quiet these past few days. So it was because of you, little brat. It seems I have to show myself. I can't let my grand disciple take the heat for my disciple. This matter ultimately cannot be ignored." Those people heard these words, shouting angrily, "Damn it! A bunch of evil cultists dare to be arrogant. Another day, we will definitely destroy the Saint Demon Sect. Hunt you down to the last one." Just then, Fairy Wadi's voice rang out. "Greetings, everyone. I'm Fairy Huadai of Pill City. This is interesting. Let me join in. From today onwards, the Zhaoyang family and the Saint Demon Sect are both under the protection of Fairy Huadai. I wonder if anyone has any objections?" Hearing these words, the crowd immediately went limp. Why? Fairy Huadai. Why is she protecting those two forces? Then they panicked and ordered their allies. "Damn it. Notify the assassins. Retreat immediately. Everyone retreat." Fairy Huadai heard this, smiled with satisfaction, and clapped. "That should settle it. All right." Then she continued, "That brat Lu Chun, you came to the Green Realm without even reporting. What? Do you still want your master to personally come and beg you to find me?" Lu Chun heard these words, answered with a trembling voice, "Disciple dares not." Fairy Huadai continued, "Good that you dare not. You ungrateful wretch. Master loved you the most when you were little, yet you haven't visited me once on your own initiative in all these years. Get your ass over here, or I'll tell the entire Green Realm about you wetting the bed right now." Hearing these words, everyone exploded, shouting, What? Lu Chun? Isn't Lu Chun the great demon king of the mystic realm? He is Fairy Wadi's disciple? Impossible. Lu Chun was blushing with shame at this moment, covering his face helplessly. Master, some words. Disciple will come see you in a few days and explain. Please stop nagging. Disciple begs you. That's more like it. Then I'll wait for you. Lu Chun forced a smile, looked up, and replied, Yes, master. Then he angrily stomped the ground. This is a huge disgrace. Now the entire Qing domain knows I used to wet the bed. Mei Xiao and the others looked at him. They covered their mouths and snickered. Lu Chun roared in frustration. This is infuriating. I need to blow off some steam. Then he turned and glared at Ren Xiao and her disciple. You two, get over here. Then he grabbed them and dragged them away. Master, save me. Martial uncle. Lu Chun glared at her. He asked softly, What? You want to stop me? Ren Xiao replied shyly, I wouldn't dare. Good. All of you get over here. Chiron looked at her master's expression. She thought to herself, This is the first time I've ever seen master with this expression. Lu Chun dragged the two of them into an old warehouse, threw them to the ground, and said, Today, no one will save you even if you scream your lungs out. Chiron fell into her master's arms. She thought in fear, It's over. Could it be that the two of us? She hugged her master in a panic, her cheeks flushing red. Is he about to? Then she shook her head violently. She wrapped her arms around her master and shouted, You! I'm warning you, don't do anything reckless. Or else. Ren Xiao saw her disciple's fear. She turned to comfort her. Chiron, if martial uncle wants, it is our good fortune. Hearing these words, Chiron still couldn't accept it. She shouted no. If he dares to do that, just you wait. In 18 years, my son will find you for revenge. Lu Chun heard these words. He looked at her confused and asked, What? Chiron hid behind her master in fear and shouted, Aren't you planning to take out your frustrations on us? Well, we can't resist. All we can do is patiently raise your son until he's 18 and let him come find you for revenge. Then we'll let you two, father and son, kill each other. Let's see if you still dare to touch me then. After hearing all this, Lu Chun could only look at Chiron, speechless. Then he burst out laughing. He said, For a woman like you not to draw comics, it's truly a waste. Comics? It's a strange, kind of illustrated novel. You wouldn't understand. Ha! After hearing that, Chiron approached him and asked, So, you're not going to touch me? Lu Chun looked at her. He replied in a suggestive tone, Well, not necessarily. Then he reached out and touched her waist. He said, I was thinking, this slender and flexible waist of yours. Hearing this, Siren's face turned beet red as she asked, What do you want to do? Lu Chun immediately lifted her up and threw her onto the stone mill next to them. Wouldn't it be a waste not to grind a few dozen pounds of malt? Then he took a whip and repeatedly struck her with it. He urged faster. Your grandmaster loves candied hawthorns the most. Consider this your punishment. You will obediently grind malt for me. Make a batch of malt candy combined with hawthorns, and bring it to her as a gift. Chiron screamed in pain. Bastard! Ren Xiao asked softly from behind. Is that all? Lu Chun turned his head and retorted. What else? What? Judging by your expression, what were you hoping for? She replied shyly. Nothing. This disciple wouldn't dare have improper thoughts about martial uncle. But if martial uncle needs, Chiron and I, it's not entirely out of the question. Ling Long and Yue, who were outside, heard this. They were both speechless. Lu Chun immediately shouted, Enough nonsense. Hurry up. You supervise her for me. If she dares to slack off, I'll punish you both. Yue outside heard Lu Chun's words. She blushed and thought to herself, In that case, does that mean I could also? That night, Lu Chun's shouts echoed throughout the room. He cursed. Faster, I said. This time, you better remember this for me. Remember it well. 3 days later, Lu Chun continued on his journey. Ren Xiao came to the port to ask him, Martial uncle, are you sure you don't need this disciple to escort you on your journey? Lu Chun replied coldly, No need. Then he turned to Ren Xiao and said, Bringing you along would be too much of a burden. Besides, you're from the demon sect. Following us would be too conspicuous. That's true. Then he pointed at her disciple and continued. Besides, don't you still have to take this good, grand disciple of mine to see a doctor? Over here, Chiron clutched her sore waist and cried out, Oh my God, I can't believe he really made me grind malt for 3 days and 3 nights. Rin Xiao said. Then Martial Uncle, we will see you off here. Then she handed him a horn. Continued. In the future in the Green Realm, whenever you need Disciple, just blow it. Disciple will definitely lead all colleagues of the Saint Demon sect to assist. Lu Chun reached out to take the item. Then I respectfully accept. Having received the item, he headed out to sea. Well then, see you around. Until we meet again. After sailing for a while, Linglong looked at Mei Xiao, asked strangely, Isn't Yue coming to see us off? Where did she go? Mei Xiao also looked around. Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her all day. Meanwhile, on the shore, Yue was looking regretfully at the receding boat. Thinking, in the end, I still couldn't say it. Ouyang Zhenghang pushed his wheelchair out of the room. Teasing tone, what's wrong? Can't bear to let that boy go. Yue heard this. Turned to look at her father. Father, she blushed, lowered her head, eyes a bit gloomy, replied softly, I didn't. I'm just grateful to him, that's all. Ouyang Zhenghang heard this, raised his head, voice gentle. All right, no need to say more. As a father, how can I not know my daughter's thoughts? He frowned, eyes full of pity, continued, all these years. You have worked hard for this family. You have suffered untold hardships. But regarding that young man, father hopes you will think carefully. If it is for the family, I don't want, nor do I allow you to follow him. But if you truly have feelings for him, then go find him. Go find your own answer. Take the opportunity to see the outside world too. Go find your future. Hearing these words, Yui's eyes filled with tears. She couldn't help but rush over, hugging her father tightly, sobbing, but I can't bear to leave you either, father. Her father replied sadly, silly girl. Just come back to visit when you have time. Go find your future. No matter what, father supports you. Yes. Yui looked up at her father, voice choked but decisive as she responded. The scene shifted to Pill City. Here, on a small scale, there are pills to heal commoners. On a large scale, there are all kinds of pills for cultivators to replenish, consolidate, and enhance their cultivation. 80% of the demand for pills in the 10 realms comes from the 5 great alchemy families here. Thanks to this advantage, not only in the mystic realm, but looking at the entire 10 realms, the status of Pill City is unmatched by any single sect. The founders of these 5 great families were mostly half-disciples of Fairy Huadai, called half-disciples, because they were originally just workers Fairy Huadai took in to help with alchemy. After years of guidance, they established their own clans. As soon as Lu Chun set foot here, he clenched his fists, heart full of excitement. Haven't seen it for years. I didn't expect Pill City to remain the same. It feels great to be home. Linglong walked beside him, looking at the bustling crowd, turned her head slightly, looking at Lu Chun in surprise. I didn't expect you to really be Fairy Wadi's disciple. Waving his hand, smiling faintly, small matter, not worth mentioning. By the way, where did Mei Xiao go? Hearing Mei Xiao mentioned, Linglong suddenly remembered, hurriedly turning to look for him, face also showing some worry. That's right, he said he went to find a place to eat. But it's been almost an hour. The two spoke in unison, expressions gradually becoming worried. Something hasn't happened, right? Just then, in the distance, a hand held up a notice high. A panting voice shouted, Master, something big happened. Mei Xiao ran over, gasping for breath. As soon as he arrived, he cried out, No, not good. Master. Lu Chun saw Mei Xiao's panicked appearance. Asked, What's wrong? What happened? Mei Xiao handed him the notice. Stammering, See for yourself. Lu Chun took it, frowning in doubt. Notice, open it to look. Skim through it quickly. On the 15th of next month, the 3rd full moon night, at Pill City, the number 1 alchemy genius of the Lan family, Lan Yi, will compete with Lu Chun. Reading this, he and Linglong couldn't hide their surprise, exclaiming in unison, Compete to see who is better? Mei Xiao stood by the side and hurriedly explained, This Lan Yi is the number 1 alchemy genius of the Lan family, one of the 5 great families in our Pill City. Only 19 years old and already reached the peak of the 7th grade Pill Emperor. This achievement, even my father, the patriarch of the Mei family, has to be ashamed. Moreover, look at this signature. It's Fairy Huadai. In other words, This duel has been approved by Grandmaster. Hearing this, Lu Chun frowned, thinking, Master approved? Duel, and it's an alchemy competition. Linglong thought for a moment. Looked at Mei Xiao. That's right. If you hadn't said it, I would have forgotten. You're also from Pill City. So how is your cultivation? After all, you're the number one of the Mei family. Must be at least 6th grade, right? Mag Xiao replied worriedly. Since I was young, I haven't had any talent for alchemy. Whenever the teacher lectured on pharmacology, I would get sleepy. So, Mei family's number one is only in terms of fighting. Linglong frowned, face looking gloomy. So you are an academic failure? Then she looked up at Lu Chun. Sighed. I thought he could help somewhat in this competition. In the end, Lu Chun is fighting alone again. Lu Chun heard this, turned to look at her with a faint smile. Don't speak so surely. I have to correct your words a bit. Giving a thumbs up, smiling helplessly, not fighting alone, but doomed, because I completely don't know alchemy. Hearing this, Linglong turned pale with fright. Scream, what? Lu Chun rested his chin on his hand, looking as if recalling the past. Said leisurely, haha, back when I was cultivating with 4th Master, she was an alchemist. If she wasn't on the road finding herbs, she was refining pills. So she rarely checked my homework. Therefore, basically, most of the time I was slacking off, finding some weird martial arts in ancient texts, like practicing some protect the country something or other. Lu Chun wasn't very worried, but Mei Xiao beside him was extremely anxious. He cried out in panic, Master! You can still laugh. You don't know how vicious Lonnie is. He was sweating profusely, recalling with a terrified face. Since childhood, she has been the nightmare of the younger generation of our 5 great families. All the geniuses of my generation have been bullied by her, forced to be horses for her to ride, made into slaves, forced to sign contracts selling ourselves. Those few short words. Do you know how much blood and tears they contain that I don't want to recall? Lu Chun heard this, and just calmly asked back, Oh, is that so? Mei Xiao was about to cry, hurriedly pulling their hands and urging, So, with her personality, if you lose, you will definitely die a miserable death. This cannot be delayed. Let's slip away quickly. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out behind them. Joe. No wonder he looks familiar. Turns out it's our eldest young Master Lu. What wind blew you here? A woman and her man walked over. She pointed at Lu Chun, greeting him with contempt. Long time no see, huh? The man beside her turned and asked, Is he the guy you mentioned in the Green Realm? The woman replied with a tragic tone. That's right. It's him. Before, my fiancé just took a few jars of wine from him and was slaughtered by him, whole family, causing me to taste all bitterness and hardship alone. I didn't expect that as soon as we arrived in the mystic realm, we would meet him again. Saying that, she immediately fell into the man's arms, acting spoiled. So, darling, you must avenge me. She glared and said, I want him dead. Lu Chun looked at the woman in front of him, frowned and said, I killed your fiancé's whole family. Do you think I would be afraid of your new lover now? I advise you not to provoke me. Otherwise, I'll make you a widow again. Hearing these words, the man gritted his teeth and rushed forward, throwing a punch at Lu Chun. You little brat, dare to speak arrogantly. Today I will show you the strength of my Wong army. Lu Chun was fearless, warming up his arm, frowning as he replied, If you sincerely want to die, then don't blame me. Mei Xiao saw he was about to act, hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Master, wait. He laughed coldly, glancing at the guy in front of him. In Pill City, does my master even need to act personally? If this gets out, where will my Mei family put its face? This kind of small fry doesn't need you to bother. Then he flicked his fan lightly. The guy instantly exploded into blood on the spot. The woman saw her lover turn into dust, screaming in horror. What? Wang Yun. Lu Chun looked at her with a sarcastic gaze. I told you not to provoke me. Why do you just not believe it? Between people, is there any trust left? At this moment, her face was pale, whole body trembling. Está marine, no? Impossible. A murderous glint flashed in Lu Chun and Mei Xiao's eyes. Looking towards her, Mei Xiao looked at Lu Chun and asked, Master, how do we deal with her? Lu Chun smiled somewhat sleazily. This one? How about we capture her and study her slowly later? Hearing these words, she was terrified to the extreme, hugging her chest, and trembling as she backed away, falling to the ground, face full of grievance, shouting, "Don't." Just then, a majestic voice rang out from afar. "Enough!" Hearing this familiar voice, Lu Chun and Mei Xiao immediately looked up. This voice, Fairy Huadai, appeared in midair. Said coldly, "Lu Chun, you cause chaos as soon as you enter the city. Do you know your mistake?" Seeing his master, he immediately broke out in cold sweat, thinking, "Crap, it's master." The people around saw Fairy Huadai appear, all knelt on the ground, shouting respectfully, "Hua! Fairy Huadai, we welcome Fairy Wadi's arrival." The woman saw Fairy Huadai present, face showing joy, thinking smugly, "Great. I didn't expect this small matter to make Fairy Huadai personally appear. It wasn't in vain that I clung to the Wang family in Pill City a few days ago. Although I just arrived today and haven't officially married in, I'm considered half a daughter-in-law of the Wang family. Fairy Huadai will definitely not favor an outsider. This brat is dead meat later." Fairy Huadai approached, scolding her disciple with a frown. "Lu Chun, do you know you broke the precedent of no bloodshed in Pill City? Do you admit your mistake?" Lu Chun shrank his neck, replied softly, "Disciple. Disciple knows his mistake." The woman stood aside watching this scene, thinking gloatingly, "Humph. It seems Fairy Huadai is very angry. You are dead for sure." Fairy Huadai saw her disciple admit his mistake. Her tone softened, said coldly, "In that case, stick your head out. Prepare to be punished." Lu Chun heard this, face immediately drooping, looking like he was about to be executed, obediently replied, "Yes." The woman in the distance thought gleefully, "Huh, kid, keep being arrogant. Fairy Huadai takes action. You only have a dead end. Next I will see your head fall to the ground. Kid, D." Fairy Huadai reached out, flicked Lu Chun's forehead hard once and scolded, "Punishing you to remember well. Dare to cause trouble again and no dinner for you." The woman saw this scene, immediately stunned, face pale, screaming internally, "What? Just one flick?" The people around discussed. "Tsk tisk. They say Fairy Huadai protects her own. I didn't expect her to personally show up twice for Lu Chun. This matter is also Wang Jun asking for it. Provoking anyone is fine, but he had to provoke the disciple Fairy Huadai dotes on the most." Lu Chun then introduced his two disciples to his master. "Master, this is Ling Long and Mei Xiao, the ones I mentioned in the letter." The two immediately clasped their hands and bowed. "Greetings, Fairy." The woman still dared not believe her eyes. She gaped, thinking, Lu Chun is Fairy Wadi's disciple. Immediately after, she suddenly let out a piercing scream. "Impossible." Fairy Huadai heard the scream, turned and asked, "Who is this person?" Lu Chun looked at her with displeasure, said coldly, "She instigated that unlucky guy to cause trouble for disciple. Otherwise Mei Xiao wouldn't have acted." Fairy Huadai heard this, rested her chin on her hand, pondering, asked Mei Xiao, "Do you know this person?" The crowd around finally spoke up to accuse, reporting to Fairy, "This woman looks unfamiliar. But the one colluding with her, if I remember correctly, is from the Wang family in the east of the city." Fairy, this Wang family is the largest family outside the 5 great families, rising in the last 3 years. Their order transaction volume accounts for 30% of Pill City. Hearing these words, the corner of her mouth lifted, chuckling softly. "Umph, just a nouveau riche." Understood. The woman was too scared to make a sound now, only lowering her head to look at the ground. After clarifying the opponent's background, Fairy Huadai grabbed her disciple by the ear and flew up. "Ordered. Pass down my decree. Regarding today's matter, both sides are at fault. Lu Chun has been personally punished by me. Case closed." Lu Chun was being carried by the ear, face distorted in pain, shouting, "Master! Pain! Pain!" Fairy Huadai looked down and continued, "As for the Wang family, the punishment is as follows. From now on, no one is allowed to trade herbs with them, nor buy pharmaceutical products produced by them. To serve as an example." Hearing these words, tears flowed endlessly from the woman's eyes. She angrily pointed at Fairy Huadai and shouted, "Unfair. That woman, they killed someone. You just flicked his forehead. On my side, someone was killed. Yet we have to suffer clan extermination. On what basis? I ask you, on what basis?" Before she finished speaking, a beam of light immediately shot towards her. "What?" A loud explosion rang out on the street. The citizens retreated in fear. After the attack, Fairy Huadai looked down coldly and said, "Noisy woman, I spoil my disciple. What does it have to do with you?" Lu Chun was still being carried by the ear, face twisted in pain. Fairy Huadai looked at Lu Chun, smiling gently. "However, you are also at fault in this matter. Kid, for the next 15 months, don't even think about escaping." Hearing this number, Lu Chen's face turned pale, shouting, 15 months? Master, are you planning to squeeze me dry? Going a bit further, they arrived at the Danming Holy Mountain. Fairy Huadai found this strange mountain more than 10 years ago. The mountain has countless rare herbs, inexhaustible, endless, even many unique beasts. Many herbs originally limited by climate and terrain can grow here. Therefore, Fairy Huadai decided to live in seclusion here. Family members and followers also settled down accordingly, gradually forming the Pill City of today. Mei Xiao and Ling Long sat on the cloud, looking down at the scenery below, exclaiming in surprise, "Amazing! This is the first time I've seen the scenery inside the Danming Holy Mountain. The scenery is so beautiful, just like a fairyland." Fairy Huadai looked down. "Beautiful, isn't it? I'm afraid in just a few decades, this beautiful scenery and this peace will be no more." She turned around, smiling gently at Mei Xiao. Ling Long is an outsider. Perhaps she doesn't understand well. Like Mei Xiao, you're a native of Pill City. Can you tell me the transaction volume of Pill City the year before last and last year? Yes, this lowly one knows. Mei Xiao puffed out his chest, replied proudly. If I remember correctly, the year before last, the transaction volume of small merchants was 50,000 orders. The 5 great families were 350,000 orders. Other small families and organizations were 720,000 orders. As for last year, small merchants were only 10,000 orders. The 5 great families were 320,000 orders, while other small families and organizations skyrocketed to 1 million orders. Ling Long asked in surprise, "Is the transaction volume of herbs in Pill City in a year that much?" Mei Xiao continued proudly, "This isn't even counting the high-grade pills. Those pills require higher quality ingredients, and the quantity is also larger. But because the requirements are too strict, they're usually not counted in the transaction volume." Ling Long heard this, eyes wide, asking further, "If you count those in, wouldn't the herbs in the mountain be picked clean in less than a year?" At this moment, Fairy Huadai spoke up. "That's not a problem. The soil of the Holy Mountain is completely different from ordinary soil. Plus, this brat's eldest master periodically comes to pour spiritual power into it. So even in another 100 years, the herbs here won't be affected. Actually, in the figures Mei Xiao just mentioned, there is a very important detail." Ling Long heard this, asked doubtfully, "Important detail?" Fairy Huadai looked up at the sky, voice full of worry. "That's right. That is the growth in the transaction volume of other small families and organizations. In just 1 year, it increased by more than 40%. Their pills are cheap, but the quality is hard to guarantee. So previously their market share was very low. But in recent years, they have developed rapidly. Gradually, bad money drives out good. These past few years, problems related to pills in Pill City have become increasingly serious. Logically, to get more orders, Pill City should possess higher alchemy strength, not let those people rely on inferior medicine to dominate the market." Mei Xiao heard this, asked in confusion, "But if that's the case, why doesn't Fairy take this opportunity to deal with them?" She replied immediately, "If it were just a bunch of despicable villains, they wouldn't be worth my concern. But they dare to do such low-class things right under my nose. I'm afraid things aren't that simple." Hearing this, Mei Xiao and Ling Long exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Lu Chun spoke up asking. "Master means there is someone pulling the strings behind the scenes?" Fairy Huadai looked at him and replied, "Yes, but not just one person. The issues inside are afraid very complicated. Those involved are interconnected, difficult to resolve." Hearing this, everyone fell silent, not knowing what else to say. On the way, Fairy Huadai continued to explain to them, "The essence of medicine is to save people, whether cultivators or ordinary people. Life is only one. It is the most precious thing for everyone. If medicine can save lives at critical moments, naturally it will attract countless covetous people. If someone controls Pill City, wouldn't they control the lives of everyone in the 10 realms? If in the future, your life and death are held by Pill City, would you dare to resist? Such a huge temptation naturally attracts conspirators to infiltrate and influence. They might be allied, or just coincidental. Speaking of this, Chun seemed to understand something, frowned seriously and asked, "So, Master acted ruthlessly towards the Wang family just now, just using that as an excuse to secretly deal with this network?" Linglong and Mei Xiao beside him were equally surprised to learn this. No wonder she killed without hesitation. So that's why. Fairy Huadai frowned, eyes sad with a hint of melancholy. Continued. But this isn't something that can be settled by eliminating one person. Like this Wang family, developing rapidly in recent years, plotting to infringe on my authority, acting arrogantly in the city is an example, but destroying one Wang family. Tomorrow there will be a Li family, a Chun family jumping out. To thoroughly resolve these matters, Pill City must be cleansed, centralizing all power. As the current leader, if I act personally, it will easily leave loopholes for others to exploit. Therefore, I can only rely on you, my good disciple. Chun was startled when his master looked at him. Me? At this moment, Linglong and Mei Xiao finally understood the meaning of the notice, looked at each other, and said so. The competition notice earlier was a reason for Chun to legitimately make everyone submit. Fairy Huadai put a finger to her lips, smiled lightly and replied, "Correct. The script is that in the next dozen months, Chun will become the youngest 9th grade alchemist in history, becoming the person second only to me. Then defeat the #1 alchemy genius of Pill City, legitimately becoming the city lord of Pill City. Next, announce the revocation of alchemy rights for all families, establishing the Pill Alliance to manage everything." Linglong and Mei Xiao were overjoyed hearing this, raised their hands in agreement. What the heck? After all that fuss, I didn't expect the plan to be so simple. Although Chun knows nothing right now, as long as Grandmaster checks his homework strictly, it'll be fine. We can rest now. Chun on the side pointed at the two of them angrily and shouted, "You two stop dreaming." Then he sat down on the ground, said unhappily, "This will clearly affect the interests of small families. It's not easy to manage. If Master steps in to teach me, it will definitely make them unconvinced. When that time comes, internal strife in Pill City is a small matter. I'm just afraid of being hated by those with ulterior motives." Fairy Huadai heard this and continued, "That's right. It is exactly not afraid of thieves breaking in, but afraid of thieves thinking about it." Linglong and Mei Xiao's faces darkened, said to each other, "Without Fairy Huadai teaching, I'm just a thug. I'm even worse. This matter is getting harder and harder." At this moment, Chun looked at Fairy Huadai, asked seriously, "Master, stop joking with us. You surely have calculated everything. Say it. What is your plan?" Hearing this, she flicked his forehead lightly. "You stinking brat. You really understand me." Then she said to everyone, "You can rest assured. I have found a reliable master for the three of you. When the time comes, you must obediently learn from her." Chun heard this, face darkening as he asked, "Master, which old geezer is it again? I used to get a headache just listening to that old guy lecture." Fairy Huadai immediately replied, "Don't worry. You know this person. Moreover, absolutely reliable. Know her." Just then, a stunningly beautiful woman appeared behind them. The three of them looked at the woman in front of them, stunned for a moment, then shouted in panic, "Why is it Ouyang Yue?" That night, Fairy Huadai organized a barbecue party to welcome everyone. Looking at the skewers on the table, she drooled with craving. She praised herself while preparing the food. "As expected of me." Then she turned to call everyone. "Smells so good. Linglong, Yue, come eat quickly." Hearing her call, the two responded excitedly, "Yes." Only Chun was sitting alone in the corner, sighing heavily. Seeing this, Ouyang Yue took a skewer and brought it to him. "Here, eat up. It won't taste good if it gets cold." Chun didn't take the skewer, just lowered his head dejectedly. Seeing this, Yue comforted him. "It's just an alchemy competition. Just relax." Chun finally took the skewer from her hand, He complained while eating. The competition is fine. It's just that I have no interest in alchemy at all. If it were just a normal match, at worst I'd run away. But it involves too many things. I can't even run. Fairy Huadai heard these words, walked over, and pinched his ear to lecture him. It's too late to run now. Then she slapped his hand lightly, acting spoiled. Besides, do you have a heart to let your master, a weak, pitiful, and helpless person, fall into the schemes of those bad people? Lu Chun was startled hearing these words. I beg you, you're almost 3,000 years old. Hearing this, she pinched his ear harder in anger. Asked back, what did you say? Lu Chun was pinched until his ear almost tore off. Realized his mistake. Master, I was wrong. I said even if I have to climb a mountain of knives or go down into a sea of fire, I won't refuse. Fairy Huadai flicked Lu Chen's head lightly. Said, but you don't need to worry about me getting into trouble. She frowned, crossing her arms. Continued, currently, apart from your few masters, no one has caught my eye yet. Lu Chun felt a bit relieved hearing this. Then what is master afraid of? You spoke so seriously before. I thought. Fairy Huadai looked at him, replying with a worried tone. You are not a pharmacist. Naturally, you don't understand. In this world where the strong eat the weak, cultivators can easily hold the lives of ordinary people in their hands. If medicine is monopolized by the cultivation world, ordinary people won't even have the right to be human. Lu Chen heard this, frowning as he looked at her. Master, Mei Xiao heard these words, tears welling up. I didn't expect Fairy Wadi's heart to be so vast. Ling Long beside him also added admiringly. Healers have the heart of parents. It is indeed true. Seeing their worried expressions, Fairy Huadai turned around, smiled lightly and said, however, besides this matter, I also have a bet with your other masters. The way your eldest master looks at us junior sisters. TSK. My side cannot lose. Must quickly cultivate a good seedling. Lu Chun asked with some surprise hearing this. Bet, good seedling. He looked at his master. Master, what exactly are you all planning? Fairy Huadai stretched, smiling lightly to avoid his question. This matter, not discussing it. Then, she took out an object to show everyone. Asked, look, what is this? The three of them saw the blue flame in Fairy Wadi's hand, stunned speechless, guessing one after another. Fire? No. This temperature is not ordinary fire magic. Could it be divine fire? Divine fire? Isn't that a divine object born from the creation of the world? Fairy Huadai held the flame forward. Explained, correct. This is divine fire. Its power is immense and extremely violent. Even a Saint King touching it would be burned to ashes. But this is also the flame that countless alchemists dream of. Just by possessing it, one can easily control fire. Most importantly, when refining pills, it can also infuse the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the herbs, helping it reach a perfect state of balance that ordinary alchemists cannot achieve. Mei Xiao realized after hearing her speak. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, no wonder Fairy Huadai dares to let Master participate in the alchemy competition. So she wants to pass the divine fire to Master. Yue stood by and asked worriedly, isn't that too risky? Fairy, although young Master Lu is highly skilled, isn't it too early to comprehend divine fire? Ling Long was equally worried and added, that's right. No matter how good the original plan is, betting his life is too dangerous. Then, all three knelt before Fairy Huadai, speaking in unison. Please reconsider, Fairy. Fairy Huadai saw their expressions, smiled, showing some satisfaction on her face as she replied, not a bad reaction. It seems in this war for a daughter-in-law, your eldest master might not necessarily win. In another corner, Lu Chen huddled up, frowning, thinking fearfully, as expected, they bet something very formidable. Fairy Huadai coughed a few times. Ahem, you can rest assured. I haven't reached that level of cruelty yet. Besides, it seems you are underestimating this brat in front of you too much. Hearing her words, the three looked up in surprise and asked, weak? Is he weak? You mean? Then, Fairy Huadai turned to Lu Chun and said, all right, take out your divine fire and show them too. Hearing her say that, he scratched his head, sighed, Sigh. Yes. Then he took out his divine fire to show everyone. Here, master. Looking at the divine fire in Lu Chen's hand, the three were stunned, stammering, What? He also has a divine fire? Didn't they say non-Saint King level cannot control divine objects? Why does young Master Lu? Who exactly are you, a god or a saint? Hearing these words, Lu Chun scratched his head shyly, looking awkward. Then he pointed at the divine fire, looking at his master and asking, Can I put away now? Master, every time I summon this thing, my stamina drops severely. If it's not absolutely necessary, I really don't want to use it. Please teach me how to use it quickly, so I can start refining pills. Fairy Huadai looked at him, smiled and replied, Don't rush, it's still too early to start now. The first step, you must make the divine fire truly yours. Lu Chun heard his master say this, a bit confused. Mine. Fairy Huadai summoned her divine fire, looked at it and said, Correct. Right now, using the divine fire as a weapon is naturally easy for you. But if you use it to refine pills, controlling it precisely, letting it permeate the herbs, while ensuring the fire is stable at all times, the current you is still too weak. Therefore, the first step is to undergo body tempering. And coincidentally, Master knows a place that is a holy land for body tempering. Then, the scene shifted to Flame Valley. Flame Valley is located in the northwest of the Mystic Realm. One of the top forces in the Mystic Realm, not inferior to the Imperial Extreme Sect or the Boundless Palace. The climate there is scorching hot, breeding extremely fiery flame rules. The flame rules turn into small particles, dispersed in the air. Using these flame particles to temper the body has an extremely strong effect on a martial artist's physique. Therefore, the physique of those who cultivate in Flame Valley is usually stronger than other forces. Moreover, because of this special terrain, their research and cultivation of flames is something other forces cannot match. Introduction finished. Fairy Huadai spread her hands and continued. Therefore, how to forge divine fire into the body. They know better than anyone. So there is no place more suitable than Flame Valley for you to conduct body tempering cultivation. Furthermore, those who possess divine fire mostly have to undergo a divine fire body tempering. To combine deeper with the divine fire, one must use the top secret divine power of Flame Valley. Mei Xiao and Lu Chen heard this, exclaimed in surprise. Top secret? Divine power. A cold glint flashed in Fairy Wadi's eyes. It is heavenly lightning. Then she explained further, heavenly lightning, one of the creation divine powers. Flame Valley possesses so many flames that haven't extinguished for centuries, precisely because its special terrain attracted heavenly lightning above the valley. Heavenly lightning covers it year-round, constantly striking down into the valley, making the flames in the valley never able to dissipate, forming the wonder of today. And lightning is the superior element of fire. Heavenly lightning is one of the divine powers with the same origin as divine fire. Using heavenly lightning for a second body tempering is most suitable. Lu Chen heard this, frowned, replied in a low voice. So that's it. Yes. Fairy Huadai continued to look at Yue, smiling, and the Ouyang family and the Flame Valley Master are family friends. Moreover, Yue herself is a high-level alchemist. Going with you can also help you. Yue agreed immediately upon hearing this. Yes, yes. Then, she skipped away happily, leaving a final sentence. Everything has been arranged. I'm tired too. You guys go eat. I'm going to rest first. Yes. That night, in the small house on the mountain, Ling Long and Mei Xiao were sleeping soundly. In the room, Lu Chen couldn't sleep, so he went to sit on the roof in a daze. Just then, Yue's voice rang out from behind. Why aren't you asleep yet? Something on your mind? Lu Chen looked back and replied, No. Then he frowned and said, It's just that I feel Master is acting a bit unusual. Today, Master acted too hastily. If things are exactly as she said, just because of the supply rights of a few herbs, there is basically no need to rush like this. Besides, the competition is still a year away. Yue realized it too upon hearing this. Continued. That's true. Today, Fairy talked more than usual. Lu Chun continued to frown. Moreover, in the 10 realms, my 5 masters, each dominates a region. Big matters, small matters. Just need one sentence from them. But this time Master would rather let me step forward than ask the other 4 masters for help. Could there be some unspeakable difficulty? Saying that, he held his head and shouted, "What exactly is it?" I rack my brains, but can't figure out what kind of trouble she has encountered. Yue stood behind him, clenched her hands, and looked at him. "Hey, I say." Lu Chun didn't understand. Turned to look at her. Suddenly, Yue rushed over and kissed him, stunning him, staring at her unblinkingly. Their lips parted. Yue blushed crimson, avoiding his gaze. Let's leave it at that. This is the date I promised you earlier. Hope you can cheer up." Lu Chun looked at her blankly and asked, "Hey," Yue didn't want to hear him speak. Immediately turned to leave. "Have to get up early tomorrow. Go to sleep quickly." Lu Chun frowned, pointing at his face and shouting, "Does dating mean kissing on the lips? Do I look that lecherous?" Seeing she wasn't listening, Lu Chun immediately chased after her. "Hey, Miss Zhaoyang, are you really a sheltered lady who has never gone out? Do you have some misunderstanding about dating?" Yue turned her head and glanced at him. "What? We kissed already. Are you still not satisfied? Could it be you still want to?" Lu Chun couldn't accept it. Shouted loudly, "Wait. Listen to my explanation first. Hey, if my lifelong reputation gets out, how can I pick up girls in the future? How can I survive out there in the future?" At this moment in the room, Fairy Huadai looked out the window. "I sat. Luea, everything depends on you. The mystic realm? No. The future of the 10 realms depends on you." Early the next morning, Lu Chun continued his journey. He sat on the flying boat, shouting down to his master. "Master, it's done," waving goodbye to her. Smiling brightly. "Master." Disciple takes his leave. Fairy Huadai looked up at the flying boat and waved. She looked at him with melancholy eyes. Said Luer, "I'm counting on you." The flying boat then left this place. After traveling for a while, Linglong looked at the beautiful scenery, smiled and said, "Fairy Huadai really has good taste. The boat she personally chose looks magnificent." Mei Xiao proudly added, "That's natural. My Mei family is a prestigious clan after all. Since it was Fairy Wadi's request, naturally we had to bring out the highest standard flying boat." Yue beside them looked down. "It is indeed very fast. It seems we can reach Snow Wind City by dusk." Mei Xiao and Linglong heard this. Asked in surprise, "Snow Wind City? What are we going there for?" Lu Chun, sitting on the flying boat, immediately answered, "Flame Valley is scorching hot all year round. Just going like this, let alone us. I'm afraid this wooden flying boat won't be able to withstand it either. So our first stop is Snow Wind City, to get Ice Wolf water and apply a layer of heat-resistant paint to the boat before we can enter Flame Valley." Linglong heard these words, immediately understood. "So that's it." Lu Chun looked down, eyes gloomy, said, "But why use a flying boat for this trip? Clearly we could have used a teleportation array. What exactly is Master thinking? I keep feeling something will happen on this trip." Flying for a while longer, it suddenly started snowing. Mei Xiao happily pointed at the sky. "Master, we're here." He turned to look at the 3 of them and shouted, "Snow Wind City is right ahead. We've arrived." Arriving at Snow Wind City, surroundings were covered in ice and snow. Linglong looked at the surrounding scenery, eyes shining. "Wow, so beautiful. This is completely a city made of ice. It's really too beautiful." Mei Xiao added from the side, "This isn't ordinary ice. The ice of this city is mystic ice, reinforced by the internal energy of the city lord, Madame Snowplum, absorbing spiritual energy year after year. Attacks below Saint King level can't do anything to it." Just then, suddenly a mysterious force approached Lu Chun's flying boat. Lu Chun looked at this force, somewhat surprised. At this moment, Linglong at the bow said excitedly, "Land quickly. I can't wait to see the scenery of this city." Mei Xiao replied, "Got it." Lu Chun heard this, immediately reached out to stop them. "Wait, something's wrong." Then he turned to the sword spirit and said, "Can you feel it?" She replied immediately, "Yes." Just as Master thought. Mei Xiao and Linglong heard this, looked at them doubtfully. Thought, "Is something wrong?" "Yes." Lu Chun then pointed down and ordered, "Sword spirit, go break this petty trick." "Yes." The sword spirit immediately frowned, diving down with her sword, shouting loudly, "Slash body sword technique." The sword spirit immediately stabbed straight into the ice blocks of Snow Wind City. The three of them saw this, shouting in panic. What? They took turns speaking worriedly. Master, what are you doing? It's over. This time Snow Wind City will definitely come looking for trouble. Quick, we must leave before the people of Snow Wind City find us. At this moment, Lu Chun frowned and looked down, speaking with certainty. No one will come. Don't worry. Hearing this, they asked loudly why. Lu Chun replied immediately. Why? Very simple. At this moment, the sword spirit had pierced through the ice layer. The ice layer instantly shattered into pieces. Lu Chun stepped inside, finishing his sentence. Because the Snow Wind City you speak of has already perished. Here, a white snowbird was pecking at the flesh of people lying scattered around. In its eyes was a scene of desolation. There wasn't a single soul around. Mei Xiao witnessed this scene, screaming in horror. How can this be? Snow Wind City, one of the 10 famous cities of the mystic realm, is gone. Yue and Linglong immediately asked Lu Chun. Didn't you just say Snow Wind City has ice crystal walls condensed by the city lord's spiritual energy? That's right. So strong. Who could have breached it? Lu Chun looked at the surrounding scene and replied. You ask me. I don't know either. Then he frowned and said, moreover, they set up a blinding trick. The person who cast the spell clearly didn't want others to discover that Snow Wind City had been destroyed. Yue and Linglong continued. That's right. If someone could destroy the entire Snow Wind City, then even if someone sought revenge, it wouldn't be that scary. Could it be this person wanted to hide something? For example, evidence. Right. Lu Chun heard these two words, frowned, using a solemn gaze. Evidence. That is also a possibility. Then he turned to the sword spirit and asked, are there any survivors below? The sword spirit replied, I don't sense any living people. The culprit must have run away. In that case, knowing the opponent is no longer here, he ordered Mei Xiao, Mag Xiao, lower the boat. Yes. Linglong and Yue heard this, said worriedly, us going down to investigate with such fanfare. Isn't it too ostentatious? What if the culprit is still down there? Lu Chun immediately frowned, replying firmly, no, our goal isn't to investigate anything. Within 1 hour, Yue and I, Mei Xiao and Linglong will split into 2 groups. Finding the ice wolf water and heat-resistant paint is the key. Hearing these words, everyone immediately understood. So that's it. Yes. After the boat landed, Lu Chun immediately instructed the 3 of them. If you don't find the items within 1 hour, return to the boat immediately. Do not delay. Safety first. The 3 responded in unison. Got it. As soon as they got off the boat, the 4 hurriedly split up. Let's do that. Let's go. Yes. Lu Chun and Yue went together. On the way, Yue saw a mother holding her child, face haggard and sorrowful, surrounded by nothing but dry bones. Lu Chun saw her distracted, immediately reminded her, don't look. Focus on moving forward. Our goal is the heat-resistant paint. Yue replied immediately. I know. He glanced at her and asked, did Mei Xiao tell you where we look for the items? She replied immediately, probably at the workshop in the East City. Right. Then she pointed at the towering building in front and said, it's right there. Heat-resistant paint is a specialty of Snow Wind City. Only that place produces it. Very easy to find. Hearing this, Lu Chun immediately walked forward. Let's make it quick. Grab it and run. Yes. At this moment, the corpse behind them suddenly emitted a mysterious energy. The scene shifted to the Snow Wind City Royal Palace. Linglong looked at Mei Xiao and asked, are you sure the ice wolf water is here? He looked over and replied, that's right. Only Madame Snow Plum has ice wolf water. To find it, we must go to the Royal Palace. It's just that the architecture here is too complex. The hour is almost up. We have to hurry. Just as he finished speaking, Mei Xiao suddenly stepped into a trap. He looked at the pit in front of him in horror and shouted, I'm dead. Linglong saw this, hurriedly reaching out to call Mei Xiao. But unfortunately, she couldn't pull Mei Xiao back. Linglong looked down, eyes worried. This is bad. Misfortunes never come singly. Suddenly, a noise rang out behind her. Linglong immediately turned around and shouted, who is it? She put her hands in front of her chest, assuming a defensive posture. Don't play tricks. Come out here. Suddenly, a foot appeared right in front of her. Thud. Looking at that thing, Linglong stared wide-eyed in horror. What is that? A corpse with its mouth wide, open rushed straight at her. Immediately after, Linglong's blood-curdling scream echoed through the fortress. Mei Xiao down below immediately felt something was wrong. Not good. On this side, Lu Chun was collecting barrels of oil into his ring. Just then, Mei Xiao's urgent voice transmitted over. Master, come quickly. Something happened to Linglong. Lu Chun frowned upon hearing this. Asked what happened. Mei Xiao immediately recounted. I carelessly fell into a trap, resulting in being separated from Linglong. Just now she let out a miserable scream. Seems like she encountered something bad. Hearing this, both of them were startled. Then, Lu Chun threw the ring to Yue and ran off in a hurry. Miss Ouyang, you continue collecting the oil. I'll go check the situation. Yue caught the ring. On the way running, Lu Chun thought worriedly. Could it be the sword spirit's judgment earlier was wrong? Are there still other people in this city? Linglong, hang in there. I'm coming. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chun ran to the front of the fortress. He stopped at the door, stepped in to observe the surroundings, then went deeper inside. After walking for a while, a mysterious black shadow suddenly hovered behind him. Lu Chun immediately detected it, hurriedly turning back to ask. He chased the black shadow in front, shouted loudly, Who exactly are you? What did you do to Linglong? Don't think about running. Lu Chun grabbed the person's hand, demanded, Speak. Where is Linglong? He was extremely surprised. Linglong turned back to look at him. Ah, she said. Then she looked at him with sharp eyes and said, The way he worries about me is truly adorable. Look at this expression. Lu Chun didn't quite understand. Then he grabbed Linglong by the shoulders and asked, What kind of trick are you playing? She looked at him, smiled and replied, Nothing. Just bored, so I joked a bit. Then she looked at him again, acting spoiled. All right. It's my fault. I was wrong, okay? Suddenly, while Lu Chun was still stunned, Linglong pushed him away, then put her leg on his shoulder and said, seeing his hurried appearance, I also blame myself, since there's no one around anyway. How about I apologize to him properly? Okay. Hearing these words, Lu Chun frowned and asked, What are you talking about? Linglong hugged his neck tightly. What am I saying? Don't you understand? Just then, Mei Xiao had escaped the trap, pushed the door open and rushed in asking, Master, how is Linglong? The two were in an awkward position, looking at Mei Xiao in astonishment. Mei Xiao saw this, immediately turned and backed out. I'll wait outside. Call me when you're done. Lu Chun heard this and shouted, Idiot! Get back here. An hour passed. Linglong blushed, lowering her head shyly. Yue saw this and stepped forward to comfort her. Linglong, it's good that you're okay. Don't be depressed anymore. Mei Xiao, standing beside, also added, That's right. We found the paint. The ice wolf water was also accidentally found by Linglong. Cheer up, everyone. Lu Chun still hadn't cleared his doubts. Frowned at Linglong, asked, I still feel something is wrong. Are you really not hiding anything from me? Linglong immediately glared back. What did you say? Then she pointed at him and said, I accidentally found the ice wolf water, thinking the mission was complete, so I just played around a bit. Why are you so petty? Lu Chun still didn't believe it, narrowed his eyes and asked again, Are you sure? She replied immediately, Sure. What? Lu Chun still didn't believe it. Continued, Strange. I still feel something is wrong. Linglong saw this, closed her eyes and sighed. Fine then. You are really annoying. I guarantee with my character. Is that enough? If I lie to you even one sentence, I will die with regrets. Saying that, she smiled cunningly, accompanied by blood-red eyes. The scene shifted to the Cursed Realm. The gate of the Cursed Realm opened. A man walked in. The crowd here immediately knelt down. Greetings, my lord. The experiment was extremely successful. Snow Wind City of the Mystic Realm fell completely in less than 2 days. He snorted, then asked, So how is the spread? The crowd immediately reported urgently. My lord, please rest assured. Before that, subordinates have already dispersed other test subjects throughout the Mystic Realm and successfully attracted Fairy Wadi's attention. I'm afraid it won't be long before the news of Snow Wind City's fall spreads. By then, the plague poison will definitely follow those who come to investigate and spread throughout the 10 realms. Hearing these words, he replied with great satisfaction, Very good. Very good. Then, he created a virtual woman, looked at her, and said, After all, You are still one move behind me. Arbiter, when you sealed us here back then, did you ever think that in this distorted place, we have evolved to a level you cannot imagine? He crushed that girl, then continued, this time, not only you and your undying demon clan, but the entire 10 realms must kneel under our curse. Ha ha ha. The scene shifted back to Lu Chun. Today was the second day arriving at this place. Yui walked out, looking up at the sky. So beautiful. She pointed at the sky and said to Lu Chun, look quickly. It's really beautiful. Completely different from looking from the ground. Lu Chun wasn't very interested in these things. Said thoughtfully, I still feel Bai Ling Long has a problem. He rested his chin on his hand, looking down. First, her personality isn't the type to cause trouble without knowing limits. Second, this whole incident, apart from her, everything went too smoothly. Smooth to the point I feel unnatural. Yui also realized this, replied with eyes full of worry. Now that you mention it, it's true. She didn't eat dinner either. It seems she has been avoiding us since we returned. Lu Chun heard her finish speaking, turned his head to ask, you think so too? Yui continued, but even if her situation isn't right, I don't think she's a bad person. Lu Chun immediately followed up. That's exactly why I'm sighing. If she had malicious intent, I'd just kill her and be done with it. But she still owes me 2 holy artifacts. If I kill her, where will I go to collect the debt? But Yui covered her mouth and laughed upon hearing this. I didn't expect him to have such a cute side. She slowly reached out to Lu Chun. Said, however, you are worried about her safety. Yet you are stubborn. You look very cute. But I prefer his straightforward appearance. Then she looked at him, said decisively, don't worry. Ling Long is not a bad person. She surely has some unspeakable difficulty. Tomorrow I will go with you to ask her clearly. Lu Chun heard this, replied gratefully, Miss Ouyang. She frowned upon hearing this. Just call me Yui. Lu Chun smiled and replied, all right. Miss Ouyang, you're infuriating me to death. The conversation between the two, Ling Long standing above her at all. She looked down with a sinister expression. Finished talking, the two bid each other farewell. See you tomorrow then. Yui walked into the room, taking off her clothes to prepare for a bath. She took down the hairpin on her head, shook it lightly, letting her beautiful hair cascade down. Then she pushed the door and stepped into the bath. Suddenly, a hand reached out, grabbing her hand. Yui fell backward, shouted Ling Long. She immediately greeted Yui. Yui frowned in confusion. Ling Long, what? What do you want to do? Ling Long looked at her with sinister eyes and replied, what do I want to do? Then she lifted Yui's chin. You guess. Yui heard this, trembling as she shouted, Ling Long, let me go. Then she looked straight into Ling Long's face, thinking, Ling Long's behavior is abnormal. Her appearance isn't right either. What's wrong with her? Could it be related to that time in Snow Wind City? If that's the case, knock her out first, then inform young Master Lu. Ling Long immediately detected Yui's intention. Her hand was faster. Blocked it. Sneered. Sister Yui, you aren't being obedient like this. Then she stared into Yui's eyes and said, originally, I wanted to tease you a bit. Who knew you would be so ungrateful? Hearing these words, Yui asked in panic, Ling Long? No, you are not Ling Long. Who exactly are you? Ling Long stroked Yui's hair. Who I am is not important. What's important is, you will soon become like me. Then she frowned, gritting her teeth. Come, embrace it, accept it. Then let it fill your body. At this moment, Yui stopped pretending, frowned and shouted, exposed, just as young Master Lu thought. Hearing these words, she blurted out in panic, what? Yui then shouted loudly, young Master Lu, Lu Chun. Hearing the call, Lu Chun immediately rushed in. Ling Long was terrified seeing this, stood up and looked at Lu Chun. Crap! Lu Chun immediately slashed with his sword, sending her flying out. She screamed in pain. Ling Long lay on the ground, asked painfully, when did you find out? Clearly I hid myself perfectly. Lu Chun appeared in front of her, replied coldly, perfect? Then you overestimate yourself too much. Then he got straight to the point. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. I give you 1 second to leave her body. I might consider sparing your life. Speaking of this, he glared warningly. Otherwise, I guarantee you will die a miserable death. Ling Long heard these words, roared in anger. Damn it, a brat still wet behind the ears. dares to show off in front of our cursed realm. Then she rushed to attack him. The sword spirit beside Lu Chen asked, Master, do you need me to act? Lu Chen replied calmly, no need. Protecting Linglong's body is more important. Let me do it myself. Then he frowned at her and said, since you refuse to repent, then don't blame me for not being merciful. Finished speaking, Lu Chen launched a palm strike straight into her stomach, then a palm strike to the face, followed by a series of palm strikes to the body. The final blow, he used his leg to kick her straight in the face, stomping her into the ground, glared and asked, asking you one more time, or die. Finished speaking, his sword was already at her neck. Linglong was completely suppressed, frowning at him. Suddenly, the cabin shook violently. Yue asked Mei Xiao in panic, what is going on? Mag Xiao hurriedly replied, I don't know either. Wait, this scorching sensation. Could it be we have entered the territory of Flame Valley? It must be the hot air from below blowing into the flying ship. The climate here is extremely harsh. Even with the insulation layer, the intensity of the hot air will still make the flying ship lose balance. Then Mei Xiao hurriedly told Yue, I'm going to manually control the direction of the flying ship. Miss Yue, collect the sails for me. Okay. Lu Chen turned to look at the two, ordered, hurry up. Absolutely no mistakes allowed. Linglong took this opportunity to sneer inwardly. Heaven truly doesn't block one's path. Then she slipped behind him. Said, kid, I admit you are stronger than me, but our cursed realm remembers this grudge. We will meet again. Finished speaking, she raised her hand high, preparing to break the flying ship to escape. Lu Chen saw this, shouting in panic, oh no. Immediately after, she punched a hole in the bottom of the ship and escaped. Lu Chen stood in the cabin, watching helplessly as she fled. Before leaving, she didn't forget to mock. Kid, next time we meet, you won't be so lucky. We'll settle the score then. Ha ha ha. Lu Chen watched her run away, gritting his teeth in anger. She reached the bottom in an instant, leaving a large hole in the cabin. At this moment, the flying ship was uncontrollable. Mei Xiao tried hard to hold the helm steady, shouted, can't control it anymore. Miss Yue, how is your side? Yue struggled to pull the sail. No good. This spare sail is too heavy. I can't pull it up for the moment. Mei Xiao heard this. Panicked, we're doomed. The flying ship lost control. It's going to capsize. The flying ship had lost its balance, swaying in the air above the volcano. Just then, Lu Chen appeared, pulling the sail with force. Said, I'm here to help. Then he turned to ask Mei Xiao, how is it now? Mei Xiao focused on controlling the flying ship and replied, can't control it. The flying ship has regained balance. Lu Chen heard this and said, like this, we should be able to hold on until we enter the valley. Yue saw him appear here, asked worriedly, young Master Lu, you are here? Then where is Miss Linglong? Lu Chen frowned, replied coldly, ran away. Yue immediately asked, ran away? You mean? Lu Chen turned to look ahead. She punched through the bottom of the ship, ran away, but now is not the time to discuss this. Then he glanced at Mei Xiao, shouted, Mag Xiao, go out and welcome the guests. At this moment, right in front of him, a group of tall and burly people, with fierce auras, were blocking the way. Not long after, the two had neatly dealt with that group of people and continued deeper inside. The flying ship slowly descended to a camp area. As soon as it landed, a local quickly came out to welcome them. He guided Lu Chen while speaking. It really looks like the work of the Cursed Realm. Although there are few rumors about the Cursed Realm in the 10 realms, they are basically the same. People that are proficient in poison arts. Wherever they pass, plague runs rampant. Vegetation cannot grow. Hearing him say this, Yue spoke up to ask, so you mean Linglong's abnormality is due to being poisoned by the Cursed Realm? He looked at her and replied, correct. But this kind of poison that can seize a person's soul is the first time I've heard of it. I'm afraid this Cursed Realm has other plots. Then he turned to Lu Chen, smiling friendly, and said, but please rest assured, the three of you are distinguished guests of Flame Valley. Young Master Mei's father is also an old friend of the Valley Master. Since this happened in our valley, I will definitely bring back the infected lady for you. Please rest assured. Hearing these words, Lu Chen glanced at him inexplicably, then bowed his head and refused. No need. This matter is not that simple. I realize there are other hidden details in it. It's better to discuss it more carefully. Elsewhere, a villager was mining rocks when he suddenly found a woman fainted on the ground. He hurried to her side, asked worriedly, "Miss, are you okay?" The woman looked up at him slightly, speaking in a weak voice. "Sir, save me. I was originally a cultivator. Accidentally fell into Flame Valley. Burned by the fire until my mind was unclear. Sir, I..." Finished speaking, she suddenly rushed over and hugged him, causing him to cry out in confusion. "Miss!" Linglong looked up with a pitiful expression. "Sir, I really can't make it." Then she pushed him to the ground, continuing to beg for help. "You must help me. My life depends entirely on you." She gently placed her hand on his chest, whispered, "As long as you save me, this body of mine will be yours." He blushed and replied, "Miss, you exaggerate." Hearing this, she frowned, eyes becoming vicious, said, "You don't believe me? Hateful." Late at night, the sky here was still a fiery red. Lu Chun looked out the window, said, "Truly worthy of a land surrounded by fire all year round. Even late at night outside looks like dusk." Mei Xiao, standing beside him, immediately added, "The wonder of Flame Valley is also one of the 10 absolute sceneries of the mystic realm. If we encounter rainwater falling into the valley, a large amount of steam rises. The scene can compare to a fairyland on Earth. It's just a hotter fairyland." Finished speaking, the two looked at each other and smiled. Yue stood behind holding a teacup, looking at them with incomprehensible eyes. Then she whispered, "I really admire you two for still having the mood to admire the scenery here. I wonder how Linglong is doing now." Mei Xiao heard this, immediately approached and said, "Miss Yue, don't be too sad." Yue sighed. "Sigh. How can I not be sad? Linglong and I went through hardships together in myriad heavy peaks. Now she is poisoned. How can I?" Hearing this, Lu Chun shouted, "What are you two thinking?" Then he summoned the Sword Spirit's aura and said, "Sword Spirit, don't talk nonsense. Come back here. Thinking about random stuff all day. I have a soul bond with her." The poison seed naturally transferred through the consciousness layer. Using the word suck is just a metaphor. Yue and Mei Xiao heard this, said in unison, "So that's it." Yue covered her mouth and coughed a few times, then asked softly, "Ahem. Back to business. Then what happened?" Lu Chun looked at his hand and replied, "Then I studied this poisoned seed carefully. It seems to have its own consciousness and very strong desires. Initially, when it transferred in my hand during the day, it was just a small dot. Within half a day, it developed to this area. So I started studying its structure, trying to find its weakness. Sure enough, as expected, just now before dinner, I tried 72 methods and finally discovered their weakness." The two were surprised to hear this, exclaimed in unison, "Weakness? Correct." Lu Chun stretched out his hand, "Aura soudainly exploding," summoning the divine fire. In a deep voice, "It is the fire of the divine fire." Then he asked the two, "Remember what Master said before? Divine fire is brutal by nature. Moreover, because it is a primordial object of heaven and earth. In the laws of nature, all things reinforce and counteract each other. It is naturally a superior existence. Dealing with this kind of poison seed is naturally as easy as turning one's hand." Thinking of this, he extinguished the divine fire in his hand, gritted his teeth, and said, "But with my current power, using divine fire to burn the poison seed is no problem. But I can only burn it in a limited way. If Linglong were just a passerby, I could raise my hand and burn her to ashes. This is the first difficulty. Second, this poison seed can invade the body unknowingly. Before, Lu Chun only had brief contact with her. If I casually let the people of Flame Valley search for her whereabouts, what if everyone in the valley gets infected with this pathogen? Wouldn't I be asking for trouble?" Mei Xiao heard this, placed his hand on his chin, pondering and said, "Speaking of which, this is very similar to a kind of poison seed once circulated in the desolate realm. Years ago, I heard my father say, in an ancient city in the desolate realm, for some reason, an unknown goo poison was transmitted into an ancient well. Those infected would die suddenly very quickly. But after death, the infected would crawl up like zombies, attacking the living, spreading the pathogen everywhere." Lu Chun frowned and continued, "After all, If a loved one gets infected and dies, no matter how deep the affection, you know she's beyond saving. The infection rate will decrease a lot. But if she is still alive, just becoming abnormal, subconsciously you will feel she can still be saved. Emotion overrides reason. This invisibly helps the goo poison spread. Perhaps this is also the cause of Snow Wind City's demise. Hearing this, unease and worry rose in their hearts. Mei Xiao then hurriedly said, "Then we can't ignore Ling Long even more. Whether for her or for the people of Flame Valley, we absolutely cannot let the people of the Cursed Realm do whatever they want." Lu Chen heard this, patted his shoulder heavily. Praised, that's right, as expected of a disciple I value. But passion alone is not enough. Master, yeah. Lu Chen looked at him and continued, "All right, I won't hide it anymore. I'll say it straight. I have a countermeasure, but it's very risky. Need your help." Hearing this, the two immediately agreed and replied, "Sir, rest assured, as long as we can save Ling Long, Yue is willing to go through fire and water." "Me too. Master, what is the countermeasure you speak of?" Then, Lu Chen looked at the two, frowned and chuckled. Isn't it right in front of our eyes?" At this moment, outside Flame Valley, sharp bolts of lightning struck the ground continuously. Under a small path, a group of people crawled out. The old man leading looked at the door in front and asked, "Kid, you said the chicken thief is in there?" "That's right." The other person looked inside, replied firmly, "Yes. Uncle Lin, not only did he steal my chicken, he also beat me up like this. Hurry and help me teach him a lesson." Hearing this, the old man raised his arm high and said, "Go. Everyone follow me inside." Everyone immediately rushed in with weapons. As soon as they entered, bursts of miserable screams rang out in the cave. "Is this the chicken thief you mentioned? Wait, what do you want to do?" Everyone, the old man was invaded by her evil energy, shouted in panic, "Help!" The men behind him also quickly met the same fate. Ling Long finished transferring her evil energy into the group. Spoke up. Quite a few people came. Energy was transmitted into the old man's eyes and mouth, causing him to lose consciousness, collapse on the ground. Then, everyone bowed in unison and shouted, "Greetings, mistress." Then, she turned to look at the first subordinate, said with satisfaction, "You did very well. The expansion of the group must continue. With so many people, sooner or later we will occupy the entire Flame Valley." He smiled despicably and replied, "Yes, the hope of the Cursed Realm. Mistress's vision is about to come true. Pill City cannot stop us, and no one in the entire 10 realms can stop us. Sooner or later we will be ready to welcome the Master's descent. By then, the entire 10 realms will be swallowed by the Master, returning to nothingness." Early the next morning, Lu Chen's group followed the person from yesterday to a place. He walked and talked. Surely you all know the rules of the flame space. Inside, the flame rules are dense, giving birth to countless fire spirits. These fire spirits all possess combat power of King Realm and Emperor Realm. Therefore, when tempering the body, I hope everyone pays attention to safety. Otherwise, we won't know how to explain to the elders. Mei Xiao looked at the fire pit in front, asked worriedly, "Master, do you really want to go down there?" Lu Chen looked over and replied, "Yeah, this place helps me improve too little. Going is a waste of time, but you guys are different. Cultivating in there can not only quickly improve your strength, but also increase your tolerance to high temperatures." Then he looked towards the center of the fire pit and said, "The place I want to go is even more dangerous than here. Taking you along would harm you instead. So it's better to let you cultivate here with peace of mind, waiting for me to leave Seclusion." Mei Xiao heard this and cried out in panic, "Dangerous?" Lu Chen looked at the flame in his hand and continued, "Originally absorbing heavenly lightning. Tempering divine fire takes 81 days. Slowly accepting the heavenly lightning baptism, step by step refining the divine fire into shape." The bald man beside him heard this, panicked and stopped him. "Even if the situation is urgent, you cannot risk your life rushing into the heavenly lightning array, enduring 6 hours of continuous lightning strikes. I have never heard of it. After all, heavenly lightning is not inferior to other kinds of tribulations and lightning cultivation. Even for someone in the Saint Realm, enduring 5 consecutive lightning strikes is a near-death experience. But regarding the bald man's words, Lu Chun didn't care much. He looked straight ahead, frowning firmly. Time waits for no one. I don't believe the poison seed occupying Linglong's body is benevolent. At this moment, perhaps it is also hatching a plot. If I'm not a bit more ruthless, where will the chance of winning come from? Then he looked at that person and said, "You've worked hard too. During my cultivation, I hope you strengthen the defense of Flame Valley. Guard against the invasion of poison seeds." The bald man heard this, clasped his hands and replied, "Rest assured, young Master Lu. I will definitely guard strictly, ensuring not even a fly can fly in." Mei Xiao followed closely behind, also clasped his hands and bowed. "Master, disciple will definitely not disappoint your expectations." Yue stood by the side, calling his name worriedly. "Young Master Lu." Then she stepped forward, holding his hand, gently kissed his forehead, instructing, "This trip is dangerous. Hope you take extra care." The bald man and Mei Xiao standing nearby saw this scene, said one after another, "I didn't expect this lady to be so bold. In broad daylight. That means you don't understand my master's charm." Yue turned her face away after kissing, called shyly, "Mei Xiao, let's go." Mei Xiao immediately looked at his master to say goodbye. Then, "Master, we are leaving." Lu Chun touched his cheek lightly, smiling at them and replying, "Yeah." Then he turned back and said to them, 3 days later, "Don't leave until we meet." Yes, on the heavenly lightning pillar. Lightning struck down continuously. Every iron bar on the pillar had to endure a separate bolt of lightning. Lightning struck ceaselessly, not only striking the top, but also spreading around the pillar. The flames below were hit by lightning, causing the space to become chaotic. Not a single moment of peace. The bald man stood on the pillar, pointing at the fire pit below, and said, "This is the heavenly lightning flame array in Flame Valley, formed by this heavenly lightning striking down into the earth. After these primordial flames were born, they would follow the earth veins and spread, flowing to every corner of Flame Valley. Young Master Lu, although I know things have come to this, he naturally has his calculations in his heart." Then he looked at Lu Chun, asking one more time, "But I still have to ask, have you thought it through?" Lu Chun frowned at the bald man, smiled and replied, "You ask if I'm ready? Then I can only say, you still don't understand me well enough. Don't understand who I am." Then he took a step forward and said, "I am the great demon king of the Green Realm, Lu Chun. What I want, no one can stop." Then he grabbed the lightning rod, said, "Even heavenly lightning." Lu Chun raised the lightning rod high and shouted, "As long as I want it, it must kneel before me." As soon as the voice fell, a bolt of lightning immediately struck him directly. Dusk on the first day of seclusion, in front of the sturdy fortress, amidst the lava formed by volcanic eruptions, a majestic voice rang out. Everyone listened to the order. A bearded bald man waved his hand to order dozens of other bald men on the city wall. "Pass on eldest senior brother's order. Currently in Flame Valley, there's a woman infected with the cursed realm's goo poison. During the 3 days, young Master Lu and everyone are in seclusion. Must defend strictly. Absolutely do not allow any stranger to infiltrate the main hall in the valley. Currently, Master has gone out of the valley for business. Eldest senior brother is guarding young Master Lu's tribulation. Now everything in the valley depends on us. Understood?" Roar. The shouting was loud, resounding through the sky. At the same time, outside, another masked bald man was sneaking behind a rock, looking towards the city wall. Through the crystal ball he carried, the person on the other end could also see everything happening there. If you encounter any stranger, do not approach. No physical contact allowed. 3 warnings have proven ineffective. Show no mercy. Wind. Ling Lung's face turned dark with anger. She crushed the crystal ball in her hand. "I can't believe that Brad is so heavily guarded." She rested her chin on her hand, sitting on a throne amidst a pile of white bones. She muttered to herself, "It seems the old method of taking over the Flame Valley won't work anymore." Then, Ling Lung glanced at the old man in a turban beside her and ordered, "You force my hand. The 2 of you, go and gather all our brethren. If he won't listen to reason." She stood up. An evil aura spread through the air. Below the high platform were hundreds of identical bald men, as if they were clones. "Then let him taste some force." Ling Lung shouted, "All of you hear my command. All the bald men below seemed to be under her control. They opened their mouths and roared. Their eyes were bloodshot. They had completely lost their minds. Obeying her command, they charged madly towards the city gate, razed the flame valley to the ground. Fight to the death, no retreat. At the same time, atop a towering stone pillar, golden lightning roared and struck down upon Lu Chun, who stood proudly amidst the thunderbolts. Unharmed. Is this heavenly lightning? He reached out his hand, gently touching a small bolt of lightning. He then clenched the bolt of electricity in his hand. He looked up with excitement in his eyes. Is that all? As soon as the words left his mouth, a ferocious bolt of lightning struck Lu Chun directly on the head. He stood there like a lightning rod, shouting loudly. Use my body as a conduit. Guide the lightning to temper the fire. Lu Chun reached out his hand again, unleashing a flame, tempering the divine fire. Success. Immediately after, he tilted his head back and roared at the sky. As expected, it's still not enough. More. This time, the lightning that struck was many times stronger than before. It almost completely enveloped Lu Chun's entire body. He gritted his teeth, tried to endure. Cold sweat poured down his body. Suddenly, Lu Chun's eyes snapped open. His pupils were blazing red, streaked with blood. Then, his entire body erupted in raging flames, shooting straight up into the sky. Meanwhile, at the city wall, the two sides had begun to clash. Ling Lung's army used ladders to climb the city wall, but most were knocked down by the people on top. A bald guard on the wall slashed an enemy who had just climbed up, shouting, "Insolent rabble!" However, as that person fell, an evil aura shot out from his mouth and eyes. It entered the guard's body. The evil aura completely took over his body, causing him to lose all reason, to serve the master with all his might. The whites of his eyes turned completely black, while his irises turned white. He knelt on the ground, roaring obediently. Master! Ling Lung saw this. She was extremely pleased, a smirk on her lips. So the Flame Valley is nothing special after all. After saying that, she took a deep breath. This scent, there's no mistaking it. He's right ahead. Ling Lung looked towards the stone pillar that was being struck by lightning like a lightning rod. The alluring scent. You made me search so hard for you, young Master Lu. She couldn't wait any longer. She led the charge herself, followed by a massive army. Today, I will definitely have you. Early in the morning on the second day of seclusion, the city wall was shrouded in smoke and fire. Corpses were strewn everywhere. Reporting, the southern wall has fallen. A bald disciple rushed into the senior brother's room with an urgent report. Senior brother, the north is about to fall too. Hearing this, he frowned. He gritted his teeth in anger. These monsters, openly confronting the Flame Valley. Damn it. I planned for everything, but I didn't expect them to launch a frontal assault. How am I supposed to explain this to Master? The senior brother slammed his fist on the strategy table. How am I supposed to face young Master Lu? The bald disciple suggested with a grave expression. Senior brother, at this rate, I'm afraid our Flame Valley will not escape this calamity. Should we ask young Master Lu to come out of seclusion? Only he understands that demoness. But the senior brother loudly objected. No. What if the young master comes out early, and his technique is not yet complete? Our chances of victory would still be uncertain. What should we do now? Just then, Ling Lung's mocking voice rang out. It seems you're in quite a predicament. Ling Lung appeared with a group of evil soldiers, appearing before the senior brother's room. Since you're in such a tough spot, why not join my side? As soon as the senior brother saw who it was, he jumped his feet in shock. How did you break through the defenses of my junior brothers in the front hall? Ling Lung logid sinisterly, letting him see the people controlled by the evil aura behind her. Are you talking about these adorable little pets? The senior brother saw this. His eyes widened in horror. His whole body trembled. He was speechless. No, it can't be. Ling Lung licked her lips. Her eyes were venomous as she spoke softly. I'll give you a choice. She waved her hand. A stream of purple evil aura flowed out, dancing in the air. Either hand over Lu Chun, and I'll grant you a swift death, or become my eternal slave, unable to live or die. As soon as she finished speaking, she directed the evil aura to attack the senior brother, making him unable to resist, knocking him to the ground. At that moment, a footstep wreathed in flames stepped forward, blocking the attack. Miss Ling Lung, stop right there. My Xiao and Yuna appeared at the same time, shouting, "Miss Ling Lung, wake up. Don't wait until you've caused a disaster to regret it." When a senior brother saw the two of them, a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. "Young mastermind, Miss Iuna, you too, you're out of seclusion." Yuna looked at him and explained briefly. Yes, although cultivating in the flame space was extremely difficult. Luckily, young mastermind had absorbed the mountain's power beforehand. With his help, we were able to come out of seclusion early. The senior brother was overjoyed. "That's wonderful, wonderful." Meanwhile, young mastermind Zhao's expression was extremely tense. He watched Ling Lung warily. "It's a good thing we came out early. Otherwise, with the current situation, I don't know if we could have held out until Master came out of seclusion." The two of them quickly stood side by side, shielding him from her. My Zhao opened his folding fan and threatened coldly. "But now that we're out of seclusion, Miss Ling Lung, stop this. If you won't stop for the greater good, then we'll have to resort to force." After hearing this, Ling Lung snorted contemptuously. A sword slowly materialized in her palm. "Force, you say?" She held a greatsword longer than she was tall, taking a stance. "How'd you know I like it rough?" With that, she leaped into the air, charging straight at the two of them. Yuna and Mai Xiao immediately unleashed their own techniques. Sword light and fire shadows flashed. Kao swat den ti, gai bao ki. Open fan. Ling Lung, completely disregarding them, swung her sword down, easily shattering both of their techniques. "Useless. Utterly useless. I have obtained the power of the cursed realm. How can your pathetic little tricks compare?" Yuna leaped into the air to dodge. Ling Lung continued her pursuit. The 1,000-year hatred we've accumulated in the abyss is finally erupting. However, her next target was young Master Mai Xiao, catching him off guard. He was hit instantly. "You've learned a few measly tricks, and you think you can oppose me?" Immediately after, in the blink of an eye, Ling Lung appeared behind Yuna, one arm wrapped around her neck, restraining her. Ridiculous. When the dust settled, Ling Lung had Yuna completely under her control. "The way I punish your arrogance is by turning you into my slaves." But unexpectedly, Yuna wasn't scared at all. She just spoke calmly. "The truly arrogant one is you." Her unusual attitude and words surprised Ling Lung. "What?" Yuna didn't answer. Instead, she suddenly used a flaming sword to push her away. "Ling Lung, don't blame me." Ling Lung's arm caught on fire. She screamed madly, flailing. "Fire!" Young Master Mai Xiao stood nearby. Watching the flames spread to her hair, he said coldly, "This is the new power we obtain from the flame space. It's what the people of the Flame Valley call fire essence." Ling Lung desperately tried to extinguish the flames. But no matter what she did, she couldn't put it out. The fire even grew stronger. "Impossible. Impossible. Why can't I put out?" Seeing this, a cold voice rang out. "Miss Ling Lung, give up. Fire essence cannot be extinguished by itself. Once it's unleashed, it won't stop until it has burned everything around it." Ling Lung screamed in pain. The heat of the flames made her sweat profusely. "I won't accept this. I planned for so long. How can it all be for nothing?" Young Master Mai Xiao stepped forward to explain. "We never intended to kill you from start. The original plan was to use the fire essence to burn away the impurities in your body." But Ling Lung was no longer listening. She looked at the purple evil aura rising from her fingertips and roared in despair. "I absolutely will not die. Absolutely not." Mai Zhao's face was cold as he advised her. "Just endure it for a little while. Miss Ling Lung, you'll be free soon." Yuna, beside him, couldn't bear it either. She spoke encouragingly. "Ling Lung, come back to us. I know none of this was your true intention. You're a kind girl." Yuna looked at you with concern, looking towards Ling Lung. "At the foot of 10,000 peaks, you were the one who always encouraged me. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be where I am today. Wake up, Ling Lung. I'm begging you." At this moment, she was so burned by the fire that she was no longer lucid, muttering, I am." But unexpectedly, she flashed a malicious smile. The blazing red flames suddenly turned into purple flames that enveloped her. "I was just tricking you." Upon hearing that, all three of them were utterly shocked. They shouted in disbelief. "What?" Ling Lung no longer showed any signs of the frantic pain from before. "What can a little bit of fire essence do to me? I was just playing with you for a bit." Her eyes became sharp, streaked with blood. She stared at them. "Now, playtime is over. Your time to die has come." At the same time, Lu Chun was lying on the lightning-conducting platform. Lightning bolts continuously struck his body. A strange green flame appeared in his hand. A deafening explosion échouait. A heavenly thunderbolt, as thick as a tree trunk, suddenly struck down. It's here! Below the stone pillar was a scene of chaos. The senior brother was leading everyone in a charge, fighting against the controlled ones. Don't hold back. Otherwise, we'll be the next ones to be controlled. The opponents roared back, not to be outdone. For the master, kill them all. At this moment, Lu Chun suddenly sat up. An aura surrounded him, preventing the lightning from getting close. He frowned, a flicker of fire in his eyes. Immediately after, the lightning-conducting platform was blown apart by the thunderbolts. The people below screamed in terror. Lu Chun, giant boulders rained down, causing the battle below to immediately break apart. What's happening? The heavenly thunder tower has collapsed. Impossible. The senior brother looked up, then shouted an order. Young Master Lu is still inside. You lot, clear the rubble. We must save young Master Lu. However, he didn't notice a controlled person swinging a sword, about to ambush him. A perfect chance. But suddenly, a brilliant golden flame shot towards that person, saving the senior brother's life in the nick of time. What? He looked at the person who was incinerated by the flame, saying in a daze, Fire, a flame? No, this isn't an ordinary fire. Behind him was Lu Chun, enveloped in fire, floating in midair. While the senior brother was still muttering, he gently landed on the ground. Divine. This is divine fire. Looking at Lu Chun with his blazing eyes, he couldn't believe it. Young Master Lu. Young Master Lu. The Lu Chun before him seemed transformed. His entire body was covered in divine fire, radiating a terrifying, killing intent. I've successfully used the heavenly lightning to forge the divine fire. The senior brother was ecstatic, shouting loudly. I can't believe he actually risked his life to endure the heavenly lightning and successfully forged the divine fire. We're saved this time. This is great. Without a second word, Lu Chun waved his hand and shot out a stream of divine fire. Take this. Use this to stop them. The flame quickly enveloped the weapons of the bald disciples, leaving them astonished. This is... Lu Chun glanced around the battlefield. Even those who were controlled had now regained their senses. They dazedly propped themselves up. I bestow upon you the fire seed. Even if you hit your opponents, it won't truly harm them. On the contrary, this is a rootless fire. It can penetrate the body and eliminate the toxins within. The bald senior brother and the others were now like tigers with wings. They roared with excitement. This is great. Now we don't have to worry anymore. Brothers, charge. The dragon flew beside him. Seeing this, Lu Chun also spoke. In that case, you don't need to worry about the main battlefield anymore. He frowned, looking towards the tall tower emitting a dense demonic aura. All that's left is her. The tall tower was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere, bodies strewn across the stairs. Suddenly, a purple light swept past. Young Master Mai Shao was sent flying by it, crashing into the stairs, causing them to buckle. Debris flew everywhere. Yuna saw Mai Shao fall to the ground. She rushed over in a panic. Young Master Mai, are you all right? She helped him up. He gritted his teeth in pain. The power of this goo poison is truly too strong. I've absorbed the mountain's power of 10,000 peaks, but I still couldn't gain any advantage against her. Suddenly, Mai Shao coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yuna cried out in alarm. Young Master Mai. At that moment, Ling Lung's evil-infused blade was at her neck. She walked down from above, looking down and speaking coldly. The commotion outside, just now, you must have heard it, right? I'm guessing that Brat has completed his heavenly thunder tribulation and forged the divine fire. Young Master Lu. Ling Lung became even more smug. She pressed the blade against her neck. Now that things have come to this, I'll give you two choices. Obey me. Let me parasitize you and absorb your power to deal with that brat. Or, you didn't wait for her to finish. She impulsively grabbed the blade with her bare hands. Fresh blood dripped down. Say no more. I will not obey you. Kill me or cut me up. Do as you please. Ling Lung saw her defiant attitude. Her face darkened as she spoke coldly. Oomph. She brandished her longsword. A terrifying purple light flashed in her eyes. Then take your foolishness to hell. With that, Ling Lung mercilessly slashed down at Yuna. Suddenly, a dazzling golden fireball intervened. shattering Ling Lung's blade. What? The flame quickly spread across the entire sword, making her unable to hold it. She frowned and uttered 2 words in doubt. Divine fire. Her brow furrowed, her expression extremely grave as she thought. Could he have arrived so quickly? The next second, Lu Chen appeared in front of Ling Lung, gently supporting young Master Mai Xiao. As soon as he saw Lu Chen, he called out excitedly, "Ma Master!" Lu Chen quickly stopped him. "Don't talk. I'll heal you right away." Mai Xiao frowned slightly. He smiled and grabbed his hand. "Master, I always believed that as long as you came, everything would be all right. I always believed in you. You're here. You're here." Not just him. Yuna also rushed over at this moment, grabbing his other hand. The sly smiles on their faces left Lu Chen speechless. This is great. Who would have thought? Young Master Mai Xiao's expression had completely changed. His eyes were pitch black, showing that he was completely controlled by the evil aura. "Master, why bother wasting effort to heal me? Just transfer your power directly to me. Wouldn't that be better?" Ling Lung stood behind them, laughing smugly. She explained in a contemptuous tone, "Did you think I came unprepared, brat? I'm not some villain in a story. I won't foolishly wait for the hero to appear." She grinned smugly, as if she had just pulled off a prank. "I've already assimilated them. Everything just now was just an act for you. The divine fire you worked so hard to obtain will soon be mine." Seeing Lu Chen's dilemma, her laughter grew more and more maniacal. "Soon, this entire world will be mine." However, Lu Chen wasn't flustered at all. He spoke softly. "Is that so?" The golden flame erupted fiercely again, causing Yuna to suddenly stand up and scream. "The fire. It's so hot. Master, save me." Lu Chen grabbed young Master Mai Xiao by the neck with one hand. The flame quickly enveloped his entire body. Ling Lung's face was grim. "You're quite the schemer. But it seems you don't understand the weight of my title as the great demon king of the Azure Domain." Hearing that, she stared in astonishment. "What?" Lu Chen slowly released Mai Xiao's neck, speaking coldly. "But it's all right. Next, you can use your own body to feel my true power." As he finished speaking, the divine fire flared up again. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. At the same time, in another place, sharp icicles sprouted everywhere. Snow also filled the sky, a complete contrast to the scorching atmosphere on Lu Chen's side. "Lady Hua Dixianzi." Hearing the voice, Huadai Xianzi ran over from behind. "How is it? Have you found anything?" An old monk looked at the skeleton emitting black qi in front of him, analyzing. "This is not good. The ice and snow city was built in an extreme environment, yet these corpses have decomposed so severely. Compared to the goo poison issue, it's more like someone is intentionally absorbing nutrients from these bodies." After hearing this, Huadai Xianzi was stunned. She asked again, "Absorbing nutrients? Could it be him?" An image of a man appeared in her mind, wrapped in bandages, eyes as red as blood, wearing a black cloak with a hood. His entire body also emitted a black qi similar to the one on the skeleton. While Huadai Xianzi was deep in thought, the girl beside her stepped forward and whispered in her ear, "If it really is that lord, then wouldn't young Master Lu?" Huadi Xianzi nodded in agreement. Her gaze became heavy, filled with worry. It seems Chun'er is about to face great trouble. Back at the Flame Valley, at this moment, the sounds of intense fighting and continuous explosions echoed everywhere. Lu Chen and Ling Lung fought at an incredible speed. Dust and smoke filled the air. Sparks flew across the sky. The two were evenly matched. He struck with his sword. She easily parried, and both were pushed back by the aftershock. Each stood on the roof of a tent, facing each other warily amidst a sea of raging fire. Ling Lung's shattered blade had been restored. Black qi swirled around it. The long sword in Lu Chen's hand also radiated a brilliant golden light, like a divine glow. Suddenly, a golden light flashed as the two charged at each other again. Gold and purple clashed in the air. Two dazzling sword lights collided. The bald men below watched, terrified, and exclaimed, So powerful. This level of soul power, even a battle between King Realm experts, would probably only be this intense." Another bald man raised his sword and shouted, "Brothers, follow me and charge. Young Master Lu is fighting so hard. We can't fall behind either." They quickly boosted their morale and charged towards the bald men controlled by Ling Lung, shouting, "Charge! Beat some sense into these bastards." In the sky, she relentlessly attacked Lu Chun, not showing any weakness. Suddenly, Ling Long's sword turned into a stream of purple chi as she nimbly moved to Lu Chen's side. She struck his right elbow with the purple chi. What? Seeing him lose his balance, she immediately struck with her palm, shouting, "A perfect chance!" Unfortunately, Lu Chun reacted too quickly. He kicked her in the shoulder, and even took the opportunity to mock her loudly. This time, it was Ling Lung who couldn't react in time. She leaned back, falling from the sky. What? But in just a moment, Ling Lung stabilized herself and shouted angrily, "What did you do to me?" Her cheeks were flushed. Her trembling hand unconsciously went to her cheek as she roared. "What was that numbing sensation just now? When did you drug me?" Lu Chen's eyes were full of smugness. He smirked. He snorted coldly. "It seems you still don't understand Ling Lung's body very well." Lu Chun calmly pointed at Ling Lung. "Have you ever heard of a life gate?" Hearing that, she asked in surprise. "Life gate?" Ling Lung's expression immediately turned grave. Cold sweat unconsciously broke out. Could this guy know where my life gate is? Impossible. A cultivator's life gate is only known to themselves and their master. How could he possibly know? Lu Chun seemed to see through her thoughts and explained, "I don't actually know where her life gate is. But when I first met her, to prevent her from turning on me after she woke up, I searched for her life gate, but I accidentally discovered a sensitive spot on her body." The scene of her unconscious flashed in his mind. He had touched the side of her cheek. Ling Lung's face turned even redder after hearing this. She shouted in disbelief. A sensitive spot? She reached out a finger, about to touch her burning ear, shivering from the touch. She gritted her teeth in hatred. "So that's why just now I..." Immediately after, Lu Chun explained as he summoned his sword spirit. "That's right. No matter how strong you are, your body is still very honest. Sword spirit." He waved his hand, ordering, "Torment her mercilessly. Buy me some time." The sword spirit immediately replied, "As you command." Ling Lung charged forward, radiating killing intent. "A mere sword spirit dares to oppose me? You're courting death." However, before she could touch the sword spirit's sword had already tapped her shoulder blade, causing Ling Lung to stop in her tracks, terrified. Wait. The sword spirit was no pushover either. She also radiated a killing intent that suppressed Ling Lung. She gave a sharp smile, threatening, "Let me play with you for a while." Immediately after, the sword spirit unleashed a series of sharp sword strikes at Ling Lung, causing her to scream helplessly. This feeling, Ling Lung squeezed her eyes shut, her mouth wide open. Her whole body trembled. She was about to lose all her strength. Then, as if sensing her opponent was about to attack again, she opened her eyes wide in panic and screamed, "What are you trying to do? Don't you come near me." The sword spirit didn't stop. Instead, she rushed forward and hugged Ling Lung tightly. Her hand lightly tickled her waist, making her shiver uncontrollably. What are you doing?" Suddenly, Ling Lung lost all of the fight. Her body went limp, and she fell backward. Her mouth opened in a loud scream. You people." She couldn't form a complete sentence. The sword spirit waved her hand, giving a strong push, and she fell to the ground. Only then did Ling Lung slowly let out a weak scream. So despicable. Ling Lung sat on the ground, as if her soul had left her body. Her entire body was still trembling. She was speechless. The heat in her body radiated in all directions. At the same time, Lu Chun had finished gathering the divine fire. A giant fireball formed in his palm. He shouted, "It's done." Lu Chun raised his palm, which held the gathered divine fire. He looked down at Ling Lung with a tense expression. Now was the time. Then, he charged straight towards where she was sitting, threatening loudly, "Give Ling Lung back to me." As he finished speaking, the gathered divine fire quickly descended upon that spot. The light of the lightning and its power spread through the surrounding space. His comrades around him shouted with joy, "We won! Young Master Lu won." However, Lu Chun was the first to realize something was wrong. His fist couldn't get anywhere near Ling Lung. "Wait a minute, that's not right. What is that?" His pupils contracted. He stared at the scene before him. Unbelievably, Ling Lung had created a giant shield, blocking his attack. Lu Chun shouted in alarm, "What's going on?" She gave a contemptuous smile and mocked him. "It seems you still know too little about me. As long as there is one person here carrying the goo poison, I can never be destroyed. At the same time, Lu Chun looked around. He saw countless people having their power drained by her through those goo worms. The drained power continuously flew towards her, making Ling Lung's shield even stronger. She clenched her fist menacingly, preparing to attack him. You can never kill us. Moreover, you should be tired by now, shouldn't you? Fighting at such a high intensity right after fusing with the divine fire. Your stamina must be depleted. Lu Chun didn't expect this situation to occur. He gritted his teeth, trying to hold on, but there was still a hint of fear in his heart. Ling Lung was silent for a moment. She stared at him with wide eyes, provoking him with amusement. Come on, let's keep fighting. Let's see if the goo poison runs out first, or if you fall first. At this moment, a long sword had also appeared in her hand. After absorbing a large amount of goo poison to regenerate her power, Ling Lung had become extremely confident. And this time, I won't be fooled by your despicable little tricks again. With that, Ling Lung delivered a decisive and fatal sword strike, forcing Lu Chun to retreat helplessly. She threatened contemptuously. You're dead for sure this time, brat. He was hit by the blow. He had to use both his hands and feet to brace himself on the ground to maintain his balance. Dust flew everywhere. Seeing this, Ling Lung grew even more excited. She continuously swung her sword, frantically attacking where he stood. What's wrong? Where's that momentum from before? Fight back. Fight back. Her face was filled with killing intent, as if she wanted to slowly torture Lu Chun to death. Your stamina is draining by the second, but my goo poison is endless. What do you have to fight me with? Right now, just keeping up with my speed is a struggle, isn't it? Under her constant taunts and attacks, Lu Chun could only barely defend himself. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Completely unable to keep up, Ling Lung sinisterly attacked him again, her face filled with the excitement of a hunter. You're already a spent arrow. Her fatal sword strike slashed directly at Lu Chun, sending him flying. Ling Lung stated decisively, You're dead for sure. Lu Chun's body slammed heavily onto the ground, creating a considerable impact. The surrounding people were both worried and agitated. They reached out their hands towards him. Young Master Lu is really done for. The wooden beams of the small house behind Lu Chun had shattered. He gritted his teeth in pain. He shook his head and sighed. My stamina is too drained. As expected of the Genesis divine fire. Even though I'm at the king realm, I can't wield that power for long. At this moment, Lu Chun began to feel a sense of helplessness. He gritted his teeth and stared at Ling Lung. This is big trouble. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his head, instantly snapping him back to his senses. Chunner, don't give up. His pupils contracted. He shouted in confusion. Master! However, Lu Chun's body and spirit were both exhausted. He hung his head and lamented to his master. Master, I really can't hold on any longer this time. If I don't use the divine fire, I can't possibly defeat this poisonous creature. But if I use the divine fire, my stamina can't keep up. This contradiction, your disciple doesn't know how to resolve it. Huadai Shinzi stood on a high cliff. She crossed her arms and offered him some useful advice. The key isn't how you use the power of the divine fire. You're too focused on the effects of the divine fire, so you've overlooked the most important information. That goo poison can only control Miss Bai's body. There are things that exist beyond the physical body, aren't there? The true purpose of the divine fire is for your own cultivation. As for the goo poison, it can only purify the toxins. Remember this. Don't mistake the branch for the root. Enlightened by his master, Lu Chun had an epiphany. His eyes lit up as he said decisively, I understand. The divine fire is only a supplement. Whether I can purify the goo poison in Ling Lung's body and whether I can defeat her are two different matters. That's right. Even though she's being controlled, she's still fundamentally by Ling Lung. Her moves and habits are still hers. He pushed himself up with his hands on the ground. His fingers tensed, pushing his entire body up. Immediately after, Lu Chun stood up straight. His spirits revived. I understand, master. Just at that moment, Ling Lung descended from above with her sharp blade. One final blow. I'll give you a quick death. However, she suddenly stopped. Ling Lung's eyes widened in shock. What? She couldn't understand why the Lu Chun before her had tied a white silk cloth tightly over his eyes. She shouted in a daze. What kind of trick is this brat playing? Because of this, Ling Lung was a bit surprised. She temporarily halted her attack, landing directly on the ground in front of him. Her mind was in complete chaos. What is he doing? Intentionally blindfolding himself. Is he planning some kind of trick? No, he has barely any stamina left. He should know that playing tricks on me is useless. What on earth does he want to do? In contrast to Ling Lung's confusion, the blindfolded Lu Chen's mind was incredibly calm. He could focus his spirit and gather his strength. Ling Lung thought for a moment, but still couldn't figure it out. She gritted her teeth and dismissed it. Her arrogance had reached its peak. Whatever. I'm going to win anyway. Now that his stamina is depleted, what else can he do? I just need to kill him with the next move, and everything will be fine. However, before she could attack, she saw Lu Chun throw a palm strike right in front of her, leaving her stunned. What? Caught off guard. Ling Lung could only awkwardly lean back to dodge. She frowned instinctively, her heart filled with doubt. Was that a coincidence or an illusion? How did his movements get faster? At the same time, Lu Chun had already moved behind her. Ling Lung was shocked again. No, impossible. That's not right. It's not that his speed has increased. When she realized the truth, her gaze darkened. He's predicting my every move. Ling Lung thought as she spun around, countering Lu Chen's attack. However, her blade only cut through the air. Ling Lung stood frozen in place, stunned. He dodged it. This moment of hesitation caused her to take a full kick from him. Her entire body was sent flying. Damn it. Ling Lung's composure began to waver. She raised her sword, becoming more vigilant and taking a defensive stance. Impossible. Ling Lung immediately launched a series of slashes at Lu Chun. But surprisingly, all her attacks were easily dodged by him. Ling Lung started to feel flustered. How can this be? He's not a god. How can he perfectly predict my every step and intention every single time? The battle was still raging intensely. The spectators on the sidelines couldn't stop pointing and shouting. So strong. He's completely predicting her every move. How is young Master Lu doing that? Could it be that he has the power of prophecy? Suddenly, young Master Mai Xiao, who was nearby, parted his lips and answered. No, Master isn't predicting anything. He wearily leaned against the person next to him and continued. He just understands Miss by too well. The people there exclaimed in some surprise, then turned their eyes back to the ongoing battle. Young Master Mai Xiao slowly explained to them. Although the time they spent together wasn't long, they went through a lot together. During this journey, Master and Miss Bai have developed a rapport that we can't possibly understand. Therefore, it's not that Master is predicting. All of her attacks, from any angle, were dodged by Lu Chun. Ling Lung grew increasingly agitated. His voice rang out again. What he's doing is relying on the understanding and trust built through their time together. Blindfolding himself was also to maximize the response of his other senses, using that reaction and understanding to perfectly counter Miss Bai's attacks. Young Master Mai Xiao recalled the times they were together, laughing and joking, teasing each other. He couldn't help but feel a little sad. His gaze was firm. As he explained, he sent his blessings to Lu Chun. If he can win today, it will absolutely not be the work of one person. It will be a victory for both of them. Master, you can do it. He looked at the two of them, still fighting relentlessly over there. A conviction rose in his heart. He must save Miss Bai. No, this battle is no longer just for Miss Bai. This battle concerns the survival of the entire Xian domain. Finally, Lu Chun delivered an extremely powerful blow, striking Ling Lung hard in the back, causing her to double over. After hitting Ling Lung, Lu Chun retracted his weapon, clenching it in his palm. Immediately after, he gripped his sword with both hands and advanced resolutely, shouting. Now is the time. Everyone around was utterly astonished. They watched with wide, tense eyes. Lu Chun got closer and closer to Ling Lung. The firepower in his hand was incredibly strong. In it all, Ling Lung could only stand there, stunned, facing this attack from him. Her whole body was frozen in shock and fear. The divine fire purified her. The goo poison in Ling Lung's body was immediately forced out. It roared angrily. Enough! I will not die at your hands. The goo poison quickly fled. My mission is not yet complete. I absolutely cannot fall here. Without its support, Ling Lung also fell weakly forward. Although Lu Chun couldn't see, he could feel it escaping. He shouted angrily, "Don't even think about running." The goo poison turned its head to look at him, then confidently ordered its minions. Hold back. It turned around contemptuously, mocking him. Brat, let's see. After you've purified this lot, how much strength you'll have left to chase me. Farewell. Below. Lu Chun was quickly destroying the goo poison's minions. Before leaving, it made a vicious threat. The next time we meet, you won't be so lucky. Suddenly, in another corner, the adjudicator appeared and sneered. Is that so? She easily caught the fleeing stream of goo poison in her palm and squeezed it hard, crushing it. Just a small pawn of the cursed realm dares to speak so arrogantly. The goo poison began to dissipate into the air. The adjudicator waved her hand and sneered coldly. What a clown. Sensing the appearance of another person, Lu Chun quickly tore the white silk cloth from his eyes. He stammered in shock. It's you. Impossible. How'd you get to the Xian domain? After realizing who had just destroyed the goo poison, everyone began to shout in astonishment. The adjudicator. The people there were even more terrified. They became panicked, stammering. The adjudicator? Isn't that the leader of the immortal demon clan who was sealed in the illusion? When did she get out? We're doomed. Where are we going to find the forces to fight her now? The adjudicator paid no attention to them. Instead, she drew her sword and approached Lu Chun. All right, brat. The obstacle has been eliminated. She looked down at him, asking coldly. Next, do you want to take care of business first, or have a little fun first? Young Master Mai Shao sensed she was dangerous. He took a step forward and stood protectively in front of Lu Chun. Where did this demoness come from? If you want to touch my master, you'll have to get through me first. However, he paid no mind. Instead, he gripped the weapon in his hand and stepped forward to stop them. Enough. Take Ling Lung and go first. He was a bit reluctant, looking at Lu Chun. He called out softly, Master. Looking at the adjudicator floating in the air, Lu Chun explained firmly, she's not someone you can handle. Go and inform the others in the valley. The farther away, the better. He once again urged his powerful flames, preparing to fight as he instructed. I'll deal with her. The adjudicator quietly listened to his words and found amusing. She snorted coldly. Deal with me? You got a lot of nerve. In an instant, she was right beside him. She poked Lu Chun in the chest with a finger, saying contemptuously, Brat, with that body of yours? Can you even do it? He couldn't believe his eyes. He exclaimed in shock. What? The adjudicator continuously poked various points on Lu Chun's body with her finger, as if hitting his pressure points, causing him to gasp in pain. She scolded him contemptuously. If your master hadn't intervened last time, you would have died 10,000 times over. She paused. The adjudicator gave a sarcastic smile. Know your place, little devil. With that, the adjudicator poked another pressure point on Lu Chun's body, causing him to fall weakly backward. Young Master Mai Shao couldn't just stand by and watch anymore. He rushed forward to catch him. Master! Young Master Mai Shao gritted his teeth in anger. How dare you treat my master like this? Damn it! The adjudicator paid him no mind. She pointed at his head and scolded. Like master, like disciple. A bunch of fools. Her entire body was enveloped in a malevolent aura. Brat! Listen up. If I wanted to kill him, he would have been reduced to ashes long ago. I didn't come here to play games with you. I just came to make a deal. The adjudicator lowered her head and stared coldly at young Master Mai Shao. Your enemy is not me. But if you want to die, I'm more than happy to oblige. That night, at the camp where everyone was stationed, a crimson sky covered the entire area. The people were applying medicine together, bandaging each other's wounds. Although everyone was disheveled and in pain, they still enthusiastically helped one another. Just bear with it for a moment. I'll apply the medicine for you. Eat something. Thanks. In a spacious little house. Curtains hung all around. Lu Chun was lying quietly in bed, recovering. Suddenly, he jolted, his eyes wide open. Lu Chun shot up angrily. His hands clenched into fists as he shouted, Damn it! Sword spirit! Sword spirit! The adjudicator, because he sat up too forcefully and was too agitated, the wounds on his body split open, sending a sharp pain through him. Ugh! Lu Chun looked grimly at his body. His eyes were dark and unreadable. These wounds all hit my life gates. But why am I not dead yet? While he was in a daze, a cold voice from beside him made him jump. Because I never wanted to kill you in the first place. The adjudicator sat right beside him. She calmly lifted her teacup and said with a smile, Don't worry, I was just helping you clear your meridians. The battle just now caused your body to absorb a lot of goo poison. Although the divine fire in your body will automatically cleanse it, it will also damage your meridians. Under normal circumstances, you would have definitely died within 10 days. But since I helped you open a path to expel the poisoned blood, you can now immediately set off for Ning City. After hearing this, Chun frowned and glanced at her with some suspicion. He silently assessed his own body. She wasn't wrong. His body felt much lighter than before. Then, he sat up straight and got out of bed. He looked at her with a hint of defiance in his eyes. Woman, what exactly are you plotting? Don't think I'll be grateful just because you helped me. This debt can't be settled like that. In a flash, the adjudicator put down her teacup, lunged forward, and grabbed Chun by the throat. She easily pushed him onto the bed and pinned him down. Brat, who do you think you're talking to? If it weren't for that woman with the surname Su, you would have been dead long ago. Looking at the adjudicator's powerful hand pinning him down, Chun's eyes widened in shock. The woman with the surname Su? Chun suddenly remembered something. His eyes widened. Grandmaster. The adjudicator gave him a scare and then quickly returned to her original position. She lifted her teacup as if nothing had happened. That's right. Your grandmaster went easy on me that day. She wanted me to help you out. Otherwise, how do you think I would know your life gates? So, do you understand now? My helping you today has nothing to do with you. I'm not a good person either. Hearing this, Chun sat up in shock. The adjudicator's gaze turned even darker. She looked straight at him. In short, I'll tell you something important. The Cursed Realm. Have you heard of this name before? His pupils contracted in shock. His brow furrowed tightly. He began to recall. The Cursed Realm. The Cursed Realm. It was a time so distant that even the memories are hazy. The Immortal King's capital was once invaded by a group of heretics. When I received the news, I led a large army to eliminate the rebels. An unprecedentedly chaotic battle broke out. Everyone fought for themselves, dodging from the side. The sounds of screaming and killing echoed endlessly. Quick, kill all these remnants of the Wu cult. They can't hold on any longer. Charge. He used his sharp claws and knelt on the ground in hatred. Damn you, immortal demon clan. Clearly, our plan was so perfect. Just a little more time. At that moment, a sharp blade was slowly placed against him. A cold voice rang out. Remnant of the Wu cult. You're not a bad fighter. The adjudicator looked down contemptuously from above and commented, but that's all you are, not bad. To dare to plot against the immortal demon clan. You truly don't know your own limits. Feeling looked down upon, Heian stood up, extremely annoyed. He snorted coldly and then roared at her. Ever since you betrayed us, causing our Wu cult brothers to die without a proper burial, I've been prepared to die. He stared with wide eyes, rage burning within him. He roared uncontrollably. Although I failed today, don't think you immortal demon clan can do whatever you want. Let me tell you the truth. There have long been people in the Azure domain who are displeased with you. Go to hell. As soon as he finished speaking, the adjudicator, without any hesitation, flew forward and struck him down with a single punch. You ignorant brat. How dare you be so arrogant? I am the king of the immortal demon clan. Who would dare to touch me? Relying on her overwhelming strength, the adjudicator easily grabbed Heian by the collar. Lifting him up, she threatened him word by word. I will use you remnants of the Wu cult as an example for those who dare to look down on my clan. A powerful shockwave suppressed the air, preventing those outside from entering. They floated and then fell continuously, constantly crying out, Help! Help us! What's going on? The adjudicator showed no mercy, tightening her grip. On Heian's throat, she laughed loudly. Let the world see this clearly. Anyone who dares to cause trouble in the immortal demon clan will end up being imprisoned forever in this eternal world of nothingness. Then she suddenly let go of Heian, causing him to lose his footing. He fell weakly. Go ahead and scream. Go ahead and cry. Go ahead and wail. He was helplessly sucked into a vortex of fear. He screamed in terror. No, don't. The adjudicator just stood there, watching coldly. Your cries are a warning to all, to everyone in this world. But before being completely sucked into the world of nothingness, he still tried to reach out, begging, Save me, Huadi Xianzi. At the same time, Huadai Xianzi was standing on a cloud, moving under the bright moonlight. A trusted attendant beside her quickly pointed ahead, reminding her, causing Huadai Xianzi to snap back to her senses. My lady, We've already passed the location of the divine temple. Hua Dai Xianzi suddenly dodged to the side, causing the attendant to stumble and fall. I wasn't paying attention just now. After helping her up, Hua Dai Xianzi looked ahead with intense focus. Hey Yun, if it really is you, I will personally set you free this time. Back in the present, the adjudicator gently placed her hand on the rim of the cup and began to speak. And that's how it was. Since then, those remnants of the Wu cult have been locked away by me in another spatial rift that I accidentally discovered. But fate is truly ironic. She paused. Her voice trailed off slightly. I never expected that I too would be accidentally locked away in an illusion by someone else. This also led to a crack appearing in the seal. Otherwise, would I have let that bunch from the Wu cult change their name to the Cursed Realm and wreak havoc as they pleased? After hearing this, Lu Chun arrogantly pointed at the adjudicator's face, mocking her. After all that talk, isn't it just because you couldn't clean up your own mess? The disaster you caused. Why should my master and I have to bear the consequences for you? She paid no mind to his mockery. She suddenly stood up and snorted coldly, preparing to leave. It doesn't matter if you don't do it. After all, to me, the people of the 10 domains are all just cattle. It wouldn't matter if they all died. But the goo poison today was just a test product. If one day, a more potent type of goo poison spreads beyond the Xian domain, are you sure you can save all your loved ones? After saying that, the adjudicator coldly placed her hand on the doorknob. She suddenly pulled it open, and young Master Mai Xiao and Yuna tumbled in. They cried out in pain. The adjudicator seemed to know everything. She just smiled faintly, unsurprised. Before leaving, she reminded him, Brat, things are more complicated than you think. I've said all I have to say. It's up to you what you do. Brat, when you've made your decision, come to Ning City. The rift to the Cursed Realm is right there. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure vanished before his eyes. Lu Chen couldn't react in time. He reached out and shouted, Wait, but it was too late. She was already gone. Young Master Mai Xiao and Yuna rushed in, asking frantically, Master, are you all right? Do we really have to go to Ning City, as she said? Lu Chen's eyes darkened. He thought carefully and then said in a deep voice, But not we. His voice was filled with determination. This journey is dangerous. Besides, Ling Lung needs someone to take care of her. You two stay here. I'll go alone. However, this stunned the other two. They blurted out, What? In a quiet night? Lu Chen's voice became even more resolute. This matter cannot be delayed. There's no need to argue. Help me pack my things. I'll set out tomorrow. The next morning, Ning City, on a street, bustling with people. Lan Yi was skipping happily down the road. She was fiddling with a small wine gourd in her hand, complaining. Is this Ning City? It's so poor and small. She placed her hands on her hips. Her posture was incredibly arrogant. Her entire being exuded confidence. Her voice was clear, but the fairy said his next stop is here. It can't be wrong. Lu Chun, right? Thinking of this, she squeezed the wine gourd with interest, raising an eyebrow and speaking coldly. Let's see if you're worthy of competing with me. Lani, at night, Ning River. Dark clouds gathered. The rain poured down. In the mansion, a strong wind blew, causing the neatly arranged candles to flicker. A group of people were gathered. They seemed to be performing some kind of magic. The surrounding space was shrouded in a mysterious purple hue. The head of the Ning family, Ning Guandong, Peak Saint King. He was sitting quietly on his throne of power, calmly enjoying his tea. A dark shadow slowly appeared in the dark purple mass of qi floating in midair. After a moment, He Yun's figure gradually became clear. He was extremely surprised to find himself here. Suddenly, Ning Guandong spoke in a deep voice. You've arrived. The Wu cult's He Yun appeared amidst the swirling demonic qi. His eyes were wide and staring. Incredibly terrifying. Ning Guandong held a teacup and walked over with a fawning smile. Brother He, despite your busy schedule, you still came. How about, you have a cup of tea first? He held up a hand to stop him, shouting, Cut the crap, old man. Why did you summon me here? Ning Guandong smirketslidi. I'll get straight to the point. Your goo poison has been broken by the people of the Flame Valley. Furthermore, 5 days ago, many top-tier masters from the alchemy world passed through my Ning City on their way to the Ice and Snow City. He narrowed his eyes, full of calculation. According to what they revealed, it was organized by Hua Dai Xianzi. The purpose is to investigate the massacre at the Ice and Snow City. After hearing this, Yun turned and walked towards the teleportation gate made of demonic chi. Is that all you wanted to say? I already know all of that. If you only summon my consciousness here to be a memo pad, then this is it. He was about to step in when Ning Guangdong's next word stopped him. What if I told you that the adjudicator is also involved in this matter? And the one who broke your goo poison is Hua, Dai Xianzi's disciple. He even has the help of the divine fire, and is currently on his way to Ning City. What do you think? He gestured to 3 people. Ning Fei, Early King Realm. Ning Feng, Peak King Realm. Ning Yuan, Peak King Realm. Then he continued, successfully making Yun turn back. I heard the Cursed Realm has a type of goo poison that can significantly enhance the potential of the person infected. These are the 3 most outstanding talents of my Ning family today. You give me the goo poison, and I'll go eliminate them. Ning Guangdong proposed again. What do you think? This time, Yun didn't refuse. He waved his hand and transferred demonic chi into the bodies of the 3. Make it look good. Immediately after, he disappeared into the spatial gate, leaving only a word of advice. Remember, no matter what, the plan remains unchanged in 10 days. Ning Guangdong narrowed his eyes and spoke respectfully in the direction he disappeared. That goes without saying. A clear morning, the outskirts of Ning City. Beautiful flowers bloomed in profusion. The sound of hurried footsteps rustled through the green grass, accompanied by someone shouting, "Brat! Stop right there." 2 men holding sticks chased after Lu Chun, cursing. You've eaten the food. You've touched her. How can you still deny it? How is our young miss supposed to show her face in public after this? But he was gnawing on a chicken leg and replied shamelessly, I only stayed for 1 night. It was clearly your young miss who kept coming to talk to me. Besides, what do you mean, touched her? A woman weighing over 200 pounds fell to the ground. If I hadn't helped her up, could she have gotten up on her own? Hearing this, the other man became even more furious, roaring. That's ridiculous. No matter what, you're coming back to marry the young miss today. The sword spirit flew beside him and turned back impatiently for instructions. Master, why are we running from these commoners? Let me go and deal with them. But Lu Chun didn't scold her. He even stopped her with an amused smile. No need. They're just ordinary people. It's quite fun to play with them for a bit. At the same time, one of the men lunged to grab him, but he quickly leaped up. Just kidding. These past few days, it's been either flying on a sword or teleporting. A few days before that, it was a flying ship. It's been a long time since I've had the chance to run on the ground like this. It's a good chance to stretch my recovered body. Suddenly, his gaze froze. He thought to himself with a smirk, but that woman really hit hard. The wound has healed now, but it still aches dully. Then, he suddenly realized something and glanced silently to the side. Lu Chun didn't hesitate. He landed in front of 3 people in black cloaks. The 3 masked men, Ning Fei, Ning Feng, Ning Yuan. A purple light flashed in their eyes as they shouted coldly. Found you. In an instant, a loud explosion echoed through the forest. A stream of purple chi shot straight into the sky. The 2 villagers who were chasing him were also affected. They coughed incessantly and then fainted. He drew his sword to block the blow. His expression also became serious and wary. Lu Chun pointed his sword at the 3 men, asking coldly, Who are you? They didn't answer, but asked him back. Lu Chun, right? Without waiting for his confirmation, the 3 of them charged forward aggressively. Today is the day you die. Lu Chun was surrounded, but calmly defended himself. His expression turned grim. He couldn't help but wonder, what kind of power is so arrogant that they can send 3 Saint King Realm assassins? A killing intent gradually appeared in Lu Chen's eyes. Just the Saint King Realm? They're underestimating me. As soon as he finished speaking, he shouted loudly. He was about to unleash his divine ability when a dazzling pillar of fire erupted from the ground, blocking the path of the 3 masked men. Amidst the scorching flames, a blonde-haired young woman walked out. So you're Lu Chen? You don't look like much. She smiled confidently, fiddling with the flame in her hand as she looked at Lu Chun. You can't even handle 3 pieces of trash. What right do you have to fight Lan Yipti on? Lan, he walked up to Lu Chun. I advise you to know your limits and back down. Hurry back to the city and announce your surrender. Lest you, before she could finish her sentence, Lu Chun suddenly rushed forward, scooped her up, and flew away, causing Lan Yi to scream in shock. Hey, being carried over Lu Chen's shoulder. She couldn't help but question him loudly. What are you trying to do? I'm warning you. Seeing that he didn't answer, Lan Yi swung her flaming hand, about to strike. Put me down, or I won't be polite. As soon as she finished speaking, she slapped Lu Chen's shoulder with her palm. The flame on her hand immediately vanished. Divine fire. Lan Yi was stunned. Her eyes widened. She stared at him blankly. This guy, he's like master. Divine fire integrated into his body. Saint King realm. No, he can control the divine fire. Her face gradually turned pale. She exclaimed in disbelief. This guy, could he be at the peak of the Saint King realm? Just then, Lu Chun mercilessly threw Lan Yi to the ground, causing her to scream in pain. Hey, you! But he paid her no mind. He looked warily in another direction, saying, You talk too much. Shut up and stay put for me. Lan Yi lay on the ground, clutching her leg resentfully. It hurts so much. No one has ever dared to be so rough with me. Don't think that just because you're stronger than me. But Lu Chun didn't wait for her to finish and covered her mouth with his hand. Shut up. Then, he looked towards one of the three masked men. At this moment, that person was completely blackened. He was screaming in agony. Countless flies flew out from the cold black chi, scattering in all directions. I'm afraid these people have also been infected with goo poison. It seems this is the good work of the cursed realm again. Lu Chun observed through the gaps in the bushes. We can't let the goo poison spread. Otherwise, this place will become a second Flame Valley. Hearing this, Lan was filled with doubt. Goo poison? Flame Valley? The cursed realm? She opened her eyes wide in surprise. Looking at Lu Chun with a serious expression, she analyzed the situation herself. Good thing we ran fast. Just one bite would have been troublesome. But even though we've escaped now, the goo poison is already spread. How can we eliminate it all at once? Lan Yi blushed with embarrassment. She avoided his gaze and stammered. He ignored her again and interrupted loudly. If you have something to say it quickly. If not, shut up. I am Busa. Hearing him say that, she obediently replied. Although I don't know what happened, I can help you catch all those goo worms. This immediately caught Lu Chen's attention. He looked down at the blushing girl on the ground, a little confused. It wasn't until he saw where his hand was placed, along with Lan Yi's shy reminder. Just let me go first. I can't move like this. Only then did Lu Chun break out in a cold sweat and pull his hand back. His face was full of embarrassment. He just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. After coming to his senses, he jolted and hastily took a few steps back. He quickly explained. That was because the situation was urgent. He coughed a few times and quickly changed the subject. Let's get back to business. You said you could help me. Is that? Suddenly, Lan Yi produced a giant golden cauldron from somewhere and placed it in front of Lu Chun, leaving him stunned. She held up 4 fingers. Her entire body radiated a golden energy, and she quickly chanted an incantation. The cause of the plague is not wind, not cold, not heat, not dampness. The cauldron immediately reacted. Fire and water gradually appeared, blending together with Lan Yi's chant. The malevolent chi of heaven and earth disrupts yin and yang and corrupts human ethics. Both gods and men are enraged. In her eyes, one was a blazing golden fire. The other was a stream of clear blue water. Her firm voice rang out clearly. Today, I use water and fire to balance yin and yang. I beseech the benevolence of heaven and earth. Then, Lan Yi raised her hand and summoned a gourd, with heaven and earth as a guide. The gourd immediately absorbed the energy inside the cauldron. 2 chien of betel nut, 1 chien of simicifuga, 5 fun of anamarina, scutularia, licorice, 3 chien each of dragon's blood, realgar, 5 fun each of sulfur. Lan Yi aimed both her palms at the cauldron. One was fire, the other was water. She began her task, guiding the water of the earth's veins with the fire of heavenly secrets. Heaven and earth unite in virtue. Together, we shall vanquish the evil demons. Her gaze was incredibly firm. Then she signaled to Lu Chun. All right, you Lu Chun, hold off those insects for a moment. He immediately understood. He gathered his strength and leaped up. Lu Chun swung his sword at the stream of golden energy, slashing apart the insects caught within it. As he slashed continuously, he urged her loudly. Hey, are you sure you can do this? Hurry up. Lan Yi controlled the cauldron to fly into the sky. Then she shouted sternly, "Now is the time." Golden energy continuously radiated from within the cauldron. She waved her hand and shouted the command. Rootless powder swarm. Lonnie used all her strength to control the gourd to fly high. "Now is the time." Rootless powder swarm. She shouted loudly, using all her strength to push the gourd in the air forward. The gourd's impact caused a massive explosion, filling the air with dust and smoke. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Master, the goo worms have stopped." Hearing her, Lu Chan held his sword horizontally and replied coldly, "Good." He swung his sword, finishing off the goo worms flying around him. "Divine fire. Help me gather them." The goo worms fell one by one under Lu Chen's sword. Lan Yi slowly landed on the ground. She looked at Lu Chun and praised him. "I take back what I said before. You're not bad." Lan Yi smiled and extended her hand to introduce herself. "Let's start over. My name is Lan Yi." Seeing that she had softened her tone, Lu Chun happily extended his hand in agreement. The two of them shook hands and made peace. "Lu Chun, it's a pleasure to meet you." Ning City. In an empty space, a terrified scream suddenly shattered the silence. "They're all gone." The long-haired man knelt before Ning Guangdong and hastily reported the situation. Yes, this subordinate saw it clearly. When Ning Feng and the others made their move, they were seriously injured by a mysterious young woman. After that, the goo worms were also wiped out by that woman and Lu Chen, judging by the techniques she used. "I'm afraid that woman is an alchemist." After hearing this, Ning Guangdong turned his head and glanced at him. "Why are people from the Alchemist Alliance nearby?" Then he looked up at the sky and asked the long-haired man, "Could it be that Hua Dai Xianzi already suspects us of something?" The long-haired man was still kneeling. He asked respectfully, "Master, should we impose a citywide curfew now and hunt down Lu Chun and that alchemist?" Hearing that, Ning Guangdong suddenly turned around and glared at the long-haired man, shouting angrily, "The ceremony is in 9 days. There could be absolutely no mistakes at this time." He pointed forward and ordered, "Relay my orders. The entire city is to be decorated with lanterns and flowers. Invite the best opera troupe. Set up a stage at the entrance to the city center. Welcome Lu Chun into the city. Serve him with the highest honors." The long-haired man's eyes widened. He couldn't believe his ears. He asked again in confusion, "What? That Lu Chun killed our clansmen and trespassed on our clan's territory, and yet we are repaying evil with kindness? Why?" Hearing his words, Ning Guangdong just smiled reassuringly. Repay evil with kindness? Wrong. Greed and hatred were clear in his eyes. "They're only suspicious. We'll just treat them with great hospitality. Keep that brat Lu Chun occupied and wait for 9 days. It can also be considered as tempering the divine fire." Thinking of his brilliant plan, Ning Guangdong lauket maniacally. "I will also eliminate him for you to see." The scene returns to Lu Chun and Lonnie. Lonnie frowned at him, speaking frankly. "You can tell me your plan now." Lu Chun stroked his chin. He thought for a moment and then looked at Lan Yi smugly. "I was thinking, how about you hold a martial arts tournament to find a husband?" Lan Yi looked at him doubtfully. A martial arts tournament to find a husband? She seemed to realize something. Her eyes widened and she froze. Wait a minute. By the time Lonnie reacted, it was too late. She was already standing on the tournament stage. Below, cheers and encouragement echoed. Lonnie was both shocked and confused by the scene before her. What the hell is a martial arts tournament to find a husband? On the stage, the host was banging a gong to attract the attention of the crowd below. Everyone, although we didn't get to see young Master Lu today, it's still incredibly exciting. This young lady has voluntarily taken the stage for a martial arts tournament to find a husband. I wonder if there are any heroes below who dare to come up and fight? Knowing who the culprit was, Lan, he was furious. She cursed loudly. Lu Chun, you bastard. Seeing her so angry, Lu Chun finally explained. Don't make that face. This is also part of my plan. You hold the tournament and attract everyone's attention. I'll sneak in and investigate. Isn't that killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Lan Yi's face turned pale with anger. She gritted her teeth and shouted, This debt, I'll pay you back 100-fold sooner or later. Lan Yi Kulanchit had feasts, trying to convince herself. I'm not angry. It's all for the sake of the world's people. For the common folk. I'm not angry. Not angry. The people below were shouting and teasing her. Hey, little girl, are you already feeling the stirrings of love at such a young age? Why bother with a martial arts tournament? You're so beautiful. How about you come with me? How about being my concubine? A bald man, seeing that Lan, he didn't react. Pushed his luck even further. That's right. Follow our old master Ning Hai. I guarantee you'll live a life of luxury. A brown-haired man also chimed in with a grin. That's right. Our old master Ning is a saint lord. Marrying you is a... Before he could finish, Lan Yi ran over with a radiant smile. This young master, is your name Ning Hai? May I ask if you are from the Ning family in Ning City? Seeing that she was paying attention to him, the man replied happily. Yes, yes. Hearing his answer, Lan Yi gave a threatening smile. Then that makes things easy. You want to marry me, right? She sent the man flying with a single kick, then shouted provocatively. Then come and try. The others, seeing him sent flying with just one kick, were terrified. What? Master Hai was sent flying with one kick. Master Hai is at the Saint King realm. How is that possible? At this moment, Lan Yi was like a madwoman. She coldly grabbed the blonde-haired man from before by his hair. You were shouting quite happily just now, weren't you? The man turned his head and saw Lan Yi's expression, and his soul nearly flew out of his body. Wait. I was just... Before he could finish, Lan Yi forcefully ripped out a chunk of his hair. The flames of anger around her body burned fiercely. Come on, fight. Weren't you so arrogant? You have no skill, yet you try to imitate others by growing your hair long. With that, Lan Yi kicked him off the stage, then challenged loudly. So, does anyone else want to marry me? Take a step forward. Witnessing this scene, everyone below the stage fled in terror. When only one person was left standing, Lan Yi asked curiously, Is it you? A second later, that person had vanished. Wait, I'm just a vendor. Big sister, wait. Lu Chun observed everything from above, thinking to himself, this girl gets into character quickly. She completed the task quite well. The screams of Lan Yi and the vendor echoed in the air. You too, come here. It wasn't me. Get him. It was that guy from before. Lu Chun frowned, telling himself, next, I should get going too. At this moment, he had many speculations in his mind. Ning City, huh? Let's see what secret you're hiding. Lu Chun gathered his strength and shot off like a cannonball. He reached his destination in an instant. Lu Chun stopped by a stream. He knelt on one knee, observing carefully. The water here doesn't seem to have any issues. Lu Chun put his hand into the stream and used his power to cast a spell. After finishing, he lifted his hand to look. Along this entire path, there hasn't been the slightest trace of the cursed realm's aura. The adjudicator wouldn't lie to me. But where on earth is the spatial rift hidden? Lu Chun looked up at the empty sky. There's only one direction left to search. He frowned and suddenly called out, Sword Spirit. The sword spirit appeared at his call. Lu Chun decisively plunged his sword into the water, then gave a stern order. You stay here and follow the spirit veins to search for the cursed realm's aura. I'll go check out that old mansion over there. The sword spirit accepted the order. Yes. Before leaving, he added another instruction. I'll be back soon. If anyone gets in your way, kill them without mercy. With that, he leaped up and gracefully departed. The sword spirit watched his retreating figure and shouted loudly. Understood. Unfortunately, their conversation was overheard by two minions. One of them quickly gave an order. We found him. Hurry and report to the young master. The other one replied. Yes. Inside Ning City, a bald man knelt on the ground, paying his respects to Ning Guangdong. He quickly reported the situation. Master, the investigation is complete. The woman holding the martial arts tournament in the city center is indeed the girl from the Alchemist Alliance. She was previously with Lu Chun. Ning Guangdong snorted coldly after hearing this. He frowned, speculating on the matter. A classic feint, as expected of Hua Dai Xianzi's disciple. Trying to use a woman as cover for himself? The bald man jumped up, asking anxiously, should this subordinate go and capture her? Ning Guangdong glanced at him and revealed his calculations. No, that's just a bait. If all our attention is focused on her, we'll fall right into their trap. Ning Guangdong raised his hand. A bottle of medicine immediately appeared in his palm. Ning Guangdong looked at the bald man, smiling sinisterly. Distribute this to the saint lords below. Let them play with that little girl for a while. The bald man hesitated and replied, but that woman defeated two saint kings. Just saint lord level. I'm afraid, even if they take the goo poison, they won't be her match. He reached out and took the bottle of medicine from Ning Guangdong. Ning Guangdong saw the bald man's concern. He replied, half jokingly, "Who said they have to defeat her? When did I say to let the Saint Lords drink it?" Ning Guangdong reached out and opened the lid of the cup, waiting for that brat to return empty-handed, only to suddenly discover that his companion has turned into an enemy. Isn't this script wonderful? A sinister look appeared on his face. Go, and while you're at it, send out all the guards in the house. If that brat can't find anything, he'll naturally come looking here. Just let him search. Once he's done searching, the real show will begin. Ning Guangdong's evil laughter echoed outside, shattering the tranquility of nature. Outside, Ning Guangdong's subordinates were strengthening their guard, preparing for battle. When the fight starts later, everyone better be on their toes. On the Ning family's territory, even a Saint King cannot be forgiven. At this moment, Lu Chun was hiding in the treetops. Their conversation, he heard every single word. Lu Chun smiled, because everything was going according to his plan. They took the bait, as expected. These people's minds are really simple. Lu Chun continued to focus on observing the situation below. Suddenly, a flame erupted fiercely in his palm, leaving Lu Chun a bit surprised and flustered. The sacred crimson flame ignited on its own. The flame shot up into the sky, as if wanting him to follow it. Hey, where are you trying to take me? The flame flew ahead. He clumsily chased after it. Slow down. We're sneaking in. The two who had been hiding behind the bushes witnessed everything. They looked at each other and whispered. On the other side, Ning Guangdong was leaning back leisurely in his chair. Holding a bowl of water in his hand, he laughed loudly. And so, it's a little earlier than I expected. Ning Guangdong raised the bowl of water. A black chi emanated from his hand. Then I'll personally play with him for a bit. That aura immediately transformed into a dark flame. At this moment, Lu Chun was still desperately chasing the flame. Slow down, he shouted in confusion. Why is it suddenly so frantic? Could it have discovered something? In front of Lu Chun was a wall. The flame also stopped because of it. He widened his eyes, utterly astonished. Lu Chun used his strength to shatter the wall in front of him. Inside the wall was a huge, empty space, surrounded by a strange aura. This is a spatial rift. Lu Chun had finally found what he was looking for. So it was hidden here, just as Lu Chun was focused on observing. A giant black shadow had appeared behind him without him knowing. Lu Chun was completely unaware. He continued his investigation. He put his hand into the empty space. But this thing seems unstable. It's only forming a projection here. In other words, this is just an illusion. A thought flashed through his mind. In that case, how do the people of the cursed realm bring their creatures here? And how does the Ning family turn this illusion into a physical entity? This problem still has no clues. An aura flew towards him, making Lu Chun's heart pound. What is this smell? I feel like I've smelled it somewhere before. He frowned, thinking, where was it? It must have been recently. At the same time, Ning Guangdong had appeared behind him. He smiled and raised the weapon behind his back. As if sensing something, Lu Chun's eyes widened warily. Who's there? Ning Guangdong suddenly slashed at Lu Chun. Lu Chun quickly blocked with both hands in front of him. The blade grazed him. Lu Chun's arm was bleeding. Seeing this, the dragon beside him asked Lu Chun worriedly, Brat, are you all right? Lu Chun replied, it's just a flesh wound. The dragon sensed that something was wrong and said to Lu Chun, to be able to appear behind you so silently, I'm afraid he'll be very difficult to deal with. Lu Chun looked at Ning Guangdong, thinking to himself, to be able to get behind me without a sound, he must be at least at the Saint Lord level or higher. But if he's really that strong, that last blow couldn't have just grazed my skin. I should be dead. There's something strange about this old man. Ning Guangdong pointed at Lu Chun and laughed smugly. What? Scared after this one move? Too bad. It's too late. The debt for killing my Ning family members. I'll repay it with your blood. With that, Ning Guangdong charged at Lu Chun with his sword. On the other side, a bloody battle was also taking place. Many people had already lost their lives. The survivors shouted in unison at Lan Yi, brothers, get her! Capture this little girl! Tonight, we'll all be the groom. Lan Yi shouted angrily. You dare to speak so arrogantly with just your skills? Then, she dealt with them one by one. The others, seeing this, were utterly shocked and exclaimed, What? Lonnie thought to herself, good. More and more people are gathering. You should be able to get inside smoothly now. Next, I need to add more fuel to the fire. Lonnie stood before the men of Ning City, asking, "Are these the men of Ning City?" So weak it's ridiculous, and yet so confident. It's truly laughable. The others, seeing Lan Yi's attitude, said to the steward, "She's too arrogant, steward. Should we call out the 4 great elders and teach her a lesson?" "That's right. How dare she insult our Ning family like this? Is there any justice left?" The steward smiled sinisterly after hearing this. "Norus, this little girl does have some skill, but don't forget the mission the master gave us." Then he ordered the remaining men, "Continue to play with her. When the dust settles, she won't be able to escape." Hearing the steward's words, they accepted the order in unison. Yes. Lonnie looked at the number of people before her, thinking to herself, 12 Saint Kings, 28 Saint Lords? Damn it, it's all that guy's fault. Hurry up and finish your work. If this drags on, I'll really be kidnapped. Over here, Lu Chun was still fighting with Ning Guando. Lu Chun aimed straight for Ning Guando and threw a punch, but he quickly dodged the attack, then immediately pushed Lu Chun to the ground. This left Lu Chun utterly shocked, shouting, "What?" The dragon, seeing the situation was not good, advised Lu Chun, "Brat, this old man is definitely not simple. If we really can't beat him, we should retreat first." "It's not impossible." Lu Chun was furious, saying decisively, "No, his awareness and skills are those of a master. Such ruthless and decisive moves are rare even among peak Saint Kings. He must have at least reached the threshold of the Supreme Realm." The dragon, hearing Lu Chun's words, urged him, "Supreme Realm? Then why aren't we running?" Lu Chun continued, "But that's what's strange. Haven't you noticed yet? See for yourself." The dragon then said, "There's not even a wound. Impossible. Brat, what trick are you playing?" Lu Chun replied, "Do you think I can play any tricks in front of a Supreme Realm Master? In that case, this is..." Lu Chun pointed at Ning Guandong and said, "There's only one possibility. Before entering the city, my and Lan Yi's speculation was correct. This old man is the head of the Ning family. Or rather, he should be called Patient Zero." Lu Chun recalled the day before entering the city. He and she stood on a mountain, looking down at the city. Lu Chun asked her, "Can you confirm it?" She replied, "Yes." She held a bottle containing a purple liquid and said to Lu Chun, "The goo poison sample I collected is indeed reacting very strongly to this city. It seems Ning City and the Cursed Realm are inextricably linked." Hearing this, Lu Chun replied tensely, "If that's really the case, I'm afraid we're in big trouble. I didn't feel anything before, but ever since I started observing this city, the more I look, the more uneasy I feel. In just 1 hour, at the city gate below, the number of merchants from various domains entering the city is at least 800, if not 1,000. What's so strange about that? Ning City is the transportation hub of the Xin domain. It's normal for people to come and go." She had a realization and said to Lu Chun, "I get it. You mean..." Lu Chun said decisively, "That's right. I'm afraid the goo poison has already spread through Ning City to the 10 domains, plus the assassins from a few days ago. It's clear the people of Ning City already know why I'm here. But right now, Ning City is calm and peaceful. They don't seem to be acting rashly and revealing any flaws. I'm afraid there's a deeper reason for this." She then said, "The goo poison enhances the host cultivation level when it enters the body. This enhanced cultivation level is equivalent to the state after the host's potential has been completely drained by the goo poison. If the purpose of spreading the goo poison is to use the drained power of the people of the 10 domains to gain the strength to open the rift," Lu Chun continued, "then they need an intermediary who can withstand this astonishing amount of spiritual power." Lu Chun thought for a moment and said to her, "There are still many unclear points in this matter. For example, who is the person who can withstand this spiritual power? Why can the goo poison remain dormant in the body for so long? Also, why haven't they made their move yet? It's clearly a critical moment. Why didn't they start the ritual before I entered the city?" She then said, "Well, listen to me. I have a plan." Back in the present, Lu Chun was standing in front of Ning Guandong. After hearing Lu Chun's speculation about him, Ning Guandong laughed loudly, as expected of the one chosen by Hua Daixianzi. "Smart enough." Ning Guandong continued, "That's right. You've guessed it all correctly. The 10 domains are filled with my people. They're spreading this curse everywhere for me." "Oh, right. releasing everyone in the illusion. That was your doing, wasn't it? Wushuang's city in the illusion has now caused a great disaster in the Azure domain. It has declared war on the 10 great sects simultaneously. And thanks to them, the number of infected people in the Azure domain is now the highest among the 10 domains. Hearing this, Lu Chun thought to himself, Wushuang City is at war with the 10 great sections. Hearing this, Lu Chun flew into a rage. He grabbed Ning Guangdong by the throat and slammed him down, roaring, "Shut up! If you dare to touch a single hair on the people of the Azure domain, I'll kill you immediately." Seeing Lu Chun like this, Ning Guangdong laughed and asked, "You want to make a move? I don't mind either way." Ning Guangdong pointed to his heart, which was glowing with a purple light. He said to Lu Chun with a smile, "This is the heart of the goo poison. It's used to control whether the goo poison that has infected the people of the 10 domains will activate. My strength has increased dramatically thanks to it. As soon as you touch me, a plague will surely break out in the 10 domains. If you have the guts, go ahead and try." Lu Chun lifted Ning Guangdong into the air, asking, "Are you threatening me, old man? Don't underestimate me. Have you misunderstood something? I'm not some righteous hero." Hearing this, Ning Guangdong asked in horror, What are you trying to do?" Lu Chun said with a cold face, "If I can't kill you, then I'll just become a human furnace with you." Ning Guangdong screamed in terror. Human furnace? You dare." At the same time, a flame erupted from his right hand. At this moment, Lu Chun's eyes were bloodshot as he said angrily, "What's there not to dare?" With that, Lu Chun began to set Ning Guangdong's body on fire. Lu Chun continued, "You dare to threaten me? Then I dare to do anything." Ning Guangdong screamed in terror. "Stop, you brat. You'll regret this." "You'll regret it," Lu Chun replied. "You brought this upon yourself." Suddenly, Yun appeared. He grabbed Lu Chun's wrist, shouting, "Enough, you brat. How could I let you ruin my good work? Get lost." Lu Chun looked at Yun and asked, "Goo poison. Could it be someone from the cursed realm?" Yun released Lu Chun's hand. He looked at Ning Guangdong, who was engulfed in the flames created by Lu Chun, and said, "Old man, you've really gone too far." Ning Guangdong roared angrily at Yun. "Shut up. If it weren't to cooperate with your plan, how would I have ended up in this situation?" Yun then said, "What's there to be afraid of? Don't you still have a trick up your sleeve? This current body is already useless anyway. You can let go now, can't you?" Although Ning Guangdong was angry, he was also helpless. He roared, "Damn it. I originally planned to just use my will to control it. Now you want my soul to enter that little girl's body too? I really can't bear to leave this body of mine." Hearing this, Lu Chun asked in astonishment, "Possess that girl?" Ning Guangdong confirmed to Lu Chun, "That's right. Don't you see? Why haven't we detonated the goo poison yet? To release the cursed realm? It's because my body, which was given the core, has already been rotted by the goo poison. I originally planned to adjust for a few days and hold the ceremony in 7 days. But thanks to you, we've been brought such a powerful expert to have such a cultivation level at such a young age. Isn't she the most suitable medium? Originally, you weren't bad either. It's a pity you have divine fire in your body. What a shame." Hearing this, Lu Chun flew into a rage. He charged at Ning Guangdong, roaring, "Don't even think about it. Your opponent." Suddenly, Yun reached out his hand and blocked Lu Chun. Lu Chun said in surprise, "What?" Yun said to Lu Chun with a smile, "You're mistaken. Your opponent should be me." With that, he gave a strong push, sending Lu Chun flying. He fell sprawling on the ground. In another place, inside an old shop, a man was roaring angrily at the shopkeeper. "Damn it! This cotton coat of mine was personally bestowed upon me by City Lord Ning during this year's cold food festival, and you're only offering 3 taels for it? Are you looking down on the Ning family?" The shopkeeper smiled placatingly. "Sir, you've misunderstood." Suddenly, 3 people pushed open the door and entered, and said to the shopkeeper, "It's been confirmed. It's exactly as His Highness predicted." The other customer, seeing this, was utterly shocked. "General," the shopkeeper's expression immediately changed. He said to the 3 newcomers with a grim face, "If that's the case, prepare to make your move." The other customer grabbed the shopkeeper's shoulder, saying angrily, "What are you pretending for?" The shopkeeper then twisted the customer's wrist, saying angrily, "I'm not going to argue with you. This foolish farce ends here." With that, he set the customer's arm on fire. It turns out this man was the general. Someone brought a cup of tea to the general, saying respectfully, "General, please have some tea." The general replied, "Thank you." The customer, whose arm was broken and then burned, screamed in agony, "My arm! My arm!" The general looked at this person with sharp eyes, speaking coldly. Back to Lu Chun and He Yun. The two were still fighting. He Yun landed a heavy punch on Lu Chun's stomach. Seeing that Lu Chun was about to be defeated, he managed to grab He Yun's wrist, saying with a smile, "Got you. Burn for me." With that, Lu Chun began to unleash flames to burn He Yun. Lu Chun laughed loudly, thinking he had dealt with He Yun. But He Yun suddenly appeared behind Lu Chun, saying, "It's useless. I discarded my physical body long ago and became one with the goo poison. As long as the cursed realm exists, as long as the source of the goo poison remains, I will not die." He Yun roared, "I admit the divine fire in your body is very strong. But if you want to burn the entire cursed realm, unless you reach the Realm Lord stage, no, unless you reach the Realm Lord stage, it's just a pipe dream." At this moment, He Yun turned his head and said to Ning Guangdong, "What are you waiting for? Go and possess that body. Don't forget our deal. If this fails, your fate." Ning Guangdong sighed angrily. "I know." Then, Ning Guangdong turned back to Lu Chun and said, "Brat, you play with him first. We'll settle our old scores later." Then, with his arms still on fire, he quickly left. Seeing Ning Guangdong trying to escape, Lu Chun roared, "Don't even think about it." Seeing this, He Yun blocked Lu Chun's path, saying, "I told you, your opponent is me." Lu Chun was furious. "Get lost." Ning Guangdong had arrived at Lan Yi's location. Seeing Lan Yi, he thought to himself, "So it's her. To think she could last so long in a battle of attrition. Truly admirable. Youth is a wonderful thing." Suddenly, Lu Chun appeared behind Ning Guangdong. His entire body was burning fiercely. His eyes were filled with rage, as if he could devour his opponent at any moment. He shouted, "Ning Guangdong." Ning Guangdong saw Lu Chun. He couldn't believe his eyes, saying in shock, "Impossible." Lu Chun charged straight at Ning Guangdong, roaring, "I'll break your spine. Let's see how you possess anyone then." Ning Guangdong said in terror, "What?" The people below looked up at the sky. They saw a brilliant fireball in the air and didn't understand what was happening. They began to murmur among themselves. One person pointed at the fireball and said, "Look, what's happening over there? There's a fire burning in the sky." Suddenly, they realized there were two people inside. "Wait a minute. That person, isn't that City Lord Ning Guangdong?" At this moment, Lu Chun looked at Ning Guangdong, thinking to himself, Did it work?" Ning Guangdong disappeared, leaving only a puff of purple smoke. But his voice still echoed. "What a pity. Luckily, I took out the poison's core beforehand. At the critical moment, I was still able to make my move. Brat, if only you had been 1 second faster. In that case, perhaps that girl would have had a chance to be saved." It turns out Ning Guangdong had possessed Lan Yi's body. Everyone, seeing Ning Guangdong disappear, was utterly terrified. They thought he had been killed. They began to murmur, "Who is that brat? He killed City Lord Ning. Impossible. City Lord Ning is a supreme realm expert. How could he be killed?" Ning Guangdong was now in Lan Yi's body. Her eyes turned a sinister purple. He laughed loudly. "You're right. How could I die so easily?" Then, he began to control the dead men around him. The eyes of these men all turned purple. Ning Guangdong said with a laugh, "Citizens of Ning City, now is the time for you to repay my Ning family." The others, not yet knowing that Ning Guangdong was in Lan Yi's body, were terrified by her current appearance. They said to each other in panic, "What's happening? What's wrong with her?" Ning Guangdong roared, "Come, come, awaken, come, come, awaken, and devour this world." An extremely powerful pillar of purple light shot straight into the sky, tearing a giant hole in the sky. Seeing this, Lu Chun was terrified. "What?" The people around, seeing this scene, screamed in terror. The sky is falling. Run, run." But those who knew of Ning Guangdong's plot beforehand laughed happily and said, "The city lord has succeeded. Let's go." Lu Chun observed the current situation, cursing inwardly. "Damn you, Ning Guangdong." Lu Chun gathered his strength. His entire body exploded with an extremely powerful golden light as he roared, "Get out of her body." Suddenly, He Yun appeared in front of Lu Chun again. He landed a heavy kick on Lu Chen's chin, saying, "Now that the plan has succeeded, Ning Guangdong is indeed a good puppet, but you're not bad either. A pity. Your divine fire is too much of an eyesore. Otherwise, you would have made a decent slave." This kick was too powerful. It knocked Lu Chen out directly. He Yun said sinisterly, "Go to hell and regret it. If you have to blame someone, blame yourself for being too talented, bringing the divine fire into your body. In your next life, remember to be careful. Don't be too smart." Suddenly, a sword appeared and stabbed straight at He Yun, leaving him utterly shocked. He asked, "This sword is?" It turned out to be the adjudicator's sword. The adjudicator asked Lu Chun, "Brat, you're done for already? I thought you were tougher than that." Lu Chun saw the adjudicator. He was utterly shocked. "Adjudicator." He Yun grabbed the adjudicator's sword with his hand, saying angrily, "So it was you." He was uncontrollably furious. His eyes were bloodshot. He roared at the adjudicator, "The 1,000-year-old grudge. Today, I will make you pay with your blood." Hearing this, the adjudicator laughed and asked, "With just you? You're just a pathetic shadow, and want to fight me?" He Yun then said, "Whether I can or not, you'll find out soon enough." With that, the two began to fight head-on. He Yun turned and said to Ning Guangdong, who was standing below, "What are you standing there for? The contract has been made. Now is the time for you to repay my clan. Kill that brat. Then open the rift wide, and welcome me back." Hearing this, Ning Guangdong unleashed his power and said, "I can feel it. Yes, yes. This is the power. This endless power. Not just the Shin domain. Even your precious Azure domain. And even this entire 10 domains are all my food. What do you have to fight me with? What do you have?" Then, Ning Guangdong charged straight at Lu Chun, roaring, "Die, you brat." And so, two battles broke out simultaneously. He Yun versus the adjudicator. Lu Chun versus Ning Guangdong. The people below, seeing the two battles, hurriedly shouted, "Run!" Ning Guangdong looked at those who wanted to flee and grabbed them, trying to run. "Now is the time for you to repay Ning City. Why are you running?" Seeing this, Lu Chun roared, "Ning Guangdong, I will absolutely not let you have your way." Ning Guangdong laughed and asked Lu Chun, "With just you, you dare to be so insolent?" Seeing this, the adjudicator was extremely worried for Lu Chun and called out, "Brat." Suddenly, He Yun appeared behind the adjudicator, saying, "You should worry about yourself first." The adjudicator then said, "You don't need to teach me how to do things." He Yun said to the adjudicator, "The power of this sword strike is truly a deeply nostalgic feeling. It seems that in those long years, your strength hasn't improved much, has it? But it's a pity. I'm no longer the same as before. Even without my true body, just with the power of this goo poison, it's enough to deal with you." The adjudicator laughed and said, "Ridiculous. You think I don't know you can regenerate? Then I'll just burn you until your soul is scattered." He Yun was as fast as lightning. In an instant, he moved behind the adjudicator, saying, "I told you, as long as a single trace of the goo poison remains, all your attacks are useless." The adjudicator was terrified. "What?" He Yun continued. "However, your strength is indeed outstanding. I've changed my mind. Instead of killing you, why not turn you into my slave? Obey me. Just thinking of someone as arrogant as you, foolishly kneeling at my feet, makes me excited." With that, he quickly charged at the adjudicator. Under the rubble, Lu Chun lay unconscious. Ning Guangdong grabbed Lu Chun by the hair and said, "You're already dead? It hasn't even started yet. How boring." The dragon beside him, seeing the situation was not good, anxiously tried to wake Lu Chun up. "Hey, brat, wake up, wake up." Ning Guangdong lauket loudly. In that case, the game is over. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed. Ning Guangdong. Many brilliant flames appeared in the sky. Seeing so many flames, Ning Guangdong was utterly astonished. Then he suddenly realized, fire. Could it be the valley lore, the Flame Valley? Ran Yen, along with my Shao, Ling Lung, and Miss Yuna appeared. Ran Yen said loudly to Ning Guangdong, "You're truly audacious. So audacious." Ran Yen shouted loudly, "Prepare to fire, to dare to abandon the Huang domain, and join forces with such evil. Today, this flame will purify you maggots." Seeing this, Ning Guangdong said, a bunch of meddlers jumping out halfway, "You want to kill me?" Then he turned to Lu Chun. He said with a smile, I'll kill this brat first. But a giant fireball separated Lu Chun and Ning Guangdong. It startled the old man. He roared, "What?" Looking at the burn on his palm, he realized with a tremor. "Fei Yin, it's you again." Fei Yin pointed at Lu Tian. He said to Ning Guangdong, "This friend is a great benefactor of our Flame Valley. I will not let you cause trouble here." After that, Ren Yin turned his head and said to Mei Xiao, "Ling Long, and Miss Yui." Mei Xiao, Ling Long, "Miss Yui, I'm entrusting the protection duty to you." The three of them accepted the order in unison. "Yes." Ren Yin immediately ordered the others. "The time has come to repay our debt. Let us pass on the fire seed for young friend Lu. Help a breakthrough." Everyone replied in unison, "Yes." Ren Yin began to channel the supreme divine fire, using his own body as a conduit to help him break through. Divine fire body formation. Activate. Immediately after, a powerful force surged towards young friend Lu Chen. A massive amount of energy was transferred into Lu Chen's body. Ning Guangdong saw this. He was utterly shocked. He said, stunned, "Again? It's fire induction into the body again. You want to use fire to ignite the divine fire within him? Don't think I'll just stand by and watch. The 1,000-year foundation of my Ning family. How can it compare to your declining Flame Valley?" Ning Guangdong's anger was uncontrollable. He ordered loudly, "Members of the Ning family, hear my command. Kill everyone from Flame Valley for me. Bring me Rinyan's head." The Ning family members were completely under his control. They replied in unison, "Yes." They immediately charged forward, shouting, "Destroy Flame Valley. Give your all for the city lord." Mag Xiao, Ling Long, and Miss Yu were on high alert. They said to each other, "We absolutely cannot let them get near the formation." The three of them immediately unleashed their ultimate moves. Northern Chi Folding Fan, open. 10,000 Swords Art, activate. Sword shadows filled the sky. They attacked the Ning family members together. The Ning family members saw the strength of Mei Xiao, Ling Long, and Miss Yui. Although they were terrified, they still encouraged each other. "Do not retreat. Fight for our master. Overwhelm them with our numbers." The dragon witnessed the entire scene. It said to Lu Chan with glee, "It seems heaven has not forsaken you after all. Kid, your opportunity has arrived." Lu Chan had regained consciousness. His body was exhausted, but he still managed to speak to the dragon. "But I need your help with something. Now that the fire seed has entered my body, surviving won't be difficult. But thinking about that old man who is still absorbing the goo poison, I need a little more time. You've been inside my body for a while. You've accumulated a lot of materialized spiritual power. Getting me to the eye of their formation within 5 minutes shouldn't be a problem, right? Only there can I completely absorb the power of the fire seed." After hearing Lu Chun, the dragon asked in shock, "What?" Then it said to Lu Chun again, "The spiritual power this old master worked so hard to accumulate is for restoring my physical body. You're one demanding brat. Damn it. Kid, you owe me for this one. You'll have to pay me back double next time." With that said, it coiled its body around Lu Chun, preparing to take him away. Ning Guangdong happened to notice Lu Chun and the dragon. He chased after them, filled with killing intent. He roared, "Try to run." The dragon saw Ning Guangdong chasing them. It shouted in panic, "We're in trouble." Suddenly, a force protected Lu Chun and the black dragon. It left Ning Guangdong utterly astonished. What? It was the Arbiter. The Arbiter blocked a blow for Lu Chun. Then she quickly urged the black dragon, "What are you standing there for? Go now." The black dragon was shocked. The Arbiter? The Arbiter was fighting He Yun, while urgently shouting, "Hurry up and run." He Yun attacked the Arbiter fiercely and said, "You still have time to worry about that, brat? You really have a death wish." The black dragon witnessed it all, seeing everyone fighting desperately. It said to Lu Chun, "Kid, do you hear that? Everyone is risking their lives for you. This battle depends on you." He Yun knocked the Arbiter back. Then he turned to Ning Guangdong and said, "Useless trash. Hurry up and kill that brat. Break the formation." Ning Guangdong roared angrily. "You don't have to tell me. I already know." Then he continued to control the Ning family members. These people's strength seemed to skyrocket. Miss Xiao, Ling Lung, and Miss Yuna, seeing this, were terrified, exclaiming, "What? They broke through?" One person suddenly realized, "No, it's the goo poison. The goo poison has strengthened them again." Miss Xiao, Ling Lung, and Miss Yuna were filled with worry. Facing so many people, they thought to themselves, this is going to be tough. Suddenly, a powerful force surged forward, wiping out a portion of the Ning family members. Miss Xiao, Ling Lung, and Miss Yuna, seeing this, were utterly astonished, saying, This is Zhan Wushuang. Xiao Shi and Zhao Fugui had appeared. Zhan Wushuang said with a smile, just as I expected. Hearing this, Zhao Fugui said to Zhan Wushuang, Brother Wushuang, enough talk. Let's kill them. Xiao Shi laughed loudly and said to Zhao Fugui, it seems big brother Fugui can't wait any longer. The Ning family members, seeing Zhan Wushuang, Xiao Shi, and Zhao Fugui, questioned them. Who are you? How dare you ruin the great plans of my Ning city? Zhan Wushuang said with a smile. Who are we? All right, we'll tell you, so you can die without regrets. Then, the three of them introduced themselves one by one, starting with Zhan Wushuang. I am the great general under Empress Ku Iru, Zhan Wushuang. Zhao Fugui continued. I am the grand steward of the Su family trading house, Zhao Fugui. Finally, it was Xiao Shi's turn. As for me, Lady Xiao Shi, the holy maiden of the Yaoqi sacred land, under the command of the high priestess. You are not worthy of knowing my name. After hearing this, the Ning family members had a realization. They couldn't believe their ears. The Empress, the Su family trading house, isn't that the business of Su Mingxia in the Azure domain? And the Huang domain's Yaoqi sacred land? How can this be? Haven't they stayed out of worldly affairs for many years? Hearing this, Zhan Wushuang laughed and said, staying out of worldly affairs depends on who you mess with. Xiao Shi immediately stepped forward to help my Xiao, asking with concern, you three young friends, can you still stand? Miss Xiao replied, we're fine. Then Xiao, she said to Zhao Fugui and Zhan Wushuang, that's enough catching up for now, you two. Next, let's show them what happens when you mess with the wrong people. The six of them began to fight together. Xiao, she made her move, and at the same time called out to Zhan Wushuang and Zhao Fugui. Brother Wushuang, Brother Fugui, come here. Let them see the secret technique of the Yaoqi sacred land. The three of them shouted in unison. Hui Yuan demon-breaking divine art. Mai Xiao opened his fan to block the force and quickly called out to Ling Lung and Miss Yuna. Get in here quick. Mai Xiao, seeing the terrifying power of Zhan Wushuang, Zhao Fugui, and Xiao Shi, was utterly astonished, not understanding. What kind of power is this? Mai Xiao thought to himself, to be able to purify an entire area with just one move. How does Master have connections with experts of this level? Suddenly, Zhan Wushuang, Zhao Fugui, and Xiao Shi stood before Mai Xiao. Brat, you're Mai Xiao? Mai Xiao stood up straight and said, yes, I am. Zhan Wushuang threw a sword to Mai Xiao and said, go and help young Lu. He's probably on his way to the Eye of the Flame Valleys formation. As for this sword, I've sealed a command in it and reforged it with Phoenix Stone. Mai Xiao took the sword, asking in surprise, a seal? Phoenix Stone? The formation's eye? Xiao Shi then replied, you don't need to worry about all that. Just do as I say. Go. Leave this place to us. I'll count to 3, then you run. The three of them immediately replied. Understood. Mai Xiao said politely. Thank you for your help, seniors. Zhan Wushuang had already entered a combat stance, saying, all right, we can catch up after this is over. Now is the time. 3, 2. The adjudicator was still fighting with He Yun. Scared already? I don't blame you. The 3 auras that just appeared are not to be trifled with either. Ning Guangdong sent a person flying. Mai Xiao was extremely worried, shouting, Baki. Ning Guangdong turned around and grabbed Mai Xiao by the throat with one hand, saying loudly, with just you, the descendant of a small, unknown family. You often call yourself one of the 5 prodigies of the Xian domain. That's just you amusing yourself. Do you really think you're someone important? Mai Xiao said with difficulty to Ning Guangdong. If you want to kill me, then kill me. I have nothing to say to you. After all, Ling Lung has already taken Master away. When Master's power is fully restored, he will avenge me. Hearing this, Ning Guangdong laughed and said, naive, I won't fall for the same trick twice. With that, Ning Guangdong made his move, blocking Lu Chen's path. Seeing this, Ling Lung and Lu Chun were utterly astonished. What? Ning Guangdong continued, just in time to catch you all in one go. Ling Lung suddenly realized, saying, This is... Lu Chun said wearily. We're in trouble. Do I have to make a move? But if I make a move now, he still has another trick up his sleeve. Suddenly, Ling Lung hubjid lukin tigli. Her eyes filled with determination. She said decisively, "You don't need to worry. You saved me more than once. This time, it's my turn to save you." Yes. Then, Ling Lung shouted to Mai Xiao and Yuna. "Miss Xiao, Una, help me." Yuna immediately shouted to Ling Lung. "Now's your chance, go." Seeing that Ling Lung wanted to take Lu Chun away, Ning Guangdong shouted, "In your dreams." Mai Xiao used his fan to cover for Ling Lung and Lu Chun. What? Ling Lung escaped with Lu Chun. Thanks, Mai Xiao. Ning Guangdong tightened his grip on Mai Xiao's neck, saying angrily, "You dare to play clever tricks? Whether it's a clever trick or not, you'll find out when Master enters the formation's eye." Hearing this, Ning Guangdong let go, letting Mai Xiao fall heavily to the ground. "After I deal with him, I'll come back and settle the score with you." Ning Guangdong roared angrily. 1,000 years of foundation. 100 years of planning by my Ning family. How could I let you destroy it all in one day? He immediately chased after Ling Lung and Lu Chun. After all that planning, it was all for nothing in the end. Brat, how do you feel? Seeing the scene, Lu Chun was utterly astonished to be able to release such a large amount of goo poison. "We're in trouble. We're about to crash. Young Lu, I'll help you." Zhan Wushuang said to Lu Chun. "Take care. Big brother Wushuang, Uncle Fugue, and you too." The three of them said to Lu Chun in unison. "We can chat after this is over. Girl, just keep charging forward like this. Push him into the formation's eye." Ling Lund replied. "Got it." The three of them shouted to Lu Chun. "Go, brat." Ling Lung shouted loudly. "Fly." Ning Guangdong still hadn't given up. He roared angrily. "In your dreams, Lu Chun, you're dead for sure." Ning Guangdong unleashed a huge amount of power. "What?" Seeing this scene, Lu Chun said to Ling Lung, "That's enough. Put me down. Even the firepower accumulated in my body now should be enough." Ling Lung said decisively to Lu Chun, "Shut up. This time, you listen to me." Then, Ling Lung was grabbed by Ning Guangdong's hand. But Ling Lung was still extremely worried for Lu Chun. "Hurry up and go." Lu Chun watched as Ling Lung disappeared from his sight. He shouted her name loudly. "Ling Lung." Yes. Lu Chun fell from the sky. His call for Ling Lung echoed. At this moment, his body was lifted by a force. On the ground, the group of people were trying to control the magic. It worked. Everyone, don't slack off. Now's the time. Transfer all the fire seed to this young friend. Yes. As if infused with more power, Lu Chun awakened, his entire body radiating killing intent. Unforgivable. He drew his sword, shouting, "Ning Guangdong." He declared with overwhelming momentum, along with the movement of the great sword. "Today, I will definitely destroy you." Rage burned in his eyes. Lu Chun charged forward with a fierce and terrifying momentum. "I do what I say." Ran Yin looked at the scene before him, satisfied. It worked. It worked. Everyone looked up and cheered. "We finally did it. Our efforts were not in vain. Big brother Lu, watch us kill them all." While everyone was cheering happily, Ning Guangdong was furious. "Impossible. The divine fire has been saved? My 100 years of work. How could it be wasted like this?" An order came from above the capital. "What are you standing there for? Get him. Yes. Yes. Either kill that brat, or offer your spiritual power and the goo poison to me. Choose for yourselves." A great battle was probably about to break out. "Kill these ways for the city lord," Ranyan said loudly, intending to gather his comrades. "Everyone, hear my command. Clear a path for our young friend." Yes. Suddenly, he was floating alone in midair. He stopped them. "No need." Lu Chun spoke to the sword spirit. As he gave the order, streaks of firelight flashed. "Wipe them all out." Everyone present was terrified. What? Lu Chun was as steady as a mountain. He was not afraid at all, just relying on the sword's spirit. To kill these 3 dogs will still take some effort. Is this the power of the divine fire? He truly possesses a huge destructive power, although the power of the divine fire is fierce. This momentum is definitely not just from the divine fire. The so-called wind aids the fire's momentum, and the fire aids the wind's might. The divine fire is one of the relics of the world today. But Lu Chen's cloudy yet sharp eyes carried an intimidating presence. Those who can control the divine fire. How many of them do not have a constitution that is unparalleled throughout history? This young friend has a limitless future. Ning Guangdong stood frozen in place. His face was pale. Is this the power of the divine fire? They were all wiped out in an instant. He was unwilling to accept it. So he summoned the dark power. Not necessarily. There's still a way. It's not too late. If I can absorb a little more goo poison power. Perhaps. Immediately after, Ning Guangdong rushed in front of him. Perhaps what? Lu Chun looked terrifying. He mercilessly possessed Lani, the life and death of my disciple, of Ling Lung and Yuna, and the whereabouts of Big Brother Wu Shuang and everyone else are now unknown. Do you think I'll let you live? This blood debt. He fiercely grabbed Ning Guangdong by the throat and lifted him up. Now, I'll settle the score with you, one by one. His grip tightened, as if his neck could break at any moment. How does it feel to have the divine fire enter your body? Feels good, doesn't it? Lu Chun was in high spirits. Want to play cat and mouse? I won't kill you right away. I'll use fire to burn your meridians bit by bit, until they are completely withered. Ning Guangdong was in too much pain to speak. So, this taste isn't very pleasant, is it? Looking at his state, his heart grew even more ruthless. He wanted to torture him more. If I want to, this pain can last for 10 days and 10 nights. But you can choose to get out of her body. I can give you a quicker death. Hot tears rolled down Lan Yi's cheeks. No, no more. I can't take it anymore. Lu Chen's gaze at this moment terrified her. This killing intent is unmistakable. He's telling the truth. He really wants to torture me to death. Damn it. Damn it. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Hey Yun, we made a contract. Hurry and save me. The adjudicator heard that voice. She looked at him and sneered. Well, it seems your little dog is in trouble. You're a failure as a master. Then she frowned at him and asked, So, do you want to help it? It's a pity you're too stubborn. You insisted on making an enemy of me. It's too late to act now. He immediately let go of her neck. You were targeting me from the beginning. Lure me into a trap. This was your plan. That's right. It's too late to save her now. He flew into the air and looked down. I admit I've lost this time. I admit I was too naive. But you said one thing wrong. With that, he flew away, leaving behind a sentence. I can't save it. That doesn't mean it can't kill you. Hearing this, the adjudicator exclaimed in surprise. What? The teleportation gate immediately closed. Back to Lu Chun. As soon as the gate opened, a voice rang out. This is the last chance I'm giving you. My goo seed is enough for you to overcome this calamity. At this moment, Ning Guangdong was completely suppressed by Lu Chun. He was being choked by him. Veins bulged on his neck. The people below noticed something was wrong. They looked up at the sky, pointing. What's happening? The dark clouds in the sky are not right. Those aren't dark clouds. Seeing this, He Yun laughed smugly, shouting down. Hey, devour all the goo poison. Accept this power. Then perish together with this brat. Then, he erupted with a terrifying power. Even Lu Chun was pushed back several steps. Next, Ning Guangdong charged at Lu Chun. Raising his hand to attack, he said, You dare to force me to drain all the goo poison in the world. But even so, I'll drag you down with me. Seeing this, He Yun smiled. It worked. Then he frowned at him and said, Still not making a move? Do you really think I'm dead? Lan Yi's body was no longer under her control. She said in a panic, Why? Why can't my body move? In another world, Ning Guangdong was suddenly bound by chains. He looked at the chains on his body, saying in a panic, Is it because the goo poison I absorbed has exceeded my body's limit? No, impossible. He Yun's goo seed should be enough to sustain me for an hour. Speaking of which, he suddenly realized something, frowning. Could it be? Seeing Lan Yi beside him, he screamed in terror. You impossible. Weren't you already possessed by me? Why? Why is your consciousness still in your body? She looked at him and sneered. Trying to fool me like an idiot? It's not that easy. Time rewinds to before. Lu Chun was talking to Lan Yi. He exclaimed in some surprise. What? He looked at her worriedly, asking again. You want to let that old man possess your body? Lan Yi replied decisively. That's right. Then she turned to him and said, Think about it. Those people knew you were coming. Shouldn't a normal person immediately activate the life phone plan? They haven't acted yet. Either the ritual isn't ready, or the person presiding over the ritual simply can't handle the burden of too much goo poison entering their body. But I don't believe they're fools. They wouldn't act before the ritual is ready. Therefore, if our plan succeeds, we might be able to minimize casualties and resolve this matter. After hearing this, Chun was still worried. Despite that, he immediately turned to leave. What's there to be afraid of? Since I was young, my body has endured 100 types of poison and tasted 100 types of herbs. My constitution is special. The opponent doesn't know this. After they possess my body, they'll let their guard down. This is a good opportunity. Chun was still worried for her, frowning and saying, "You make it sound so easy. But what if?" Hearing that, she was silent for a moment. 1 life for 1,000. Why not do it? Then, she held her head high, speaking sternly. "I'm not like them. As a member of a branch family, I've endured enough gossip and hardship since I was young. It's a long story. These years, thanks to the kindness and efforts of the Alchemist Alliance and many fairies, I've learned these skills. Saving people and healing the sick is the duty of a healer. Moreover, now that the Alchemist Alliance is in trouble, being able to repay their kindness is an opportunity I've always dreamed of." Hearing these words, Chun frowned in deep thought. No wonder her personality is so strong-willed. He then asked again, "So will you help me?" He immediately replied, "I have to hand it to you." Back in the present, he was struggling against the frantic evil demon in her body. That body looked at Chun and said, "Crazy, truly crazy, to hand over your own body for such foolish reasons." Chun snorted. "You wouldn't understand." Then he placed his flame on her forehead, saying frankly, "I don't understand either. But my master often says that healers are like mothers. I can understand a little." Seeing this, Ning Guangdong shouted in panic, "Wait, what are you trying to do?" Chun frowned. A wicked smile appeared on his face. He replied coldly, "What do I want to do? Didn't I already tell you earlier? Now that you've absorbed all the goo poison, even if you die, at most, you'll only take 1 person down with you. But don't you forget, my master is the Lord of Damning City. Feri Huadi." At this moment, Lani's body grew scorching hot. She screamed in pain. Then Chun explained, "I only need to protect her divine sense. Reviving her in the future won't be difficult. Therefore, you have no choice." After speaking, he picked her up and flew into the air. Like you said, the moment you chose to possess her body was the moment you fell completely into our trap. At this moment, Chun had entered Yi's divine sense. He looked at the old man before him and said, "Ning Guangdong, you should get out now." Seeing him, the old man asked in a panic, "How did you get in here?" He looked at the old man with a cold smile. "It was all just an act. It's just that besides me and this woman, no one else knew." Hearing this tone, Ning Guangdong screamed in terror, "Don't you come near me." Chun immediately threw a punch, knocking the old man so hard he coughed up blood. Ning Guangdong took the hit. He screamed in pain and unwillingness. "You despicable brat. My entire life of fame. To be toyed with by you like this." Chun paid him no mind. He punched the old man in the face again. He said, "So what if I toyed with you?" He grew more furious as he hit him. "So what if you toyed with us? I tricked you into thinking something had happened to Ling Long and the others. If it wasn't part of our plan, what if something had really happened? And another thing, you dared to use my old friend's relatives and use the other world to threaten me? Damn it. You're tired of living." Lani stood by and watched. She thought to herself, "I guess this kid isn't completely heartless. Perhaps Fairy Hua Dai's arrangement had a deeper meaning." At this moment, Chun grabbed the old man's beard. He shouted, "Therefore, Ning Guangdong, today you must die." Immediately after, the old man's body was instantly incinerated by Chun, leaving only a skeleton. Chun followed up with a kick, sending the old man's body flying. Then he frowned. He said in a deep voice, "Next, it's time to go out and deal with that other guy." Once outside, Chun immediately charged towards Heiyun. Chun stood below. He roared in anger, "Either come down here and fight me, or I'll come find you." Just then, Fairy Hua Dai appeared and stopped him. "Chun or don't." Chun turned to her, a little confused. "Master?" She looked at him with a stern gaze. She said, "The situation in the cursed world is unpredictable. You shouldn't rush in recklessly." "But master," before he could finish, Heiyun's voice echoed from above. "Fairy Huadi, you finally decided to show yourself. I thought you were just going to hide behind this brat like a coward." Fairy Huadai looked up at him and said, "Heiyun, it really was you." He looked down, he clicked his tongue and replied, So what if it was me? Lu Chun heard their conversation. He asked in surprise. Master, you know him? Hey Yun in the sky immediately replied. Your master and I are more than just acquaintances. Our relationship is so good that she even owes me her life. Hearing this, Lu Chun shouted in shock. What? Then He Yun stepped into the portal. He looked at Lu Chun and continued. As for the specifics, you can ask for yourself. Before he completely disappeared, he glared and warned. Consider this your win for today. But don't get too cocky. This grudge, our cursed world will remember it. And one more thing, Fairy Hua Dai, the next time we meet, old debts and new, I will definitely settle the score with you. He left. The scene here returned to normal. Fairy Hua Dai's voice rang out. They're just frightened. Plus, there's still some residual poison in their bodies. There's no need to worry. She carefully administered medicine to each person. Then she instructed them, go with the others to the back to get medicine. Just give this child a dose every 3 hours. You get a portion too. Understood? Thank you, Fairy. Thank you, Fairy. After arranging for the people here, Fairy Hua Dai turned to the attendant beside her and asked, how are Chunner and his friends? The attendant immediately bowed and replied, rest assured, they're just suffering from extreme fatigue. Plus, they expended too much internal energy during the battle. It's nothing serious. Furthermore, Valley Master Rin is helping them detoxify. It's not a big problem. However, the poison in Miss Land's body runs too deep. Although the young master is doing his best to help her detoxify, after the detoxification is complete, the matter of her damaged meridians, I'm afraid it will still require your personal attention. Hearing this, Fairy Hua Dai said, that child has been strong-willed since she was young. She's been inducing poison into her body every 3 days since she was a child. She has long since achieved a body immune to 100 poisons. It shouldn't be anything to worry about. It's just, she chuckled softly. She continued, Chunner is using his Yang divine fire to detoxify. He will naturally force the poison into her dantian, but if doing so stimulates the child, it's not a big problem. Prescribing 2 doses of Yang tonifying and evil expelling medicine tomorrow should do the trick. Ahem. In the room, Lu Chun was still trying his best to restore Lan Yi's strength. He was sweating profusely. He frowned and said, this should be enough. He thought, I've already forced the poison into her dantian. I just need to guide my true qi in to completely resolve the goo poison in her body. He felt she was a bit tense. So he said, hey, you, relax. I'm about to begin. Lan Yi heard this. She hummed softly in acknowledgement. Immediately after, Lu Chun channeled his divine fire deep into her body. The divine fire immediately entered her dantian and touched her demon king's power. Because of this, Lan Yi screamed in pain. Seeing her like this, Lu Chun immediately shouted instructions. I've reached your dantian now. The rest. Lan Yi heard this. She said in a panic, you're guiding divine fire into my dantian? No, you can't. She moved her hand with a tremor. Her voice was weak as she continued. I have a body immune to 100 poisons. If you guide divine fire into my body. Lu Chun saw this. He frowned and said, hey you, don't move. Immediately, he shattered the demonic qi in her dantian. Done. Lan Yi suddenly turned and grabbed Lu Chun's hand. It startled him. Then she frowned at him and said, no more talking. From now on, just do as I say. Otherwise, if my true qi dissipates, and I lose my body that is immune to 100 poisons, I will definitely hold you accountable. She fell into Lu Chun's arms. She instructed carefully, listen closely. The next steps, you cannot make a single mistake. Understood? Hearing these words, he was a bit dazed. Then she took Lu Chun's hand and guided it. First, press on my Qi Hai acupoint. Then slowly transfer your true Qi to me. As soon as the true Qi entered her body, she immediately felt a sharp pain. She cried out. She collapsed into Lu Chun's arms. She said, trembling, it's too strong. I told you to be gentle. He raised an eyebrow and replied, I'm already going very slow. Or should I go even slower? Just relax. After that, Lan Yi continued to hold his hand. Guide the true qi into my body. Next is the Zhongshu acupoint. Just like before. A little slower. Even slower. Just like that. Guide the true qi upwards. Don't pay attention to anything else. After that, press and hold my Shintang acupoint. Lu Chun heard this. He He frowned and looked at her. The Shintang acupoint? Isn't that? Lan Yi blushed slightly. She avoided his gaze and looked away. My body that is immune to 100 poisons is more important. Hurry up and do it. Hearing this, Lu Chen didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately did as she said. You're the one forcing me. If I offend you in any way, you'll have to deal with it yourself. At this moment, Lan Yi was in so much pain that tears welled up in her eyes. Seeing this, he frowned and asked her, I really don't get it. Why are you so obsessed with this body that's immune to 100 poisons? Lan Yi lowered her head. She replied, sobbing, What would you know? I once swore to taste every poison in the 10 domains, something that even Fairy Hua Dai couldn't do. Then I will compile it into a book and spread it throughout the world. Therefore, since I was young, the fairy has helped me, using poison, to cultivate. Before I achieve this goal, how can I let it all go to waste? So, no matter what, I must preserve this body that is immune to 100 poisons. Lu Chen heard these words. His gaze softened. He thought to himself, so she wasn't bluffing before. Then, he frowned and said, All right, my mistake. I'll see this through with you. Lan Yi looked at him. She continued, Next, just guide the true qi to the Baihui acupoint on the top of my head. The Baihui acupoint? Lu Chen looked at his hands. He said, a bit flustered, But both of my hands are occupied. How can I transfer qi to you? Don't tell me you want me to. Lan Yi pressed her lips close to his. She said softly, You know what to do, so hurry up and do it. You idiot. After speaking, she suddenly hugged him tightly and kissed him passionately. The scene shifts to He Yun's territory. His subordinate saw him return. He immediately came forward and asked, Elder He Yun, you've returned. Elder. The crack just now was enough for everyone to rush out. Why? His face darkened as he said, What? You think your freedom is more important than rescuing our master? You've all turned traitors. Hearing this, the group of people immediately bowed their heads in apology. We wouldn't dare. Please forgive us, Elder. After that, he took out a remnant soul. He said, Forget it. Take this man's remnant soul back to the 4 great guardians. Tell them, I have brought back this old man's remnant soul as promised. Next, the task of breaking the seal for our master will depend on them. The 4 of them immediately accepted it. Yes, understood. We will definitely relay the message. After that, He Yun clenched his fist. He said with hatred, Lu Chun, is that right? We'll just wait and see. The scene shifts to Lu Chen's location. He was in the room, treating Lan Yi. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. Kid, I'm afraid you can't return to the Qing domain just yet. Zhan Wushuang immediately rushed in. He said urgently, Emperor Wu just sent a message. In the Qing domain, your masters will keep an eye on things for you. You have to stay. Hearing this, Lu Chun frowned and asked, I have to stay? Why? The cursed world has been pushed back. The Ning family's conspiracy has been thwarted. Damning City has Lan Yi here. Is there anything else that needs me? He shoved a stack of papers into Lu Chen's hand. He said to him, You think the Ning family was the only agent of the cursed world? See for yourself. Lu Chun immediately flipped through the pages. The Hanya Empire, the Tianyi Ming Escort Agency, the Tan family. Zhan Wushuang frowned and continued. These are all top forces in the Xin domain. Although most of them are not as powerful as the Ning family, they cannot be underestimated. After that, he quickly turned and left the room. He said to him as he walked, So, are you staying or going? Do you want to come with us or not? You decide for yourself. He hadn't gone far when Lu Chen replied, No need to think about it. I'll go with you. Hearing this, Zhan Wushuang immediately grinned. He said then, Lu Chen turned to Lan Yi and said, Our competition will also continue. But a year is too long. Let's make it 1 month. Hearing this, she was a bit surprised and asked back, One month? Then she angrily pointed at his face and shouted, What are you trying to say? Even if you were a genius, do you intend to defeat me in the field of alchemy in just 1 month? Lu Chun nonchalantly picked his nose. He replied calmly, Of course. After that, he waved his hand. He turned and left. Besides, didn't you want to set the conditions earlier? How about this? I'll agree to whatever you want. The winner and loser will be decided by you. How about it? Lan Yi heard these words. She was so angry she clenched her fists. What did you say? She pointed at him angrily and roared. Is this for real? What I want to say is, if I win, you have to marry. At this moment, Lu Chun had already walked out of the room. Her voice echoed. As long as you're happy. 1 month from now, we'll meet in Danming City. Hearing these words, Lan Yi's lips curled into a slight smile. You're the one who said it. She furrowed her brow, her expression full of fighting spirit as she spoke. I will definitely defeat you. When that time comes, even if you don't want to marry me, don't you dare try to pull any tricks. She clenched her fists, her competitive expression returning as she continued. Lu Chun, you're so dead. 10 days later, at the Hanya dynasty, the demonic soldiers and the soldiers of the righteous faction clashed fiercely. The leader channeled demonic energy into the bodies of the fallen. He roared, the Hanya dynasty will absolutely not be destroyed by outsiders. I will not lose. I cannot lose. Lu Chun appeared, the tip of his sword pointed directly at the man. A smirk played on his lips as he said, make your move. I'll let you go first. Humiliated, the man angrily focused all his power to attack Lu Chun. Kid, you're too arrogant. The evil energy on his body and Lu Chun's spiritual energy immediately separated, forming two opposing forces. Immediately after, Lu Chun's spiritual energy enveloped the entire space. Sensing that something was wrong, the sword spirit looked at him and said, Master, the spiritual power fluctuations around here are very strange. There's something wrong with him. Lu Chun raised an eyebrow and replied, do you even need to point that out? Anyone with eyes can see it. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed before his eyes. Lu Chun looked at the light, frowning. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a place shrouded in dense, evil energy. This is... Lu Chun glanced at the flower beside him, thinking to himself, where on earth is this place? The situation here doesn't look good. Could this flower be the result of the spreading goo poison? Suddenly, he saw something. He was startled. This is... Below. His masters were fighting a towering man. Lu Chun looked down, somewhat surprised, and exclaimed, Mom, Master, why is Old Man Gu here too? The sword spirit, standing beside him, spoke up. Old Man Gu. That's Gu Tianyai. Isn't he the one who appeared with you in the desert before? The one you mentioned? Lu Chun immediately answered her. There's no mistake. There's a portrait of him in his youth in his room. They look exactly alike. The sword spirit asked again. Then who are the other two? Let's listen to what they're saying first. Below. The old man looked at Fairy Hua Dai and said, Fairy Hua Dai, I taught you everything I know with all my heart, and yet you bring outsiders to deal with me? She immediately replied, Master, I do not believe I have done anything wrong. Above, Lu Chun and the sword spirit heard these words and looked at each other in astonishment, saying, This person is my master's master. Doesn't that make him my grandmaster? Fairy Hua Dai frowned at her master and shouted, Master, the first lesson you taught me was to make it my duty to save all living beings in the world. I have believed that from the very beginning. But you, on the other hand, why have you become like this? Hearing this, the old man glared at Hua Dai. As I expected, you cannot understand me. It was also destined that you could never surpass me. From above, Lu Chun saw that his master was in danger. He shouted in alarm, Watch out! The old man's palm pressed down, attacking towards Fairy Hua Dai. If that's the case, then die. Lu Chun frantically rushed down, shouting, Master! Suddenly, a wave of evil energy appeared before him, blocking his path. In an instant, Lu Chun was abruptly pulled back to reality. The sword in his hand had already pierced through the man's stomach. What? Lu Chun looked around in confusion, thinking to himself, I'm back. It wasn't time travel. It was an illusion. Or was I caught in some kind of illusion technique? Seeing his panicked expression, the man gave a sinister smile and said, You saw it, didn't you? That scene is about to happen. Then, the subordinate collapsed to the ground, warning Lu Chun. He is about to return. All of you must die. The scene shifts to Fairy Hua Dai's residence. She stood in her room, gazing out the window with a melancholic expression. At that moment, a voice echoed from behind her. Fairy, if you please. The maids looked at her and said in unison, It is time to depart. That evening in the military camp, Lu Chun recounted the entire story to them. After hearing it, Zhan Wushuang spoke up. I understand everything you've said, but in the end, it was just a dream. You want me to make a big deal out of it. Hearing this, Lu Chun angrily retorted, What do you mean by that? After that, he immediately turned to leave. If that's the case, I'll go ask Master myself. At this moment, Zhao Fugue suddenly spoke up, stopping him. Kid, I'm afraid you won't be able to see Fairy Hua die. According to a spy's report from Danming City, 4 people entered the fairy's palace. After that, the fairy's whereabouts became unknown. Lu Chun immediately stopped in his tracks upon hearing this, exclaiming, What? Zhan Wushuang, beside him, immediately added, You'd best not act rashly. This matter is of great importance. If word gets out, who knows how chaotic the 10 regions will become. Hearing this, Zhao Fugue immediately shot him a warning glare. Lu Chen heard these words, calmed down, and said, Besides, Master's strength is beyond question. If she didn't want to go, no one could take her away without alerting the entire 10 regions. This time, Master must have her own purpose. We still need to investigate. We must immediately send word to my other masters. Hold on. We know we have to investigate this. So the enemy has surely anticipated it. But we still have to send people. We must avoid attracting their attention, lest we alert the enemy. After that, he frowned at the 2 of them and continued. Brother Wushuang, Brother Fugue, how about this? We'll split into 3 groups. You 2 continue to eliminate the remnants of the cursed realm. Then, on my eldest master, send people to investigate the situation. Just investigate according to normal procedures. Say what needs to be said, and hide what needs to be hidden. Assign some people to Ling Long and Mei Jiao. Let them investigate secretly. They don't show their faces often, so they probably won't attract attention. After hearing this, they asked in unison, Worried kid, what about you? At that moment, a hand from outside suddenly lifted the tent flap and entered. Lu Chen pointed at Lu Qingsheng and said with a smile, As for me, I'll go with my junior sister to the 9 Heavens ancient road to find Old Man Gu. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 of them exclaimed in shock. The 9 Heavens ancient road? Isn't that a perilous place where even Saint King realm experts face certain death? Lu Chen picked up his junior sister and replied softly, That's right. I originally planned to find Master first before going there. He looked at the 2 of them and said, But it seems now I can only get straight to the point. After speaking, Lu Chun immediately carried his junior sister and flew into the air, instructing, It's decided then. He quickly flew away from the place, shouting, 9 Heavens ancient road, here I come. The scene shifts to He Yiru's palace. During the morning court session, the ministers in the hall clasped their hands and reported urgently, Your Majesty, a spy from the northern Longu Plateau reports that the Lion Clan, which was exiled years ago, has confirmed its return. They have also allied with 3 other tribes on the Longu Plateau, leading an army of 1 million. They have already approached our border. Your Majesty, the evil cults in the south seem to be showing signs of resurgence recently. Similar to the Gu cult mentioned in General Zhan's notes, this humble servant believes that the matter of the evil cults can be postponed. The 1 million-strong demon tribe at the border, if they enter our country, will be a disaster of unimaginable proportions. That's unacceptable. If the evil cults spread their goo poison, our soldiers will fall before they even go to battle. How can we even talk about protecting the country then? After listening, she stood up and asked sternly, I ask you, are there any other matters? After that, she coldly walked into the inner palace, saying, If not, court is dismissed. The ministers immediately replied, Yes, yes, yes. As she entered, a minister leaned close to her and said, Your Majesty, General Zhan sent a message just now. This servant has had it delivered to the study. Please take a look, Your Majesty. She replied, I know. After that, He Yiru walked out into the courtyard and saw Jiao Shi standing there. She was a bit puzzled. She glanced at Jiao Shi and asked, What's wrong? Are you being targeted too? He Yiru immediately turned and ordered her attendants. All of you withdraw. Yes. Then she walked towards Jiao Shi, crossing her arms and asking, So, any news about Fairy Hua Dai? Jiao Shi teased the small bird on her hand. None. Then Jiao Shi lowered her head, frowning as she said, On the contrary, it's Jiang Qingyin's side. She told me yesterday that the Cursed Sword's reaction is getting more and more violent. It's almost the same on my end. Recently, the minor incidents targeting me have also been increasing. I've heard about it too. The recent case of counterfeit banknotes from the Su family's brand has caused quite a stir. Everyone in the 10 regions knows about it. Hearing this, Hiru sighed softly, speaking wearily. I've had it rough enough. There's no peace, with big and small matters both inside and outside the country. What about you? Jiao, she looked at her. Not much better. Jiao, she continued, but now that fairy Hua Dai is missing, and the remaining 4 of us are suddenly all caught up in something. Tell me, do you think someone is doing this on purpose? Hearing this, Hiru looked at Jiao, and asked, the cursed sword. Economic disputes. Fairy Hua Dai's disappearance. And on my side, it's the evil cults and the demon tribes with their heretical beliefs. What you mean is, you're connected to the ancient demon tribes? After that, she rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. It's possible they've also noticed the clues in this matter, and want to take this opportunity to probe us. If Fairy Hua Dai's situation isn't handled properly, with just one small mistake, they might seize the opportunity to strike. As soon as Hiru finished speaking, Jiao, she let out a soft snort. Sealed for so many years, and still they can't stay quiet. Jiao, she released the small bird and asked Hiru, if that's the case, how should we handle this? Hiru replied, there's no other way. We can only let Chunner handle it on his own for now. We'll hold our ground and take it one step at a time. This time, you can only rely on yourself, Chunner. The scene shifts to Lu Chun. Chun called out, senior brother. She hugged Lu Chun tightly and said, is the Nine Heavens ancient road really here? This place is so desolate. There's no road at all. He looked ahead, a smile playing on his lips. Who told you there's no road? After that, he circled the area once and said, the so-called road has always been right in front of us. We just need to change our perspective to see it. As soon as he finished speaking, stepping stones appeared one by one before his eyes. See, isn't it here now? Seeing this, Ching-chung couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Amazing! She looked ahead in astonishment and said, I never expected the Nine Heavens ancient road to be formed by the arrangement of the stars. But, senior brother, how did you know? Immediately after, Lu Chun turned around, smiled at her, and said, back when Fifth Master was teaching me artifact refinement, she mentioned it. I thought I'd never use this knowledge in my life. I didn't expect that after just a few years I'd be here. Then he looked ahead, frowning. But how to get in next is the crucial part. Hearing this, Ching-chung was a bit surprised. Then she squatted down, looking at the stones below, and said, aren't we already here? After this, we just need to jump up, right? As she spoke, she gently placed her foot on the stone beneath her. But suddenly she cried out in pain. What is this? She touched her leg, trembling, and said in pain, what is this tyrannical spiritual power? Do we have to withstand this spiritual shockwave head-on? Immediately after, Lu Chun bent down and gently helped her up. Junior sister, get up quickly. She stumbled backward, startled, and cried out in fear. Ching-chung leaned gently on Lu Chun's shoulder, her voice weak as she asked, senior brother, what happened to me? He explained to her, this place gathers the most primordial spiritual power. Stepping in recklessly will result in this. The spiritual power in our world is everywhere, mostly formed from energy. These stars collide with each other, gathering to form it. This kind of primordial spiritual power is extremely violent and ferocious. An ordinary cultivator would be crushed to pieces just by touching it. If it weren't for the sword spirit's protection, I'm afraid your soul would have been scattered just now. Hearing these words, she hugged his leg in fear, saying in a panic, my soul, scattered? Lu Chun put his arm around her shoulder and continued to explain. The energy here is so powerful. Senior brother, then how are we supposed to get through? This, normally speaking, it's true that only a great expert of the Saint King realm can enter. But that's just under normal circumstances. In special times, there are naturally special methods. This is also why I rushed to find you and bring you here. Seeing him hesitate, she asked, special methods? Lu Chun looked ahead and said softly, when I tell you, don't blame me, okay? Hearing this, Lu Ching-chung was a little confused. She looked at him and asked, blame you? Then, she looked at him with determination and said, the world is in peril right now. As long as there's a solution, why would I blame you, senior brother? Hearing this, he smiled at her. If that's the case, he reached out his hands, gently picked her up, and said, then let's set off. This is the method. I I got the inspiration from that girl in Damning City last time. Hearing these words, Lu Qingcheng blushed and stammered. In inspiration, he frowned and explained. To be precise, I will receive the primordial spiritual power, convert it, and then transfer it to you, and you will use all your strength to pass this power on to the sword spirit. This way, the three of us will each bear a portion of the burden, adding the loss during the conversion process. Holding on until we find that old man shouldn't be a problem. After Qingcheng heard this, she gently stroked his chin and praised, "Oh, we haven't seen each other for a few months, and it seems senior brother has learned quite a few things in the desolate region." Hearing this, Lu Qin chuckled. A little, just a little. Then, she pinched his mouth and questioned, "Do you still remember our promise? You said you wouldn't flirt around. What's this great conversion technique of yours all about, senior brother?" As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Qin hugged her and rushed forward, saying, "We'll talk about this later. Getting down to business is more important." He stomped firmly on the stone beneath his feet and shouted, "Here we come." The moment his foot landed, the spiritual power here surged violently. Lu Qin endured this powerful spiritual force, cold sweat breaking out as he said tremblingly, "Just one step feels like 10,000 torrents of spiritual power rushing in, as expected of the nine heavens ancient road." Seeing this, Lu Qingcheng looked at him anxiously and urged, "Senior brother, transfer it to me quickly." Lu Qin gritted his teeth, trying to suppress it as he said to her, "Get ready, it's coming." Then, he immediately transferred a stream of spiritual power to Lu Qingcheng. At this moment, the intense pain in his body gradually subsided. He felt much more relieved. But Lu Qingcheng felt that intense pain and couldn't help but cry out. She trembled and clutched Lu Qin's collar, calling out, "Senior brother?" They held each other tightly. The extreme pain made them both cry out involuntarily. Lu Qin, panting, thought to himself, "The spiritual power here is so dense. We've only taken 100 steps, but it feels like half a century has passed." Then, he looked at Lu Qingcheng, his eyes full of worry as he asked, "Junior sister, can you still handle it?" She looked at his face, weakly trembling as she replied, It's just a little uncomfortable. I can." Suddenly, she curled up, letting out a loud cry, which made Lu Qin call her name in alarm. "Junior sister." Then, he said worriedly, "If you really can't take it, let's switch to the second sword spirit. You can rest on the sword for a while." The sword spirit behind them was also ready. She took a step forward and replied, "Yes, master." An image of the two of them embracing suddenly flashed in Lu Qingcheng's mind, making her blush unconsciously. Along with it were seductive words. "Master, let me." She immediately recoiled, firmly refusing in a loud voice. "No." Qingcheng immediately hugged Lu Qin tightly and shouted, "I said I can do it, so I can. No need to switch," he replied. But immediately after, she held his face and kissed him, stopping the words he was about to say. Lu Qin's eyes widened in surprise as he thought, My body feels so comfortable. The spiritual power transfer is also smoother. Why is that?" Qingcheng pulled away from the kiss, making up an excuse. Using the mouth, which is far from the dantian, to transfer, allows more energy to be consumed before it enters the dantian. It'll be a little more comfortable. Lu Qin had a sudden realization. So that's how it is. Then she pulled the sword spirit's hand and said hesitantly, "Sword spirit, come here. I'll transfer the energy to you." The sword spirit also agreed. Yes. Qingcheng and the sword spirit intertwined their fingers, closing their eyes to transfer the energy. Lu Qin sneaked a peek. "See no evil. See no evil." Ba. Suddenly, the sword spirit opened her eyes and called to him. Master." He was startled. Qingcheng also chimed in. "You too. I don't know anything. You figure it out yourself." He cried out, After speaking, the two girls walked forward hand in hand, leaving him behind. Lu Qin said aggrievedly, Isn't this the method you wanted, junior sister? Your jealousy is going too far." She turned her head back and said, "I didn't say anything. I told you to figure out yourself." Feng Ling and Yu Ying were observing the situation from above. Feng Ling said, "These three challengers are quite special." Yu Ying replied, "But all the absorbed spiritual power is being converted into the ordinary kind. It's not achieving the effect of cleansing the marrow and refining the body at all. What a waste. After hearing this, Feng Ling asked, but what Yuing wants is the same as me, right? Yuing drew out her words in reply. Feng Ling, you're so bad. Then they both drew their weapons. They continued, but I like it. A powerful voice echoed from within the cliff. Have you thought it through? Fairy Hua Dai was there, with 4 people behind her. One of them asked Fairy Hua Dai a question. Fairy Hua Dai just replied calmly, that's a question I should be asking you. The 4 saints of a bygone era, now turning their blades against each other. How interesting. They were all young and beautiful. The saint in the purple dress sneered. Oomph. You're as sharp-tongued as ever. The saint in the orange dress beside her objected. The path hasn't necessarily changed. Something terrible had happened. Lu Chun had turned into a girl. Qin Sheng had turned into a man. And the sword spirit had turned into a cleaver. Feng Ling explained, in my eyes, all things operate according to my will. Your transformation wasn't a change, but rather it was set up that way from the very beginning. The sword spirit shouted foolishly, I'm a cleaver that loves to smash garlic. Qin Sheng wrapped his arm around Lu Chen's waist. This little lady is quite special. Lu Chen replied shyly, oh, you're awful. I'm apure, un married maiden. How could you be like this? Feng Ling stood by, enjoying the show, and continued. The power of setting lies in the fact that even the person being changed and all the memories surrounding them will be unconsciously adjusted. With that said, he waved his hand. Understand, you are offending divine might. The 3 of them returned to their original forms. Lu Chun was dazed, bewildered. Just now was... Qin Sheng stammered, unable to form a sentence. I can't accept it. The sword spirit was also stunned, but her mouth was still muttering, cleaver, cleaver, cleaver. Yuing stepped forward and said to Feng Ling, all right, Feng Ling, let me do the final introduction. Feng Ling was about to object, but then he gently gave in. Finet, making me act with you again. All right, Feng Ling obediently introduced himself. I am Feng Ling, the divine guardian of the primordial trial, the original source of power for the world's order. Yuing looked at them with her beautiful, sparkling eyes from under her hair and said, and I'm Yue Ying, the observer of all realms, the witness to the flow of history. Finally, they said in unison, together, we are Feng Ling and Yuing. It's a pleasure to meet you. Lu Chen didn't understand at all. A giant question mark appeared over his head. He blurted out. Qin Sheng, standing behind him, immediately said, Senior brother, it seems we've provoked some powerful beings we shouldn't have. Lu Chen replied, the enemy is strong, and we are weak. For now, let's just play it by ear. Otherwise, if we get set up again, they won't be so kind as to change us back. At this moment, Yuing spoke again. All right, kid, don't worry. We didn't come here to fight you. Feng Ling still spoke arrogantly. Consider yourself lucky, kid. Not everyone gets the chance to be tested in the primordial trial. As soon as he finished speaking, a vortex appeared at the feet of the 3, pulling them straight into the abyss. Lu Chen shouted, Junior sister. Qin Sheng also replied in fear, Senior brother. Then, he looked up and saw the 2 children above waving at him. Feng Ling said cheerfully, enjoy yourselves, kids. Yuing reminded them, you must persevere. The longer you persevere, he fell straight into the endless, dark abyss. The mysterious little girl continued. The closer you'll get to the truth you seek. In a vast, sparkling expanse of space, a burst of laughter broke the silence. But on the planet where they were, it seemed someone had appeared. Tianyai sensed something, then turned and left. In another place, a volcano erupted violently. A giant sword was sealed in the heart of a mountain. 5th Master Jiang Qingyin was performing a ritual. Suddenly, the unusual movement of the chains distracted her. She quickly soared up to see who the intruder was. The disciples also stopped their movements. Looking up, she shouted loudly, how audacious, daring to interrupt the sealing ritual. Suddenly, all the swords on the disciples' backs flew up. Jiang Qingyin controlled them, merging them into a single, sparkling giant sword. She controlled the giant sword to stab towards the intruder, threatening, surrender your life. The massive impact startled all living things around. All the disciples were blinded by the dazzling light. They slowly opened their eyes, running out to assist. Quick, go help the Grand Master. Yes. A giant crack appeared before them. They cried out in disbelief. This could it be? They hurried to Jiang Qingyin's side, calling out loudly. Grand Master. She was standing dazed at the edge of the abyss. The disciples asked worriedly, Grand Master, are you all right? Who on earth was it that made you act personally? Jiang Qingying calmly turned around and ordered, Go find Jiaoxi. Tell her to urgently notify the others. Hurry. She continued with a determined look in her eyes. Tell her. I think I know who the mastermind is. A giant hand emerged from the sea. She continued. This matter is of great importance. I need to go see the three of them personally. A purple mist rose. Lu Chun suddenly opened his eyes. He looked around and asked loudly, What's going on? Where am I? Looking at his own burning hand, he said, Even the divine fire can't be condensed. What's wrong with me? Lu Chun guessed. Could it be those two are up to something again? Could it be that I'm dead now and have entered the so-called spirit prison? A black dragon appeared out of nowhere, startling Lu Chun. To be precise, you're not dead. But if you knew that your cultivation has been erased by me, I'm afraid you'd rather be dead. Lu Chun immediately punched it to teach it a lesson. Damn it, you scared the hell out of me. You, and your jinxing mouth. You damn worm. The black dragon endured the blow in pain. Then, it glared at Lu Chun and roared. Watch your mouth, kid. Lu Chun thought to himself. This guy is strange. He's not like that other dragon. Suddenly, the black dragon laughed smugly. Your thoughts are not wrong. I chose this form only because it's closest to your consciousness, making it easier to communicate. Lu Chun bent down and asked suspiciously, You're not one of those two perverts in disguise, are you? What do you want? The black dragon replied pretentiously, How could I dare compare myself to those two? I am merely the consciousness of the primordial trial, existing only to explain the trial. Let's get to the point, kid. After speaking, the black dragon flew up, spreading its arms and saying, You mentioned death just now. You're right, but also wrong. If you want to understand its meaning first, you must understand what life and death are. Lu Chun asked, confused. What are life and death? The black dragon explained in detail. The so-called world, every living being you know, comes from nothingness and returns to nothingness. Although the spiritual consciousness can reincarnate through the 6 paths, the reincarnated person is like a constantly repaired ship. Who can be sure that you and the you of your next life are the same person? It emphasized and reminded, Listen here, kid. Your world is facing an unprecedented catastrophe. Your enemy is neither human nor object. If you stubbornly use the concept of life and death to kill them, then the one who will be eternally damned will surely be you. Lu Chun was momentarily dazed. Neither human nor object? He immediately lost his composure, asking urgently, What you mean is, you know the origin of the goo poison? Tell me, what must I do to completely eradicate that thing? And also, what was that illusion I saw before? The black dragon only replied coldly, The answer you must find for yourself. As soon as it finished speaking, it created countless clones, saying, Come. Try to destroy them. Looking at them, Lu Chun was puzzled. These people, they look familiar. Have I met them before? It answered bluntly, These are all figures from your memory. The trial will go from easy to hard. Try to destroy this nascent soul, realm, enemy first. Lu Chun drew his sword, replying disdainfully, It's just a nascent soul realm. He swung his sword down, certain that this one strike would be enough to destroy them. However, the moment the sword touched the clone's head, it was repelled. He was shocked. What? At the same time, his hand was also injured. He asked, not understanding, How can this be? It's just a mere nascent soul realm shrimp. And I failed. The black dragon behind him laughed smugly. Wrong, kid. I already told you. Your cultivation has been temporarily stripped away. Right now, you don't have a shred of cultivation. You're like a blank sheet of paper. It twisted its body, provocatively saying to him, An ordinary person, even with an excellent physique, wielding a divine weapon, can absolutely not harm a cultivator. Isn't this common sense? He understood. So that's how it is. No wonder the divine fire couldn't be condensed. But immediately after, Lu Chun affirmed seriously, But this kind of cultivation with level suppression is completely meaningless. If you can't win, you can't win. The black dragon immediately replied, "Is that so? I already told you. The essence of the primordial trial is for you to understand what life and death are, and how to kill an existence that cannot be killed." It pulled a clone closer and continued, "All things in the world are formed by the convergence of spiritual particles. If there is a composition, there must be an order. If there is an order, there must be a balance." A bubble-like barrier and a dense formula appeared. The black dragon said, "As long as you find the baseline that represents balance, and slowly touch it with your blade, even without a shred of cultivation." Then, the black dragon demonstrated for him. The sword passed straight through the barrier. One strike is enough. After watching, Chun couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, that's cool." After finishing, the black dragon gave him a task. "Kid, go. For now, don't worry about their lives. Just practice until you can kill 3 with one sword, then we'll talk." He asked baseline. Then, the black dragon turned and smiled smugly. It seems this kid is very interested. He wasn't fooled by me either. It seems old Goo had his reasons for recommending him. But it turned back to check his progress. Being interested doesn't mean having aptitude. I see this kid has many little tricks, but lacks great wisdom. This first stage, no matter how sharp his observation skills are, but it immediately cried out in silent shock. "What?" Chun reported, "Done." He brought the barrier before the black dragon. "Well, is this good enough? What's the next stage?" The black dragon was still in shock, struggling to speak. How did you do it?" It thought with a tremor. This first stage is just about finding the baseline. Back then, countless people spent tens of thousands of years and still couldn't break through. This kid, Lu, learned it in less than a minute. Then, it noticed Chun's glowing eyes. "Wait a minute. Your eyes are..." It leaned in closer to inspect. How is this possible?" Chun resisted. "Damn it. What are you trying to do?" In his eyes, his 5 masters were inside, protecting him. It thought to itself, "Aren't these 5 the ones who passed the trial before? Why would their remnant divine senses appear in his eyes?" It looked at him meaningfully. No wonder he could find the baseline in under a minute. With such powerful beings constantly residing in his mind, his physique, potential, and manpower, the intuition in his eyes is already not that of an ordinary person. No, even a genius couldn't reach this level. Then, it questioned loudly, "Kid, who on earth are you?" In a valley surrounded by lightning-wreathed mountains, 2 guards were standing watch at a cave entrance. Suddenly, a faint fragrance wafted by, causing them to pass out. Seeing that they were both unconscious, Fairy Huadai opened the door from inside and stepped out. Done. She quickly fled. I must take this opportunity to find a way to send a message out. However, she didn't notice that a statue had observed her. Back to Chun's side, he was dealing with 3 strangers. 3 nascent soul realm incarnations appeared. Chun was silent for a moment, then smiled confidently. Found it. Then he swung his sword once, finishing all 3 of them. He said to the black dragon, "Next." The black dragon looked at him, thinking to itself, "This is getting more and more unbelievable." It looked at the 3 nascent souls that had just been destroyed and muttered, "This kid, in less than 3 days, while his cultivation was suppressed, has already cleared the nascent soul realm trial. Now, I finally know why old Goo was so confident in letting Feng Ling and Yuing bring this kid here." It immediately destroyed the clones, saying, "This isn't achieving the purpose of training at all." It thought to itself, "Should I summon a sovereign realm expert? A saint realm will be fine too." So it laughed loudly. "Kid, let me see just how far you can go. I hope old Goo's judgment wasn't wrong." As soon as it finished speaking, Li Hua appeared before him. Chun was stunned. "Li Hua." The black dragon said, "Kid, come on. Let me see if you can still be as carefree as a walk in the park when facing a saint realm expert." Chun glared and asked, "You bastard, you're peeking into my thoughts again?" The black dragon laughed smugly. "Such a small matter is unimportant. What's important is how you'll pass the next trial." It said arrogantly, "Next, your enemies will only get stronger. Let me see, with your cultivation suppressed, how far you can go relying only on your physical body." On the other side, Chun was unconscious. Then she suddenly woke up, shouting in alarm, "Senior brother, The sword spirit sat beside her, holding a bowl of water, and asked caringly, "You're awake?" Qingsheng was startled. She immediately asked, "Where's senior brother?" The sword spirit replied, "You won't be able to see him for now." Qingsheng was suddenly taken aback. She asked, "Wait a minute." She looked at the bowl of water in her hand, puzzled. "The person handing me tea. Aren't you the sword spirit? How do you have a physical body? Also, where is this?" The sword spirit covered her mouth and laughed. "Haha, what's wrong?" Then she proactively moved closer to Qingsheng and said, "Does me having a physical body surprise you that much? Haven't we already been in contact? Your resistance is unlike anyone else's. Where is your sword body?" The sword spirit touched her chin and explained, "We've temporarily swapped states with the sword body. Right now, the sword is in a spiritual state to assist the master. So now you know why I have a physical body, right?" She shyly looked away. "So that's how it is." The sword spirit continued to tease. "What's wrong, my lady?" Qingsheng cried out in frustration. "But you're too close." Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling her. "All right now, you two, stop fooling around." It was Gu Tianyai. He asked, "Girl, how are you feeling?" She was startled. "C'est Senor Hu." Then she noticed Feng Ling and Yuing. Qingsheng jumped off the bed. She questioned loudly, "You two, where's my senior brother?" "Senior Gu, come quickly. They're the ones responsible for senior brother's disappearance." Feng Ling and Yu Ying remained silent. Tianyai stepped in to mediate, making the two children burst out laughing. "Huh, girl, you're still so protective of him. But don't worry," he assured Qingsheng. "That kid is doing just fine right now." At this moment, Lu Chun was resting in her room. He said, "At least, I'm still fine for now." Outside, the cherry blossoms were in full bloom. Tianyai continued, "That's right. It was my fault for not informing you in advance." In short, outside was an exceptionally lively trial town, filled with a joyous light. He welcomed them. "Welcome to the end of the Nine Heavens Ancient Road, Piaoyao Town." People came and went here, bustling with activity. Piaoyao Town is located at the end of the Nine Heavens Ancient Road, and it's also where the primordial spiritual energy of this path converges. Tianyai led Qingsheng and the sword spirit on a stroll. He introduced, "Most of the people here are experts who have traversed the Nine Heavens Ancient Road, but for various reasons, they didn't want to leave. So they built a town here." He continued to remind them, "So don't look down on the people here. Even a beggar on the roadside has a cultivation of at least the heavenly venerate realm." An old woman by the roadside was hawking her wares. "Miss, buy some lychees." The cloth was watered with spiritual power. "They're very sweet." Qingsheng was astonished. Really?" Then she turned to ask the sword spirit, "So you getting a physical body is also..." She replied, "That's right. Thanks to the spiritual energy here and Senior Gu's help, I was able to temporarily recover and be reborn." But Tianyai turned around and interjected. He smiled meaningfully. Don't thank me. I helped you temporarily recover your physical body, only because I wanted to temporarily separate you from that kid's divine sense. After all, the trial only allows one person to participate. You staying on him would do more harm than good." Qingsheng asked worriedly, "Then what exactly is senior brother doing?" He sighed nonchalantly. "Bearing the burden." Both of them were stunned. Be bearing the burden? The night sky, dotted with cherry blossoms, was as beautiful as a painting. Tianyai replied, "That's right. In essence, that's what it is. Bearing the sin for the weak me and Fairy Hua Dai from back then. That's all." At this moment, Lu Chun was sent flying. He cried out in pain. Without giving him a chance to defend, Li Hua appeared behind him. He realized, crap. Li Hua grabbed his head and brutally slammed into the ground. It wasn't over. Li Hua lifted her leg again and mercilessly kicked him into the air. Lu Chun was kicked 100 meters away, dust and smoke billowing. He struggled to push himself up. Lu Chun, covered in injuries, said with difficulty, "So strong, and yet I can still fight back. 3 broken ribs on the right side. My leg bones are also at their limit." The black dragon glanced at him and sneered. "Kid, is this the extent of your strength? Why are you like paper pasted on a window? Tearing with just a poke?" Lu Chun stood up and retorted, "Cut the sarcasm. If it were you using a body with no cultivation to fight a Saint Realm expert, you'd probably be dead by now." However, the black dragon's reply left him speechless. "That's not necessarily true. It pointed out his mistake. I already told you. All things are formed by the orderly convergence of spiritual power. Even cultivators cannot escape this law. It repeated the first lesson, each sentence leaving Lu Chun stunned. Lesson 1. Find the baseline of the human body. Your second lesson is to find the baseline that constitutes the opponent's moves. See through the flow of spiritual particles. Li Hua attacked from behind again. The black dragon concluded. This way, everything will go smoothly for you. Suddenly, it blocked Li Hua's attack with its bare hands. It spoke to him smugly again. By the way, although I've borrowed the form of a dragon, my actual cultivation is also 0. Do you understand? Lu Chun, both annoyed and a little impressed, said, You really are a difficult one. Then, he seriously turned to continue the fight. The baseline, is it? The flow of microparticles, is it? Lu Chun closed his eyes, focusing his mind to feel it. He affirmed, I'll find it for you to see. Then he charged straight towards Li Hua with full force. The black dragon spoke up. I thought you could actually do it. It circled around the exhausted Lu Chun, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground, with a look of appreciation. But for you to have come this far is not bad. After all, no one has ever reached this step in just 3 short days. It continued to ramble on. Besides, being stuck at this step is normal. Those who manage to pass it, which one of them didn't take thousands of years? You've already. Lu Chun cut it off bluntly. Continue. The black dragon immediately scolded angrily. You fool. This is a real fight with a true Saint Realm cultivation base. If you keep being stubborn, you'll die. Suddenly, it stopped. Wait a minute. Then it noticed that he only had a scratch on his face. It exclaimed in shock, Kid, you only have external injuries? Impossible. Then it recalled again, thinking carefully. When attacking the Saint Realm, he had only broken a few bones before. It wasn't life-threatening. Could it be that this kid has been unconsciously recognizing the baseline of the moves from the very beginning, and has been dodging to a certain extent? What's with this kid? His combat instincts are too terrifying. How does he normally train? I have to see. As soon as it finished speaking, the black dragon entered Lu Chen's mind. In his memories, the 5 masters were surrounding him. It thought to itself, this is his memory. It's his masters. There's no mistake. I have to see how he normally trains. Fairy Hua Dai gently extended her hand, saying to the young Lu Chun, Get up, Chunner. Your master, Fairy Hua Dai, doesn't like to fight to begin with, and I've already gone easy on you. If you slack off again, it'll be my turn to step in. Jiang Qingyin also taught him sternly. Continue. Your swordsmanship needs more improvement. He was taught by his masters one by one. And me too. Today, try sparring with all of us at the same time. The black dragon cried out in horror. Is this training a human can endure? After watching, it came out and exclaimed, Training with such powerful experts since childhood. Is this kid even human? Maybe he can really do it. It raised its head, its eyes filled with a mixture of shock and firm conviction. To become the first person in history to pass the trial and obtain the primordial cultivation. On the other side, someone announced in a loud voice. Matriarch Su has arrived. She pushed open the large doors with great presence and asked, Is everyone here? Hiyiru sat in the center, with Jiaoshi beside her. She said, You're finally here. Yuan Xiao stepped forward and replied, Didn't you summon me so urgently? Yuan Xiao was stunned. Jiaoshi? Yuan Xiao asked unhappily. What is the meaning of this? She questioned. Didn't we agree? Unless it's an absolute emergency. The 5 of us must never leave our posts, even in death. Yiru immediately replied, If it weren't an absolute emergency, why would we have summoned you here in such a hurry? Take a look at what Qingyin sent over using the void. Yuan Xiao looked at the thing that had just fallen to the ground and cried out in alarm. This is the corpse of a demon. She couldn't believe it. How is this possible? The demon clan was completely sealed away along with the celestial clan a long time ago. The 5 of us have been trying to maintain the stability of the seal all these years. How could this happen? Yiru agreed. If we hadn't seen it with our own eyes, we would have found it hard to believe too. Suddenly, a voice echoed from a distance. Perhaps I can explain. A puff of purple smoke flew quickly before them. Oh, Jiang Qingyin stepped forward and said, In short, This is a severed arm from the mysterious creature that attacked the cursed sword before. She took out a broken sword and said, I suspect the demon clan has returned. And that's not all. Jiaoshi and Yiru were startled, saying in alarm, a broken demon sword? Where did you get this? Qingyin explained. You'll know once you see. You'll see for yourselves. I only realized it after what happened that day. It was when I was checking the seal on the evil sword seed. That day, after I cut off my arm, some of the tissue fell onto the evil sword. And this is what happened. Seeing the piece of flesh react violently, Jiaoshi cried out in shock. It's still reacting? Impossible. Iro was just as astonished. Logically speaking, weapons forged by the demon clan should share the same origin as them. It shouldn't be able to harm a member of the demon clan. Yingxia turned to Tan Qingyin worriedly and asked, what does this mean? Qingyin looked at them seriously. It's very simple. A weapon of the demon clan cannot harm a member of the demon clan. Everyone knows this. But for such a violent reaction, you've all seen it. This is not the remains of a demon clan member at all. Or, to put it another way, this thing, all three of them were stunned. You mean? Yingxia stated firmly. Indeed, a weapon that can cause such a reaction in a demon can only belong to the Celestial God clan. Jiaoshi also spoke up. You mean, these are the remains of a member of the Celestial God clan? But it looks like, Iro also said, could there be a possibility? Daninjin. I understand what she means. Iro was trembling with anger. She said through gritted teeth, I never thought this day would come. You, the Celestial God clan, and the Demon clan as well. Qingyin calmly summarized. That's right. No one could have ever imagined that sworn enemies from millennia ago would actually join forces. I fear this alliance has lasted for countless years, to the point of producing abominations between the celestial gods and demons. Yingxia immediately affirmed. In that case, the strange things that have been happening around us recently are likely their doing. Qingyin replied with concern. Feri hua di es disappearance. I'm afraid it's not unrelated. Yiro sikit vearidi. She pondered. Sigh, if I had known this, I should have let Zhan Wushuang go with Chun'er. With Chun'er caught up in this, I fear for his life. Jiaoshi interrupted her. She said to Qingyin, come with me to find Chun'er. This is no longer a matter for that child to be involved in. We'll take him back to the Sword Emperor's side. Qingyin replied. However, Yingxia stopped them. Wait. Jiaoshi turned her head and asked Su Yuanxia. You. Yingxia persuaded them. If you also recklessly abandon your posts, wouldn't that just give the celestial gods and demons an opportunity to exploit? Yingxia pointed out and affirmed. The five of us all bear the mission of sealing the two clans at the five great sects, a duty from the immortal demon war millennia ago. Our responsibilities, you all know them well in your hearts. The three of them were immediately swayed. Now, that fairy Hua Dai is missing. The seal she was responsible for is on the verge of collapse. Those two clans are surely lying in wait. This means we cannot abandon our posts. You all know how each link of the seal works. If fairy Hua Dai's seal is broken, and the two clans return to the 10 domains, then no matter where Chun'er is, we won't be able to protect him. Su Yuanxia declared with conviction. Everyone, fulfill your duties. The best thing we can do for Chun'er is to defend the seals to the death, so that the demon and god clans cannot interfere with Chun'er's rescue of fairy Hua Dai. As for whether he can save fairy Hua Dai, and whether the breach in her seal can be reinforced, it all depends on Chun'er. We must do our utmost to support him. Hiyiru saw the logic in it. She agreed. You're right. At this point, we can only trust in Chun'er. Jiaoshi also said, in a moment, my people from Jiaoqi will arrive to help Iro to deal with the demon clan. Qingyin agreed. I have also sent someone to meet with Zhan Wushuang. If any weapons or magical treasures are needed then, just ask. After speaking, the four of them quickly teleported away. Let's go. Everyone, let's return. Iro looked at the deep blue sky and said, the Celestial God clan and the Demon clan, Chen. She placed her unwavering faith in Lu Chun. This game, you will be the absolute center. Everything depends on you. The saints scolded. Go find her and bring her back now. The two guards accepted the order. Yes. At this moment, fairy Hua Dai was hiding in a corner, observing. She peeked out and breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, they're gone. Then Hua Dai quickly ran towards the Tianxi seal. Hua Dai said, next is to find Tianxi's seal. She thought with determination. As long as I can rescue him, I won't have to endure this humiliation anymore. Hua Dai was like a squirrel, nimbly jumping from here to there. I must find him quickly. Before the seal, for guards lay in ambush. Fairy Hua Dai's master just waved his hand, and they all fell. Fairy Hua Dai ran towards the seal, worried. The guard could discover me at any moment. I have to be quick. Hua Dai raised her hand, urging the flames. Divine fire, help me with all your might. Still feeling it wasn't enough, she pushed harder. Tianxi, I will definitely save you. Even though she had exhausted her strength, the seal gradually began to crack. Hua Dai cheered happily. All right, just a little more. However, it was too late. Her master and the other saints had appeared behind Hua Dai. His words left Hua Dai stunned. Fairy Hua Dai, you came, just as I expected. Truly my good disciple. Fairy Hua Dai turned her head in shock. My master? She couldn't believe it, recalling her past with Tianxi, and then questioned. Weren't you already dead? Could it be? Tianxi, impossible. Tianxi and I have known each other for hundreds of years. We've known each other since the first day we joined the sect. He wouldn't lie to me. Hearing this, Hua Dai's master calmly performed a spell, dissolving the seal, and asked in return, have you ever considered a problem? That in this world, does the person named Tianxi that you keep mentioning truly exist? The sealing stones melted away, but inside it was empty. He continued, after I learned that the seal was inherited through the ancient bloodline, and that person was you. The name Tianxi that you speak of was a trap I specially laid for you. Fairy Hua Dai recalled all her memories, and it seemed only she was left alone. After speaking, he pointed at her loudly. From taking you as my disciple, to letting you discover my secrets step by step, and finally, letting you defeat me, then using the rolling dark clouds to attack the immortal demon clan, luring the adjudicator to seal them. The ultimate goal was only so that I could escape this 10 regions and approach the sealing place of the god and demon clans. That being said, do you understand now? At the same time, he unleashed a massive demonic power. He raised his hand with a ferocious expression and shouted. The demonic goo was never a thing of this world. The previous chaos in the city was merely to allow this goo to collect enough spiritual power and flesh. His eyes were tinged with a fiery red, his whole body radiating with surging demonic energy. He continued, everything, absolutely everything, was for this moment. He summoned the phantoms of 2 gods, the plague god Wen Shun and the pillar god Tianxian. He shouted, come, welcome the descent of the source of the demonic goo. He looked at Fairy Hua Dai with the triumphant gaze of a successful conspirator, his face full of contempt. Even if it's just the phantoms of 2 gods projected into this world, it's enough to undo the seal in your body. I have waited for this moment. Fairy Hua Dai, from the moment I met you, every plan was already complete. With that said, he reached out towards the weakened and exhausted Fairy Hua Dai, saying, including you using all your strength to save Tianxi today. After all, if you didn't exhaust yourself to the point of collapse, how could I take advantage of your weakness to deal with the seal inside you? He immediately ordered the 2 gods. Unleash your demonic power on her together. Now, oh gorgeous. Starting with her, undo the seal. Suddenly, he froze, glaring and roaring. That's not right. He looked at Fairy Hua Dai, his eyes full of doubt as he asked, the seal, where's the seal in your body? Why? Why is there nothing inside you? Fairy Hua Dai crossed her arms, taunting. You're only realizing it now? It's too late, she said bluntly. The seal was transferred by me long ago. I just won't tell you who I transferred it to. She thought of her beloved disciple and smiled faintly. After all, in this entire world, only I know. Even that kid has no idea. He immediately attacked her mercilessly, roaring in anger. Damn you. He gritted his teeth and threatened. Keeping your mouth shut, are you? Then don't blame me for being impolite. If you don't want to talk, then I'll start with those you know. I'll kill them one by one. He targeted those close to Fairy Hua Dai, which struck her like a bolt from the blue. Let's start with Gu Tianyai. I've had my eye on that kid for a long time. They didn't hesitate for a second, quickly departing to Piao Town to find and kill that kid. Dusk was gradually falling. The 2 demon gods appeared on a cliff. The master spoke up. I didn't expect that kid to be hiding in the ancient road. Oomph. It doesn't matter. Then, he saw Gu Tianyai walking with Qin Sheng and the sword spirit and gave the order. Gu Tianyai and those with him. Get rid of them all. And Lu Chun, who's training hard. Kill him without mercy. The two demon gods immediately rushed down towards them. Qin Sheng pointed at the two streams of purple smoke in the sky and asked, Senior Gu, did that also come out of the town? Tianyai was immediately stunned, crying out in horror. This is... Immediately after, a loud explosion rang out, and fire raged. In another place, Lu Chun also felt the tremor. He wondered, an earthquake? Then he noticed the black dragon's strange reaction. What are you shaking for? Are you cold? It trembled, stammering in reply. No, there's no mistake. This feeling is the master's. After speaking, it urged him anxiously, Kid, run. If not, we'll all die. Lu Chun was stunned. What? On the ground. Everything had been burned to ashes. The black dragon trembled. They've returned. Lu Chun asked urgently. Who exactly are they that you're talking about? The colossal one Shun and Tian Qian were facing Gu Tianyai, Qin Sheng, and the sword spirit. Lu Chun asked, the ones who can scare you to this extent. The mages charged towards the two demon gods in unison, shouting, What manner of demon are you? Daring to cause trouble here? A young man in purple pointed his sword at them and shouted, Die. However, this young man was immediately drained of his blood, leaving only a skeleton wrapped in skin. The others suffered the same fate. The two demon gods strode proudly through the sea of fire, sneering, Fools. Before you humans set foot here, the nine heavens' ancient road was the domain of gods and demons. Now you occupy our nest, and you dare to challenge us? Tian Qian smirked, looking towards Fengling and Yuing, and asked Fengling Yuing, Are you sure you won't intervene? He provoked them loudly, each word like a dagger to the two children's hearts. How pitiful, clearly possessing supreme, divine power. Yet you can only use it to observe this world, not allowed to participate in anything that affects the flow of history. TSK. Your power is more like a curse, isn't it? As he spoke, he raised his weapon threateningly. But if you don't intervene, he swung his weapon, tearing a giant rift in the universe. Then I won't be polite anymore. Lu Chun observed the situation outside, cursing in desperation. Hey, weren't you guys very savage and brutal before? Why did you give in so easily? The black dragon explained calmly. There's nothing to be done about it. Fengling and Yuing are bound by their duties. It is their destiny. Hearing these words, he grabbed its neck, cursing in a hoarse voice. Damn your destiny. You're the ones who dragged us into this. You're so cowardly. What are my junior sister, Sword Spirit, and Senior Gu supposed to do? The black dragon struggled out of his grasp and flew up, deciding to lay its cards on the table. Kid, I'll be straight with you. Its blood-red eyes stared at him as it said, I am the incarnation of this ancient road. The black dragon immediately transformed into a magnificent phoenix, proudly soaring, the star imperial beast. Then it said, Come. Your final challenge is to use all the skills you've learned to defeat me. If you can do it, the abundant life force in my body will be transferred to you to the extent that you can bear. Lu Chun couldn't keep his cool anymore. Bring it on. Let's make this quick. I can't wait to get out there and slaughter those two. On the ground, broken tiles were piled up like mountains. Gu Tianyai and Qin Sheng were hiding behind a large wall. He asked, Still okay? She replied, Yes. He continued, To kill those two things. We have to wait for your senior brother to complete the trial. She turned her head to look back and said, I know. It's just, she continued, since that sword strike, the sword spirit has disappeared. She won't. Tianyai immediately cried out in alarm. The sword spirit? This is bad. On the side of the two demon gods, a voice full of hatred rang out, making them turn back. You too. It was the sword spirit. Her whole body was filled with hatred and resentment. She said, losing control. I still remember you. I remember the stench on your bodies. Painful memories flooded back. It was the image of the sword spirit watching in agony as her loved ones were attacked. She screamed, You celestials! You demons! You! She charged forward madly. All of you deserve to die. The three swords clashed, creating a massive force that spread outwards. The sword spirit's eyes were firm, glaring at them with rage. Then she dealt with them, landing safely on the ground. However, when she turned her head, she found that their wounds were gradually healing. When Chun asked suspiciously, "Isn't this the sword spirit of the famous sword from back then?" Tian burst out laughing. "I didn't expect that after so many long years. You little girl still haven't aged." As soon as he finished speaking, they raised their hands and joined forces, saying, "If it were back then, we might have been successfully ambushed by you. But in this place where gods and demons were born, in the nine heavens ancient road, our power can be replenished at any time." They aimed their demonic power at her together, laughing smugly. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Pay the price for your ignorance. A loud explosion erupted from the ground. Wen Shun and Tian flew towards the sword spirit at the same time to attack her. But she used a sword formation to counter the attack. A piercing metallic sound rang out. The sword spirit's eyes wished she could kill them on the spot. She clicked her tongue. They swung their weapons together, wanted to finish her off. "The game is over, little girl." When Shin laughed strangely and smugly. Another loud explosion rang out. Suddenly, Wen Shun cried out in shock. "What?" It was Gu Tianyai. He had appeared just in time, saving the sword spirit's life. He said, "It seems this old bag of bones of mine isn't useless yet." The sword spirit asked, confused, "Why did you save me?" He answered while parrying the attack. "The reason." Then he sent both of them flying with one blow. He explained, "It's very simple. A great chaos is about to befall this world. That kid needs your power." When Shun and Tian were furious to the extreme, roaring, "Damn it! Are all humans so bold now? Daring to challenge the gods? You're dead." They continued to charge towards the two of them together. Tianyai turned back to instruct the sword spirit. "That kid will definitely come to protect the others." Then he took a step forward. "I'll go on ahead." She was stunned. "Old man." Suddenly, a massive surge of spiritual power exploded in midair, shaking the entire space. That surge of spiritual power rushed towards the two demon gods, catching them off guard. In an instant, they were tightly bound. When Shun cried out in shock, "What's going on? This spiritual power can actually affect our spiritual power?" Tian couldn't believe it, shouting, "Who is it? Who can make us feel threatened with just the aftershock of their spiritual energy?" They roared, questioning, "Who on earth is it?" The sword spirit turned back and asked, "Was that you?" Tianyai also replied blankly, "No, it wasn't me. Could it be?" Suddenly, Qingsheng spoke up. She cheered happily. "Senior Gu, it's Senior Brother. That spiritual power, just now, was Senior Brother's. He must have succeeded." Gu Tianyai came to his senses, and then burst out laughing. He laughed heartily. Kid, as expected of you. You actually managed to pass the final trial." After hearing this, Qingqing asked, "The final trial?" The sword spirit also asked, "You mean, Master is about to return?" Tianyai calmly drew his sword. "That's right. The shockwave just now, if I'm not mistaken, was the spiritual power that overflowed when he absorbed the spiritual power of the nine heavens ancient road. When he returns, we will surely win." Then he flew into the air and announced loudly, "Everyone of the nine heavens ancient road, hear me out." To the disciples hiding from the disaster, he reminded, "The world is in peril. The gods and demons have returned, and the nine heavens ancient road, as you have heard, will be their first stop. But it is not yet time for despair. The kid I recommended before has passed the final trial." They all cheered with joy. "We're saved. We're saved." Tianyai looked at the gathering crowd and reminded them, "Everyone, you have hidden away from the world in the nine heavens ancient road for long enough. You were all once renowned figures in the 10 regions." At the same time, Wen Shun and Tian had also broken free from the spiritual power's restraints. They roared, "You detestable mortals. When I recover, I will definitely teach you a lesson." Tianyai continued, "But our only hope now is him." He pointed and ordered, "Everyone attack. As seniors, it's time to step up." He and all the disciples launched an attack. "Everyone, follow me and buy time for that kid. Charge and protect the challenger." Wen Shun fiercely swung his hand to resist. "Fools!" With one swing of his hand, everyone was sent flying. He said angrily, You think you can offend the gods with just this? Gu Tianyai and the sword spirit were both exhausted. He struggled to say, Kid, it seems what we can do is only this much. Next, it's all up to you. You must pass the trial. On Lu Chen's side, he also collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Then he stood up and said, I didn't expect my attack to have no effect at all. The divine beast said it wasn't its doing. It radiated spiritual power and praised. Very good. Lu Chun absorbed the spiritual power. It asked, Do you feel my spiritual power? He stood up, refreshed, and replied, I feel it. My whole body feels incredibly refreshed. Then, he made a request. If that's the case, your remaining spiritual power, give it all to me. He held out his hand and said, I need to use it. As he spoke, outside, the two demon gods were wreaking havoc to send those two dog-headed beasts flying. Under the world tree, a dark cobra was slowly approaching the great tree. Suddenly, a voice from above attracted its attention. A descendant of the moon god dares to trespass on sealed land? Su Yuanxia laid out a formation in the air. She said, just as Qingyin said, the monstrosity created by the god and demon clans is indeed foul-smelling. To deal with this filth, there's no need to be polite. I'll send you to the western heavens. She immediately launched demonic power from above towards it. 12 direction evenly stem formation. The demonic power instantly attacked the snake and the ancient tree. Su Yuanxia salen froneth. The snake below was not yet dead. It opened its mouth wide, absorbing the demonic power. Su Yuanxia said, I thought you had some new trick. At the Loa Chuan pagoda, a demonic beast was also stirring. Jiaoshi stood on top of the pagoda, looking down, and said, It seems the god and demon clans have come prepared this time. At the heaven-defying palace, amidst the floating structures, a giant demonic beast also appeared. Hiiru said decisively, Su Yuanxia is right. If the four of us leave our posts, it would be a catastrophe that would overturn the entire 10 regions. At the Cursed Swords location, Jiang Qingyin was also fighting a demonic beast. Her eyes were firm as she said, Chen'er, this game is about to end. Checkmating the demon lord can only be left to you. Back to Fairy Hua Dai's side. That master was using demonic power to project the scenes of the four of them. And Fairy Hua Dai was tightly bound. He said, For tens of thousands of years, the goo poison plot of the celestial and demon clans, accumulated over countless years, was all for this moment. Fairy Hua Dai lay weakly on the ground, listening to those insults. You have been standing still for so many years, not realizing that the god and demon clans have also been learning. These 4 divine heats were created specifically to counter their abilities. Undoing the seal is only a matter of time. After speaking, he stepped forward and asked, But there is no aura of the seal on Gu Tianyai. Where on earth is the final seal? Hua Dai refused to speak. You will never succeed. Seeing Hua Dai like this, he still said calmly, It's fine if you don't want to talk. The 9 heavens ancient road has been suppressed by the 2 demon gods. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I will find the seal. Suddenly, he sensed it, the aura of the seal. Although it's in the 9 heavens ancient road, it's concealed by a spatial barrier. So that's how it is. The trial space. Fairy Hua Dai's eyes immediately widened. On the side of the 9 heavens ancient road, Wen Shun was strangling Gu Tianyai, questioning him. Where did that power from just now come from? Where is the seal? He was struggling to breathe. Then, when Shun laughed sinisterly, Do I have to destroy each and every one of you for you to understand that resistance is futile? Unexpectedly, that master announced, Found it. The one carrying the seal is in the trial space of the 9 heavens ancient road. After hearing this, Wen Shun immediately threw Gu Tianyai aside and said, So it was hidden there. Did you think hiding someone in another dimension could help them escape our pursuit? As soon as he finished speaking, Tian Qian shattered the spatial connection, shocking everyone. He said disdainfully, At this moment, Wen Shun burst out laughing. Let me pull out your last straw of hope and grant you complete despair. After speaking, he reached his hand into the spatial rift. The sword spirit was horrified. They still found him. Qingqun was also extremely worried. Senior brother's trial isn't over yet. If he's found by these 2 demon lords, then everything will be... Gu Tianyai struggled to his feet and said, "We absolutely cannot let this happen. You two, listen to my instructions. Help me distract them for a moment. I'll risk my old life to hold them back." The sword spirit replied, "Yes." Qingxun was worried. "Senior Gu?" Suddenly, Wen Shun shouted excitedly, "I found him." However, the three of them charged forward together. Gu Tianyai shouted, "Don't even think about it." Suddenly, a dazzling light streaked across the sky. All three of them were stunned, stopping in their tracks. Wen Shun was also puzzled. Before he could react, his arm was severed at the root. A blazing fire erupted, accompanied by a voice. "Let me teach you villains a lesson." Hearing the familiar voice, Qing Chong couldn't hold back her tears. When a main character wants to make an entrance, he will make an entrance. It was Lu Chun. He stepped forward with great presence, full of provocation. "When I don't want to appear, it's useless even if you urge me." Qing Chung sobbed, "Senior brother." On the side of that master, he stared angrily at the projected screen and roared, "No, impossible." Looking at Lu Chun, he asked in disbelief, "Who is this kid?" "The aura of the seal. The seal is on him." But he was able to injure the demon god of the nine heavens, Ancient Road. As if realizing something, he turned to ask Fairy Hua Dai, could it be that he was in the trial space? Not just to hide, but was actually challenging the eternal trial? She smiled smugly. "You're only realizing it now." He didn't believe it, retorting, "Ridiculous. No one has ever passed the complete eternal trial. Just that brat. What right does he have?" Fairy Hua Dai still replied calmly, "It's precisely because he is worthy that the five of us were willing to take him as our disciple at any cost. That's why I dare to bet on him." After speaking, Hua Dai also slowly stood up, raising an eyebrow and saying, "Master, my disciple has revealed his hand. Do you still dare to continue the bet?" The two demon gods asked in surprise. "The seal is on this guy, but on him, there seems to be another familiar spiritual energy, aura." Then, Tian Qian keenly recognized it. "Xing Huang, as a divine beast, you dare to help the lowly human race and turn against your master?" Xing Huang stood behind Lu Chun, supporting him. It replied firmly, "The one I serve is the Celestial Clan, the one that is dedicated to the order of heaven and earth, for the sake of all people, not the fallen ones who collude with the demon clan like you are now." Lu Chun also provoked, "Did you hear that? Your divine beast has now abandoned the darkness for the light." Tian Qian still said contemptuously, "Fine. After I wipe out humanity and undo the god-demon seal, I'll inject goo poison into your body and teach you again who the master is. Wen Shun, what are you waiting for?" However, Wen Shun looked at his severed arm and replied in disbelief, "It can't be restored. I can't control the spiritual energy at the cut." Tian Qian was horrified. "What?" Lu Chun stood there and explained, "All things in heaven and earth are formed by spiritual energy particles. As long as the connection between them is severed, the flow of spiritual power can be cut off. Naturally, it cannot be restored. Right now, I've only cut off one of your hands." Lu Chun looked at them smugly and said with a smile, "Guess whose leg I'll cut off next?" Wen Shun roared in anger. "Just a mere mortal, daring to be so disrespectful." Tian Qian continued, "We must crush him. One finger is enough." Then they swung their swords down. "Insolent! D." Lu Chun focused his mind, carefully analyzing. What needs to be severed is not the spiritual power, but the center line of the more microscopic particles, the more delicate connection. That's right. Lu Chun quickly severed the opponent's sword. "If I could do it, I can tear a hole in the spiritual power connection." Tian Qian was horrified. "What?" Lu Chun scratched his head and calculated. "Oh man, so frustrating. It seems I'm still not proficient with a blade condensed from spiritual power." Then he held out his hand and summoned the sword spirit. The sword spirit quickly responded. "Yes." She transformed into a sword and flew towards Lu Chun. Wielding both swords, he said, "Now it officially begins." The two demon gods charged forward, growling fiercely. "Little brat." Such arrogant words. Watching Lu Chun fight the two demon gods, Qing Chong couldn't help but admire. "I never thought senior brother would become so strong. Could it be that he's already at the supreme realm?" Gu Tianyai replied, "No, he's not." He was silent for a moment, then continued. Although he has received the spiritual power of the nine heavens ancient road, from what I can sense, he has only broken through to the Saint Realm. Originally, a Saint Realm expert couldn't fight against a Heavenly Venerate Realm expert, but he is the first person in history to have fully completed the primordial trial. Lu Chun still had the upper hand against the other two. Tianyai continued. It's simply unimaginable what kind of power he has actually grasped. The strength of one, Shun, and Tianxian are both at the Heavenly Venerate Realm, just like the residents of Piaoyao Town. The reason they can suppress the townspeople is because the god and demon clans were originally the native inhabitants of the Nine Heavens ancient road. They can utilize the spiritual power of the entire space, while the townspeople can only use their own spiritual power. It's like the ocean crushing a small stream. At this moment, Lu Chun once again knocked them down. But Lu Chun now can also mobilize the spiritual power of the Nine Heavens ancient road. He taunted them contemptuously. Is that all you've got? I felt more fighting the wooden dummies in the trial space than fighting you. That master was so angry he slammed his fist on the ground. Damn it. He raised his head and asked Fairy Hua Dai. So, he's your final trump card? Fairy Hua Dai calmly replied, That's right. My Chiner has never disappointed me. Your puppets, master, are no longer a match for him. Suddenly, he smirked. Ha! He burst out laughing with satisfaction, leaving Fairy Hua Dai a loss. Then, he released a large amount of goo poison, saying excitedly, If your trump card is this kid, then nothing will change today. You think summoning the two demon gods, Wen Shun and Tian Qian, is my limit? Lu Chun suddenly sensed something. He looked at the giant ball of goo poison before him, puzzled. Below, Wen Shun and Tian Qian raised their heads smugly. It seems the two of us alone are not enough to complete the mission. In that case, let true terror descend. From within the rift, the faces of other demon gods appeared one by one. More and more goo poison poured out, using Wen Shun and Tian Qian as conduits. A total of 6 deities descended upon the world. The 6 demon gods merged. The dense goo poison flowed towards Gu Tianyai. He cried out in horror. I never expected such dense goo poison. Fall back quickly. Seeing the giant foot appear, Lu Chun was vigilant. That is, the desolate god descended. It had a colossal body, absolute power, standing tall in midair. Lu Chun was momentarily stunned by its pressure. The descended being shouted with exhilaration. The power of goo poison accumulated over 10,000 years. The power of gods and demons has finally become one. And it looked towards Lu Chun and said, Mortel brat, I will reward you. It was you who hastened my birth. As soon as it finished speaking, it gathered demonic power and continued. A death bestowed by a true god will bring you glory. Lu Chun sensed the danger. That ball of spiritual power shot out, full of danger. Lu Chun narrowly dodged it. He exclaimed in shock, so strong. This level of spiritual power. Could it be? He thought. The Emperor Venerate Realm? Suddenly, a hand appeared from behind. He reacted in time, stabbing it through the hand with one sword. However, he was still caught by its giant hand. The descended being held Lu Chun tightly, intending to stuff him into its body, saying, Let me see carefully where exactly the seal is hidden on you. I'll search your entire nascent soul and sea of consciousness. I refuse to believe I can't dig it out. Lu Chun shouted. Below, Gu Tianyai was worried. This is bad. They have fused the gods and demons, reaching the Emperor Venerate Realm. Even though Senior Brother is brave, his strength is only at the Saint Realm. At this rate, Qing Sheng was horrified. Senior Brother. Finally, the descended being cried out in shock. Found it. The seal is indeed hidden in your soul. Xing Huang flew out in alarm, reminding him, Kid, this is not good. The difference in strength is too great. If your soul is eroded, you're done for. Lu Chun struggled with all his might. Damn it, I still miscalculated. I never would have thought. The descended being tightened its grip, threatening suffer. Be unwilling. Your life will be the first firework to welcome the return of the gods and demons. Lu Chun said with difficulty. I didn't expect that to deal with something like you. I would have to use my trump card. The descended being was puzzled. He called out, Feng Ling, Yuing. They appeared simultaneously. Present. The descended being asked contemptuously, Feng Ling, you Ing. Why did you call out these two useless things? You cannot use their power. They are merely devices for recording history. Lu Chen's eyes were full of determination. He replied, history is meant for humanity to use, to guide humanity. Then he gave the order. The restrictions that bind you are broken here today. The restrictions on Feng Ling and Yu Ing shattered accordingly. Yu Ing stepped forward, touching Lu Chen's shoulder. Yes, with dear now, challenger. The eternal divine power is now yours to use. Yes. Feng Ling and Yu Ing connected together, each touching Lu Chun on one side, transferring energy to him. Yes, you have broken through the ancient road. The surging river of history will guide you at this moment. They turned into phantoms, merging into one with Lu Chun. We will reshape your foundation and change your spiritual power for you. With the power of the two of us, we will help you temporarily obtain spiritual power that surpasses the limits of. Tianyai cried out in shock. This breakthrough is terrifying. In just an instant, he has surpassed the Saint's sovereign realm and reached the Saint Lord realm. From where they stood, a dazzling golden light radiated in all directions, making it so everyone could not open their eyes. Lu Chun stabbed his sword into the descended being's body. It roared in pain. Lu Chun said coldly. Disappear. A massive surge of spiritual power exploded, sending the descended being flying. Qin Shan called out worriedly. Senior brother. At this moment, Lu Chun flapped his snow-white wings and descended. Tianyai exclaimed in shock. Saint King realm. The descended being was not yet dead. After recovering, it said, I didn't expect you to be able to grasp the forbidden inheritance from the primordial era. It seems that today, to undo the seal on me, it will be even more difficult. But don't celebrate too early. It was like a ferocious beast threatening. The seals in other places have all been undone. The seal here is now nothing more than a single plank bridge. That old master was also smug, clenching his fist decisively. That's right. The 5 seals are interconnected. Pull one, and the whole thing moves. Even if this kid can hold on, the breaking of the other seals is only a matter of time. Suddenly, Fairy Hua Dai behind him burst out laughing. He turned around. Fairy Hua Dai. What's so funny? On the other side, Lu Chun also burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. You two really have no idea what kind of figures my masters are. He and Fairy Hua Dai said almost in unison, their dejected looks. I can hardly imagine. At the World Tree, a python was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws threateningly. Su Yuan Xiao crushed the snake's head and said contemptuously, with just this little skill, you dare to invade my territory? At the Loa Chuan Pagoda, Jiao Shi had also eliminated the demonic beast. Hiyiru at the heaven-defying palace also easily defeated them. Jiang Qingyin at the Curse Sword's location had also wiped them all out. That old master witnessed it all, so shocked he was speechless. He turned back to scold, but found that Fairy Hua Dai had already broken free from her bonds. Fairy Hua Dai smiled smugly and said, Master, you used so many goo worms on Chun'er's side. Are you underestimating me too much? I'm also Chun'er's master. How could I not have my share? He was furious and attacked Fairy Hua Dai again, but she just glanced at him indifferently. Master, today is the real farewell. He roared in horror. No, no. My plan of 10,000 years. It can't be like this. Immediately after, a giant pillar of light shot up into the sky from his body. The situation on the descended being's side was not much better. It charged forward, cursing, no, no. You must die today. You must die. Lu Chun closed his eyes and said calmly, although I'm only temporarily borrowing the power of the Saint King realm. After reaching this realm, I have finally comprehended the way my masters use their power. He swung his sword towards it. It let out a tragic scream. He recalled his master's instructions. There's no need to be bound by sword techniques, nor to pay too much attention to movement techniques. The use of power should be used as one's heart desires. Use it naturally. The divine fire sword immediately burst into raging flames. After comprehending this realm, with just a slight thought, I can create new techniques and sword arts. He said, today, I will use the first sword strike I created to cut off your dog head. The descended being begged, no, don't. Lu Chun flew up bravely, his expression resolute. The flames of a nine heavens flame god enveloped his body. He shouted, "Annihilate the gods and demons." The descended being was swallowed by the divine flames, and then exploded in midair. The sky immediately filled with fierce lightning, celebrating the victory. Ching cheered with joy. Senior brother won. Gu Tianyai praised. Well done, kid. Suddenly, senior brother won. Gu Tianyai praised him. Well done, kid. Suddenly, Lu Chun raised his hand to stop them. Don't come over here. Ching asked, confused. Senior brother, what's wrong? Hasn't the desolate god? He gritted his teeth. He replied grimly. It's not the desolate god. He looked up at the giant vortex of goo poison in the sky. He continued. Only after receiving the inheritance of the nine heavens' ancient path did I finally understand why the heavenly venerates who came here seeking it never wanted to leave. That's right. Feng Ling added from behind. He's not wrong. The heavenly venerates who understood the secret of the nine heavens' ancient path all willingly shouldered the responsibility of protecting this secret. Yuing also said, the meaning of the name, Zhen Piaoyao, is not to wander. She looked at the mist before her. She continued, but to guard. Below. Qingcheng was bewildered. She asked curiously, what do you mean, senior brother? The secret of the nine heavens' ancient path. Is that vortex-like thing? At this moment, Lu Chen's lips curled into a smile. He said, I have accepted the inheritance of the nine heavens' ancient path. And the heavenly venerates who guarded this place sacrificed themselves at the hands of the demon god to buy me time. In that case, naturally, I must also bear this duty. He slowly walked towards the vortex. He promised, don't worry, I will do my best on behalf of everyone here to resolve this problem completely. He glanced back at Qingcheng coolly and said, wait here. Unexpectedly, Qingcheng had flown over at some point. She grabbed him frantically and kissed him passionately. Gu Tianyai below reminded her anxiously, Lu Qingcheng, if you stand with him like that, you'll be pulled to the other side of that rift. Their lips slowly parted. Qingcheng quickly proposed. We've already reached the end of the nine heavens' ancient path. Why can't we continue on together? Wherever you go, senior brother, I will follow you to the very end. Lu Chen smiled and said, Qingcheng. Then he lovingly pulled her into his arms. He agreed. Let's go together. She happily hugged him tightly. Lu Chun led her into the rift. He said, your senior brother here is the most handsome and dashing man in the 10 heavenly domains. Above the heavens and below the earth, I alone am the honored one. No matter where we go, I will definitely be able to protect you completely. You can rest assured. She replied obediently, yes. I'll listen to whatever you say, senior brother. After that,